The mysterious man wasted no time on pleasantries. With practiced hands, he retrieved 5 sets of vials from his bag, each set containing 10 small bottles. Gently, he laid the 5 sets of potions one after another on the counter. Under the dim store lights, the potion bottles gleamed with a peculiar blue glow, bubbles rising slowly within, adding to their aura of mystery. The wealthy patrons seated around the room became instantly entranced the moment they saw the vials. Their eyes burned with desire, and soft gasps of astonishment escaped their lips. Vitality potions. Their voices were filled with a mixture of delight and excitement, unmistakable yearning flickering in their gaze. The mysterious man slowly looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded the crowd. It seems you're all rather interested in my wares. As always, the rules remain unchanged. Bidding for the first set of vitality potions starts at £5. His voice was cold and emotionless. After a brief pause, he let a cryptic smile appear at the corner of his mouth. Well then, let the bidding begin. Hardly had he finished speaking when Stark shot his hand into the air. £6. He was resolute, clearly determined to win. His bid was like a starting pistol. Instantly, another elderly tycoon raised his hand. £8. His tone was firm, unwilling to back down, his face set with determination. Stark muttered under his breath, grumbling, "Old man, you still want a vitality potion at your age?" His irritation flared, but he wasted no time in raising the bid again. Pepper, curious, asked, "Vitality potion? What are those?" Her face was puzzled, clearly baffled by the sudden frenzy these vials had stirred. "It's a wondrous elixir," Stark explained briefly. "1 bottle can fill you with energy for an entire week." He added, "After drinking it, you feel like you're back in high school. No side effects at all." Pepper's expression was dubious, bordering on disbelief at such a claim. Stark simply shrugged. "I know it sounds crazy, but I've tried it myself. And honestly, would all these sharp business and political heavyweights be fooled?" Pepper glanced around at the elite gathered in the room. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the vials behind the counter, watching them as though they were priceless treasures. In the end, the elderly tycoon succeeded in winning the first set of potions for £15. "Why didn't you keep bidding?" Pepper asked Stark in surprise. "That's not like you." She studied Stark's face intently, as if searching for an explanation. Stark replied offhandedly, "It's only the first set. Each person is limited to 1 set anyway." His tone was smooth and confident, every bit as if he had the whole situation well in hand. Realization dawned on Pepper's face as she finally understood. Just as she anticipated, the mysterious man brought out another identical set of vials. The crowd in the grand hall plunged once more into a frenzy of competition. After another burst of commotion, the bidding resumed in earnest. When the contest reached its 5th round, the mysterious figure produced yet another vial. A beauty elixir. This potion can enhance a person's appearance, making them more beautiful, the mysterious figure explained in a calm, unhurried voice. He remained utterly composed, seemingly unmoved by the crowd's growing excitement. At this moment, an extravagantly dressed, plump woman, clearly a wealthy patron, jumped to her feet and shouted eagerly, £20. With no suspense at all, she secured the winning bid for this round. After several rounds of bidding, beads of sweat were visible on nearly everyone's brows, and a few licked their lips repeatedly, caught between nerves and anticipation. "It seems everyone is getting tired. Let's take a short break," the mysterious figure suggested, as he suddenly produced a wooden staff and made a gentle sweeping motion. Glasses of red wine, filled to the brim, floated gracefully through the air in perfect order, gently coming to rest on the tables at everyone's right hand. "It amazes me every single time," someone murmured in soft astonishment. Tony Stark picked up his wine glass with a smile and handed it to Pepper, whose face was alive with surprise. "What is this? Some kind of magic trick?" Pepper stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was seeing. "It's magic," Tony Stark replied, taking a leisurely sip of his wine. "This wine is incredible. You won't find anything like it in any shop. It would be a shame not to try it," he added, narrowing his eyes and wearing a blissful smile. Pepper took a delicate sip, her own face lighting up with delight. As Tony's assistant, she frequently accompanied him to high-end parties and had developed a discerning palate for fine wine. But this glass surpassed all others. Its taste and lingering aftertaste were truly matchless. She couldn't help but exclaim, "The flavor is extraordinary. The rich aroma unfolds like a bouquet of flowers, and the finish lingers, as if a beautiful melody is playing on my tongue." "I told you so," Tony said, raising an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his expression. "Which vineyard produced this?" Pepper asked, her gaze still fixed on the jewel-like red liquid in her glass. Tony Stark shrugged, a touch of helplessness in his voice. "No way to tell. It might be a private reserve of our mysterious host. Pepper savored another sip, allowing herself to become fully immersed in this spellbinding sensation, momentarily forgetting everything else around her. After a brief respite, the mysterious figure signaled for the auction to continue. As time went on, the tension in the room grew palpable. The supply of elixirs was running dangerously low. Bidders were ablaze with excitement, their offers rising and falling in a relentless chorus. If there hadn't been any restrictions, Tony Stark nearly wanted to buy up every batch himself. At last, under the lingering and reluctant gazes of the crowd, the mysterious figure announced the official close of the auction. People began to disperse. The grand hall slowly emptied, and the heavy doors creaked shut behind the departing guests. The mysterious figure removed his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome young face with sharp, defined features. His profile was crisp and clear, his eyes radiating both confidence and a hint of cunning wisdom. With a gentle wave of his arm, a row of briefcases before him snapped open as if by magic, all of them brimming with gleaming gold bars. The mysterious figure nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile curling at his lips. "For now, I won't have to worry about money," he murmured to himself. "Jandy," he called softly. With a faint pop, the air shimmered, and a small, peculiar creature appeared. This little being was wiry and wrinkled, bearing a curious resemblance to a goblin. Its bat-like ears jutted out, and its bright green eyes were nearly the size of tennis balls. A long, flat nose dominated its unusual face. The moment Jandy materialized, he bowed deeply and spoke with reverence. "At your command, master. Store these gold bars somewhere safe," the mysterious figure instructed. "As you wish, master." With a quick snap of his fingers, all the briefcases floated gracefully into the air. Bowing once more, Jandy exited with the cases trailing neatly in his wake. Wes Elvin sat quietly in a chair and poured himself a glass of water. "Reaching this point hasn't been easy," he whispered. Wes Elvin was a transmigrant. Back in a world called Blue Star, he'd been just an ordinary working man, hustling through days that blurred into one another. But one day, he opened his eyes to find himself a 10-year-old orphan. The abrupt, colossal change had left him deeply unsettled. To go from an adult to a child overnight, he'd been lost, adrift, unable to adjust. He didn't even know what kind of world he'd landed in. Nothing about the people or the place felt familiar. Only when the orphanage organized a trip to visit the Captain America Memorial Museum did it finally dawn on him. He was now living in the Marvel Universe. This world brimmed with threats and unknowns, and for an ordinary person, it was anything but welcoming. Let alone the terrifying Thanos, who could obliterate half the life in the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. Even the rampant rise of violent crime was enough to strike fear in anyone's heart. Even if he ran into an ordinary pickpocket, Wes Elvin felt utterly defenseless. After all, here he was in America, a foreign child, completely isolated and without help. Someone once joked, "There's a shootout every day in America. This is the true land of freedom." But for Wes Elvin, these words were anything but a harmless jest. For a while, he sank into near despair and almost gave up on everything. He even considered ending his life, just to see if maybe he'd cross into another world again. But in the end, he couldn't summon the courage to do it. The turning point came on his 11th birthday. In the orphanage, birthdays weren't worth looking forward to, let alone celebrated. That day, Wes Elvin was sleeping soundly, when a thunderous roar of a train jolted him awake. Annoyed, he almost wanted to lash out, but when he opened his eyes, he was startled to discover he was sitting inside a steam train. The compartment was packed with children, all chattering with excitement, creating a vibrant, bustling energy. Still in confusion, a transparent screen suddenly materialized before his eyes. Host, Wes Elvin. Worlds, Marvel, Harry Potter. Profession, Level, 0. It was a bare-bones, personal panel, floating right in front of him. Wes Elvin froze, then was overwhelmed with joy. A system? A status panel? Maybe some cheat abilities? Excited, he tried everything he could think of, but no matter what he did, the panel remained completely unresponsive. When the train finally ground to a stop, he followed the other children off, and at a glance caught sight of a majestic castle in the distance. Cheers and laughter rising from the crowd all around. In that moment, Wes Elvin grasped exactly where he was. Hogwarts, the school steeped in mystery and magic. With boundless anticipation, Wes Elvin began his studies at Hogwarts, endlessly curious about the mysterious system panel that accompanied him. After some time spent exploring, he gradually discovered that, aside from letting him travel between the two worlds and precisely displaying his various stats, the panel didn't seem to serve any other obvious purpose, at least for now. As the years went by, Wes Elvin grew into adulthood. To his amazement, his magical power continued to steadily increase. In the world of Harry Potter, a wizard's magic typically stabilizes after coming of age, with little room for further improvement. Wes Elvin knew he wasn't some extraordinary genius. His continued growth in magical power was almost certainly thanks to the unique abilities granted by the system panel. This granted him boundless potential, a formidable power that could constantly push past his own limits. Once Wes Elvin realized this, his heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. It meant his abilities had no ceiling. There were endless possibilities waiting for him to discover. Soon, Wes Elvin graduated from Hogwarts with undeniable distinction, ranking first in his class. To everyone's surprise, he turned down a host of coveted job offers that others in the wizarding world would have found irresistible. The reason was simple. His panel had changed. In the World section, a new name had appeared: Delicious in Dungeon. Without hesitation, Wes made his choice. He would set out to explore this entirely new world. For an adventurer, the new world was nothing short of a paradise. Within its labyrinths roamed countless magical beasts, a wealth of rare herbs thrived, and there were vast treasures that few could resist. Amidst opportunities and perils, Wes Elvin managed to earn his very first fortune. Thanks to his studies in potions and alchemy at Hogwarts, he could skillfully craft powerful elixirs and ingenious magical artifacts. This journey not only honed his craft, sharpening his skills to new heights, but also became his primary source of income. At present, his panel displayed the following. Host: Wes Elvin. Worlds: Marvel, Harry Potter, Delicious in Dungeon. Occupations: Wizard/Potion Master/Alchemist. Level 3. It's worth noting that a Level 3 power is equivalent to the standard of a Hogwarts professor, with the heads of house often being the very best among them. Wes Elvin's abilities had already reached the pinnacle of Level 3. Drawing from the rich resources of 3 worlds, his strength grew at a remarkable pace, and he successfully absorbed the immense knowledge accumulated over his 7 years at Hogwarts. Yet he keenly recognized that his current foundation was still insufficient to break through to the elusive Level 4. The understanding he possessed simply wasn't enough to support a leap into higher realms of magic. It seems I really do need to make a trip back to Hogwarts. The library's tens of thousands of tomes, filled with arcane and magical knowledge, should be enough to help me reach Level 4. Looking back, I truly should have worked harder in those days, Wes sighed to himself. But my reputation isn't exactly spotless. Will Headmaster Dumbledore even approve my request? In his pursuit to enhance his magical skills, Wes Elvin had, over the years, mingled with many considered dark wizards and had broken quite a few Ministry of Magic regulations along the way. As headmaster of Hogwarts, the ever-well-informed Dumbledore could not possibly be ignorant of this affair. No matter what, I still have to give it a try. All my previous reserves have run out anyway, so now I'll have to venture into Harry Potter's world to replenish my stock. Jandy, have you packed everything yet? Wes Elvin called out loudly. Already, my master. Jandy responded in a booming voice, steadily lifting a brown suitcase that, by appearance, seemed almost larger than himself. Let's go, it's time to head to Diagon Alley, Wes Elvin said decisively. All right, Jandy replied immediately. Without hesitation, Jandy skillfully opened the suitcase and climbed inside himself. Astonishingly, once he had entered, the case's outward appearance remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. This suitcase was Wes's prized creation, its inspiration drawn from Newt Scamander's magical trunk. Inside, he had woven powerful, practical enchantments, an undetectable extension charm, temperature control charms, and more, all crafted with an array of rare materials. The exterior was fashioned from luxurious dragon hide. Even the smallest button was of considerable value. While it looked like an ordinary piece of luggage from the outside, the space within defied imagination. There were 3 fully equipped laboratories alone, plus 5 large storage chambers. In truth, nearly all of Wes's worldly possessions were safely stowed in this very case. Lifting the precious trunk, Wes vanished in a heartbeat. On number 7 Arthur Avenue, the mysterious little Hogwarts potion shop faded away with the night, as if it had never been there. Chief, the potion shop has disappeared. Phil Coulson, who had been observing from the shadows, reported at once. Understood. Return now, came the curt reply from the other end of the line. Yes, Chief. Phil Coulson answered, casting one last glance at the spot between number 6 and 8, Arthur Avenue, where the shop had stood, before hurrying off in his car. The car sped along, soon arriving at Trident headquarters. After parking, Phil Coulson hardly paused for breath. He hurried straight to the director's office, paused at the doorway, smoothed his slightly disheveled suit, then raised his right hand and gave a respectful knock. Thud, thud, thud. Come in, came a low, authoritative voice from the office. Phil Coulson took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the door. only to find the room shrouded in darkness. "Sir, to be honest, without the lights on, I really can't see where you are," Phil Coulson said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Suddenly, the lights snapped on, revealing a polished, shiny head in the center of everyone's view. A bald black man sat in a luxurious office chair, arms crossed, eyes sharp and unyielding as he gazed at Phil Coulson. The air in the room seemed to shift around him, as if he was in command of everything that happened here. "Phil, I hope the news you brought me is good news." Nick Fury's expression was grim, his gaze never leaving Phil Coulson. With a resigned shrug, Phil Coulson replied, "Unfortunately, it's bad news. The owner of the magic potion shop really is a wizard." "Is that so?" The news did not stir any visible reaction from Nick Fury. His tone remained calm and even. "From my observation, this wizard seems, for now, to be interested only in acquiring gold, and hasn't shown any real signs of being a threat." Phil Coulson added cautiously, "That's your conclusion? Phil, remind yourself what our job is. To keep the world safe and protect the lives of ordinary people." Phil Coulson straightened up, answering with pride. "Exactly. Yet you're telling me a completely unregulated, utterly mysterious wizard presents no threat?" Nick Fury's tone snapped, shifting to something far more severe. "Can you guarantee he'll stay harmless forever? If we weren't so short-staffed right now, I'd seriously consider sending you back to the academy to sharpen your judgment." "I'm sorry, sir." Phil Coulson lowered his head, cheeks burning with shame. "Put this individual under highest-level surveillance. Find out everything, his real identity, his entire background, at any cost." Nick Fury issued the order without hesitation. "Understood, sir." Phil Coulson accepted the order at once and exited the office briskly. Nick Fury looked out at the bustling yet ever-dangerous city of New York beyond his window, his mind heavy with reflection. Terrorists spring up endlessly. Aliens pay their surprise visits to Earth. And now, we have a secretive wizard to contend with. Fury slammed a fist against the glass in frustration, muttering under his breath, "What's next? The gods themselves come to claim dominion over mankind? This is absolutely insane." Diagon Alley, the leading, most bustling commercial street in Britain's wizarding world. Many of the most esteemed brands in the magical realm boasted their flagship stores here, each presenting a distinctive and captivating allure. The place was as lively as ever, brimming with energy and excitement at every turn. A group of young wizards, each with an ice cream from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in hand, chased one another along the spacious street. Innocent smiles lit up their faces as they played, savoring a carefree moment in time. Weiss let out a long, contented sigh and remarked, "It really does feel so much more comfortable here." Compared to the Marvel Universe, Weiss felt a much stronger sense of belonging in the magical world of Harry Potter. That's why most of the time, he preferred to stay in this enchanting, fantastical place. "I still have to get my gold exchanged for galleons. No doubt those sharp-witted goblins will take another cut," Weiss muttered under his breath as he made his way through the bustling crowd, heading slowly toward Gringotts. The entrance to Gringotts was marked by an impressive bronze door, polished to a gleaming shine. A few goblin guards stood at attention in scarlet and gold-trimmed uniforms, bowing with impeccable professionalism whenever a customer approached. Past the bronze door was a second entrance, this one silver, engraved with stern, cautionary words. "Diagon Alley. Enter, stranger, but tread carefully. For those who covet pay a heavy toll. Those who only take and never give will face the harshest punishment of all. If you yearn to steal from vaults below, that which was never meant to be yours. Thief, heed this warning well. Ahead await not treasures, but disaster." Stepping through the solemn silver gateway, Weiss entered a vast marble hall. Over 100 goblins were scattered behind the long counters, each fielding towering ledgers and meticulously tracking records. Some goblins were absorbed in weighing coins on precision scales, ensuring each was exactly right. Others, wearing magnifying glasses, examined gemstones closely, scrutinizing every facet for authenticity. Within this grand, white marble building, the air was filled with a bustling yet orderly energy. "Well, look who's here." A shrewd-looking goblin with gold-rimmed spectacles rubbed his hands together, a flattering smile on his face as he bowed respectfully to Weiss. "Mr. Elvin, it's always a pleasure to see you." "Augustine, let's be honest. You're really happy about the gold I bring," Weiss replied, making no attempt to hide the truth. "It's all the same to me, Mr. Elvin. Please, this way." Augustine took no offense and continued to welcome Weiss with practiced enthusiasm. He led Weiss into an elegantly furnished private lounge. A servant expertly poured fresh tea for them before quietly departing, maintaining the proper decorum. "Mr. Elvin, we can begin whenever you're ready," Augustine said eagerly, unable to hide his impatience. "In such a hurry?" Wes arched an eyebrow, his tone languid and unhurried. Muggles have a saying that's rather practical. Time is money, Mr. Elvin. As Augustine spoke, he adjusted his glasses with a look of earnest intent. Wes calmly unlocked the suitcase in his hand and, with a graceful flick of his wand, released bar after bar of gold, each one gleaming as it floated from the case and landed in a neat, shimmering stack. Oh, the glow of gold is simply irresistible. Augustine's eyes shone with excitement, unable to hide his delight. Immediately, he donned a pair of white gloves with quick, practiced movements, then extracted a slim, wand-like magical tool and carefully touched its tip to the surface of a gold bar. In an instant, the device blazed with brilliant light. Splendid. 99% purity, truly exquisite quality, Augustine exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Just as usual, Wes remarked, taking a sip of his tea before frowning slightly, a note of dissatisfaction in his voice. Augustine, the quality of your tea really leaves much to be desired. You do remember I'm one of your VIP clients. As long as it quenches thirst, any tea will do. Speaking of which, are you sure you don't want to deposit your funds at Gringotts? I could secure you a much better interest rate. Augustine pressed on. No need, Wes replied decisively. This sum will be spent very soon. I'm not looking to save it. That's a pity. Realizing his efforts were futile, Augustine dropped the subject. At that moment, several goblins struggled in, lugging an enormous set of balance scales. You clumsy lot, be careful. If you damage the scales, you'll answer to me, Augustine barked warningly. At his words, the goblins straightened up in fright, their movements instantly more cautious. Wes paid no mind, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Once the balance was settled securely in place, the goblins, not daring even to raise their heads, hurriedly withdrew. Wes gave his wrist the slightest twist, and the gold bars, as if alive, leapt one by one into a tray on one side of the balance. On the opposite tray, weights materialized of their own accord, stacking one after another until the two sides were perfectly balanced. A moment later, a dazzling string of numbers floated above the scales, catching every eye. Augustine quickly copied the numbers onto a prepared contract. Mr. Elvin, if everything looks correct, please sign to confirm. The price is fair. Wes didn't hesitate. He picked up the pen and signed his name with a flourish. Seeing this, Augustine snapped his fingers, and in a flash, the contract vanished without a trace. Please follow me. With that, Augustine turned and led the way out. They walked together into an elevator that looked a bit time-worn. The doors closed, and the lift began to descend in measured silence. Ding! The elevator doors slid open slowly, revealing the deepest recesses beneath the ground. Without a doubt, they had arrived at the vault storage area of Gringotts. The entire underground chamber was riddled with intricate mechanisms, every corner shimmering with mysterious magical lights, while currents of curses seemed to swirl unseen in the air. As if that weren't enough, a massive dragon stood sentry, watching over the vaults. The goblins of Gringotts always claimed this was the safest place in the world. Most British wizards, especially the proud, pure-blood families, had no qualms in trusting their fortunes here. Yet Wes placed more faith in his own abilities to guard his wealth. The two of them boarded a minecart, battered with age. After a thrilling journey reminiscent of a wild roller coaster ride, they finally arrived in front of the vault door. Next came a series of meticulous identification and security procedures, including stringent identity checks, thorough contract reviews, and precise magical verifications. At last, Augustine carefully slid the key into the lock. With a deep, grinding sound of turning gears, the ornate and complex door of the vault slowly swung open. Wes deftly opened his leather briefcase. Instantly, a cascade of golden galleons surged out of the vault, flowing in neat order straight into his case. When the final galleon had landed inside, the heavy doors of the vault began to close again. Once they left Gringotts, Wes plunged into a shopping frenzy. He started with Slug and Jigger's apothecary, weaving through shelves lined with an astonishing array of goods as he selected herbs and rare ingredients with care. Next, he made his way to the Scribulous writing instrument shop, where he picked out high-quality parchment, premium ink, and exquisitely crafted self-writing quills. Even after scouring practically every corner of Diagon Alley, a look of dissatisfaction lingered on Wes's face. It was clear he still hungered to purchase more. So, to avoid attracting unwanted attention or giving away his identity, Wes donned a mask and applied some simple disguises before heading into the dark and dangerous Nocturne Alley. Diagon Alley stood for the bright order of Britain's wizarding world, while Nocturne Alley was its dark, lawless shadow, a den of chaos, where the air hung thick and foul, and the streets crawled with shady thieves, ruthless hunters, wicked dark wizards, and even feared Death Eaters. Nearly everything sold here was forbidden by both magical law and common decency. Rare organs from protected magical creatures, relics of powerful dark magic, and even the most chilling of human remains. Wes was very familiar with this place. He strolled into Borgin and Burke's with ease, eagerly searching the shop for something interesting. But this time, he was sorely disappointed. There were no new items in the shop that caught his attention. Not a single thing he truly wanted. Standing there with money in hand and nothing to spend it on left him feeling deeply frustrated and helpless. If you're enjoying this book, please share and recommend it to others. New releases always need your support. Amidst the vast Scottish Highlands stands the ancient, mysterious Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This institution, with its 1,000-year history, has stood in silent witness to the rise and fall of the magical world in Britain and all across Europe. Today, the headmaster is Albus Dumbledore, a man who has not only been awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, but is also founder and leader of the Order of the Phoenix, as well as the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards and chief of the Wisengamot. He has reached the pinnacle of achievement in both alchemy and transfiguration. Thanks to his remarkable intellect and tireless effort, he has made significant contributions to magical theory as well. Still, if one were to speak of his most renowned accomplishments, it would have to be his defeat of two Dark Lords, Gellert Grindelwald and Lord Voldemort, who once made the entire wizarding world tremble with fear. For this, he is widely regarded as the greatest and most powerful wizard of his time. No one doubts it. And yet, at this very moment, this man, nearly 110 years old, was standing with the guilty air of schoolboy, patiently enduring a scolding. Is your head filled with honey, Dumbledore? If only it were Severus. That would be delightful. Address me as Professor Snape. Of course, Professor Snape. Dumbledore smiled and offered Snape a temptingly bright lemon sherbet, his voice gentle as he asked, "Care for one? They're made especially by muggles. Absolutely delicious." Snape answered only with a sharp, piercing look that seemed capable of cutting right through him. Resigned, Dumbledore withdrew the sweet and muttered softly to himself, "What a pity. Severus, why are you so firmly opposed to Mr. Elven teaching at Hogwarts? You used to be quite concerned about him. Don't pretend you don't know what he's been up to since he graduated." "Oh, I'm well aware. Mr. Elven has always been an adventurous sort of wizard. He often associates with all kinds of dark wizards. For him, breaking the law is as routine as drinking water. But we have no concrete evidence to prove any of it. That only proves how brilliantly cunning he is, no different from that other one." Dumbledore looked at Snape with a sincere and earnest gaze. "You're being overly sensitive." Snape pressed his lips together tightly, saying nothing. "It seems neither of us can convince the other. Perhaps we should invite Mr. Elven and ask him face to face." With swift efficiency, Dumbledore picked up an elegant quill and quickly composed a letter. "I want to oversee the entire process." "Of course." Dumbledore placed the letter into an envelope, handed it to an owl, and gently opened the window. The owl grasped the envelope with precision, spread its wings, and soared out into the distance, gradually vanishing from view. At that moment, Wes was fully absorbed in reading an academic paper. It was Professor Minerva McGonagall's latest publication, a deep exploration of the art of transfiguration. As everyone knew, Professor McGonagall was one of the very few officially registered animagi, without question, an authority in the field of transfiguration. Wes was entirely engrossed in her essay, as if transported into a marvelous world of magic, unable to pull himself out. So much so that he was completely oblivious to the persistent tapping sounds coming from outside the window. Eventually, Jandy hurried to the window and carefully coaxed the owl inside. The owl, upon entering the room, beat its wings impatiently and let out a series of disgruntled cries, making its displeasure plain. "Quiet now, little one. We'll all be in trouble if you wake the master." Jandy produced a handful of gourmet bird food. At the enticing aroma, the owl immediately perked up and began eating eagerly. Once it had its fill, it nuzzled Jandy affectionately, then set down the envelope, gave a satisfied shake of its wings, and left the room. Jandy quickly retrieved the envelope, checked the signature, and respectfully handed it to Wes. "Master, a letter from Hogwarts." At first, Wes's face showed a flicker of annoyance at being disturbed, but the moment he heard the letter was from Hogwarts, his eyes lit up. He set aside the paper without hesitation and tore open the envelope. "Mr. Wes Elven, we are delighted that you have again applied for the position of Professor of Runes. After careful consideration, please attend an interview in the headmaster's office at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Best of luck, Albus Dumbledore." "Oh, marvelous." Wes nearly leapt up in excitement, his face shining with barely contained joy. 3 years, it's finally a reply. "Congratulations, Master." Jandy, ever the dedicated and caring house elf, offered his heartfelt blessing. This time, I mustn't let anything go wrong. With resolute determination in his eyes, Wes swore to seize this opportunity. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Wes stood in front of the mirror, carefully scrutinizing himself. Reflected back was a young man with sharp features and a spirited glow in his eyes. His hair was immaculate, slicked neatly into place. The fitted robe he wore accentuated his tall frame, and paired with his handsome looks, lent him an added air of confident charm. "Well, how do I look?" Wes asked, hope shining in his voice. "Absolutely perfect, my master," came the enthusiastic reply. A satisfied smile played at Wes's lips as he reached for the suitcase beside him. "Wait for me here at home." "As you wish, master." By 9:30, when Wes arrived at Hogwarts, he was surprised to find Professor McGonagall waiting for him. He hurriedly bowed deeply, a touch of astonishment in his manner. "It's been a long time, Professor McGonagall." "Mr. Irwin, you've grown into an impressive young man," Professor McGonagall replied, smiling warmly. "I never imagined the day would come when we'd be colleagues." "The final decision still rests with Headmaster Dumbledore," Wes replied, a bit self-conscious. "You've always been bright and quick-witted. Even back in your school days, your talent stood out. If Albus keeps his wits about him, there's no question he'll agree to have you join us. I hope everything turns out as you say." "Mr. Irwin, please call me Wes, Professor McGonagall." "Very well, Wes. How does it feel to be back at the school?" A hint of nostalgia crossed Wes's face. "It feels both familiar and strange. As a student, I hardly had time to properly explore this mysterious castle. I spent every day buried in the library or wrapped up in magical research." "I recall that very well," Professor McGonagall said, her voice tone slow and thoughtful. "I've never seen a student as diligent as you. Even for a Ravenclaw, you took it to another level." Wes rubbed his nose sheepishly. "Truth be told, we professors were often buttonholed by you, always eager for more answers." Despite her words, McGonagall had always admired Wes's thirst for knowledge. She frequently offered him extra tutoring outside of class. The other professors were no different, really. Even the famously stern Professor Snape gave Wes special attention. "By the way, does Phileas know about any of this yet?" "Not yet. I'd like to wait until everything's set in stone before telling him." Absorbed in their conversation, they soon found themselves on the 8th floor. The enormous, rather grotesque stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office suddenly spoke up. "Password." "Toffee," Professor McGonagall answered calmly. The gargoyle slid aside, clearing the way. Beyond the statue, a spiral staircase began to revolve and rise on its own, revealing itself step by step, leading up to the grand doors of the headmaster's office at its summit. This door was made of gleaming oak, with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin, part lion, part eagle, its design strikingly unique. As the two of them approached, the heavy doors swung open silently of their own accord. Seeing the open doorway, Wes couldn't help but feel a flutter of nerves. Chapter 6. Sincerity is the only real trump card. "Please go in, Wes. Headmaster Dumbledore is waiting for you," Professor McGonagall said. "I have other important matters to attend to, so I'll be off now." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. If I ever have the time, I'd love to learn more about Transfiguration from you. Your research papers have been truly enlightening." After Professor McGonagall left, Wes stepped inside the door, his heart pounding with anticipation. He entered a spacious, circular room. Along the walls hung the portraits of previous headmasters. Some of the former heads dozed quietly in their frames. At the center stood an array of elegant, silver instruments, each one shimmering with an alluring, mysterious light. Wes glanced around, but did not spot the famous phoenix, Fawkes. What surprised him was that, in addition to Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape was also present. He hurried forward and said apologetically, "I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting." Dumbledore smiled and gestured for him to sit. "You're right on time, Mr. Elvin. If you feel ready, we can begin the interview now. You'll understand, as headmaster, my days tend to be quite full." "Here," Dumbledore gave a playful wink. At that, Snape let out a cold, dismissive laugh. "Don't mind Professor Snape. He's only here to observe." "Certainly, headmaster. I am ready. The following questions may touch on personal matters, but I hope you'll answer as honestly as you can." "Of course, headmaster." "In that case, Mr. Elvin, may I ask, why do you wish to become a professor at Hogwarts? You do realize the salary for this position is extremely modest, barely enough to pay for the robes you're wearing." Wes frowned slightly, took a moment to think, and decided to speak truthfully. He knew well that both men before him were masters of legitimacy. Any lie would be useless. "To be honest, my reason is simple. I just hope to return to Hogwarts." "Oh," Dumbledore looked intrigued, encouraging him to go on. "Since graduation, I've gone on quite a few adventures. And through those experiences, I've come to realize just how little I truly learned as a student. No one has ever guided me or cared about my growth as selflessly as you professors have. I've reached an impassable bottleneck on my journey of magical research. I believe that only by returning to Hogwarts and making use of the largest library in all of Europe will I have any chance of breaking through it. Weiss spoke with complete honesty, laying bare his true intentions. So you're willing to risk everything by dealing with dark wizards, even breaking the rules to explore dangerous ruins? Professor Snape suddenly interjected, his deep gaze fixed intently on Weiss, eyes glittering with stern scrutiny. His look seemed cold and unreadable on the surface, and though his tone was accusatory, it was nearly impossible to guess what he was truly feeling. That's right, Weiss replied without the slightest hesitation. Having received the answer he was after, Professor Snape fell silent. "You're very candid, Mr. Irwin," said Dumbledore, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his expression turning a bit grave. "I've heard some unsavory things about you, to be honest. Frankly, it surprised me. If there were any real evidence, the Ministry of Magic would already have you locked away in Azkaban. As far as I'm concerned, the Ministry is utterly worthless." Weiss, utterly undaunted by Dumbledore's warning, retorted passionately, "Those people don't even deserve to be called wizards." Neither Dumbledore nor Snape had expected Weiss to speak so bluntly. "It seems you've got some strong feelings about the Ministry. Actually, I almost became Minister of Magic myself just last year." Dumbledore made a light-hearted joke, attempting to soften the atmosphere. "That would never have worked," Weiss answered resolutely. "A wise wizard should stay far away from politics. Filthy and foolish politics only serve to taint the soul." "Oh," Dumbledore looked a little surprised. "That's quite the insight. You're still so young, and yet you already understand a truth that took me decades to grasp. Perhaps it's because I was born into a Muggle family." Weiss explained patiently, "To me, magic is like a miracle. It utterly transformed my fate." "Fate?" Dumbledore's expression grew complicated. "Then, one final question, Mr. Irwin. What do you know of the Dark Lord?" "The Dark Lord? You mean Voldemort, don't you?" Seated nearby, Snape involuntarily gave a small shudder at that name. But he covered it up well, and neither Dumbledore nor Weiss noticed the fleeting reaction. "Facing such a terrifying figure, do you not feel afraid?" Dumbledore's sharp gaze bore into Weiss. Weiss remained calm. "Why should I be afraid of someone who has already failed?" At last, a flicker of emotion crossed Snape's eyes. "Your courage truly impresses me, Mr. Elvin," Dumbledore praised warmly, not holding back his admiration. "Nearly 11 years have gone by, and now, hardly anyone in the wizarding world dares to mention his name aloud. People simply call him you-know-who." Weiss shrugged easily. "Perhaps it's because I come from the Muggle world." Dumbledore paused to consider that, then said, "Mr. Elvin, welcome to Hogwarts." Excitement flooded Weiss as he sprang to his feet and clasped Dumbledore's hand firmly. "Thank you so much, Headmaster Dumbledore. I promise I will strive to be a worthy teacher." "Don't be too quick to celebrate," Dumbledore reminded him gently. "Runes isn't a very popular subject. There may not be many students who choose it, and the pay reflects that." "That's quite all right, Headmaster. I'm not concerned about the salary," Weiss replied with a smile. Before long, the two had signed a contract, and Weiss left the office in high spirits. Now only Dumbledore and Snape remained in the office. "He is dangerous," Snape said quietly, his expression grave. "He is simply very pure," Dumbledore replied, his tone soft and thoughtful. "With the right guidance, perhaps he could become a crucial force for us against Tom one day." Snape absently touched the dark mark emblazoned on his arm. "He feels no fear of you-know-who, and my mark didn't react in the slightest. He's definitely not a Death Eater. All the more reason for us to try and win him to our side. Severus, I am growing older, and Tom will soon return. We desperately need more allies." A hush settled over the room. Snape stood and made for the door, leaving behind just one remark. "I hope your judgment is sound." Back at the inn, Wes was elated, and he couldn't wait to start working on his lesson plans for the new term. His whole spirit bubbled over with excitement. He made the most of every moment, completing all his preparations well before the term began, looking forward to the new school year with keen anticipation. The start of term arrived right on schedule, and Platform 9 3/4 was packed with students and families saying their goodbyes. The platform hummed with a clamor of voices, all blending into one vibrant scene. What nostalgic sight. A few years ago, Wes had been one of the students on that platform himself. Now, stepping onto the Hogwarts Express as a professor, that familiar yet unfamiliar feeling washed over him, filling him with both wonder and reflection. Wes entered the train with a calm expression and proceeded to the private compartment prepared especially for professors. As the compartment door closed, The surrounding commotion faded instantly, as if an invisible barrier had sealed it all away, leaving the space in perfect silence. Wes suspected that some sort of soundproofing charm must have been placed on the door to achieve such an effect. Nodding in approval, he took out his research paper and immersed himself in study, his pen moving swiftly across his notebook, utterly absorbed in his work. With a shrill blast of the whistle and clouds of steam billowing from the engine, the train slowly began its journey, carrying hopeful students toward Hogwarts. Wes was deep in his research when a sudden, urgent knocking shattered the quiet. He frowned slightly, looking up in mild irritation, and said, with resignation, "Come in." The door creaked open cautiously, revealing two children, a boy and a girl, standing hesitantly at the threshold. The boy nervously hid behind the girl, and on realizing he faced an adult, he ducked his head further, wishing he could disappear entirely. The girl seemed surprised to find a grown-up alone in a carriage on a train otherwise filled with students. "Sir, have you by any chance seen a toad?" "Neville's lost his toad." Neville gave the girl's sleeve an anxious tug and whispered, "He must be a Hogwarts professor. We should be polite." "I'm sorry, sir." Hermione's keen eyes caught sight of the papers on the desk, and she brightened at once, her curiosity brimming. "Sir, are you researching magic? That's wonderful. I've never actually seen anyone truly study magic before. Could you?" Her questions tumbled out one after another, completely forgetting the original reason for their visit. Wes could feel a headache coming on and was forced to interrupt her. "Forgive me, miss, but I don't believe I know your names yet. My name is Hermione Granger, and this is Neville Longbottom. We're both first-year students." Asked directly, Hermione introduced herself and her companion confidently, her tone steady and unflustered. "Miss Granger, I haven't seen your toad. As you can see, I'm busy. Would you mind closing the door as you leave?" "Thank you." After saying this, Weiss didn't spare them another look and returned his full attention to the stack of papers before him. "Sorry to trouble you, sir," Neville said hurriedly, showing surprising nimbleness for someone of his stature. Before Hermione could so much as object, he ushered her out of the compartment and pulled the door shut behind them. Hermione pursed her lips, her face brimming with frustration and disappointment. How could someone so cold become a professor? She grumbled under her breath. With that, she stomped off in irritation, her short legs moving briskly. Neville trailed after her, saying nothing. Left by himself again, Weiss was undisturbed. He immersed himself in his reading, his quiet concentration unbroken until the train glided smoothly to its final stop. After disembarking, Weiss walked briskly and soon reached Hogwarts. He went up to his office on the 7th floor. Although it was sparsely furnished, the room was exceptionally tidy. Weiss opened his suitcase, and Jandy emerged from inside. "I've already discussed this with Headmaster Dumbledore. While I'm working here, you're allowed to move freely around Hogwarts, but you mustn't disrupt the professors or students." "I understand completely, Master," Jandy replied respectfully. Weiss put on a brand new robe and stood before the mirror, carefully checking his appearance from head to toe. "I need to attend the opening ceremony. Please tidy up the office while I'm gone." The Hogwarts Great Hall was magnificent and awe-inspiring. The soaring ceiling appeared to blend seamlessly into the boundless night sky above. Through sophisticated enchantments, the ceiling revealed a sprawling night sky, each star shining with the brilliance of a meticulously set jewel. For long tables extended the length of the hall, each filled with students gathered by house, united in camaraderie. Portraits of former headmasters adorned the walls all around, their expressions vivid and watchful as they silently observed the happenings below. The gleaming marble floor was polished to perfection, so smooth that every person's reflection shimmered upon its surface, as if walking upon a great mirror. In each corner of the hall, one of the 4 house banners was displayed. Gryffindor's bold red, Slytherin's deep green, Ravenclaw's serene blue, and Hufflepuff's sunny yellow, each one swaying lightly as if stirred by an unseen breeze, announcing the pride of its house. Above, hundreds of candles floated elegantly in the air, casting a warm and gentle glow that bathed the entire hall in bright, welcoming light. Students, dressed in the distinctive robes of their houses, sat along the 4 long tables. Their faces shone with excitement and expectation for the start of a new school year. Weiss's entrance drew the eyes of everyone in the hall. "Who is he?" "Silly. He must be the new professor. Can't you see he's sitting with the other professors? He's so young and really handsome." A group of young witches clustered together, chattering brightly about Weiss, their eyes brimming with admiration and awe. Flitwick tiptoed in an effort to give Weiss a warm hug. Because of their difference in height, Weiss had to stoop to make it possible. "It's been a while, Headmaster." Weiss greeted him with a smile. Flitwick's face lit up with joy as he patted Weiss's arm kindly. "Oh, my brightest student, returning to Hogwarts as a professor. How does it feel?" "It's truly wonderful," Weiss replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ever since I graduated, I'd always hoped to come back headmaster. At that moment, Snape interjected in his characteristic cool drawl. I question whether you are up to the task of teaching, Mr. Irwin. Don't mind Snape's nonsense, Flitwick said with a reassuring smile to Weiss. You're certain to be an excellent professor. He took Weiss by the hand and cheerfully introduced him to the other professors present. In truth, introductions were hardly necessary. Each professor recalled Weiss well, a diligent and hard-working student who had left a lasting impression. They all extended warm welcomes, clearly pleased to see such an outstanding graduate returning to join the faculty. Weiss then met the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Quirrell wore a purple headscarf that emitted a strange, unsettling scent, causing others to keep their distance. At this moment, however, he was tightly shadowing Snape, murmuring to him in a hushed voice. Just then, the great doors opened, and a line of first-year students marched into the hall in orderly rows. In the center of the hall, the Sorting Hat suddenly burst into song, its singular, rasping voice filling the space, though listening to it was almost a trial in itself. And so, the annual sorting ceremony began. Apart from witnessing the small mistakes that first-year students made out of nervousness, this year, all eyes were fixed on the boy who survived. When the Sorting Hat, after a brief moment of deliberation, declared Harry Potter a member of Gryffindor, the Gryffindor students erupted in a thunderous cheer, so loud it seemed as if it might lift the very roof off the castle. Professor McGonagall's face broke into a radiant smile, while even the usually grave Dumbledore couldn't help but show a look of rare satisfaction. Snape's expression, however, grew even more sullen. For Wes, though, this excitement had little to do with him. Under Dumbledore's direction, everyone in the Great Hall began singing the Hogwarts school song to their own favorite melodies. The result was both joyful and chaotic. Wes only wished he could use magic to block his ears and spare himself from the onslaught of this symphony. Afterward, Dumbledore, his expression solemn, addressed the whole school, outlining the important reminders for the new term and introducing two newly arrived professors. Then, he announced that everyone could begin dinner. When the ceremony finally ended, Wes let out a quiet sigh of relief. In truth, he didn't much care for crowds and noisy scenes. Fortunately, the subject he taught wasn't very popular, and only a few students had signed up. That brought him a small sense of comfort. The next morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the windows of Wes's office. At that moment, he was fully focused on the class schedule in his hands, a contented smile spreading across his face. Just as he'd hoped, the runes course was extremely niche. Fewer than 30 students had chosen it, and there were only 3 classes scheduled per week. Wes, thrilled, patted his own thighs and couldn't help but murmur under his breath, "Fantastic." Even so, Wes had no intention of slacking off just because of his good fortune. Unlike some of the other professors, he hadn't prepared a towering stack of lesson plans, but still decided to treat his first class with full seriousness. After all, it was his debut at Hogwarts, and he wanted nothing more than for things to go smoothly. The last thing he needed was a wave of complaints leading to his dismissal right from the start. My first class is at 3 in the afternoon. I need to be fully prepared, he reminded himself. Time quickly slipped by until the afternoon arrived. As Wes paced into the classroom with a spring in his step, he was surprised to see the students already seated quietly, waiting for him. Even more astonishing was the sight of Hermione, a first-year student only just introduced to the wizarding world, who had already chosen to attend Rune's class. Wes walked to the blackboard, calmly picked up a piece of chalk, and pressed his name onto it, Wes Elvin. "First of all, thank you all for choosing the course on magical runes," he said with a warm smile. "In addition, I'd like everyone to introduce themselves, one by one. Since our class is small, I'm confident I'll remember each of your names." No sooner had he finished speaking than a wave of cheerful laughter rippled through the classroom. The students stood up and turned to introduce themselves. When it was Hermione's turn, every eye in the room fell upon her. After all, aside from Hermione, all the other students were 5th years and above. They already had a solid foundation in magic and some knowledge of runes. Hermione, a first year from a non-magical family, had chosen such a niche and challenging subject, something no one had expected. She rose confidently to her feet, her gaze bright and unwavering, and introduced herself to Professor Weiss without taking her eyes off him. Once the introductions were finished, Weiss formally began his lesson. Magical runes are an ancient and mysterious body of knowledge. His voice echoed through the classroom, guiding the students as they opened their textbooks, took careful notes, and fixed their attention on him. As he taught, Weiss skillfully wove in tales from his own adventures, each story more captivating than the last, prompting gasps of surprise and delight from his students every now and then. All in all, the applications of magical runes are incredibly broad, be it setting traps, strengthening defenses, installing alarms, or performing elaborate alchemical procedures. Mastery of runes is truly indispensable. As we go along, if any of you have questions, please feel free to ask at any time. No sooner had he spoken than eager hands shot up all around the room. Well, that's a pleasant surprise. Weiss glanced at the clock on the wall. Fortunately, we have plenty of time. Each of you may ask one question. Weiss gestured casually to a boy in the front row on his left. Mr. Weasley, let's start with you. At the sound of his name, Weasley quickly stood up. Please, Mr. Weasley. No need to be so formal. You may stay seated, Weiss said, leaning against the lectern with a smile. Weasley gave a small shrug and obediently sat back down. Professor, those adventure stories you just told us, are they really true? Absolutely, Weiss replied without a moment's hesitation. The classroom erupted in astonished exclamations. Weasley looked as though he wanted to press further, but Weiss stopped him in time. One question per person, Mr. Weasley. Reluctantly, Weasley closed his mouth. A girl sitting behind him leaned forward eagerly. Professor, during your travels, did you ever come across any precious treasures? The whole classroom fell silent, everyone waiting expectantly for his answer. Wes stood up with a smile, turned elegantly in a circle, and said, On a professor's modest salary, I could never afford such a splendid robe. As he spoke, Wes's thoughts drifted back to the arduous years he'd spent exploring labyrinths. I must caution you all, those kinds of adventures are exceedingly perilous, he said gravely, gazing at the curious young witches and wizards before him and deliberately putting a hint of fear into his voice. A single careless mistake could cost you your life. His warning carried real weight, and the classroom instantly fell silent. Still, a few courageous students pressed him with more questions, eager to know about his adventures. Their curiosity continued unabated until the clear, cheerful sound of the bell signaled the end of class. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today, Wes announced with a warm smile, signaling the end of the lesson. At that moment, Hermione's hand remained raised high in the air. Yes, Miss Granger? Professor, you haven't assigned any homework yet. The entire class turned on Hermione, shooting her looks that could have devoured her on the spot. Wes could only shrug in resignation. I'd rather not scare away what few students I have left. What are you all waiting for? At his words, the students hurriedly gathered their belongings and rushed out of the classroom. Cheers erupted as everyone realized they'd escaped homework, leaving only Hermione looking quite disgruntled. A month passed swiftly. Wes soon grew accustomed to the rhythm of a professor's life. 3 classes a week, a single homework assignment, and then diligently grading the submitted essays. What amused him most was that, despite the students' points sometimes being a bit naive, they occasionally provided him with genuinely new insights. Over the past month, the library had become one of Wes's favorite haunts. Many students found themselves surprised to discover that the young professor worked harder than most of them. Some even whispered this fact among themselves, never expecting that he would spark a new wave of studying enthusiasm within the school. One weekend, Wes decided to skip his usual visit to the library and instead called on Hagrid at his hut. Hagrid greeted him with a booming, heartfelt hug. Wes, oh, I suppose I should call you Professor Elwyn now, shouldn't I? Please, don't be so formal, Hagrid. When you call me Wes, that's when I feel most at ease. The two clearly shared a warm camaraderie, the ease between them obvious. With genuine pride, Hagrid offered Wes one of his homemade rock biscuits. Looking at the biscuit, so hard it seemed it could shatter stone, Wes had no choice but to decline as politely as he could. By now, it was late autumn, and in the cozy hut, the fireplace crackled cheerfully, firewood popping merrily in the flames. Hagrid's dog, Fong, sensitive and skittish, was sprawled out lazily on the rug, basking in the gentle strokes from Wes's hand. Wesley carefully examined the interior of Hagrid's cabin. The place had a rugged, unadorned charm, though in some corners it even seemed rather makeshift. Yet everywhere he looked, there were the soft pelts and shed, hardened horns of rare magical creatures, materials of immense value. He even managed to spot, tucked among the treasures, a single strand believed to come from the legendary unicorn. It struck Wesley that perhaps only a dedicated keeper of the forbidden forest like Hagrid could possibly gather such a collection of rare and precious items. Within the field of magical creature studies, there was no question, Hagrid was truly an expert. Another month slipped by quickly. Wesley gradually found himself falling into the rhythm of a professor's life. He only had to teach 3 classes each week, assign homework once, and then carefully review and grade his students' essays. Admittedly, some of the ideas in those essays were rather naive, but more often than not, they gave Wesley fresh inspiration. During this period, Wesley also became something of a fixture in the library. Students were surprised to see this young professor, who, it seemed, was even more diligent than they were. For a time, perhaps without meaning to, Wesley sparked a renewed enthusiasm for study throughout the school, ushering in an atmosphere rich with ambition and curiosity. This weekend, instead of making his usual trip to the library, Wesley made his way to Hagrid's hut. The moment Hagrid saw him, he strode over and swept Wesley up in a warm embrace. Wesley, I suppose I should say Professor Elvin now. Don't be so formal, Hagrid. Just call me Wesley. It feels more like home, Wesley replied with an easy smile. It was clear the two shared a genuine friendship. Delighted, Hagrid pressed Wesley to try one of his homemade rock cakes. One look at the near-stone hardness of the offering, and Wesley could only decline as politely as possible. Outside, it was deep autumn now, and the firewood in the hearth snapped and crackled brightly. Fong, Hagrid's sensitive and timid dog, was sprawled comfortably upon the rug, basking in Wesley's gentle petting. Wesley glanced around the cabin once more, noting again its rough and ready simplicity. Still, the precious tufts of magical fur and the horns of rare beasts made the place feel like a trove of wonders. He even recognized the fine, silvery strand of unicorn hair. Only somebody as passionate and committed as Hagrid could have amassed such treasures from the depths of the forest. Without a doubt, Hagrid was an authority in the world of magical creatures. Yet for reasons tangled in secrets and circumstance, his day-to-day life was occupied with humble duties, keeper of keys and guardian of the forest. His wages were meager, so much so that even a visit to the pub was cause for hesitation. Wes gently stroked the precious furs spread on the floor, thinking to himself that if Hagrid were a bit more flexible, selling these rare materials could easily improve his life. But Hagrid was an honest man, unfailingly loyal to Hogwarts and Headmaster Dumbledore, and would never do anything to compromise his principles. Hagrid, have you ever thought about making your life a little better? Making my life better? Why, I'm perfectly happy as it is. Every day brings me joy. Hagrid looked at him with genuine puzzlement. Wes had meant to persuade him otherwise, but in the end, he swallowed his words. Never mind, just forget I said anything. With steaming teacups in their hands, the two exchanged stories of their adventures, their spirits high. As Wes brought to life the fantastic creatures he'd encountered on his travels, Hagrid listened with eyes shining, as if he himself were swept up into those marvelous scenes. Night soon fell. When Hagrid warmly invited him to stay for dinner, Wes politely declined. His tender, sensitive stomach could never withstand the particular flavors of a half-giant's cooking. On Halloween night, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry held a grand feast. Inside the hall, pumpkins of every shape and style floated gently through the air, casting mysterious, golden light throughout the room. The Weasley twins had dressed themselves as vampires, with real-looking fangs and chilling attire that made them especially frightful, eager to give their classmates a good scare. Laughter rose and fell from all sides of the banquet hall, the atmosphere pulsing with excitement. The professors gathered together, chatting animatedly among themselves. Only Professor Snape seemed lost in his own thoughts, his expression dark and brooding, completely out of place amid the festivities. Youth truly is a wonderful thing. Professor McGonagall watched the energetic students with gentle affection, a faint touch of wistfulness crossing her face. Countless times I've wondered if I ever had a child of my own, how different my life might have been. I believe you would have made a truly wonderful mother. Wes offered his words with sincere comfort. Oh, you flatter me. Professor McGonagall waved her hand dismissively, a flicker of self-deprecation in her eyes. Truth be told, I've never been especially popular among children. Those mischievous youngsters are more often frightened of me than not. Most children these days don't realize that strictness often masks a deeper kind of love. When they go out into the world and weather its storms, I'm sure they'll look back and be grateful for your guidance. As Wes spoke, there was both a heartfelt admiration and a touch of respectful courtesy in his words. When did you become so eloquent? Professor McGonagall teased, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her lips. I wonder how many young ladies have been charmed by your silver tongue. Wes offered a calm, understated smile and gave a relaxed shrug, radiating effortless composure. No way. Professor McGonagall covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wes, don't tell me you've never been in a relationship. At Hogwarts, many students had already experienced their first love by the age of 15 or 16. Someone like Wes, with absolutely no romantic history, was almost as rare as a unicorn, mysterious and elusive. Some of the professors had even begun to gaze at him with expressions of gentle pity. There's no need to feel sorry for me. Wes remained composed, expertly carving off a small piece of steak. His tone was even and unconcerned. The magical world is so vast. I'd rather spend my life exploring its wonders. Pomona Sprout was touched by his words, her eyes growing misty as she choked up. Poor Wes, never having known the sweetness of love. Suddenly, Dumbledore chimed in. Perhaps Severus could brew you a little love potion? Enough, Albus. Professor McGonagall shot him a stern look, her voice turning sharp. Don't encourage such ridiculous ideas. Setting down his knife and fork, Wes let out a soft sigh. Headmaster, I can brew potions myself. Granted, I'm not as skilled as Professor Snape, but I do know that love potions are strictly forbidden. Is that so? Dumbledore murmured innocently to himself, his expression one of theatrical bewilderment. The older I get, the more my memory seems to slip. Wes wasn't about to believe an excuse like that from Dumbledore. As the professors continued their spirited discussion about finding Wes a suitable match, Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, visibly shaken. His oversized scarf hung haphazardly around his neck, and fear was etched all over his face. A troll! A troll in the dungeons, he managed to gasp out, before his legs buckled beneath him and he collapsed in a dead faint. Panic erupted throughout the hall. Dumbledore was forced to magically amplify his voice to restore order. He quickly instructed the prefects to lead the students back to their dormitories in an orderly fashion, while the professors would accompany him to deal with the situation in the dungeons. Once the students had all left, Dumbledore and the faculty hurried toward the dungeons. They had barely arrived when the sounds of a tremendous fight burst from the direction of the girls' bathroom. Instinctively, the professors changed course, hastening toward the source of the commotion. As they drew near, a nauseating stench met them head-on. The overpowering odor of filthy socks mingled with the rank air of a neglected public restroom, a stench so foul it made the air almost impossible to breathe. Everyone understood at once. That was unmistakably the troll's stench. The professors all drew their wands, ready for whatever might come next. As they entered the girls' bathroom, they were confronted by utter chaos. Every fixture lay smashed, the room a scene of devastation. A massive troll sprawled helplessly across the floor. Hermione sat on the ground, tear-streaked, with Harry and Ron by her side, softly comforting her. Oh my goodness, Professor McGonagall burst out, unable to contain herself. What on earth happened here? Without hesitation, Professor Weasley swept his wand, conjuring a gust of wind that whipped away the foul air and flung the windows open with a bang. At last, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. Ron, still caught up in the adrenaline of the moment, hadn't grasped the full gravity of what had transpired. With wild arm gestures, he excitedly recounted how he and Harry had braved the danger to save Hermione. Their account was met with Professor Snape's biting sarcasm. What on earth were you thinking? I've never seen students do anything so foolish. Professor McGonagall looked equally stern, fixing the trio with a disapproving gaze. Why didn't you come to the teachers right away? Did you not trust us to handle it? Hermione stood, trembling slightly, her voice quivering with tears as she stammered. It was my fault. I accidentally led the troll here. If they hadn't come in time, I might not have made it. When the troll was about to attack me, they saved me. Disappointment colored Professor McGonagall's words. Miss Granger, I thought you were one of the most sensible students in your year. Hermione lowered her head in shame. For your recklessness, Gryffindor will lose 5 points. As Professor McGonagall pronounced the penalty without hesitation, all 3 faces fell. Hermione, in particular, was racked with guilt, her eyes brimming with tears. But then McGonagall's tone shifted. However, for first-year students to show such bravery in facing a troll, that deserves recognition. Harry, Ron, you each earned 5 points for Gryffindor. In an instant, the 3 cheered up, exchanging jubilant high-fives. All right, check yourselves over for any injuries. Professor Pomona Sprout stepped forward, giving each of them a careful once-over. Satisfied that they were all unharmed, she sent them off to rest. Even so, the troll's corpse continued to reek with a stench so foul it rapidly filled the room once again. Unable to stand it a moment longer, Professor McGonagall and the other teachers hurried from the scene. In the end, only Professor Weasley, Dumbledore, and Snape remained. Snape shot Weasley an irritated look. Why are you still here? Wes replied with a calm expression. I just wanted to see if there's anything I can help with. In truth, his gaze had never left the troll's corpse. After all, there were many parts of a troll that served as rare ingredients for alchemy and potion making. With such a rare opportunity before him, Wes couldn't hide his keen interest. However, Snape remained intensely wary of his every move. There's nothing for you here. Please leave at once, Snape said coldly. Dumbledore also spoke up. Would you kindly give us a moment in private? Helplessly, Wes shrugged his shoulders and turned to go. Just before he stepped out of the room, he glanced back and added, if you ever need it, I'm willing to pay a handsome price for troll materials or help with the dissection. I'm very experienced and always ready to lend a hand. Weiss, aren't you going to watch the Quidditch match? Hagrid looked curiously at Weiss, who was lying comfortably on the carpet. Ever since he had come here last time, Hagrid's cozy and unique wooden hut had become Weiss's go-to sanctuary for relaxation. Sometimes he would bury himself in a book, lost in its pages, or focus intently on brewing magical potions. Whenever he felt worn out, he would come here for a moment's respite. Perhaps it was the array of rare magical ingredients displayed all around the hut. Just quietly admiring them was enough to bring a sense of contentment and calm. Every time he visited, Weiss would thoughtfully bring along a few bottles of fine wine. Hagrid would grab a bottle of red, flick the cork out with a practiced finger, and, with no hesitation, raise the bottle to his lips and drink deep. Before long, the whole bottle would be empty, a few drops of wine still speckling his thick beard. Just then, the solid wooden door was thrown open with a bang, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione came rushing in, their faces marked by urgency. "Hagrid, Harry was nearly killed today," Hermione called out, her voice tight with fear. "It's true," Ron added immediately, his tone trembling with worry. The three of them couldn't help but raise their voices as they spoke. Hagrid's small, bleary eyes widened in confusion. What are you all saying? I don't understand a word." The wine bottle slipped suddenly from his grasp. With a heavy thud, it hit the floor, spilling a generous pool of red wine. At that moment, Fong, who had been happily receiving a massage from Weiss, heard the commotion, bounded over in delight, and began enthusiastically lapping up the spilled wine. Seeing this, Hagrid quickly bent down to retrieve the bottle, muttering under his breath, "Hey, little fella, that's rare wine. Can't let you waste it like that." For the moment, all his attention was captured by Fong and the lost wine. "Why?" Hermione put her hands on her hips, fixing Hagrid with a stern glare. "I remember very clearly. You were supposed to be patrolling near the stadium today. Why are you here, drinking instead?" Well, Hagrid's eyes darted anxiously, then, struck by sudden inspiration, he patted his head and said it was Weiss. "He needed to talk to me. Something important. We were just discussing official matters. I'm definitely not shirking my duties." Only then did the trio notice Weiss reclining on the carpet. "Professor Elvin." They exchanged glances, then blurted out together, unable to hide their surprise at finding the new professor here. Weiss just waved a hand casually. "Don't mind me. Pretend you can't see me if you like. Right? Didn't you say Harry was nearly killed just now? What exactly happened?" Hagrid's face turned grave, his voice suddenly taut with concern. Hermione could barely catch her breath before launching into a vivid, detailed account of the harrowing events on the Quidditch pitch. She was utterly convinced that Snape was the main suspect. "Impossible," Hagrid protested, waving his hands emphatically as his voice rose with emotion. "Professor Snape would never hurt Harry. But he really seems to dislike me," Harry said, his brow furrowed in frustration. There was a plaintive tone to his voice, and it was clear he believed every word of Hermione's reasoning. "That's right. I saw Professor Snape muttering an incantation at Harry's broom with my own eyes. Later, when I set fire to his robe, the broom stopped acting up immediately." Hermione added urgently, her expression deadly serious. "Exactly. That must be it." Ron nodded vigorously by her side, his eyes full of support. Listening to their discussion, Wes couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Hermione raised her head like a proud swan, her voice brimming with indignation. "Professor Elvin doesn't believe my theory, but I've read several detective novels. My deduction can't be wrong. You really ought to read fewer detective novels." Wes shook his head in resigned amusement. Hermione was visibly startled, clearly not expecting Wes to know about Sherlock Holmes. "I grew up in a Muggle family. Of course I know these things," Wes replied, sitting up straighter with a tone of earnestness. Still unconvinced, Hermione settled beside Wes with a huff of indignation. "Then tell us, why can't it be Professor Snape?" Off to the side, Harry approached Wes timidly, like a fawn seeking comfort, his wide eyes looking up at him with expectation. "All right, let me explain," Wes sighed, folding his legs and sitting cross-legged. "First of all, Professor Snape is a master of potions. Do you know what that means?" The three exchanged uncertain glances, then shook their heads. As of now, there's only one person recognized throughout the British magical world as a potions master, and that's Professor Snape. At this, the three of them stared in wide-eyed amazement, mouths falling open in astonishment. So he's really that talented? Harry didn't quite understand what being a potions master entailed, but the fact that there was only one in all of Britain made it clear Snape's abilities were something extraordinary. Still dissatisfied, Hermione argued, but that only means Professor Snape is accomplished in potions. It doesn't completely rule him out as a suspect. Ron nodded in agreement, siding with Hermione's point of view. Wes let out a long, helpless sigh. I really don't understand why you all have so many prejudices against Professor Snape. Since Professor Snape is a master of potions, if he truly wanted to harm Harry, He could have used a poison that would be nearly impossible to detect, instead of casting a curse on Harry's broomstick in front of everyone. Acting so brazenly would only expose himself. Hermione was at a loss for words, as Wes's reasoning was perfectly sound. But Harry's broom really did go haywire that day. Hermione tugged at her hair in frustration. The clue she'd worked so hard to find had just been completely refuted. That might mean someone else was cursing the broom, and Professor Snape was actually casting a counterspell to protect Harry. Protect me? Professor Snape? Harry stared at them, wide-eyed and utterly incredulous. The culprit was right there at the scene. Hermione insisted, but soon her firm gaze became uncertain. But who could it be? The three of them turned to Wes, hope gleaming in their eyes. How could I possibly know? Wes spread his hands helplessly. I wasn't even there. I never saw what actually happened. They had arrived full of hope, only to leave weighed down by disappointment. Wes, could you help them? Hagrid's voice trembled a little, thick with concern. Harry's been through so much already. Doesn't he still have Dumbledore? The headmaster's always looking out for Harry. Wes offered in comfort. Right, Dumbledore's always there. Hagrid agreed with absolute conviction. As Dumbledore's most loyal admirer, he was certain the headmaster could solve any problem. After speaking, Wes collapsed back onto the rug, letting himself relax as he continued chatting idly with Hagrid. Now, I find myself on Arthur Avenue in the Bronx, New York, a street that's among the city's most Italian in character and a famous spot for tourists, food lovers, and anyone in search of leisure. During the day, the place is packed, a vibrant gathering place buzzing with life. Visitors and gourmands flock here as if attending a grand festival, drawn either by the neighborhood's unique charm or the promise of authentic Italian cuisine. From the main street to the smallest alley, laughter and conversation fill the air, blending with the lively shouts of vendors and the excited chatter of tourists. The whole street becomes a spectacular stage where real life and celebration meet. When night falls, though, the shops close one by one, plunging the busy street in a sudden calm. The quiet becomes so complete, you could hear the tiniest sound. Along the sidewalk, the row of street lamps throws out a dim, mournful glow, struggling to hold back the darkness, but ultimately unable to chase it away. The streets seem enveloped in a cloak of night, as if shrouded in a mysterious veil. Only the high-rise apartment windows begin to flicker with light, like stars awakening in the sky, lending a touch of warmth and vitality to the darkness. Building 6 and Building 8 on Arthur Avenue once stood closely side by side. But no one could quite recall when, and out of nowhere, a small house suddenly appeared between the two. Its number plate marked 7, Arthur Avenue. The house and its address looked glaringly out of place on this otherwise ordinary street, as if they'd wandered in from another world. Hanging beneath the eaves was a sign, Hogwarts Potions Shop. Against the dim surroundings, the sign glowed with a mysterious, almost otherworldly allure that drew the attention of every passerby. Those who'd been keeping an eye on the little shop grew immediately excited and began calling to spread the news. Boss, the potion shop just opened for business. Well done. I'll be there right away. Boss. Yes, I know. Sir, the target has appeared. I'm on my way. In less than 10 minutes, several luxury cars, engines roaring, sped down the street and skidded to a dramatic halt. The screech of brakes shattered the nighttime calm as clouds of tire smoke curled into the night air. Doors swung open and a stream of powerful, impeccably dressed figures stepped out one after another, looking every bit like the opening of a society gala. Mr. Carl, I didn't expect to see you here, called a burly, bearded man, greeting him with familiar enthusiasm. Stephen, you certainly have your ways of staying informed, Carl replied with a faint smile, his gaze sharp and sizing. The two embraced like old friends, though the tension between them simmered just below the surface. You know how to keep secrets, don't you? A treat like this, and nobody thinks to invite me, Stephen complained, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Stephen, I'll admit you've made a name for yourself on Wall Street, but perhaps it was just a streak of luck that brought you that sudden windfall, Carl shot back, his tone unmistakably mocking, hinting at the shaky ground beneath Stephen's wealth. Stephen's expression soured instantly, and he was just about to retort when suddenly, the rumble of an engine swept down the street. A sleek silver Audi R8 blazed into view, its body gleaming under the streetlights, license plate elegantly scripted, Tony Stark, impossible to miss. Great, the playboy himself has arrived, someone murmured quietly. Tony Stark stepped out of his car with effortless flair, as if striding onto the runway at a fashion show. With a suave gentleman's gesture, he circled to the passenger side and opened the door. Out stepped a tall, golden-haired woman from the passenger seat, her skirt catching the breeze, making her seem every bit the movie star. Tony, what is this place? Pepper Potts asked, her face lit with curiosity as she took in their surroundings. Pepper, this is quite the spot. And since it's your birthday, having me by your side can only mean good luck, Tony Stark replied, his smile warm and confident, his gaze filled with genuine affection. Pepper Potts, however, was clearly not pleased. It's my birthday today. I wanted to see a Broadway show, not come to a place like this. Her voice brimmed with complaint. Tony swiftly reached out and wrapped his arm around Pepper's waist, the gesture as natural as could be. Startled, Pepper pulled away, her cheeks blooming with a bashful blush. Everyone's watching, you know. Let your boss keep a little dignity. Tony gave her a mischievous wink. Don't leave me in the lurch here. Only then did Pepper notice the many important figures gathered around them, faces she usually only saw on television. Her suspicions grew deeper. Where exactly are we? And what's happening? Pepper asked again, her voice tinged with bewilderment. That's a mice Terry, Tony Stark replied, drawing out the word with an air of playful mystery. A sly, knowing smile spread across his face, as if he were hiding a crucial secret. Happy Hogan was a heavily bearded, broad-shouldered man, Tony Stark's personal bodyguard and chauffeur. At that moment, Happy was lugging a heavy case, his face turning red with effort, clearly weighed down by whatever was inside. Seeing this, Tony snapped his fingers with a light, crisp motion. What's everyone waiting for? With that, he once again slipped his arm around Pepper's waist, and, together, they strode confidently toward the mysterious little shop. The others began moving as well. Among them, a man with a notably receding hairline stood out. He looked especially vigilant, as though silently relaying updates through his earpiece. Sir, they're about to go into that magical potion shop. He kept his voice low, though the urgency and anxiety were unmistakable. Follow them in, Phil. The reply came through his earpiece, calm and resolute. Copy that, sir. Phil Coulson replied at once, though a trace of concern flickered across his face. But honestly, I doubt there'll be any breakthroughs tonight. Every attendee here is a billionaire at minimum, and what I'm carrying isn't nearly enough to play in their league. He frowned, shaking his head slightly. Do your best. The order in his ear came back, brief and unwavering. Coulson shrugged, responding softly, understood. Hogwarts. Pepper looked at the small shop sign, her face full of curiosity as she asked, Is that the name of the place? Stark shrugged indifferently. Who knows, he replied. Just then, Pepper's attention was drawn to the two stone statues at the entrance. They were almost life-sized, each face etched with fear and despair so vivid. It was as if you could feel their terror and helplessness pouring out from the stone. Every struggling pose, every fold in their clothing was captured with exquisite detail, making it seem as though their souls had been trapped there forever. A shocking sight, even at a glance. Yet, Pepper wasn't struck by the artistry of the statues. Instead, she felt a chilling discomfort run through her, so much so that she shivered involuntarily. She couldn't help but imagine the statues coming to life at any moment, ready to leap at her from their pedestals. The shop owner has such bizarre taste. Why put something so frightening by the door? Pepper muttered, unable to hold back a complaint. She edged nervously closer to Stark. Not wanting Pepper to know the truth and risk frightening her, Stark chose to steer the conversation elsewhere. Let's head inside and find somewhere to sit, he suggested, gently taking Pepper's hand and guiding her into the shop. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Pepper, still dressed in formal wear and chilled from the cold outside, couldn't help but breathe out a frosty puff. But the little cloud of breath vanished almost instantly in the cozy air, and she felt her body slowly relaxing, the cold melting away. Customers, came an unexpected voice, neither distinctly male nor female, yet somehow drifting through the hazy warmth as if from a dream. There was something eerie and enigmatic about the tone. As usual, pick any seat you want, announced a figure behind the counter, draped in long robes and wearing a pale mask that looked oddly out of place in this modern age. Busy with some unknown task, the person glanced only briefly at Stark and Pepper, then returned to work, ignoring them completely. Stark acted as if all this was perfectly normal. He calmly chose the table closest to the center, by the counter, then gently ushered Pepper to sit beside him on the left. Pepper couldn't help but stare at the masked figure for a while, only to find her vision blurring oddly. Though she'd just seen the mask clearly, she simply couldn't recall any of its details no matter how hard she tried. This mask is so strange, Pepper muttered under her breath. In truth, what unsettled her wasn't just the mask. The person's long robe was embroidered with all sorts of mysterious patterns, in a style both ancient and distinctive. What's more, his attitude toward Stark was remarkably cold. After all, Tony Stark was a world-famous tycoon, arms dealer, and scientist. For ordinary people, even catching a glimpse of him felt like winning the lottery, perhaps even enough to change the course of their lives. Yet the oddly dressed figure seemed entirely uninterested in Stark, even going so far as to ignore his presence altogether. Pepper was just about to ask Stark a question when she noticed other guests entering one after another, so she pressed her curiosity down for now. Once the last seat was taken, the shop's front door slammed shut with a decisive thud, leaving any stragglers out in the cold. Only then did the mysterious figure finally speak, his voice unhurried. "Now that everyone is here, let us begin." Instantly, every soul in the room found their attention drawn irresistibly to him. "Wes, do you get along with the students?" Dumbledore smiled as he offered a sweet, but Wes shook his head, making it clear he wasn't interested. "If you got something to say, Headmaster, please just say it." "I'm quite busy, you know," Wes replied, absent-mindedly running a hand through his slightly disheveled hair. "With only 3 classes a week, you might be the most relaxed professor here," Dumbledore continued. Wes could only spread his hands helplessly and say, "All right, whatever you need, just say the word." At last, Dumbledore reached under the table and brought out a transparent bottle. Inside, it held a silvery liquid that gleamed softly, its gentle glow utterly captivating. The moment Wes set eyes on it, he knew exactly what was inside, and the allure of that light made it almost impossible to look away. Wes couldn't keep the amazement from his eyes as he grabbed the bottle tight. A flicker of greed flashed across his face, though he quickly masked it. "This is unicorn blood," Dumbledore said, his expression grave. Wes recovered quickly and looked at Dumbledore in shock. "You mean someone hunted unicorns in the Forbidden Forest?" Unicorns, after all, were among the most powerful, pure, and noble magical creatures to exist, with virtually no natural enemies. To have gathered a bottle of such precious unicorn blood could only mean someone had deliberately and cruelly hunted one in the Forbidden Forest. "The situation is even more grave than that," Dumbledore replied, frowning and tucking the bottle back under the table. Wes's lingering gaze followed it all the way down. Someone broke into the Forbidden Forest. Not content with killing a unicorn, they drank its blood as well. "What a waste," Wes blurted out without thinking. The sharp look Dumbledore shot him made Wes hastily correct himself. "I mean, how awful." Dumbledore rolled his eyes. Then his face grew even more serious. "Though unicorn blood has remarkable healing properties, unicorns themselves are said to be sacred beings blessed by the gods. To kill one so brutally and drink its blood brings a dreadful curse on the perpetrator." Wes nodded in agreement. Even the most wicked dark wizards wouldn't stoop to something that mad, unless they were utterly desperate, hanging by a thread between life and death. "Exactly," Dumbledore said as he slipped off his glasses and began carefully polishing them. "I need your help, Wes." "Me?" Wes looked genuinely surprised. "Yes, Wes," Dumbledore replied firmly. "Not a problem, Headmaster. I'm part of Hogwarts too. It's only right for me to help however I can." Wes didn't hesitate in his reply. "I'm glad you feel that way, Wes. The Forbidden Forest is much too vast for Hagrid to patrol alone. I'm hoping you can lend him a hand," Dumbledore said, his eyes full of expectation. "Hagrid is my good friend, and I'm glad I can help him," Wes said sincerely. "I'll leave it to you then. If you run into any danger, be sure to send a signal. I'll come at once," Dumbledore reminded him, his tone full of concern. "Don't underestimate me, Headmaster. After 4 years of this, I'm already a seasoned adventurer," Wes replied, a note of pride in his voice. With growing confidence, Wes stood up and strode out of the headmaster's office. For the next week, Wes accompanied Hagrid on patrols through the Forbidden Forest. Yet during this stretch of time, nothing unusual happened among the trees. Still, Hagrid never let his guard down. He clenched his jaw, vowing through gritted teeth to catch the despicable culprit and pay tribute to the fallen unicorn. Wes, however, suspected that Hagrid's determination had another motive. Perhaps he was channeling his frustration about Norbert, the Norwegian ridgeback dragon he'd recently had to send away. Norbert had hatched from a dragon egg Hagrid won off a mysterious gambler. Unfortunately, after Draco reported him, Hagrid was forced to give up the dragon, and he had been sulking ever since. That evening, as usual, Wes made his way to Hagrid's hut, where the two arranged to patrol together once more. Just as they stepped outside, they spotted Filch the caretaker, shepherding Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy toward the hut from the castle. Filch was muttering menacing threats at the two boys as he came. "All right, Mr. Filch, there's no need to scare the youngsters anymore. They've had quite enough trouble for one day," Wes interjected, stopping Filch in his tracks. "Very well, Professor Elvin," Filch replied, his tone oozing sarcasm. "Let's hope you all make out of the Forbidden Forest in one piece." His face twisted with glee, making it obvious that his words were anything but a genuine blessing. At the mere mention of the Forbidden Forest, Draco's face turned utterly pale. He was shaking all over, unable to hide his fear. "Don't worry, we'll be going in as well," Wes said softly, try to soothe him. "I know you. You're the new professor of rune magic, Draco whispered, edging closer to Wes. You must keep me safe. My father's a member of the school board. He'll see to your promotion. Wes couldn't help but laugh at that. He didn't dislike Draco. In his eyes, Draco was just a spoiled child. Well then, I'll be counting on you, Mr. Malfoy, Wes replied with a smile. Draco lifted his chin proudly, shooting Harry a provocative look. Harry didn't dignify him with a response. Then, the four of them split into two groups, heading into the Forbidden Forest from different directions. The towering, dense trees blotted out every scrap of moonlight, making the Forbidden Forest seem even more eerie and foreboding. With only a meager kerosene lantern to guide them, it was nearly impossible to see the path ahead. Clutching desperately to the hem of Wes's cloak, Draco looked as if he might burst into tears at any moment. I was careless, Wes admitted, quickly pulling out a lantern. With a gentle snap of his fingers, light blossomed, instantly pushing back the darkness all around them. Only then did Draco finally exhale, letting out a long, relieved breath. Wes handed the lantern to Draco. Draco frowned and said, My father always said that only servants carry lanterns for others. This lantern has a protective charm on it. It can. Wes didn't finish his sentence before Draco snatched the lantern, his face flushing as he stammered. You're a professor, and I'm a student. It's only right for students to carry lanterns for professors. Well said. If we were in class, I'd certainly give you extra points for that, Mr. Malfoy, Wes replied with a warm smile. With that, Wes led Draco on a careful inspection of the area. Along the way, whenever they stumbled upon any rare herbs, Wes would deftly collect them. Gradually, Draco's initial nervousness began to ebb away. He started to see this punishment as a kind of extraordinary adventure, discovering the enchanting mysteries of the Forbidden Forest. Magical creatures, ones he had never even heard of before, roamed everywhere, each more wondrous than the last. Suddenly, a mournful cry echoed through the trees. Draco's heart clenched tight. He trembled and asked, What was that noise? Wes swiftly drew his wand, his expression turning razor-sharp. Stay close, Mr. Malfoy. Without another word, he broke into a quick jog toward the source of the sound. Draco hurried to keep up, his short legs working double time. Along the path, roots, weeds, and even small animals seemed to sense their urgency, parting of their own accord to clear the way. Abruptly, Wes came to a halt in front of a towering tree. Hide here. He guided Draco behind the thick trunk before stepping out himself. Draco's curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't resist peeking around the tree. He saw a unicorn with a snowy white coat, glowing with unblemished holiness, collapsed weakly on the forest floor. Blood was pouring from a wound at its neck. A mysterious figure, completely shrouded in a black cloak, was greedily drinking the unicorn's blood. Draco clapped a hand over his mouth, afraid he might scream. In an instant, Wes charged forward, flicking his wand. The cloaked figure, caught off guard, was blasted back by a surge of magic, crashing against a nearby tree trunk and slumping motionless to the ground. Wes remained on high alert, keeping his distance as he leveled his wand at the stranger. Playing dead won't work, poacher, Wes shouted sternly at the prone figure. Bombarda. Wes cast a powerful spell, intent on finishing the job. In that moment, the mysterious assailant rolled nimbly aside, and the spot he'd just occupied erupted in a deep, smoldering crater. The black-cloaked figure sprang up and drew a wand of their own. They faced each other across the clearing, Wes at the ready, the stranger's features still hidden beneath the concealing cloak. Both sides stood face to face under the moonlight, wands in hand, the air between them taut with the anticipation of a fierce battle about to erupt. The contract has been signed smoothly. Rest assured in your investment, everyone. Before the official launch, you can expect at least 3,000 words a day. Once it's released, chapters will update in a torrent. Confringo. Once again, Weiss cast this powerful curse toward the mysterious figure with astonishing speed. This time, the spell shot forward like a cannonball, unerringly striking its mark. The mysterious figure was hit by a tremendous force, his body sent hurtling backward before crashing heavily to the ground, where he struggled for a long moment, unable to get back on his feet. At that instant, two utterly distinct voices began to issue in succession from the fallen figure. I'm sorry, Master. Let me take control of the body. But, Master, your injuries. Silence, fool. Yes, Master. Weiss sensed keenly that the magical power within the mysterious figure was undergoing a violent transformation. It seems Voldemort has taken over, Weiss realized. His heart grew vigilant. From this moment, his opponent was no longer the insignificant Quirrell, but the dreaded Dark Lord himself, the terror whose very name most of the wizarding world dared not even utter. Weiss swiftly incanted a shield charm, forming a sturdy magical barrier around him, adding a solid layer of defense. Sectum sempra, he murmured sharply, as an invisible, razor-sharp slash hurtled toward Voldemort. Voldemort reacted with chilling agility, flicking his wand to effortlessly parry the incoming spell. The unleashed curse struck several massive trees in its path, cleanly slicing them into halves as though they were mere twigs. Unperturbed by the failed attack, Weiss pressed on without a hint of hesitation. Avada Kedavra! He shouted the infamous and fearsome spell aloud. Voldemort's figure flickered like a phantom, slipping aside with otherworldly speed. But in that instant, the wild grasses at his feet suddenly seemed to awaken under some mysterious force, furiously twisting and growing upward like powerful hands, coiling tightly around his limbs. "You cunning young man," Voldemort hissed through gritted teeth. "I'm a professor at Hogwarts. How could I ever use an unforgivable curse?" Weiss replied, his tone unhurried. Muttering incantations, Voldemort was suddenly shrouded by a billowing black mist. Its corrosive power was undeniable. The tendrils of mist withered the entangling grass to dust, leaving it to crumble away from his arms and legs. Weiss moved continuously across the battlefield, never staying in one spot, his wand sending out spell after powerful spell, each one imbued with formidable force. Yet Voldemort dodged them all with effortless ease, slipping through the onslaught like a shadow beneath the moon. "You have remarkable talent, young man," Voldemort said with a trace of admiration in his voice. "Swear your allegiance to me, and I shall bestow upon you unrivaled power and glory." Wes couldn't help but laugh out loud at this. Allegiance to you? To a complete and utter failure. A chilling, murderous aura erupted from Voldemort. "Do you have any idea who I am?" "Of course," Wes replied, a mocking smile on his lips. "After all, you're also my senior at school." With a defiant gaze, Wes looked Voldemort squarely in the eye, showing not a hint of fear. "Cruciatus!" Voldemort suddenly unleashed the cruel, unforgivable curse. A wicked beam of light shot straight at Wes. Wes dodged with lightning speed, uttering Petri Ficus Totalis. Voldemort was equally nimble, leaping aside and avoiding Wes's spell. Incendio! Wes attacked once more, sending a wave of searing flames roaring toward Voldemort. Voldemort swept his wand through the air, summoning a torrent of water that surged forth, extinguishing the flames in an instant. "Wes!" Suddenly, Hagrid's booming voice thundered through the clearing as he hurried in with Harry by his side. The moment he spotted the unicorn collapsed on the ground, Hagrid rushed to administer first aid. With practiced hands, he used herbs to quickly staunch the bleeding from the unicorn's wound. "Hagrid, get Harry and Draco out of here," Wes called out loudly. Without a moment's hesitation, Hagrid agreed, his enormous arms carefully lifting the wounded unicorn. He beckoned to the two children, urging them to follow. Were it not for his half-giant blood and tremendous strength, Hagrid would never have managed to carry the heavy unicorn. Draco obediently trailed behind Hagrid, his eyes wide with excitement. The harrowing battle had captivated him utterly. "So that's how wizards fight. This is incredible," he thought in awe. Once everyone had left, Voldemort's voice echoed coldly. "Protecting your students, are you? Truly touching." Wes's magical power began to surge within him, boiling like water in a cauldron. "Now it's just the two of us. No more holding back." Incendio! As the spell left Wes's lips, his wand unleashed a fierce blaze, which, under his masterful control, transformed into a colossal dragon of fire. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon lunged toward Voldemort. Voldemort brandished his wand with both hands, murmuring an incantation. Instantly, a massive shield of ice appeared before him, blocking the fire dragon's assault. Avada Kedavra! Without the slightest hesitation, Voldemort cast the most deadly of the unforgivable curses. A ghastly green bolt shot through the air, swift as lightning, straight at Wes. Wes remained unruffled. With a gentle wave of his wand, a squirrel that had been perched on a branch watching the spectacle was suddenly flung into the path of the deadly green beam. In an instant, the lifeless squirrel fell to the ground, legs twitching, stilled forever. Wes directed the raging fire dragon, sending it crashing down on Voldemort with tremendous force. With a deafening explosion, so powerful that it rivaled the instantaneous blast of a C4 charge, everything within a 10-meter radius was utterly consumed, the ground scorched and still steaming with trails of rising smoke. Yet, in the midst of this cataclysm, Voldemort remained unscathed, though now he was clearly running out of strength. "Master, we should retreat. Dumbledore is on his way." "Fool! Are you suggesting I run away?" "Master, you're in no condition for a prolonged, intense battle. Securing the Philosopher's Stone is all that matters." A flash of fire streaked by, and Voldemort narrowly dodged the spell Wes had cast. Looks like things are going poorly for you, aren't they, Senior? Wes calmly brushed the dust from his robe. No wonder you need to drink unicorn blood to survive. Your frail soul can't hold out much longer, I suspect. Voldemort narrowed his eyes, a deadly chill radiating from his gaze. So I was right, Wes said, and with a subtle twist of his wand, cast the disarming spell. Wes had long since mastered the art of silent casting. Although he caught Voldemort off guard, his attack was swiftly blocked by Voldemort's Protego Maxima. Your silent casting is impressive, Voldemort sneered. But do you really think you could defeat me with a disarming spell? You must be joking. Unhurried, Wes circled Voldemort slowly. Never underestimate any spell, Senior. Besides, the advanced magic in that head of yours is something I'd love to get my hands on. Insufferable brat. Voldemort was shaking with rage, nearly crushing his wand in his grip. You dare think you can capture me alive? Never before had the Dark Lord, once a figure who ruled an entire era in terror, suffered such unbearable humiliation. Had the young wizards of today completely forgotten the terror he once inspired? Don't take it personally, Senior. You just finished your hunt. Now it's my turn to hunt you. Voldemort burst into furious, derisive laughter. His wand erupted with swirling black mist, and everywhere the darkness touched, grass withered, and every living creature lost its spark of life. Wes quickly cast the purifying charm, trying to banish the malignant fog. Scatter shot, he shouted. Pebbles and rocks leapt from the ground, transforming instantly into deadly projectiles, pelting Voldemort in a storm of magical bullets. Empowered by Wes's formidable magic, these stones packed a punch every bit as lethal as real bullets. Suddenly, the black mist recoiled and compressed. Wes tensed, hyper-alert, focusing all his senses. The darkness rapidly condensed into a humanoid form. Then, in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. At this moment, Wes's face was filled with confusion. He kept casting Revelio, but still couldn't find any trace of Voldemort. Did he just run away? Wes muttered to himself, half amused and half exasperated. Looks like I may have overestimated Voldemort's sense of honor. Author's note. Daily updates of 4,000 words officially signed. Please vote for recommendations and monthly passes. Welcome to join the story and discussion. Let's make the plot even better together. When Dumbledore hurried to the scene, the first thing he saw was Wes standing all alone amid the vast, devastated ruins. Moonlight poured down like water, outlining his figure in a stark loneliness. You're late, Headmaster. Wes's gaze, somber and unwavering, met Dumbledore's, carrying a hint of reproach in his voice. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? What happened tonight was hardly the work of some common poacher. He fixed his eyes on Dumbledore, eager to pry something out of him. Dumbledore didn't answer right away. He first took in the chaos and scars left behind by the recent battle, then turned to Wes with genuine admiration. Your abilities are truly remarkable, Mr. Irvin. I need an explanation, Headmaster Dumbledore. This is nothing like what you described to me before. Clearly, Wes didn't care for the compliment. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, unflinching on Dumbledore. Yes, Dumbledore said, noticing the agitation in Wes's tone. He answered gently, trying to soothe him. You'll have your answers, I promise. But for now, let's leave this place. That fierce battle has just roused the Centaur tribe, and I'd rather not start any unnecessary arguments with them in the middle of the night. Wes gave a small nod, conceding. Soon, the two of them returned together to the headmaster's office. Can we talk now, Headmaster? Wes, face dark and unreadable, sat across from Dumbledore. Where should I begin? Dumbledore mused, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. Why not start with that senior who supposedly died 11 years ago? Wes studied Dumbledore's face intently, unwilling to miss even the faintest flicker of emotion. Dumbledore's hand froze mid-stroke at those words. His expression turned instantly grave. Just what is it that you know? In that moment, Headmaster Dumbledore was like an old lion fiercely defending his domain. Although the lion was well into his twilight years, none of his formidable strength had faded with time. If anything, the years had only made him more wily and formidable. How intimidating you are, Headmaster. Wes, on the contrary, appeared perfectly calm, completely unfazed by Dumbledore's formidable presence. Are you threatening me, Headmaster? Dumbledore swiftly returned to his usual genial self, smiling as he replied, Of course not. I must admit, I'm just a little nervous, that's all. Wes knew perfectly well that Dumbledore's words were just a perfunctory excuse. There was no way he would believe him. Still, Wes also understood he was not Dumbledore's adversary, and in truth, he hoped to gain some benefits from the old wizard, perhaps knowledge of more profound magic, for instance. With that thought in mind, Wes decided to reveal a small part of the truth. I only know that the upperclassman seems to be exhaustively searching for the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? Ah, of course, it's the Philosopher's Stone. What else could anyone be after? Dumbledore let out a laugh, then his tone shifted. Still, Wes, your abilities have taken me by surprise. Thus far, no one has managed to escape from his grasp unscathed. There's nothing remarkable about it. He's already grown terribly weak. Wes responded in a level tone, as if this were nothing to make a fuss about. Even so, there are many who don't even have the courage to lift a finger against him. Dumbledore heaped praise on him generously, clearly hoping to defuse the escalating tension in the room. Wes, growing a bit impatient, raised his hand to cut him off. Headmaster, even if you flatter me as if I were Merlin reborn, it won't hide your mistakes in this matter. Yes. Let me think carefully about how I can make this right for you. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, looking as if he had been plunged into deep contemplation. Seeing Dumbledore still feigning ignorance, Wes decided to be blunt. I want the Philosopher's Stone. Absolutely not. Dumbledore refused without hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation. The stone is wondrous, no doubt, but its side effects are truly fearsome as well. Wes, you're still young. There are things you haven't experienced yet, dangers you can't yet imagine. Dumbledore launched into a long, impassioned explanation, trying to dissuade Wes from this unrealistic ambition. In that case, what about Nicholas Flamel's alchemy journals? They're with you, aren't they? As his only confidant, he surely entrusted you with the secrets of a lifetime. Wes knew very well that Dumbledore would never relinquish the Philosopher's Stone so easily. His earlier request had merely been a test. You're much too greedy, Wes. That's the alchemical masterpiece everyone dreams of possessing. Dumbledore stared wide-eyed at Wes, utterly astonished by his boldness. I've just rescued 2 students and a unicorn from the clutches of Voldemort, the very person everyone else fears most. Weiss was visibly agitated, his voice rising without him meaning to. No, absolutely not. Dumbledore shook his head repeatedly. One of those students happens to be the savior of the entire British wizarding world. Weiss raised his voice again, his words sharp and forceful. If word gets out that Voldemort is still alive, you know as well as I do the kind of panic it would unleash. Headmaster Dumbledore. There was a distinct note of threat in Weiss's tone. Dumbledore bristled with indignation, his expression twisting with anger. But Weiss understood perfectly well that this was just an act put on by the old man. Headmaster, I've just solved a colossal problem for you. Crossing his arms with determination, Weiss met Dumbledore's gaze head-on. He went on, don't pretend you didn't know that Voldemort was using Professor Quirrell as a host, and trying to come back by harnessing the power of the Philosopher's Stone. You figured it out long ago. Dumbledore's eyes fixed sharply on Weiss. Of course, Weiss couldn't possibly admit that his knowledge came from having read Harry Potter. He could only reply, casually, Quirrell's disguise was pitifully poor. He may have fooled some naive students, but that's all. With a resigned sigh, Dumbledore said, All right, Weiss, you've convinced me. He turned and walked to a chest behind him, carefully lifting out a massive book. It was guarded by a series of intricate, clever mechanisms. Murmuring a spell under his breath, Dumbledore undid the locks. He ran his hand reverently over the cover, his voice full of bittersweet nostalgia. When Nick entrusted me with the Philosopher's Stone, he also left me this book. After that, he and his wife set off to settle their affairs. I suppose that was the last time we will ever meet. Weiss had little interest in stories between the 2 old friends. Instead, all his attention was drawn to Nicholas Flamel's alchemical notes. This was the life's work of an alchemist who had lived for over 6 centuries. Eyes wide with amazement, Weiss watched as Dumbledore carefully returned the tome to the chest and snapped the mechanism shut. Then, Dumbledore fetched a stack of thick books from a neighboring shelf and placed them on the desk. Weiss was dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. These are the alchemical notes that Nick and I organized together, Dumbledore explained gently, seeing Weiss's confusion. Weiss hurriedly grabbed one and began to leaf through it, finding page after page of Nicholas Flamel's detailed experiments and insights painstakingly recorded. Are all of these? Weiss asked in astonishment. That's right. It took us a great deal of time and effort to organize these notes. Fortunately, Nicholas' memory hasn't declined, Dumbledore explained with a gentle smile. So you were prepared for this all along, Wes said, suddenly enlightened. Not quite, Dumbledore replied, the corners of his mouth lifting in a sly grin. Nicholas has long hoped to pass on his knowledge of alchemy. In France, several outstanding alchemists have already earned Nicholas' approval and successfully received copies of his alchemical notes, though none of this has been made public. Nicholas entrusted me with the task of seeking out talented alchemists within the British magical community. Wes couldn't help but look bemused after hearing all this. Well, what are you waiting for? These books are now yours, Dumbledore said, settling leisurely back into his chair. You really are cunning, Professor, Wes said in mock exasperation. And so are you, Mr. Elvin, Dumbledore replied with a laugh. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. For the rest of the term, Wes found himself completely absorbed in Nicholas Flamel's alchemical notes, unable to tear himself away. Had Wes possessed a visible progress indicator to display his skill growth, the air above his head would have constantly flashed with messages like, Alchemy +1, Alchemy +1, Alchemy plus 10,086. Bright, eye-catching notifications one after another. Before long, the tension of final exams descended. Without exception, both students and professors grew busier by the day. Even Wes, typically more easygoing with his students, now assigned homework after every class, a move that naturally invited plenty of complaints and grumbles. Yet Wes remained firm. After all, his students' grades were directly tied to his own performance review at the school. He couldn't afford the slightest negligence. He had only managed to read a small portion of the library's vast collection, and he certainly didn't want to risk losing his post for being too lenient. As for those plot lines from the original story, Wes had long since left them far, far behind. At last, finals arrived. To Wes's relief, none of the students in his runes class received a poor or dreadful mark. In fact, a few outstanding students even earned the highest grade, outstanding. This result came as quite a surprise to him. He had expected that such an ancient and challenging elective might be met with indifference or half-hearted effort. Now he realized the students had truly taken the subject to heart and worked diligently. As the students departed school, heading home in high spirits to enjoy their summer holidays, the professors, too, left one after another. Once bustling with life and brimming with the aura of magic, Hogwarts had gradually faded into tranquility. And now Wes was about to embark on an entirely new journey, one filled with unknown challenges and boundless adventure. All of this began with the appearance of a brand new line of text in the panel world. Hashtag at alchemy%UN. What a coincidence! Or is this because of the Philosopher's Stone? Wes muttered to himself, just before his figure vanished from where he stood. A few tens of thousands of words are omitted here. Please feel free to let your imagination fill in the blanks. In the Marvel Universe's New York, inside that little apothecary known as Hogwarts, Wes's face shone with barely contained joy as he suddenly materialized out of thin air, without so much as a warning. A marvelous haul! What a marvelous haul! He exclaimed, impatient to tally up his bountiful gains from this trip. Piles upon piles of gold gleamed in great mounds before him. Scores of precious philosopher's stones sparkled with that beguiling, ominous crimson glow. Notes documenting every sort of alchemical theory lay scattered among his spoils. I'd never expected to witness a homunculus melding with truth, Wes murmured, still shaken by the memory. At that time, I came so close to being devoured by truth myself. There was an immense and obvious difference between the alchemy of the hashtag at alchemy%UN world and that of the Harry Potter universe. This disparity had provided Wes with a surge of inspiration and a profound breakthrough in his understanding of alchemy. He meticulously took stock of his various laboratories and storerooms. These potions aren't of much use to me anymore. I'll sell them all, he declared. Gazing at the mountain of gleaming gold bars, Wes couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. From now on, I suppose I can call myself a true tycoon. It wasn't until the early hours before Wes expertly lifted the muggle-repelling charm and confundus charm. The Hogwarts apothecary reopened for business. In no time at all, word spread among New York's well-connected elite, and they hurried over to the little shop, eager to get their share. After all, it had been a full year since their last purchase. Their previous supplies of magic potions had long since run dry. This time, the atmosphere at the auction was particularly intense. Wes's potion stock vanished at a breathtaking speed. 2 hours later, the auction concluded with perfect satisfaction as every guest left content. Only Tony Stark stayed behind. He approached Wes with an easy, unhurried stride, a bottle of red wine in hand. "Join me for a drink?" he asked, his tone casual with a hint of mischief. Wes did not reply at once, fixing Tony with a cold, steady gaze. "Come now, Mr. or Ms. Magician, don't look at me so icily," Tony said, unfazed by the reaction. "Tony Stark, you've broken the rules." Wes's voice was low and grave. "So what? Are you going to take me out? Suit yourself." Tony Stark waved his hand with utter indifference, a carefree shrug on his face betraying not a hint of concern. He glanced around, then remarked, "Where are the glasses? Or were you thinking we'd just drink straight from the bottle?" Wes was baffled, unable to figure out what had gotten into Tony Stark today. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Wes made 2 exquisitely crafted glasses appear as if out of nowhere. "Wow, Tony Stark exclaimed in exaggerated wonder. That's some impressive magic. The glasses were swiftly filled with rich, aromatic wine. This bottle cost me a full $3 million. With that, Tony Stark downed his wine in a single, decisive gulp. There was no attempt to savor it. Rather, it felt as if he was trying to drown some deep-seated frustration. One glass after another, 3 in all. He drank them down, and soon a pronounced flush crept up his cheeks. You know, he said, shrugging off his jacket and motioning to the device in his chest. I'm dying soon. That thing saved my life once upon a time, and now it's turned into the very thing that's going to kill me. Ridiculous, isn't it? So the story has reached this point already. It's almost laughable. A superhero, unable to save his own life. There's no irony sharper than that. Once Tony started talking, he couldn't seem to stop, words spilling out in an unending stream. When he finally paused, he let out a long breath, exhaling the frustration that had been bottled up inside him for so long. It's such a relief. I actually told you, a complete stranger, all these secrets I've kept buried. I don't even know your name, or whether you're a man or a woman. Still, thank you for listening to all my rambling. At that moment, it was as if Tony had finally set down a crushing weight he'd been carrying for ages. His whole demeanor grew lighter, and his eyes gradually cleared. You say you're dying? Wes asked. That's right. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Wes pulled out a vial of potion and tossed it to Tony Stark. What's this? Tony caught the vial, peering at it curiously. An experiment, Wes replied calmly, making no attempt to hide the truth. It's a new potion I've developed, infused with potent life energy. I can't say what the side effects might be, though. In reality, this concoction was something Wes had crafted using a philosopher's stone, a powerful antidote, and a restorative potion. He just never found the right test subject before. As one of the most pivotal protagonists in the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark would never die so easily, not before fulfilling his destiny. For Wes, that made Tony the perfect test subject. I'm suffering from palladium poisoning, you know? An extremely dangerous radioactive element. Well, whatever, I'm going to give it a shot anyway. Tony Stark finished speaking and waved goodbye to Wes. Anyway, thanks for listening to me ramble on. If I manage to miraculously survive, I promise I'll leave a review for your after-sales service. As soon as Wes closed up his shop and turned around, he was startled to find a bald woman in a flowing golden robe sitting quietly on a chair. Wes was taken aback at first, but quickly composed himself. Removing his mask, he offered the woman a formal mage's salute, full of respect. Greetings, Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One smiled gently and replied, Hello, Wizard Elvin. A heartfelt thanks to all the supporters for your recommendations. If you're enjoying the book, don't wait. Invest now. The contract's signed, and it'll hit the shelves once we reach the word count. To what do I owe the honor of the Sorcerer Supreme's visit? Despite the Ancient One's unexpected arrival, Wes kept his guard up. He was ready. If the Ancient One so much as made a suspicious move, he would trigger his panel's world-jumping function and vanish in an instant. After all, strictly speaking, he was nothing more than a stowaway, and standing before the one who protected Earth itself, an uneasy guilt gnawed at him. I mean no harm, Wizard Elvin. I'm simply curious, that's all, the Ancient One said, her voice calm. With a gentle motion of her hand, another chair floated behind Wes and settled gracefully to the floor. I have many questions. Would you be willing to enlighten me, Wizard Elvin? The Ancient One's gaze was filled with inquisitiveness as it lingered on Wes. Wes took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. He realized, with a trace of resignation, that even if he managed to escape trouble now, it would surely catch up with him sooner or later. He might as well seize this opportunity to have an honest conversation since, for now, the Sorcerer Supreme meant him no harm, and perhaps it would save him from living in perpetual fear. Slowly, Wes sat down. If you have questions, I'll do my best to answer them. When observing the timelines, I stumbled upon you, the Ancient One said, tilting her head thoughtfully. You are truly unique. Out of countless crisscrossing timelines, only you, here on this one alone, became a wizard and even gained the amazing power to travel between worlds. Standing before the Ancient One, Wes felt as if every secret he harbored was exposed. It was as though her gaze stripped him bare, leaving him tense and on edge. The Ancient One picked up on Weiss's unease. I'm sorry, Wizard Elvin, but the responsibilities I bear do not permit me to ignore a unique existence like yours. I thought mages wouldn't pay special attention to someone like me. Weiss replied, his voice a little dry. Though, each time you use your abilities, you're exceedingly careful, avoiding every possible camera and keeping well away from crowds. The Ancient One swept her hand once more, and a vivid projection of Earth instantly materialized, hovering gently in midair. Encasing the globe, there was a barrier, vast in scale and intricately wrought, completely enveloping the planet in a seamless shield. Ever since we expelled the infernal demons, Dormammu and the other Dark Lords, I placed this ward upon Earth, she explained, her gaze settling thoughtfully on the projected barrier. It serves two purposes, as a safeguard against those extra-dimensional threats returning, and as a way to maintain comprehensive vigilance. Weiss couldn't help but marvel, deeply impressed at the breathtaking complexity and sheer scale of the spell work on the projection before him. In the summer 10 years ago, the barrier detected a surge of unknown magical energy. Driven by curiosity, I traced its origin and found you. The Ancient One continued, her eyes returning to Weiss, a trace of reminiscence in her voice. Back then, you were just a young mage, caught robbing a thug in the street. Weiss's mouth twitched in faint embarrassment, inwardly cursing his luck. He hadn't expected to be discovered the very first time he returned from the Harry Potter world. The spells you used were quite novel. I'd intended to invite you to Camartage, but that September you vanished without a trace, disappeared entirely from this world. I searched every corner of the globe, but to no avail. Even the Time Stone offered no clues to your whereabouts, so I surmise you must have journeyed to yet another world. The following summer, the barrier once again detected signs of your presence. At some point, a steaming cup of tea had appeared in the Ancient One's hand. She offered it to Weiss with a gentle smile. This is a drink from the East. I hope you'll enjoy it. Weiss accepted the cup, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes before he regained his composure. He nodded slightly in thanks, then asked quietly, "So, have you come here today to deal with me, Master?" As he spoke, Weiss had already steeled himself, ready to flee at a moment's notice. The Ancient One looked at him with a peculiar expression. "And why would you think that?" "In this world, great power always comes hand in hand with danger," Weiss replied. The Ancient One shook her head gently and sighed. "Are all young people so extreme these days?" Wes touched his nose and said with a wry smile, "Maybe my abilities will bring great disaster to this world someday, in the future. That's just one possibility. There's also the chance that you'll bring new hope to this world." Wes shook his head again and again, mocking himself. "I'm no superhero. Don't make me out to be so noble and grand. Even the devil can bring hope sometimes." Wes felt a line of frustration pulling at his brow, silently grumbling to himself. Hope and the devil. Those two don't belong in the same sentence, and yet the Sorcerer Supreme is saying it with a straight face. If those demons Ancient One once beat senseless heard this, who knows what they'd think. "So, Master Ancient One, why did you come looking for me in the first place?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Wes asked again. "Just curiosity, nothing more," Ancient One replied with a faint, light-hearted tone. "Curiosity?" Wes stared at her, incredulous. "Can an old lady be curious too?" Ancient One tilted her head, an impish glint in her eyes. Wes couldn't help but complain inwardly. "Please don't tilt your head. You're who knows how many centuries old. Trying to act cute isn't working." However, the transmigration power granted by his system was Wes' trump card, and he wasn't about to reveal it to anyone, not even to the Sorcerer Supreme. Wes' silence made it clear to Ancient One that he had no intention of divulging his secrets. She wasn't upset. After all, everyone is entitled to protect their own secrets. "Wes, you're very fortunate. Your powers give you infinite potential. But as someone who's been through it all before, let me offer you a piece of advice." "Please," Wes replied solemnly, giving her his full attention. With a seriously earnest expression, Ancient One intoned, "Never lose your curiosity for magic." Wes had to agree with that. Throughout his journey, he had always strived to learn magic of a higher order. Looking at this promising junior, Ancient One's eyes softened with admiration. Smiling, she said, "I know my sudden visit has probably been a disturbance to you, so let me offer you a gift as compensation." Wes breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the Ancient One hadn't come to give him trouble after all. "So you knew you were being a bother, huh?" He even began to look forward to what kind of gift this extraordinary figure might bestow. If the Sorcerer Supreme is giving something away, it can't be anything ordinary. Will it be a magical tome, or some kind of powerful artifact? But Ancient One didn't bring out the supposed present just yet. Instead, she continued, "Have you ever heard the name Mephisto?" The name struck Wes like a bolt of cold lightning. His face drained of color in an instant. "If you want me dead, you could just do it yourself. There's no need to borrow someone else's hand. Please bookmark, recommend, and vote. This book needs your support, dear readers." Who is Mephisto? He's none other than the true Lord of Hell. In the vast, boundless multiverse, his name is synonymous with cunning and cruelty, feared and respected everywhere. He stands on the same level as titans like Satan, Dormammu, and Odin, beings whose power shakes entire realms. Wes instantly became alert again. "So, Master, you're not here to give me a gift. You're here to assign me a mission, aren't you? Mephisto. No, I think you might be overestimating me, the sorcerer replied. Wes knew perfectly well that, as things stood, he was no match for Mephisto in a direct confrontation, though it'd only be sending himself to an early grave. Sensing Wes's clear misunderstanding, the Ancient One explained in a calm, unhurried manner, I'm not asking you to fight Mephisto head-on. After he was banished from Earth all those years ago, his true form hasn't been able to set foot here again. Now, his only way to influence this world is through his avatars, luring and corrupting humans. Even if it's just one of his avatars, I still can't handle it, Wes said, frowning with concern. I never said you'd have to face him directly. The Ancient One finally dropped the pretense and spoke earnestly. What I need is for you to protect something, the contract of San Venganza. If you succeed in your task, the gift will be yours. I promise, it's something you'll be very pleased with. Wes didn't really trust the Ancient One's promise, but neither could he afford to turn down a request from such a powerful figure. He stayed silent for quite some time, while the Ancient One simply sipped tea, waiting patiently for Wes to respond. Are you certain I won't run into Mephisto himself while carrying out this mission? Wes asked again, still uneasy. I swear it. You have my word, and I could swear to God if you like. As the Ancient One spoke, she raised her right hand, ready to solemnly swear an oath. Wes was at his wit's end and could only sigh. Honestly, that just makes me even less confident. Swearing to God, if you ever ran into him, you'd probably give him a good beating. It would take a miracle for you two to get along. After careful thought, Wes finally chose to accept the Ancient One's request. Of course, he could have simply vanished with the panel at any moment, but truth be told, he didn't want to do that. Not when he wasn't sure if he'd ever get another chance to sit across from the Ancient One, sharing a friendly cup of tea in the Marvel Universe. And honestly, he was also rather curious about this so-called gift. This is for you. The Ancient One handed Wes a flawless, snowy white quill. It will guide you to the contract of San Venganza. With those words, the Ancient One seemed afraid Wes might change his mind. She vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Have I just been played? Wes muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Well, just this once. I suppose the Sorcerer Supreme wouldn't lie to me, right? Jandy. At Wes's call, the house elf Jandy appeared before him. At your command, Master, Jandy said respectfully. Put everything away. I'm going to get some rest. As you wish. Wes then returned to his bedroom, set on getting a good and thorough rest. The following afternoon, Wes's figure appeared on Arthur Avenue. But unbeknownst to him, after layer upon layer of strict scrutiny, his photograph had finally landed on the screen of Nick Fury's computer. So this is the mysterious sorcerer, Fury remarked, maintaining his signature cautious demeanor. Since last year, the intelligence team has been running background checks on every single person on Arthur Avenue. Locals, travelers, even the homeless. Every one of them has been subject to at least 3 comprehensive screenings. We even helped the FBI track down a few fugitives in the process. Coulson added with a shrug, the fatigue of such intense work barely concealed. So, what makes this Wes Elwyn such an unusual case? Nick Fury's eyes sharpened as he pressed on. Coulson ran a hand over his increasingly thinning hair as he spoke. In an entire year, aside from out-of-towners, he's the only unfamiliar face to appear on that street. Bear in mind, over the past year, he had poured countless hours into investigating the lives of every resident and every sort of visitor, just to make sure nothing was overlooked. And his background is almost suspiciously spotless. Nick Fury gave a slight nod, signaling for Coulson to continue. Our detailed investigation showed that Wes Elwyn vanished from his orphanage without a trace when he was 11. He never returned. There's no record of schooling, not a single medical visit, not even a credit card issued in his name, no Twitter account, and no close contacts with anyone. He even bought his car with cash. In the last 10 years, the traces he's left in this world are almost non-existent. It's as if he's been living in an entirely separate, hidden reality. Coulson's tone was resolute as he concluded, Sir, I'm 80% sure that Wes Elwyn is our mysterious sorcerer. Even if he isn't, he's definitely hiding something monumental. A man without a credit card? You can tell right away he's not exactly above board. Nick Fury mused after a brief pause. Keep a close watch on him. Don't let him out of your sight. Deploy 3 teams, tail him around the clock. If necessary, you may even use satellite surveillance. I'll grant you temporary level 7 clearance. Understood, sir. I'll see to it. Without hesitation, Coulson sprang into action, dispatching personnel and making the necessary arrangements. Weiss drove hurriedly out of New York, following the direction indicated by his enchanted quill. Before long, he had left the state of New York behind. All the while, he remained completely unaware that he was being tailed. Sir, he's heading north. That area is wide open and makes our surveillance more challenging. Hearing his team's report, Coulson made a snap decision. Activate satellite monitoring. Stay on him no matter what. Rotate shifts, and do not let him catch on to your presence. Have the intel unit analyze his route and identify possible specific destinations as soon as possible. As the orders rolled out, dozens of agents immediately sprang into action. Weiss handed the steering wheel over to Jandy, while he settled in the back seat and began reading from a notebook. Soon after, he simply cast a spell, enchanting the car to follow the Quill's directions with automatic driving. Other than pausing briefly to refuel, the car rarely stopped along the way. It didn't matter. Weiss's magical suitcase was stocked with ample supplies and spacious enough for him to rest in comfort. Still, the whole operation was exhausting for Coulson and his agents, wearing them to the bone. After they entered Texas, the car veered off the main road and onto a narrow, rugged path. Bouncing along the uneven ground, they eventually arrived at a desolate, forgotten graveyard. The Quill pointed unwaveringly toward a run-down, decrepit wooden cabin. Stepping out of the car, Weiss stretched his limbs and couldn't help but grumble, "What a miserable journey. Flying on a broomstick would have been far more pleasant. I really need to set aside some time to work some alchemy and turn this car into something more comfortable." The trip had truly tested his patience. Weiss was already planning to transform his vehicle into a lavish ride, worthy of an alchemist. Turning his gaze to the dilapidated cabin, Weiss muttered to himself, "So this is where the San Venganza contract is hidden?" He walked up and knocked on the door. The door creaked open, emitting a noise that made his teeth ache just to hear it. But it wasn't a friendly face that greeted Weiss. Instead, he found himself staring down the twin barrels of a cold, double-barreled shotgun. Reacting on pure instinct, Weiss immediately cast a disarming charm. A surge of potent magic burst from his wand. The person holding the shotgun was hurled away by an irresistible force, slamming hard into the solid wall with a deep, resonant thud before crashing unceremoniously to the floor. The shotgun had landed right at Wes's feet. Without a flicker of emotion, Wes kicked the weapon forcefully out the door. "Don't move." He aimed his wand straight at the corner of the room. "What's that stick in your hand?" "Is a magic wand." A raspy, weathered voice drifted out from the corner, laced with suspicion and wariness. An old cowboy struggled to his feet, and as he stood up, he brushed the dust from his clothes with a practiced sweep. "Are you a wizard?" The cowboy's melancholy eyes fixed unblinkingly on Wes. His scruffy, gray stubble seemed even more worn and desolate beneath the dim lamplight. Judging from his attire, one could imagine that in his younger days, this cowboy had probably been dashing and popular with the ladies. "Where is this San Venganza contract?" "How do you know about the San Venganza contract?" The old cowboy's brow furrowed in deep suspicion. "That's none of your business, old-timer." Wes's tone was sharp and unyielding, leaving the cowboy no room for questions. "I can't let this San Venganza contract fall into the hands of someone with such dubious origins." As he spoke, the old cowboy's right hand inched almost imperceptibly toward his belt, his motions subtle to the point of invisibility. "Petrify all of you." But Wes had already caught sight of the cowboy's sly maneuver. He had no patience for wrangling with this stubborn relic. Instantly, the old cowboy was rooted to the spot, his whole body stiff as a statue, completely immobilized. Only his eyes could move, and in that moment, his stare perfectly embodied terror and disbelief. "San Venganza contract, come to me." Wes invoked the summoning charm. Before the cowboy's incredulous gaze, a shovel rose as if seized by an invisible hand, flying straight into Wes's grasp. He took the shovel and examined it carefully for a moment. It didn't take him long to find what he was seeking. With meticulous care, Wes pried open the handle of the shovel, revealing a piece of aged, yellowed parchment. Quite a clever hiding spot. Wes pulled out a quill and brought it close to the parchment to inspect it. As soon as the quill neared the parchment, it triggered a gentle glow shimmering from the surface. "This is it." A look of satisfaction finally broke onto Wes's face as he swiftly concealed the San Venganza contract on his person. Before leaving, Wes glanced back at the immobilized cowboy and said, "The spell will wear off in half an hour. You're not getting any younger, old man. Take it easy." With that, Wes climbed into his car without a backward glance, slammed on the gas, and sped away, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust hanging in the air. Half an hour later, as the magic finally faded, the old cowboy crashed heavily to the floor. He let out a pained groan, struggling to his feet unsteadily. "Never thought I, Carter, would one day fall to a youngster's hand," he muttered, resignation in his voice as he adjusted his cowboy hat atop his head. Sighing, he stepped outside and bent down to pick up his shotgun. A sharp, piercing whistle split the air. A shrill neigh rang out in response. The rapid beat of hooves grew louder, rushing closer until almost at once, a tall and powerful steed skidded to a halt beside Carter. Gently, Carter stroked the horse's head as if greeting a trusted old companion. A cowboy never lets an insult go unanswered, he declared, anger burning fiercely in his chest. Resolutely, he swung up on a horse's back in one fluid motion, shouting, "Let's ride." The horse understood at once, rearing up as it let out an eager cry. Together, they thundered off, charging after Wes in the direction he had disappeared. Night descended rapidly, the sky unfurling an enormous, inky black curtain across the land. Wes gradually slowed his vehicle to a stop. A Texas wilderness night was like a breathtaking tapestry woven with mystery and tranquility. Under the dusky moonlight, the endless open plain seemed vaster, more desolate than ever. Grasses and low shrubs huddled on the horizon, cast as swathes of silent shadow. Overhead, the heavens sparkled brilliantly, countless stars scattered thickly across the deep blue canopy. Far away, mountains faded into shapeless, imposing silhouettes. On the ground, a quick glimpse might catch a rabbit dashing through the underbrush, or the lonely cry of a night owl echoing through the still, dark air. This scene in the Texas wilderness at night brimmed with both nature's raw, rugged power and a mesmerizing peacefulness. One couldn't help but marvel at the handiwork and endless charm of the natural world. "Now, that's a view worth savoring," Wes murmured with admiration. The San Venganza contract was now in his hands. Wes decided this was the perfect spot for a break. Time to eat and fully appreciate this rare nightscape. Jandy truly lived up to his reputation as an all-rounder. Not only could he master household chores and assist capably in the lab, even the challenges of camp life by night were nothing to him. Soon, a warm campfire was crackling merrily and a delicious dinner was already prepared. Wes reclined in comfort, thoroughly enjoying Jandy's careful, thoughtful service. Suddenly, the crisp clatter of hoofbeats shattered the nighttime hush. Wes sprang to his feet at once, every sense bristling. He could feel a menacing hostility rapidly closing in. In a torrent of power and fury, a skeletal horse wreathed in blazing flames charged straight toward him, each hoof striking the ground and setting a trail of fire alight. And astride that burning mount was a cowboy, his entire body engulfed in flames, a grinning skull for a head. As soon as he saw Wes, Carter didn't hesitate. He whipped out his shotgun, took aim, and shouted, "Caught you, wizard boy." "I didn't even go all out, you stubborn old man," Wes retorted. But this was hardly the time for debate. The urgency of the moment allowed Wes no time to think. After all, the cowboy in front of him had come to settle the score. Blink step. Wes reacted in a flash, instantly casting a teleportation spell that whisked him behind Carter. Disarm. A powerful disarming spell shot from the tip of Wes's wand, sending Carter's shotgun flying from his grip in an instant. But Carter was just as quick. In a heartbeat, he drew a revolver from his belt. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rapid shots cracked through the air, bullets whistling as they tore forward. Barrier surge. Barrier surge. Barrier surge. 3 powerful spells exploded from Wes's wand in quick succession. Each bullet struck the thick, viscous barrier conjured ahead, their speed dropping dramatically as they struggled forward before losing momentum and clattering uselessly to the ground. Stone hail. Wes was never one to take a beating without striking back. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That was the principle Wes had always lived by. And in the Texas wilderness, there was never a shortage of scattered stones. Wes's spell transformed countless pebbles into deadly projectiles, launching them in a torrent like a hailstorm upon the cowboy and his steed. The powerful barrage tore through both man and horse, felling them in a single, thunderous assault. Even then, Wes didn't dare let his guard down. Before his eyes, flames blazed even brighter on Carter and his warhorse, wounds closing at a dizzying, visible speed. Within mere seconds, they were both back on their feet, as vigorous as ever. "Damn immortal," Wes muttered. He'd anticipated this, and yet facing an enemy who simply refused to die was as frustrating as it was daunting. Such opponents were, without a doubt, the most vexing. Carter straightened his hat, a defiant glint in his eye. "Your little tricks don't work on me, wizard." Support the story. Please vote, bookmark, and subscribe. "Listen, cowboy, I'm not your enemy," Wes said helplessly, trying to reason with him. He had no desire for a pointless brawl. Yet everything he'd done so far had thoroughly enraged Carter, the thoroughbred cowboy. "Enough talk, wizard. You dared break into a cowboy's home and openly snatch his belongings. Now pay the price for your recklessness." Carter's eyes blazed as he barked out his accusation, drawing a tough, weathered whip from his belt with practiced ease. Crack! The whip snapped through the air with a sharp, explosive report, slicing the silence as if tearing the very air itself. Wes knew all too well that to truly bring this stubborn cowboy to heel, he had to utterly defeat him. It was the only way to earn his obedience. And so, another ferocious battle erupted between the Ghost Rider and the Sorcerer. Far away in space, a sophisticated satellite captured every detail of their clash, sending a crystal-clear feed of the distant battlefield. Coulson's strike team was just 30 kilometers away from the carnage. When Coulson caught sight of that fantastical scene on his monitor, he felt as though his entire worldview had been upended. "Sir, we can confirm that Wes Elvin is indeed the Sorcerer, but what on earth is that thing he's fighting?" Meanwhile, in the Triskelions' towering headquarters in New York, Nick Fury's computer screen was streaming the same shocking footage. On hearing Coulson's question, Fury's anger finally boiled over. He simply couldn't contain himself any longer. "Motherfuck, sir. How the hell would I know? Why are there more and more freaks popping up on Earth these days? This is an absolute disgrace. There's actually a flaming, skull-faced cowboy hiding right here in America, and we knew nothing about it. What exactly have you people been doing?" Fury, known for his need for control and deeply suspicious nature, was rattled. Two mysterious and powerful individuals had abruptly appeared, both operating totally outside his jurisdiction. The sudden loss of control pressed hard on his nerves, and it felt as if his heart could barely take the strain. "Sir, flaming skull-faced cowboy is quite a mouthful for a nickname." "Motherfuck, sir. Is this really the time to nitpick about nicknames? Or do you want to mop the bathrooms, Phil?" "Not at all, sir." "Then keep your eyes glued to them. If you catch an opening, try to make some contact." "Yes, sir." By now, the battle had reached its fever pitch. "Sorcerer, why do you keep avoiding my gaze? Are you afraid?" Pathetic attempt at provocation. "I have no desire to face your so-called penance stare." "Sorcerer, you know so many secret things, so why are you after the San Venganza contract? Surely you realize just how important it is." Even as their attacks clashed, their words collided just as fiercely, each volleying taunts and challenges back and forth. But neither seemed able to gain the upper hand in this verbal duel. Wes conjured a spell and, with a sweep of his magic, transformed the lush grass all around them into heavy iron chains, which coiled round and round, tightly binding Carter and his imposing warhorse in their steel grasp. However, the blazing flames engulfing the Ghost Rider possessed a terrifying power, the ability to consume and assimilate all matter. The iron chain, scorched by the unrelenting fire, glowed red-hot, on the verge of becoming a formidable new weapon in Carter's hands. Just as Wes was preparing to cast the petrification curse, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of wicked magical energy. Carter muttered under his breath, "A demon. That's the stench of a demon. Wizard, let me go quickly. The demon is almost here." Wes knew that Carter was not speaking empty words. His keen sense of smell caught a pungent hint of sulfur drifting in the air, the unmistakable scent of a creature from hell. Without hesitation, he released the polymorph spell. Carter promptly hauled himself onto his warhorse, positioning himself side by side with Wes. Wes pulled out a vial of magic potion and drained it with a tilt of his head. The magical power he had just expended now surged back with astonishing speed. A moment ago, the two had been locked in fierce combat, yet in this life-or-death crisis, they found themselves joining forces without a word. "It's coming." A gust of chilling, shadowy wind swept in without warning. "Damn demon." Carter unleashed the full force of his shotgun, sending a barrage of shells that succeeded in dispersing the sinister wind. From within the gathering gloom, a man emerged, his hair disheveled, his skin as pale as parchment. "Hand over the San Venganza contract. Perhaps then we might grant you a more dignified death." Suddenly, the ground heaved and cracked, and a towering figure burst forth from beneath the earth. A spreading trail of water followed, swiftly pooling into the form of a man whose entire body glistened and dripped as if freshly risen from the depths. These three were none other than the dreaded minions of the Heart of the Witch. The Wind Demon, the Earth Demon, and the Water Demon. Their names alone made clear they were little more than henchmen and foot soldiers. The trio fanned out in a triangular formation, encircling Wes and Carter so tightly there was no escape. "Back to hell with you, foul fiends." Carter, wasting no breath on banter, leveled his aim at the hulking Earth Demon and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bullets tore through the air, striking the Earth Demon and sending him staggering backward. In a flash, the Water Demon conjured a long, whip-like lash and snapped it fiercely at Carter. A wave of searing flames launched itself straight at the Water Demon. The Water Demon moved with swift precision, wielding the whip to instantly snuff out the fire with a powerful crack. Water-type demons are a rare breed, Wes mused. He swiftly invoked a spell, conjuring a fierce fire dragon, its jaws open wide, claws slashing at the water demon as it attacked with bestial fury. Then, without wasting time, Wes turned and unleashed a shadowless edge at the wind demon. But the wind demon responded with lightning speed, flicking his hand. A razor-edged blade of wind instantly sliced through the shadowless edge, neutralizing the spell on the spot. Wizard, you should be grateful that you're facing us here in the human realm. Our powers are severely suppressed. Otherwise, that blow just now would have already killed you. The Wind Fiend's voice was sharp and grating, almost as if it could slice through one's eardrums. Has the Supreme Mage's barrier been compromised? How did the three of you manage to get in? At the mention of the Supreme Mage, the Wind Fiend couldn't help but shudder from head to toe. To break through the unyielding barrier set by the Supreme Mage, they had been forced to relinquish at least 90% of their strength. The hardships and ordeals they endured to reach the human realm were too many to count. I'll rip out your soul and torment you. Relentlessly, for 10,000 years, the Wind Fiend unleashed all its pent-up fury, channeling it directly at Wes. Wes simply shrugged, wearing an air of unruffled ease, and replied, "If you think you're capable, be my guest." With a furious sweep of its arm, the Wind Fiend summoned a tempest. In an instant, a howling hurricane roared into existence under its precise control. Too slow. The Wind Fiend's ultimate attack was taking far too long to prepare. Shatter and perish. Wes didn't hesitate. He cast a formidable curse, brimming with destructive power. The Wind Fiend rode the raging winds, soaring high into the air, launching its attack from an unassailable height. Razor-sharp blades of wind rained down from above, as dense and relentless as a torrential downpour, all targeting Wes. Armor of protection. In a flash, an invisible suit of sturdy armor enveloped Wes, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught of slicing wind. Just then, a surging column of water crashed into Wes, knocking him several paces back, almost breaking through the magical armor's defenses. The Water Fiend, having dispatched the Fire Dragon, arrived swiftly to assist the Wind Fiend. Now one adversary attacked from the sky, the other from the ground, forming a lethal pincer maneuver against Wes. "Please show your support." Wes, calm and collected, slowly drew a sphere from within his robe. As soon as the sphere emerged, wings unfurled gracefully from its surface, and it began to circle nimbly around Wes, ever vigilant. Wes then activated the magical sigils woven into his robe. The runes burst forth in dazzling, radiant gold. A rapid-fire burst of water streams, moving with the force and speed of gunshots, tore through the air, each one aimed squarely at Wes. But Wes's reflexes were preternaturally sharp. He vanished, slipping away with a teleportation spell just before the attack found its mark. Seeing that, the Wind Fiend swept both hands in a commanding motion, stirring another ferocious gale into being. In the blink of an eye, the wind howled, carrying stones and grit, which, sharpened and accelerated by the storm, became like a barrage of cannonballs, all barreling menacingly toward Wes. Pressed by the unrelenting assault from two powerful fiends, Wes could only just manage to hold his ground. Time and again, his robe shielded him from lethal strikes at the crucial moment. Yet, under this continuous barrage, the golden glow of the magical sigils gradually faded, its light growing dim. Has the cowboy gone senile? He can't even handle a single enemy. Wes grumbled, his voice edged with frustration as he weaved nimbly through the demonic onslaught, darting left and right, dodging blow after blow. At that very moment, the thunderous roar of a shotgun echoed across the chaotic battlefield. Carter, having dispatched the Earth Demon, had arrived just in time. The Wind Demon was caught off guard, struck down in an instant. Freeze now. Wes seized the opportunity, casting a freezing spell with perfect precision at the Water Demon below. Frost burst forth at a startling speed from beneath the creature's feet, swiftly crawling upward. In the blink of an eye, the Water Demon was completely encased in ice, temporarily immobilized. Wes didn't hesitate for a second. He sprinted toward where the Wind Demon had fallen. Meanwhile, Carter lashed out with his long whip, the air slicing sharply as he brought it down on the Wind Demon. The Wind Demon, nimble as ever, narrowly dodged the vicious strike. Petrify! Wes called out another incantation, successfully slowing the Wind Demon's movements. At that moment, the hovering orb beside Wes hissed through the air, leaving behind faint afterimages as it shot toward the Wind Demon with blinding speed. With pinpoint accuracy, it struck the demon squarely between the shoulder blades, causing the creature to freeze mid-motion. Well done, wizard! Carter seized the opportunity. With a swift flick of his wrist, his whip coiled around the Wind Demon like a living serpent. He gave a powerful tug, dragging the Wind Demon right before his burning gaze. Look at me, you mongrel. Carter's words rang out as the wind demon's eyes locked with those of the Ghost Rider. Immediately, agony twisted the wind demon's face. Its mouth contorted in a wide, silent scream, desperate to voice its torment. But only a chilling, soundless terror filled the air. Moments later, the demon's form crumbled into ash and faded away. Such was the might of the Ghost Rider's penance stare. Any soul that dared to meet his eyes was judged, and the guilty ultimately reduced to nothing but dust, utterly annihilated. Didn't expect to enjoy working with you, wizard. Carter's flaming skull turned slowly toward Wes. Wes quickly averted his gaze, well aware that he, too, was far from innocent. One demon left, Carter said, his voice low as he pulled the brim of his hat down, battle lust burning in his eyes. I wouldn't mind taking care of one more. The frozen water demon watched in dread as Carter drew closer, step by relentless step. Panic seized the creature, and it struggled desperately to break free. In his prime, the water demon would have easily shattered the icy bindings. But now, in this dire moment, escape seemed impossible. Carter seized the demon with both hands. The flames enveloping his body licked hungrily at the ice, slowly melting it away. Face your judgment. Before Carter could finish his sentence, a sudden, overwhelming force struck him, sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground right at Wes's feet. Wes immediately snapped to attention, his gaze fixed warily on the man who had just plummeted from the sky. The man's eyes were pitch black, like bottomless abysses, and his every movement radiated an unnerving aura of death. At the sight of him, the water demon's despair turned to desperate hope, and he scrambled to take cover behind the newcomer. The witch-heart demon cast a cold glance at the lifeless bodies of the earth and wind demons, a curse slipping from his lips, pathetic. The water demon was so terrified he held his breath, not daring to make sound. Wizard, hand over the San Venganza Pact, and then swear your loyalty to me. Witch-heart demon stood with arms folded, the embodiment of arrogance and royal command. Demon, this is no place for your kind to run amok, Wes replied, wand aimed steadily at Witch-heart demon. You're standing in the domain of the Sorcerer Supreme. Hearing that title, Witch-heart demon's expression flickered with a trace of apprehension. But the thought of acquiring the San Venganza Pact, gaining power greater than that of his infernal father, and becoming the new lord of hell himself, quickly fanned the flames of greed and hubris within him. Sorcerer Supreme? He'd soon be nothing compared to what Witch-heart demon would become. Wes wasn't about to stand idly by as a demon monologued. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful, razor-sharp spell. Yet the attack struck Witch-heart demon without effect, only serving to enrage him further. Sly wizard, Witch-heart demon snarled. With a roar, he hurled a sphere of pure, corrupt darkness at Wes. Wes reacted instantly, deflecting the black orb with a well-timed spell. The orb struck a nearby tree. Within seconds, the tree withered before their eyes, drained of all life. A sly, sinister smile crept across Witch-heart demon's face. Wes's lips twitched in unease, and he thought to himself, that power consumes life. I absolutely can't afford to let him touch me. Carter, now back on his feet, unleashed a relentless barrage against Witch-heart demon, refusing to give him even a moment's respite. Seizing the chaos, water demon transformed into a surging torrent, rushing toward Wes. Wes had no choice but to shift his focus, turning to counter water demon's assault. Blazing Inferno. Freeze solid now. Magics of fire and ice became perfect counters to the water demon's attacks. But the water demon had learned from his last mistake. Instead of going toe-to-toe, he slipped and wound himself around Wes, determined to keep Wes from teaming up with Carter. Meanwhile, undaunted by death, Carter's immortal form pressed Witch-heart demon back, relentless and unafraid. You old dog. How dare you turn against your own master? Wuxinmo, now furious and humiliated, hurled curses at Carter. You're nothing more than an old dog my father threw away. You're Mephisto's son? Carter was visibly taken aback by these words. He hadn't expected this demon to claim such a lineage. Give up, old dog, and I might just... Carter responded not with words, but with an onslaught of even fiercer, relentless attacks. Demon. Think of this as collecting a bit of interest. Carter's shotgun blazed and roared without pause, as if it were loaded with endless rounds, echoing across the barren expanse of wilderness. Old dog! Utterly enraged, Wuxinmo could no longer maintain his earlier composure. His demonic nature bared itself, ferocious and terrifying. Foolish. Seizing the moment, Carter fixed his eyes on Wuxinmo and shouted, "Face your judgment." But to Carter's utter shock, the eye of judgment failed to seize Wuxinmo's soul. The fool is you. With a sneer, Wuxinmo swung his right hand with vicious speed, piercing straight through Carter's chest. I don't have a soul. How can that be? First I'll deal with you. Then it's that wizard's turn. Finally, my arrogant and lofty father. Just as Wuxinmo was basking in his triumph. A motorcycle, bold and powerful, its lines sleek and exuding raw strength, roared across the ground wreathed in hellfire. In a flash, it crashed straight into Wuxinmo, sending him hurtling away. The motorcycle spun smoothly on the spot, flames trailing, and came to a steady stop. A flaming skull-headed rider dismounted, and with a swift motion, pulled Carter to his feet. Two skulls, both wreathed in fire, met each other's gaze. Kindred. Off to the side, Wes was left gaping in disbelief. What the hell is going on? How did the new Ghost Rider show up at a time like this? His mind was a whirl with confusion, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Thankfully, the newcomers seemed to be on their side, and Wes let out a quiet sigh of relief. The water demon, on the other hand, shook uncontrollably with fear, ready to bolt at any moment. If Wuxinmo hadn't still been there, it would have fled already. You're afraid now, Wes observed calmly, keenly aware of the water demon's terror. You don't have your master's power to withstand the eye of judgment. If you choose to leave now, I promise I won't stop you. A trace of temptation flickered in the water demon's eyes, but suspicion lingered. And why should I trust you? I'm no Ghost Rider. I have absolutely no interest in your wretched, sinful souls. With an impassive face, Wes pointed at the mind fiend who was being jointly suppressed by the two Ghost Riders, then continued. If you don't leave now, it truly will be too late. Hell is vast and boundless. As long as I hide well enough, the mind fiend will never find me. Besides, the earth demon and the wind demon are already dead. I followed the mind fiend in hopes of being promoted to a greater fiend, but the risks have become far too high. The water demon weighed the pros and cons rapidly in its mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, it transformed into a swirling stream of water and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Wes finally let out a breath of relief. The relentless, back-to-back battles had drained more of his energy than he cared to admit. I must become a level 4 wizard as soon as possible. This world is becoming ever more dangerous. Whether in the Marvel Universe or the world of Harry Potter, countless rare opportunities existed all around. Yet, to seize those opportunities, one needed the strength to match them. For a level 3 wizard, such strength was woefully inadequate. The mind fiend, seeing the water demon dare to escape, roared in fury, "Traitor!" at #Ewan and asterisk. A string of guttural, arcane, and wicked demonic language spewed forth from his mouth, each syllable dripping with evil power. Wes dared not hesitate, quickly casting a spell to seal off his own hearing. He well knew the dreadful effects of demonic speech, its power to poison the soul and inflict sinister curses. He had no desire to fall prey to such tricks without cause. Though the two Ghost Riders fought together, it was only their undying bodies that allowed them to barely hold the mind fiend at bay. Gradually, the mind fiend began to gain the upper hand. Just a pair of lapdogs, the mind fiend laughed maniacally to the sky. How could dogs ever hope to harm their master? Seeing the Ghost Riders were struggling, and knowing he couldn't wait for his magic to fully recover, Wes sprang into action. Petrify, Binding Bells, Tarantaligra. 3 spells of control shot out from Wes's wand in quick succession, each one striking the mind fiend with unerring accuracy. Though the spells did not achieve the overwhelming power he had hoped for, they still managed to slow the mind fiend's movements, offering some reprieve. Wizard, the mind fiend bellowed with rage, eyes blazing, launching himself at Wes in a frenzy. The two Ghost Riders fought with everything they had, yet still could not halt the berserk mind fiend. Engorgo, with a sweep of his wand, Wes transformed a rock into a giant boulder, the size of a small mountain. With another flick, the massive stone slammed down onto the mind fiend. Caught off guard, the mind fiend was forced back several paces by the sudden onslaught. Carter swiftly wrapped the sorcerer's arms with his whip, while Johnny used his iron chain. Together, they yanked back as hard as they could. Weiss seized the moment, manipulating a mound of earth to pin the demon of witches beneath its weight. A surge of seething black flames erupted from the demon's body. In an instant, the mound, Carter's whip, and Johnny's iron chain were all scorched to ash. Now, the demon of witches was engulfed in raging black fire, its pupil-less eyes, 2 fathomless voids, fixed intently on Weiss. You're finished, wizard. Weiss unleashed a flurry of spells in rapid succession, desperately trying to halt the demon's advance. But the effort yielded almost nothing. Is it possible that even in its weakened state, this demon of witches is still too much to handle? Weiss silently cursed himself, keenly aware of his own inadequacy. His knuckles turned white as he gripped his wand ever tighter. When the demon came within 5 meters of Weiss, something incredible happened. A radiant golden light blazed out from Weiss's chest. A feather quill floated gently from his breast. The golden light rippled outward, flooding the space with luminous waves. Suddenly, golden flames ignited all over the demon's body. "What is this?" The demon let out a shriek of agony, raw, piercing, and filled with despair, before flying into a wild rampage, destroying everything around it. Within the light, the figure the Ancient One gradually took shape. The Sorcerer Supreme. Terror etched across the demon's face. Overwhelmed by disbelief, it spun around with no hesitation and fled, never once daring to look back. The Ancient One spoke with calm authority. "This is but a projection of myself, Weiss. Since you've succeeded in securing the contract, let not serve two masters. Take the contract to St. Venganza." "That was not the agreement we made." Weiss refused without a moment's hesitation. "Weiss, your talent and the chances you've seized are truly enviable. Yet you have one flaw you mustn't ignore." "What flaw?" "You are far too cautious. Some might even call you timid." The Ancient One spoke without embellishment. "Whenever danger looms, your first instinct is to retreat, only moving forward when every detail is meticulously arranged." Weiss fell silent, lost deep in thought. In his mind, there was nothing wrong with his approach. Since he now possessed the power, why should he risk his life dashing headlong into danger? Wouldn't it be better to move forward, one sure step at a time? Weiss, the path of magic is never calm or free from storms. Sooner or later, you'll face perils you cannot simply avoid. Don't let evasion become your habit. The Ancient One's words rang with the weight of wisdom. Weiss recalled that his greatest gains were always won at the edge of risk. It was just like the first fortune earned in the dungeon meshi. And that terrifying explosion during Wes's very first attempt at alchemy. He was lucky not to have blown himself to pieces. And then, after managing, with great difficulty, to weather the harshest and most grueling initial stages, Wes grew ever more obsessed with safety. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but Wes seemed to err on the side of caution a bit too much. The practice of magic is a relentless forging of one's soul and spirit. The Ancient One's meaning was crystal clear. "Wes, you're simply far too conservative. Even I, an old relic who's seen more than most, find it hard to watch. If you keep going like this, no matter what special abilities you possess, you'll struggle to accomplish anything truly great." Wes knew this in his heart. After all, nothing towering can grow in a greenhouse. Enough with the lecturing. If I'm in real danger, I'll abandon the mission. No reward is worth more than my life. Lately, the demon gods seem to have caught a whiff of something, casting covetous eyes on Earth. All the sorcerers of Camartage were on guard, holding the barriers. As for the Ancient One herself, she simply couldn't spare the time to deal with a minor pest like Heart Demon the Witch. Oh, and one more thing. Before I can get involved, make sure Mephisto doesn't get his hands on the contract. Whatever happens, don't let that slip. With that crucial warning, the Ancient One dissolved into a cluster of dazzling motes, vanishing into thin air. A quill drifted gently down into Wes's hand. There was no doubt about it. Wes had been set up by the Ancient One, but he steeled himself and prepared to see things through. Asterisk. As the sun slowly rose, its gentle light draped the vast earth in soft, diaphanous layers, little by little. Bathed in that warm sunlight, even the Ghost Rider lost his menacing power, his form shifting from a fearsome skull back to that of an ordinary man. Carter, calm and unhurried, adjusted the distinctive cowboy hat on his head before running a loving hand over his treasured steed. Johnny, meanwhile, sat slumped atop his motorcycle, eyes clouded with confusion as he scanned his surroundings, at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and his whole body sagged as if every last bit of strength had left him. He fainted on the spot. What happened to him? Wes asked, puzzled. Carter gave a little shrug, utterly composed. Don't worry about it. Rookies are always like this. With that, he calmly drew a cigar from his coat, lit it, and took a deep drag before asking, "Who is the Sorcerer Supreme? And why does Heart Demon the Witch fear her so much?" At that moment, the roar of car engines burst forth. A fleet of 5 vehicles surged toward them, kicking up a storm of dust. Immediately, a squad of heavily armed, well-equipped men leapt from the cars, swiftly encircling Wes and the others. However, their guns were pointed toward the ground. For now, at least, they showed no sign of aggression. Coulson, whose thinning hair lent him an air of thoughtfulness, strode quickly up to Weiss and offered him a business card with a respectful gesture. "Mr. Irwin, we're from—" Weiss cut him off without a trace of politeness. "I remember you. You were at the auction." "It's a pleasure you remember me," Coulson replied, his kindly smile unwavering. "We truly mean no harm. We're simply here to ask a few questions." "No harm." Weiss arched an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade as he looked at the agents encircling him. "Do you really expect me to believe that? I'm just an ordinary man, after all. It's only natural I'd feel uneasy when surrounded by special individuals like yourselves." Coulson tried to reassure him. "Please, rest assured, they won't do anything out of line." "Is that so?" An icy, mocking smile flickered across Weiss's lips, cold enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Then, quite unexpectedly, half of the agents suddenly raised their weapons, flicking off the safeties with lightning speed, and pointed their guns, not at Weiss, but at their own comrades. The shock of it all froze every agent in place, not a single one daring to move a muscle. Whoa, easy. Everyone stay calm." Coulson, panic written plainly on his face, threw up both hands in a gesture of harmlessness. "Mr. Irwin, please, let's all calm down. Clearly, there's been some kind of misunderstanding," he said, though the forced smile on his lips had become awkward and stiff. "Misunderstanding? That's not how I see it." Weiss's fingers twitched in the air as he spoke, his tone glacial. "Your first auction was about a year ago, wasn't it? That means you've been watching me since at least then." He pressed a hand to his tense temple and went on. "I'm guessing you followed me all the way from New York to here. Yesterday's fierce battle. You were hiding in some corner, watching, weren't you? So what now? Figured after I'd fought so hard, I'd be out of magic, and you could sweep in and pick up the scraps?" A cold sweat broke out down Coulson's back, leaving his shirt plastered uncomfortably to his skin. Every word Weiss spoke was right on the mark. Under Nick Fury's orders, they had indeed planned to subdue Weiss while he was still weak, hoping to force the secrets of magic from him. Never did they expect Weiss would have any strength left to resist. "Looks like I was right," Weiss said, and his eyes darkened with murderous intent, the tension in the room twisting tighter than a drawn bowstring. Just as he was about to make his move, a shrill ringtone suddenly sliced through the air. Coulson hurriedly pointed to his own pocket and spoke with utmost caution. "It's our director calling. I hope you'll listen to what he has to say." West didn't hesitate for a moment. He took out the phone and switched on the speaker. "Hello, sorcerer. It appears my subordinate has gotten into quite a conflict with you, and for that, I must apologize." Nick Fury's voice came through the phone, clear and composed. "Well, get to the point." Wes, expressionless, reached out and swiftly tore a button from Coulson's jacket. Hidden within was an almost microscopic camera. "It seems I underestimated the power of technology. You people must have gone to great lengths to uncover my identity. Mr. Elvin, I hope you can understand. Our organization exists to safeguard the people of the entire world." Nick Fury launched straight into a grand speech, his words flowing without end. Elvin, listening nearby, was momentarily taken aback, inwardly marveling at how, whether in the East or the West, officials always had a talent for stringing together endless rhetoric. "Enough. Spare me the lectures. Time is short, and I have no patience to listen to your rambling." Nick Fury frowned with clear displeasure. Since becoming director, no one had ever dared speak to him like this. But at this moment, his subordinates were still at Wes's mercy, so he could only swallow his anger. "I'll let your people go. And your conditions? How much power does your organization actually wield?" Nick Fury answered with boundless pride. "In America, there's nothing we can't accomplish." Wes had no interest in exposing Nick Fury's bravado. He simply replied, his tone cool and distant. "Listen carefully. If you want your men back unharmed, I want large excavators and bulldozers delivered to a location of my choosing before sunset today." Hearing Wes's demands, Nick Fury breathed a silent sigh of relief. "That's simple enough. Don't try to fool me, unless you'd like hell to descend upon you." "Hell? What exactly do you mean?" Before Nick Fury could finish, Wes hung up abruptly, without the slightest hesitation. The director's rage erupted in his office, sending him into a fit, cursing and stomping around. "Motherfuck, sir." Wes casually tossed the phone back to Coulson. "Mr. Elvin, may I release your magic now?" "No," Wes replied icily, offering not a hint of negotiation. Coulson seemed about to protest when Carter reached out and pressed a steadying hand on his shoulder. Coulson looked over at the cowboy, his face full of confusion. Carter spoke with deliberate gravity. "Say no more. This sorcerer's temper is nothing to trifle with. Don't make things any worse than they already are." Coulson could only give a helpless, wry smile in response. Several vehicles sped across the vast, boundless wilderness of Texas, slicing through the open land like bolts of lightning. Their wheels thundered over the earth, kicking up a swirling cloud of dust that snaked behind them in a long trail the color of ochre. It was clear these vehicles had been expertly modified, every part meticulously optimized, every detail refined, so they could tackle any tangle of terrain with effortless ease. Even as they tore across the rugged, pothole-strewn ground at breakneck speed. It felt as smooth as driving on paved roads. The passengers scarcely sensed a jolt, as if cocooned within a fortress gliding steadily forward. Inside the largest vehicle at the convoy center, Wes sat completely absorbed, his pen flashing across a sheet of paper. Beside him, Johnny lay unconscious, lashed securely to his seat by sturdy ropes. After a brief, disinterested glance at the papers in Wes's hand, Carter quickly lost interest. Shaking his head, he wandered over to another seat and reclined with his eyes closed, slipping into a light rest. Meanwhile, Coulson, filled with curiosity, sat close beside Wes, watching intently. Wes seemed wholly unconcerned by the scrutiny. The draft on the paper revealed a circular magical array, its runic lines weaving together in intricate and bewildering patterns. Wes was fully engrossed in his work, pen moving constantly as he made adjustments, beads of sweat slowly gathering on his brow. An hour later, Wes finally let out a deep sigh and handed the diagram over to Coulson. Coulson accepted it, his face settling into an utterly bewildered expression. "Give this blueprint to the engineers. Tell them to memorize every detail. There can be no mistakes," Wes said seriously, his tone unwavering. "Can you tell me what this magic circle actually does?" Coulson couldn't help asking, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "You'll have your explanation when the time comes," Wes replied, offering no immediate answer. "Jandy," Wes called out. With a sudden pop, the house elf Jandy appeared instantly from thin air. The abruptness of it left Coulson wide-eyed, staring at the odd little creature in astonishment. Carter, awakened by the noise, lifted the brim of his hat for a better look at Jandy, and couldn't help whistling softly. "Remarkable creature," he said. "Keep a close eye on this man," Wes instructed, gesturing toward Coulson as he issued the command to Jandy. "At once, master," Jandy replied with respectful eagerness. Having given his orders, Wes opened the suitcase beside him and stepped inside. The suitcase clicked shut automatically. Jandy then stationed himself dutifully in front of the case, never letting his gaze waver from Coulson for even a moment. "Sir," Coulson tried to strike up a conversation with Jandy, but struggled to find an appropriate form of address. Judging only from his voice, he could tell it was a man. However, Jandy remained utterly unruffled. In a cold tone, he replied, "Keep still, you muggle, unless you'd rather find out what pain feels like." Coulson was stone-walled and, seeing no other option, could only close his mouth obediently, not daring to speak further. When Wes emerged from the suitcase after his rest, he paused for a moment at the peculiar scene before him. Coulson was huddled up tightly, looking utterly miserable. Coulson's eyes lit up at the sight of Wes, as if salvation had arrived. He widened his eyes and let out a string of muffled noises, desperately trying to call for help. "Let him go, Jandy," Wes said calmly. Obedient to the command, Jandy snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. Only then could Coulson straighten his limbs, stretching out his long, stiffened body. He let out a deep breath, visibly relieved, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted. With a hint of grievance in his voice, he explained, "I only wanted to have a word with Mr. Jandy." At that moment, Johnny, sipping his beer, couldn't help but interject with a teasing remark. "You just wanted to fish for information. No need to act so pitiful." Wes shot Johnny a look, and Johnny raised his can in a playful salute. "Well done, Jandy." Wes's compliment lit up Jandy's face with sheer joy. Once Wes assigned him a new task, Jandy vanished in an instant. Fantastic creatures, a magical suitcase, and a real wizard. Johnny finished off his beer in one long swig, and, with a flourish, tossed the empty can out the window. The past few days had been so overwhelming for Johnny. Even wizards, characters he'd always believed belonged only in fairy tales, had suddenly invaded his real life. "You told him everything?" Wes asked. "I only told him what's related to the ghostwriter. As for the rest," Carter replied with a helpless shrug, "I'm just as lost as you are." Wes nodded and walked over to a chair, sinking slowly into his seat. "So, where should I begin?" "Mephisto," Johnny and Carter blurted out in unison. They truly were kindred spirits. Both had been ensnared and forced into a contract by Mephisto's machinations. "All right, the truth is, everything ties back to Mephisto," Wes said, his tone weighed down by gravity. "Mr. Elvin, do you mind if my colleagues listen in as well? After all, they'll be involved in what's to come," Coulson asked cautiously. Once Wes gave his consent, Coulson deftly activated the communications device. Officially, the whole team could hear, but in reality, it was only Nick Fury, all the way in New York, who was tuned into their conversation. Starting with Mephisto's identity, Wes launched into a ceaseless account of everything that had transpired, recounting how he had been tricked by the Ancient One into taking on this mission. The expressions on the three faces shifted constantly as Wes spoke, shock one moment, fear the next. Even Coulson, who had undergone special training and possessed a remarkably strong psyche, struggled to fully control his reactions. The information they were hearing was explosive, too incredible to believe. The Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Coulson couldn't help but wonder, was Wes just spinning wild myths out of thin air? But right in front of him sat Carter and Johnny, both bound to Mephisto by contract. That very morning, he'd seen these two transform back from fiery, skeletal riders to their human forms with his own eyes, not to mention those terrifying demons that appeared last night. Every detail reinforced the truth of Wes's words. To be honest, I kind of admire you two. Wes glanced at Carter and Johnny with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you out of your minds?" To actually dare to sign a contract with the notorious, cunning Mephisto. A mix of embarrassment and regret flashed across Carter and Johnny's faces. Johnny slumped in his chair, drained, murmuring, "It's all too late. I've lost everything. I can't even die now. Not if I wanted to." His eyes had gone hollow, like all vitality and hope had been snuffed out. Carter looked no different, a face etched with despair and helplessness. "Hurry up and ask him how to stop the coming of hell." Nick Fury's urgent voice crackled in Coulson's earpiece. "I can hear you, you know. Do your agents always operate this sneaky?" Wes retorted, a note of disdain in his voice. Coulson, unbothered, deftly tapped several buttons on the car's complex console. A lifelike projection of a bald man with a single eye appeared inside the car. "Wow, has technology really come this far?" Carter blurted, unable to contain his amazement. He reached out to touch, only for his hand to pass straight through Fury's image. "Cowboy, this isn't the time to be curious." Nick Fury fixed his gaze on Wes, his tone urgent. "Mr. Irwin, do you know how to stop hell from breaking loose?" "No, I don't," Wes replied, spreading his hands with calm indifference. Everyone in the car stared at him in disbelief, stunned by his answer. "I'm not that powerful," Wes shrugged. "I'm just here to carry out a task assigned by the Sorcerer Supreme." Who exactly is this Sorcerer Supreme? How come she's missing in action when the world's fate is at stake? Nick Fury couldn't hold back any longer. His voice brimmed with complaint as he began placing all the blame squarely on the Sorcerer Supreme's shoulders. Wes snorted. "Oh, please. When the Sorcerer Supreme was busy saving the Earth, your ancestors were still in Africa, running from lions." Nick Fury's face, already dark-skinned, instantly turned a shade deeper with suppressed fury. "Honestly, the Emperor isn't as anxious as his eunuch." Wes kept up his sharp tongue. "All your worrying is pointless. If we can't rely on the Sorcerer Supreme, those demonic gods would have torn this planet apart ages ago." Fury wanted to say something back, but at that moment, the car came to a stop. "Looks like we've arrived," Wes said. He grabbed the case beside him, opened the car door, and stepped out. Before them sprawled a desolate, windswept landscape of wild grass and swirling dust. Only a solitary, time-worn temple stood on the plain, its presence stark and out of place. "So this is San Venganza?" Carter and Johnny followed Wes outside, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. "Do you think Mephisto will really show up here?" "He'd better not. I have no desire to face the Lord of Hell," Johnny muttered. While Wes had moved past his old tendency to seek absolute safety, he knew that facing Mephisto was nothing short of courting death. They made a conspicuous group, and it wasn't long before several priests emerged quietly from the temple. These priests wore unusual garb, as though they had stepped straight out of a centuries-old mural. Ancient, threadbare vestments bearing the deep marks of time. "May I ask what brings you all here?" An elderly priest, his face deeply furrowed and weathered by the years, spoke first. His voice was hoarse, but carried a solemn dignity that was hard to define. Wes, unfazed, took out a beautifully crafted quill. The old priest accepted it with trembling hands, his eyes shining with excitement. His voice quivered slightly as he asked, "Is this the pen?" Wes nodded calmly. "We've waited so long," the old priest sighed, his time-worn face alight with gratitude and anticipation. "Please come with me." Following the old priest, Wes and the others made their way into the mysterious chapel. No one could say how long this church had stood here. The frescoes along its walls were bright with color, so vivid they seemed to whisper tales of thrilling events from long ago. The first painting showed a hideous demon, locked in a secret pact with a terrified gathering of people, a scene shrouded in mystery and fear. The second painting revealed a peaceful, idyllic village. Life there brimmed with warmth. Every villager's face glowed with happiness and contentment. The third painting depicts a solemn and majestic church, where numerous villagers are gathered in earnest prayer. Their focused expressions seem to lay bare their innermost desires before the divine. The fourth painting brings back the menacing image of the devil. Before everyone's eyes, The souls of 3,000 villagers are mercilessly drawn away, sealed within a mysterious contract. Yet, for reasons unknown, this crucial contract has somehow vanished without a trace. The old priest, his hands as withered as ancient branches, gently strokes the mural and murmurs, "At long last, the day has come." "So, this is the village from back then?" Wes asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. The old priest nodded heavily, confirming his guess. "They've finally come home." The priest began chanting an unfamiliar scripture in hushed tones. The words echoed through the church, weaving an air of mystery that filled the vast space. "Does anyone know how to handle this contract?" Coulson asked, his face etched with confusion. The priests shook their heads one after another, their expressions turning utterly bewildered. "So what do we do now?" "The devil is almost upon us," someone cried out in a state of panic. The devil. The mere mention of the word threw the priests into chaos. Fear and deep unease flickered in their eyes as they looked at one another. "Silence," the old priest commanded, his voice booming with authority. He fixed his gaze on Wes with anticipation, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Wes rubbed his forehead with a sigh of resignation. "I knew it," he muttered. Then he turned and asked, "Coulson, when will the things I asked for arrive?" Coulson glanced quickly at his watch. Any minute now. Hardly had he spoken when a thunderous roar erupted outside the church, the unmistakable rumble of heavy machinery at work. Wes hurried out and was taken aback by the impressive sight. Excavators, bulldozers, and every kind of heavy equipment assembled in full force. It was nothing short of spectacular. "What are you waiting for? Get moving now. Make sure the crew follows the blueprints to the letter, not a fraction off," Wes commanded loudly. Centered around the church, a colossal and intricate magic circle slowly began to take shape. You had to admit, the people Nick Fury sent over were absolutely top-notch. They asked no questions from beginning to end. No matter how strange or incomprehensible Wes's instructions were, they carried them out silently and with absolute precision. With the priests tirelessly helping to paint magical runes, Wes's burden grew much lighter. Thanks to everyone's hard work, the massive magic circle was completed just before nightfall. Wes immediately released the agents from his control, and everyone else withdrew in orderly fashion. However, Coulson and the old priest insisted on staying behind. "How much are they paying you to work this hard?" Wes quipped, a trace of humor in his voice. Coulson merely shrugged, calm and composed. "Including bonuses, a few $100,000 a year. Suit yourself, but don't think for a second I'll be protecting you." With that, Wes threw out the words and turned away, moving on to his final check. The sun sank slowly, the last rays melting into the horizon. As the final sliver of sunlight slipped away, darkness swallowed the land. From a distant edge of the sky, the witch-heart demon floated in, gliding like a specter in the gloom. His body bore not a trace of injury. If anything, the aura that surrounded him was fiercer and more menacing than ever before. He seemed utterly unharmed. It turned out he had mercilessly devoured the treacherous water demon, restoring his strength and mending his wounds. Gently, the witch-heart demon descended from above. The moment his feet brushed the ground, Johnny wasted no time. He twisted the throttle to the limit, and the engine burst to life with a deafening roar. Black smoke billowed from Johnny as searing flames erupted across his body. In an instant, his hair was consumed, then his skin, until all that remained was a fearsome skeletal rider. He revved his blazing motorcycle, enveloped in fire, and charged straight for the witch-heart demon, reckless and unstoppable. "Whoa!" Coulson gasped aloud, jaw dropped in amazement as the ordinary motorcycle morphed in a heartbeat into a burning war machine. "If you want one, you could always make a deal with Mephisto," Wes quipped, the ghost of a grin playing at his lips. "I'm sure he'd be delighted to help." Coulson shook his head vehemently, his refusal written all over his face. This time, as the flaming motorcycle hurtled towards him, the witch-heart demon stopped it with a single hand, as if it weighed nothing at all. No matter how Johnny gunned the throttle, pushing the machine to its limits, the witch-heart demon stood his ground, unmoving, immovable, like a mountain. Carter let out a battle cry and, approaching from another direction, spurred his magnificent steed toward the witch-heart demon. Mid-charge, Carter too was transformed in a flash of brilliant light and roaring flame, becoming a spirit of vengeance. But Carter didn't attack head-on like Johnny. Instead, he began circling the witch-heart demon at high speed, as if searching for the perfect opening. All the while, he fired shot after shot from a shotgun. The bullets struck the witch-heart demon's chest in rapid succession, hitting with enough force to drive him back several paces. Seizing the moment, Johnny leapt from his bike. He swung his blazing chain, wrapping it again and again around the witch-heart demon, binding him tight in coils of flame. But the witch heart demon's strength was far beyond Johnny's. With a flex of his arms, the chain became his weapon instead. He seized the chain and swung powerfully. Johnny was lifted and flung through the air as easily as if he were nothing more than a rag doll. The witch heart demon didn't stop there. He wielded Johnny like a living flail, slamming him against the ground again and again. The force was so great, it shattered a massive tree nearby. At last, Johnny crashed headlong into Carter, sending both horse and rider sprawling to the earth in a tangled, battered heap. "Idiot! Haven't you heard of letting go?" Carter shouted furiously, snapping Johnny out of his confusion and startling him into dropping the iron chain he held. The heart demon sorcerer was never one to show mercy. With a sweep of both hands, he hurled two spheres of black energy, striking the two ghost riders directly. The force knocked them both high into the air. Before they even hit the ground, the heart demon sorcerer swooped forward, seizing them by the throat. At that perilous moment, the flames that cloaked the two ghost riders began to flicker and die out. "I told you, lackeys can never harm their master," the heart demon sorcerer jeered in triumph. Carter and Johnny struggled with all their might, but faced with the heart demon sorcerer's overpowering strength, their efforts were futile. Just as the two were about to revert to their human forms, a powerful spell struck the heart demon sorcerer squarely. He let out a howl of agony, pain forcing his grip to loosen. Freed at last, Carter and Johnny tumbled away. In a flash, the infernal flames surged once more around their bodies. "Wizard!" The heart demon sorcerer spat the word, glaring venomously at Wes. "How did you like a taste of pain that cuts to the bone?" Wes replied, calmly smiling. "You're courting death!" The heart demon sorcerer roared with rage and hurtled toward Wes, moving so fast he left only a blur in the air. Suddenly, the heart demon sorcerer's charge faltered. Carter's whip, swift as a serpent, lashed out and coiled tightly around the sorcerer's thick neck. Simultaneously, Johnny's iron chain shot forward like a steel python, wrapping vice-like around the sorcerer's waist. The two gritted their teeth and pulled with every ounce of strength they had. But it was only just enough to restrain the heart demon sorcerer for a moment, enough time for Wes to cast his spells. Shadow Edge, Stupefy, Blazing Inferno. One incantation after another burst forth like artillery fire, a barrage of all manner of spells filling the air. Wes even unleashed forbidden black magic without hesitation, hurling everything he had at the heart demon sorcerer. Individually, none of the spells dealt significant damage, but together, the sheer humiliation was devastating. A stream of guttural, incomprehensible demonic language spewed from the heart demon sorcerer's mouth, indecent and obscene. But Wes was prepared. The demonic words left him unaffected. Coulson, however, observing from afar, was not so lucky. A wave of dizziness swept over him, his vision blurring, body growing numb and unsteady, trembling uncontrollably. Soon, he found himself repeating the same strange phrases as the heart demon sorcerer. "Stay with me, Coulson. Coulson." No matter how frantically Nick Fury shouted through the earpiece, Coulson's body continued to tremble uncontrollably. A strange, inky darkness was gradually seeping into his eyes. Seeing this, the elderly priest hurried to grab Coulson's wrist and press the cross he held against Coulson's forehead, chanting mysterious scriptures under his breath. As the sacred words echoed, Coulson's violent shaking slowly subsided. Then, moving swiftly, the priest uncapped his canteen and forced Coulson's mouth open, pouring the liquid inside with determined urgency. Coulson's throat convulsed as the water rushed down. With each desperate gulp, he slowly regained his senses, only to be seized by a gut-wrenching pain, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his insides. Unable to bear it, Coulson heaved convulsively, retching again and again, spewing forth a foul, viscous black fluid that filled the air with its acrid stench. Gasping for breath, he wiped the stains from the corner of his mouth. "What happened to me?" "You have been tainted," the priest answered gravely. "But I'm not hurt," Coulson protested, examining himself and finding not a single wound. "Demonic language corrupts the human soul. It lures us toward ruin," the priest explained patiently. "Then why are you unharmed?" Coulson pressed, unable to understand. With solemn reverence, the priest traced the sign of the cross from his forehead downward, then shoulder to shoulder, using his thumb, forefinger, and middle finger. "The Almighty shields me." The priest's words left Coulson shaken, but he did not forget his duty. "Sir, the situation here has deteriorated. Fall back. It's too dangerous to remain there," Nick Fury commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Yes, sir." Coulson opened his briefcase, and a swarm of sleek miniature drones drifted silently into the air. With everything prepared, Coulson turned to the priest. "Come with me." But the old priest shook his head resolutely. I must witness the unbinding of the contract with my own eyes. This is my calling. By now, the battle among the four combatants was reaching its peak. With a quick farewell, good luck to you. Coulson jumped in his car and sped away. During the chaos, Wes's spells could do little more than restrain the enemy. Even his most powerful dark magic failed to strike a decisive blow against the witch-heart demon. Regret gnawed at Wes, for he had never mastered the Patronus charm. Damn it, Carter cried, as the witch-heart demon hurled him, horse and all, violently to the ground. He struggled to rise, but the demon's foot came crashing down on his chest, pinning him with inescapable force. For the moment, he was utterly helpless. Johnny wrapped the iron chain tightly around his fist and swung with all his might. But the demon of sorcery caught the blow effortlessly with a single hand. With a sudden twist, the demon snapped Johnny's wrist. There was a sharp, sickening crunch as bone and sinew gave way. Then, with a swift kick, the demon sent Carter flying 10 meters away, before grabbing Johnny's head and ruthlessly shoving it deep into the dirt. Brushing imaginary dust from his collar and straightening his clothes, the demon composed himself with mock elegance, strolling toward Wes like a haughty nobleman from a royal court. Wes hesitated no longer. He activated the magic circle. Flames roared up within the circle, but the demon simply wandered through the inferno, wholly unscathed. The fire posed no threat to him at all. The fires of hell burned far hotter than your pitiful sparks, the demon drawled, lifting his head with a sneer. Tell me, wizard, has your mind slipped? Trying to burn a demon with fire? Wes ignored him, chanting his incantation without pause. Being so blatantly dismissed wounded the demon's pride deeply. Answer me, wizard, he bellowed. Suddenly, thunder rumbled through the sky, and streaks of lightning flickered in the clouds. The demon glanced down at his hands, bewildered. He wondered to himself, wait, since when have I commanded the power of thunder? The rumbling grew ever more intense. Forks of lightning danced wildly among the black clouds above. Let the thunder roar. Wes raised his staff and swept it down with force. A blinding bolt of lightning split the sky and struck the demon square on. With a scream of agony, the demon convulsed from his shock. Another bolt followed, and then another, strike after strike hammered him. He fought desperately, but the relentless barrage of lightning left him reeling in pain. At last, the thunder faded, the clouds dispersed, and the silvery face of the moon emerged once more. Moonlight bathed the ground, shimmering like a veil of silver silk. The demon, now battered and scorched, smoke curling from his wounds, looked utterly defeated. Wizard, he roared, voice ragged with fury. I'll rip out your soul and torment it for 10,000 years. By now, Wes was nearly drained of power, gasping for breath. Yet he managed a bold, taunting reply. You pitiful fool. The demon threw his head back and let out a furious howl. He lunged forward, only to stumble, his injuries clearly taking their toll. Johnny and Carter stepped in to block his path once more. Well, would you look at that? Carter called out with exaggerated bravado. Who's this? Why, it's a shrimp, nicely cooked and ready to serve. Johnny burst into a bizarre, crackling laugh, each sound sharp and mocking. How dare you humiliate me? How dare you insult the great prince of hell? The demon howled, spreading his arms wide. Suddenly, dozens of souls burst forth from the earth, swirling around him in a ghostly halo. Bet you didn't expect this, did you? To find the undead lurking here, once I consume them and regain my strength. Stop him, Wes shouted. Too late. The demon warlock grinned with smug satisfaction and swallowed the undead whole. But before he could absorb their energy, the undead began to rampage wildly within him. What's happening? There's something wrong with these undead. It was only then that the demon warlock realized something was wrong, but it was far too late. Chains whipped out and instantly coiled around the demon warlock. Johnny fixed his gaze on the undead. Face your judgment. The undead ignited, dozens of flickering spirits tearing through the warlock's body, carrying the flames of judgment into every corner of his being. Why? I don't have a soul. How can I be judged? The demon warlock screamed, his voice ringing with utter despair. Idiot. Not having a soul doesn't mean you're immune to the flames of judgment. Wes shot back sarcastically. Are you really so dense you don't even know that? Curse Ed Wizza RD. The demon warlock stretched out a hand, clawing desperately at Wes. But just as he was about to touch Wes, he was consumed by the flames and turned to ash. A breeze swept through and scattered him completely, leaving no trace behind. It's finally over. Carter let his head drop slightly, hand lowering his hat's brim. He gave a soft, relieved sigh. Sike clack. Evil is judged. Beside them, Johnny stumbled over the words, his voice rough and halting. As soon as he spoke, his dazed eyes slowly drifted toward Wes. Wes instinctively averted his gaze, brow furrowing in irritation. Hey, idiot, stop staring at me. Looks like our wizard friend isn't exactly pure of heart, Carter said with a lopsided grin, his tone thick with mockery. That's right, all wizards are ruthless. Wes froze in place, stunned suddenly by the words. But there were only 3 of them here. Where had this 4th voice come from? Frowning, he raised his wand, tense and alert, aiming toward the source of the voice. There, standing calmly, was a man with snow-white hair. Impeccably dressed and leaning lightly on a refined cane, he seemed to radiate an air of mystery and danger. Mephisto. Carter's face drained of color at the sight of the man, and without hesitation, he fired 2 quick shots his way. But the bullets passed through Mephisto as if through a ghost, without leaving so much as a scratch. In a blur, Johnny rushed forward, swinging a heavy fist at Mephisto's face. But, as if under a petrifying spell, Johnny was frozen in place by nothing more than a glance from Mephisto. How heartbreaking. My own knight would treat me with such rudeness. Mephisto leisurely pulled out a pristine handkerchief and gently dabbed at the corner of his eye, as if wiping away tears that didn't exist at all. The corners of his mouth curled ever so slightly, outlining a smile full of disdain. Wes felt his heart tighten, slowly inching backward, widening the distance between himself and Mephisto, little by little. All the while, his mind raced, calculating when he might have a chance to use Phantom Shift and escape this perilous place. Johnny and Carter had contracted with Mephisto, in a sense that made them his employees, though of a very particular kind. Wes had no desire whatsoever to be tangled up with this demon lord from hell. And you, little wizard, Mephisto's gaze, deep and inscrutable, settled on Wes with keen interest, as if regarding some curious new plaything. In all the futures I predicted, you weren't supposed to exist. The moment Wes heard this, he prepared to use the panel to travel to another world. But as he weighed his options, Mephisto's hand, swift as a wraith, suddenly landed on Wes's shoulder. When did he move? Wes's heart skipped a beat, his body tensing instantly, not daring to make a single rash move. You disrupted my plans. How do you intend to compensate me for that? Mephisto narrowed his eyes and, forcing out a few artificial tears, put on an exaggerated show. My beloved child, mercilessly slain by you all, can you possibly understand my grief in this moment? Yet, when he saw the trio remain completely unmoved, Mephisto's desire for theatrics faded. He curled his lips dismissively. Philistines, my performance would easily have earned me an Oscar. With slow deliberation, Mephisto spread his fingers. In that instant, the San Venganza contract slid out of Wes's chest as if it had a will of its own, floating gently into Mephisto's waiting hand. Ah, at last, the fruits of my long years of toil are ready for the harvest, Mephisto said, a look of triumph spreading across his face as he began to chant a mysterious incantation. Immediately, the San Venganza contract flared with such brilliant light that it was impossible to look straight at it. A heartbeat later, the radiance vanished, replaced by 3,000 pure souls floating midair, holy and ethereal. The sight of Mephisto struck terror into these souls, and all at once, they tried desperately to flee. Oh, that won't do, Mephisto chided lightly. You are, after all, God's chosen. You can't break your word. That will be a serious breach of the commandments. He furrowed his brow slightly and opened his right hand. A surge of immense force swept outwards, instantly pinning the 3,000 souls in place, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Think of something quick. Carter's face showed his anxiety, voice taut with urgency. If Mephisto absorbs those souls and opens the gates of hell, we're done for. Why are you looking at me? Do you really think I can handle someone of that caliber? At this moment, Wes was overwhelmed with anxiety. He was toying with the idea of making a run for it, while Mephisto was busy absorbing souls. But his instincts screamed that if he tried, the consequences would be disastrous. He was caught in a storm of hesitation, unsure what choice to make. Just then, someone completely unexpected stepped forward. The old priest strode steadily toward Mephisto, one step at a time, unfazed by the howling winds raging around him. Damn it! The sight of the old priest made Mephisto's face darken instantly, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Dormammu didn't manage to trap you? Suddenly, a spectral image emerged from within the old priest. As it became clear, it revealed none other than the Ancient One. The old priest seemed stunned for a moment before bolting toward the church. It's been a long time. The Ancient One's voice was gentle and warm, like a spring breeze, like running into an old friend after years apart. Are you here to banish me? This is just one of my avatars. Even if it's destroyed, I lose nothing. Mephisto hesitated for a split second before feigning sudden realization. "Oh, you're here for the contract." With a proud flourish, Mephisto produced the San Venganza contract and waved it in the air. "But this contract, they signed it with me of their own free will. I'm only fulfilling a long-overdue bargain. Even you can't deny the legitimacy of this deal." The Ancient One nodded calmly, her expression unruffled. "You're right. Then why are you here? Have you come to witness me opening the gates of hell?" A wave of unease washed over Mephisto. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in the Ancient One's hand. Though its design was old-fashioned, even battered, the spear tip was stained with blood, the blood of Jesus. The spear of Longinus. Horror twisted Mephisto's features. He tried to remain composed as he demanded, "He's teamed up with you now? It's just a temporary alliance. I want stability for Earth, and he wants these 3,000 souls." The Ancient One shrugged, her voice casual. "You know how it is. Back then I struck too hard, and his losses were great. He needs to replenish his ranks. Damn it, shameless. How could he stoop so low, even lower than a devil like me?" As bitter disbelief colored Mephisto's face, the spear of Longinus struck the San Venganza contract with force. Under the might of the spear, the contract gradually disintegrated to ash. So be it. Mephisto's demeanor turned ice-cold, as if he had become someone else entirely. This was merely one of many plans after all. Master Ancient One paid him no heed, standing silently in place. Mephisto removed his hat, bowed his head ever so slightly, and offered a courteous farewell. "Until next time, Sorcerer Supreme. I look forward to our next encounter." With those words, his form began to fade slowly, and at the very last moment before he vanished entirely, he cast a final glance toward Weiss. Suddenly, a magnificent, radiant gate appeared in the sky, its sides encircled by heavenly angels. The angels sang soft, sacred hymns, their voices pure and ethereal. With a sweep of her sleeve, the Ancient One caused the splendid gate and angels to dissolve utterly from view. 3,000 holy spirits bowed deeply to the Ancient One in gratitude. Then, gathering together, they fused into a single luminous cluster, transforming into a streak of brilliance that shot skyward. All that remained behind was a crystal sphere, about the size of a fist, suspended motionless in the air. Thank you to all the readers for your recommendations and support. What is this? Weiss's gaze fixed firmly on the crystal sphere. He could sense within it an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual energy, yet it felt calm and tranquil, untouched by chaos. "Do you desire it?" The Ancient One's eyes fell upon Weiss, her voice gentle and clear. Weiss replied with silence, simply staring at the crystal sphere in the Ancient One's hand. "Then it's yours." Raising her hand with a subtle motion, she gently pushed the crystal sphere forward. Guided as if by an unseen force, the sphere floated directly, unerringly, into Weiss's grasp. The instant Weiss touched it, he felt, with absolute clarity, the pure and undefiled spiritual power inside the sphere. It was like an immaculate, crystal-clear spring, one capable of cleansing the very soul itself. "So, this is the gift you spoke of?" The Ancient One nodded, her expression calm and serene. "Not a bad reward," Weiss remarked, swiftly stowing the sphere in his box almost before anyone could notice his movement. "It is what you've earned." Having done all this, the Ancient One had no intention of lingering. She offered a few brief words of farewell, reminding Weiss to act with caution and make wise use of his new power, then quietly departed. Meanwhile, Johnny and Carter stood off to the side, exchanging glances, their faces and even their inner thoughts reflecting a whirlwind of emotions. "That's it? It's over?" Johnny asked first, frowning in puzzlement. "I think so," Carter replied with a sigh, straightening his cowboy hat as he did. Both men let out a deep, long breath in perfect unison, as if a great weight had finally been lifted from their hearts. At that moment, Weiss, too, felt the tension drain from his body. His nerves, taut until now, relaxed at last. "So what will you do next?" Carter reached into his pocket for a cigar, lit it, and took a slow, deep draw. Circles of smoke eagerly slipped from Carter's lips as he spoke. "I plan to go back and keep watch over the cemetery. You know, when you get old, you just don't feel like moving around much anymore." At that moment, Carter seemed to radiate a certain calm, the kind that comes only after weathering the storms of life. Johnny, standing nearby, looked even more lost. His gaze wandered as he spoke uncertainly. "I don't really know what I should do. Maybe drifting from place to place isn't such a bad option." For his part, Wes had shed his usual demeanor and fell into silence. He didn't want to get too close to these two knights, choosing instead to remain shrouded in mystery. It was as if fate had briefly swept these three together, like bits of driftwood converging on a river's current, brought together by chance, only to part just as suddenly. Goodbye, then. The old cowboy Carter waved his hand in a carefree gesture, then turned and strode away. Without another word, the three each set off in a different direction. After they had disappeared, Coulson finally arrived, hurrying over with a team of agents. But the place was already deserted. Even the old priest had vanished without a trace. "Sir, they're all gone." Coulson reported the situation immediately. "Don't worry. As long as they're still somewhere on this planet, we'll find them. Finish cleaning up." Nick Fury's voice came crisply through the communicator. With that simple order, he ended the call. Coulson could only sigh helplessly, then directed his agents to collect anything even remotely suspicious from the scene. After leaving, Wes used the panel to travel back to the world of Harry Potter. Reflecting on his journey through the Marvel Universe, he found it almost overwhelmingly intense. One powerful figure after another appeared before him. Still, I gained a lot from this experience, he thought. That whole afternoon, Wes sat quietly in his office, lovingly caressing the crystal ball and feeling the pure energy pulsing within. Before he knew it, evening had come. When he checked the calendar, he realized there were still days left before the school term. With that in mind, he decided to find a secluded spot where he could organize his thoughts and knowledge. After returning from the Marvel world, Wes, usually so confident in himself, was struck by a deep realization. Whether he faced the mystic might of the Ancient One or the horrific power of Mephisto, he was utterly powerless. He was simply too weak. He was grateful, at least, that the Ancient One was a force for good and order. If Mephisto had found him first, he might already be nothing but a puppet on his strings. At the very least, I need the strength to protect myself. He would have to find the right place to train and hone his abilities. Hogwarts was undoubtedly the best option. Magic lingered in every corner, and resources abounded. Yet, after all, this was Dumbledore's domain. Wes had many secrets he was reluctant to share with anyone else. With that thought, he reluctantly dismissed the idea. However, the British mainland isn't all that large. Even if one were to hide deep in the forests and mountains, backpackers could turn up at any moment, always running the risk of being discovered. After much deliberation, Wes set his sights on the sea. Over the course of a week, he finally found an island, a remote isle that in every way met his expectations. The island was far removed from the bustle of the world. For Wes, Jandy built a simple wooden cabin amid the tranquility. Other than the abundance of snakes, insects, rats, and ants, the place was nearly perfect. But such minor inconveniences were nothing to a potion master like Wes. He promptly concocted a special potion and sprinkled it around the cabin. To enhance its effect, he added a drop of fire dragon urine to the mix. "Those snakes and bugs won't dare come near my cabin now," Wes said with satisfaction, giving his hand a little shake to flick off the last drops of potion. With all preparations complete, Wes was in no hurry to start his cultivation. Instead, he took the opportunity to relax for a few days. Lately, his mind had been stretched taut, like a string ready to snap. If he forced himself to practice at such a time, the result could easily backfire. Several nights later, under a sky awash with stars, each one a brilliant gemstone set in a black velvet dome, and the moon casting its gentle silver glow, a sudden idea sparked in Wes's heart. Now is the moment. Under the starlight, Wes moved with care, softly retrieving his crystal orb. Crossing his legs, he soon slipped effortlessly into a meditative state. He felt slender streams of pure psychic energy slowly flow from the orb into his body, gentle as rivulets threading through his being. A profound sense of comfort washed over him, like soaking in a warm spring, the soothing currents spreading throughout his body. Wes allowed himself, just for a moment, to savor this bliss. But soon he snapped back to clarity, focusing on drawing in and assimilating each wisp of spiritual energy. A minute passed, and he began to sense the magic within him stirring just a little. Then, all at once, it surged, wild and fierce as the crashing ocean. Wes soon realized the power was getting out of hand. Steadying himself, he patiently guided the raging magic, even as it demanded much of his mental strength. Fortunately, with the steady replenishment from the crystal orb, he was able to hold on and continue safely. Before long, the entire night had passed. The sun rose from the edge of the sea, showering Wes in a mantle of golden light. Wes slowly opened his eyes. They shone, dazzling, brighter even than the newborn sun. But in the blink of an eye, their brilliance faded back to normal. In this moment, Wes finally allowed himself a satisfied smile, savoring again and again the surging magic now coursing through him. With the aid of the crystal ball, the surging magical power caused Wes no discomfort at all. On the contrary, it ran smoothly throughout his body. Wes watched as the crystal ball gradually dissipated into the air. The gift left behind by those 3,000 sages had all been absorbed by him completely. Without delay, Wes returned to the wooden cabin. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened his status panel and stared intently at the words displayed. Host, Wes Elvin. Worlds, Marvel, Harry Potter, Delicious in Dungeon. Hashtag, @alchemy%UN. Professions, wizard/potion master/alchemist. Level 4. Seeing his level had finally risen to 4, Wes was overjoyed. Thanks to the crystal ball, I've finally broken through the level 4 barrier. Both the headmaster and Voldemort belong to this rank. That means I can really let loose in this world now. After closing the panel, Wes didn't leave the little island right away. He decided to stay until it was nearly time for school to start. Partly, he wanted to familiarize himself with his newly enhanced powers. More importantly, he needed to start planning out his next moves. Throughout the entire holiday, Wes enjoyed a leisurely life on the island. The seafood there had a rough time of it, as the industrious Jandy continued to craft all sorts of exquisite dishes for his master. With the vacation coming to an end, Wes left the island 3 days early and returned to his quarters at Hogwarts. Having been away the whole summer, his room had collected a thin layer of dust. Attentive as ever, Jandy transformed at once into a cleaner and gave the place a thorough scrubbing. While Jandy was busy tidying up, Wes decided to visit Flourish and Blots to see if the books he'd previously asked the owner to collect had arrived. No sooner had Wes arrived in Diagon Alley than he found Flourish and Blots buzzing with excitement. The entire shop was packed to the brim, and a long line stretched out the door. The queue snaked down the street, winding like a great serpent. More than 90% of those waiting in line were witches, each clutching a book tightly in her hands. They huddled together, murmuring softly to one another. Whenever someone grew animated, laughter would bubble up uncontrollably, only for them to realize their indiscretion and hurriedly cover their mouths in embarrassment. What's the big event at the bookshop today? Wes took in the bustling scene around him. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had never seen Flourish and Blots so lively. You don't know. A witch lifted her chin ever so slightly, looking Wes up and down as if examining a country bumpkin. Today, Gilderoy Lockhart is holding a signing here. Who? Wes knit his brows, searching his memory for a long moment before he could recall who that was. Gilderoy Lockhart, the most famous adventurer and writer in Britain. Another which lifted her head with pride, as if she found immense satisfaction in knowing who this person was. She glanced at Wes with disdain and then promptly ignored him, as though even one more word with him would be a complete waste of her time. Wes was left thoroughly baffled. Where in the world did this strange sense of superiority come from? Looking at the packed crowd and Flourish and Blots, Wes shook his head helplessly. He had no desire whatsoever to join in such chaos. Better to come back when it's less crowded, he thought. Turning away, he headed to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, ordered himself an ice cream, and lingered there for a whole hour. But when Wes finally left the ice cream shop, the line outside Flourish and Blots was just as long as before. Seeing no alternative, he decided to make use of his privilege. As a super VIP customer, with the shopkeeper's assistance, he skipped the line and entered the bookstore ahead of the crowd. Naturally, this move sparked the displeasure of others. Witches all around shot him angry looks and muttered under their breaths. But Wes didn't care in the slightest. He only wanted to get the books he needed and leave this boisterous place behind. All of your requested books are on that shelf over there. The shopkeeper called out quickly before plunging right back into his whirlwind of work. He was so busy today, he barely had a second to rest. Wes walked over to the shelf and quietly began leafing through the collection. Each book had been specially gathered by the shopkeeper at his request. Every single one held unique value. But the enthusiastic shrieks from the author signing nearby made it impossible for Wes to concentrate. Screams and cheers from the witches erupted one after another, constantly disrupting his thoughts. With a resigned sigh, Wes decided he'd just take the books home and read them in peace. Just then, a commotion from the book signing caught his attention. You're an absolute disgrace to purebloods, being friend with muggles, of all things. It was obvious the one speaking was a staunch believer in pureblood supremacy. Oh, the new Muggle Protection Act got you all flustered, has it? Finished getting rid of all your dark magic trinkets at home? You better watch out, or I just might catch you red-handed. Another voice shot back, full of biting sarcasm. Are you threatening me? Lucius Malfoy, infuriated, nearly knocked Arthur Weasley to the floor. How dare you? Molly Weasley's face burned with anger as she flung the book in her hands at Lucius. Lucius reacted swiftly, dodging the flying book with a tilt of his head. You! Arthur scrambled to his feet, his body trembling with fury. Get him, Dad. Show him a lesson. The Weasley twins shouted gleefully, cheering their father on with boundless excitement. Their faces brimmed with anticipation, utterly unafraid of making a scene. "Shut up, you filthy red-haired paupers." Draco Malfoy raised his chin with haughty disdain, spreading his venom without restraint. Ron's anger boiled over at Draco's words. In a flash, he shoved Draco hard, sending him sprawling to the floor. Lucius, forgetting all pretense of adult dignity, rushed forward, ready to retaliate against Ron. Arthur could bear it no longer. His fist shot out and landed squarely on Lucius's eye. Stunned by the unexpected blow, Lucius froze for a split second, but then his fury was fully ignited. He cast aside all concern for pureblood honor or noble reputation and grappled with Arthur, the two of them locked in a mess of flailing limbs. They crashed to the floor, utterly lacking in decorum, neither willing to back down. Two wild beasts in the throes of battle. A crowd quickly gathered, pressing close to enjoy the spectacle, their faces alive with every shade of curiosity and amazement. The reporters, who had originally come to cover the book signing, suddenly perked up, their eyes shining with excitement. Without hesitation, they swung their cameras round to the brawling men, snapping photo after photo. This, for them, was front-page material. Gilderoy Lockhart hurried over, the picture of false concern plastered across his face. "Gentlemen, please. There are plenty of books for everyone. I promise you'll all receive my signature in person." Then, with a sly turn, he whispered to the nearest reporter, "It's free publicity. Tell them the Sacred 28 are fighting over my new book. What a headline, don't you think?" As he finished, he discreetly slipped some money into the reporter's pocket. The reporter understood immediately and made sure to capture a few shots of Lockhart from different angles, artfully framing him in the midst of the chaos, as if valiantly trying to break up the fight. This book's sales are going to skyrocket now. The thought sparked an even brighter smile on Lockhart's face. A sizable group of his female fans gazed at Lockhart's dazzling grin, immediately swooning for him, admiration shining brightly in their eyes. "Someone get in there and separate them." The bookstore owner, seeing scores of customers fleeing from the fracas, finally spoke up, unable to tolerate the chaos any longer. Weasley could only watch the farce, utterly speechless. Finite incantatum. A beam of magical light flashed, and Lucius and Arthur were forcibly separated by magic. Getting to their feet, both men looked somewhat the worse for wear. Lucius hastily straightened his robes, trying to restore his dignity. Yet his disheveled hair gave him quite a comic appearance, resembling a bird's nest tossed about by the wind. Arthur glanced around to find the onlookers crowding several rows deep in every direction. For someone who always valued his public image, Arthur was mortified. "This is beyond embarrassing. You'll never have another good day at the ministry, Weasley," Lucius shouted at Arthur. Arthur stood his ground, unfazed by Lucius's threats. He squared his shoulders. "Don't think I don't know all the dirty things you've done before." "Silence." Lucius cut Arthur off sharply, his voice booming. Tension crackled in the air as the two looked ready to clash once more. "Gentlemen, you're blocking the doorway. Would you mind stepping aside, please?" A calm voice interrupted them. Lucius and Arthur both turned toward its source. A young wizard they didn't recognize stood there, prompting Lucius to frown. "And who might you be?" Lucius's tone was cold and accusatory. "Professor Elvin. You're here too." Hermione, spotting Weiss, greeted him with enthusiastic warmth. She quickly introduced him to her parents with all due ceremony. "This is Professor Elvin, the teacher who gives our magical runes class at school." Elvin greeted Hermione's parents with impeccable manners, adopting the etiquette of ordinary people. His composure was flawless throughout. Hermione's parents were genuinely surprised. They had never expected a professor at a magic school to be so attuned to ordinary customs. "I'm Muggle-born as well, just like Hermione," Weiss explained as he noticed their slightly astonished looks. A mocking smirk flickered across Lucius's lips. Dumbledore really must be losing his mind, hiring a mud. Weiss stepped forward, locking eyes with Lucius. "Mr. Malfoy, you've made more than enough of a spectacle today. Isn't it time to stop?" Weiss's tone was gentle, his smile friendly. Yet Lucius felt a chill run through him, every hair on end. How is this possible? Just who is this young wizard? Why do I feel the same overwhelming presence from him as the other one? Just moments ago, Lucius had been domineering and arrogant, but as soon as his eyes met Weiss's, an inexplicable panic rose within him. He couldn't bear the pressure and quickly turned away, grabbing Draco as he hastened from flourish and blots in a flurry of haste. In his panic, all his careful plans were forgotten. Only after regaining some composure did Lucius reach up to his chest, feeling for something anxiously. The instant he realized it was gone, his face turned white as parchment, drained of all color. "Where is it? Where did it go?" Desperate, he searched himself frantically, both hands patting down every pocket and fold. The more he searched, the more despair gripped him. The item he obsessed over was nowhere to be found. This is a disaster. A wave of intense fear crashed over Lucius. The thought of losing that diary and the consequences it might bring made his legs give way beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground, utterly undone. That diary, the one that person had entrusted him with for safekeeping. Dad, what's wrong? Draco stared at his father, bewildered. He had never seen his father look so distraught. In his memory, his father was always the elegant and composed head of the Malfoy family, lofty and unshakable. Never had he appeared so undone. It's nothing. I just dropped something, that's all. Lucius tried hard to keep his voice steady, not wanting Draco to worry. Yet his bloodless face and trembling legs betrayed him entirely. Seeing his father like this filled Draco with concern. He struggled to help Lucius up and asked, "Was it something valuable?" "Just a diary." Lucius managed a strained smile, hoping to reassure Draco. "A diary?" Draco frowned, unable to understand what could be so important about a diary to make his father act this way. "If it's lost, it's lost. We can always buy a new one at the bookstore," Draco said to his father with naive optimism. Hearing Draco's words, Lucius's eyes suddenly brightened as if he'd glimpsed a ray of hope in the darkness. The bookstore? Flourish and Blots. It must have fallen during the scuffle at Flourish and Blots. With that thought, energy seemed to flood back into Lucius. Without a care for appearances, he broke into a run. "Dad, wait for me." Draco watched his father rush away and hurried after him, his short legs working overtime to keep up. As he ran, Lucius put on his monocle. But this was no ordinary monocle. It was an enchanted object, one of whose functions was to see at a distance. Through this magical lens, Lucius could see the scene at Flourish and Blots clearly, even from afar. When his gaze swept over the bookstore floor, his heart skipped a beat. There, plain as day, was the diary. Yes. Lucius punched the air in triumph. But a moment later, his smile froze on his face, for he saw Weasley bending down and picking the diary up from the floor. Damn it! Lucius cursed under his breath, fuming. But just then, he saw Weasley give him a nod. Thinking his eyes must be deceiving him, Lucius blinked rapidly. Looking again, he saw Weasley actually waving the diary at him in greeting. Lucius's mouth fell open in astonishment. He was so shocked that his monocle slipped right out of its frame. Gasping, Draco finally caught up, panting for breath. He looked at his father's strange expression, his face full of confusion as he said, "Dad, go easy. It's just a diary, that's all." Lucius put his glasses back on, his gaze shifting toward Wes. He saw Wes chatting with the Weasley family, and the scene looked so perfectly ordinary. For a moment, Lucius even wondered if everything that had just happened was merely a figment of his own imagination. "Dad, what's going on? You've been acting really strange ever since we left the bookstore," Draco asked, bewildered. "It's nothing," Lucius replied, letting out a long breath as he tried to steady his emotions. "That young man back there, is he a professor at Hogwarts?" "That's right. He teaches rune magic at the school." Draco lit up with enthusiasm as soon as Wes was mentioned. He launched into an eager account of his adventures the previous term. "Professor Elvin is amazing. Back in the Forbidden Forest." "The Forbidden Forest? And what exactly were you doing in a place like that?" At once realizing he had let something slip, Draco quickly clammed up, his flustered expression making him look that much more endearing. "I'm not trying to scold you," Lucius said, softening as he saw Draco's nervousness. He reached out to gently ruffle Draco's hair. "Tell me about Professor Elvin. What kind of man is he?" Inside, Lucius was thinking to himself, if the diary has ended up in the hands of a professor, that's probably good enough. Sooner or later, it's bound to find its way back to Hogwarts. This thought brought Lucius a measure of relief. As long as the objective was achieved, the means seemed less important. And so, he led Draco away from Diagon Alley. Elsewhere, Wes had declined the Weasleys' invitation to dinner. At this moment, there was only one thing on his mind, to begin studying the diary he had just acquired as soon as possible. Wes was all too aware that this diary was one of the most crucial artifacts in the world of Harry Potter, a Horcrux. In the original story, Voldemort was the only wizard known to have ever created a Horcrux. The process of making a Horcrux is unspeakably evil, involving a terrible act such as murder, which causes the wizard's soul to split. A portion of that soul is then extracted and sealed into an object outside the body, creating the Horcrux. As a result, no matter how grievously the Dark Wizard is wounded, he cannot truly die. However, the act of splitting the soul renders it dangerously unstable. Severed from the original, the fragment feels nothing, not even the agony of destruction, which is why the creator has no sense of anything when a Horcrux is destroyed. For this reason, most Dark Wizards, even if they possess the skill, are unwilling to forge a Horcrux. They'd rather face death head-on than pay such a gruesome price. No one before Voldemort had ever created more than one Horcrux. Judging from the cold-blooded, irrational, and deranged behavior Voldemort displayed in the original book, such a stark contrast to his early brilliance and cunning, Wes guessed that the creation of Horcruxes must leave permanent scars on one's soul and mind. Wes had no desire to make Horcruxes himself, but he was deeply fascinated by the idea of studying them. As soon as he hurried back to his dormitory at Hogwarts, he could hardly wait to open the diary he had just acquired. He paused to gather his thoughts, then pinned on its first page, "It feels so good to be back at Hogwarts. This place truly feels like home to me." However, contrary to his expectations, the words on the diary didn't get absorbed as if by magic, nor did he receive any reply. "Well, it seems our esteemed prefect is rather shy. No need to rush, though. Plenty time to wear you down. Even if I learn nothing, I can always trade a few things with Dumbledore," he mused silently. Wes locked the diary away inside a special mechanism box, casting protective spells over it before tucking it safely in his drawer. In the days leading up to the start of term, Hogwarts gradually regained its usual vitality. Some students had already returned to school early. Apart from resting, Wes spent most of his time immersed in deep research on magic, seeking to uncover deeper mysteries. Of course, he also took every chance to try establishing a connection with Tom, the mysterious figure inside the diary. But Tom remained steadfastly aloof, never once giving Wes so much as a hint of a reaction. Finally, on the night before the start of term, Wes wrote this in the diary. "There's a question that's haunted me for as long as I can remember. Why is it that wizards live no longer than muggles? Wizards possess such wondrous magical prowess. They're a higher form of life. How can this be possible? Nicholas Flamel lived over 6 centuries thanks to the Philosopher's Stone. That stone truly is a miracle, astonishing beyond words. And damn Dumbledore, he actually refused my offer, insisting on destroying the stone. That's nothing short of crime. Dumbledore has lost his mind. He's no longer the most revered, greatest wizard he once was." Every sentence Wes wrote was laced with his disdain for muggles and his powerful yearning for immortality. As he'd hoped, something began to happen. The handwriting slowly faded from the page, as though drawn away by some mysterious force, sinking into the very heart of the diary. At last, Tom couldn't resist, Wes thought, pleased. Before long, new, clear words appeared on the page. "I can help you." A sly smile crept onto Wes's lips. Silently, he crowed, "Finally, you've taken the bait." But instead of replying, he snapped the diary shut with deliberate force, putting on a perfect act of someone thoroughly alarmed. Afterward, he locked the diary back into the drawer. The next day, Wes carefully arranged his robes and set off for the school's opening ceremony. When Wes entered the Great Hall, all the professors had already arrived. The moment Dumbledore caught sight of Wes, he felt an extraordinary surge of magical energy coming from him. That kind of magical aura. He's truly stepped into this realm. Though Wes hadn't bothered to hide his strength, none of the professors, including Professor Flitwick, noticed that Wes had advanced to a higher level. Only Dumbledore, with his keen perception, sensed the change in Wes. Dumbledore raised his goblet. "Congratulations, Wizard Irwin." "Thank you," Wes replied calmly, lifting his own goblet and clinking it lightly against Dumbledore's. They both drained their drinks in one go. The professors exchanged puzzled glances, having no idea what the two were celebrating. The opening ceremony began on time, but this year, hardly anyone was paying attention. Even the traditional spectacle of first years making blunders went largely unnoticed. All eyes were drawn to the headline story in that day's issue of the Daily Prophet. "Ford Anglia takes flight, Muggles shocked." Picking up the newspaper from his seat, Wes gave a slight shake of his head. Those brave little lions of Gryffindor, never lacking in nerve. After reading the article, Professor McGonagall trembled with fury. Perhaps they found the train too dull and decided to try a different mode of transportation. "I've never ridden in a car myself. Those Muggle vehicles are said to be rather." Catching Professor McGonagall's murderous glare, Dumbledore sensibly stopped speaking, not daring to utter another word. "Dumbledore, this is not the time for jokes." Professor McGonagall snapped, her anxiety for the two students' safety playing on her face. "Do you realize how serious the consequences could be? They've already broken a mountain of school rules before even setting foot inside Hogwarts, not to mention the statute of secrecy." "Calm down, Minerva." Dumbledore tried to soothe her, but before he could finish, Snape's cold, menacing voice cut through the air. "They ought to be locked in Azkaban. Hogwarts is no place for students who behave so recklessly." Professor McGonagall shot Snape a furious glare, but he remained as impassive as ever, his expression unchanged. At that moment, The roar of an engine suddenly echoed from outside the castle, drawing everyone's eyes to the windows. A blue car, flying lopsidedly, bobbed uncertainly across the sky above the castle, making a wild, clumsy pass. "That's Dad's car. Ron and Harry are in there." Fred and George cried out excitedly. The students erupted in a flurry of excitement. No one had ever attempted anything so outrageous. They really do have ideas. It seems when you get old, it's so easy to fall behind the times. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses, which were about to slide down to the tip of his nose. "Oh no," Professor McGonagall exclaimed. "They're heading straight for the Whomping Willow." But Professor Snape was even quicker to react. Foolish, reckless Potter. He had already leapt from his seat and strode purposefully toward the exit. Professor McGonagall hurried after him. "Well then, let's leave this matter to Severus and Minerva. I'm confident they will take care of those too," Dumbledore said, gesturing for the others to continue their meal. "Children these days are so daring. I could never have imagined pulling off something like that when I was young," Professor Flitwick said, taking a sip of wine to steady his nerves. "As for me, I find that enchanted flying car quite fascinating," Professor Vance remarked, a spark of curiosity for the heavily modified magical vehicle. "Perhaps I could ask Mr. Weasley for some tips on customizing a car of my own." Gilderoy Lockhart, unable to hide both his envy and admiration, sighed. "Why didn't I think of that? That would have been front-page headline news." The professors nearby shot him a look of disapproval and silently edged their chairs farther away. Oblivious to their distaste, Lockhart launched into a never-ending account of his own adventurous exploits. The professors had no choice but to endure his relentless monologue, expressions contorting in shared anguish, as though he had cast an unforgivable curse upon them. "Professor Elvin is quite the adventurer himself. Perhaps the two of you will have plenty to talk about," Dumbledore said, evidently at his wit's end, and promptly shifted the spotlight, along with Lockhart, toward Vance. "Professor Elvin, surely we've met before? At my book signing, remember?" Lockhart said, scooting his chair closer to Professor Vance with enthusiasm. "Maybe we should form our own Adventurers League. I could even write about our escapades in my next book." "I prefer to be a lone wolf," Vance replied, sampling a bit of steak, his tone politely noncommittal. But Vance had underestimated Lockhart's persistence. Undeterred, Lockhart continued to pester him with all the fervor of a child chasing a new toy. "Professor Elvin, you're so striking. You have all the makings of a star. I have great contacts at many major newspapers." Lockhart's incessant chatter was beginning to grate on Vance's nerves. With a flick of his wand, Vance finally silenced him. Lockhart was left gaping and wordless, anxiously mouthing wordless pleas, but Vance gave no sign of relenting. Lockhart began eyeing the other professors for help, but not one of them moved a muscle to come to his rescue. Everyone agreed that silencing him was a pretty good idea. Dumbledore even quietly gave Weasley a thumbs up. Gilderoy Lockhart, trying to save face, raised his own wand to cast a spell on himself. But his skills were so poor that he fumbled the incantation and knocked himself out right then and there. Support, recommendations, monthly votes, and favorites are all welcome. Oh, Merlin's beard. Professor Sprout's mouth fell slightly open as she let out an exclamation of shock. All the professors were utterly stunned. They had never expected Lockhart to pull off such an extraordinary blunder. To knock oneself out with one's own spell. It was humiliation of the highest order. How could someone as ridiculous as this possibly become a professor? The professors exchanged bewildered glances. Then an unspoken unison turned to Dumbledore, each silently urging him to provide some sort of reasonable explanation. "You know, it's awfully hard to find a defense against the dark arts teacher." Dumbledore shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands. "And besides," he volunteered. The professors' expressions shifted at once as they looked at Lockhart. Everyone knew the job of defense against the dark arts teacher was under a mysterious curse. No one lasted a full year before quitting under unusual circumstances. Some had even lost their lives. The post had become as disposable as a hand towel, with Dumbledore racking his brain every year for a new candidate. Lockhart stepping forward on his own had, in a sense, solved a major headache for Dumbledore. Still, Dumbledore truly hadn't expected Lockhart to be this hopeless, to perform so miserably. The commotion among the faculty caught the attention of the students. The professors naturally didn't want the students to know Lockhart had knocked himself out with his own spell. That would be a terrible embarrassment for the entire teaching staff. So, they bustled into action, doing their utmost to cover for Lockhart. Professor Sprout quickly cast a levitation charm, surreptitiously floating Lockhart away from the scene. Watching all this, Weasley found himself worrying about the quality of defense against the dark arts class for the entire school year. After all, He was now the only one who truly knew Lockhart was a fraud. He could already imagine what the students would end up learning. Examples might include how to flash a dazzling smile, 100 ways to maintain perfect hair, things of that sort. The thought made Weasley genuinely sorry for the students. Soon, bedtime arrived, and the students gradually dispersed. Just as Weasley was about to head back to his dormitory, Dumbledore extended an invitation. "Weasley, would you care to have a word with me?" "Of course," Weasley replied without a moment's hesitation. And so the two of them made their way together to the headmaster's office. No sooner had they taken their seats than Dumbledore began. "Wes, I must say, I'm astonished by how much you've grown over the holidays. I've just put in a bit more effort than most people, that's all." Wes looked calmly at Dumbledore. That's not something mere diligence alone could achieve. There are always a select few in this world who, with seemingly little effort, manage to accomplish things that most people couldn't dream of in a lifetime. These people are called geniuses. But you, Wes, even among geniuses, you're quite extraordinary. In Dumbledore's tone, curiosity mingled with genuine appreciation for the young man before him. Even I, nor Voldemort, had reached such heights at Wes's age. Outwardly, Wes maintained an air of composure in the face of Dumbledore's praise. But inwardly he mused, becoming a level 4 wizard was mostly down to my own hard work. The system panel only gave me a bit of help, and that panel is my talent, so how could I not be considered a genius? "Headmaster, you didn't call me here just to flatter me, did you?" Wes raised an eyebrow, a playful edge to his voice. "Is that a problem?" Wes made a show of getting up to leave. All right, I do have something to discuss with you," Dumbledore muttered. "Young people today, absolutely no patience." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "Wes, Voldemort is poised to return." "So what?" Wes showed no surprise at the Dark Lord's resurgence. "I'm not afraid of him. Of course, you gave him quite the thrashing last year. From what I know, Voldemort is not known for his forgiving nature." Dumbledore recalled the clash last term between Wes and Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, his brow creasing slightly. "He's nothing but a defeated cur." Wes wasn't the least bit concerned about Voldemort or his Death Eaters. "You're underestimating him." Dumbledore drew a list from his desk drawer, covered with densely packed names. "And these are—" Wes squinted at the seemingly endless roll of names, starting to feel a headache coming on. "Voldemort's supporters," Dumbledore said with heavy emphasis. "All Death Eaters?" Wes pressed. "Not all. Some just support him in secret." Only then did Wes accept the list from Dumbledore, scanning it carefully. Partway through, he let out a cold chuckle, set the list down, and remarked, "It's nothing but pure-blood families. The pure-blood ideology is utter nonsense, utterly baseless, and yet some families believe in it with all their hearts." Dumbledore could only shake his head in frustration, powerless in the face of such blind conviction. Voldemort is a firm believer in the pure-blood philosophy. He even cast aside his Muggle-born name for it. A man willing to abandon his own past. Does he really deserve a future? Wes's words took Dumbledore by surprise. "I didn't expect such insight from you," Dumbledore remarked, a hint of intrigue in his voice. "It's something a Muggle once said." "I simply borrowed the idea," Wes replied offhandedly. "Muggles are not lacking in wisdom. They have merely chosen a path different from ours." Dumbledore began to digress, but Wes gently steered him back on topic. "So where were we?" Wes prompted. Dumbledore, perhaps showing his age, seemed to have completely lost track of the conversation. "Voldemort," Wes reminded him. "Yes, of course," Dumbledore murmured, drifting into memory. "Back when he was a student, he was nothing short of the perfect pupil. The headmaster before me doted on him endlessly." At this moment, the portrait of former headmaster Armando Dippet hanging on the wall suddenly spoke up. "Dumbledore, why are you bringing this up? Are you trying to humiliate me?" "Not all. You were merely taken in by him, just like anyone could have been," Dumbledore quickly explained, an apologetic expression on his face. Somewhat mollified, Armando Dippet's portrait shut its eyes in a huff and remained silent. Wes, however, was growing impatient. "Headmaster, you've talked at length, but what is it you actually want from me?" "I am old now," Dumbledore said, gazing pensively at his long white beard, looking weary and far removed from his usual, vibrant self. "I simply don't have the energy to face Voldemort's resurgence alone." Wes, fully aware of Dumbledore's intentions, raised his voice deliberately. "So, you're trying to recruit me?" "That's right. I don't come cheap, you know." The corner of Wes's mouth curled into a faint smile. "Do young people these days all lack a sense of responsibility? Don't try to guilt-trip me. You're asking me to go up against the Dark Lord who struck fear into the entire British wizarding world. It's true, it's extremely dangerous. Let me see what I can offer." Dumbledore, sensing Wes wasn't easy to persuade, turned away and fell in a thoughtful silence. Actually, I think I have something for you. Dumbledore reached up to a bookshelf and retrieved a book. I happened upon this during my younger days, while exploring a pharaoh's tomb in Egypt. The Book of the Dead? Don't be misled by its ominous title. It's actually a compilation of ancient texts, prayers and hymns penned by scribes for the departed, along with spells, Dumbledore explained. Many powerful and mysterious incantations are recorded within. And you trust me with something so precious? I have spent decades studying it without unlocking all its secrets, and I doubt I'll finish the task in my lifetime. I certainly have no intention of taking it with me to the grave. Dumbledore used it as a bargaining chip in their deal. It was both a reward that would benefit Wes and a sincere gesture of trust. After all, Wes, so young yet already reaching the same level as himself, Dumbledore considered that perhaps this, too, was a kind of legacy. The Book of the Dead was a treasure. One could even say the origin of Egyptian magic, and this reward far exceeded anything Wes had expected. Wes immediately reached out, eager to take the Book of the Dead from Dumbledore's hands. Just as his fingers were about to touch it, Dumbledore twisted his wrist with a sudden, fluid motion, drawing the book away at once. The swiftness of that movement belied his age. There was nothing in it of a man who had lived over a century. Wes lowered his outstretched hand, looking at Dumbledore in embarrassed confusion. But Dumbledore didn't so much as meet his gaze. Instead, he turned to a bookshelf, pulling down several other volumes. A History of Egyptian Magic. An Introduction to Ancient Egyptian Mythology. An Egyptian ###. Headmaster, what do you mean by this? Wes looked at the books now lined up before him on the desk. They were nothing like the Book of the Dead. It made him wonder if Dumbledore was reconsidering the deal. Do you know ancient Egyptian, Wes? Dumbledore asked with a gentle smile, his gaze soft but probing. Wes shook his head. He had never encountered anything about ancient Egypt before, let alone the language. Are you familiar with Egyptian mythology? Dumbledore pressed on, seeing Wes's blank face. After these two questions in quick succession, realization dawned on Wes. Dumbledore caught his expression and nodded in satisfaction, telling him, if you want to understand the Book of the Dead, you must first learn ancient Egyptian and Egyptian mythology. Wes nodded earnestly and quickly gathered up the stack of books on the desk. At that moment, he was so eager that he wished he could read them all in one breath. Anything to master ancient Egyptian as soon as possible. But in reality, things proved far more difficult than he had imagined. Ancient Egyptian was extremely obscure and complex. After several days of effort, he still hadn't even grasped the basics. As for Voldemort's diary, Wes couldn't bother with it at all for the moment. In his mind, since the diary was the very first Horcrux Voldemort ever made, back when he was still a student, it probably didn't contain any truly advanced magic. Its greatest secrets were the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk. But how did that compare to the Book of the Dead? Wes's busy days continued right up to the afternoon of the first Friday of the new term, his very first class. As he arrived at the classroom and reached out for the doorknob, his mind was still preoccupied with all those books about ancient Egypt. However, the moment he pushed open the classroom door, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Wow, did I walk into the wrong classroom? The number of students inside was nearly double that of last year, making the entire room feel unusually lively and even a little crowded. Weiss spotted Harry, Ron, Malfoy, the Weasley twins, and a handful of unfamiliar faces among the crowd. Each student had their own reason for choosing this class. With different hopes and motives, they had all gathered here. With Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had started this subject back in their first year, the trio was reunited once more. Harry's reason for enrolling was straightforward. Last year, in the Forbidden Forest, he'd witnessed Weiss battling a mysterious figure. Weiss's formidable skills had opened Harry's eyes. At the same time, it sparked his curiosity about this enigmatic teacher. He was eager to pick up some powerful magical knowledge from this course. As for Ron, it was entirely because both of his friends had signed up. He felt as if not choosing the class would mean being left behind. He didn't want to be parted from his best mates, so he enrolled as well. Malfoy, on the other hand, was just as curious about Weiss as Harry was. In addition, his father had given him a little mission to investigate whether anything strange was happening around Weiss. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins were fascinated by the alchemical arts, and under Professor McGonagall's recommendation, they chose this class. Most of the other students, however, had a more practical motivation. The class counted for credits, and rumor had it the homework load was minimal. In any case, whether you're herding one sheep or a whole flock, it's all the same, people thought. Weiss himself didn't mind either way. After the first lesson, Weiss assigned no homework. Instead, he simply advised the new students to borrow notes from their classmates who'd taken the course before. The students were delighted, agreeing among themselves that a class with no homework was simply wonderful. Only Hermione seemed dissatisfied. She still firmly believed that Weiss set far too little homework. As Weiss was preparing to leave the classroom, the twin brothers came up to him. "Professor Elvin," Fred called, a brilliant grin on his face. "Professor McGonagall says you're skilled in alchemy," George cut in quickly. "We've got loads of questions," Fred added, enthusiasm bubbling in his voice. "Would you mind if we asked you?" George chimed in, looking totally sincere. The twins spoke in perfect harmony, as if they shared a single mind. The Weasley brothers? Weiss glanced from one to the other, but truth be told, he couldn't tell them apart. They looked so alike it was almost impossible to distinguish between them. "I'm Fred," said the one on the left, a mischievous smile playing at his lips. "And I'm George," replied the one on the right. "All right then." Wes finally managed to tell the twins apart. "May I take a look at your report cards?" "Here you go." The two answered in unison. When he saw the report cards before him, Wes knew right away that these brothers had come prepared. He glanced over the grades and found that the twins' academic performance was as lopsided as it could possibly be. In subjects like divination and history of magic, they'd gotten several PS, poor, not passing. Yet in classes like transfiguration and charms, the hands-on courses, they had achieved OS, outstanding. From the grades, it was easy to see that Fred and George were exceptionally gifted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have earned such top marks in multiple subjects. "You two are really something when it comes to specializing," Wes remarked, frowning slightly, a hint of worry flickering across his face at their extreme academic tilt. "We're not bookworms, nor do we want to be prefects. We just want to focus our energy on what we're truly interested in." The twins spoke together, their voices echoing each other's resolve. Wes could feel a headache coming on. Students like the twins were the trickiest to handle. They had ideas of their own and plenty of initiative. You never knew when they might pull off some stunt that would leave the whole school talking. Still, they came with Professor McGonagall's recommendation. Back when Wes was a student, Professor McGonagall had looked out for him many times. Wes did not want to disappoint the deputy headmistress, who was so devoted to her students. "All right," Wes finally said, "I can make time on Wednesday evenings. If you have questions, you can come to my office." The twins high-fived each other in triumph. "This is fantastic. Thank you, Professor." With that, the two brothers dashed out of the classroom, brimming with excitement. From then on, every Wednesday, the twins would come to Wes to ask him about alchemy. Wes soon realized both brothers had a remarkable gift for alchemy. Their flashes of inspiration often gave him new ideas as well. He committed wholeheartedly to teaching the twins, going far beyond what was expected of an ordinary teacher. Before long, Hogwarts students began to notice that the most notorious pranksters had turned surprisingly studious, often spotted in the library researching something intently. Whenever anyone asked what they were up to, the twins would only reply that they'd give everyone a real shock, sooner or later. Percy Weasley was deeply gratified by his younger brother's transformation. He attributed it, of course, to the fine example set by their exemplary elder sibling, himself. Ron, on the other hand, scoffed at the notion. He was certain the twins were plotting some audacious scheme. But, all the way up to Halloween, the twins made not the slightest stir. Another Hogwarts Halloween arrived. That evening, the great hall glowed with light, hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns transforming the space into a dazzling spectacle. Dumbledore had even invited the world-renowned skeleton dance troupe to perform at the celebration. Perhaps Carter and Johnny could join them. Watching the dance troupe made entirely of skeletons, Wes couldn't help but think of this. It had to be said, each member of the skeleton dance troupe possessed an impressive level of artistry. Every movement they made radiated both strength and beauty, and their brilliant performance quickly brought the atmosphere to its peak. The students, captivated by the troupe's charm, found themselves swept up in the moment, their bodies following the dancers' moves with abandon. Laughter and joy filled the great hall. The professors were no exception. Everyone had set aside their usual seriousness for a while, fully enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. One of the skeletons, stepping with elegant grace, made its way to the teacher's table. With a slight bow and an inviting gesture, it extended an invitation. Seated at the table, Snape fixed the skeleton with an icy glare. Taken aback by Snape's frigid stare, the skeleton hesitated a moment, gave a visible shudder, then wisely decided to move on to someone else. After circulating around the table, only Dumbledore and Lockhart agreed to the invitation, and they accepted with enthusiasm. Lockhart, in particular, was beaming with excitement, so eager it was practically written all over his face. As the music swelled, Lockhart began to dance with a light and graceful touch. It had to be admitted, Lockhart was quite the dancer. His moves flowed naturally, full of rhythm and poise. Every spin and leap was executed perfectly, enough to rival the professionals in the troupe. If only his teaching ability matched his dancing skill, Professor McGonagall quipped, unable to hold back a wry remark as she watched Lockhart. Snape shot Lockhart a disdainful look, dismissing him with a derisive huff. McGonagall's comments seemed to echo the feelings of the other professors, who all nodded in agreement. At Hogwarts, Lockhart's teaching was infamous, practically disastrous. Outside of his devoted female fans, hardly anyone was satisfied with his lessons. The students had long since lost hope in their professor. They yearned for a truly competent teacher for the defense against the dark arts. After a sigh, Professor McGonagall changed the subject. Wes, perhaps Carter and Johnny could join them. Watching the troop of skeletons, Wes couldn't help but make the association in his mind. One had to admit, every member of the skeleton dance troupe displayed an impressive level of artistry. Each movement radiated both strength and grace, their spectacular performance quickly driving the atmosphere to a fever pitch. One after another, the students were entranced by their charm and couldn't help but dance along enthusiastically, the hall ringing with peals of laughter and joy. Even the professors weren't idle. For once, everyone let go of their usual seriousness to fully savor this rare, carefree moment. A skeleton, moving with elegant steps, approached the teacher's table. It leaned forward ever so slightly in a gesture of invitation. Severus Snape, seated, fixed the skeleton with a frosty glare. Taken aback by Snape's chilling stare, the skeleton shuddered instinctively before wisely turning its attention elsewhere. After making its rounds with invitations, only Dumbledore and Lockhart accepted gladly, especially Lockhart, whose face beamed with excitement, barely able to contain himself. As the music began, Lockhart's body moved lightly with the rhythm. It must be said, Lockhart was truly an excellent dancer. His movements were fluid, natural, and filled with wonderful timing. His turns, his jumps, they were all spot on, easily rivaling those of the professional troupe. If only his teaching matched his dancing. Professor McGonagall, watching Lockhart's performance, couldn't help but mutter in a rare moment of candor. Snape shot Lockhart a dismissive glance and let out a derisive sniff. Hearing McGonagall's remark, the other professors nodded in agreement. At Hogwarts, Lockhart's teaching was nothing short of disastrous. Apart from his flock of female admirers, hardly anyone was satisfied with his classes. The students had long since lost hope in this professor, longing instead for a truly capable defense against the dark arts teacher. After a gentle sigh, Professor McGonagall shifted the topic. Wes, George, and Fred have changed so much. They hardly lost any house points this year. How did you manage that? The other professors turned curious eyes toward him. After all, these twins were infamous for their mischief and for being perennial targets for docking points. Everyone wondered how Wes had managed to keep them in line. I didn't do anything, Wes said, spreading his hands. Seeing that the professors were unconvinced, he added, I simply guided them in alchemy. They got so absorbed in it, they haven't had time for troublemaking. So that's it. Who would have thought they'd be interested in alchemy? Realization suddenly dawned on the professors. At this moment, the final dance came to an end, and the skeleton dance troupe took their official leave, much to the students' regret as they watched them go, reluctant to say goodbye. As one of the most celebrated troupes in a magical world, the Skeleton Dance Company had a packed schedule. They still had to make it to their next engagement. Seeing that the students were reluctant to see them go, Lockhart leapt out to perform. But with no music to accompany him, his dance looked a bit ridiculous. Luckily, his devoted fans quickly cast a spell, and the music swelled up once more. Lockhart, energized by the spotlight, threw himself even more vigorously into his performance. That guy was born for the limelight, Weiss muttered as he watched Lockhart's antics. There's a job in a muggle world called a celebrity. I think it would suit him perfectly. The professors laughed at Weiss's remark, and their laughter echoed through the air. Weiss, however, couldn't figure out what was so funny about what he'd said. The Halloween feast ended on a high note. Students made their way back to their dormitories, and the professors likewise drifted away. Weiss was delayed on his way back by the twins, who stopped him with a flurry of questions. It was only then that he unexpectedly ran into the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the corridor. I told you we shouldn't have accepted nearly headless Nick's invitation. I'm so hungry I'm dizzy, and if I had a pumpkin pie right now, I could eat the whole thing by myself, Ron grumbled, patting his empty stomach. Don't even mention pumpkin pie. Just thinking about any food makes me want to be sick, Hermione groaned, her stomach churning at the memory of the food from the Death Day party. Harry looked apologetic, just about to offer an apology, when, You went to the Death Day party? Weiss, having overheard their conversation, couldn't help but ask. Only then did the trio notice Weiss standing there. Professor, Elwyn, all three jumped in surprise. Hermione, in particular, was worried that Weiss would take points from them. It was already past curfew, after all. Please don't take any points from us, Hermione pleaded. Ron and Harry, catching on, also began to beg. Harry was especially anxious. He was still helping Lockhart answer his reader letters, and the thought of the deadline being extended sent a shiver up his spine. All right, I won't take any points. But you really did go to the Death Day party. Relief washed over the trio at those words. We did, Professor Elwyn. We went to nearly headless Nick's Death Day party, Hermione replied, cautiously. Truly fit for Gryffindor, we said with a slight smile curving his lips. What were you thinking, living students at a ghost party? All three hung their heads, clearly full of regret. A sudden cat's meow pierced the air, making them jump. Mrs. Norris, Hermione exclaimed, her face draining of color. She didn't fear the cat itself, but rather its owner, Filch. Filch was the caretaker at Hogwarts, and his favorite pastime seemed to be making life difficult for the students. He always wore a severe expression, never missing a chance to dole out punishments to anyone who stepped out of line. Rumor had it that he owned a collection of instruments of torture, all designed to torment students. Behind his back, the students called him Filch the Freak. His cat, Mrs. Norris, served as his loyal sidekick, helping him catch more than a few students wandering the halls at night. Sure enough, in the very next moment, Filch's voice rang out. Well done, Mrs. Norris. Let's see which naughty student you've caught this time. I'm going to string them up for a good, hard thrashing. When he saw Harry, Filch's eyes gleamed with excitement. So, it's the famous savior himself. That's enough, Mr. Filch. Let's not frighten my students, said Wes firmly, as he stepped protectively in front of the three. It was only then that Filch noticed Wes's presence, quickly greeting him. Professor Irvin, I didn't realize you were here as well. Mr. Filch, corporal punishment was abolished at Hogwarts a long time ago, Wes reminded him. A real shame, if you ask me. These unruly young witches and wizards should be dealt with more harshly, Filch muttered, his eyes betraying both jealousy and a certain wistfulness. They were helping me grade papers and lost track of time, Wes explained. I was walking them back to their dormitory when Mrs. Norris caught us out. Wes reached down to scratch Mrs. Norris under the chin, and she nuzzled his hand affectionately. Filch, however, wasn't convinced by Wes's story. Years of bitter experience told him that Harry and his friends were surely returning from outside. But with Wes covering for them, he decided to let it go, for now. So that's how it is. Looks like you three lucked out this time. He fixed the trio with a predator's stare, as though he was sizing up prey. But don't think you'll always get off this easy. With that, he stalked away, Mrs. Norris trailing at his heels. You three had best hurry back to your dormitory before Mrs. Norris catches you again, Wes urged Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Thank you, Professor, Hermione said quickly, grabbing her friends and setting off at a run. Harry and Ron echoed her thanks, their faces tinged with anxiety as they rushed behind Hermione. The three broke into a quiet jog, heading straight for the Gryffindor common room. Ah, youth, Wes mused as he watched them disappear down the corridor. His thoughts drifted back to his own school days, when he was notorious for being the perfect student, practically living in the library. He hardly broke a rule, and could count his friends on one hand. Yet Wes harbored no regrets about the choices he made. He knew, deep down, that his path was destined to be a lonely one. In pursuit of magic and a longer life, he had chosen to journey alone. Perhaps, in the future, he would find companions who shared his quest, fellow travelers with whom he could one day share discoveries and dreams. The students gradually began to notice that Filch seemed to have it in for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. No matter where the trio went, Filch would follow closely behind them, like a shadow that never let up. Even during class, Filch would stand guard right outside the door, never straying far. His gloomy presence hovered over the three of them, casting a pall that made it impossible for Harry and his friends to concentrate on their studies. However, lately, the trio had been behaving themselves and hadn't broken any school rules. This left Filch feeling rather disappointed, but he had plenty of patience and was convinced that sooner or later he'd catch them in the act. Hermione found this constant surveillance unbearable. She felt as if she were suffocating. Unable to stand it any longer, she sought out Professor McGonagall and poured out her frustrations, holding nothing back. When Professor McGonagall heard what had been happening, she gave Filch a stern reprimand for his behavior. Although Filch was clearly displeased, he didn't dare defy Professor McGonagall's orders and, for the time being, let the trio be. Still, when he next crossed paths with Harry and the others, he muttered under his breath, "Don't get too cocky. There are still 5 years to go. I can keep playing this game as long as it takes." His words were delivered in such a menacing, chilling way that Ron's face went pale with fright. Hermione, indignant, rushed forward, ready to argue with Filch, but Harry, quick as lightning, grabbed her arm and held her back. How can he be like this? People like him ought to be expelled. Even Hermione, the model student, was incensed. She couldn't tolerate Filch's unreasonable behavior any longer, as it was seriously affecting their school life and studies. We could ask Professor Irwin, Mrs. Norris seems quite attached to him. Maybe he'll know something, Harry suggested. Great idea. Both Hermione and Ron agreed eagerly. The three of them hurried to the 7th floor and stopped outside Professor Weiss's office. Hermione knocked gently on the door, the crisp sound echoing through the corridor. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. At Professor Weiss's invitation, the trio stepped into the office, one after another. They saw Erwin seated at his desk, carefully writing in a notebook with a quill. Harry's attention was drawn to the notebook, and all of a sudden, the scar on his forehead throbbed with pain. The sensation shot through his entire body like a jolt of electricity, forcing a cry of agony from his lips. Ah! Harry clutched his forehead, his face twisted in pain. Harry! Ron and Hermione were startled. They quickly reached out, steadying Harry before he could collapse. Asterisk, can Horcruxes really affect one another? Or is it just that Harry is special in some way? Asterisk. Noticing what was happening, Professor Weiss quickly put the diary back in a box and locked it away. Miraculously, the pain in Harry's scar vanished as soon as he did so. I'm fine, Harry reassured his two friends, though his voice sounded a bit weak. Maybe Filch has been watching us too closely lately. I've just been too nervous. Ron, gullible as ever, believed him right away. After all, he'd had a nightmare about being chased by Filch and had barely slept a wink that night. His head had been buzzing all morning, leaving him feeling miserable. Hermione, on the other hand, wasn't convinced by Harry's explanation. She felt there had to be more to it than that. She immediately grabbed Harry, insisting they go to the school nurse for a checkup, but Harry refused again and again, insisting he was perfectly fine. Left with no choice, Hermione turned to Professor Weiss for help. Professor Weiss gave Harry a brief once-over and said, "There's nothing wrong. Most likely you're just having intermittent headaches from lack of sleep. It's all Filch's fault. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. Every night, it's another nightmare." Ron groaned, his face full of frustration. His patience with Filch had run out entirely. "Professor, do you know why Filch is so hostile toward the students?" Hermione asked with a troubled look. "He makes it impossible for me to focus on my studies." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, clearly unable to understand the mindset of a straight-A student. "Ah, Filch," said Professor Weiss, who actually didn't feel much aversion to the caretaker. The question took him back to his own school days. Back then, he'd been a model student, and Professor Flitwick, the head of his house, always went out of his way to support him, granting him plenty of privileges. Filch had never dared to give him any trouble. Weiss knew that Filch was a squib, born to a wizarding family, but never awakening any magic of his own. Being surrounded by magic, and yet unable to use it is enough to drive anyone to despair. Many wizarding families see squibs as a disgrace, some even going so far as to cast them out and deny any connection. In short, surviving as a squib in the wizarding world is no easy feat, and Filch's childhood could only be described as miserable. By comparison, Harry's situation living with his aunt and uncle didn't even come close to a tenth of what Filch must have gone through. It was this suffering that had twisted Filch's character over the years, and it was only after Dumbledore took him in as Hogwarts caretaker that the true extent of it began to show. Of course, Professor Weiss didn't share any of this with Harry and his friends, not out of fear of Filch, but simply because he wasn't one to reveal others' private matters. He only told them that, with Professor McGonagall's warning, Filch would probably keep his distance for a while. If, however, Filch continued to target them, they could always have their parents send a complaint, and Headmaster Dumbledore would step in. The three didn't get the answers they wanted, and they left Professor Weiss's office politely, though a little disappointed. Just as they were departing, Harry glanced at the drawer on Weiss's desk, where he'd seen the diary, and asked tentatively, "Professor, was that notebook from earlier very important?" "It's just an ordinary diary. Why do you want it?" Wes made a show of reaching for the drawer. Harry waved his hands hurriedly. "You've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I'm just teasing you. Your friends have already left. Hurry up and catch up to them." Professor West smiled as he spoke. "Goodbye, Professor." Harry closed the office door behind him and jogged off to catch up with Hermione and Ron. After the three of them had gone, Wes opened the drawer again, took out the diary, and murmured to himself, "Tom, you're truly disappointing. The magic you've mastered is precious for ordinary students, but to me, it's utterly useless." To his surprise, the diary began to tremble, pages fluttering open on their own. Words appeared on the paper. "What do you want?" Wes couldn't be bothered to respond and simply stared at the diary in silence, deep in thought. With a sharp smack, he snapped the diary shut, slipped it into his jacket pocket, and left the office. Special thanks to Hua Qingxiu for the vote ticket. Your support means a lot. "Thank you." In the solemn hush of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore and Wes sat facing each other, a subtle tension thickening the air between them. "Have you finished reading the book?" Dumbledore arched an eyebrow, his gaze falling on Wes through the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses. No, Wes replied, giving his head a small shake, terse and straightforward. Is there something you don't understand, then? Dumbledore pressed on. Nothing at all. Wes shook his head gently, a faint smile tugging at his lips, not seeming in any hurry to explain further. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. There was a slight note of reproach in his voice. Then why are you here? He sighed and continued. You know, as headmaster, my schedule is quite demanding. Wes's eyes drifted to the plate in front of Dumbledore, overflowing with sweets. With a teasing tone, he quipped, demanding? You mean you're busy enjoying your afternoon tea? His lips curled into a mischievous smile as he looked at Dumbledore. Aren't you worried you'll get diabetes from all this? What's that? Dumbledore asked, curiosity piqued. It's an illness Muggle doctors have discovered. Wes began to explain, but sensing that he was letting Dumbledore veer the conversation off track, he stopped himself and steered things back to the topic at hand. I'm actually here to bring you a gift. Wes reached into his pocket and set a seemingly ordinary diary gently on the table between them. A gift? A diary? Dumbledore's gaze settled on the diary, fully aware that any gift from Wes must be far from ordinary. There had to be something singular about this diary. Rather than touch the diary directly, Dumbledore carefully drew a uniquely shaped 15-inch wand from the inner pocket of his robes. That was the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows, famed as the most powerful wand in legend. He gently pressed the Elder Wand to the diary and began to chant incantations, summoning an arcane magic. The diary slowly rose into the air. With a flash of blue light, a figure gradually materialized from the surrounding air. It was a young man with jet black hair, his eyes deep and cold as black gemstones, their gaze icy and penetrating. His nose was high-bridged and elegant, lips thin and tightly closed. His face was angular and handsome, and he wore the robes of Slytherin. Yet at this moment, his features were clouded by a dark expression. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes, lending his handsome face a savage and distorted edge. How dare you deceive me? The young man demanded angrily, glaring at Wes. Wes merely shrugged, offering no reply. The young man's fury only burned hotter under Wes's indifference, a rage so intense it seemed ready to consume Wes where he stood. It's been a long time, Tom. Dumbledore's voice sounded calm, steady, and powerful, making the young man shudder from head to toe. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by wariness. Dumbledore! The young man, Tom, or rather Voldemort, stared back, his eyes full of suspicion and, buried deeper still, a fear even he had not noticed. Looking at Voldemort's face from his youth, Dumbledore couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. He sighed softly. To think you created a Horcrux while still a student. If only I'd guided you properly back then. Stop pretending, Dumbledore. You never liked me from the start. You were always wary of me. Voldemort's shout echoed through the headmaster's office, his voice crackling with fury and bitterness, as if he might tear the very air asunder. Dumbledore remained composed before this storm of anger, yet the portraits on the walls could not stay silent. One after another, voices burst out with indignation and reproach. Utterly incorrigible, thundered one headmaster's portrait. You're a disgrace to Hogwarts. Another headmaster's portrait accused fiercely. Destroy him quickly, urged a third, impatience in every word. By Merlin's beard, so young, and already guilty of murder. Inexcusable, an older headmaster's portrait added, joining the chorus of condemnation. Voldemort simply tilted his chin, defiant and unruly, showing not the slightest hint of regret in the face of their wrath. Quiet, everyone. Dumbledore had to exert considerable effort before the portraits at last fell silent. He closed the diary. Voldemort's figure faded, dissolving into a wisp of light that vanished back into the diary. Peace settled once more upon the office. So, asked Wes, a hint of pride in his voice, what do you think of this gift? Fantastic, Dumbledore exclaimed in admiration. Where did you find it? You know, Voldemort valued his Horcruxes immensely and hid them with extraordinary care. Wes recounted the incident at flourish and blots to Dumbledore. Lucius Malfoy. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. He was indeed a Death Eater back then, so it's entirely possible that Voldemort entrusted him with a Horcrux for safekeeping. But why would he choose this moment to return to Hogwarts? Dumbledore lapsed into thought, unable for the time being to fathom Lucius Malfoy's intentions. We could invite Mr. Malfoy here and question him face to face, Wes suggested. Mr. Malfoy is not exactly a straightforward man, Dumbledore replied, sounding somewhat concerned. I have a way, but I'll need your cooperation, Headmaster, Wes said, his voice brimming with confidence. No problem at all, Dumbledore agreed cheerfully. We'll still need to use the diary when the time comes. Dumbledore shrugged lightly. I had intended to destroy this Horcrux as soon as possible, but waiting a few days won't matter. Had it been a Horcrux created during Voldemort's height of power, Dumbledore would not have hesitated to destroy it immediately. But since the diary was the first Horcrux Voldemort created, back when he was just 16 or 17, even Dumbledore, aged as he was, felt confident he could keep it secure. The two made their plans for the day of the Quidditch match, when the whole school's attention would be fixed on the pitch, offering the perfect cover for Dumbledore and Wes's scheme. Besides, this year Draco had become Slytherin's new Seeker, and Dumbledore inviting Lucius to attend Draco's debut match at Hogwarts seemed perfectly natural. In his office, Dumbledore sat with his elegant quill, penning the invitation upon a piece of parchment. Once finished, he gently blew upon the ink to dry it, then carefully folded the letter and slipped it into a finely crafted envelope. He summoned an owl, which alighted obediently upon Dumbledore's arm. In a soft voice, Dumbledore said, "Off you go, my friend. Please deliver this letter safely to Malfoy Manor." Clutching the envelope in its beak, the owl spread its broad wings, soared through the window, and set off in the direction of Malfoy Manor. Within the manor, Lucius Malfoy had been weighed down by anxiety for some time. Ever since the start of term, he had been troubled over the matter of the diary. The complete absence of any odd news from Hogwarts confused him even further. Lucius simply couldn't determine whether Wes had managed to bring the diary back to Hogwarts, or whether the diary itself lacked the power Voldemort had claimed it possessed to purge Hogwarts as promised. His wife, Narcissa Malfoy, noticed his unease and asked with concern, "Darling, what's wrong? Ever since you got back from Diagon Alley, you've seemed distracted. Did something go wrong with that shipment?" Narcissa assumed there'd been trouble selling the dark artifacts. Lucius forced a smile. There was that altercation with Weasley at the bookshop. He's watching me closely now, and those items could cause trouble. Narcissa accepted her husband's explanation. Just then, Dobby, the Malfoy's house elf, approached cautiously, keeping his head bowed, not daring to meet their eyes. His voice trembled as he said, "Master, the letter from Hogwarts." "Imbecile, can't you see we're talking?" Narcissa snapped. Dobby shivered from head to toe, terrified. With a look of distaste, Narcissa snatched the envelope from Dobby's hands. Only after spraying it liberally with perfume did she open the letter. "It's from Dumbledore. He's invited us to watch the Quidditch match." Lucius spoke with suspicion in his voice. "He's never invited us before. Why now, all of a sudden?" But Narcissa was delighted. "This is Draco's first match as Seeker. I wouldn't miss it for the world. And besides, it'll do you good to get out for a while." Lucius considered this for a moment, then finally agreed. Inwardly, he made a quiet plan. "I need to see for myself whether the diary has really been brought to Hogwarts, and why there's been no sign of anything unusual. Thank you all for today's recommendation votes, and special thanks to _ Painting the Autumn and Long Lost LW for the monthly votes." News of the Malfoys coming to Hogwarts to watch the Quidditch match spread like wildfire, quickly making its way through the school via Draco's eager mouth. Lucius Malfoy, the pure-blood wizard famous for his wealth and influence, had spared no expense, purchasing the latest Nimbus 2001 brooms for every member of the Slytherin team. Such extravagant gear made the Slytherins nearly unstoppable in this year's House Cup. The Slytherin players, all in high spirits, were determined to thrash the Gryffindor team in the upcoming match, hoping to show Mr. Malfoy, their generous sponsor, that his investment was truly worthwhile. However, for the other house teams, this news was nothing short of disastrous. The Gryffindors, especially, jeered at Draco, claiming his only real qualification as Slytherin Seeker was having a wealthy father and that his actual skill was nothing to be proud of. It was a far cry from Harry, who had earned his spot as Gryffindor Seeker in his first year through sheer talent and courage. These taunts drove Draco into a fit of fury, his pale face flushed with a streak of red born of anger. He swore to himself that he would prove his abilities in front of his father and mother and silence those who had laughed at him. What's more, he felt he had one advantage over Harry. His parents would actually be there to watch him play, while Harry, the orphan, would never know what that felt like. And Harry? How could an orphan like Harry ever compare? Surely, at this very moment, Harry was curled up under his blanket, wiping away tears. Truth be told, Harry was heartbroken, especially on the day of the match when the Malfoys arrived at Hogwarts. Draco was swept up in his mother's arms, and that tender scene struck a deep, painful chord in Harry's heart. He admitted he was jealous. How he wished his own parents could have been there to watch him play, to give him a warm embrace. Hermione, ever perceptive, noticed Harry's gloomy mood. She gently patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "Beat him on the field, Harry. Make him lose face in front of his parents." Those words washed over Harry like a comforting wave, rekindling the fire within him. Before the game, Dumbledore invited Lucius aside for a chat. Lucius refused, of course. He was here to see his son play. How could he leave now? Dumbledore leaned in and whispered a single word in his ear, diary. Then, without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away from the pitch. Lucius stiffened, his whole body jolting as if struck by lightning. What's wrong, dear? Narcissa asked with genuine concern, her beautiful face full of worry. Dumbledore has some business with me. Lucius tried to steady his voice, but the faint tremor in his lips betrayed his nerves to his wife. What can possibly be so urgent right now? Narcissa frowned in disapproval. Putting on a show of calm, Lucius forced a faint smile. Who knows what goes on in that mad old man's head? Narcissa suspected it was hardly as trivial as Lucius claimed, but she trusted her husband. Don't be long. Of course. I wouldn't want to miss Draco's performance for the world. He had no choice but to follow Dumbledore, leaving behind a deeply worried Narcissa. The two walked in silence, tension thickening the air with every step. Inside the headmaster's office, Lucius was surprised to find Professor Weiss already present. An ominous feeling welled up inside him. Affecting ignorance, he asked, Dumbledore, and this is? Mr. Malfoy, you do forget easily. We met at Flourish and Blots, Professor Weiss said plainly, pointing to the diary on the desk. I found this diary at the bookshop. I think it belongs to you, but as I had no way to contact you, I had to ask the headmaster to get in touch on my behalf. Lucius darted a quick, anxious glance at the diary before hastily looking away. I think you've got the wrong person, he said, a hint of panic in his voice. Such a shabby diary couldn't possibly be mine. It seems I made a mistake then, Wes replied. With that, he extended an index finger toward the diary, and it began to burn. Scarlet flames erupted instantaneously. Silent casting and without a wand. Wes's magical prowess left Lucius utterly stunned. Lucius had only ever witnessed such masterful magic from Dumbledore and Voldemort. Just who was this Professor Elvin? Despite the storm raging inside him, Lucius's movements were swift and deliberate. In a flash, he lunged over to the desk, knocking the burning diary to the floor and quickly stamping out the flames. Only when he saw the diary unharmed did he finally let out a tiny sigh of relief. Why are you so nervous, Mr. Malfoy? It's just an ordinary diary. If it burned, Wes said, his tone laced with a subtle, taunting edge. Lucius scrambled to change his story. Now that I think about it, I suppose I did misplace a diary. His eyes, urgent and pleading, seemed to say he wanted nothing more than to take the diary and leave as quickly as possible. At least there's no disaster at Hogwarts. Recovering the diary means I won't face punishment, he thought to himself. But Wes stepped deliberately into his path. Professor Elvin? Lucius ventured, testing the waters. If this diary really belongs to Mr. Malfoy, then I'm afraid that changes things, Wes said, raising his wand and pointing it straight at Lucius. What are you doing? I'm a school governor. Lucius roared, but the panic in his eyes did not escape Wes's notice. So, Mr. Malfoy, you do know this isn't just any ordinary diary, don't you? I don't know what you're talking about. It's simply a misplaced diary. Nothing more. Lucius forced himself to sound calm, but the faint tremble in his voice betrayed his nerves. So, he hasn't told you. It's a Horcrux, Wes said at last, dropping all pretenses. A Horcrux? Lucius's grip loosened, and the diary tumbled from his hand. With a sharp thud, the sound jolted Lucius back to reality. He bent down to retrieve it, but Wes placed his foot firmly on the diary, pinning it to the floor. Would you care to explain, Mr. Malfoy, why your diary would be a Horcrux? Does this mean you have blood on your hands? Wes's words cut like a blade, striking Lucius straight to his core. Lucius's hand recoiled as if he'd been burned, and for a moment he was too stunned to speak. Mr. Malfoy, would you please answer my question? Wes pressed on, his presence radiating an inescapable sense of menace. Lucius couldn't find any suitable excuse to brush Wes off. Wes picked up the diary. Voldemort entrusted a Horcrux to your care, but he didn't tell you the truth. Seems he never really trusted you, did he? Lucius wished he could silence Wes for good. His face had turned ashen. What do you think will happen when your master finds out you've lost his Horcrux? Wes pressed on, his tone relentless. Lucius was so terrified his legs nearly gave way under him. He almost collapsed where he stood. Oh, but it wasn't you who lost it, was it? No, you've seen the light and willingly handed it over to Headmaster Dumbledore. Wes pushed the accusation even further. Dumbledore chimed in, precisely. Today, Mr. Malfoy gave the Horcrux to me himself and expressed deep remorse for his past actions. No. Lucius cried out in despair, his voice hoarse and desperate. You can't do this to me. We most certainly can, Wes replied, the threat in his voice as sharp as a blade. After all, we have the Horcrux in our possession. Tell me, do you think Voldemort will believe a word you say? Lucius seemed utterly broken, sitting there motionless, his spirit all but fled. He knew all too well. If this news reached Voldemort's ears, with that master's paranoia and unpredictable temper, his own fate would be far more than ruinous. Wes broke the heavy silence, his words cutting through the room like a chill wind on a winter's day, cold and razor-sharp. "Mr. Malfoy, we all know who you are." With measured, deliberate movements, Wes flicked his wand, and Lucius's left sleeve slid away. As the fabric fell, that infamous dark mark, symbol of so many nightmares, was revealed to the open air. Almost instinctively, Lucius tried to cover it with his palm, raw emotions flashing in his eyes. Anger, fear, and a bitter shame at being so exposed. He glared at Wes, as if sheer force of will might burn a hole through him. "You're afraid, aren't you, Death Eater?" Wes's voice was calm, yet it pressed upon Lucius like a physical weight. "What are you so afraid of?" He raised an eyebrow slightly. "Your master is returning, isn't he? Why cower now?" There was a hint of amusement in his tone, as if he relished this duel of minds. It can't be easy living in the shadow of someone so volatile, always looking over your shoulder, never knowing if you'll be the next to fall. Wes's words hit with the force of arrows, each one landing squarely in Lucius's heart, making it clench with dread. Lucius stared wide-eyed at Wes, utterly baffled how he could see so clearly into his secret fears. It's actually not hard to figure out. Wes picked up the diary, gently caressing its cover, a tenderness in his gesture that sharply contrasted with the coldness of his words. This Horcrux was created by Voldemort when he was 16. Given his nature and ambition, there's no way he made just one. Wes looked Lucius straight in the eye, radiating an air of unquestionable confidence. "Mr. Malfoy, do you know how to make a Horcrux?" Lucius shook his head vigorously, like an animal cornered with no escape. "It's simple. Kill someone, tear apart your own soul, and bind the torn fragment to any object you choose." Wes's tone was calm, as if recounting something utterly trivial. "Sounds easy, doesn't it?" He curled his lips, a mocking smile flashing across his face. Lucius dared not answer. He was terrified in this moment. Throughout history, countless dark wizards have known how to create Horcruxes. But do you know why so few have ever done it? Wes's gaze was sharp as a blade as he posed this pointed question. Lucius could only keep shaking his head, afraid to utter a word. Dumbledore, meanwhile, looked intrigued, eager to hear Wes's views on Horcruxes. "Have you ever heard of schizophrenia?" Without waiting for a response, Wes went on. "Simply put, it means a person's mind becomes fractured, splitting into different personalities, sometimes an old man, sometimes a child." Thanks to Wes's explanation, though neither Lucius nor Dumbledore fully understood, they could at least sense he was describing a descent into madness. If splitting one's mind has such dire consequences, then what about the soul? Wes's voice suddenly rose in intensity. "Does tearing your own soul come without consequences?" He spoke each word like delivering a weighty blow. Wasn't Voldemort notorious for becoming ever angrier, ever more uncontrollable, ever more extreme in his later years? Wes seemed to be questioning Lucius, and yet his tone brooked no contradiction. Lucius nodded. Indeed, as Wes described, Voldemort had transformed from a sharp, visionary leader into a suspicious, moody tyrant. Life at his side was a daily ordeal of unease and fear. Everyone chose their words with the utmost caution, terrified a single misstep might bring disaster down upon them. Voldemort fractured his soul one too many times. Wes sneered disdainfully. "Utter foolishness. Only a whole soul can travel far down the path of magic. Voldemort's path is finished. He'll never make another step forward in his life." Dumbledore nodded in agreement from his side. Even the most vicious dark wizards do not lightly sunder their own souls. I suppose at the time, Voldemort was simply too young. He hadn't yet encountered deeper, more profound magic. The moment he discovered how to make a Horcrux, he rushed to create this diary, and that decision doomed him to an irreversible path of darkness. There was a trace of regret in Wes's voice. Young wizards always stray for all sorts of reasons. Dumbledore, too, showed a hint of sorrow. Had I not been so prejudiced back then, had I guided him with a steadier hand, perhaps he could have become a great defense against the dark arts master, perhaps even a future headmaster. Oh, please. He was able to commit murder at 16 and not get caught. That sort of mind isn't something education can change. Wes replied, unconvinced. Without a filter or concern, Wes and Dumbledore openly discussed and criticized Voldemort, while Lucius sat nearby, as tense as if he were sitting on a bed of nails, wishing he could turn deaf on the spot. "Oh, apologies." Wes finally seemed to notice Lucius's discomfort. "Talking about your master like this doesn't bother you, does it?" Wes added with a teasing glance. What could Lucius possibly say? He would have liked to cast the killing curse right then and there, but all he dared do was think it silently. All he could manage was a wry smile. In short, because he split his soul, Voldemort's now a madman, a violent madman at that. And, Mr. Malfoy, you handed his most precious Horcrux to his sworn enemy. What do you suppose he'll do with you? Wasey's tone was cold and threatening as he pressed Lucius. Lucius was on the verge of tears, but he kept up a stubborn front. I'm sure he'll listen to my explanation. His voice grew smaller as he spoke, and it was clear he didn't believe his own words. All right now, you have 3 options before you. Wasey held up 3 fingers. First, you admit that the diary is yours. That means a stay in Azkaban, naturally. Maybe your master will stage a comeback and break you out one day. Let's just hope you haven't lost your mind by then. Wasey's expression was as cold as ice. Just thinking of Dementors and their evil presence, Lucius shook his head at once. In less than a month, he'd be driven mad by their torment. Second, you deny the diary is yours. With the Malfoy family's influence, there's nothing we can do to you. But we'll leak some whispers in the right circles that Voldemort lost something critical, and you're to blame. Lucius shook his head again. That leaves only one choice. Abandon the darkness and come over to the light. Wasey had barely finished when Lucius sprang to his feet in outrage. You're sentencing me to death. It seemed that, under the guise of offering choices, Wasey was really forcing Lucius to betray Voldemort. He'll never let me or my family go if he finds out. Lucius had seen firsthand how Voldemort treated those who betrayed him, and he had no desire to meet the same fate. He won't find out unless you let him. You want me to be a spy? Lucius stumbled backward, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. Don't even think about it. His voice rose with panic, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Calm down, Mr. Malfoy. Weasley soothed in a gentle, almost whispering voice. You can only make the right choice if you stay calm. Dumbledore, ever considerate, brought Lucius a cup of tea in hopes of easing the tension hanging in the air. But to Lucius, that cup of tea looked more terrifying than a vial of deadly poison. After wrestling with his thoughts, Lucius finally took the cup. He drank it down in one desperate swallow, as if steeling himself for the worst. His fingers trembled lightly against the rim, and he set the delicate cup down with care. The porcelain chimed softly as cup and saucer met. Lucius closed his eyes slowly, the fluttering of his eyelids barely masking the turmoil beneath. He struggled to subdue the storm that raged in his heart. Yet he remained torn, uncertain whether this choice would doom himself and his family, dragging them into eternal ruin. Weasley, sharp-eyed as ever, observed with the keen gaze of a hawk. He recognized the storm playing out deep within Lucius's soul. Quietly, Weasley approached, moving as one might toward a startled animal, slowly and without threat. He reached out and gently rested a hand on Lucius's shoulder. Mr. Malfoy, you've made the right choice. Surely, you can trust Headmaster Dumbledore far more than that madman Voldemort. His voice was steady and warm, the tone one might use to comfort a wounded spirit. Lucius, I promise your family will have my protection. At that moment, Dumbledore was uncharacteristically solemn, the playful sparkle gone from his eye. The trustworthiness of this great white wizard, the greatest of the age, truly brought more reassurance than anything Voldemort could offer. Color slowly returned to Lucius's face as a flicker of hope rekindled within him. He was extraordinary back then, so dazzling, the very image of the perfect leader. Lucius's heart swelled with conflicting feelings as he recalled what had first drawn him to Voldemort's cause. Back then, Voldemort's power and intellect commanded all throughout the wizarding world. His charisma and might had drawn many to his side, Lucius included. They believed he would lead them to a glorious future, a world ruled by wizards, where the magical community would flourish while muggles were kept in their place. We once dreamed of crowning him in power, from Britain to Europe and even beyond. All wizards would kneel at our feet. Lucius's voice carried a touch of dreamlike longing, but that fragile hope was soon shattered by the harshness of reality. But Lucius's lips began to tremble, and his voice quavered with uncertainty. His transformation was just too abrupt. He became ruthless, suspicious, and he instilled fear in everyone's heart. The Voldemort we see now is no longer the inspiring leader people once admired. Instead, he has become a dark lord who frightens everyone. The most absurd thing is this invincible Dark Lord was actually defeated by a mere child. Disbelief was etched across Lucius's face. He simply could not fathom, nor accept, the downfall of his once revered leader. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on, I had no idea that diary was a Horcrux. All he told me was that when the diary returned to Hogwarts, it would rid the school of impure-blooded wizards. Almost unconsciously, Lucius' hand drifted to his left forearm, brushing over the dark mark, a mark that once symbolized loyalty, now weighing on his heart like a stone. When the dark mark, which had vanished last year, reappeared, I knew he had come back, even if he was still weak. I thought I could win some merit for myself before he fully regained his power. Lucius laid bare his plan with honest resignation. My intention was to slip the diary among the Weasley girls' textbooks, but things didn't unfold as I had hoped. His voice grew quieter as he spoke, and an expression of regret clouded his features. Hearing the phrase, "cleanse those of impure blood," Dumbledore's anger flared, swift and fierce. To him, the students of Hogwarts were precious beyond measure. Any act that threatened them was utterly intolerable. Taken aback by Dumbledore's intense reaction, Lucius staggered backward, as if cowed by an invisible force. "Headmaster, nothing has actually happened yet, and Mr. Malfoy is already aware of his mistake." Weasley interjected quickly, trying to defuse the sudden tempest. Lucius still trembled with lingering fear, although Dumbledore's display of power left him with a rare sense of reassurance. This old wizard, even after a century, wielded astonishing strength. Together with the unfathomable Elvin, our chances might not be so bleak after all. However, when Dumbledore pressed Lucius as to how the diary planned to cleanse Hogwarts, Lucius was at a complete loss. He never really trusted anyone. "I had no idea it was a Horcrux," Lucius protested, a tinge of grievance in his tone. "Maybe we should just ask our dear Tom himself," Weasley suggested, opening the diary and reciting the incantation. At that moment, the soul fragment of Voldemort, the 16-year-old Tom Riddle, materialized before them. "Master," Lucius instinctively bowed to Tom, leaning in to kiss the tips of his shoes. Yet as he moved, the memory of his own betrayal came rushing back, and he froze mid-action, all stiffness and hesitation. "What exactly do you think you're doing?" Tom didn't spare Lucius even a glance. His eyes were locked, cold and unblinking, on Dumbledore and Wes. Lucius dared not raise his head. A tremor ran through his body as he crouched lower, desperate not to draw Tom's attention. "There's no cause for impatience, Senior," Wes said calmly. "I simply have a few questions I wish to ask." Tom's expression darkened, his gaze turned sharp as a blade, never leaving Wes for an instant. "So you've no intention of cooperating? Very well, I have another way." Wes drew his wand and incanted softly, "Imperio." The Imperius curse shot forth unerringly, hitting Tom dead on. Seeing Wes unleash the curse, Dumbledore merely raised his eyebrows, saying nothing more. Lucius, however, instinctively edged away from Wes, putting as much distance between them as he could. Tom struggled with all his might against the invasion of the Imperius curse, but as only a fragment of Voldemort's soul, he was helpless before Wes's magic. It didn't take long for Tom's resistance to crumble completely. "Well then, tell me, what exactly was your plan for cleansing Hogwarts?" Compelled by the curse, Tom revealed everything without reservation. How he intended to control students, open the Chamber of Secrets, and unleash the basilisk to purge all those of impure blood. He even confessed how, years before, he had used the basilisk to kill a girl, shifting the blame onto Hagrid. Having drawn out the truth, Wes closed the diary. Tom's phantom form faded and vanished as the book snapped shut. "What do you make of that, Headmaster?" Wes asked. Dumbledore, polishing his glasses as he mulled things over, replied, "I never thought the old tales were true. Slytherin really did leave a chamber behind, and Tom managed to find it. The real problem is the basilisk. Such a fearsome creature has been lurking at Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years. If it hadn't been trapped in that chamber, I shudder to imagine what might have happened." As images flashed through Dumbledore's mind of the basilisk rampaging through the school, killing students, he felt a deadly resolve. He strode to the bookshelf and pulled down a volume. The basilisk is no easy foe, especially those deadly eyes of its. Anyone who meets its gaze is killed instantly. "We could use the eye-blinding curse," Wes suggested. "A sound idea. Its hide is nearly impervious to magic. Ordinary spells are useless against such protection." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "With our combined strength, I believe we can handle a basilisk," Wes said, his confidence shining through. "Are you planning to take matters into your own hands?" Dumbledore inquired. Wes nodded. "A creature like that, its whole body is a treasure trove." In short order, the two of them drew up a plan to eliminate the basilisk and clear Hagrid's name while they were at it. Lucius stood to the side, utterly stunned by what he heard. He had thought their mission was to handle goblins, not a basilisk. Wes invited Lucius to join them, but Lucius shook his head and refused. He had no intention of risking his life against a basilisk. "You don't need to do anything," Wes reassured him. "Just sit quietly and watch as an observer. See our skills with your own eyes. Perhaps that will put your mind at ease, won't it?" Wes continued to persuade him. At last, Lucius agreed to go with them. Heartfelt thanks to Fantasy Dragon Clan for today's monthly vote and 18 recommendation tickets, and to Undying Flowers for their 8 recommendation tickets. Thanks to everyone for your wonderful support. You all are amazing, brothers. Dumbledore's decisiveness was nothing short of lightning fast. He strode through the castle's corridors and arrived at the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor. The light was dim, and the air carried a faint, lingering dampness. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, sweeping across every inch of the space and missing no detail. Soon, beneath one of the faucets, he spotted the crest of Slytherin. Yet the real challenge was figuring out how to open the hidden chamber. Dumbledore might be the only wizard in magical history who mastered Parseltongue through self-study, despite lacking the inherited bloodline. However, his grasp of the language seemed limited to understanding. He couldn't actually speak it. After several attempts, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets remained tightly sealed. Having observed for a while, Wes put forward a bold suggestion. Use the Imperius curse to control Tom, forcing him to open the chamber with Parseltongue. The proposal gave Dumbledore pause, and he fell into brief contemplation. But it wasn't long before he shook his head and dismissed the suggestion. He had far deeper considerations. He wanted Ministry of Magic officials to witness the basilisk's demise firsthand, hoping to clear Hagrid's name once and for all. Yet Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, was a man whose caution bordered on cowardice. Dumbledore knew full well that if Fudge learned Voldemort had created a Horcrux and was returning to power, the minister might make decisions that would displease everyone. It was better to keep Voldemort's impending return from the public for now, to avoid unnecessary panic. Though Dumbledore was getting up in years, his mind was as keen and quick as ever. He swiftly fetched a recording device and captured Tom's Parseltongue incantation. Once everything was ready, Dumbledore sat at his desk and penned 2 letters, one to Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, and the other to Amelia Susan Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. In these letters, he described in detail the discovery of the basilisk at Hogwarts and the decades-old murder case linked to it. At that time, Fudge would grant Dumbledore nearly any request he made. The two of them corresponded frequently, and after much discussion, they finally settled on a date, a weekend 2 weeks later. When that weekend arrived, Cornelius Fudge arrived at Hogwarts with an official from the Ministry of Magic and Amelia Susan Bones. The moment Fudge caught sight of Dumbledore, he couldn't contain himself. He stretched out his arms and gave Dumbledore an enormous hug. His face was positively beaming, his smile dazzling and unwavering. He acted as if he and Dumbledore were lifelong friends, clutching Dumbledore's hand as if he'd never let go. Even when greeting Lucius, he still refused to release his grip. As for Wes, he was far too young to attract Fudge's attention. Wes, however, didn't mind at all. Truth be told, he had no desire to deal with a politician like Fudge. Amelia looked to be a strict and serious sort. Her face was utterly devoid of unnecessary expression. According to Dumbledore, she was one of the rare officials at the Ministry who actually got things done. "Albus, you nearly gave me a heart attack," Fudge exclaimed with dramatic flair, pressing a hand to his chest and speaking in an exaggerated tone of shock. How could a terrifying creature like a basilisk appear at Hogwarts? "Fudge," Dumbledore began. "Call me Cornelius, my friend," Fudge interrupted, beaming warmly. "No need for such formality between us." "Very well, Cornelius." Patiently, Dumbledore explained the entire story, the secret of the Chamber of Secrets, details about the basilisk, and the truth about Hagrid's wrongful accusation. "I see. So that's what happened. Oh, by Merlin's beard." Fudge appeared to listen with close attention, interjecting now and then with astonished exclamations. Once Dumbledore had finished, Fudge immediately turned to his deputy, Umbridge. "Dolores, will resolving this matter boost my approval ratings?" Umbridge's smile was cloying, as saccharine as syrup. She was short, with an oversized mouth and protruding eyes that lent her an oddly mismatched look. She was dressed from head to toe in vivid pink. Pink hat, pink hair clip, the works. The unfortunate combination of her features and her ill-suited outfit made her look remarkably like an awkward, bulging pink toad. Her voice was the high, sugary pitch of a schoolgirl, the sort that made one's skin prickle with discomfort. "Eliminating the basilisk and safeguarding Hogwarts students. Why, I imagine your office will be overflowing with letters of commendation, Minister." Umbridge simpered, her tone fawning and insincere. Madame Bones cast an unmistakably disdainful glance at Umbridge, then promptly closed her eyes, making it quite clear she had no desire to see or hear any more of her repellent display. A broad, genuine smile spread across Fudge's face, utterly radiant and unfeigned. "Splendid," Fudge burst out, brimming with excitement. Fudge cared only about his approval ratings. The safety of students was of no concern to him. As for Hagrid's innocence, He considered that a complete waste of his time. Fortunately, there was Madame Bones, a woman famous for her sense of justice. If the case from back then truly was the work of the basilisk, then that proves Rubeus Hagrid was wrongfully accused. The Ministry of Magic will see that Mr. Hagrid's name is cleared, Madame Bones declared, her voice resolute and strong. Yes, Bones is absolutely right. Fudge rushed to agree. As long as he could keep his position as minister and win Dumbledore's favor at the same time, Fudge had every incentive to play along. However, when the prospect arose of confronting the basilisk in the chamber itself, the minister's bravado quickly faded. Umbridge can go as my representative. She's my assistant, after all. Without a second thought, Fudge shoved the dangerous task onto his subordinate. Umbridge's smile faltered, her hand gripping her handbag so tightly that her knuckles turned white. But she quickly composed herself, and that infamous syrupy sweet smile returned to her lips. Ambitious to her core, Umbridge was willing to seize any opportunity to climb higher, even if it meant courting a bit of danger. Weiss found his estimation of this woman rising ever so slightly. Dumbledore, for his part, merely wanted a ministry witness present. He wasn't particular about who it was. After a few words of caution, Dumbledore led the group to the girls' bathroom. He produced a recorder and played the audio. With a sudden, sinister hiss, the mechanism was activated. The sink slowly slid aside, revealing a passage leading downward. Dumbledore's wand cast a soft, gentle light. Without hesitation, he leapt in first. Seeing this, Lucius followed suit, plunging in after him. Next came Umbridge. Though her face showed a tinge of anxiety, she still mustered her courage and jumped. Madame Bones had intended to go last, but Weiss gestured toward the entrance. "Ladies first," he said gallantly. Accepting the gentlemanly gesture with a nod, Madame Bones climbed in as well. The four of them descended together, encountering no obstacles along the way, and eventually arrived at the entrance to Slytherin's chamber. Passing through the final mechanism, they finally reached Slytherin's fabled lair, a place that seemed untouched by time, steeped in ancient mystery. Inside the chamber, the space opened up into what felt like a vast underground palace. The walls all around had been battered by the centuries, bearing the marks of countless tales. The walls themselves were constructed from ancient stone blocks, their surfaces rough and uneven, mottled by the passage of time. Moss clung here and there, filling the air with the damp, ageless scent of legends long past. The walls were covered with serpentine patterns and enigmatic magical runes, glowing with an eerie, pulsating light that flickered as if transmitting some ancient, mysterious signal. The ground was damp and cold, and with every step you could feel a chill seeping through your soles, so penetrating that it seemed to reach right into your bones. Moisture in the air condensed into droplets that occasionally fell from the ceiling, each one making a crisp, clear sound that echoed through the empty chamber like the pendulum of a clock, measuring out the inexorable passage of time. An air of forgotten mystery filled the place, making it seem as though the world outside had ceased to exist. This was a corner lost to the tide of time. At the far end of the chamber stood the imposing statue of Salazar Slytherin, silent and majestic, the very image of a solitary guardian. His face was stern, chiseled with painstaking detail in every line. Many tall, stone pillars, each entwined with intricately carved serpents, rose toward the ceiling, their forms disappearing into the high, oppressive darkness. They stood like sentinels, holding up the chamber. It was as if these pillars were the trunks of immense trees, grown straight from the earth, solid, immense, and unyielding. The serpentine carvings on the pillars were so vivid and lifelike that each scale looked almost ready to peel away, giving the uncanny impression that these stone serpents might at any moment slither off and become real. Shadows cast by the pillars stretched across the room, casting an unnatural greenish hue and deepening the already oppressive dimness and dread of the chamber. Lucius gripped his wand tightly, his knuckles white with strain, betraying the anxiety he felt within. When he spoke, his voice trembled ever so slightly. "Where is the basilisk?" His words seemed to hang in the cavernous chamber, fragile and faint. Umbridge, for her part, fared even worse. Her wand hand shook violently, her face ashen, and she kept swallowing hard. Her eyes darted about, filled with fear, and the tiniest movement made her entire body tense and shiver. Yet Mrs. Bones appeared strikingly composed. "There's no need to panic," she said calmly. Dumbledore added, his tones steady and reassuring, a voice one could anchor to in even the wildest seas. He then played the recording, and as Dumbledore's voice reverberated, the hissing, ancient language of Parseltongue filled the chamber. It sounded like a call echoing from the depths of time, laden with uncanny, terrifying power. The floor began to tremble ever so slightly, a few small rocks dropping from the walls with sharp, clattering sounds. The tremors grew steadily stronger, stones falling from the walls more and more frequently, as if the entire chamber was bracing itself for the arrival of something formidable. Those pebbles skittered and rolled across the damp floor, marking time like the grains in an hourglass. And then, the mouth of Salazar, Slytherin's immense statue, slowly began to open, revealing a shadowy, yawning tunnel within. First, a strong stench of blood and decay surged out from the passageway, powerful enough to make one's stomach churn. Next came the sound of scales scraping relentlessly against the stone walls, growing ever closer, sharp and grating, a noise so chilling it set nerves on edge. It's coming. Umbridge was so terrified she squeezed her eyes shut, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Lucius and Madame Bones both turned their gazes away, intentionally avoiding the serpent's deadly stare. Yet, West took several steps forward, placing himself at the front of the group. In the dim light, his figure radiated unwavering resolve. Dumbledore? Madame Bones cried out in astonishment, her voice quavering with worry for the young wizard about to face the monster alone. A basilisk, an enemy even the most elite Auror squads would struggle to defeat. Was Dumbledore truly going to let this young man face it by himself? Don't worry, Amelia. Wes can handle it. Dumbledore's voice was calm and certain. He gently placed a reassuring hand on Madame Bones' shoulder, hoping to ease her fear. Still, Madame Bones could hardly restrain herself from stepping forward to help. Her grip tightened around her wand, ready to leap into action at any moment. A storm of emotion raged inside her. She trusted Dumbledore's judgment on one hand, but couldn't help the anxiety gnawing at her on the other. Just then, a monstrous creature crawled forth from Slytherin's statue. A single blood-red feather adorned its head, its body a gleaming emerald green, enormous as a moving hill. The monster stretched to a daunting 15 meters or more, exuding an aura so powerful it seemed to press down, invisible and crushing, upon everyone present. Madame Bones froze in place, cold sweat streaking down her forehead as her heart pounded with terror. Never in her life had she encountered a creature so gigantic. An overwhelming sense of threat consumed her. Lucius, facing the basilisk's unimaginable size, felt that same wave of dread. He began to doubt whether following along had been wise. He could only guess what would happen next. As for Umbridge, fear wholly overtook her. She spun around and bolted, fleeing into the shadows like a panicked toad. Wes, perfectly composed, shrugged off his cloak. With a swift incantation, it expanded to truly enormous proportions. His movements were quick, precise, and full of confidence, as if he'd planned for this moment all along. He brandished his wand toward the basilisk, and the cloak sailed toward the beast. Before it could react, the cloak had already wrapped itself tightly over its eyes. Mere cloth wouldn't block a basilisk's deadly gaze, Dumbledore offered with a gentle reminder, his tone almost playful. Good thing, my cloak is no ordinary cloth, Wes replied, quietly confident. Now, the awakened basilisk, robbed of its meal, had its sight abruptly snatched away. It rubbed its enormous head against the statue of Salazar Slytherin, trying desperately to scrape off or tear apart whatever was covering its eyes. Yet the robe showed no sign of damage at all. You see, Wes boasted, this seals the basilisk's eyes shut. Excellent idea, Dumbledore praised him. Ladies and gentlemen, you can look at the basilisk now. Wes has covered its eyes. Dumbledore offered a gentle reminder. Now everyone, just be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. Madame Bones and Lucius observed cautiously at first, sneaking glances out of the corners of their eyes. Only when they confirmed the basilisk's eyes were truly covered did they dare to take a proper look at the terrifying creature. Merlin's beard. Has such a monster really slumbered in Hogwarts all this time without anyone discovering it? Madame Bones instinctively covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide, as if she wanted to imprint this shocking sight firmly into her memory. Her voice brimmed with almost overflowing astonishment. This is exactly why we're here, to handle this hidden threat, madam. Wes unfastened his cufflinks and rolled up his sleeves. Please step back for a moment, Wes said, gesturing for the two to move away. Blazing Inferno. With a swish of his wand, a surge of brilliant fire erupted from its tip, soaring through the air like a scarlet dragon unfurling in midair, charging straight for the basilisk. The fire dragon looked stunningly lifelike, every scale sparkling in the blazing light. Sensing an unprecedented threat, the basilisk's massive body began to thrash violently, as though trying to break free from the ancient curse binding it. Each twist and coil sent tremors through the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, openly displaying the beast's hidden strength. The fire dragon struck the basilisk, and the flames engulfed its body, sparks crackling and snapping with fierce intensity. The basilisk writhed in agony within the fire, unleashing hoarse, echoing screams, until its surroundings were consumed by an inferno. The temperature in the chamber soared, turning the space into one giant furnace. What terrifying power! So this is your true strength. Not enough, not nearly enough, Lucius thought to himself. Lucius's gaze never left Wes, his eyes filled with a storm of conflicting emotions. The young man's formidable strength both thrilled him and planted a seed of unease in his heart. Madame Bones, meanwhile, was left speechless, her mouth agape in shock. For a fleeting moment, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Dumbledore's spirit reflected in Wes. She quickly realized her lapse and pressed her lips together, but her astonishment continued to reverberate within her. As for Umbridge, she had quietly slipped behind Dumbledore at some point. She poked her head out from behind him, nervously watching the fierce battle unfold. A trace of fear flickered in her eyes as she glanced at Weiss. She had never imagined that Weiss could be such a powerful wizard, capable of standing toe-to-toe with a legendary serpent. Yet, at this moment, Weiss had no time to concern himself with what they thought. The serpent slowly slithered out of the sea of flames, its body completely unscathed, its scales still as smooth and lustrous as ever. Weiss was not surprised by this. After all, if the serpent could be dealt with so easily, it would not have been counted among the most dangerous of all creatures. Though its eyes were covered, the serpent had inherited a portion of snake-like abilities, relying not on sight alone, but on sharp senses that allowed it to perceive its surroundings with chilling clarity. It knew, without a doubt, that the wizards before it were its enemies. It's been so long since I've tasted living flesh. My hunger gnaws at me. Let these humans be my feast. Driven by primal hunger and ferocity, the serpent let out a deep, seething hiss and lunged toward Weiss with terrifying speed. It moved with remarkable swiftness, its enormous body like a living mountain crashing forward, stirring the air with a violent gust. Weiss reacted instantly, waving his wand. As his incantation rang out, the serpent-shaped carvings entwined around the ancient columns seemed to come alive, breaking free and transforming into lifelike serpents. They twisted their bodies, and under Weiss's command, the swarm of conjured snakes surged like a powerful tide toward the serpent, launching a fierce assault. Though much smaller than the monstrous serpent, these animated snakes were astonishingly swift, winding and striking as if they were a genuine viper horde. Under Weiss's control, they formed wave after wave of attacks, striving to halt the serpent's relentless advance. But the difference in size and strength was overwhelming. The serpent rampaged through the crowd of snakes, scattering them effortlessly. Each collision caused the ground to tremble, a vivid display of its unmatched power. The serpent pressed forward with unstoppable momentum. Soon, it would reach Weiss. Weiss stayed calm. With a flick of his wand, it was as if the waters from an entire lake had been summoned forth. A rush of surging, wild water appeared in an instant, sweeping the serpent away in its torrent. The stream was fierce, thundering with a force like a cascade, roaring as it battered against the serpent. Even in the raging current, the serpent struggled toward Weiss, fighting desperately to free itself from the grip of the water. Yet Weiss's magical control was supreme. He raised his wand to his lips and exhaled softly. A breath, long and slow, sent a chill sweeping through the chamber as temperatures plunged. The serpent was frozen solid in an instant, a towering sculpture of ice. All the summoned water crystallized, encasing the serpent within a massive pillar of ice. The entire chamber had become a world of ice and snow, the frigidity sending a shiver through the heart. The three companions stared at Weiss in utter astonishment, awestruck by the mastery of his magic. Lucius felt a rush of delight, thinking to himself, with this kind of power, plus Dumbledore, not even the Dark Lord at his peak would be a match for them. A flicker of admiration flashed in Madame Bone's eyes as she realized Wes was far more than just a young wizard. His strength and wisdom already exceeded his years. Umbridge, on the other hand, was filled mostly with unease. She knew all too well the kind of trouble a wizard with such formidable abilities could cause if he ever became her enemy. Seeing the basilisk frozen solid, the group couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, believing the crisis was finally over. Umbridge exhaled audibly into her hands, rubbing them together in an attempt to warm up. Well, it looks like the basilisk wasn't as, she began. Silence. Wes's voice, though quiet, carried an undeniable authority that cut her off at once. What? For a moment, Umbridge doubted her own ears. As a high-ranking official in the ministry, she had never been treated like this before. I said be quiet. Wes cast her a cold, piercing glance. Feeling the chill in his words, Umbridge instinctively took several steps back. At that moment, the icy shell imprisoning the basilisk began to tremble, the crackling of splitting ice echoing through the chamber. Incredibly, the basilisk was still alive, its sheer vitality leaving everyone stunned. Looks like we'll have to be a bit more forceful. Wes shifted his gaze toward the statue of Slytherin, a mischievous grin curling on his lips. Let your master deal with you, then. He swept his wand through the air, tracing intricate patterns, his magic swirling as if weaving an invisible web. The chamber floor began to quake, stones tumbling down as several columns gave way and crashed to the ground. Before their astonished eyes, the statue of Slytherin began to move. The massive sculpture seemed to come to life right before them. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Dumbledore groaned in mock frustration and gave his head a gentle tap. Young people really do have their moments. This is getting out of hand. What if the chamber collapses? Madame Bones glanced anxiously at the chunks of stone raining from the ceiling. Don't worry. Dumbledore raised his right hand and cast a restoration charm. A gentle glow spread across the chamber, holding the falling stones in an unseen grip and slowly returning them to their rightful places. Seeing Dumbledore take charge, Wes unleashed the full extent of his abilities. The basilisk had scarcely broken free from its icy prison when a pair of giant, magical hands seized it tight. Wes's wand danced through the air, issuing silent commands. The statue, now animate, grasped the basilisk, swung it high, and slammed it mercilessly into the ground. The impact left a deep crater in the stone floor, sending clouds of dust billowing throughout the chamber. The basilisk shook its head, still dazed from the blow. It seemed unable to recover from the sudden attack. Wes could even spot a trace of confusion lingering on its face. Now, let's see how you handle this. Under Wes's command, the statue swung the basilisk in a wide arc, slamming it into the ground again and again. In front, behind, to the left, to the right. Thud, 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 thud. So ruthless, Dumbledore murmured under his breath. Simply merciless. The other three watched, mouths agape, as one of the most powerful magical creatures in the wizarding world was tossed about like an old rag doll. In the end, the basilisk lay limp on the floor, as limp as a noodle, utterly still. Wes released the spell, and the statue let go, letting the creature crash down heavily onto the stone floor. With a wave of his wand, Wes confirmed that the basilisk showed no sign of life. He turned to Dumbledore and said, "It's done. The rest is up to you." His tone was so calm, it was as if he'd just completed a trivial task. Dumbledore gave a gentle nod, then led Lucius and the others out of the chamber. Lucius wore a mixed expression, excited, yet tinged with worry. Umbridge stared at Wes, her eyes wide with fear. To her, Wes was an extremely dangerous man. She sensed, with chilling clarity, that he held not an ounce of reverence for the Ministry of Magic. She wished fervently to get as far away from him as possible. Once everyone had left, a faint smile curled Wes's lips. He snapped his fingers, a crisp sound echoing through the silent chamber. From the shadows, Jandy emerged at once, dragging a leather suitcase behind her. "Now comes the harvest," Wes said, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. From the open suitcase floated an array of tools, saws, hammers, even surgical knives. Each gleamed coldly in the chamber's dim light. "Thank you all for your support. I've read all your comments. Some of the finer details are part of my creative embellishments. There may be some small departures from the original. The basilisk, this mysterious and formidable creature, offers up remarkable value in every part of its being. Its almost indestructible hide is nature's own enchanted armor, tough enough to resist even magical assaults, making it the material of choice for crafting premium protective gear. Its blood, even rarer, is a prized magical ingredient, its unique properties capable of unleashing extraordinary magical effects. The flesh of the basilisk, all too often overlooked in legends, is in fact a rare delicacy, tender, nutrient-rich, and offering surprising benefits to those who partake. Most coveted of all, though, are surely its hypnotic serpent eyes, aglow with mystery, and those razor-sharp, venomous fangs. The basilisk's corpse was nothing less than a gold mine, priceless beyond measure. Wes handled the serpent's eyes with the utmost caution, treating them as though they were the rarest treasures in the world. He carefully placed them into a specially crafted magical container, one designed to preserve their vitality, so that one day they might be fashioned into a powerful magical artifact. As for the terrifying fangs, after much consideration, Wes decided to have them forged into a pair of daggers. It did seem a little peculiar for a wizard to wield daggers. Yet in the boundless worlds out there were even wizards who charged into battle, swinging great swords against orcs. So really, anything was possible. While dealing with the basilisk, Wes was forced to confront an overwhelming challenge. The creature's immense size turned collecting its materials into a daunting task. Fatigue etched itself on his brow, sweat beading in a fine sheen across his forehead. After many arduous hours, he finally harvested every valuable part from the monstrous serpent. By the end of it all, he was drenched in its pungent stench from head to toe. Once he'd gathered everything, Wes retreated to his dormitory and headed straight for the shower. He let the steaming water wash away both the day's exhaustion and the lingering odor, soaking in the warmth. He changed into fresh clothes, and on returning to his office, he found Dumbledore and Lucius waiting quietly at the door. "Has everyone from the ministry gone?" Wes asked in a low voice. Dumbledore gave him a slight nod. Wes opened the door and invited the two of them in. "Hagrid's name can finally be cleared," Dumbledore announced, settling into a chair as comfortably as if he were at home. His beard quivered with satisfaction, the picture of contentment. "Foolish politicians have finally managed to do something right," Wes remarked, sharing in Hagrid's relief but unable to resist a jab at Fudge. "With the basilisk dealt with, our next concern is how to destroy the Horcrux," Wes said, locking eyes with Dumbledore as he raised the next critical issue. In response, Dumbledore produced the diary and placed it lightly on the table. "Ordinary weapons and magic cannot destroy a Horcrux," he explained. Privately, Dumbledore had already attempted several times, and each failure only deepened his respect for the Horcrux's resilience and menace. "Well, I have something a bit out of the ordinary right here," Wes replied, unhesitating. Without a second thought, he took out one of the basilisk fangs and drove it forcefully into the diary. The razor-sharp fong pierced the diary in an instant, a crisp crack echoing through the room. At once, the diary began to burn, black flames licking at its edges, flames so dark and ominous they seemed to have risen straight from the underworld itself. Within the fire, Tom's image flickered, his eyes brimming with fury and hatred, as if he were about to consume the very air around them. And yet, as the dark flames raged, both Wes and Dumbledore remained remarkably calm. Lucius's reaction, however, was completely different. His body trembled uncontrollably. Although he had already decided to betray Voldemort, a deep-seated fear remained rooted in the depths of his heart. With a temperament like his, going undercover around Voldemort would be almost hopeless. He'd be discovered in no time. Lucius's performance made Wise wonder if he was truly up to the task. Wise's gaze was heavy with doubt, so much so that Lucius couldn't help but notice it. "I'm just a little," Lucius tried to explain his condition, his voice tinged with a trace of panic. Wise said nothing more. He simply reached into his pocket and took out a ring, tossing it to Lucius. It was a ring of exquisite design, set with a sapphire that emitted a deep, mysterious glow. Even someone as fastidious as Lucius couldn't find a single flaw in it. "What is this?" Lucius asked, his confusion plain. Wise explained, "It's a ring that can help you hide your thoughts with a function similar to a clemency. In your current state, you wouldn't last even a day by Voldemort's side." Lucius immediately slipped the ring onto his finger, murmuring, "I just need time to get used to this." Wise didn't call him out. He understood Lucius needed time, not just to adapt to his new role, but also to battle the fear Voldemort inspired in him. "Voldemort must have crafted more than one Horcrux. We need to destroy as many as we can before he returns," Wise continued. "Exactly. Tom is incredibly proud and vain. He demands perfection in all things. This diary was made when he was a student, hardly what you'd call perfect." As the one who understood Voldemort best, Dumbledore agreed with Wise. He certainly made other Horcruxes, and the objects he chose must match his status. Wise's insight had sparked some ideas in Dumbledore, but there was no need to rush. Now that Wise was on his side, Dumbledore felt the burden ease, and he could navigate the situation with a steady hand. "Tom, this time you won't get another chance." 2 weeks later, the headlines of the Daily Prophet sent shockwaves through the entire wizarding world. "Shocking. A monster hidden at Hogwarts for 1,000 years. Our brilliant minister leads from the front, slays the basilisk unafraid." And so on. The papers brimmed with lavish praise for Cornelius Fudge, casting him as a hero, while the roles of Dumbledore and Wise were conveniently overlooked. Coverage on Dumbledore was mostly criticism, accusing him of being blind in his old age. How could he fail to realize such a dangerous creature lived in the school? It was a grave irresponsibility toward the student's safety. As for Wise, the one who truly put an end to the basilisk, his name was never mentioned at all. Most people were misled by the media coverage, and some parents even sent howlers to Dumbledore, voicing their outrage. There were even parents planning to pull their children out of the school, afraid to let them study in a place so fraught with danger. But Dumbledore managed to smooth all these matters over one by one. Weasley was amazed by the methods Dumbledore employed. No wonder Cornelius Fudge was so wary of Dumbledore. Even after securing the seat of Minister of Magic, Fudge constantly worried Dumbledore would one day unseat him with a single move. When you're up against someone who exceeds you in power, reputation, and resourcefulness, it doesn't even matter what their intentions are. What matters is that they have the ability. Hogwarts grew even more lively. Every student was discussing the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets. It became the favorite subject for chatter over every meal. Their enthusiasm even eclipsed that for Quidditch. The once bustling Quidditch pitch now felt strangely quiet. Some particularly bold students, mostly the daring Gryffindors, actually formed teams to search for the chamber themselves. Dumbledore didn't stop them. In fact, he all but encouraged their adventurous spirit. Soon, every young witch and wizard had joined the adventure. After all, curiosity and the urge to explore ran deep in all of them. Surprisingly, it was the Slytherins who took this most to heart. If students from another house found the Slytherin chamber before they did, they'd be mortified, desperate enough to wish they could sink into the ground. But Dumbledore quietly relocated the chamber's entrance to the headmaster's office. The students had all been outfoxed by the old wizard. They scoured every corner of the castle, only to be frustrated time and again by their inability to find the entrance. Their excitement persisted all the way until Christmas. That Christmas felt a little different to Weasley, because he received an invitation from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. A hint of surprise flickered across his face, and his brow furrowed. He had never expected to be invited to spend Christmas at the Weasleys' home. "You're inviting me to your house for Christmas?" he repeated, uncertainty woven through his voice. The twin brothers, Fred and George, lit up with broad, beaming grins at his reaction. "Mom heard about how well we've behaved at school this year," Fred said excitedly. "We haven't caused any mischief," George added with a hint of pride. "She knows we've been learning alchemy from you," Fred continued. "And she wants to thank you," George concluded. The twins finished speaking, then looked at Weasley expectantly, their eyes gleaming with hope as they waited for his answer. After spending so much time with them, Weasley had grown used to this rapid-fire way of conversation. "Christmas, is it?" he murmured softly to himself. Wes had always led a solitary life, devoting himself entirely to the study of magic, never once forging any deep connection with another soul. This was the first time in his life he had ever received an invitation from someone else. To him, it was nothing short of a novel and extraordinary experience. Moreover, Wes had always been deeply curious about Mr. Weasley's ingeniously modified car. Well then, why not? In the end, Wes agreed, and, as he watched the twin brothers leap up in excitement, the corners of his lips lifted into the faintest smile. He then asked, "Is there anything I need to prepare?" "Nothing at all," the twins replied in perfect unison, their smiles growing even brighter. "Mum will be absolutely thrilled." With that, they bounded away, their energetic figures flitting about like two lively birds. They could barely contain their excitement, eager to race off and share the good news with Mrs. Weasley. But Wes had no intention of showing up empty-handed. He spent a good amount of time carefully selecting gifts, choosing each one with meticulous thought, hoping they would not only appeal to the Weasley family, but also convey his sincere feelings. Finally, the Christmas holidays arrived. Wes, the Weasley children, and Hermione all found themselves sitting together in the same train compartment. The whole carriage brimmed with a buoyant, festive spirit. Wes treated the children to a mountain of sweets, their colorful wrappers sparkling in the sunlight. Ginny, a little shy, sat quietly in the corner, stealing occasional glances at this unfamiliar guest. Percy, in contrast, was noticeably enthusiastic, striking up a conversation with Wes, though there was something almost put on about the way he spoke. Percy worked hard to appear grown-up, every movement measured and composed, yet Wes could easily sense the boyishness hidden beneath those practiced airs. Hermione, on the other hand, was like a living, breathing encyclopedia, firing off a barrage of questions at Wes. Ron couldn't help but tease her. "Is there anything, even sweets, that can keep you quiet?" After a sharp look from Hermione, Ron hurriedly stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, his flustered antics sending everyone into peals of laughter. Soon enough, the train arrived at platform 9 3/4. No sooner had they stepped off than Wes spotted Mrs. Weasley, waving to them with infectious enthusiasm. Her face was aglow with warmth and welcome. Ginny bounded gleefully off the train, flinging herself into Mrs. Weasley's arms like a little bird returning to its nest. Having been away from home for so long for the first time in her life, Ginny's longing for her mother welled up with unstoppable force. Mrs. Weasley stroked Ginny's red hair over and over with gentle hands, tears glimmering in the corners of her eyes. We meet again, Wes. Arthur strode over and greeted Wes with a warm and sincere hug, one that was strong and full of genuine feeling. Fred and George must have caused you quite a bit of trouble, he said. Hello, Mr. Weasley, Wes replied politely. Call me Arthur, Arthur said with a smile. Arthur. As soon as Wes changed his address, the smile on Arthur's face grew even brighter. Fred and George are very clever boys. They have remarkable talent for alchemy. Hearing Wes's praise, the twins lifted their chins in triumph, intentionally striking a pose of exaggerated pride. Their dramatic expressions set everyone off in laughter. Hermione, too, had rejoined her parents, and after everyone exchanged well wishes, the families parted ways. Wes had originally wanted to try out the flying car, but unfortunately it had already been confiscated by the Ministry of Magic, a small disappointment to him. When they arrived at the Weasley family home, known as the Burrow, a 4-story, crooked house came into view. The building looked as if it might collapse at any moment, giving off an impression of lopsided instability. Outside lay a vast garden, where Wes spotted several gnomes bustling about amid the flower beds, infusing the space with a lively, vibrant energy. There was also a shed filled with an assortment of tools and odds and ends. As soon as everyone stepped inside, they hurried to take off their coats. The warmth of the house stood in sharp contrast to the cold air outside. But with so many members of the Weasley family gathered, the house was a bit chaotic and noisy. Ron, eager to be the first upstairs, was stopped by the twins. They jostled and nudged each other playfully, mischievous grins lighting up their faces. Taking advantage of her small size, Ginny darted cleverly through her 3 brothers, her nimble maneuvers sparking laughter and amusement. After a lively commotion, everyone finally managed to unpack their luggage. Mrs. Weasley busied herself with preparing dinner, while the children eagerly rushed in to help. However, their hands proved rather clumsy. Plates were overturned, spices spilled, making Mrs. Weasley's job even more challenging. Arthur stood off to the side, a little helpless, shrugging with resigned good humor. He wasn't much of a cook and could only watch on in anxious sympathy. Wes was much the same. Faced with the bustle of the kitchen, he found himself at a bit of a loss. Fortunately, he had an all-purpose butler who was always ready to solve any problem at a moment's notice. Wes opened his suitcase, and Jandy emerged from within. No one seemed particularly surprised by Jandy. House elves were nothing unusual in the wizarding world. However, the Weasley family was thoroughly fascinated by Wes's magical suitcase, especially Arthur and the twin brothers. They clustered around the case, eager to examine this extraordinary magical artifact up close. As someone with a deep fascination for magical objects, Arthur's eyes brimmed with admiration for the high-grade magical artifact before him. The twin brothers, Fred and George, were even more thoroughly captivated, their curiosity now wholly ablaze. They took turns running their hands over the suitcase, each eager to uncover more of its secrets. Seeing their keen interest, Wes generously handed the suitcase over, allowing them to examine it up close. Oh, by Merlin's beard, this is dragon hide. Fred's exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. His fingertips traced the surface of the case, and the texture and warmth beneath his touch confirmed his suspicion. Dragon hide. George, who was standing nearby, immediately grabbed the case, his eyes wide as he examined it carefully. The others all crowded in, drawn by the allure of this magical suitcase. Arthur, however, was more methodical. Producing a pair of spectacles, he began a meticulous inspection of every corner. He knew well that dragon hide was an exceedingly precious material, and that constructing a magical suitcase from it was a truly remarkable feat of craftsmanship. This really is dragon hide, Arthur finally concluded after his careful examination. That must be worth a fortune in galleons. Ron's eyes shone with excitement, and he nearly started to drool at the thought. In his mind, he was already picturing untold piles of gold, dreaming of what it would be like to be that wealthy. We couldn't afford one of these, even if we sold the whole house, Percy marveled. Do professors get paid that much? Hardly, Wes shrugged. All my funds come from selling treasures acquired during my various adventures. It took a great deal of effort to craft this suitcase, you know. Just thinking about the expense of collecting all the materials made Wes's heart ache a little. Professor, what do you keep inside the suitcase? Everyone was burning with curiosity about what Wes kept in such a valuable case. A secret, Wes replied with an enigmatic smile, clearly unwilling to share more. The Weasleys didn't press him. They understood well enough that everyone was entitled to their own secrets, and that respecting others' privacy was a virtue. Dinner's ready. Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out from the kitchen. The little dining table was soon packed with people, laughter and lively conversation filling the air with warmth and cheer. This year, they had guests for the holidays, and Mrs. Weasley was delighted, though she was a little down that her eldest son Bill and second son Charlie couldn't make it home due to work. The dinner was abundant, with the table loaded with all kinds of delicious dishes, a spread no doubt prepared to welcome Wes as their special guest. But no matter how much food she put out, it disappeared in no time before the appetites of 4 teenage boys. They ate with the energy of a pack of ravenous young wolves. Mrs. Weasley beamed with satisfaction. Looks like I'll have to prepare a lot more for tomorrow's Christmas feast. Early the next morning, the sunlight slipped gently into every corner of the modest home, like a soft, caring hand. Golden rays streamed through the windows, spilling across the slightly worn floorboards. Responding to this warm invitation, Wasey stretched lazily and slowly made his way downstairs from his room. Meanwhile, Molly was already bustling about in the kitchen, tirelessly weaving back and forth as she prepared breakfast. Eggs on the pan gave off a mouth-watering sizzle. Bread in the toaster turned gradually golden brown, and the whole kitchen was filled with the irresistible aroma of breakfast. Arthur, still in his pajamas, sat comfortably at the dining table with a steaming mug of coffee, poring seriously over the Daily Prophet. "Good morning," Wasey greeted with a smile. His voice rang out clearly, bright and cheerful, breaking the tranquil silence of the morning. Arthur looked up, a hint of a smile in his eyes as he asked gently, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Very well," Wasey replied, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. A good night's rest had clearly left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Hearing their conversation, Molly brought over a cup of coffee for Wasey and said, "Just wait a bit longer, breakfast is nearly ready." With that, she turned and disappeared back into the kitchen to continue her work. As a mother of 7, Molly's holidays often felt like a battle. There was always so much to do. Not only did she make sure every child enjoyed a hearty breakfast, but she also attended to their daily needs and orchestrated all kinds of holiday festivities, filling the home with joy and warmth. Thankfully, with Ginny's help, things were a little easier for Molly. Ginny quietly assisted nearby, helping tidy up the house and prepare food, giving Molly the chance for a quick breather. Once breakfast was ready, Molly began rousing each child from bed. But this time, her approach was anything but gentle. "Ron, how much longer are you planning to sleep? And you too, Fred, George, up now." Molly's voice rang through the stairwell, shattering the peaceful morning calm. "Yes, Mum," came the drowsy reply of the twins from another room. And so, Christmas at the Burrow began in a flurry of cheerful chaos and busy chatter. After breakfast, Arthur took the twins and Ron out to the shed, ready to begin preparations for the day's holiday activities. Percy, on the other hand, always one for solitary pursuits, slipped away to his room after eating, shrouded in mystery and intent on his own secret projects. "All right, kids, let's move quickly. We need to have the Christmas tree decorated before lunch," Arthur said, tools in hand as he positioned himself in front of a sturdy evergreen, preparing to give it a proper trim. Though the twin brothers weren't particularly interested in decorating the Christmas tree, they stood off to the side, occasionally exchanging mischievous glances as if plotting some prank. Ron, on the other hand, dutifully helped his father. Armed with a small pair of scissors and a roll of tape, he carefully trimmed branches and arranged decorations under Arthur's direction. "Is there anything I can do?" Feeling restless from having nothing to occupy himself in his room, Wasey wandered over to see if he could lend a hand. The shed, though simple, was quite spacious inside, crammed with all sorts of materials and tools. Arthur declared with pride, "Don't underestimate this place. So many things in our home I made with my own hands." "That's right, like Ron's bed," said Fred. And the dining table, George added swiftly, the two brothers' easy banter lightening the mood inside the shed. Arthur's salary wasn't much, and with so many children to support, money was always tight. Whenever something around the house broke, it was Arthur who patched it up, giving it new life. Over time, his skills grew, and so did the collection of treasures in his shed. "No wonder you managed to transform an ordinary car into a flying one," Wasey said, genuinely impressed by Arthur's inventiveness and knack for fixing things. "Of course. You see, back when I first..." At the mention of the flying car, Arthur's face lit up, and he launched into an enthusiastic account of how he'd conjured up that magical vehicle. He spoke so animatedly that he completely forgot about the Christmas tree. It wasn't until Ron gently reminded him that Arthur snapped back to the task at hand and went on pruning the tree. But once Arthur started telling stories, it was hard for him to stop. Soon, he and Wasey had struck up a lively conversation about the flying car, and even the twins were drawn in, eager to join the thrilling discussion. Ron couldn't get a word in. He stood to the side sulking, feeling a little left out. It wasn't until Molly came to call them in that they realized, almost in surprise, that lunchtime had arrived. That afternoon, everyone pitched in to decorate the burrow. Thanks to the magic at their fingertips, the work became lighthearted and fun. Children and adults alike sat together, waving their wands in gentle arcs. Sparkling decorations seemed to come alive, darting through the air to adorn walls, windows, and even the roof, filling the home with festive cheer. It took hardly any time before the entire borough was wrapped in the glow of Christmas. NYC draped a string of colorful lights around the outside of the house. As dusk fell, the lights began to twinkle, transforming the borough into a tiny house straight out of a fairy tale. The colorful lights danced in the darkness, infusing the evening with warmth and a touch of magic. "If only we had some fireworks," Ginny said, gazing at the borough, which was now wonderfully decorated. Her eyes sparkled with longing for the spectacle. Magical fireworks held a unique place in every child's heart. So dazzling, so extravagant. But for most, the chance to see them in person was rare because of their price. The other children, too, looked a little disappointed. They all imagined how perfect this night would be if only there were fireworks lighting up the sky. Just then, Jandy came teetering over, arms wrapped around a box that was even taller than herself. The box was stuffed full of fireworks. "How could we have a celebration like this without fireworks?" Wes said with a bright grin. He lit the first firework, and it shot up into the sky, bursting open in an instant. Against the dark above, a glowing reindeer sprang to life, racing across the stars. The children's eyes widened with awe and delight. Their cheers rose up, they leapt and danced, as if they, too, might take flight alongside the fireworks. "All of these are yours," Wes said with a generous wave at the still full box. "Really?" The children, though nearly bouncing with anticipation, still glanced over to their parents for permission. Of course, the Weasleys wouldn't dream of spoiling the fun. Smiling, they said, "Well, what are you all waiting for?" "Wonderful!" the children cried, jubilant as they started picking out their favorite fireworks. Wes had bought enough for everyone, a true treasure trove. One by one, vibrant patterns appeared in the sky: flowers, stars, animals, and more. The brilliance of the fireworks bloomed against the night, and the laughter and shouts of the children filled the air. That hour-long display would be cherished as a lasting, joyful memory by the whole Weasley family. The children played to their heart's content, and even Mr. and Mrs. Weasley joined in the playful chaos. For a while, they were all children again. The next morning, the Weasleys found that Wes had thoughtfully prepared gifts for everyone. Ron received a tin of sweets from Honeydukes. Unable to wait, he popped one into his mouth at once, his face lighting up with contentment. Ginny unwrapped a set of magical dolls, not unlike Muggle Barbies. She hugged the toys close, absolutely delighted. Percy was given an exquisite feather quill, which he stroked with great care and pride. The twins received Wes's very own alchemy notebooks, a present they treasured instantly, eagerly flipping through the pages in fascination. Molly unwrapped brand-new kitchenware, her gratitude for Wes shining in her eyes and warming her heart. Arthur's gift was a toolbox from the Muggle world, complete with wrenches and other gadgets. He clutched it happily, already imagining all the things he would now be able to invent. Everyone loved the gifts Wes had chosen for them. And Wes himself received a scarf, lovingly hand-knitted by Molly. When he draped it around his neck, he experienced a warmth and comfort that stayed with him all day. The scarf was soft and warm, as if it carried with it the affection and blessings of Molly's family. After lunch, Wes bid farewell to this loving family. Although the Weasleys warmly insisted he stay, Wes decided it was time to go. He knew he had already imposed for several days, and was unwilling to disturb the family's reunion any longer. After this rare moment of warmth, Wes once again immersed himself in the magical world. He understood that there were many issues he needed to resolve, and he couldn't let himself remain lost in the fleeting joy. Upon leaving the Weasleys, Wes returned to Hogwarts. Here, he could devote himself earnestly to his pursuit, seeking the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone, the treasure coveted by all alchemists, could turn ordinary metals into gold and even grant eternal life to its bearer. Wes handled the Philosopher's Stone with great care, lifting it into the comforting sunlight. To call it a stone is not entirely accurate. Its form is remarkably unique, neither solid nor liquid. Because of this singular nature, it is referred to as the fifth entity. Bathed in its dazzling brilliance, Wes seemed to sense the pain and wailing of the souls trapped within the stone. The Philosopher's Stone must never be used directly. Wes knew well that although the stone held the power to extend life, creating it required the sacrifice of human souls. After being transmuted into the stone, these souls were left tormented and filled with resentment. If used directly, the anger of those imprisoned souls might erupt one day, bringing unforeseeable harm to its user. Unless, like Hohenheim, someone could patiently converse with each soul and resolve their lingering bitterness. Yet such an undertaking would demand immense time and energy, and Wes simply did not have those resources now. He longed to harness the power of the Philosopher's Stone, yet he had no answer for how to dispel the dire consequences of its use. "I need to collect every scrap of information on the Philosopher's Stone," he murmured to himself. The Philosopher's Stone was not unique to any one world. Its legend coursed through many realms. The Philosopher's Stone, the Stone from Heaven, the Touchstone, and the Elixir of Life. These were all names for this fabled artifact. Wes suspected that in the world of Harry Potter, the Sorcerer's Stone crafted by Nicholas Flamel was, in fact, the Philosopher's Stone. Unfortunately, the Sorcerer's Stone had already been destroyed by Dumbledore. Otherwise, Wes could have made a comparison. The thought brought a trace of regret. He spread out Nicholas Flamel's alchemical notes, his gathered research from the world of alchemy, and the various methods for creating the Philosopher's Stone across his desk. He spread out a sheet of parchment, feather quill in hand, and focused all his attention. "It's time to begin," he murmured, then bent intently over his work. His quill flew across the page, recording each thought, every discovery as it came. Every word, every symbol traced his path in the pursuit of truth, marking each determined step toward his goal. For 3 whole days, Wes never once set foot outside his office. Utterly absorbed in his research, he lost all sense of time. Everything he ate or drank was brought to him faithfully by Jandy. Jandy supported Wes in silence, never uttering a complaint. The floor was blanketed with scattered sheets of parchment, each one covered with Wes's careful notes and explorations. His hair had grown wild and tousled, his eyes reddened from hours of study. Fingers stained with ink, he carried the distinctive scent that lingers after days of hard work. "That Philosopher's Stone from the world of alchemy is far too sinister," he muttered. "It's made using entire lands, forging millions of souls into the Philosopher's Stone. There's no question. Extending one's life at the cost of countless others summons nothing but vengeful spirits. But what about the Sorcerer's Stone? What's the secret behind its magic?" Niccolo Flamel's alchemical notes never mention anything. Frustration washed over Wes. He crushed the parchment in his hand and tossed it to the floor, releasing a long, weary sigh. "This is so vexing." For a moment, he wished he could use his wand to force Niccolo Flamel to reveal the method for making the Sorcerer's Stone. But of course, he knew that was impossible. After entrusting the stone to Dumbledore, Flamel vanished from public view, so completely that not even Dumbledore knew his whereabouts. Besides, Wes understood. No one could threaten a man like Niccolo Flamel, someone who had long embraced his own mortality. Trying to rouse himself to clarity, Wes rubbed his face. He knew he had to find another way forward. The Philosopher's Stone definitely prolongs life, but the key is how to deal with those tormented souls inside, how to transform the stone into a pure source of energy. With this new idea, Wes readied himself to continue his research, but his mind was heavy and clouded, and he simply couldn't focus. "What's that smell?" he suddenly wondered. Realizing the sour, unpleasant odor was coming from himself, he quickly cast a freshening charm to rid his body of it. Throwing open the window, he welcomed the flood of fresh air into the room. Like a cool spring, it flowed through him, and he felt a rare moment of relief. Just then, he saw the young wizards hauling their trunks back to school. "The holidays are over already? No wonder my head feels so foggy," Wes muttered to himself. Drowsiness surged in relentless waves. With no strength left to resist, Wes returned to his dorm, sank into a hot bath, and then fell blissfully onto his bed. His body felt drowned in exhaustion. His head had barely touched the pillow before he was fast asleep. Meanwhile, Jandy arrived at Wes's office, moving like a conductor at the helm of an orchestra, his fingers tracing graceful arcs through the air. Sheets of parchment floated up from every corner of the room, gathering themselves neatly into a stack before settling gently on the desk. Books and papers, once strewn in disarray, seemed to sprout tiny feet and line themselves up in perfect order, one after another. Quill pens and ink bottles soon found their way back to their original places. Stains on the desk and floor shimmered and disappeared without a trace. When all was done, Jandy gave a satisfied smile and took his leave from the office. Wes slept soundly until almost noon the next day. An urgent pressure in his lower abdomen, sharp as a blaring alarm, yanked him out of his deep slumber. Groggy and half awake, he stumbled to the bathroom to find some relief. He meant to crawl back into bed, but his stomach had other ideas, rumbling loudly in protest. Slowly, Wes pulled himself up out of bed. "Master," came Jandy's timely arrival, his voice respectful and gentle. "Would you like me to prepare your lunch?" Wes glanced at the clock. It was almost lunchtime. After a moment's thought, he decided to head to the dining hall and eat with the students. Perhaps a change of atmosphere would help ease his strained nerves. "No need. I'll have my lunch in the dining hall," Wes responded as he made his way to wash up. After freshening up and straightening his clothes, he strode steadily toward the grand hall. Inside, The twins and the Ron siblings spotted him and waved enthusiastically, calling out in greeting. A faint, amused smile touched Wes's lips as he nodded back to them. Then he turned and made his way to the staff table. He tapped his plate lightly with his knife. In response, with a crisp, ringing sound, a steaming hot steak appeared on the plate where a moment before there had been nothing. The steak was perfectly browned, sending up savory clouds of aroma that slipped right into Wes's nose and made his mouth water. In less than 3 minutes, Wes had demolished the entire steak, hardly pausing for breath. Still, his stomach felt hollow. He rapped the tabletop, and soon another steak appeared before him. He set to work again, devouring 3 steaks in succession before finally putting down his knife and fork with a satisfied sigh, carefully wiping his mouth with a napkin. When did the school let in a mountain troll? Came Snape's dry, mocking voice from the left side of the table. Other professors stared in disbelief at Wes. I've been working on something lately, haven't had time for proper meals, Wes offered calmly by way of explanation. The professors nodded in dawning understanding, their faces softening with sympathy and a shared sense of camaraderie. When I was young, I was just like that, Dean Flitwick reminisced, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Those were painful, yet fulfilling days. Did you accomplish anything? Someone asked, unable to contain their curiosity. Weiss could only give a helpless shake of his head. Seeing this, the other professors offered him gentle words of comfort, encouraging him not to worry. Only Lockhart, full of arrogance and self-satisfaction, declared he would share his own success story with Weiss, as if he were the most triumphant man in the world. Yet, the moment Lockhart opened his mouth to speak, the professors found excuses and hurriedly slipped away, one by one. Weiss looked at Lockhart, unable to suppress a sigh of marvel. Never in his life had he met anyone quite so shameless. After Lockhart's antics, Weiss lost his appetite and returned alone to his office. As the door clicked shut behind him, a gentle chime rang out. The panel appeared before him automatically. Host, Weiss Elvin. Worlds, Marvel, Harry Potter, Delicious in Dungeon. Hashtag at Alchemy%Ewan. Pirates of the Caribbean. Profession, Wizard/Potion Master/Alchemist. Level 4. A new world had appeared. Within Weiss's mind, the words Pirates of the Caribbean surged in with the force of an ocean wave, conjuring a vivid image almost instantly. A pirate, flamboyant and roguish, with delicately arched fingers, coal-smudged eyes, and a wardrobe fit for a rebellious rock star. This was none other than the infamous Captain Jack Sparrow, a living legend in the tales of Pirates of the Caribbean, and without question, its brightest star. Captain Jack Sparrow had spent his whole life chasing adventure, fearlessly sailing across storm-tossed seas, confronting peril and challenge at every turn, never once shrinking away. Could this world offer a way to free the tormented souls trapped within the Philosopher's Stone? Weiss wondered. After experiencing several inexplicable crossings between worlds, Weiss had come to sense that, even though the mysterious panel never handed out tasks or rewards, there always seemed to be a clue hidden in each new world, a thread to help unravel his present difficulties. He resolved not to act rashly. The school year was still ongoing, and no one could say how much time a journey to the Pirates of the Caribbean realm would require. So he decided it would be best to wait until the summer break arrived. And, before he set out, he would have to be thoroughly prepared. After all, when it came to the art of seafaring, Weiss was practically a blank slate. He made his way to the library, eyes roaming the shelves, fingers tracing the spines of precious books on the history and skill of navigation. Meticulously, he pored over ancient maps and weathered sea logs, as if searching for the deepest secrets the ocean had to offer. Since Weiss had resolved the serpent monster incident ahead of time, Hogwarts had fallen under a serene and peaceful hush, a veil of calm that lingered. No other strange occurrences had disturbed this tranquility, except for Lockhart, who never passed up a chance to stir the waters with his ceaseless antics. Those matters at first caused a few ripples, but soon people realized that not only did they fail to boost his popularity, they instead peeled back a layer of dazzling curtain, laying bare his true nature, a shell of brilliance hiding a crumbling core. As the last group of students reluctantly left Hogwarts, the lazy air of summer silently settled in. At this very moment, with a heart full of anticipation, Wes set off on a brand new adventure. Darkness wrapped around him on all sides, as if the entire world had been dipped in ink. A gentle sea breeze brushed past, carrying the salty tang of the ocean. In the distance, waves crashed against the shore with a deep, rhythmic pulse, like an ancient song sung by the sea, telling stories of its mystery and might. A bright moon hung high in the velvet deep sky, and its light poured softly over the rippling surface, as if draping the ocean in a gauzy, silver veil. What is this? Wes narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the surroundings. An island. he murmured to himself, feeling both a rush of excitement and a flutter of nerves. In these vast, boundless seas, every island could be the start of an adventure, and islands here were as numerous as the stars above. First, I need to figure out where I am. Hopefully, it's not a deserted island, Wes whispered under his breath, and with that, cast a levitation spell. His body began to rise gently off the ground, floating lightly in the air like an owl on silent wings, slipping quietly through the night, surveying the area below. To the north of the island, a faint glimmer of light flickered in the darkness, like the guiding beam of a distant lighthouse. I'll head there and see what I can find. With a decision made, Wes shifted direction, gliding slowly toward that distant gleam. When his feet touched solid ground again, he frowned slightly at the muddy road beneath them. The houses around him leaned at odd angles, crammed one beside the next, as if they were forgotten toys carelessly abandoned on this deserted stretch of land. And just ahead, at a turn in the road, Wes spotted several bodies sprawled across the ground. A sickening stench hung in the air, the unmistakable scent of decay and death. It seems this is no place for the faint of heart, Wes thought to himself. He drew in a deep breath and pressed on, determined to find the source of that light. As he drew nearer, he discovered the glow came from a window in a small wooden cabin. Before he could even step closer, a wave of noise greeted him. Loud shouts of men, coarse curses, the sounds of fierce brawls. Every now and then, even the sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the night. Captain Hook. When Wes saw the weathered sign hanging in front of the ramshackle cabin, something stirred inside him. In a flash, he realized where he had landed. This was a pirate's den. This was the sanctuary where those marauders of the seas trafficked their loot, indulged in pleasure, and hid from the relentless pursuit of the Navy. A sly smile curled at the corner of Wes's lips. Perfect for gathering some information, he mused. After all, these pirates roamed the oceans year-round and were renowned for their well-informed networks. Wes was confident that these hospitable pirates would provide answers that would satisfy his curiosity. He reached out and gently pushed open the tavern door, making sure it creaked loud enough to catch the attention of those inside. Pirates who were playing cards, guzzling ale, or flirting with the serving girls immediately paused, their eyes turning toward the doorway. "Good evening, everyone," Wes greeted, walking in with composure under the weight of those curious or wary stares. The pirates began sizing him up. His robe alone must be worth a few dozen silver coins. A one-eyed pirate chimed in first. "Kid skin is softer than a woman's, I swear," grumbled another, his tone laced with contempt. "Definitely a young noble sneaking out from home," said a third, voice certain. A few of the pirates eyed Wes like wolves spotting easy prey, their gazes greedy, as if every item on him was a fortune waiting to be claimed. But most of the pirates remained cool-headed. "We're far from the mainland. If this guy made it here in one piece, he must have something to rely on," muttered an old pirate, his face furrowed and eyes keen. "Best not to underestimate anyone who can survive out at sea," agreed another, nodding slightly as his gaze ran over Wes, as if searching for hidden clues. "Especially someone who can keep himself this clean out here," added a shrewd-looking pirate, an enigmatic smile playing at his lips. These seasoned old hands could see there was more to Wes than met the eye. They knew better than to court trouble on these merciless waves. A mistake here could mean disaster. As for those oblivious pirates who still sized up Wes as easy pickings, for them, death was just another fact of life at sea, nothing worth losing sleep over. Wes approached the bar counter. Though both the tables and stools were filthy with stains, he didn't betray the slightest hint of distaste. Taking a steady seat, he spoke calmly, "Barkeep, I'm looking for someone." Behind the counter stood the proprietor, a burly man with a scar across his face and not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. He gave Wes a passing glance, then resumed polishing the mug in his hands, as if he hadn't heard a word Wes said. "Look at me, almost forgetting the rules." Wes chuckled softly, and suddenly, a gold coin appeared in his hand. In the dim light, the coin gleamed with an irresistible brilliance, like a lone star in the night sky, drawing every gaze toward it. Those eyes brimmed with undisguised greed and malice, as if a pack of hungry wolves had just caught sight of fresh prey. Yet Wes seemed oblivious, acting as if he were the only one present. Without a care, he tossed the coin to the innkeeper. The coin traced a golden arc through the air, landing precisely in the innkeeper's rough palm. The moment the coin touched his hand, the innkeeper could tell from its weight and texture that it was genuine, pure, and heavy. "This man is no ordinary customer," the innkeeper mused silently to himself, eyeing Wes, who wore a calm expression and seemed wholly unbothered by the greedy pirates. "What would you like to ask?" The innkeeper's demeanor shifted, showing newfound respect as he handed Wes a glass of rum. "Jack Sparrow," Wes's voice was measured and unhurried, yet it cut through the tavern's raucous din with remarkable clarity. Jack Sparrow? He's looking for the captain of the Black Pearl. One of the pirates exclaimed in surprise. His words felt like a stone dropped in a still pond, sending ripples of excitement through the room. The other pirates, upon hearing that familiar name, grew animated. Heads turned, whispers spread like wildfire, and a chorus of voices bubbled up all around. That's the infamous pirate himself, another pirate added eagerly, his face alight with excitement. It was as if they were discussing a living legend, a man both feared and admired. The pirates recounted wild tales of Jack Sparrow's adventures, of narrow escapes and breathtaking feats that hovered between myth and reality. All the while, the tavern was thick with the scent of rum, smoke curling in the air, the unsteady light casting shifting shadows, creating an atmosphere both mysterious and fraught with danger. "Seems like that guy's quite a celebrity," Wes remarked, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. His gaze locked onto the innkeeper, a silent message passing between them, brimming with anticipation. "You won't disappoint me, will you?" There was a depth in his eyes, a gaze so piercing, it seemed as if he could see through to a man's very soul. Beyond the tavern's walls, the waves crashed relentlessly against the coast, a thunderous chorus mingling with the wild, salty wind that swept in off the sea, nature itself echoing the tense atmosphere within. As the standoff between Wes and the innkeeper intensified, the tavern's noise gradually faded. Every eye in the room was fixed on the two of them, waiting with bated breath for answers yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, the innkeeper pondered inwardly. Why was this man so interested in Jack Sparrow? He tried to puzzle out the true identity and intentions of the mysterious stranger seated before him. Driven by the lure of gold, the innkeeper was just about to reveal some less important information to Wes. At that very moment, two pirates staggered their way over. One of them, his face flushed red and his eyes glazed with drunkenness, gripped a flintlock tightly in his hand, the muzzle leveled straight at Wes's forehead with a menacing intensity. The other pirate was even more brazen. He carelessly snatched up a glass of rum from a bar, his lips curled into an arrogant smirk as he called out loudly, "What's wrong? Is this kind of liquor not good enough for a nobleman like you? My name's Buggy. I once served aboard the Black Pearl." The pride in Buggy's voice was unmistakable, and the moment his words fell, a chorus of gasps rippled through the tavern. Right now, the tavern felt like a den of chaos and noise. The air was thick with the almost suffocating scent of rum, mixed with the salty tang of seawater and the sweaty stench wafting off the pirates. The place seemed to have become a great, swirling cauldron of pungent smells. Buggy reveled in the attention, lifting his chin slightly, his eyes glittering with excitement. The muscles on his face twitched subtly with self-importance. Every gaze in the room was fixed on him, as if, in that instant, he had transformed into a figure of extraordinary power and dread. "Hand over all your gold," Buggy declared, punctuating his words with a resonant belch that flooded the air with the sharp scent of alcohol. His voice dripped with greed and a hint of threat. "And maybe I'll let you go." Wes had no patience for such utter fools. With a graceful yet forceful wave of his hand, he barely seemed to move. But the pirate aiming the gun at his head was suddenly struck by an invisible force and hurled across the room. The man's body arced through the air before crashing down on a cluster of tables, sending mugs and bottles tumbling down with a chorus of shattering glass. The pirate lay motionless where he fell, never rising again. Around him, the other pirates stared in horror, barely daring to breathe, some with eyes wide in disbelief, others with their jaws hanging open as if they could swallow an egg whole. "What just happened?" one pirate stammered, his trembling voice echoing through the uneasy room. "What's going on?" another shrieked in panic, instinctively stepping back several paces. "He's a sorcerer. He is a sorcerer," cried a more worldly pirate, his voice cracking and frantic with terror. From the tales whispered among them, sorcerers were even more dreadful, even more wicked than pirates themselves. The pirates in the tavern sprang to their feet in utter panic, scrambling to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Wes, as if they had just glimpsed a demon risen straight from the depths of hell. Wes cast a petrification spell on Buggy, freezing him in place. Buggy struggled with all his might, his facial muscles contorted, veins bulging on his forehead, terror and despair flooding his eyes. Yet he couldn't move an inch. As Wes advanced, regret overwhelmed Buggy's heart. He had spent most of his life treading carefully, only to act recklessly now, emboldened by a few drinks. But now it was all too late. Wes's dark eyes were like endless whirlpools, and in an instant, the light vanished from Buggy's gaze, leaving him soulless and hollow. With a swift and merciless spell, Wes used legilimency on Buggy, rifling straight through his memories. The result, however, was disappointing. Buggy had indeed once served as a sailor aboard the Black Pearl, but he had long since left the ship and knew absolutely nothing about Jack Sparrow's whereabouts. What waste of time! Wes frowned slightly, then shifted his gaze to the tavern keeper, eyes brimming with both expectation and authority. I've already been disappointed once. Inwardly, the tavern keeper was cursing Buggy and his ancestors in every creative way imaginable. His face was ashen, sweat beading across his brow, and his whole body trembled ever so slightly. Forcing a feeble smile, he said, "Of course, I wouldn't dare disappoint a distinguished wizard such as yourself." He dared not hide a thing. He knew well that this mysterious sorcerer was not a man to cross. So he spilled everything he knew about Jack Sparrow, hoping to soothe the formidable wizard's anger. Ever since outwitting Davy Jones, Jack Sparrow had vanished from the seas. A handful of people claimed to have spotted him, but everyone believed that the famously restless rogue was surely scheming something monumental. As for Hector Barbassa, after steering the Black Pearl into a clash with Blackbeard, Edward Teach himself, he'd been defeated, lost a leg, and, left with no better option, had pledged himself to the Royal Navy, earning a place as a legitimate privateer. "That's all I know," the tavern keeper said, nearly swearing on his mother's grave in fear that Wes wouldn't believe him. His eyes were wide with anxiety and unease, terrified that Wes would find his information lacking, and even his voice wavered. "Truly, Sir Wizard, I wouldn't dare deceive you." So, this is when it happens. Wes now understood precisely when and where he had arrived. "The Fountain of Youth, is it?" he murmured, as if pondering a decision of great consequence. Wes reached once more into his pocket, elegantly tossing a gold coin to the tavern keeper. "Your information was helpful. This will cover the damage to the furniture," Wes said, and with that, stood and exited the tavern. None of the pirates dared bar his way. They stepped aside hurriedly, careful not to provoke this inscrutable sorcerer. The tavern keeper gazed anxiously at the 2 gold coins in his hand, torn by indecision. He feared they might be cursed, but in the end, his greed won out, and he carefully tucked them away into his belt pouch. "I'd better spend them quickly," he muttered to himself. "Even if there's a curse, it'll be someone else's problem." With that, the tavern keeper hoisted the petrified Buggy onto his shoulder and tossed him out onto the street. As for what would become of Buggy, whether he died of hunger, was devoured by some animal, or managed to survive until the petrification spell wore off, that was now up to his own luck. Wes had barely left the tavern when he fell into deep thought. He knew only that Jack Sparrow would appear in London. He needed to reach the city before the story truly began. Otherwise, with the vastness of the seas, he'd have no hope of finding the Fountain of Youth. Suddenly, he sensed footsteps approaching and fixed his gaze warily on the darkness within the forest. In a low, commanding voice, he called out, "Show yourself." He heard the quiet rustle of movement, and then a woman stepped forward, her skin radiating health in a deep bronze tone, her beauty and allure unmistakable. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, and even the night could not conceal her mysterious, seductive charm. Behind her strode a towering man of powerful build, his bare chest marked by sharply defined muscles that seemed to hold endless strength. "Beautiful lady, are you also a pirate?" Wes narrowed his eyes slightly, studying the newcomer. "Sir Mage," Angelica replied with a graceful curtsy, her stunning figure on full display beneath Wes's scrutinizing gaze. Yet, Wes remained unmoved by her charms. Instead, his attention shifted to the imposing man standing behind her. "Fascinating. I didn't expect to encounter a revenant here. Is this your handiwork, lady?" Angelica was taken aback that Wes had so quickly recognized the revenant's true nature, a chill running through her heart. The revenant instantly placed himself protectively before Angelica, brimming with suspicion and caution. "So, it seems it's not your doing. The revenant's only been ordered to guard you. Clearly, your ties to the voodoo priests must be strong," Wes observed, instantly discerning that there wasn't the faintest trace of magic about Angelica herself. By now, Wes had already figured out the woman's identity. Struggling to steady herself, Angelica spoke softly. "Sir Mage." Her voice was gentle, yet beneath the surface trembled a note of barely concealed nervousness. "Madam, I'm very busy. Please, state your business," Elvin replied, his tone firm and straightforward, a wall of resolve that left Angelica momentarily at a loss for words. She looked at Elvin, a rush of confusion rising within her. Angelica's face was flawless. Usually, a single glance would snare the admiration of any man. Her features were sculpted to delicate perfection, as if by a master's hand. Her bright eyes, clear as a mountain lake. Her lips, gently upturned, as vivid and tempting as rose petals. However, Erwin seemed completely unmoved, one of the rare few immune to her charm. I just want to know why you're looking for Jack Sparrow. Summoning her courage, Angelica spoke up again. That's none of your concern, madam. Erwin's reply was curt and cold, sending a slight chill through Angelica. Without thinking, she let her hand drift to the gun at her waist, the cold touch of the metal bringing a measure of reassurance. Her fingers brushed lightly over the grip. If that's the case, then I've overstepped. Angelica's voice betrayed a note of resignation and disappointment as she slowly began to back away. Wait! Erwin's voice rang out suddenly, and Angelica's heart leapt into her throat. Is he going to draw on me? A flurry of anxious thoughts flashed through her mind. The Revenant's hands tightened around his axe, every muscle tensed, ready to fight to protect Angelica if it came to that. But Angelica managed to stop him in time. Unless pushed to the final moment, she truly did not wish to make an enemy of this enigmatic sorcerer. Any clash between them could have disastrous consequences. Which way is London? Erwin asked, his tone as calm as ever, as if the tension from moments before had simply vanished. Head east. Just keep going and you'll reach it, Angelica answered quickly, hoping to bring the conversation to an end. Thank you. Wes offered a brief thanks, and to Angelica's astonishment, his body suddenly lifted off the ground. My goodness, she whispered. I must find Jack before he does. Unfortunately, Wes was thinking the exact same thing. He had already recognized this woman as Jack Sparrow's girlfriend. He had to find Jack before she did. Wes soared towards London in his meticulously enhanced luxury flying car, speeding through the air. He had built it with painstaking care after Christmas, with considerable help from his twin brother during the modifications. Inside, the vehicle was as spacious as a small apartment. Wes had even installed a comfortable bed, turning it into a flying inn of sorts. The flying car shot through the sky at breathless speed, a streak of lightning splitting the heavens. By the time the first rays of sun crept over the horizon, Wes could see the outline of London, this sprawling city lying silent and immense on the land, like a sleeping giant. Crossing the Thames, Wes picked an out-of-the-way spot to land, casting a cloaking charm to make sure no one would find his flying car. 17th-century London unfolded before his eyes. The streets were narrow and meandering, paved with cobblestones. Every step rang out with a crisp echo, as though the city itself were whispering stories of its past. On either side of the road stood rows of closely packed wooden houses, each bearing the marks of time, their walls mottled and weathered. Tiles atop the rooftops caught the sunlight, glinting faintly, while every now and then a few pigeons would alight, bringing a touch of vitality to this ancient city. The flitting shadows of the pigeons danced like musical notes, adding a lively rhythm to the pulse of the city. London's commercial district thrived with energy. Shops crowded the streets, their signs dazzlingly varied. Everything could be found here, from fabrics to spices, books to all sorts of trinkets. Merchants stood at their doorways, greeting customers with infectious enthusiasm and radiant smiles. Their voices rose and fell, weaving together into a bustling symphony. Women in long dresses and hats carried baskets, carefully selecting the freshest vegetables and fruits, while the men, dressed in robes and top hats, discussed business or current affairs in earnest conversation. London's port bustled with activity. Massive sailing ships lined the docks, their masts soaring into the sky, sails billowing in the wind. Sailors moved busily about, unloading treasures by the chest and bundles of cargo brought from distant lands, only to be sent off again to destinations all over the globe. The salty tang of seawater mingled with the sense of wares in the air, while seagulls swooped overhead, letting out clear, cheerful calls. Their cries rang out like jubilant melodies, infusing the busy port with a sense of animated spirit. At this time, Britain, bolstered by its mighty navy and the East India Company plundering wealth from around the world, was known as the empire on which the sun never sets. Yet none of this was what Vic was concerned with. What mattered most to him was whether or not he had missed his timing. After making some inquiries, Vic discovered he had arrived a little too early. Nothing of note had stirred up trouble in London recently. Content, he settled into London, intent on sampling the era's local cuisine. His excitement, however, soon gave way to disappointment. The reputation of Britain as a culinary desert was well-founded. Many of the dishes were so unappetizing, they nearly traumatized him. The flavors were odd, barely edible, a stark and naked assault on the senses. Even those desserts that looked exquisite on the outside turned out to be cloyingly sweet, as if soaked in syrup, making them almost impossible to enjoy. A few days slipped by quickly before Vic finally received news from Jack Sparrow. Please vote for me if you enjoy this story. Thank you, everyone. The streets of London were particularly lively today. The royal guards could be seen everywhere, resplendent in their bright uniforms, marching in perfect step, their muskets glinting in the sun, lent an air of tension to the city. The townsfolk found themselves puzzled by this sudden change. Some observed the fast-moving soldiers with curiosity, while others whispered to each other about this unusual wave of excitement sweeping through their city. At last, they've arrived, Wes murmured softly to himself, then gently set down the newspaper he'd been holding. Quiet as a shadow, Wes followed behind a squad of royal guards, his steps light and cautious, scarcely drawing anyone's attention. The royal soldiers, brandishing muskets and exuding an intimidating presence, stormed into the captain's daughter tavern. Inside, the tavern was alive with noise, pirates boisterously swapping tales of adventure while the barmaids laughed seductively, casting flirtatious glances at every passing man. But the instant the royal soldiers burst in, chaos and panic erupted like a thunderclap. Pirates and courtesans alike froze in bewilderment and alarm. No one could fathom why the royal guard would appear in this lawless quarter, a place that had always been their sanctuary, a harbor for indulgence and refuge. A few pirates reacted on instinct, fumbling desperately for their weapons. But before anyone could make a move, gunshots cracked through the air, and several pirates fell where they stood. The sharp reports of musket fire echoed through the tavern like a proclamation of death. The survivors broke and scattered in all directions, darting frantically like startled birds, seeking any means of escape. Yet the royal soldiers moved with uncanny precision, making straight for the back rooms, clearly here with a purpose. Inside one such room, Angelica and Jack Sparrow found themselves completely surrounded by royal guards. Caught off guard by this sudden siege, Angelica reached to trigger a concealed mechanism. But to her terror, she found herself paralyzed, bound by an invisible force. Nor was she alone in this. Every royal soldier also seemed caught in the same unnatural stillness, frozen mid-motion as if by some powerful spell. "Sweetheart, what's wrong?" Jack Sparrow called out, sounding concerned, though his mind raced for any chance to make a quick getaway. "Captain Sparrow," came a calm, commanding voice as Wes entered the room at an unhurried pace. "A pleasure to finally make your acquaintance." "Who are you?" Jack Sparrow demanded, drawing his sword warily. "Is this your doing?" "There's no need for alarm," Wes replied, helping himself to a chair with effortless grace and composure, giving the impression that everything was firmly in his control. Jack Sparrow tried to pull Angelica along, but found her utterly immobile, rooted to the spot. "Darling, now is really not the time for jokes." All Angelica could do was signal Jack with her eyes, urgently willing him to make his escape. Realizing Wes was behind this whole affair, Jack's nerves seemed to settle. With a flourish of his fingers, he sized Wes up and down, silently weighing the intentions and identity of this mysterious newcomer. "Are you a sorcerer?" "Yes." Wes's answer was short and firm. "So, what business does the mysterious wizard have with me?" Jack Sparrow, not wanting to be outdone by Wes's presence, pulled up a chair, sat down with one leg crossed over the other, and put on an air of irreverent bravado. "Captain Sparrow." Ahem. Jack was quite pleased with how Wes addressed him. Even though he didn't have ship at the moment, he was convinced that he would, sooner or later, reclaim the Black Pearl. "I need you to take me somewhere." Wes's voice resonated through the room. Jack Sparrow's eyebrows arched slightly, as if he had already guessed Wes's intention. "The Fountain of Youth. I need you to take me to the Fountain of Youth." "Oh, heavens, what's so special about today? Why is everyone suddenly obsessed with the Fountain of Youth?" Jack shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "The rumor spreads faster than the plague. There is no secret in this world that can be kept from me." There was a quiet confidence in Wes's tone, but it faded quickly as an awkward look flashed across his face. He suddenly realized he didn't actually know where the Fountain of Youth was. "Then how come you don't know where it is?" Jack countered sharply. Wes gave a couple of embarrassed coughs, trying to cover up his blunder. "Seems even a wizard can't know everything," Jack mused, using his little finger to stroke his mustache, his eyes glinting with calculation as he weighed how best to deal with this troublesome and dangerous man. He had no intention of working with someone so enigmatic and perilous. He understood too well that such people only brought unforeseen trouble. "I can offer you a reward you'll find most satisfactory." Wes flipped open his briefcase, and bars of gold soared up until they formed a tower as tall as a man. The dim room was instantly bathed in shimmering gold. Greed flashed in everyone's eyes as they fixed their gaze on the treasure. Were it not for the binding spell holding them back, they'd have pounced without a second thought. Jack Sparrow was no exception, but he quickly swallowed his own greed, cool composure returning to his gaze. "You've got the wrong man. I don't know where the fountain is. Find someone else," he spoke while edging toward the door. As for rescuing Angelica, that would have to wait for another day. Survival came first. The Black Pearl. Jack Sparrow froze mid-step, his body tensed. To him, that name held incomparable significance. "I can help you take back the Black Pearl." Jack turned and sat, leaning forward in his chair, his fists clenched in pain. The Black Pearl was destroyed by Blackbeard. Wes shook his head. No, it wasn't destroyed. The Black Pearl became Blackbeard's prize. What proof do you have? Jack Sparrow eyed Wes with deep suspicion. Wes did not answer directly, but instead lifted the curse on Angelica. Sensing her chance, Angelica tried to spring the hidden trap and make her escape. Don't do anything reckless, madam. At Wes's warning, Angelica froze, her sword raised mid-air. Though clearly unwilling, she knew she was no match for Wes. This is between us. Leave her out of it. Jack Sparrow stepped forward, putting himself between Angelica and danger. Overwhelmed with emotion, Angelica dropped her sword and threw her arms tightly around Jack Sparrow's waist. You want a proof? She's Blackbeard's daughter. The moment Wes spoke, Jack Sparrow spun around in utter shock, his hands gripping Angelica's shoulders. You're hurting me, Jack. Angelica cried out in pain. Oh, sorry. Jack loosened his grip. Is it true what he says? Angelica nodded. I'm not sure how he found out, but it's true. My father really did take the Black Pearl. With that, she poured out the whole story. You're telling me the Black Pearl is trapped inside a bottle right now? Jack cut her off, speaking with desperate urgency. Jack, if you help me find the Fountain of Youth, I'll convince my father to give the Black Pearl back to you. Huh? Are you really Blackbeard's own daughter? You sound far too naive. Jack, Angelica erupted, half angry, half embarrassed. Jack merely shrugged. Blackbeard's the most vicious, cunning pirate on the seas. I wouldn't trust him, not for a second. Captain Sparrow is right. Besides, I made the offer first. Wes stood up. Let's not waste time, Captain Sparrow. Give me your answer. Wes's tone left no room for refusal. If Jack Sparrow turned him down, Wes had another plan. He'd simply take that magical compass Jack carried. Staring down Wes's imposing stance, Jack Sparrow's body tensed as if he could feel the glare of a hidden predator fixed upon him, a chill running straight up his spine. Instinctively, he pressed a hand to his chest, guarding not just the compass, but the key to his own destiny. Curse this wizard. Seems he knows about the compass. Jack's mind spun like a windmill in a storm, searching for any scheme that might get him out from under Wes's thumb. But in truth, the gap in strength between them was like a yawning gorge, utterly impossible to cross. Captain Sparrow, Wes's voice called out again. Faced with Wes's urging, Jack Sparrow endured a fierce inner struggle before ultimately deciding to yield, at least for now. A fawning smile spread quickly across his face, as if it were the most natural expression in the world. Of course, it is an honor to be of service to a great wizard such as yourself. With that, he offered Wes a deep bow, though a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. A wise choice. Wes's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He knew this pirate captain wouldn't submit so easily, but for the time being, at least, Jack was willing to cooperate. Follow me, you two. You two. A look of utter confusion appeared on Jack Sparrow's face, as if he truly had no idea what Wes meant. Who else is there besides me? Don't play dumb, Captain Sparrow. Wes's voice was calm and commanding as he flicked his index finger. Instantly, two orbs aglow with mysterious light shot into the bodies of Jack Sparrow and Angelica. What is this? Jack Sparrow cried out in panic, beating at his body as though it were covered with loathsome insects. He tried desperately to swat away the strange orbs of light, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find them. Angelica's face turned pale in a heartbeat. Memories of dreadful sorcery filled her mind. She thought of the kind of power that could control life and death, warp reality itself. Her complexion drained of all color, leaving her as white as a sheet. A little restraint, nothing more. You're a cunning, deceitful pirate. I have no faith you'd lead me honestly to the Fountain of Youth. Wes's words were cold and devoid of any emotion. How heartbreaking. Aren't we partners now? Jack Sparrow put on an impeccable performance, his expression aggrieved, as if he were genuinely a wronged and pitiable soul. But Wes remained completely unmoved. He knew that, given even a sliver of opportunity, Jack would slip away like a wily fox. You may try to betray me, but you'll pay the price. With those words, Wes ignored Jack Sparrow and strode out of the tavern. Jack's mouth twitched, pulling the still-stunned Angelica along. He hurried after Wes without a moment to lose. The chaos Jack had caused had drawn soldiers to every corner of the streets. The soldiers stopped everyone on the road, demanding their identity. If anyone resisted, gunshots rang out without hesitation. Jack Sparrow's wanted posters were now being slapped onto the walls around town. Jack had worried just moments before that sauntering so boldly down the street would get him caught. But soon, he discovered that neither pedestrians nor soldiers seemed to see him at all. He even circled a soldier a few times, yet the man ignored his presence completely. The power of magic, is it? Jack Sparrow now regarded Wes with even more wariness. Angelica whispered to him, "Not even my father possesses such witchcraft. First, honor the agreement. Then find a chance to lose this sorcerer along the way." Jack Sparrow was not someone who submitted to the will of others. He was a pirate, born for freedom, and he would never allow himself to be controlled. Still, the most pressing matter was to discover exactly what kind of spell he had fallen under. With agile steps, Jack Sparrow slipped to Wes's side, hoping to glean some hint from the inscrutable smile on the man's lips. Yet Wes's expression was as impenetrable as a bottomless well, giving nothing away. The three of them arrived at a secluded port, where a handful of ships lay scattered, bathed in sunlight. Time and war had carved their marks deep into the hulls, leaving behind scars that would never fade. They were all pirate ships, former terrors of the seas, now lying silent in repose. The British government had always turned a blind eye to these pirates, for the treasures they plundered would eventually find their way to London's markets, and in doing so, help weaken the Spanish Navy. "Which ship is the best?" Wes spoke up. "What?" The question jolted Jack Sparrow from his thoughts. "Oh, that one in the middle. She's got at least 16 18-pound cannons. Just look at her sleek lines." Jack Sparrow launched into an enthusiastic description, oblivious to the fact that Wes had already boarded the pirate ship. "Who goes there?" The pirates left to guard the vessel caught sight of the unexpected visitor. Pirates were never known for their patience. With tempers flaring, they drew swords and stormed toward Wes, as if determined to cut him to pieces. Yet before a single blade could touch him, an unseen force hurled them through the air, flinging them one after another into the sea. It was a spectacle, as if a great gust of wind had swept autumn leaves into the waves, helpless, scattered, and utterly forlorn. "Looks like we have ourselves a ship," Jack Sparrow gasped, eyes wide in astonishment. His jaw dropped so far you could fit a whole egg in his mouth. Our wizard friend would make a fine pirate indeed. Angelica found Wes even more dangerous than she had imagined. By the time she and Jack climbed aboard, Wes had rid the ship of every last pirate, tossing them all into the water. "You might have left us a few hands. 3 people can't handle a vessel this size," Jack remarked as he set about inspecting the ship, rapping here and tapping there. "Not bad. She's just been overhauled," he observed, clearly pleased. Though she could never compare to his beloved Black Pearl, under the circumstances, it was a more than acceptable prize. "That's good." With a casual wave of his hand, Weiss summoned the sails to unfurl on their own. The great canvas billowed in the wind, filling with a resounding whoosh. At the same time, the anchor lifted itself from the water. The entire ship seemed to come alive, as if awakening and making ready for departure all on its own. "Captain Sparrow." Weiss's voice cut through Jack Sparrow's reverie, calling him back to the present. "Yes, what is it?" Jack Sparrow snapped from his thoughts. "I'm leaving the helm to you." "Of course." Jack Sparrow moved to the wheel, running his hands across its wood with a tenderness reserved for a treasured companion. With a sudden spin of the wheel, the pirate ship glided smoothly out of the harbor. "How does it feel being back at sea?" "It's wonderful." Jack Sparrow closed his eyes in bliss, savoring the moment. His face wore a look of utter delight. The sea wind cooled his cheeks, while the cries of gulls wheeled above in the bright sky. Everything was just as he remembered. This was the life he'd always longed for. "It would be perfect if not for you," Jack Sparrow thought to himself, silently. "Well then, let's head out. Our first destination is White Hat Bay." "Oh, no need to rush. Is this your first time at sea, Mr. Wizard?" Weiss nodded. "I just had a look around. The ship's empty." Jack Sparrow began ticking off points on his fingers. "No fresh water, no food, not even a drop of rum. My humble suggestion, our first stop ought to be for supplies, and maybe to recruit some hands. Unless, of course, you want to swab the decks yourself, Mr. Wizard. There's no need for all that trouble." With a snap of Weiss's fingers, Jandy materialized before them. "Heavens!" Angelica drew her sword and pointed it directly at Jandy, her voice sharp with alarm. "What in the world is that?" Jack Sparrow, too, stared wide-eyed at the sudden apparition. "Jandy is my steward," Weiss introduced gravely, his voice carried with unusual clarity by the sea breeze. "If you require anything in your day-to-day lives, speak to him. Don't worry, I brought plenty of supplies. Even if you want to bathe every day, it will be more than enough." Jandy's eyes slid over Jack Sparrow and Angelica with unconcealed disdain, as if regarding a pile of worthless rubbish. Still, Weiss's word was law for Jandy. Obedience was absolute. "If you need anything, simply ask. Though you 2 lowly muggles," Jandy finished curtly and didn't spare them another glance, instead surveying the ship with a slow turn. Suddenly he exclaimed, "How filthy is this vessel? How could Master ever tolerate such squalor?" Even as he spoke, Jandy snapped his fingers. In an instant, Dozens of brooms, mops, brushes, and all manner of cleaning tools popped into existence and began scurrying around the deck, scrubbing, sweeping, and polishing with tireless efficiency. In no time at all, the entire deck was filled with bubbles, each one shimmering in the sunlight with a rainbow of colors, creating a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Oh, this is truly an eye-opener. Jack Sparrow quickly stepped aside to make way for a passing broom. His face was a picture of astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. Angelica, too, watched in amazement, taking in the surreal spectacle before her, something that existed only in storybooks. Can Blackbeard do magic like this? Jack Sparrow whispered softly. No, Angelica shook her head. I don't know either. Jack shrugged, his expression making it clear he wasn't bothered in the least. The deck was soon spotless, not a trace of dirt to be seen, and even seemed to gleam with a fresh layer of wax, faintly sparkling under the sun. Yet Jandy still wasn't satisfied. He frowned, inspecting the ropes, the canvas, the helm. Every inch of the ship was immaculate. But now, the dirtiest things aboard were Jack Sparrow and Angelica themselves. Jandy regarded them with utter disdain, his tone dripping with disgust. You two filthy muggles. Don't you care at all about personal hygiene? Did you climb straight out of a rubbish heap? Pirates at sea were no strangers to wind and sun, and hardly ever got a chance to bathe. No one could reasonably expect them to care much about cleanliness. Jack Sparrow, for his part, was long used to such remarks. His skin was as thick as a barnacle-encrusted hull. He simply shrugged off Jandy's glare, unfazed. Angelica, on the other hand, blushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head, avoiding Jandy's judgmental gaze. Jandy cast a scourgify on the two of them. Wow! Jack Sparrow inhaled the crisp, fresh scent now wafting from his clothes, a rare whiff of true cleanliness for him. He patted his spotless clothing, feeling strangely uncomfortable in this unfamiliar state. Angelica gently tidied her hair, which, under the spell's effect, had become sleek and lustrous, gleaming with healthy shine. Listen up, Jandy said sternly. You must keep yourselves clean every day. The moment you get up, Jandy launched into a long list of rules, all emphasizing the importance of cleanliness and tidiness. Angelica had no objections. She thought staying clean was a good thing. But Jack Sparrow, ever the rebel, seemed born to go against the grain. We're pirates, not pampered lords. And that isn't a bad odor. It's a mark of manly charm. Jack Sparrow made a show of rubbing his sleeve against the deck as he spoke, then gave Jandy a defiant look. Jandy didn't say much. He just extended his index finger and gave a gentle tap. In an instant, Jack Sparrow's body began floating in midair, limbs flailing as if he were reveling in this sudden sensation of flight. Haha, this is actually quite fun. I've never experienced flying before. Can you make me go even higher? Jack Sparrow continued, his expression laced with mischief and challenge. But in the next moment, his smile froze. Without warning, his body dropped, plunging into a large barrel filled with steaming hot water. The heat of the bath made him cry out involuntarily. At the same time, several stiff-bristled brushes started scrubbing him back and forth. These brushes, usually meant for scrubbing the deck, were rough beyond belief. In no time at all, Jack Sparrow had had enough. He quickly started begging for mercy. Witnessing Jack Sparrow's wretched state, Angelica dared not breathe a word. She simply stood quietly to one side. Being able to take a bath every day aboard a ship, this was a dream come true for Angelica. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon rose silently into the sky, Jandy had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. The table was arrayed with all sorts of delicacies. The aroma of steak filled the air, fresh vegetables and fruits glowed with vibrant colors, and the scent of toasted bread was simply irresistible. It's like something out of a dream. Angelica sighed, marveling. Never before had she enjoyed such a lavish supper, especially the fresh fruits and vegetables, rare and precious luxuries on the open sea. Jack Sparrow wasted no time, plopping down and devouring every bite of steak before him. After a long, busy day, he was famished. Although Jandy felt somewhat put out by his lack of manners, she nonetheless cooked another steak for him. Angelica, too, began to savor the meal, her movements elegant as she used the cutlery, carefully appreciating each bite. Dinner concluded, Wes inquired about their arrival at White Hat Bay. How much longer till we reach White Hat Bay? Wes asked. We still have 3 days to go, Jack Sparrow replied after a moment's thought, his voice echoing through the dimly lit cabin. His gaze drifted past the porthole, fixed on the surging waves in the distance, while mentally tallying the journey and the rest he would need. It's impossible for me to be at the helm 24 hours a day. I have to get some sleep. Wes said nothing, simply reaching into his cloak and producing a delicate little bottle, which he tossed over to Jack. What's this? Jack Sparrow took the bottle, turning it curiously in his hand. In the warm lamplight, the emerald-green liquid inside shimmered with a mysterious glow. It's something that'll keep you awake for 3 days and nights. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. Jack Sparrow uncorked the vial and gave it a cautious sniff. A fresh, herbal fragrance wafted up, and at once, the weariness clouding his mind seemed to clear. Angelica grabbed his hand, trying to stop him from drinking the mysterious liquid. Don't worry. If a wizard meant us harm, he'd have plenty of ways to deal with us already. No need for this, Jack Sparrow said, and in one swift motion, down the potion. The cool draft slid down his throat into his stomach, and he instantly felt a refreshing spring well up inside him, washing away his exhaustion and reviving his spirits. Jack let out a hearty belch, releasing a puff of green vapor from his lips, and his eyes seemed to gleam with new vigor. Jack! Angelica gripped his hand, her voice filled with concern. Are you all right? Jack gave his head a little shake. I feel fantastic. I could fight all day if I wanted to. Suddenly, Jack swept Angelica into his arms and kissed her deeply. At first, Angelica found herself enjoying it, but then, remembering the others nearby, she quickly pushed Jack away. Captain Sparrow, I gave you that potion for your wounds. Not for this sort of behavior, Wes said dryly, looking helplessly at the all-too-eager Jack Sparrow. Angelica busied herself, fussing over her clothes, trying to conceal her embarrassment. But Jack Sparrow, undeterred, grabbed her by the hand and led her out of the dining room, his voice echoing down the corridor. I'll get to the helm right away. We'll reach White Map Bay as fast as the ship will go. Out on the heaving sea, a ghostly ship called the Queen Anne's Revenge made her steady way, legendary flagship of the infamous pirate Blackbeard. At the bow stood a massive skeleton, pieced together with care from human bones. Its hollow eyes stared down all who passed, radiating a chilling presence that seemed to whisper dreadful stories of bloodshed and cruelty witnessed through the ages. Within the hold, human heads hung from every corner, each frozen in a different rictus, some twisted in rage, others locked in agony. These gruesome trophies stifled the very air, casting a suffocating pall of terror over all who set foot aboard. This vessel was not only a symbol of Blackbeard's ambition and cruelty, but also the secret haven of his mysterious identity. The pirates on board, fierce as they were, had never set eyes on Blackbeard's true face. He kept himself hidden away in his quarters, mysterious and unfathomable, issuing orders only through his terrifying first mate and the ghastly revenants that haunted the ship. The movements of these revenants were stiff and unnatural, yet their presence exuded a menacing potency that kept every pirate uneasy, every moment tense. Although doubts about the captain's identity gnawed at many, Blackbeard's fearsome reputation gripped their hearts with iron chains. No one dared to question or defy him. Yet, this uneasy calm did not last for long. One day, the captain's quarters burst open from within with a tremendous crash, the sudden noise grabbing the attention of every soul on the ship in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed across the deck as a bearded man appeared before the crowd. His face was almost entirely masked by thick facial hair, leaving only a pair of sharp, brooding eyes visible. Wherever his gaze swept, the pirates shrank away instantly, lowering their heads in fear. No one dared meet those piercing eyes, as if to do so would be to invite disaster upon themselves. With a sudden motion, Blackbeard smashed the bottle in his hand, the shattering glass ringing out harshly in the hush that had descended. Without hesitation, he drew the sword of Triton from his belt, its blade glinting coldly in the dim light. At that instant, the ship surged forward as if propelled by an invisible force, racing ahead like an arrow loosed from a bow. The pirates on board were thrown into chaos, staggering and tumbling about as the vessel picked up speed so abruptly. On your feet, you scum! Blackbeard roared, his voice thundering like an eruption from the depths of hell. From now on, there will be no rest, not for a moment. Captain, where are we headed? A pirate mustered enough courage to ask. His answer was a vicious lash from a revenant's whip, the strike cold and merciless as the touch of death itself. Head east, and do not stop until I give the order. Blackbeard's voice rang out starkly across the deck. He was in a foul temper, and everyone knew it. For the revenant he had sent to guard his daughter had returned with grim news. Jack Sparrow and his daughter had been captured by a mysterious sorcerer. Blackbeard knew too well that if he wanted to claim the Fountain of Youth, he would need Jack Sparrow's help, one way or another. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan. Producing a doll made in Angelica's likeness, crafted with his own dark magic, he fixed its face toward the east, in the same direction as Angelica herself. The Fountain of Youth will be mine. That terrible prophecy had become a dire threat looming over Blackbeard's life. and he was now resolved to do whatever it took, pay any price, to find the spring, extend his life, and break the accursed fate that haunted him. Meanwhile, Hector Barbossa with the British Navy and the Spanish Royal Fleet were all advancing in great numbers toward White Hat Bay. The first to arrive at White Hat Bay was Weiss. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, pouring its scorching rays down. Mermaids only come out to hunt at night, or when the mist is thick, Jack Sparrow remarked. Since yesterday, he hadn't stopped for a single moment. Let's dock. After guiding the ship to the shore, Jack Sparrow planned to find a moment of relaxation. There was still plenty of time before nightfall. Thanks to the draft of magical potion, he didn't feel the least bit tired, despite the long night he'd just endured. Are all pirates as reckless as you? Who knows if we'll even be alive tomorrow? Enjoy life while you can. Jack Sparrow spoke these words with not a hint of shame. On the contrary, a roguish smile played at his lips, as if he took pride in his outlook on life. Night fell swiftly. Jack Sparrow emerged from the cabin with a crisp, invigorated step, while Angelica trailed quietly behind him. So, what's your plan for catching those mermaids? She asked. Wes stood on the deck without a word. He silently lowered a small boat into the sea, then produced 4 straw dolls, murmuring an incantation under his breath. The dolls, shriveled and unremarkable at first, began to swell and transform as he chanted. Before long, they had become 4 vivid, lifelike pirates. Wes leaped onto the little boat. The pirate figures transformed from straw surrounded him at the boat's center. With measured strokes, their oars parted the water, and the boat drifted across the surface without a sound. A lantern burned in Wes's hand, its gentle light casting a golden circle that lit up the waves for several meters all around. Back aboard the ship, Angelica tried to rally Jack Sparrow to escape. Jack, let's use this chance to run away. But what about the curse on us? Jack's voice faltered, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he glanced between Angelica and the distant sea. I'll ask my father to help us break the spell, Angelica urged, her tone pleading. Blackbeard. Jack snorted at the suggestion. No thanks. I'd sooner put my faith in our sorcerer friend here. Before Angelica could make her case again, an enchanting melody began to rise from the water, a song so alluring that it seemed to ride the gentle waves, washing over the heart in wave after wave. There was infinite tenderness woven into those notes, promising to soothe every ache and erase all fatigue. They're here, Wes murmured, his voice low and alert. Even Angelica couldn't help but fall under the mermaid's spellbound singing. A mermaid clung to the boat's stern, her face so delicate, her eyes so expressive it was as if they could speak, capable of enchanting nearly any man. But tonight, her charms were wasted. Her glance was flirtation thrown to the blind. In a sudden blur of motion, one of the straw pirates lunged forward, quick as lightning. In a blink, he had the mermaid ensnared by the neck, then instantly reverted to his straw doll form. The mermaid shed her disguise at once, bearing rows of razor-sharp teeth and emitting a guttural, menacing snarl. The cry carried a message. At once, schools of mermaids hurled themselves at the small boat, frenzied, lashing with seaweed-woven ropes, snaring straw pirates, dragging them into the depths. But as soon as the mermaids realized they'd only ensnared straw and not flesh, panic flickered among them. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Wes touched the water's surface with his wand. Instantly, a glaze of frost began to spread outward, overtaking the waves. 5 mermaids, unable to escape in time, were frozen on the surface of the sea. They pounded desperately against the ice, trying to break through, but their efforts were in vain. The other mermaids wanted to help, but fearful of falling into a trap themselves, they lingered at a distance, watching anxiously. Not bad. Caught 5 of them at once, Wes remarked, striding calmly across the ice. The mermaids gazed at him with pleading, pitiful eyes, begging softly for mercy. Unmoved, Wes paid them no heed. He knew all too well that beneath those beautiful faces lurked unimaginable danger. These creatures were man-eaters. Wes took out a bottle and tapped it gently with his wand. A powerful vortex drew the 5 mermaids into the bottle at once. Now miniaturized, the mermaids hammered frantically on the glass, their faces twisted in fury and terror. They cried out for help, but the bottle's walls muffled every sound. All was utterly silent from within. Satisfied, Wes tucked the bottle away into his pocket. Thank you, brothers. If you have a monthly ticket to spare, I'd appreciate your support, and if you have a recommendation, I'd be even more grateful. Thank you so much. Casting Apparition, Wes vanished in a subtle shimmer of magical energy, reappearing almost instantly back on deck. For a fleeting moment, the very air seemed to ripple around him as he materialized, his form emerging ghost-like before Jack Sparrow's eyes. Startled out of his wits by this sudden appearance, Jack Sparrow yanked out a few of his own beard hairs in fright. "Let's move out," Wes commanded coolly. "At your service, Master Wizard," Jack Sparrow replied, wasting no time, hurrying to the helm with truly sincere obedience. His movements were jittery. Clearly, he hadn't yet fully recovered from the shock. He strode to the ship's wheel and grasped it with both hands, holding on tight. "Good thing I didn't follow your advice and try to run. He can actually teleport," Jack murmured to Angelica, still shaken. "I didn't expect it either," Angelica replied, her voice trembling. Gripped by lingering fear, she clung instinctively to Jack Sparrow's arm for a bit of comfort. "I know you meant well, darling, but from now on, please let me call the shots, all right?" Jack said gently, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. The ship soon pulled out of White Hat Bay, proceeding towards the legendary island where the Fountain of Youth was said to lie hidden. Waves crashed ceaselessly against the hull, rumbling like distant thunder, giving a grand overture to the next chapter of their adventure. A few hours later, the Queen Anne's Revenge arrived at White Hat Bay. Blackbeard stood at the prow, his eyes sharp as they surveyed the scene. Gazing at the ice that hadn't yet fully melted and broken boats scattered about, a look of deep contemplation crossed his weathered face. With years of seafaring behind him, Blackbeard quickly pieced together what had happened, reading the clues left in the wake of the others. "They've already been here, and they've already captured the mermaid." Blackbeard's voice was deep and commanding, announcing an irrefutable fact. At that very moment, a group of mermaids appeared on the surface of the sea. Their beauty and mystery were utterly enchanting, yet their eyes blazed with anger and hatred. They surged toward the Queen Anne's Revenge, determined to overturn the ship and avenge their captured sister. But they had chosen the wrong target for their vengeance. The pirates aboard the ship quickly seized their muskets and turned the cannons toward the mermaids, ready to open fire the instant any drew near. Blackbeard, however, had no patience for delays. A flicker of irritation flashed in his eyes as he raised the sword of Triton. With a thunderous explosion, a torrent of fire burst from the ship's prow, the flamethrowers spewing a fierce blaze that surged over the water like a rampaging beast. The mermaids at the front could not escape in time. The flames engulfed them, and their agonizing screams pierced the air. Those cries, echoing across the waves, seemed to reach right into the souls of those who heard them. Even the pirates, hardened men known for their cruelty, could not help but show a flicker of unease at the sound. "Faster, you wretches!" Blackbeard's command rumbled across the deck like a thunderclap. "Why are you standing there? Don't waste my time." By now, the pirates were utterly exhausted. They had been sailing nonstop for an entire day without a single moment's rest. One drawn and weary pirate stepped forward, weariness etched into his very features. "Captain Teach, we haven't rested once since we set sail." "Oh," Blackbeard cast a cold gaze around the crew. "So, you all want to rest?" "That's right, we're too tired," the men answered, voices echoing one after another. "We're not your slaves." More and more pirates demanded that Blackbeard give them a break. Blackbeard burst out laughing, his laughter dripping with derision. "You all want to rest? Of course, that's no problem at all." The pirates clapped and cheered, certain that their demands had finally been met. Yet in an instant, Blackbeard's expression darkened. His right hand lingered on his sword hilt. Suddenly, the ropes on the ship seemed to come alive, coiling around the necks of the first pirates who'd spoken up, hoisting them into the air. They struggled for only a moment before going limp, lifeless, and were promptly tossed into the sea. The mermaids swarmed in, tearing the bodies apart, turning the water crimson with blood. "Now, who else wants to rest?" Blackbeard's voice rang out once more, his brutality leaving the crew too terrified to protest. One by one, the pirates bent to their oars with all the strength they could muster, each desperate not to be the next to hang. The Queen Anne's Revenge had also departed from White Hat Bay, with the mermaids stubbornly trailing behind. Blackbeard ordered the pirates to toss overboard a few barrels of gunpowder, setting them alight. The ensuing explosions claimed the lives of several pursuing mermaids. The remaining mermaids could only glare after them with resentment as the ship sailed away. As the waves lapped gently, the British naval fleet glided slowly across these waters, failing to notice any disturbance on the surface. This time, the mermaids refrained from launching another impulsive attack, choosing instead to slip silently into the depths and avoid any potential conflict. Meanwhile, West and his companions had arrived at the mysterious island. The island was dense with verdant foliage, thick forests, and lush grasses completely engulfing the old paths that once crisscrossed the land. Jack Sparrow led the way, clearing the path with swift strokes of his blade, slicing through the tangled vines that blocked their passage. "Why not use your wondrous magic, Mr. Sorcerer? Wouldn't that help us find Juan Ponce de Leon's holy grail much faster?" Jack grumbled, smacking a bloodthirsty mosquito that had landed on him. Angelica, drenched in sweat, had her hair clinging damply to her face. The jungle was stiflingly hot and humid, teeming with poisonous creatures. One careless misstep here could be fatal. West, wrapped in his robe, showed no signs of perspiration at all. Stranger still, the island snakes, insects, mice, and ants all seemed to shun West, never coming anywhere near him. This was thanks to his robe, woven from the skin of serpent monster and still bearing its scent. Ordinary creatures naturally stayed away from West. Beyond that, the robe offered exceptional magical protection. Refined by West himself, it had become a formidable piece of alchemical equipment. Still, the pace of the trio was painfully slow. In this tropical jungle, every step for ordinary people was an ordeal. "Let me take the lead," West said, switching places with Jack Sparrow and moving to the front. West must have summoned some kind of magic, for as he approached, the plants and branches gently parted, opening up a narrow path just wide enough for one person to pass. Jack sheathed his blade, entirely unfazed by this display of sorcery. "See? That's much better." With no further obstacles, the three made their way to the edge of a cliff, where a broken suspension bridge hung over the void. This, too, proved no obstacle for West. He whispered a floating charm, and all three rose up, gliding steadily through midair. Jack, who had experienced this enchantment once before, remained calm and even seemed to relish the thrill of flight. Angelica, on the other hand, let out a startled cry of alarm, her piercing voice sending a flock of birds fleeing into the sky. They landed safely on the opposite side. Angelica clung to a tree, steadying herself and catching her breath. After following a narrow trail, they finally caught sight of a ship anchored ahead. "That's the Santiago," Jack Sparrow said, pointing to the ship perched alone atop a pillar of rock. "Rumor has it that all the treasures Juan Ponce de Leon gained on his adventures are hidden inside." The treasure held little appeal for Wes. After all, earning money nowadays was a trivial matter for him. "Hither comes the Holy Grail," Wes chanted, invoking the summoning charm. From within the ship, the clattering of objects colliding echoed out. With a sharp swoosh, then another, two Holy Grails burst free from the cabin, soaring through the air and landing squarely in Wes's hands. He examined them closely. The craftsmanship of these grails was exquisite beyond words. Wes studied them, marveling at their artistry. Intricate designs coiled around the cups, the engravings as delicate as masterful paintings, each line shaped by a true artisan's touch. A soft, luminous sheen rippled over the surface, radiant as stars twinkling in the night, yet as warm as the first rays of morning sunlight. Perhaps these grails had graced many a momentous occasion, bearing witness to countless moments of glory. It was even possible they had accompanied Juan Ponce de Leon on numerous perilous journeys, surviving all manner of storms and trials. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jack Sparrow came closer to get a better look. "Do you want one?" Wes asked. Jack shook his head, just slightly. Though he was fascinated by the Holy Grail, he knew full well it was not something he could claim. Seeing that Jack showed no sign of greed, Wes decided not to tease him further. Now that he held both a mermaid and the Holy Grail, the two keys he needed, Wes began planning his next move in silence. With Jack Sparrow leading the way, the three of them ventured deeper into a cavern. Upon entering, they found nothing but fantastic shapes of stalactites and a small pool of water. No other clues presented themselves. Jack studied his compass carefully, a furrow of doubt crossing his brow. He began to suspect something was amiss with the compass itself. After all, it had led them straight here, and they had hoped to find more answers at this spot. "The compass is fine. This is indeed the fountain of youth," Wes said, his gaze fixed upon the inscriptions on the grail. He spoke the words etched upon the Holy Grail, his voice resonating through the cavern. As the final phrase slipped from his lips, the pool of water within the cave began to rise, defying gravity as it floated upwards. Drawn by some invisible force, the water ascended slowly, gathering overhead until it formed a floating pool suspended above the three of them, suspended in midair, tranquil and unmoving. "Captain Sparrow, you have fulfilled your promise." With a flick of his hand, Wes summoned forth two spheres of light, which separated from Jack Sparrow and Angelica, returning swiftly to his own grasp. Jack Sparrow and Angelica instantly felt a wave of relief. The moment their bonds fell away, freedom returned to them at last. As soon as she regained her liberty, Angelica reached out and grabbed Jack Sparrow's hand, ready to leave with him. She had no desire to continue this perilous adventure, not for another moment. Yet Jack Sparrow, at this decisive moment, was unwilling to simply turn his back and go. His thoughts were consumed by the Black Pearl, his beloved ship. Deep down, He knew only Wes's help could win it back for him. "What about my reward, Mr. Sorcerer?" Jack Sparrow gently pulled his hand free and turned toward Wes, his face brimming with expectation. "No need for haste, Captain Sparrow," Wes replied calmly, placing the Holy Grail away with measured confidence. "The real show is just about to begin. Don't tell me Blackbeard is heading here as well." Wes didn't answer directly. Instead, in one swift motion, he leapt into the pool of floating water. Jack Sparrow hesitated for a split second, then made up his mind to follow, entirely ignoring Angelica's warnings. Angelica could only sigh helplessly. She had no desire to stay behind alone, so she followed right after Jack Sparrow, plunging into the swirling water as well. When the two of them opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing in a place shrouded in misty clouds. The surroundings weren't spacious. 100 people, at most, could squeeze inside. It looked nothing like the glorious, golden spectacle they had imagined. Barren, save for a few tall stone pillars, there was almost nothing else. The legendary Fountain of Youth appeared to be nothing more than ordinary clear water, quietly flowing, utterly tranquil. Wes produced a small bottle containing the mermaids and gave it a tap. The bottle, as though touched by magic, began to expand, swelling until it was the size of a small pool. Inside, the 5 mermaids returned to their true forms, huddling fearfully together and staring at Wes with wide eyes full of dread. Clearly, Wes's magic had already frightened them deeply. "Elodie," Jack Sparrow immediately recognized one of the mermaids, and his surprise was impossible to hide. "Jack, help us please." Elodie's eyes lit up at the sight of Jack, as if spotting a sliver of hope. His arrival revived her spirits. "Jack!" Angelica stared at Jack Sparrow in utter disbelief. "You flirted with a fish? What on earth is in that head of yours?" "Darling, wait. Let me explain." Jack Sparrow tried to get a word in, panicked. "Old woman, I'm not a fish," Elodie shot back bitterly. "Who are you calling old woman?" Angelica retorted, now even more incensed. "Ladies!" Jack Sparrow tried to calm his 2 obstinate friends, but they paid him no mind, completely absorbed in their own bickering, leaving him no chance to get a word in. With no other choice, Jack fired his pistol into the air. The gunshot rang out, echoing through the cramped space. Startled, Angelica quickly drew her sword, casting a wary glance around the room. As for Serena, she ducked beneath the surface of the water, afraid to show herself. "Jack!" Angelica realized that Jack was behind the commotion and leveled her sword at his chest. Jack Sparrow gently pushed the blade away from himself and turned to Wes, giving a courteous bow. "Master Sorcerer, could you perhaps—" "No," Wes replied coldly, not a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Jack pressed on. "Look how lovely they are. They're just poor, unfortunate girls." As if on cue, the 5 mermaids softened their gazes, feigning innocence to elicit Wes's empathy. "Unfortunate?" Wes scoffed, unimpressed by their beauty. "Captain Sparrow, are you out of your mind? These mermaids are far from ordinary. They're half human, half beast, and their dinner menu includes humans." Realizing their act was futile, the 5 mermaids dropped the charade and bared their sharp, gleaming teeth. Jack wanted to plead a little more for his former flame, but Angelica tugged him back and whispered, "Don't provoke him. He needs the mermaid tears. For now, at least, we're safe." Wes then cast a spell known as the Nightmare Curse, a kind of enchantment that plunged its victims into the depths of their own darkest fears. An illusion, but a powerful one. Under the force of the spell, the mermaids were swept into their own nightmares, trembling in terror until tears began to stream down their faces, tears which Wes carefully collected into a small, clear vial. No sooner had this been accomplished than the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. Out of nowhere, a swarm of pirates spilled into the chamber, quickly surrounding them. Blackbeard had arrived, his crew at his side. Blackbeard's greedy eyes were fixed on the Fountain of Youth behind Wes, burning with raw desire. He drew his flintlock and leveled it straight at Wes, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Out of the way. The fountain is mine. Do you not understand the simplest notion of first come, first served?" Wes retorted, unmoved, even with the barrel of a gun pointed at him. With a thunderous blast, Blackbeard pulled the trigger. The shot exploded at close range, the noise rattling everyone's nerves. Yet, the bullet never reached Wes. Instead, it hovered in the air, suspended as though an invisible shield blocked its path, all its lethal energy spent. Then, like a deflated ball, the bullet dropped harmlessly to the floor. The pirates standing off to the side stared in terror, their eyes wide with fear. One of them couldn't hold back and shouted, "A sorcerer! He's a sorcerer too." As soon as they heard the word sorcerer, panic swept through the pirates. Instinctively, they shrank away, retreating without conscious thought. Blackbeard flew into a rage at the sight. In a sudden outburst, he grabbed his weapon and struck down a fleeing pirate. Then, swinging his blade wildly, he roared at the others trying to escape. Anyone who runs will end up just like him. Get over here and fight. Shocked by Blackbeard's brutality, the pirates hesitated. With trembling hands, they raised their muskets and fired a volley in Wise's direction. Yet, their bullets might as well have been pebbles tossed into a pond. They had absolutely no effect. None of the shots hit Wise. Instead, they hung suspended in the air 3 meters away from him, just as the first shot from Blackbeard's pistol had done, before falling harmlessly to the ground. Blackbeard barked an order for the pirates to reload and shoot again. Clumsily scrambling to fill their muskets, they fired another round at Wise, but chaos quickly followed. Now, under Wise's control, the bullets hanging in midair suddenly whirled around, speeding back toward the pirates with terrible velocity. The front ranks of pirates toppled like wheat before the sickle, collapsing in droves and leaving blood pooled across the deck, their agonized groans echoing through the chaos. The remaining pirates, panic-stricken and ghostly pale, abandoned their weapons and fled without a moment's hesitation. But in the very next instant, they rushed back in abject terror. For there, at the far end, stood Hector Barbassa, leading a contingent of British Navy sailors. His eyes, bloodshot and blazing like twin fires, locked fiercely on a Blackbeard. "I've finally found you, Blackbeard," Barbassa growled, raising his arm and commanding in a thunderous voice, "Attack! Kill Blackbeard!" The British sailors, swords and muskets at the ready, sprang forward at Barbassa's command to meet the pirates head-on, launching into a fierce battle. Arrogant as always, Blackbeard treated his former adversary with utter contempt. He couldn't even be bothered to spare Barbassa a glance. His gaze stayed fixed intently on Wise. With a sharp command, Blackbeard ordered 4 muscular revenants to close in on Wise, each brandishing a deadly weapon surrounding him. Meanwhile, Blackbeard himself drew his sword, keeping a measured distance, and watching Wise warily for any sudden move. His men, though, were far less fortunate. Already rattled by Wise's sorcery, their ranks dissolved into disarray. The British Navy cut through them with ease, swiftly dominating the fight. "We can split the fountain of youth between us," Blackbeard offered, a note of compromise creeping into his tone as he tried to sway Wise to join forces against the British Navy. "I preferred you the way you were a moment ago," Wise retorted mockingly, and with that, he made his move. Under the power of his transfiguration spell, a stone pillar instantly transformed into a massive python. The sheer size of the serpent was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. With a mighty lash of its tail, it sent one of the revenants flying, hurling it forcefully to the ground. This strike forced the remaining 3 revenants to halt in their tracks. They eyed the giant snake warily, their movements full of caution. But these revenants did not know fear, nor could they feel pain. Forged through Blackbeard's dark magic, their skin was tough, and their flesh was thick, as if nothing could pierce them. Though the serpent blocked their way, they stood tireless, locked in a relentless standoff with the python. "Let's try this," West muttered, his voice low. With a flick, he cast the shadowless edge, sending it slicing through the air toward Blackbeard. Blackbeard reacted swiftly, raising Triton's sword just in time to block West's attack. West arched an eyebrow, thinking to himself that the sword was indeed no ordinary weapon. "Drop your weapon." West incanted another spell. The magic struck Triton's sword, ripping it from Blackbeard's grasp and sending it clattering to the ground a short distance away. "Avada Kedavra!" As a jet of green light flew toward him, Blackbeard's instincts honed by years of brutal survival kicked in. He snatched up a nearby pirate, dragging the unfortunate man in front as a living shield. The deadly curse struck them both, and they were thrown across the ground. Blackbeard emerged with little more than a scrape, while the pirate's lifeless body collapsed, limbs splayed and motionless. Avada Kedavra! Years of battle had sharpened Blackbeard's sixth sense. With a sudden roll, he narrowly evaded the next killing curse. Yet West unleashed 2 lethal spells in the blink of an eye. Blackbeard dodged only one, but somehow he survived. It was the first time West had ever seen a mortal live through a killing curse. Blackbeard, seizing a moment's hesitation, snatched up Triton's sword and swiftly closed in on West. Almost at that very moment, a pirate loyal to Blackbeard for years suddenly fell dead to the deck, leaving his British naval opponent bewildered, momentarily convinced he'd somehow discovered a remote killing ability, a kind of substitute death magic. But even that sorcery has its flaws. Blackbeard pressed ever closer to West. Impediment. West cast a non-lethal spell, just as he had anticipated. Instantly, Blackbeard's movements slowed, as if he were wading through thick syrup, every motion exaggerated and delayed. "It seems your dark magic can only deflect deadly blows," but not the effect of other spells. West called out. Blackbeard tried to swing his sword at West, but his laughter, if he had any, would have sounded absurd. In slow motion, his attack looked almost comical. West followed up with a petrifying spell, Petrificus Totalis. Blackbeard froze, sword arm suspended mid-strike, and stood as unmoving as a statue. West prodded Blackbeard's coat with his wand, and as he suspected, there were 5 voodoo dolls hanging from Blackbeard's belt. One of them had already lost its head. So these are voodoo substitute dolls. West gently touched one of the dolls with his wand, and it instantly burst into flames. At that very moment, a pirate nearby suddenly caught fire. No matter how desperately he thrashed, the flames couldn't be put out, and in the end, he was reduced to a pile of smoldering ash. Hector Barbassa quickly pieced things together. Blackbeard transferred his injuries to those dolls. Are you fools still willing to risk your lives for him? No way. He's our captain. One pirate was still unwilling to believe the truth. How can you say that? He's never treated us like real people. Most of the pirates, however, saw things clearly now. Run for it. Hurry, run. At this point, all they wanted was to get as far away from Blackbeard as possible. Unfortunately, there was nowhere left to run, for the Spanish Navy had also arrived on the scene. Without a word, the Spaniards fired at anyone in sight, forcing the pirates to retreat toward the British Navy's position. As the British Navy prepared to gun down the scattered, fleeing pirates, they were suddenly stopped by Hector Barbassa. Idiots! The Spanish are our biggest threat now. Turn your guns on them. Fire at the Spaniards. Barbassa commanded loudly. Only then did the British sailors snap out of it, finally grasping how the situation had changed. During the earlier battle, both the British Navy and the pirates had suffered losses. Now, the Spanish had arrived to swoop in and claim the spoils. Suddenly, former enemies, pirates and Royal Navy, found themselves fighting side by side against the Spanish. But the Spanish had been conserving their strength and vastly outnumbered the others, quickly gaining the upper hand over both pirates and British alike. A group of Spaniards started throwing ropes around the nearby stone pillars, clearly intent on destroying the Fountain of Youth. Wes, who had been extracting memories from Blackbeard, noticed the Spaniard's plan and stopped what he was doing right away. That won't do. He let go of Blackbeard and spun around to confront the advancing Spaniards. With another spell, he summoned the enormous anaconda once more. The mighty serpent erupted into the fray, attacking the Spanish with wild abandon. Each convulsive twist of its body sent tremors through the ground like an earthquake. Its massive form crashed and thrashed among the Spaniards, bowling over any soldier too slow to dodge. Then the serpent reared back, gaping wide to unleash a deep, earth-shaking roar. The sudden appearance of the giant snake threw the Spanish soldiers into chaos, for none among them had ever witnessed such a terrifying creature before. For a moment, they could do nothing but panic. Spread out. Don't let it catch more than one target at a time. In the chaos, an experienced Spanish captain shouted, his voice cutting through the noisy confusion with uncommon clarity. He quickly assessed the situation and realized that if his men continued to stay bunched together, they would make the perfect target for the giant serpent. Fire! The captain issued a second command without hesitation. He drew the pistol from his belt, took aim at the enormous snake, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, the bullet whistling as it sped toward the creature. Hearing their captain's orders, the other soldiers snapped out of their panic. One by one, they raised their weapons and unleashed a fierce volley upon the serpent. Gunfire cracked in rapid succession, but to the Spaniards' shock, the bullets striking the serpent's body did little more than throw up a spray of sparks. Most of the projectiles bounced harmlessly off its thick skin, only a scant few managing to pierce its scales, and even those barely wounding the beast. Enraged by the hail of bullets, the giant serpent opened its gaping maw and unleashed a thunderous roar. With a powerful lunge, it swept forward and ensnared over a dozen soldiers in its coils. Seizing this moment, the British troops and pirates launched their counterattack. Amidst the chaos, they darted into advantageous positions and set upon the Spaniards distracted by the serpent, blasting and slashing with firearms and blades. The Spaniards, caught off guard, began to fall back in disarray. With the battle so fiercely joined, the Spanish could no longer spare a thought for the Fountain of Youth. West shifted his focus back to Blackbeard. The memory-extracting spell had been interrupted moments before, forcing him to start the process anew. He pressed his wand to Blackbeard's temple and invaded his mind, searching for any memories related to sorcery. Blackbeard's thoughts were a tangled storm of images and recollections, but Wes sifted through them with patient persistence until he found what he sought, memories of witchcraft. For Blackbeard, this was agony beyond words. It felt as if someone were driving a spike straight into his skull and cruelly twisting it, stirring unbearable pain. Blackbeard's mouth hung open as he tried desperately to scream, but not a sound escaped him, just a slow trail of drool slipping from the corner of his lips. The fearsome pirate who had once terrorized the seas was now stripped of every shred of dignity. Father, seeing her father in such torment, Angelica felt as though a knife were cutting through her heart. She wanted nothing more than to save Blackbeard from Wes's grasp, but Jack Sparrow held her back. Jack, let go of me. I have to save my father. Angelica struggled with all her might, but she simply couldn't break free. By now her face was streaming with tears as she sobbed, pleading with Jack Sparrow to let her go. But Jack hardened his heart and refused to release her, understanding all too well that to interrupt Wes and try to rescue Blackbeard now would be nothing short of suicide. Wes pulled a shimmering thread from Blackbeard's temple, a thread that contained the pirate's memories of sorcery. He placed it carefully into a small vial, intending to use it for his future research on magic. After having his memories violently extracted, Blackbeard collapsed limply to the ground, a body emptied of its soul. Wes paid no attention to whether Blackbeard lived or died. In his view, now that the Fountain of Youth had been found, everyone else here had become nothing but obstacles. He began chanting an incantation. Instantly, everyone present, save for Angelica and Jack Sparrow, felt as if countless ants were crawling all over their bodies. The sensation only grew more intense, becoming unbearable. People started to scratch themselves madly, tearing their skin, drawing blood, yet still unable to stop the tormenting itch. Some were so desperate they tried to rub themselves against jagged rocks, scraping raw and bloody wounds across their bodies, but to no avail. Wes kept the spell going for a full 5 minutes before allowing it to end. The moment it stopped, the itching vanished. Gasping for breath, faces contorted in agony, the people looked utterly wretched. Get out of my sight! Wes's cold voice cut through the air, chilling everyone to the bone. At his words, not a soul dared to hesitate. They scrambled to gather their weapons and fled as quickly as their legs could carry them, terrified that Wes might strike them down if they lingered. Take all the bodies with you, Wes ordered. No one dared defy him. They hurriedly hoisted the corpses and beat a panicked retreat. What Wes hadn't expected was that more people stayed behind than he'd anticipated. Jack Sparrow, Edward Teach, Hector Barbassa, Angelica, and Gibbs all remained. And of course, Blackbeard, barely clinging to life on the ground. Jack Sparrow shrugged, feigning helplessness. Mr. Sorcerer, you haven't paid me for my part of the bargain yet, have you? Gibbs tried to keep out of Wes's line of sight, hiding behind Jack, afraid that he might catch Wes's attention and meet the same miserable fate. Angelica, tears streaming down her face, stared at Blackbeard on the ground. She pleaded with Wes again. Please, spare my father. I'll do anything you ask, just let him live. He's of no more use to me, Wes replied coolly. Then he handed the sword of Triton to Jack Sparrow. Your black pearl is in Blackbeard's collection chamber. Jack took the sword, running his fingers gently over its blade. With this sword, he could control the Queen Anne's revenge. Now, he held command over not one, but 2 legendary pirate ships. Wes turned to Hector Barbassa. Barbassa, wary, raised both hands in surrender and plastered on a flattering grin. Jack and I go way back. I'd like to leave with him, if you please. Is there anything else? Everyone present could tell that Wes was ushering people out, and, being perceptive, they all began preparing to take their leave. Jack Sparrow was still hoping to ask Wes to release his old flame, Serena, before leaving, but fortunately, his loyal companion Gibbs stopped him in time. Don't anger the sorcerer. He wants mermaid tears, not their lives. Just as they were crossing back through the pool to return to the cave, Hector Barbassa suddenly struck, driving his sword through Blackbeard's heart. When he withdrew the blade, a torrent of blood spilled from Blackbeard's chest, leaving everyone stunned by the shock of it. As for whatever transpired between them after that, Wes had absolutely no desire to know. To avoid being disturbed further, Wes set up traps around the pool that served as the entrance and exit. Anyone who tried to barge in again would surely receive a very warm, if dangerous, welcome. Once satisfied with the security, Wes took out a table, a chair, and a magical device resembling a microscope from his suitcase, arranging the place until it looked rather like a laboratory. He brought out the collected mermaid tears, examining them intently. The dark, humid environment and the imprisoned mermaid made the whole scene feel as though some sinister sorcerer was conducting forbidden magic. The secret of the Fountain of Youth, after all, lay in sacrifice. Only by offering up life could one transfer it from one person to another. The mermaid's tears, the Holy Grail, and the water from the Fountain of Youth. Only with all 3 could the mysterious sacrificial ritual be completed. The rite transformed a person's soul and body into pure life force, which could then be bestowed upon another. But what exactly was the underlying principle? Could this process purify the vengeful spirits trapped within the Philosopher's Stone? These were questions that West still needed to investigate further. At this moment, another pressing issue loomed before West. The location of the island had been exposed. The British and the Spanish who had escaped would no doubt return soon, bringing more soldiers in force. After a moment's thought, West decided to hide the Fountain of Youth. He conjured a dense fog around the island using magic. Poor visibility, combined with hidden reefs, would turn this place into a graveyard for ships. Even if the British or the Spanish managed to find the island, landing on its shores would not be easy. And should they manage to reach the cave, they'd find the way surrounded by clusters of devil's snare and carnivorous magical plants. One misstep, and they become nothing more than plant food. West then employed confusion charms, concealment magic, and muggle-repelling spells to cloak the cavern entirely. With everything in place, he returned to the Fountain of Youth, at ease, to continue his experiments. Dear readers, if you have a spare monthly vote, please consider supporting me. The overall score has slipped a little, and your encouragement is the strongest fuel for my updates. Wes's research was anything but smooth. The sacrificial ritual of the Fountain of Youth appeared simple on the surface, yet was shrouded in an eerie sense of the uncanny. Was the spring of the Fountain of Youth a product of nature, or had it been crafted by some mysterious divine being? Until these questions were fully answered, Wes had no intention of rushing into rash experiments. After all, it wasn't a mere life he was offering up, but he still hadn't found a way to convert the Philosopher's Stone into pure energy through the ritual of the Fountain of Youth. He withdrew his attention from the fountain and turned his focus to the Holy Grail. Upon closer examination, West discovered an intricate pattern engraved inside the cup. He surmised it was a form of magic circle. Yet he had never encountered such a magic circle before. Perhaps there's a record of something similar in the library at Hogwarts, he thought to himself. For once, West found himself frustrated by the limits of his knowledge in magic. After tidying up, he hurried back to Hogwarts and made straight for the library the moment he arrived. The library was dimly lit, thick with that musty scent peculiar to ancient books. West made his way to the restricted section, where all manner of chilling works on the dark arts were kept. Dust lay thick on the shelves, and some of the books here possessed minds of their own. Sensing his presence, they began to subtly tempt Wes to take them away. But their enticements held no sway over him. Unmoved, Wes concentrated on searching for the book he needed. Soon, tucked away in a secluded corner, he spotted a volume titled Sacrifice, the Forbidden Art. Its cover was battered and worn, the edges yellowed with age. Clearly, it had languished here, neglected for a very long time. This is the one, Wes murmured, treasuring his discovery as he checked the book out. Upon returning to his office, Wes could hardly contain his excitement. He sat at his desk and carefully opened the title page. There, in stark and almost alarming script, was a single question. "Are you sure you want to open this book?" The words gave Wes pause. Now, that's an unusual way to begin, he thought, his curiosity piqued even further. Is the very first page meant to be so intriguing? He wondered. Clearly, there was a reason this book was housed in the restricted section. Driven by curiosity, he turned eagerly to the following pages, reading with close attention. To his slight disappointment, after the peculiar title page, the rest of the book struck a much more solemn, formal tone. There were no further playful invitations like on the first page. Through his reading, Wes learned that the author was one Orba Jeremias, a wizard with a deep fascination for the ancient world. Jeremias had meticulously documented how he delved, step by step, into the study of those long-forgotten rituals and sacrificial ceremonies. He gathered various materials from around the world and, in the end, arrived at a stunning conclusion. Deities are real. The evidence lay in the multitude of sacrificial rituals and the magic circles associated with them. In ancient times, our ancestors would offer sacrifices to the gods, praying for their divine protection. Records of such practices exist in many cultures across the globe. At first, Orba Jeremias did not believe in the existence of gods either. But by chance, he managed to repair an old magic circle and, following the ritual, arranged the offerings precisely as instructed. Step by step, he followed the ritual. Initially, nothing unusual happened. That was true until the very last moment, when he suddenly heard a mysterious voice, as if it called out from another world. Then he saw the apparition himself, a deity, with his own eyes. Yet the price of witnessing a god was the loss of his sight. No matter how many methods he tried, his blindness could never be cured. Jeremias recorded his research and personal experiences in great detail, titling the work Sacrifice, the Forbidden Art. At the very end of the book, he issued a solemn warning. Do not attempt any sacrificial rituals. Such acts invite consequences beyond your imagination and may even cost you your very life. Weiss slowly closed the book, his mind awash with emotion. What exactly did Orba Jeremiah see? Was it truly a deity? Or was it nothing but an elusive dream? Or perhaps something else entirely? And who could say whether any of these sacrificial magic circles were intentionally left behind as traps? Unless, suddenly, inspiration struck Weiss. Unless he could invent a sacrificial magic circle all his own. Weiss opened the book again, poring over each word with meticulous care. It's possible it could really work, he cried, a surge of excitement causing his palms to slap the table. There are several core elements to any sacrificial ritual: the believer, the one who presents the offering itself, the ritual, and the recipient of the offering, the deity. Weiss reflected for a moment and realized that he seemed to have all the ingredients he needed. The believer, his house elf, Jandy, was without question devoted to him like a god. The offering, the philosopher's stone, a rare and precious treasure. The deity, although Weiss had not yet stepped into the realm of gods, the system panel had granted him limitless possibilities. All that remained was a unique ritual of his own design. That's no problem at all. I can devise an exclusive sacrificial ceremony myself. Weiss was now wholly invigorated. Eagerly, he spread out fresh sheets of paper and began to create. He drew inspiration from the magic circles found in the Grail book, attempting to craft an entirely new, uniquely personal array, a task far from straightforward, for it involved the invocation of the true name. True names hold extraordinary significance for beings like gods and demons. When an ordinary person learns a demon's true name, they can banish it. Wes Elvin is a name, a label, but it is not his true name. This troubled Wes immensely. What kind of true name should he choose for himself? Could he truly bear such a name? Most importantly, would the world acknowledge it as his true name? These questions weighed heavily on Wes. He racked his brains, thinking until his head nearly ached to bursting, but still could not decide on a true name. After all, this was not something one could decide lightly. However, Wes was aware that he wasn't someone who had reached the end of his days. He still had plenty of time to ponder and make his choice. Besides, creating a sacrificial ritual was a time-consuming effort in itself. It was never something that could be accomplished overnight. Only a few days after Wes returned to Hogwarts, Dumbledore summoned him to his office and handed him a fresh copy of the Daily Prophet. Wes accepted the newspaper, his gaze immediately drawn to the glaring headline on the front page. Sirius Black, the most notorious criminal in history, escapes from Azkaban. Next to it, another striking line: grave negligence by the Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge resigns. The article was accompanied by a moving photograph of Sirius Black. In the photo, Sirius appeared gaunt and withered. His black hair hung in greasy, tangled locks, like seaweed hopelessly knotted together. His cheeks were sunken, his eyes dull, his cheekbones jutted sharply. He looked little more than a walking corpse. Wes knew Sirius Black was a master of transformation, an unregistered animagus capable of changing into a large black dog. With this ability, Sirius had evaded the Dementor's watchful eyes and managed what no one before him had done: escaping from Azkaban. The news of Sirius Black's escape has thrown the wizarding world into panic. People doubt whether the Ministry of Magic can protect anyone, and Fudge is absolutely furious. Dumbledore said steadily, "Professor, I don't think this has much to do with me." Wes wanted no part in these matters. He saw no reason to entangle himself in such trouble. He stood up, ready to take his leave, for what mattered most to him now was designing his own, unique sacrificial ceremony. The author is still at work. Your support is what keeps me updating every day. Please vote for me. Thank you. The Ministry intends to deploy Dementors at Hogwarts, Dumbledore called out just as Wes was about to turn away, doing his best to keep him from leaving. Dementors, those dreadfully evil magical creatures, feed on human happiness, memories, and even souls. They are specters from the abyss, preying on the most cherished parts of the human heart. They are employed by the Ministry of Magic, stationed at Azkaban, and tasked with guarding the souls that have been condemned. Anyone who sets foot on that grim, terrifying ground finds themselves mercilessly tormented by these creatures. Under the influence of Dementors, people gradually lose every happy, joyful memory they ever had, their hearts swallowed by darkness, falling into an endless abyss of despair. This time, Sirius Black's escape has ignited their fury. To the Dementors, his breakout is not merely an insult to their authority. It is a direct challenge to their very purpose. And then there's the Ministry's stance, which is impossible to sum up in a single word. In the face of these enraged creatures, the Ministry chose to compromise. It's almost unbelievable. They agreed to let the Dementors leave Azkaban in order to hunt down Sirius. Such a concession makes one seriously question whether the Ministry has any sense at all. Dumbledore fired off this torrent of information in one breath, each detail tumbling out with urgency. Weiss, who had already reached the doorway, froze in his tracks the moment he heard this news. He turned back and sank into the comfort of his soft armchair. Where's their sense? The Ministry is absolutely useless. Dumbledore leaned back against his chair, the lines of age etched even deeper across his face. He massaged his brow, trying to ease the weariness from speaking so much at once. After all, age made long explanations more taxing. They suspect that Sirius is targeting Harry. There's a strong possibility he'll attempt to get inside the school. Many parents are growing worried about their children's safety because of that. Weiss's face was expressionless. He raised a hand, tapping his fingertips lightly against the armrest of the chair. So, this is the brilliant idea they settled on? What about the Aurors? Are they nowhere to be found now? Dumbledore gave a gentle sigh. Heaven only knows what Fudge is really planning. But I have stood firm. I refuse to allow Dementors into Hogwarts. Fudge was livid. He's becoming more wary of me by the day. At this point, Dumbledore sat up, straightening his back as though everything remained entirely within his control. At last, Dumbledore told Weiss that he had reached a compromise with the Ministry. While the Dementors are not allowed within Hogwarts itself, they have been authorized to patrol the surrounding areas. That includes Hogsmeade and the Hogwarts Express. Dumbledore nodded. I worry they might not be able to resist attacking the students on the train. Weiss pondered for a moment. Understood. He agreed, knowing that as a professor at Hogwarts, it was his duty to help protect the students. During the previous school year, Weiss had managed to learn the Patronus charm in his spare time. If any Dementor dared attack the students, he certainly wouldn't show them any mercy. On the first day of term, the sun blazed overhead as Weiss arrived in Hogsmeade Village. Yet, unlike the bustling scenes of previous years, the place now felt empty and subdued. The arrival of the Dementors had chilled the usual crowds, leaving the once lively streets deserted and eerily silent. Many shops kept their doors firmly shut, with closed signs dangling in the breeze, swinging gently as if voicing the anxieties of their owners. There were precious few people on the streets. Those who remained hurried along, each one moving with a tense urgency, unwilling to linger for even a moment. They pulled their coats tighter around themselves, heads bowed, quickening their steps, terrified of attracting the attention of those dreadful Dementors. Even the occasional whispered conversation was held in hushed tones, ended swiftly as people hurried away. Though the September sun still scorched the earth, the swarm of Dementors circling above Hogsmeade caused the temperature to plummet as though autumn had arrived far too soon. That chill was more than just physical. It was a creeping fear that rose from deep inside the heart. The Dementors prowled every corner of Hogsmeade, searching intently for anyone or anything that might catch their notice. Mercy was utterly foreign to these creatures. Their movements were crude and direct. Without warning, they would drift close to passers-by, forcing their victims to reveal their terror through their icy presence and terrifying silhouettes. For some reason, these monsters seemed to pay Wes little attention, allowing him to reach the train station without difficulty. The sky gradually grew darker, as if a heavy, oppressive curtain had fallen over the already gloomy heavens. Wes could sense the Dementors growing more active by the minute, especially as the Hogwarts Express neared the station. Their fervor reached its peak. Inside the train, laughter and chatter filled the carriages. The children's youthful exuberance bounced between the walls, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the coming school year. But for the Dementors, the train was nothing short of a lavish feast. Sure enough, as the train pulled in, dozens of Dementors converged on it like a ravenous pack of wolves. The train jerked to a halt under this sudden assault, the lively sounds within cut short. They were replaced in an instant by the terrified screams of the children. It seemed someone from the staff tried to confront the Dementors, only to be trapped in the driver's cabin by several of the creatures, unable to get out. Seeing this, Wes immediately apparat to the scene. His sudden appearance startled the driver and the staff. Spotting the driver, who was visibly shaken, Wes stepped forward and gently patted him on the shoulder, trying to ease his nerves. Don't worry, I'm a professor from Hogwarts. Leave the rest to me. The driver relaxed the moment he heard that Wes was a professor from Hogwarts. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded repeatedly. That's a relief. I really don't want to deal with those monsters. Wes, however, had no patience left for the Dementors. He turned on them with a steely gaze and declared, All of you get out now. At Wes's sudden command, the Dementors in the driver's cabin let out a piercing, guttural screech, harsher and more grating than a blade dragging across glass, multiplied 100-fold. Everyone who heard the sound instinctively clutched their heads and covered their ears, pain twisting their features. But the Dementors remained unmoved, and Wes decided it was time to show them he meant business. He extended his index finger. A brilliant, silvery radiance burst forth, casting an intense light. Beneath this shimmering light, the Dementors began to tremble visibly. Even their terrifying forms seemed to shrink back in apprehension. More Dementors quickly clustered around, encircling Wes, tension crackling in the air as they squared off. Just then, a scrawny man, his clothes threadbare and his face gaunt, forced his way out of the crowd. Seeing Wes stand off against dozens of Dementors, the newcomer whipped out his wand, pointing it squarely at the creatures. He offered Wes a brief greeting. "Hello, I'm Remus John Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor this term. What's happening here?" Despite his ragged appearance, something about him projected an undeniable authority. Wes inclined his head slightly in return. "Hello, Professor Lupin. These filthy fools tried to board the train for a search, but I stopped them at the door." With Wes's words, the Dementors grew even more restless. Shrill, chilling screeches rang out, and they braced themselves as if ready to strike at any moment. Thank you all for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. I'm working hard to update the story. Just sneaking this out on a quick break. Still hoping for more monthly votes. Wes and the newly arrived Professor Lupin quickly found themselves united, forming a solid front. As Hogwarts professors, they had to maintain composure and wait for the Dementors to make the first move. As the tension peaked, a group of Aurors arrived on the scene. They wore serious expressions and immaculate uniforms, their wands neatly strapped at their waists. The Aurors' job was to supervise the Dementors, ensuring they didn't abuse their power while on assignment. Whenever trouble broke out between Dementors and others, the Aurors would intervene to restore order and uphold the balance. Upon noticing the two Hogwarts professors doing everything in their power to stop the Dementors from boarding the train, the Aurors were anything but surprised. They were all graduates of Hogwarts and held a deep affection for their alma mater. Although they did not agree with the Dementors searching the train, duty and orders from above prevented them from openly voicing their objections. Now, seeing two Hogwarts professors step forward to stop the Dementors, they unhesitatingly took the school's side. However, the Dementors remained stubborn, insisting on searching the train no matter what. Despite the Aurors' repeated attempts to dissuade them, the Dementors paid no heed, clearly intent on forcing their way aboard. Wes had no patience for these creatures. He raised his wand, and from its tip billowed thick, silvery white mist that swirled and shifted in the air, rolling and morphing ceaselessly. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the mist began to condense, its shape gradually clarifying until it transformed into a majestic eagle. With wings outstretched, the eagle soared, its piercing cry cutting through the sky, radiating an overwhelming sense of authority and power. With fierce determination, the eagle charged straight at the Dementors. Feeling the might of the Patronus, the Dementors scattered at once, fleeing rapidly until they had disappeared entirely from sight. "All right, it's settled," Wes said, lowering his wand as he calmly reassured the crew in the driver's compartment, as well as the crowd that had gathered to watch. The Aurors, having witnessed Wes's display, exchanged uneasy glances. None of them wished to risk offending this formidable professor over the matter of the Dementors. With silent agreement, they shared a look and swiftly chose to let the train proceed unhindered. "Professor Lupin, I'll leave the rest to you," Wes instructed. Then, with a flash, he operated away. As soon as Wes left, an excited buzz erupted among the students. They broke into animated discussion, speculating about what manner of magic Wes had used to repel the dreadful Dementors. That miraculous scene was burned into their memories, becoming the very first legendary tale of the new term. After making sure the Dementors wouldn't dare return, Wes headed back to Hogwarts. He strode through the familiar corridors, entered the Great Hall, found his seat, and quietly awaited the start of the opening ceremony. Dumbledore spotted Wes returning and immediately came over, speaking in a low voice. "Well done. I'll handle the ministry. You needn't worry about them." Wes lifted his chin ever so slightly, feigning indifference. "I've never been worried about the ministry." With the opening ceremony about to begin, he straightened his robes one last time, making sure he looked perfectly composed. "Headmaster, you ought to be more assertive, or the ministry will grow bolder." Dumbledore let out a gentle sigh and replied, "Fudge is far too timid. If I show a firm hand, he'll think I mean to steal his position, and he might do something rash." Wes let out a low grunt. Truly foolish and selfish politicians. He never had much regard for the integrity of politicians. In his eyes, they often sacrificed the greater good for their own interests. After a brief exchange between the two, students began to file into the Great Hall in twos and threes. In no time, the place was buzzing with excitement, filled with the lively chatter of students. They discussed what had happened on the train that day, stealing glances every so often at Wes seated at the professor's table. The professors had all arrived and were seated, some with stern expressions, others with a friendly demeanor, watching the students in silence and waiting for the ceremony to begin. Occasionally, a quiet conversation passed between them. Once everyone had arrived, the annual opening ceremony officially began. As headmaster, Dumbledore stood with a serious air at the lectern. He reminded the students that there would be Dementors patrolling near the school and cautioned them not to act in ways that might attract unwanted attention. Dementors truly don't know the meaning of excuses. They are merciless, dark creatures who act solely on their instincts and the tasks given to them by the Ministry of Magic. But today Professor Elvin drove off those creatures. He conjured a magnificent eagle. What sort of magic was that? Though Fred felt a shiver at Dumbledore's description of the Dementors, he bravely spoke up from his seat, eager to share his views. At once, a wave of whispers swept through the hall as students began to debate in earnest. Amidst this flurry, the professors exchanged meaningful glances, clear admiration for Wes's actions in their eyes. And yet, at the center of this attention, Wes himself seemed the calmest of all. He sat quietly, showing not the faintest sign of pride as students and professors alike turned their approving gazes on him. Only now and then did he look up at Dumbledore, waiting patiently for the ceremony to continue. Silence. Dumbledore's magically amplified voice boomed through the hall, instantly silencing the crowd. Students clapped their hands over their ears as the sudden command echoed off the walls. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Dumbledore continued, "The Patronus charm is highly advanced magic. Even adult wizards struggle to master it." He went on to explain the importance and difficulty of the Patronus charm, ending once again by urging students to be careful around Dementors. When the ceremony concluded, Dumbledore invited Wes and Lupin to his office. Lupin looked rather tense. He glanced furtively at Wes by his side, well aware of the headmaster's reasons for calling him in. "Headmaster, I'm not sure this is such a good idea." Lupin shifted uneasily in his seat, rubbing his dry and weathered hands together. "Lupin, Wes is someone you can trust," Dumbledore soothed. "Besides, you wouldn't want Severus involved in this, would you?" Hearing Snape's name, Lupin lowered his head in shame. "We really were too much in the past. I don't expect him to ever forgive us." At this point, Wes had already guessed Dumbledore's intention. "Wes, I hope you can help brew the Wolfsbane potion. I know your skills in potion making are exceptional," Dumbledore requested of Wes. "The Wolfsbane potion helps werewolves keep their sanity during full moons. It suppresses the transformation, preventing them from losing control and attacking others. Our new defense against the dark arts professor is a werewolf, and for him, this potion is vital." "All right," Wes agreed, his answer surprisingly decisive this time. His calm and matter-of-fact response caught Lupin and Dumbledore off guard. Throughout his life, Lupin had been subjected to much discrimination because of his condition. In the magical world, werewolves were often branded as evil and dangerous, and no matter how hard Lupin tried to tame his nature, prejudice always followed him like a shadow. He had been an outstanding student, believing that with his talent and diligence, he would find fulfilling work after graduation and begin a new chapter in his life. However, reality proved far harsher than he had hoped. Doors kept closing on him. No one wanted to hire a werewolf. He endured a life of hardship, drifting from place to place. In earlier days, life was still tolerable, thanks to the help of his two closest friends, Sirius Black and James Potter. But everything fell apart when Sirius was believed to have betrayed them, and the Potters were tragically killed. Devastated by the loss and betrayal of his dearest friends, Lupin sank into a deep well of pain and confusion. For a long time, he couldn't pull himself free from the overwhelming sorrow. He wandered alone in darkness for what seemed an eternity. Until this year, when, despite all the dangers, he accepted the post of defense against the dark arts teacher, clinging to a single conviction: to protect Harry. Harry was the child of his lost friends. Lupin could not allow history to repeat itself for the Potter's son. In that quiet, private place in his heart, he swore silently, "Sirius, this time I won't let you succeed." The new school year began, and the students soon discovered that the new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, was unexpectedly reliable. Whenever Professor Lupin entered the classroom, his arrival was always met with enthusiastic greetings. In class, Professor Lupin had a way of making even the most complex subjects in dark arts defense sound clear and simple, enabling the students to understand and master them with ease. Whether he was unraveling difficult theoretical concepts or guiding students through practical exercises, he always excelled, far beyond expectation. Many students found themselves thinking, for the first time since starting this subject, that defense against the dark arts was not only important, but even interesting, thanks to Professor Lupin's teaching. The students all agreed that Professor Lupin was the most capable defense against the dark arts teacher they'd had in recent years. With the exception of the Slytherins, the students of the other three houses held a special fondness for their new professor. During the period he'd been teaching, Lupin's quality of life had also improved dramatically. His complexion looked healthier than ever before. In the past, he'd often been plagued by hunger and loneliness. But at Hogwarts, he was finally freed from the constant uncertainty of where his next meal would come from. The school not only provided ample food, but also the affection of the students and the camaraderie of his colleagues. All of this combined had given him a whole new lease on life. One day, as the full moon approached, Lupin picked up a bottle of wolfsbane potion from Weiss and disappeared in a hurry. Before leaving, he asked Weiss to cover his class. Weiss wanted to refuse. However, Lupin moved so quickly that he simply had no chance. Actually, you could have asked Professor Snape, you know. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to fill in for you. Weiss called out towards the direction Lupin had gone, but by then, Lupin had already vanished without a trace. With no other option, Weiss made his way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, where a third-year class was just about to begin. The students, seeing Weiss walk in, thought for a moment that he'd accidentally gone to the wrong classroom. Professor Elvin, this isn't the runic magic classroom, a blonde girl with bright blue eyes reminded him politely. Weiss smiled gently and explained, "Oh, I know. Professor Lupin's feeling a bit under the weather, so he's asked me to cover for him today." What happened to Professor Lupin? Since Lupin's arrival, he'd taken special care of Harry, not only offering extra help during class, but also teaching him many practical defense tricks in private. All of this left Harry deeply grateful to Lupin. "Don't worry, it's just a minor issue," Weiss reassured them. He took a look around the noisy classroom, students still whispering to each other, and raised his voice. "All right, everyone settle down, please. Can someone tell me where you left off in your last lesson?" Hermione shot her hand up instantly. "Last class, Professor Lupin taught us how to deal with red caps." Weiss flipped through the textbook before shutting it, deciding to improvise. "Well then, ladies and gentlemen, which creature would you be most worried about encountering in the wild?" Ron blurted out, unable to contain himself. "Dementors. Mum says they're the most evil creatures, steal your soul right from you." "Werewolves," Hermione answered confidently. "One bite, and you become a new werewolf yourself." "Vampires. I think it'd be mummies." All sorts of answers poured out from the class. Wes looked at the group of imaginative children and smiled, saying, "You're all absolutely right." The students were a little disappointed, feeling as if Wes was simply humoring them. "But, in my experience, the most dangerous of all would have to be wizards." As soon as he said this, the classroom fell silent. The students didn't quite understand the reasoning behind Wes's answer. Wes went on to explain, "Because you can never be sure whether the wizard you meet is a dark wizard." At the mention of dark wizards, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Some students instinctively hunched their shoulders. After all, when they were younger, their parents would frighten them into behaving by sharing frightening tales of dark wizards. Seeing their reactions, Wes realized that he might have taken things a bit too far. So he hurried to reassure them, "Don't worry, children. You're at Hogwarts now. This is one of the safest places in the world. You're not going to run into any dark wizards here. But there are dementors outside the school." A little Ravenclaw girl protested with a frown. "I haven't been able to visit Hogsmeade at all this term, and I've been looking forward to it for ages. Yeah, Mama won't even sign my permission slip. She says I should just stay put at school." Another student grumbled. "Me too." More students chimed in with their complaints, and soon the classroom was filled with voices tinged with disappointment. Before anyone noticed, the discussion had wandered off course. Now, everyone's attention was fixed on Dementors. At this moment, a student mustered his courage and asked, "Professor, could you teach us the spell to ward off Dementors?" "That's right." Another student added enthusiastically. "That spell is just so cool." Wes chuckled and patiently explained, "That's actually a very difficult charm to master. Even many adult witches and wizards haven't fully grasped it yet. It's far too challenging for you at this stage." Hearing this, the students drooped in dismay. Wanting to lift their spirits, Wes made a quick decision to change his teaching plan. "All right, for this lesson, we'll try some practical dueling instead," he announced as he gave his wand a gentle wave. Instantly, the desks and chairs in the classroom slid aside on their own, clearing a wide space in the center. "Pair up. Each of you find a partner, quickly now." This new activity immediately caught the students' interest. They sprang into action, quickly pairing off with their classmates. "You've all learned the disarming charm, haven't you?" Wes asked. "Yes, Professor," the students answered in unison. "So, who here has actually tried casting it?" Wes looked around the classroom, but not a single hand was raised. Not even one. The students lowered their heads in embarrassment, unable to meet Wes's gaze. This isn't your fault. The professors who taught this class in the past 2 years, at this point, Wes didn't even know how to describe those 2 professors. That doesn't matter now. Wes clapped his hands. I need an assistant. Who would like to volunteer? As soon as the children heard this, hands shot up everywhere. Draco's hand was the highest and the quickest. You it is, Mr. Malfoy. Draco strode forward like a conquering general, pride evident in every step. Are you ready? Wes asked sternly, raising his wand. I'm ready. Disarm yourself. Catching Draco off guard, Wes cast a swift, disarming charm. In an instant, Draco's wand flew out of his hand. Draco was left bewildered and a bit aggrieved, standing to the side with his lips pursed, frustration shining in his eyes. This is the first lesson I want you to remember. Strike first. Wes spoke slowly and deliberately. When you encounter an unknown wizard, whether or not you sense any malice, your priority should be to disable them. The disarming charm is especially useful. Most wizards can't use magic without their wands. Draco quietly picked up his wand. Now, it's your turn to attack me, Wes said, fixing his gaze on Draco. Still simmering with indignation, Draco managed, this time out of sheer determination, to cast the disarming charm at Wes. However, Wes dodged easily. The second point, Wes continued, his tone earnest, is that your opponent isn't a statue. They can dodge, they can fight back. Never assume in a duel that your target will just stand there. Always stay alert. Mr. Malfoy did an excellent job casting the disarming charm for the first time. 5 points to Slytherin. The Slytherins cheered and slapped each other's hands in celebration. Only Draco remained glum, sulking at the thought that his performance was laughable. A clown show, he thought. With the second round of recommendations underway, your support and votes are needed more than ever. Thank you. This was the first time students in Harry's year got to practice dueling in pairs. Everyone was eager to show off their skills and feel the thrill of magical combat. However, only a handful, Harry, Hermione, and Draco among them, were actually able to perform the disarming charm successfully. The majority ended up with mishaps and missteps. Some students mispronounced their spells and accidentally turned their partner's hair bright red. Others were so nervous that they nearly lost control of their magic, narrowly avoiding minor accidents. All in all, the lesson was full of surprises and laughter. The students gained precious experience amid the excitement. This delightfully hands-on class ended all too quickly. Wes told the third years to keep practicing the disarming charm and try to astonish Professor Lupin with their progress in the next lesson. Though the students were still reluctant to leave, the moment the bell rang for the end of class, Wes vanished like a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. Today, besides the third years, there was also a defense against the dark arts class for the fifth-year students. Wes didn't want to disrupt Professor Lupin's lesson plans, so he arranged for the fifth years to have a dueling practice as well. Compared to the third-year students, the fifth years gave Wes quite a few pleasant surprises. Many of them had an impressive command of spells, and from their performance, it was clear they had trained diligently in their spare time. The most outstanding among them was Cedric Diggory, the male prefect from Hufflepuff. Wes noticed that Cedric was extremely well-liked, not just among Hufflepuffs, but students from other houses also showed great trust in him. During this class, Cedric took the initiative to act as a teaching assistant, helping Wes to organize and guide the dueling exercises. Wes was deeply impressed by him. Cedric was tall and handsome, with sharply defined features. His dark hair and striking gray eyes made him stand out in any crowd. Many girls admired him, drawn not only to his looks, but also to his fair and humble character. He treated every student who came to him for help equally, never holding back advice because they belonged to another house. Cedric was exceptional not just in appearance and academics. He was a star athlete as well, the very image of a storybook hero. If not for the knowledge that Harry was the true protagonist of this tale, Wes might have mistaken Cedric for the main character himself. Unfortunately, Cedric's fate in the original story was a tragic one. Cedric, Wes said approvingly, "You make an excellent professor one day." Cedric replied humbly, "I still have a long way to go, Professor." "I mean it," Wes said, patting Cedric on the shoulder. "Think it over." With that, Wes left the classroom. Cedric stood watching as Wes's figure disappeared down the corridor, lost in thought. The next day, Professor Lupin was back to his usual self, though he looked rather pale. Still, he insisted on teaching his classes as normal. Wes breathed a sigh of relief at this. He had originally considered asking Professor Snape to substitute, but Dumbledore had rejected the idea. The students are fond of your dueling lessons, and you haven't disrupted Lupin's progress at all. The two of you work very well together. Severus already has his hands full with potions classes and his duties as head of Slytherin. There's simply no time in his schedule. Hearing this from Dumbledore, Wes realized that he was quite comfortable with the substitute teaching himself and agreed to continue. As time went by, the students gradually became accustomed to the fact that Professor Lupin would have a day each month when he wasn't feeling well. At the same time, they thoroughly enjoyed Professor Weiss's dueling class. Thus, Defense Against the Dark Arts quickly became one of the most popular courses among the students. That afternoon, after class had ended, Weiss was preparing to return to his office to finish up some teaching matters that needed his attention. But just then, a sudden commotion broke the corridor's usual calm. The air was pierced by a string of sharp, insistent cat yowls, sounds that echoed through the hallway and shattered the peace. A large ginger cat darted nimbly through the crowd, its movements so swift and sleek it looked almost like a streak of lightning. The cat's eyes stayed fixed straight ahead, as if it were hot on the trail of something terribly important. "Scabbers, run!" Ron's anxious cry rang out. He tried to block the path of the big cat, but in his usual clumsy way, he managed only to trip and land flat on his back, arms and legs sprawled out. Desperation thickened in Ron's voice, nearly bringing him to tears. "You useless cat! Scabbers, run! Hurry!" Hearing the commotion, Weiss strode quickly over and helped Ron to his feet. "What's going on here?" Weiss asked, frowning. For a moment, he worried a student had been attacked by a Dementor. "Professor, you have to save Scabbers." Ron clung to Weiss's sleeve, his voice on the verge of sobbing. "Who? My pet rat. Scabbers is about to be eaten by that stupid cat." Ron answered, his eyes following the direction of the chase, worry written all over his face. "Crookshanks is not a stupid cat. He's clever." Just then, Hermione, out of breath, arrived at the scene, her cheeks flushed from running and her words filled with fierce loyalty for Crookshanks. "If only you'd keep better control of that stupid cat." Ron shot back, glaring at Hermione. "Crookshanks is a cat. Chasing mice is his nature," Hermione retorted, not backing down for a second. The two of them stood in the corridor, arguing heatedly, neither willing to yield. "So what on earth happened?" Weiss asked helplessly, looking from the quarreling pair to Harry, who had been standing awkwardly to the side. "Well, here's what happened," Harry said, adjusting his glasses that had slid askew from all the excitement, then began to explain. It turned out that Crookshanks belonged to Hermione, and for some reason, he developed an intense interest in Scabbers, Ron's pet rat. It seemed every day Crookshanks was scheming to catch him. Strangely enough, Crookshanks showed no interest in any other rat, which was a constant source of tension between Ron and Hermione. The two pets were locked in a daily battle, and their owners argued just as frequently and just as fiercely over the issue. Caught between his two best friends, Harry felt completely at a loss. Wes finally understood what had happened. He realized deep down that Scabbers the rat was no ordinary rodent at all, but a human being, Peter Pettigrew, the true traitor who had betrayed the Potters. Crookshanks must have received a tip-off from Sirius and wanted to catch Scabbers. As Wes glanced at Ron, a look of sympathy crept into his eyes. If Ron ever discovered that his beloved pet was actually a small, skinny, greasy-haired, balding middle-aged man, and that he had shared his bed with him every night, he'd probably be sick to his stomach. "Ron, you're a true Gryffindor. Nothing can stop you from facing the harsh realities of life." Wes thought to himself with quiet admiration. He knew that this situation needed a resolution sooner or later. He couldn't let Ron go on oblivious, nor allow Pettigrew to keep up his disguise. But now wasn't the time to reveal everything. The right moment had yet to come. For now, Wes decided he needed to calm Ron and Hermione down, keep them from bickering, and then figure out a way to manage this thorny problem. "Hey, listen up. This is no place for an argument," Wes said in a firm and commanding voice. By now, the commotion had drawn the attention of more and more students, who began to gather curiously in the corridor. The sense of urgency in Harry's chest grew especially sharp when Draco Malfoy and several Slytherins appeared on the scene. Harry didn't want to see Hermione and Ron become targets for Draco's mockery, so he quickly grabbed them and tried to steer them away. Although Hermione and Ron were still locked in their sulk, feeling quite indignant, neither was willing to make a scene in front of Draco and give him anything to gloat over. So, giving only the mildest resistance, they allowed Harry to usher them out of the hallway. As the spectacle faded, the crowd of students began to disperse as well. Watching them walk away, Wes muttered under his breath, "I need to find the right chance to reveal Peter Pettigrew's true identity." Wes sat at his desk, turning a piece of parchment over and over in his hands, studying it with careful attention. Though it looked perfectly ordinary, Wes could feel magic pulsing from its surface. The twins stood by with smug expressions, watching Wes closely. In their minds, if even Wes couldn't unravel the secrets of a map, they'd finally have something to brag about in front of a professor. "Well, Professor, what do you think?" I bet you can't crack the secrets of this map, either, Fred challenged, flashing a supremely confident grin at Wes. We had to work pretty hard to get it activated, you know, George chimed in, eager to impress. Wes maintained a stony expression as he spread the parchment out flat on the table. Then, extending his index finger, he touched the parchment lightly, as if his fingertip could sense the subtle magical currents in the air. In a low voice, he recited the incantation, "Reveal your true form." As soon as the words left his lips, the once blank surface of the parchment began to shimmer with a faint glow. Tiny words started to emerge gradually. Those words seemed reluctant to yield, flickering on the page as if resisting Wes's command. Wes felt a surge of powerful magical resistance, but he focused his mind, gathering even greater strength to overcome it. The words on the parchment steadily became clearer, until what appeared before him was a meticulously detailed map. The map was covered with a dense scattering of tiny footprints, each footprint labeled with a corresponding name. Wes scrutinized this magical map carefully, and soon located his own office, as well as his name and the names of the twins. The names shifted across the parchment, updating their positions in real time as the people moved about. This map could accurately display the location of every person within Hogwarts. The rooms, corridors, staircases, classrooms, the Great Hall, and other common spaces, even a host of secret passages and hidden chambers that few knew about were all clearly marked. Turning the map over, Wes discovered a line of signatures written in varying handwriting. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, for peculiar nicknames, left there. The twin brothers stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished that Wes could so effortlessly unlock the secrets of the map. They had thought that even the other learned professors might not have been able to unravel its mysteries. This map was designed with remarkable ingenuity, Wes explained to the twins as he continued studying it, but its creators weren't yet powerful enough. With sufficient magical strength, an artifact like this can be cracked with ease. "See, George? I told you Professor Elvin would sort it out," Fred declared, full of admiration. "It's incredible. The 4 upperclassmen who made this are just amazing. They're truly our role models." George gazed at the parchment, wonder sparkling in his eyes. The mischievous twins saw the Marauders, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, and James Potter, as their idols. They dreamed that one day, they too would invent magical wonders that could astonish the world, just as these 4 had. "Professor, your alchemy notes have been a real inspiration to us," Fred said, his voice brimming with a thirst for knowledge as he shared the dream deep within his heart. "We want to create magical artifacts of this caliber too. Something as amazing as the Marauders map. But no matter how many methods we try, even staying up all night studying, it always ends in failure." George slumped his shoulders, his brow furrowed, and there was a trace of frustration in his tone. Each failed attempt served as a sharp reminder of how far they still were from their idols. The 4 predecessors had conjured the Marauders map from scratch, while the twin brothers, despite copying the original, could not even produce a replica, an utterly disheartening blow for them. But it wasn't because the twins lacked talent compared to the Marauders. After all, the Potter and Black families each had centuries of history. James and Sirius had been introduced to alchemy from an early age and received guidance from their elders, whereas the twins had to rely on their own persistent exploration most of the time. Wes understood how they felt, so he offered them a few words of gentle encouragement before launching into an explanation of the magical principles used to create the Marauders map. In language that was clear and approachable, he broke down the map's underlying magic and construction techniques, making the twins feel they'd gained invaluable insight. Time slipped by almost unnoticed, and even as bedtime approached, the twins showed no inclination to leave. "You wouldn't want to be caught by Filch, would you? Let's pick up again tomorrow. By the way, may I borrow the map for a few days?" "No problem, Professor. We've already memorized every secret passage and hidden room on that map," the twins readily replied. Once they had left, the office was enveloped in calm once more. Wes fixed his gaze on the map, staring intensely at the label Peter Pettigrew beside Ron's name, as if something had just occurred to him. The next morning, in Harry and Ron's dormitory, a sudden uproar shattered the peace. The scene was utter chaos, the commotion so wild it could only be described as complete and utter bedlam. Ron's eyes were wide with shock, his face flushed a fiery red, seething with anger. "When did that wretched, stupid cat sneak in?" he bellowed, his voice echoing around the small dormitory as he desperately tried to shoo Crookshanks out with a pillow. But the large ginger cat was quick and nimble, dodging all of Ron's attempts with impressive agility. Meanwhile, Scabbers, small and trembling all over, was darting frantically about the room, his tiny paws tapping frenetically on the floor as he gave everything he had to stay out of Crookshanks's grasp. At last, in a moment of desperate opportunity, Scabbers launched himself through the crack beneath the door and was gone in a flash. Crookshanks, seeing what had happened, darted out in hot pursuit without a moment's hesitation, quickly vanishing at the far end of the corridor. Why does that ugly cat always go after Scabbers? It's got to be because Hermione told it to, Ron grumbled, scrambling out of bed, his hair wild and his pajamas all askew. His eyes blazed with anger, ready to march off and confront Hermione about it. Harry watched Ron's agitation and could only shrug helplessly. Will these days of endless squabbling ever come to an end? Though Crookshanks was usually remarkably clever, keenly alert to every sound around him and blessed with superb hunting instincts, he was still up against an opponent as cunning as Peter Pettigrew, and that wasn't a match in his favor. Time and again, Peter managed to slip away from Crookshanks's relentless chases, each escape a testament to his slyness. And tonight, once more Peter got away. Crookshanks stood his ground for a while, nose twitching as he sniffed the air for any lingering trace of his quarry. But the air held no clues at all. He meowed a few times, indignant and unwilling to give up, then flicked his tail in exasperation and trotted away. Still, when it came to cunning, Peter Pettigrew wasn't the only one to reckon with. Wes had cast the disillusionment charm, following quietly in Crookshanks's wake. The spell rendered his figure a shifting blur, almost invisible. Crookshanks made a lazy round of the castle first, moving with the graceful, quick-footed confidence of a born hunter, weaving smoothly through every corner of Hogwarts. His ginger shape flitted through the colonnade one moment, lingered in the garden the next, as if he were searching intently for something of great importance. But this time, rather than returning to Hermione as he usually did, Crookshanks headed straight out of the castle gates. As I thought, Wes mused to himself. He knew he'd made the right choice in following Crookshanks tonight. He was bound to uncover something. Out beyond the school grounds, Crookshanks picked up the pace. From time to time, he'd pause, nose pressed to the ground as he caught the faintest scent on the breeze, all the while glancing warily around, every muscle alert. Soon, Crookshanks arrived at a dilapidated old house. He stood silently before the doorway, tail swishing as he called out into the shadowed interior. From within, there came two clear, vigorous barks in answer. A moment later, a huge black dog emerged from the battered house. Despite its formidable size, it was thin to the point of gauntness, every rib plain to see. A creature that had clearly endured much suffering. Its fur, once thick and healthy, now hung in tangled, uneven clumps, all its luster gone. Crookshanks meowed loudly, twice. The dog replied with two sharp barks. A cat and a dog seemed to be engaged in some kind of communication. In the black dog's eyes glimmered a loss that was almost human. It lowered its head, looking utterly dejected. Crookshanks pressed gently against the dog's large head, as if trying to comfort it. At that moment, Wes lifted the disillusionment charm, revealing himself before the cat and the dog. Both animals froze for an instant, and then, in a flash, their fur bristled like a forest of sharp needles. Growling loudly at Wes, they faced this unwelcome guest with open hostility. A pleasure to meet you for the first time, Padfoot, or should I say, Sirius Black. The black dog stiffened, startled. It had been a long time since anyone called him by that name, and this familiar yet alien title stirred a storm of emotions deep within him. Still, instinct took over. Baring sharp teeth, he looked poised to spring and defend himself. I know Peter Pettigrew isn't dead, and I know you were framed. Wes's words crashed down like a thunderclap in Sirius's mind. For a moment, his world went utterly blank, his canine features filled with disbelief. He barked anxiously at Wes, as if desperate to explain something of vital importance. I can't speak dog, you know. Perhaps you should change back first. Wes shrugged, his expression one of helpless resignation. The large black dog curled up, and then, slowly, its form began to shift, morphing back into a tall, adult man. His clothes were little more than tatters, their former color and style entirely erased. Greasy, tangled hair and a messy beard all but swallowed his gaunt face, leaving only a pair of striking gray eyes visible, wild and intense. He looked even rougher than a vagrant. Who are you? What exactly do you know? Sirius spoke haltingly. Perhaps it was the result of so long without human conversation, or maybe it was sheer weakness. Before we talk about any of that, I think you should eat something first. With a gentle wave of his wand, Wes conjured a checkered picnic cloth right there on the ground. One by one, bread, milk, fruit, steak, and other foods appeared atop the cloth, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Sirius swallowed involuntarily. Since his escape from Azkaban, he had survived by foraging through garbage or hunting rats and similar creatures. He could hardly remember the last time he'd seen such a plentiful meal. Yet he remained wary of Wes, unable to fathom why this stranger was offering his help. Don't worry. To deal with a wizard who doesn't even have a wand, I wouldn't need to resort to poisoning. And if I truly wanted to catch you, I would have already notified the Ministry of Magic. The ones coming would be Dementors. At the mention of Dementors, Sirius couldn't help but shudder. Still, Wes's words made sense. Throughout his encounters with Wes, Sirius had never felt any malice from him. With trembling hands, he picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. In less than 3 seconds, it was gone. Next, he impatiently grabbed a piece of steak and shoved it in, not even waiting to swallow before he crammed another piece of bread into his mouth. He ended up choking, his eyes rolling at the discomfort. He hastily grabbed a can of milk and gulped it down, splashing it all over himself in the process. After finally swallowing the food, he continued to stuff more into his mouth, making a complete mess of the tablecloth. As he ate, Sirius suddenly broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. The food brought him a warmth he hadn't felt in ages, and the pain and grievances he'd bottled up surged into his heart. Wes didn't interrupt. He simply stood quietly to the side, letting Sirius pour out his emotions. Crookshanks leapt into Sirius's arms, purring gently. Sirius offered him a piece of meat pie, saying, "It's been hard on you. I don't know what I would have done without you." This man, who hadn't shed a single tear, even when falsely imprisoned and tormented by Dementors in Azkaban for years, was now crying unabashedly. His tears contained so many emotions: agony, injustice, gratitude, and a lingering sliver of hope. Drying his tears, Sirius looked up at Wes. "How did you know Crookshanks was helping me?" Wes handed the Marauder's map to Sirius. Sirius gently traced the familiar parchment, the feel of it bringing back countless memories. "The Marauder's map you made ended up with the Weasley twins, and it just so happened that they—" Wes launched into the pre-prepared explanation. Crookshanks' intentions were far too obvious, and he paid no attention to the other rats. "That made me suspect he was acting under someone's orders, though I never guessed it would be you." Wes's explanation was actually full of holes, but with Sirius's mind still clouded, he didn't notice. "So that's how it was. Who would have thought the little prank gadget we made back then would come to my rescue now?" Staring at the Marauder's map, Sirius slipped into reminiscence. "What are you planning next?" Wes cut into his thoughts. "Catch that traitor Pettigrew, of course." Sirius's eyes hardened. "I want to make him atone for everything he's done." "How do we catch him?" "Crookshanks almost had him just now. He's been doing a brilliant job," Sirius said, confident and at ease. "Just give him a bit more time, and he'll certainly manage to catch Pettigrew." At Sirius's words of approval, Crookshanks lifted his head with pride. "I said your animagus form is a dog, but that doesn't mean you have a dog's brain," Wes said, looking at Sirius with a resigned expression. "What do you mean?" Wes's remark left Sirius perplexed. He clearly didn't understand Wes's point. "Who are you really? And what is it you actually want?" "My name is Wes. I'm a professor at Hogwarts, and I can help you." After being betrayed by an old friend and enduring the torment of Azkaban, Sirius was not about to trust a stranger so easily, even if that stranger had just provided him with a much-needed meal. He looked at Wes in silence, withholding a reply. Silence, it seemed, was the best response for now. Sirius tried to glean more from Wes's words. At present, he didn't have nearly enough to go on. His eyes grew wary again as he studied Wes. "Oh, take it easy. You've lost everything. What could I possibly want from you?" Seeing Sirius so on guard, Wes tried to ease the tension with a playful, relaxed tone. "But I'm not helping you for no reason. How about we make a deal? What could I possibly have that you want?" Sirius really couldn't imagine what would interest a Hogwarts professor. The Black family's records and documents. Wes was frank with his intentions. He wanted to tap into the centuries of knowledge accumulated by the House of Black. "I've already been cast out from my family," Sirius replied coolly. "You're the only male heir left. Legally, you're the head of the Black family." "Is that so?" Sirius had never cared much for the Blacks, and Wes's words didn't stir any interest in him. "As long as you help me catch Pettigrew, you can have all of it for all I care." "Deal. Then let's put it in writing." Wes withdrew a prepared piece of parchment and a quill from his pocket, handing them to Sirius. "I see you came prepared," Sirius said, accepting the parchment. He read over the contract carefully, found no hidden traps or fine print, and signed his name without hesitation. Once the contract was signed, Wes told him, "Come on, I'll take you to see Dumbledore." "Dumbledore?" Sirius leapt to his feet at the sound of that name. Wes deliberately adopted a skeptical tone. "You don't trust Dumbledore?" Sirius quickly waved his hand, rushing to say, "How could I not believe him? Dumbledore is one of the people I respect most." "Then what are you hesitating for?" Weasley pressed further. Sirius gave a faint, bitter smile. "Look at the state I'm in now. Besides, I'm still a wanted man." His voice trailed off, growing quieter with every word. His shoulders slumped, and for a moment he seemed lost in dejection. I don't think Dumbledore would care about any of that. And anyway, don't you want to see Lupin and Harry as soon as possible? Weasley's words were like a lit fuse, suddenly igniting the longing that had been buried deep in Sirius's heart. Hearing the names of his dearest friend and of Harry, Sirius could no longer contain his excitement. In a loud voice, he declared, "Let's go, we're leaving now." With that, he strode eagerly toward Hogwarts. "Wait," Weasley called after him hastily. "There are Dementors stationed around Hogwarts. You won't be able to get in so easily." Sirius stopped in his tracks at once, frozen as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him. The passion that had just flared in his chest was instantly extinguished. "And you might want to do something about your appearance, too." Sirius glanced down at himself, taking in the tattered clothes, greasy hair, and tangled beard of a vagabond. Suddenly aware of his disheveled state, he lowered his head in embarrassment, fingers unconsciously fiddling with the edge of his sleeve, looking ill at ease. The two continued along a winding path, coming to a crystal-clear stream. Weasley rummaged through his pack and pulled out a set of clean clothes and some toiletries, handing them to Sirius. "I am an adventurer. After all, essentials like these are always with me," Weasley explained. Sirius did not hesitate for a moment. He leaped straight into the river. The cool water instantly revived him. He scrubbed himself energetically, washing away both the grime and the exhaustion of the past days. Once he changed into clean clothes, it was as if his youthful handsomeness had returned. His posture was once more upright, his eyes deep and bright. For a moment, he looked just as he had in his glory days. In that instant, it was as if he had regained a long-lost sense of dignity and confidence. "This is much better. Hold still." Before Sirius could even react, Weasley swiftly cast a transfiguration spell, turning him into a little black cat. The tiny black cat let out a series of plaintive meows, its small body squirming in protest at this sudden transformation. "Hush," Weasley soothed. "Your animagus form is too conspicuous. We need to avoid attracting any unnecessary trouble." Only then did Sirius finally stop struggling. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a tightness at the back of his neck. He looked up and found Crookshank's large face looming over him. To his surprise, he was now dangling from Crookshank's mouth, transformed into a helpless little black kitten. "Cats are much smarter than dogs," Wes declared as he strode forward. Crookshanks trotted behind, carrying the still squirming kitten in his jaws. The little black kitten cried out repeatedly, its voice brimming with protest and discontent, but Wes and Crookshanks paid it no heed. As expected, the Dementors paid no attention to the kitten that Sirius had become, seeming not to notice it at all. Wes, well-practiced in these matters, made his way straight to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was seated at his desk, immersed in paperwork. When he saw Wes enter, he glanced up, his gaze lingering curiously on the black kitten in Crookshank's mouth, wondering when Wes had acquired such a pet. As for Crookshanks, the cat was already something of a celebrity at Hogwarts. Everyone knew he was Hermione's companion. His presence in the halls, therefore, aroused no suspicion or undue interest. Setting aside his work, Dumbledore addressed Wes with warm curiosity. "Wes, what brings you here with the kitten?" he asked, his gaze flicking to Crookshanks. Crookshanks gently set the kitten down, and Sirius, grumbling with discontent, stood obediently, awaiting whatever came next. "Headmaster, would you please summon Professor Lupin? I'll explain everything once he's here," Wes requested. Catching something unusual in the little black cat, Dumbledore gave it a thoughtful look. Before long, Professor Lupin arrived at the office, completely unaware of why he'd been called. Once everyone was assembled, Wes dispelled the transfiguration on Sirius. Sirius regained his human form. Though the years had changed his appearance a little, Lupin recognized his old friend instantly. "Sirius, you traitor!" Usually so gentle, Lupin's eyes turned bloodshot, like a beast driven to frenzy. He drew his wand, ready to unleash an unforgivable curse. Wes reacted swiftly. A well-aimed, disarming charm sent Lupin's wand flying. Lupin, fueled by rage, teetered on the brink of transforming into a werewolf, but Dumbledore's calm voice intervened just in time. "Calm yourself, Lupin. I'm sure Wes will give us a reasonable explanation." Dumbledore's words still carried weight. Lupin gradually regained his composure, though he kept his fierce gaze locked on Sirius, ready to stop him at any moment. Wes recounted the entire story in detail and opened the Marauder's map. On its surface, the name Peter Pettigrew shone unmistakably bright. As one of the map's creators, Lupin instantly understood the gravity of this revelation. Why is Peter Pettigrew still alive? Why would he appear at Hogwarts? Sirius stepped forward. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Lupin and said, "I can explain everything." He proceeded to tell everyone present about their decision, years ago, to make Pettigrew the secret keeper in place of himself. At the time, Sirius had considered it a clever move, never imagining that Pettigrew would betray them and leak their whereabouts to Voldemort. How could this be? Lupin's voice trembled, unable to fathom that a close friend had endured such enormous misunderstanding and anguish. I never lied. You can use Veritaserum or examine my memories. I never betrayed James. I am not the traitor. Sirius's voice was almost pleading, willing to submit to any scrutiny. So desperate was he to regain their trust. Lupin gripped Sirius's shoulder tightly. Why didn't you defend yourself? Why didn't you tell the truth? At the time, James and Lily were dead. Voldemort had disappeared, and Pettigrew was dead too. Only I, self-righteous and alone, remained alive, Sirius said, his head bowed, guilt and remorse etched into his features. He added, I went to Azkaban of my own accord. I was atoning. Sirius's words plunged the room into a heavy silence. Black. Lupin's voice quivered with emotion. He trusted Sirius. All along, a part of him had doubted Sirius's guilt. Lupin pulled Sirius into a firm embrace. Sirius raised his head and asked, Do you believe me? Of course. Just as a relieved smile finally began to bloom across Sirius's face, Lupin's right fist shot out and struck him hard in the cheek, sending Sirius sprawling onto the floor. Struggling to his feet, his face streaming with blood from his nose, Sirius looked at Lupin in pain. You are the most selfish, most foolish person in the world. Tear tracks ran down Lupin's cheeks as he growled at Sirius, his voice full of heartbreak. But Sirius only laughed. His laughter was radiant, almost eerie with his bloodied face, but within it was the joy of release, as if in that moment he was finally freed from his burden. Once the bleeding had stopped, the four of them gathered around the desk. Their four pairs of eyes glinted like sharpened beams, fixed unwaveringly on Peter Pettigrew's name on the Marauder's map. That name had become the center of their attention, for within it rested all the answers they desperately sought. Let's catch this traitor right now and force him to confess what really happened all those years ago. Lupin's eyes blazed with fury. He longed to seize Peter Pettigrew at once and make him pay for his crimes. Sirius clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, holding back the storm of anger inside him. Outwardly calm, he was in truth consumed by the pain and injustice of years past, feelings that had now focused wholly into a pressing hatred of Peter Pettigrew. Weiss agreed wholeheartedly with Lupin's plan. With both himself and Dumbledore present, he was confident there was no chance Pettigrew could slip through their fingers. Wasting no time, Weiss suggested they move at once to avoid any further complications. The proposal was met with unanimous approval. Now, with the Marauder's map in hand, everything would be much simpler. Scabbers, or rather, Peter Pettigrew, had been living on edge lately, trembling at every shadow and jumpy at the slightest noise. The news of Sirius Black's escape had nearly scared him out of his wits. He'd lived under the suffocating weight of fear ever since, convinced deep down that Sirius was coming after him. Damn it, where did I slip up? How did that mutt figure out I'm still alive? A rat crouched in the corner of the school wall, nervously poking its head out, its beady eyes darting constantly as it warily surveyed its surroundings. And that blasted cat. A forlorn meow echoed through the hallway, sudden and explosive, startling Pettigrew so badly that he bolted on instinct. Crookshanks herded Peter deliberately in a certain direction. In his panic, Pettigrew failed to notice that the number of people around him was thinning. Desperate to shake off the persistent cat, he couldn't spare a single thought for anything else. Not until he was cornered in an empty corridor did Pettigrew realize he was in deep trouble. At that moment, a fierce bark rang out, and a large dog appeared right in front of him. Looking up at the canine, Pettigrew screamed in fear, Sirius. The very next instant, his mind went utterly blank, and he collapsed in a heap. Weiss, as it turned out, had struck him with a perfectly timed, stunning spell. Sirius let out a low, guttural growl, poised to leap and tear Pettigrew to pieces, eager to finally vent his years of hatred. But Weiss stepped in just in time. If he dies, you'll never be cleared of your name. Don't you want a chance to live with Harry? Those words struck Sirius like a thunderclap, forcing him to come to his senses on the spot. Weiss wasted no time stuffing Pettigrew into the cage he'd prepared earlier. One man, one cat, and one dog. Together, they made their way back toward the headmaster's office. Lupin, nearly frantic with anxiety, grabbed hold of the cage the moment they arrived. Peering intently at the rat inside, he murmured again and again, It's him. It's really him. The four Marauders were intimately familiar with each other's animagus forms, and the fact that this rat was missing a finger on its right paw only confirmed its identity beyond all doubt. Sirius returned to his human form as well. He reached into the cage and yanked out Peter Pettigrew, tossing him roughly onto the floor. Peter landed with a heavy thud. Still under the effect of Weasley's stunning spell, he did not regain consciousness. Lupin pushed Sirius aside and drew his wand, snarling, "Cruci!" His spell struck the rat squarely. When a normally gentle person is truly angry, the result can be frightening. Dumbledore went about polishing his glasses, as if he had witnessed none of this. Peter began to convulse violently, his body twisting in agony, gripped by unbearable pain. Lupin was clearly not inclined to show mercy. He raised his wand again, determined to unleash another round. "That's enough, Lupin." Dumbledore finally intervened. "We need him conscious if we're to find out the truth." Peter was now squeaking uncontrollably in pain, the power of the Cruciatus curse so intense that he could no longer maintain his animagus transformation. The rat, no bigger than a palm, began to swell, growing rapidly into a short, pudgy-faced, balding, greasy-looking middle-aged man. His squeaks gave way to the pitiful cries of a human. Sirius seized Peter by the collar and hauled him up. "Long time no see, Peter," he spat, every word squeezed out through clenched teeth. His face had grown dark red, veins standing out on his forehead. "Sirius?" Peter looked at him in disbelief at first. Then he frantically scanned the room, desperate to find a way out. "Lupin? Dumbledore? Is this the headmaster's office?" Realizing where he was, Peter actually turned and pleaded with Lupin and Dumbledore. "Help me. Sirius has gone mad." "How dare you?" Sirius never expected Peter to try and shift the blame. "You betrayed James." Sirius roared, spittle flying onto Peter's face. "It was you." The two of them shouted at each other, their voices echoing off the walls of the headmaster's office. Weasley tossed a vial to Lupin. "Veritaserum." Lupin clamped Peter's cheeks, forcing his mouth open, and poured the entire vial of truth serum down his throat. "What did you make me drink?" Peter gagged, scratching desperately at his throat in a futile attempt to retch the potion back up. His eyes began to lose their focus, drifting into a glassy daze as his body slackened and finally collapsed limply onto the floor. Who was James and Lily's secret keeper? Lupin couldn't hold back any longer, blurting out the truth he'd been desperate to uncover. "It was me." Peter Pettigrew's voice was flat and indifferent, as if he were recounting a story that had nothing to do with himself. That arrogant Sirius thought it would make everything foolproof. Guilt was written all over Sirius's face. He fell once again into the depths of self-reproach. At last, Lupin felt the weight in his heart lift. He pressed on. "Why did you betray us?" "Because I was afraid." Voldemort. Even under the influence of Veritaserum, Peter Pettigrew couldn't bring himself to speak the name outright. He was terrifying. Why give such a colossal responsibility to me? I'm nothing. How could I ever stand up to the Dark Lord? No one ever asked you to confront Voldemort. I only asked you to keep our secret. Sirius shook him fiercely, voice tight with grief. The potion made Pettigrew eerily calm. But what if the Death Eaters found me and tortured me? I couldn't bear that. So I told the Dark Lord where James and Lily were hiding. Everything that happened was all Sirius's fault. If he hadn't tried to be so damn clever, none of this would have happened. Sirius and Lupin could hardly believe what they were hearing. The friend they'd trusted for years was, in the end, nothing but a coward. Tears slid down Sirius's face. "It's all my fault. If not for me, James and Lily would still be alive." Lupin's feelings were a tangled knot as he witnessed it all unfold. Disappointed, he turned to Peter Pettigrew. "Coward." Now that the truth stood exposed, Sirius had finally managed to prove his innocence. Yet he found no relief in it. The heavy ache of guilt surged over him in wave after relentless wave, crashing inside his chest. What he had once considered a wise decision had become a wound, a pain that would never fade. His error had cost the lives of his closest friends. The sting of it cut so deep it left him gasping for breath. In the darkest moments, he'd even considered ending his own life, convinced it was the only way to escape the torment within, the only path to peace. Lupin stood quietly nearby, watching Sirius sink into sorrow and regret. He moved his lips, wanted to offer some comfort, but the words caught in his throat, refusing to come out. So he simply stood there, watching and hoping Sirius might someday climb out from this pit of pain himself, when suddenly an idea occurred to him. "Harry," Lupin suddenly spoke, breaking the heavy silence. "Have you ever seen Harry? He looks just like James. They could have come from the same mold. Except for those eyes. Those eyes are exactly like Lily's." Every time Lupin mentioned Harry, he couldn't help but reveal his deep affection for the boy and a profound nostalgia for days long past. Perhaps, too, his words overflowed with the deepest longing for friends who were gone. "Harry, Harry," Sirius whispered the name over and over. To him, it was far more than just a name. It was the only light in a world drowning in darkness. As Lupin finished speaking, something started to change in Sirius's eyes. Where there had been dullness and shadow, a spark of life began to return. The sound of Harry's name to him was like a shaft of sunlight piercing through heavy winter clouds, illuminating long-neglected corners of his heart. "That's right," Lupin said, giving Sirius's shoulder a reassuring pat. "You're Harry's godfather. James may be gone, but that responsibility now rests with you. It's up to you to take on the role of a father." Lupin looked at Sirius's face, worn thin with guilt. He couldn't help feeling a swell of sympathy, not just for Harry, but for the precious friendship they all once shared. He knew, with certainty, that Sirius would find his feet again, for Sirius was a brave and resilient soul. If he chose to, he could walk out of the shadow of pain and step back into the light once more. "I have to go find Harry." Sirius shot up from his seat, so suddenly it was as if a spring had been released. He could hardly wait another moment. Every second felt like torture. He needed to see Harry now. Quickly, Lupin rushed over and grabbed him by the arm. "Your wanted posters are everywhere outside. If you go out now, you'll almost certainly be recognized. Not only would you be putting yourself in danger, but you might drag Harry into trouble as well." Lupin wasn't being alarmist. Sirius's current situation was incredibly precarious. If he was found, the consequences could be dire. "But I can't wait any longer, Lupin," Sirius pleaded, his voice raw with urgency. "I have to see Harry right now. He means too much to me. Don't be hasty, Black. Now that Peter Pettigrew has been caught, your name will be cleared soon." Dumbledore continued. "If you rush out now, you'll only frighten Harry. What we need is patience. Let things unfold in their proper order." Dumbledore's words were steady and unshakable, like an anchor in a storm. He understood Sirius's urgency, but he also knew that acting on impulse would only create more trouble. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he gave his wand a swift wave. A flash of light sliced through the air, and an iron chain appeared out of nowhere, firmly binding Peter Pettigrew. Mysterious runes shimmered along the length of the chain. Without pause, Dumbledore pointed to an old cabinet tucked in the corner of the room. Guided by magic, the cabinet creaked open. The tightly bound Pettigrew was promptly stuffed inside. "This cabinet was left by one of the headmasters from way back," Dumbledore explained. "It was once used to punish particularly unruly students. If someone's locked inside, there's truly no way out." With Dumbledore's assurance, everyone present felt a wave of relief wash over them. Everyone knew that with magic like Dumbledore's, as long as Pettigrew remained shut in that cabinet, escape was simply impossible. "I'll contact Fudge right away to explain the situation, but as you know, the Ministry of Magic isn't exactly known for its efficiency. The bureaucracy and sluggish pace of the ministry were famous, infamous, even, and not even Dumbledore could change that." "So what about Black in the meantime?" Lupin asked with concern. "He can't stay here in your office forever, can he?" Lupin understood all too well that Sirius couldn't remain here without it causing unwanted trouble. He wanted somewhere safer, a place where Sirius could hide until everything had been properly sorted out. Dumbledore's curious gaze drifted among the gathered group before settling on Wes. There was a faintly meaningful glint in his eyes. "I have an idea." Wes's brow furrowed slightly, unease rising within him despite himself. What on earth is this old man thinking now? After that, two people, a cat and a dog, left the headmaster's office together. "What's the meaning of all this? Why not just say you found yourself a new pet?" Wes grumbled, clearly unimpressed by Dumbledore's plan, though as things stood, there wasn't a better option. Lupin replied with a straight face. "Everyone knows I'm practically broke. How could I possibly afford such a big dog?" Though serious, there was an unmistakable hint of good-natured teasing in his tone. He gave Sirius a large black dog now, a gentle pat on the head, and smiled. "Come on, Black Tiger, stay close to your master." Clearly displeased with the name, Sirius shoved Lupin's hand away and gave a loud, disgruntled snort. A wordless but very clear protest against such a tacky nickname. Lupin laughed, waving to Wes and the others as he walked away. "I've got a class to teach, so I'll leave you to it." With that, he turned the corner and disappeared, leaving behind Wes, looking resigned, and Sirius in his canine disguise. A boy and a dog stared at each other, and the atmosphere became awkward. Wes let out a helpless sigh. "Well, that's the price I pay for coveting the knowledge and treasures of the Black family." With that, he led Black Tiger and Crookshanks down the corridors of Hogwarts. This odd trio instantly caught the attention of the students around them. Just then, Hermione came running up, clearly out of breath and looking rather anxious. "Crookshanks," she called, "where have you gone? I've been looking all over for you." At the sound of Hermione's voice, Crookshanks leapt in her arms so suddenly she almost didn't catch him. The plump, ginger cat snuggled against Hermione, meowing softly and plaintively, as though apologizing and begging for her affection at the same time. Hermione burst out laughing, utterly charmed. Suddenly, Ron came charging over, red-faced with anger. "Stupid cat! What did you do to Scabbers?" Crookshanks seemed to understand Ron's accusation. He lifted his head in disdain, as if to say Ron wasn't worth his attention. This only made Ron angrier, his face flushed with frustration. Hermione wanted no part in the argument. Cradling Crookshanks in her arms, she turned to leave. But Ron wouldn't relent, trailing them closely, hurling accusations at Crookshanks and demanding his pet rat, Scabbers, back. The commotion drew laughter and teasing from the surrounding students, leaving Wes and Sirius completely sidelined, reduced to mere background scenery. Wes shrugged. "Your old friend's gone home," he remarked, referring to Crookshanks following Hermione away. Sirius shot him an exaggerated, exasperated glare. Professor Irwin." Harry Potter ran up, breathless. "Have you seen Hermione or Ron?" Before Harry could finish, a huge black dog knocked him to the ground, enthusiastically nuzzling him all over. The moment Harry realized the creature pinning him down was a massive blackhound, fear drove him to scramble backward. Seeing Harry's reaction, Sirius let out a long, mournful whine, his feelings clearly hurt at being misunderstood. Wes hurried forward to help Harry up. "You're afraid of dogs?" Harry shook his head, but kept a cautious distance, unable to approach Sirius. "Professor Trelawney made a prophecy in divination. She says a black dog will bring me bad luck, or even death." At this, Sirius barked twice, making his displeasure toward Professor Trelawney crystal clear, as though he was tempted to bite her out of pure indignation. "Professor Trelawney?" Wes nodded. He knew that Professor Trelawney was a witch with the gift of prophecy in her blood, but most people considered her predictions to be little more than nonsense. "Don't pay her any mind," Wes comforted Harry. "Black Tiger is very well behaved." "Black Tiger? It's just this black dog," Wes said, gently patting Sirius's head. Sirius began to circle around Harry, his tail whirring like a propeller, clearly hoping for Harry's attention. Tentatively, Harry extended a hand and stroked Sirius on the head. Feeling Harry's touch, Sirius broke into a wide, toothy grin, flashing a row of gleaming white teeth. Harry began to relax a little. He even dug into his pocket and pulled out a snack to offer the big dog. "Oh no, I need to find Hermione and Ron. I hope they aren't fighting." Wes pointed Harry in the direction Hermione and Ron had gone. Harry hurriedly thanked him and rushed off, while Sirius sat watching him longingly as he disappeared from view. "Don't worry," Wes said softly. "There's plenty of time ahead, isn't there?" Within just a single day, word of Wes adopting a big black dog had spread through Hogwarts as if it had grown wings. The students talked about it excitedly. After all, in the eyes of most, Professor Irwin didn't seem particularly affectionate. Instead, he was usually remembered for his rigor and dedication to academic research. Still, it was only a dog. In a school brimming with magic and wonders, the appearance of a dog wasn't really the sort of thing to cause a stir, and nobody looked too deeply into it. The students quickly warmed up to their newest companion, though sometimes they did still chatter about where the dog had come from and what exactly its connection was to Professor Wes. Oddly enough, the dog named Black Tiger didn't seem especially attached to Professor Irwin. If anything, he kept a careful distance, never getting too close. On the other hand, he was absolutely devoted to Harry Potter, wagging his tail enthusiastically and sticking close to Harry's side, as if Harry was the center of his entire world. Even when Harry was in class, Black Tiger would quietly wait right outside the classroom, patiently pacing until Harry was finished. At first, Harry found it strange to have this enormous dog trailing him everywhere, its hulking form never far away. It was more than a little unsettling. But it didn't take long for Harry to notice how clever the big dog was. It seemed to understand every word he said. In fact, more than once, Harry narrowly avoided getting caught by Filch, all thanks to the dog's warnings. Whenever Filch's figure appeared at the end of a hallway, Black Tiger would give Harry a heads up, maybe a gentle nudge of the nose on his leg, or a low, rumbling bark to signal that trouble was near. One day, Harry and Hermione sat in a quiet corner of the library, deep in discussion about the origins of the big black dog. Hermione, stroking Crookshanks in her arms thoughtfully, said, "Maybe it, just like Crookshanks, has some magical creature's bloodline. You see, Crookshanks often shows much sharper senses than an ordinary cat." Harry, however, wasn't particularly interested in such theories. To him, what mattered most was the warmth the big black dog brought him, leaving his heart aglow with comfort. Just as they were talking, Ron suddenly stood up from his seat, fuming, and left the library without a word, leaving Harry and Hermione exchanging bewildered looks. "What's gotten into him?" Hermione frowned, clearly displeased. With a sigh, Harry explained. Scabbers hasn't shown up for days. Ron's really worried about him. Maybe it's just that Scabbers is very old already. It's quite rare for a rat to live so long, you know. Crookshanks, you didn't eat Scabbers, did you? Hermione anxiously pried open Crookshanks's mouth for a careful inspection, worried that her cat might have done something unthinkable. You mustn't eat rats. How disgusting would that be? Crookshanks wriggled nimbly out of Hermione's grasp and sprang onto Padfoot's back. Then, with a series of sharp meows, as if protesting its innocence, Crookshanks seemed to say, I would never eat such a revolting mouse. Hermione couldn't help but smile at Crookshanks's performance, almost as if she truly understood. She glanced at the time, stood up, and announced, I've got to run a class, Harry. I'm leaving Crookshanks in your care. With that, she hurried away, leaving Harry with Padfoot and Crookshanks. Hermione had signed up for every possible elective this year, and she rushed about every day like a spinning top. If Professor McGonagall hadn't helped her request a time-turner from the Ministry of Magic, there's no way she could finish all those classes, not even if she worked herself to exhaustion. Harry crouched down, gently running his hand along Padfoot's prominent ribs. With concern, he murmured, You're still far too thin. You really need to eat more. Padfoot's canine face lit up with a joyful grin, and he nudged Harry's hand with his moist nose, wearing an expression so full of contentment. It was as if he possessed the whole world. Crookshanks, on the other hand, turned away with a disdainful flick of his head, refusing to pay any attention to this silly dog. Harry really is too kind-hearted, just like Lily was. In Weasley's office, Padfoot praised Harry endlessly. Weasley's ears were battered with Harry this and Harry that, so much so that it was beginning to drive him mad. Can't even a steak keep you from talking? Sirius shrugged, about to reply, but Wes beat him to it by silencing him with a gesture. At last, Wes could read the book in his hands in peace, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. Time slipped by quickly, and soon, the long-awaited day of the Quidditch match arrived. Yet the weather seemed determined to stir up some mischief for the occasion. A light rain began to fall in the early morning, its patter growing steadily heavier. The rainfall intensified, the sky cast in gloom, and before long, small puddles had gathered all across the ground. But this sudden downpour did little to dampen the burning excitement in the hearts of the students. They prepared themselves early, arriving at the Quidditch pitch with brightly colored umbrellas and all manner of raincoats, their spirits high and eyes alight with anticipation. They found their seats in the stands, buzzing with talk about the match that was about to begin. Today's game was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, a face-off that always drew eager attention from the whole school. Both sides had unfurled enormous banners and mustered every kind of support imaginable. Some even set off fireworks, which burst overhead and painted the sky with the symbols of each house. Even before the match officially started, supporters on both sides were already locked in a contest of cheers and shouts, their voices rolling through the stands in a lively wave. The Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Oliver Wood, loved the game with every fiber of his being. He demanded nothing but perfection from his team. Every move, every strategy had to be flawless, and he held himself to the same relentless standard. We haven't won the cup in 8 years. This is my last chance, Wood said, his face grave and serious, as if he were preparing not for a simple game, but for a battle that would decide his fate. His gaze bore into his players, especially Harry. Harry! Wood's voice rang out. At the sound of his name, Harry stiffened in alarm, a wave of nerves washing over him. Even if it kills you, catch that golden snitch. Wood's intensity was overwhelming. Harry swallowed hard, feeling the pressure mount. Even breathing seemed difficult. That's a bit much, the other teammates grumbled under their breath. In their eyes, Wood's expectations were simply too strict. After all, anything could happen during a match, and it wasn't fair to put all their hopes on one person. Fred and George, the twin brothers, quickly jumped in to reassure Harry. Don't listen to Wood. He's just wound up too tight. Only then did Harry finally breathe easier, his anxiety easing just a little. At the same time, Dumbledore made a rare appearance at the field to watch the match. Turning to Weasley, who sat beside him, he boasted, In my youth, I was quite the player myself. If I hadn't become a teacher, I might very well have gone professional. It turned out that Dumbledore was a devoted fan of Quidditch, his passion for the sport rivaling that of anyone else. However, Weasley felt no interest in Quidditch whatsoever. To him, a rainy day like this was perfect for brewing a steaming cup of tea in the office and savoring it slowly in a comfortable chair. Were it not for Dumbledore's insistent invitation, Weasley would never have set foot here. He looked out at the pitch with resignation, silently wishing for the match to end as soon as possible. As the game kicked off, a deafening cheer erupted from the stands, rolling across the skies of Hogwarts. The match was fiercely contested, both teams displaying remarkable skill as the players streaked through the rain. The Gryffindor team played in flawless harmony. Every pass, every attempted goal, reflected the unity of their group. But the Hufflepuff players were just as undaunted. Their defense was solid and their counterattack swift, putting tremendous pressure on Gryffindor. Rain kept pouring down, but did nothing to dampen the players' fighting spirit. Yet as the downpour intensified, visibility on the pitch suffered. Several times, players collided midair, causing the spectators to hold their breath in anxious worry. Fortunately, no one was hurt. The players pressed on in the rain, and the crowd cheers only grew louder, wave after wave. However, no one noticed that the Dementors stationed around Hogwarts had started to drift, almost imperceptibly, toward the Quidditch pitch. Their black figures flickered in and out of view amidst the rain, gliding like specters. Weasley had seen this scene in the movies, but he never imagined that in reality, the number of Dementors would be far greater than what was shown on screen. At this moment, the Quidditch pitch seemed to the Dementors like a delicious, irresistible treat. Since leaving Azkaban, it had been so long since they'd fed. The Ministry of Magic had strictly forbidden them from harming ordinary people, and standing guard outside Hogwarts every day left them anxious and ill at ease, like cats scratching at a door. Their hunger for positive emotions and energy, a temptation they could no longer resist. At last, their restraint snapped. Down below, Harry's keen eyes were even sharper than Cedric's, and he was the first to spot the golden snitch. That tiny golden speck danced through the rain, glimmering faintly as if beckoning to Harry, then darted upwards to evade his grasp. Harry gave chase without hesitation, his mind focused on a single goal, to win victory for Gryffindor. He soared through the rain on his enchanted broomstick, racing ever farther from the Quidditch pitch. Just as Harry was about to seize the golden snitch, a Dementor suddenly darted into his line of sight. The terrifying figure froze Harry in an instant. The Dementor's face was skull-like, its skin a ghastly pale gray, stretched taut over its bones. Its eyes were nothing but hollow black holes, within which flickered eerie blue lights. Its mouth was a gaping fissure, lipless, exposing jagged black teeth, from which issued a ceaseless, chilling hiss that sent shivers down the spine. Harry's mind went completely blank. He had no idea why a Dementor would appear here. Suddenly, the Dementor's maw stretched open wide, sending forth a blast of icy air that enveloped him, as if he'd been plunged into a deep, frozen cellar. Terrifying visions began to flood his mind. Painful memories and fears surged up with overwhelming force, clouding his awareness, making everything before him blur and fade. At last, Harry's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, falling straight off his broomstick. "Merlin's beard! Harry's fallen!" one eagle-eyed spectator shouted, their voice sharp with terror, sparking a wave of panic through the stands. Some had already noticed the Dementor's looming presence near the field. "It's a Dementor! Dementors are here!" With this shout, the crowd suddenly realized that hundreds of Dementors now hovered around the pitch, their menacing forms swaying in the rain, radiating an aura of fear, cloaking the entire sky in darkness. The stands erupted into chaos. People scattered in disarray and panic, desperately seeking escape. Some students burst into tears, clinging tightly to one another and trembling uncontrollably. For a moment, the entire scene teetered on the brink of losing control. In this turmoil, Dumbledore acted with lightning speed. He raised his wand and, in an instant, cast a charm to slow and cushion Harry's fall. Harry's body drifted gently downward until he landed safely on the ground. The very moment Harry fell, Cedric caught the golden snitch. He clutched the tiny golden ball tightly in his hand, but his face wore a bewildered expression. He had no idea what had just happened. All he knew was that chaos had broken loose around him. When Sirius saw Harry fall, worry nearly forced him back into human form. Lupin quickly calmed him. "Harry will be all right. Dumbledore's already intervened." Sirius just managed to maintain his animagus disguise, but he darted onto the field at once, determined to see for himself that Harry was safe. "Expecto Patronum." Dumbledore's voice thundered across the Quidditch pitch, his beard and hair bristling with the force of his command. Lupin had never seen him so angry before. Not even the news of Voldemort's return had provoked such fury in Dumbledore. Dumbledore unleashed his magical power in full force, not holding anything back. A phoenix-shaped Patronus radiated a brilliant silver light, enveloping the entire pitch with a shield that was utterly unbreakable, guarding everyone present within its embrace. The Dementors shrieked as they fled from the pitch, having felt the overwhelming strength of Dumbledore's Patronus. Still, a few Dementors were struck by the spell, left gravely wounded by its power. In an instant, the Dementors scattered in all directions, vanishing into the rain like a startled flock of birds. Yet, Dumbledore's expression remained severe. They broke the agreement. They crossed the line. Do you need my help? Weasley offered, though in truth he was eager to capture a few Dementors to study. These fiendish things usually stayed locked away in Azkaban, employed by the Ministry of Magic, making them hard to get to. This was a rare opportunity. No need. We can use this incident to pressure the Ministry, force them to clear Sirius Black's name. Dumbledore's designs for dealing with the situation extended far beyond the moment. Weasley could not help but feel disappointed. A promising chance had slipped away. Still, he knew there would be other opportunities in times to come. Harry was taken to the hospital wing, where he lay quietly on his bed, his face pale. Madame Pomfrey was performing a thorough checkup to ensure he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Though Hufflepuff had won the match, their champion, Cedric, felt it was an unfair victory and insisted on a rematch. He believed that winning under such conditions wasn't honorable and wished for another chance to face Gryffindor on equal footing. However, after the Dementors' intrusion, the excitement for the match evaporated. The outcome left everyone with a sense of regret, the shadow of the Dementors dulling their sense of exhilaration and anticipation. The next day, news of the Dementor invasion at Hogwarts made front-page headlines across every major newspaper. The bold headlines and striking photographs sent shockwaves throughout the wizarding world. Under the public uproar, the Ministry of Magic found itself under immense pressure. Complaint letters and howlers flooded the ministry, practically drowning Fudge's office in correspondence. Fudge sat in his chair, glaring at the avalanche of mail, his expression dark enough to match the storm outside. The Dementors' intrusion had not only jeopardized the safety of Hogwarts, but also inflicted severe damage on the ministry's reputation. With the mounting protests and unrelenting public outcry, the ministry had no choice but to order the Dementors' recall. Frustrated, the Dementors retreated. They had come to Hogwarts expecting a feast, only to be driven off by Dumbledore's formidable magic. Wounded and disgruntled, they returned to Azkaban to recover, biding their time until their next opportunity. Fudge sat in his chair, holding a handwritten letter from Dumbledore in his hand, the contents of which gave him quite a headache. Retrial for a case that happened over a decade ago? It can't be that simple. If it turns out Sirius is truly innocent, wouldn't that just prove the Ministry of Magic is incompetent? The more Fudge thought about it, the more restless he became. He never could have imagined that, as the esteemed Minister for Magic of Britain, he would be placed in such a predicament. He neither wanted to admit to the Ministry's mistakes nor risk Dumbledore using the situation to oust him. At least, not at this moment. Now is not the time to fall out with Dumbledore. And so, Fudge began penning his reply to Dumbledore, searching for a middle ground solution. He hoped to address Sirius's wrongful conviction step by step, but without damaging the reputation of the Ministry. Elsewhere was put down his book. After a long period of studious effort, he had finally mastered every book Dumbledore had given him. Preview. A new world is about to unfold. Please look forward to it. As always, your recommendations and monthly votes are sincerely appreciated. He rubbed his throbbing temples. Nearby, Sirius, puzzled, asked, "Why are you working so hard?" Dumbledore said your skills are fast surpassing his. The mysteries of magic aren't something your canine brain can quite grasp, Wes replied with a wry smile. Sirius didn't take Wes's teasing to heart. His mind was entirely preoccupied with the approaching Christmas holiday and what present he should give to Harry. Harry, on the other hand, had only just recovered after being knocked out by a Dementor. Even after leaving the hospital, he had been frightened by a Dementor disguised as Draco. This left Harry determined to learn the spell to repel Dementors. He knew both Dumbledore and Wes had mastered the defense against Dementor's magic, but Dumbledore was far too busy, and Harry just couldn't find the right moment to ask for help. He didn't know Wes very well, but to overcome his inner fear, Harry mustered his courage and made his way to Wes's office. He knocked at the door, his heart pounding. "Professor Irwin, are you there?" Harry called softly from outside, a note of nervousness in his voice. At the sound of Harry's call, Sirius quickly gulped down the rest of his food and immediately transformed into a large, shaggy black dog. "Come in, the door's open," Wes called out. With permission, Harry pushed the office door open. As soon as he did, Sirius bounded toward him in his canine form. "Hey there, Black Tiger," Harry greeted fondly, scratching Sirius behind the ears. "Look what I brought you." He reached into his bag and produced a juicy steak wrapped in wax paper. "Today's lunch was steak. It was amazing. I thought you might like a taste." Sirius caught the scent and wagged his tail with anticipation. Even though he had just eaten a steak, he finished the one Harry brought in just a few eager bites. Harry, gently stroking Sirius's tail, carefully ventured a question to Wise. "Professor Elvin, could you tell me what spell you used to drive away the Dementors?" "You mean the Patronus Charm." "The Patronus Charm?" Harry eagerly repeated the enchanting name, his voice tinged with excitement. Is that the same spell you and the headmaster used? He couldn't help but recall the awe-inspiring sight at the Quidditch pitch, where Headmaster Dumbledore had unleashed the Patronus charm, a display of magical power so radiant and formidable that it made Harry's heart race with longing. But Wise's next words dashed the anticipation that had been brewing in Harry's chest. Learning the Patronus charm is quite difficult. It requires a long time and a great deal of practice. Harry's spirits sank. Hope gave way to disappointment. He had thought he might easily master this formidable spell, but it turned out to be much harder than he'd imagined. Seeing Harry's crestfallen look, Sirius grew anxious, barking out in protest. He circled Harry, agitated and restless, clearly upset on Harry's behalf, and as if urging Wise to find a way to help. Wise gave Sirius a light nudge with his foot, signaling him to settle down. "I really don't have the time," Wise said, gesturing to the mountains of books piled high on his desk. "But you could ask Professor Lupin. As far as I know, he's also quite skilled with the Patronus charm." Those words instantly lifted Harry's gloom, lighting up his face with hope as he looked up at Wise. "Professor Lupin? He really knows how to cast the Patronus charm?" Wise nodded. "Yes, Professor Lupin is very proficient in that spell, and he has plenty of experience. He'll be able to teach you the proper way to use it." But Professor Lupin hasn't seemed very well lately. Lupin was Harry's favorite teacher this term, and he remembered the professor's pale face and frail appearance. "Don't worry. I'm sure he'll be glad to help you." Wise's reassurance eased Harry's anxiety a bit. Though he still felt a flutter of nervousness, he set off cheerfully in search of Lupin. Sirius trotted right at Harry's side. After such a big meal, a bit of exercise was just what he needed. Soon enough, the eagerly anticipated Christmas arrived. Wise had originally planned to spend the holiday in his office, delving into the voodoo magic he had acquired from Blackbeard. To his surprise, Dumbledore swept Wise off to Hogsmeade without entertaining protests. With the Dementors recalled by the Ministry, Hogsmeade had once again regained its vibrant energy. The streets teemed with people, filled with laughter and festive cheer. Joy shone on every face. It was as though the harrowing Dementor invasion had never happened. Storefronts were decked out with fresh decorations, fairy lights twinkled, and Christmas trees sparkled with an array of ornaments, casting a warm, harmonious glow over everything. Dumbledore brought Wes into the Three Broomsticks. The rich, creamy taste and unique aroma of the butterbeer here lingered vividly in Wes's memory. "It's been a long time, Madame Rosmerta." Dumbledore greeted her with a warm smile. Madame Rosmerta returned his greeting with a friendly kiss on the cheek. "Dumbledore, it really has been ages." Her enthusiasm was that of old friends reunited after many years apart. Turning to Wes, she hesitated for a moment. "Are you that clever Ravenclaw student?" She studied Wes intently. The years had changed his demeanor. He was no longer the shy, green student she remembered. "Hello, Madame Rosmerta. Ever since I left school, I've missed your butterbeer," Wes replied. Though it was just polite small talk, it clearly delighted her. Dumbledore led Wes to a private room and gave him a quiet reminder. "The minister will be joining us soon." "My, what an occasion this is!" Madame Rosmerta exclaimed in her lively, theatrical way. "The greatest white wizard and the minister of magic, meeting in my humble little pub. Perhaps we're scheming about how to rule wizarding Britain," Dumbledore quipped, eyes twinkling mischievously. Madame Rosmerta burst out in peals of laughter. She knew he was joking, but the levity lightened the atmosphere all the same. Whatever Dumbledore and Fudge were planning, it was none of her business as a pub owner. Smiling, Madame Rosmerta excused herself, closing the door behind her and leaving Dumbledore and Wes alone to wait. Before long, Fudge arrived with his assistant, Umbridge, in tow. The moment he walked in, Fudge began complaining, "You've caused me a great deal of trouble, you know." "The Dementors brought that on themselves," Dumbledore retorted without pulling any punches. "And Sirius Black's wrongful conviction is a major failing on the Ministry's part." Fudge hadn't expected Dumbledore to be so blunt. His face darkened with embarrassment. The Dementor's intrusion onto the Quidditch pitch had truly angered Dumbledore. He had no patience left for courtesy, leaving Fudge feeling exposed and awkward. It was Umbridge who managed to break the tension, picking up the conversation where Dumbledore left it. A fawning smile flitted across her face as she attempted to steer things back on track. She spoke softly, "Professor Dumbledore, we completely understand your concerns, and Minister Fudge takes this very seriously. We're ready to listen to your advice, and we'll do our best to respond swiftly." Umbridge's words gave Fudge a moment to catch his breath, and Dumbledore, sensing the mood shifting, allowed his own tone to become less severe. Wes remained silent throughout, watching as Dumbledore and Fudge sparred, their words sharp as dueling wands, each bargaining for their cause. He watched like a bystander, calmly observing a brilliant match of chess unfold before his eyes. The debate between Dumbledore and Fudge went on for some time, but eventually the two sides managed to reach a kind of consensus. The Ministry of Magic would drop the search for Sirius Black, but his name could only truly be cleared after a proper trial of Peter Pettigrew. On the surface, at least, everyone seemed satisfied. Wes had absolutely no interest in dealing with the Ministry. It simply bored him to death. When Fudge and Umbridge had finally left, Wes's face was a mask of impatience. "Please don't ever drag me into something like this again," he complained. "What a complete waste of time." Dumbledore didn't answer Wes's grumbling right away. Instead, he slowly placed the Book of the Dead of Egypt on the table. Its appearance immediately riveted Wes's attention. "You handed me Voldemort's Horcrux before, which means we're on the same side. I suppose your ancient Egyptian must be at a beginner's level by now," said Dumbledore, stroking his long beard. "You should be able to read this book's contents." Wes nodded. Though some rare characters still stumped him for a moment, he could generally puzzle out the meanings, if only by a mix of guesswork and deduction. Carefully tucking the Book of the Dead under his arm, Wes bade Dumbledore a hurried farewell. Dumbledore, meanwhile, remained serenely enjoying his fine wine. Watching Wes's departing figure, he seemed already to foresee the scholarly achievements Wes was destined to claim. Wes was a remarkably gifted scholar. Given enough time and resources, he was certain to accomplish something truly remarkable. As for Sirius's name being cleared, most people assumed the Ministry had recaptured him, so no one bothered to look into the matter further. But Sirius could no longer contain himself. He was desperate to reunite with Harry. Harry's first reaction was utter shock and disbelief, but when Dumbledore and Lupin vouched for Sirius, Harry at last rushed into his godfather's arms. They held each other tightly, laughing and crying in turns, a reunion sure to bring tears to anyone's eyes. However, since Sirius's name had not been fully exonerated, he still could not regain custody of Harry, which left both of them deeply disappointed. Still, this year was the happiest Harry had ever known. He'd mastered the advanced magic of the Patronus charm, gained a godfather who truly loved him, and Lupin had become Uncle Lupin. With a firebolt in hand, Harry even led his house to win the Quidditch Cup. For the first time, he felt as if his life was truly complete. After the final exams, Wes had originally planned to return to the old Black family estate with Sirius. However, an unexpected change made him alter his plans. 1926, Cairo, Egypt. Here, numerous mosques with their tall, distinctive minarets punctuate the skyline, earning Cairo the nickname, the City of 1,000 Minarets. The Mosque of Muhammad Ali atop the Citadel of Saladin is particularly grand, an architectural marvel blending ancient tradition and modern elements, imparting the city with a unique charm. Inside the Egyptian National Library, Wes was seeking guidance from a woman whose features bore both British elegance and Arab grace. Her name was Evelyn, and she was an expert in ancient Egyptian, one of the library's senior researchers. "Miss Evelyn, I really can't thank you enough for your guidance. Your mastery of ancient Egyptian is truly remarkable," said Wes, his praise genuine and warm, bringing a bright smile to Evelyn's face. "I never would have thought, Mr. Elwyn, that someone so young would take such an interest in ancient Egyptian," Evelyn replied, her gaze brimming with appreciation. "Aren't you quite young yourself, Miss Evelyn?" Wes returned with a friendly smile. "I suppose I am," she laughed. "But I have my father to thank for that. He's absolutely obsessed with Egyptian history. That's why we came from England to Egypt in the first place." Evelyn's words tumbled out, an eager stream of memories, until she suddenly realized she might be talking too much and quickly apologized to Wes. Wes smiled and shook his head, assuring her it was no trouble. As he noticed the sun sinking low and the day slipping away, he politely took his leave. Watching Wes go without inviting her to dinner, Evelyn couldn't help but feel a little crestfallen. Wes strolled through the streets of early 20th century Cairo, lost in silent calculation. "I can't quite recall the whole plot of the first Mummy film, but as long as I stick with Evelyn, I'm sure to find the Book of the Sun and the Black Book of the Dead." Indeed, Wes had just stepped into a new world, the Mummy. It was an old film, so old that the details of the story had faded from Wes's memory. He only remembered the heroine worked at a library. Fortunately, in early 1900s Cairo, there were only a handful of libraries, and just one with such a charming librarian. At first, Wes simply wanted to keep an eye on Evelyn, but he soon discovered her profound knowledge of ancient Egyptian. When Evelyn had seen Wes poring over books about the language, she'd come over on her own accord, helping him correct numerous mistakes in grammar and pronunciation. And so, Wes hired her as his private tutor. Being a librarian wasn't a lucrative job, and the library didn't see many visitors, so Evelyn was delighted to take on the extra work. If there were a rating system, Evelyn's proficiency in ancient Egyptian would certainly be at the expert level, whereas Wes had only just begun to learn the basics. A few days later, while on his way to the library, Wes encountered Evelyn hurrying along, accompanied by a man with a laid-back, almost roguish air. Something stirred in Wes's heart. The story was finally taking shape. He took the initiative and greeted them, Evelyn. Wes. After several days of interaction, the two had grown familiar with each other. The formality of their early conversations had faded. Seeing them chat so comfortably, Jonathan couldn't help but smile, suspecting that his sister and this young, handsome man might be courting. Evelyn immediately caught her brother's drift the moment she saw his expression. She shot Jonathan a withering look and clarified, "This is Wes, a fellow enthusiast of ancient Egyptian." Then she turned to Wes, introducing, "Wes, this is my brother, Jonathan." The two men shook hands amicably. "You really aren't a couple?" Jonathan sounded a little regretful. "Evelyn's quite a catch, you know." "Jonathan." Evelyn's cheeks flushed scarlet as she hastily cut him off. "Oh well, that's a real pity," Jonathan sighed, scuffing his shoulders in resignation. "So, Evelyn, where are you two headed?" Wes feigned curiosity, adding, "I was hoping to join you at the library today. I have a few questions I'd love your insight on." "We've stumbled upon," Evelyn blurted out, too honest for her own good, and unintentionally spilled the news about the map to Hamunaptra that had been discovered, only for the curator to accidentally destroy it in a fire. Wes's eyes lit up, his interest piqued. "That sounds exciting. Can I tag along?" "No way," Jonathan immediately interjected, pulling Evelyn aside to whisper, "The fewer people involved, the bigger our share of treasure." "I'm not interested in treasure," Wes replied, which left Evelyn a bit embarrassed. Jonathan, however, remained unconvinced. In his world, the lure of gold was irresistible to everyone. Heading to Hamunaptra would require some funding, right? "Have you worked out the budget?" Wes's question brought a look of discomfort to both Evelyn and Jonathan. Evelyn, as a library employee, barely earned enough to cover her own expenses. Jonathan was a freelancer, an accomplished thief, never far from the gray areas of society, and hardly ever had spare cash to his name. Seeing their predicament, Wes offered generously, "I can finance this expedition. My only interest lies in the history and culture of ancient Egypt. I won't interfere in your plans." Evelyn hesitated, glancing toward Jonathan, clearly hoping for his approval. Wes, calm and unhurried, slipped his right hand into his coat and produced a small, exquisitely crafted pouch. Pinching one corner, he gave it a gentle shake. The next moment, a crisp, melodic jingling sounded from within the pouch, so clear and pleasant it echoed in the quiet. Jonathan had always prided himself on his sharp hearing. Almost the instant the sound emerged, his ears perked up alertly. He recognized it right away, the unmistakable clink of gold coins tumbling against each other. At that, his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Wes casually tossed the pouch to Jonathan, who scrambled to catch it with both hands, handling it as if it were something precious and fragile. Unable to contain his eagerness, he untied the pouch, only to be dazzled by the glitter of several dozen gold coins gleaming inside, their brilliance nearly making his head spin. For a moment, he simply stared, dumbfounded, at the handful of gold now in his possession. "My token of good faith," Wes said calmly. "Searching for the legendary Hamunaptra is no easy feat. There's a lot to prepare for. Think of this as my investment." Jonathan held the pouch tightly, still uncertain. His gaze darted between the shimmering gold coins and Wes, mind whirling like a windmill in a storm. There was a small fortune in this pouch. Even after buying necessary equipment, he'd have plenty left, a sum that could sustain his extravagance for quite some time, even if no treasure were found in Hamunaptra. But then again, what if they really found the treasure and Wes decided to claim the lion's share, disregarding their agreement? The loss would be staggering. Jonathan found himself caught in turmoil. On one hand, the gold in front of him was a windfall. On the other, he couldn't bear to let go of the untold riches that possibly lay ahead. A conflicted expression clouded his face, his brows knitting together, a silent inner struggle, as if two little voices were quarreling inside his head. "Jonathan, I think you can see for yourself. I'm not short on money, and I'm not interested in it," Wes remarked coolly. It sounded a bit pretentious, but was nonetheless true. Upon hearing this, both Evelyn and Jonathan clenched their jaws in irritation, shooting Wes a look that suggested they'd really like to punch him. Inwardly, they grumbled, "This guy's so damn annoying, but how enviable. If we make it to Hamunaptra, I'll only take 2 items. The rest of the treasure is all yours," Wes declared again, making his promise clear. "Are you really telling the truth?" Jonathan asked with lingering suspicion. "Every word is true." With that assurance, Jonathan immediately grabbed Wes's hand, as if afraid he'd reconsider or slip away. Evelyn, watching from the side, let out a quiet sigh of relief. She understood Jonathan all too well. When gold or treasure was involved, he grew uncommonly sensitive. Soon after, The three of them set off towards the prison. Along the way, Jonathan couldn't stop talking, eagerly introducing to Wes and Evelyn the person they were about to find. That fellow's a deserter. Once they caught him, they locked him up here. The prison was shrouded in darkness and damp, the air heavy with the smell of mold and rust. Thanks to bribery, Jonathan quickly managed to arrange a meeting with the protagonist, O'Connell. Two guards yanked him out roughly, forcing him to his knees before them. O'Connell looked worn out, his hair disheveled, face smeared with dirt, and fresh wounds still marked his body. O'Connell instantly recognized Jonathan. His glare was fierce, and he shouted angrily, "You thief!" Evelyn hurriedly produced a black box and placed it before O'Connell's eyes. The box looked aged, carrying an unmistakable air of mystery. "Where did you get this?" she demanded. O'Connell recognized it at once. This was the very box he'd brought back from Hamianaptra. "I got that from Hamianaptra," he admitted. Evelyn's eyes lit up with excitement as she crouched down to meet O'Connell at eye level. "You've been to Hamianaptra? Hamianaptra really exists?" she blurted out. "Of course," O'Connell answered. "Tell me how to find Hamianaptra," Evelyn pressed, her voice urgent. "Come a little closer," O'Connell said in a low, mysterious tone. Believing he was about to reveal a great secret, Evelyn leaned in without hesitation to the bars, only for O'Connell to seize the moment and plant a swift kiss on her lips. The guards exploded in fury at the sight, striking O'Connell hard across the back before beating him mercilessly. O'Connell was dragged away like a beaten animal, but he shouted all the while, "If you want to get to Hamianaptra, you'd better get me out of here. I'm about to be executed. Once I'm dead, you'll never find Hamianaptra." Evelyn was frozen in shock by the sudden kiss, standing rooted to the spot, her cheeks flushed bright red, unable to collect herself. Jonathan recovered first, grabbing Evelyn by the hand and hurrying off to find the warden. In the end, they had to pay 10 gold coins to secure O'Connell's release. "You'd better really know where Hamianaptra is, or you'll be sorry," Jonathan grumbled, counting his remaining coins with a pained expression. He hadn't even set out yet, and already 10 gold coins had vanished. His heart ached at the loss. O'Connell breathed in the fresh air, free at last, but he smelled so foul that no one dared come near. "Give me some money," he demanded bluntly from Jonathan. Jonathan clutched his pockets tightly, eyeing O'Connell with suspicion. "What for?" "For weapons and supplies," O'Connell replied, spreading his hands. "You're not planning to storm Hamianaptra barehanded, are you?" Jonathan, still wary, decided to follow O'Connell as he went to purchase equipment. Evelyn trailed behind, her gaze fixed on O'Connell, lost in her own thoughts. Wes escorted her back to the hotel, and several hours later, O'Connell and Jonathan returned, laden with bags and packages. With a heavy thud, O'Connell dropped a large bundle on the table. When they opened it, it was filled with every kind of firearm imaginable. There were long guns and short ones, ammunition of many calibers, and even several bundles of explosives. "Heavens!" Evelyn gasped. "Did you empty out an entire armory?" Jonathan, panting for breath, flopped onto a chair, utterly exhausted by this shopping spree. "Ask him," he managed between gulps of air. Evelyn turned her gaze to O'Connell. By now, O'Connell had cut his long hair and cleaned himself up. He wore a simple pair of overalls and a white shirt, showing off his powerful physique. He looked effortlessly charismatic. O'Connell was loading bullets into the guns. Sensing Evelyn's eyes on him, he glanced up. Hamianaptra isn't exactly a safe place. The Guardians there are not to be trifled with. Caught off guard, Evelyn looked away, but inwardly she felt a new respect for O'Connell's professionalism. Wes, too, was observing O'Connell. He sensed an elusive power within the man. "It's not magic. So what is it?" Wes mused to himself. O'Connell looked over at Wes. "And you are?" "A lover of ancient Egyptian history," Wes replied simply, giving no further explanation. "O'Connell aid visis slender frame. You're too weak. The desert will be the end of you." To O'Connell, Wes looked every bit the pampered, sheltered son of a wealthy family. "I can take care of myself," Wes answered calmly. "Oh, suit yourself," O'Connell replied, letting the matter drop. The following day, each with their own thoughts and expectations, the group boarded a magnificent and imposing steamship. The vessel was not only striking on the outside, but its interior boasted incredible luxury, a testament to its exceptional status. Thanks to their generous budget, Wes and his companions were each able to enjoy a lavish single suite. Every room had a private bath and toilet. The space was spacious and bright, the decor elegant, and the comfort beyond compare. While boarding, O'Connell unexpectedly ran into his old comrade, Benny. It was clear that their relationship was far from friendly. In fact, hostility crackled in the air. The moment they met, old grievances and conflicts flared up again, and they immediately fell into a heated argument. "A group of Americans has hired him," I'll go see what information I can gather, O'Connell announced. Without another word, he turned decisively and strode off toward the deck. Jonathan grumbled. Who knows if he's actually gathering information or just off drinking somewhere. With that, he hurried his pace, quickly following O'Connell up to the deck. Meanwhile, Wes and Evelyn decided to remain in their respective rooms. Each of them sat on their balcony, gazing out at the distant sea view, savoring the refreshing and pleasant feeling as the sea breeze brushed gently across their faces. The cruise ship sped along the cerulean waters, its massive hull like a fortress of steel in motion, slicing through the calm sea and leaving a trail of white foam behind. Gulls wheeled overhead, their cheerful cries infusing the journey with a sense of vitality and life. Night soon descended, a vast curtain of black spreading silently to blanket the sky. The sea at night appeared all the more tranquil, the stillness broken only by the occasional sound of waves. One by one, lights aboard the ship flickered on. Deep into the night, several small boats approached the cruise ship in the darkness, gliding silently like specters. A group of mysterious figures, cloaked in black and thoroughly concealed, quietly scaled the side of the ship. Their movements were utterly soundless, phantoms in the night, so stealthy that no one noticed their arrival. They're here. Wes sensed the presence of strangers boarding the ship. He decided not to make a move just yet. Instead, he wanted to see for himself the secret strength O'Connell possessed. Still, Evelyn's safety had to come first. After casting a protective armor spell on her, Wes cloaked himself with an illusion. This way, should there be a sudden attack, Evelyn would at least have some measure of protection. These mysterious intruders moved with an agility well beyond that of ordinary people. Clearly, they were elite warriors, honed by years of rigorous training, each one displaying remarkable dexterity and quickness. Significantly, Wes sensed the same mysterious power in these attackers as he had in O'Connell, though, in these strangers, it was a shade weaker. These cloaked figures were none other than the guardians of Hamianaptra, the Medjai. For 3,000 years, they had silently watched over Hamianaptra, shielding it from outsiders. Could that power be the blessing of the Egyptian gods? Wes speculated silently. But why does O'Connell possess it as well? Is he a Medjai too? While he pondered this, the invading Medjai were spotted by O'Connell, and in a flash, gunfire erupted between the two sides. With a pistol in each hand, O'Connell transformed into a fearless fighter. Every squeeze of the trigger was precise, taking down one Medjai after another with unwavering resolve. Wes, ever perceptive, realized that as the fight raged, the mysterious power within O'Connell stirred to life, growing even more intense. His movements grew even more agile, as if he and his weapon were one. Each shot seemed precisely calculated, with hardly a bullet wasted. Time and again, just when the bullet of a Magade warrior was about to strike O'Connor, something would always intervene. A vase flying through the air, or an unwitting passerby caught up in the chaos. Wes observed it all. These incidents that looked like sheer chance, in fact, seemed to hint at a mysterious force working behind the scenes. After the Magade warriors fell, that very same strange power seemed to transfer to O'Connor, making him fight with even greater ferocity. Wes noticed that every time a Magade warrior died, the strength around O'Connor seemed to intensify. It was as if he were shielded by an invisible force, one that not only protected him, but heightened his abilities far beyond those of an ordinary man. It dawned on Wes that O'Connor was no ordinary person. Meanwhile, the Magade warriors had begun to set the ship ablaze. The flames spread rapidly, devouring everything in their path with the ferocity of a wild beast. The raging fire lit up the dark night sky, crackling and roaring as it consumed the vessel. Many people were burned alive, their screams of agony echoing through the night, sending chills down the spine. But those quick-witted enough had already abandoned ship. They were close enough to land to make their escape. In the end, the cruise ship was entirely engulfed by the fire, and at last sank beneath the waves. After leading Evelyn and Jonathan to safety, O'Connor scanned the surroundings. Wes? Where's Wes? He called out in alarm, afraid that Wes might not have escaped the burning wreck. I'm right here. Wes stood calmly on the riverbank, untouched and immaculate. Not even his clothing was damp, as though none of the chaos had touched him at all. How did you manage that? Evelyn, innocent as ever, looked at Wes in puzzlement, not thinking much of the matter. O'Connor and Jonathan, however, were both wary. Just who are you? With a hand resting on the revolver at his waist, O'Connor's instincts told him that Wes was far from ordinary. But Wes didn't answer directly. Instead, he shifted the subject. Those Americans have already set off. In the distance, a discordant voice called out, "Eat dirt, O'Connor." Then he shouted mockingly, "I'm always one step ahead of you. Damn it, we have to hurry." O'Connor slung his pack over his shoulder, weighing its contents. We need to buy a few camels. They made their way to the nearby market, where, in one corner, they found a merchant selling camels. After some haggling, they bought 6 camels in one go, 2 specifically for carrying supplies. The camels were tall, sturdy creatures, perfect for the long journey ahead. They quickly caught up with the Americans ahead, who had gathered several dozen people, clearly gearing up for a major expedition at Hamianaptra. Their equipment was complete, a sure sign that they had come fully prepared. After several days crossing the desert, they finally arrived at an open stretch of land in the early morning hours. It was barren except for a scattering of rocks, and all around was silence, broken only by the gentle whisper of the wind. "We're here." O'Connell patted the camel's face, then prepared food and water for a few of the animals. "Eat up. You'll need your strength for what's ahead." Jonathan glanced around, taking in the flatness of the land and little else of note. "Are you sure you've brought us to the right place? There's nothing in this forsaken spot." O'Connell merely smiled, choosing not to answer Jonathan's doubts. "It's not time yet. Just be patient. You'll see soon enough." O'Connell spoke cryptically, the mysterious glint in his eyes making Jonathan even more impatient, but it only fueled Evelyn's curiosity further. As the sky gradually brightened and the first rays of sunlight crested the horizon to light up the desert, a faint, ghostly outline of an ancient city began to appear. The city seemed to rise out of a dream, shimmering in the morning light, as if conjured by a mirage. "What is?" Evelyn clasped her hands over her mouth, staring in disbelief at the ancient city that had materialized before her, as though she'd stumbled into another world. "Enough talk. Let's move." O'Connell swung up onto his camel. "If we miss our chance, we won't get into Hamianaptra." Without another word, he flicked the reins, urging the camel forward at full speed toward Hamianaptra. Weiss and the others mounted up quickly, falling in behind him. Dozens of camels thundered ahead at once, kicking up clouds of dust. Weiss cast a spell to give 6 of them an extra burst of speed, allowing their group to be the first to charge into Hamianaptra. "Benny, you're late," O'Connell called out tauntingly as Benny and his group of Americans finally arrived. Forced to swallow the insult, Benny led the Americans off in search of another place to make camp. They'd come for treasure, not for a fight with Weiss's group. "For a moment there, I thought we might have a showdown," Evelyn remarked quietly as the American strode past them. "There's no need for a brawl before anyone finds the treasure," Jonathan replied with the calm of experience. This was hardly his first time in such a situation. "Until the treasure's in hand, we have no reason to turn on each other. But once it's found, that's when we'll need to be careful. The Americans won't hesitate to play the thief if it suits them. There are more of them, so we must stay vigilant and make sure they don't succeed." Jonathan knew all too well how greed could drive people to the edge of madness when riches were involved. O'Connell was practically bristling with weapons. He expertly checked each one before handing a pistol to Wes, Evelyn, and Jonathan. Evelyn hesitated, wanting to refuse, but O'Connell pressed the pistol into her hand. "Trust me, you're going to need this. In a place like this, being armed is essential for staying alive." Only then did Evelyn accept the pistol, though she wasn't exactly comfortable with weapons. Still, she knew that in a pinch, it might just save her life. Wes, however, didn't reach for the pistol. He simply shook his head, signaling he didn't need it. The moment he set foot in Hamianaptra, Wes had sensed the place was shrouded in a mysterious power, one strikingly similar to the force he'd felt around the Magi warriors. That power seemed to be fused with the very land itself, saturating the ancient city in an aura that inspired awe and reverence. Is this place truly under the protection of the Egyptian gods? Then why would they allow tomb robbers to enter so easily? Are the eyes of the gods still watching over this land? Or perhaps, to Wes, everything here was wrapped in enigma. A presence beyond the mortal realm was watching over this lost city. Meanwhile, O'Connell led the group to the spot where he'd encountered the sand-faced creature. The place had collapsed into a crater, with broken stones scattered along the edge. "You really saw that sand-faced creature?" Jonathan was still skeptical, convinced O'Connell's eyes had played tricks on him. He poked at the stones lining the crater's edge, peering at O'Connell doubtfully. O'Connell, too, seemed unsure as he tried to recall what he'd seen. "I can't say for sure. Maybe my eyes deceived me." "That's a statue of Anubis, god of the dead," Evelyn exclaimed, exhilarated as though she had stumbled onto a lost world. She reached out, tracing the surface of the statue with careful fingers. "Legend has it the golden book of the sun is buried right here. How much do you reckon it's worth?" Jonathan's eyes glittered. To him, every artifact's value boiled down to the fortune he could pocket from it. He eyed the fragment of statue in Evelyn's hand, calculating how he might turn it into cash. "If we find it, we're rich beyond imagine." Jonathan was nearly giddy, eyes alight as if he already saw mountains of gold and jewels piled before him. "It's priceless." Evelyn's voice took on the reverent tone unique to scholars. It's not just an artifact. It's a testament to the whole of human history. So what are we waiting for? I can't stand sitting around any longer. Jonathan impatiently knotted a rope to the rocks, eager to be the first one down. He was too excited to waste a single moment. The Golden Book of the Sun was exactly what Wes had come for, and he wasn't about to let this chance slip away. They quickly made their way deep into the underground tomb. It was here that they encountered the group of Americans, and a violent clash nearly broke out between the two parties. Fortunately, Evelyn, ever sharp-eyed, realized in time that this was not the chamber they were searching for. Under her guidance, they steered clear of the Americans and reached the chamber beneath the feet of the god of death. Evelyn pointed without hesitation to a spot above the chamber and declared with certainty, "This is where the Golden Book of the Sun is buried." Seeing they had arrived at their destination, Wes dropped his pretense and at once cast a powerful spell. With a thunderous boom, the layer of earth overhead burst open and a coffin thudded down before them. Brushing the dust from the coffin, Wes's display stunned Evelyn, O'Connell, and Jonathan alike. They stared at him in disbelief. "This isn't the Golden Book of the Sun," Wes announced solemnly. "It's the High Priest coffin. The Golden Book of the Sun isn't buried inside the statue of the god of death. It's hidden within the statue of the sun god." The moment Wes set foot in the chamber, this scene from the story sprang to mind. Without waiting for the others to react, he dashed out of the passageway. "Did you see that?" He just pointed at the dirt, and the whole thing exploded. Jonathan was so flustered that even his words came out in jumbled bursts, his expression contorted by disbelief. How is that possible? Who exactly is he? Maybe the soil's too loose after all these years. Evelyn tried to reason it out, though she clearly didn't believe her own explanation. After all, what were the odds of such a coincidence? There's more to him than meets the eye. I'm sure he knows something. O'Connell gazed at the spot where Wes had disappeared, now convinced, beyond all doubt, that something was seriously amiss about the man. Wes wasted no time and soon found the statue of the sun god. The surrounding piles of treasure failed to draw even a glance from him. He searched carefully, and sure enough, he unearthed the Golden Book of the Sun. True to its name, the Golden Book gleamed with a dazzling brilliance. Wes ran his hand reverently over the precious tome. It was not crafted from ordinary paper, but rather from rare and wondrous materials. Within its pages were inscribed invaluable secrets and ancient spells. Suddenly, Wes felt uneasy, a vague sensation that someone, somewhere was watching him. He instinctively stepped back, wand at the ready. Scanning the chamber, he saw no one but the silent statue of the sun god, R.A., standing sentinel. "Is it you, sun god?" Wes murmured, studying the statue closely. Though he found nothing out of the ordinary, he trusted his own intuition. He suspected that the gods of Egypt were still watching over these lands, though for reasons unknown, they were forbidden to meddle directly in mortal affairs. Otherwise, how could Egypt have become a British colony in the first place? Having come to this realization, Wise carefully put away the Solar Sutra and bowed toward the statue of the sun god. "Thank you for your gift." With that, he turned and left the underground chamber. By the time Weiss resurfaced, night had already fallen. Several campfires blazed on the ground, pushing back the darkness. "Weiss, you're finally back." Even before Weiss could respond, Jonathan, crouched near the fire, immediately began voicing his grievances in a loud, exasperated tone, sighing with frustration. "All we dug up was a coffin, and not a thing more. This has been a complete disaster." He bemoaned his bad luck, then continued, "We went through all this trouble, and in the end, got nothing for it." Meanwhile, Evelyn was explaining the process of mummification to O'Connell. She gestured animatedly as she spoke, trying to help O'Connell visualize the intricacies of this ancient craft. Seeing Weiss approach, O'Connell quickly moved to shield Evelyn behind him. "Just who are you, really?" Jonathan halted his complaints as well, stepping up alongside O'Connell with his pistol gripped tightly in his hand. "How deeply disappointing. It was my own gold that ransomed you. After all," Weiss said, feeling his efforts had been in vain and at the same time reminding O'Connell that he was not an enemy. "You have your own clear objectives. You knew Hemianaptra existed, and you knew you'd find what you were looking for here." O'Connell confronted him directly. "If you don't tell us who you really are and what your true aims are, I think it's time we part ways. We can't afford such an unstable element in the group." His tone left no room for negotiation. Weiss was about to answer when the rapid thunder of approaching hooves cut through the night. A column of black-clad riders surged toward them, poised to strike. These were the Medjai warriors, mounted on powerful horses, advancing like a raging, inky tide, determined to wipe out the intruders entirely. Clad in dark robes and brandishing curved blades that glinted cold and sharp beneath the moonlight, the warriors looked ready to take lives at a moment's notice. Some bore muskets, their fingers tense on the triggers, awaiting the command to unleash furious flames and tear the outsiders to shreds. In an instant, the thunder of galloping hooves mingled with clouds of swirling sand, casting everything into chaos as if a wild storm had descended, punctuated by the Medjai's furious war cries echoing across Hamunaptra. But O'Connell and his companions were no ordinary foes, and the Americans among them were just as well armed. In the heart of the Hamunaptra desert, a fierce battle erupted. Bullets tore through the air like meteors, shrieking as they flew. The glint of blades and the clash of steel filled the fray. With years of battle-hardened experience, Jonathan, O'Connell, and the others swiftly sought cover and launched a fierce counterattack. Bullets and curved swords wove a web of death beneath the moonlight, as both sides fought with all their might, determined to defeat the other. Wes stood quietly to the side, arms folded, watching in silence. He had no wish to lift a hand against these Magid warriors blessed by the Egyptian gods, for he understood well the burden of their mission and faith. Despite their fierce resistance, the Americans and O'Connell managed to inflict heavy losses upon the Magid warriors. War horses reared and screamed, while the warriors' bodies were covered in wounds, blood soaking the sands of the desert in broad swaths of red. As the stalemate dragged on, the leader of the Magid, Amir, stepped forward and shouted, "Invaders, you have trespassed into forbidden ground and disturbed the spirits of the dead. You have one day to leave Hamunaptra, or you will suffer the curse of evil spirits." Amir's voice echoed across the night sky. Having delivered his warning, Amir led the surviving warriors away, their figures slowly fading into the desert's endless horizon, leaving behind only a heavy, oppressive silence. Do you think he was telling the truth? Is there really a curse? A few Americans asked, their voices tinged with worry. But most people dismissed Amir's threat. Who cares what he says? They've been after us from the start. Probably just some local bandits trying to muscle in on our find. With the battle over, everyone began to clear the field, burying their dead beneath the dunes. The desert's daytime heat was merciless, like a great furnace. Soon, these bodies would be baked into mummies, leaving no risk that the stench of death would spread. Once the battlefield was cleared, they regrouped around the campfire. Somehow, Jonathan produced a bottle of liquor as if by magic. He took a long, eager swig, his cheeks quickly turning as red as a ripe apple. Now, that was one hell of a thrill. Evelyn, meanwhile, sat worried, still troubled by Amir's talk of a curse. What if the curse is real? What if it truly exists? O'Connell, however, dismissed it as another scare tactic. A curse? There's no such. He didn't even get to finish as Wes suddenly appeared, cutting him off. It's real. There truly are dreadful curses upon Hamunaptra, Wes said. The three of them stared in shock at Wes's sudden, silent approach. How do you do that? Jonathan complained, a note of irritation in his voice. You made me spill my drink. O'Connell, in contrast, grew serious. What are you getting at? Wes took a seat and began to share with them the story of the high priest Imhotep and Anxunamen. A queen having an affair with the high priest? This is sensational. Jonathan was utterly absorbed, lost in the tale as though it were the plot of a gripping novel, completely missing the underlying gravity in Wes's words. Evelyn, however, was moved by the star-crossed lovers' tragic romance, as if she herself had been swept into their story. How do you know so much? O'Connell cut straight to the point, uninterested in the story itself, and focusing instead on Wes' mysterious background. So who are you, really? Confronted by O'Connell's pressing gaze, Wes decided there was no point in hiding any longer. He opened his palm, and suddenly, a blazing flame ignited out of thin air, burning bright against the blackness of the night, radiating with an unmistakable, otherworldly energy. My God! All three of them stared wide-eyed, astonished. With a gentle gesture, Wes let the fire hover above his palm, untouched by any natural law. Jonathan, ever curious, reached out and gave a tentative poke. A sharp yelp escaped him as he snatched back his hand, clutching his fingers in disbelief. Ow! He glanced in wonder at the mystical fire, rubbing his scorched fingers. As you can see, I am a wizard, Wes said calmly. There must be some trick to it. Jonathan, unwilling to believe in magic, began searching nervously around them, inspecting the area for hidden mechanisms. Try as he might, he found nothing. No trapdoors, no concealed gadgets. So you're saying you're actually a wizard? O'Connell was still reluctant to accept the truth. He'd far rather believe Wes was some foreign spy or a schemer after the treasure than accept he was looking at a real sorcerer. Wes brought the flame closer to his lips and blew gently. Instantly, the fire froze before their eyes, transforming into a block of shimmering ice. The icy fireball fell from the air, shattering on the ground with a crystalline crack. The three of them picked up the frozen shards, exchanging glances, each recognizing the awe in the other's eyes. "Are you really a wizard?" they asked again, incredulous but forced to confront the evidence before them. "That's right," Wes replied. "Then how did you learn about Hamianaptra?" O'Connell pressed further. "An ancient book," Wes answered briefly. The group peppered him with more questions, and at last had no choice but to believe that he truly was a wizard. "So does that mean the curse they warned us about is real?" Evelyn asked, worry in her voice. Wes nodded gravely. "Yes, the curse of Hamianaptra is very real. Thank you, brothers, for your support. It's advanced to the third round of recommendations. We need to pack up and get the hell out of this place now." Jonathan, now completely sober, was pacing in agitation. Fear was etched onto his face as the threat of the curse closed in around him. O'Connell tried to steady him. "It's too late. Traveling through the desert by night is a death sentence." Evelyn, meanwhile, was the most resolved to stay. "This is the greatest archaeological discovery of the century. As long as we don't trigger the curse, we'll be fine." She looked to Wes, hope flickering in her eyes, seeking his reassurance. "I can't say for sure if the curse has been triggered or not," Wes admitted, shaking his head. In the original story, it was Evelyn who awakened Imhotep by reading an incantation from the Book of the Dead, setting all the events in motion. But now, everything felt far too coincidental, as if someone, somewhere, was quietly orchestrating it all from behind the scenes. Wes wondered if his interference could truly change anything. "Now really isn't the time to leave Hamianaptra," he said. "Whatever it is, let's talk about it in the morning." The next morning, Evelyn and Jonathan erupted into a fierce quarrel. Evelyn wanted to stay and continue her archaeological work, but Jonathan, terrified of the curse, insisted on leaving no matter what. In the end, Evelyn persuaded him, though more accurately, it was the treasure hidden in the tomb that won him over. "We must get out before dark today," Jonathan declared with righteous certainty in the tomb. "No matter how much treasure is down here, it's no use if we don't live to spend it. And let's be clear, whatever treasure we find, it's all mine, right?" That was Jonathan's true reason for staying. Once more, the group returned to the chamber, where Imhotep's sarcophagus still rested in silence. "No wonder his coffin was buried at the feet of the statue of Anubis," Evelyn remarked. Noticing the puzzled expressions on O'Connell and Jonathan's faces, she continued, "Only those guilty of the gravest, unforgivable sins are buried beneath the feet of the god of death. He was guilty of adultery with the queen, conspiring in the pharaoh's murder, and even attempting to breach the divide between the underworld and the land of the living to resurrect the dead. Each of these is a capital crime. This high priest brought his fate upon himself." With a sigh, Evelyn began to examine the sarcophagus. Her careful scrutiny revealed a mechanism engraved with the image of a scarab, fitting perfectly with the mysterious box she'd found. Excited, she took out the enigmatic box and fixed it into the mechanism. Exactly as she hoped, the box was the key to the scarab lock. Holding her breath, she gave it a gentle twist. A grinding sound echoed through the chamber, dry and grating as ancient stone rubbed against stone, and the old sarcophagus began to open with an eerie creak. What puzzled Wes was that, even though they now knew about the curse, neither the cautious O'Connell nor the timid Jonathan tried to stop Evelyn. When the lid was completely lifted, what met their eyes was a second, inner coffin carved in the image of a man. Evelyn explained to O'Connell that the sacred spells on the inner coffin had been deliberately chiseled away, meaning that the person within would be cursed in every lifetime to come. Impatient, Jonathan paid no heed to any of this. He grabbed the key from Evelyn's hand, thrust it into the lock of the inner coffin, and hurriedly turned it, flinging it open. Inside lay a desiccated mummy, the remains, unmistakably, of Imhotep. His mouth was twisted wide in a grotesque grimace, evidence of the excruciating pain he must have endured in his final moments. Fascinated, Evelyn leaned in for a meticulous examination, determined not to miss a single detail. On the underside of the coffin lid, she discovered clear scratch marks, revealing that this man had been mummified alive. Further still, the scarab remains inside told her that Imhotep had suffered death by the brutal punishment of being devoured by sacred beetles. The curse of the devouring insects is the cruelest malediction of ancient Egypt. It was typically reserved for those whose crimes were beyond forgiveness. In all the records I've studied, not a single mention exists of someone actually suffering this punishment. It is said to bring forth disasters beyond imagination. Evelyn explained her findings to everyone, her words vivid and rich with imagery. Her thoughts were entirely ensnared by this astonishing revelation. Her mind raced with speculations about the origins and deeper significance of this brutal penalty. Off to the side, however, Jonathan showed not the slightest interest in history. To him, only those gleaming treasures were worthy of attention. His gaze darted with anticipation around the coffin, driven solely by the hope of finding something valuable among the grave goods. There's got to be something worth taking here, right? Jonathan muttered to himself, rifling through the coffin in the hope of discovering some precious relics. Yet, for a notorious criminal like Imhotep, who would expect any wealth entombed with him? Frustrated by his fruitless search, he decided to leave this spot and try his luck elsewhere, having all but forgotten about any curse, his heart intent only on the pursuit of treasure. Night in Hamunaptra had an unusual stillness, the silence broken only now and then by the sigh of the wind. Jonathan grew ever more disgruntled, repeatedly complaining about his lack of luck. Meanwhile, the Americans seemed to be having far better fortune. One of them strode over, a sacred urn cradled in his arms, and took the opportunity to gloat. "Doesn't look like luck's on your side tonight. Seems we've turned up quite a haul," he jeered, his tone dripping with smug satisfaction. This only deepened the sting of Jonathan's disappointment. At that moment, Weiss moved into a shadowy corner and began to chant a spell. He called for the Black Book of the Dead. But, strangely, nothing happened, not even a flicker. It dawned on him then. The Book of the Dead itself is an ancient grimoire, likely warded with magical protections. His spell could not summon it so easily. Left with no other choice, Weiss began searching for the American who had taken the Black Book of the Dead. Having not met the Americans face-to-face before, he didn't know which one had it. So he simply picked a spot close by and decided to watch and wait. By sheer coincidence, Evelyn happened to pass by and catch sight of the American professor feverishly trying to open a heavy tome. Its cover was a slab of smooth, jet-black stone etched with strange symbols and patterns. And notably, it featured a mechanism identical to that of the mysterious box. In an instant, she realized what the American was holding, the Black Book of the Dead. A daring idea took shape in her mind. Evelyn resolved to wait until the American fell asleep. Then, under cover of darkness, she would approach silently and claim the Black Book of the Dead for herself. Under the cover of night, Evelyn crept cautiously to the side of the American. Her heart was pounding furiously, and the tension made her breath quicken. With trembling hands, she gently slipped the Book of the Dead from the American's embrace. In that moment, she nearly held her breath, terrified of waking anyone. "You know what you're doing is called stealing, right?" Just as Evelyn prepared to slip away, O'Connell, who had seemed sound asleep, suddenly spoke. The unexpected sound startled Evelyn. She turned and saw O'Connell, his eyes open, staring right at her. "Taking what's at hand isn't really stealing," Evelyn tried to argue. "According to my brother, what I do could simply be called borrowing." With that, she swiftly used the mysterious box to open the Book of the Dead. A strange gust of wind whooshed out, swirling with otherworldly power. O'Connell crouched by her side, his curiosity piqued by this enigmatic tome. Driven by a force beyond her control, Evelyn began reciting a passage of incantations written in the ancient book. Suddenly, an eerie wind swept through the camp, carrying with it a bone-chilling sense of dread, as though it hailed from another realm. "No, you mustn't read from it," the American professor, startled awake, shouted in alarm. But it was already too late. Wes knew that the Book of the Dead had been opened by Evelyn. He tried to alter the course of events, but much to his dismay, everything seemed to unfold exactly as before. A low, persistent drone, like the fluttering of countless tiny wings, began to fill the air, growing steadily louder and nearer. Countless locusts darkened the horizon, sweeping over Hamunaptra in a writhing black cloud, so dense it blotted out the sky. Their numbers defied belief. How can there be so many locusts in the desert? The group watched in shock as the swarms filled the air, their arrival signaling some ominous calamity. The locusts flooded the camp like a living tide, clinging to tents, camels, even people. The swarm was so thick it seemed to swallow the world whole. The fabric of the tents sagged dangerously beneath their weight. The camels, covered in these crawling horrors, shifted uneasily and bleated in distress. And these locusts did not just swarm, they bit. Though small, their jaws were powerful. Once they latched onto skin, it was nearly impossible to shake them free. Stings and bites broke out on faces, arms, necks, sharp jolts of pain everywhere. Desperate hands tried to brush them off, but there were simply too many to drive away. It was as if the world itself had been given over to the black tide, and the camp was submerged in the nightmare. "What are you standing around for? Run now," shouted an American man from the crowd. "There are far too many locusts. Guns won't do any good against them. Get into the underground chamber. It's safe in there," O'Connell called, shielding Evelyn as they rushed for shelter. The others quickly followed, dashing toward the ancient tomb, their last place of refuge. Only the American professor didn't run. He understood that the curse from hell had come true, and he stood there quietly, accepting his fate. In an instant, the locusts engulfed him, and he vanished beneath their ravenous tide. At that moment, Wes began to chant an incantation. Flames erupted around him, swirling outward in a fiery cyclone, drawing all the locusts into its searing embrace. The intense heat made it impossible for anyone to draw near. The air filled with the acrid scent of burning, making everyone's stomachs churn with nausea. Countless locusts were incinerated, their bodies reduced to ashes in the blaze. All eyes turned to Wes, stunned by his display of power. "I never knew he was so powerful," Evelyn whispered in awe. But even after he eradicated this wave, the threat wasn't gone. Another swarm followed on its heels, endless, inexhaustible. "A plague of locusts," Wes murmured, his brow furrowing. He knew this couldn't go on. The 10 plagues of Egypt, as told in the Bible, were not calamities that mortals could withstand, and the locusts were but one of many. As long as Imhotep lived, these locusts would not stop. "These creatures are summoned by Imhotep. We must return to the underground chamber," Wes declared. Without hesitation, the group rushed inside. Wes was the last to enter, sealing the stone doors behind him. Everyone parted before him without thinking, their eyes following him with a mix of fear and awe. He walked straight to Evelyn and reached out for the Book of the Dead. Evelyn clung to it, reluctant to let go. "As agreed, I believe I'm entitled to take 2 items," Wes said calmly. "Give it to him," Jonathan whispered in Evelyn's ear. "Let go. This book was never really ours." Evelyn hesitated, torn, but finally released her grip, eyes lingering on the ancient tome. Wes stowed the Book of the Dead and left them with a warning. "You'd best leave Egypt as soon as possible. This place is about to change dramatically." Without another word, he strode deeper into the underground chamber. He was eager to pit himself against the power of Egypt's high priest from 3 millennia past, and to see just how much the gods of Egypt could shake the world. Wes's figure faded into the shadows, leaving the group in stunned silence, exchanging uncertain glances. "What do we do now?" someone asked helplessly. "Do you think he was telling the truth? Is Egypt really facing some great upheaval?" "Nonsense. He was bluffing. We're already in. Might as well grab a few more treasures before we leave." The Americans paid no heed to Wes's warning. Even after witnessing the terrifying locust plague and the full display of Wes's formidable powers, they still coveted the treasures within the underground tomb, showing not a hint of fear. "We need to leave here as soon as possible." Only O'Connell and his 2 companions intended to follow that advice. Deep in the labyrinth, the sound of bones scraping against stone echoed steadily. A black skeletal figure moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, each movement accompanied by the harsh grinding of bone against the floor. This skeleton was none other than the high priest Imhotep, who had just been unintentionally resurrected by the spell Evelyn had spoken. As for his beloved, Anck-su-namun, her internal organs had been sealed away in 5 sacred canopic jars. Now, those very jars had been brashly taken by 5 Americans, their judgment clouded by greed and ignorance. To bring Anck-su-namun back to life, Imhotep's first task was to recover these 5 jars. At this moment, he had yet to fully return to his former strength. So, these Americans would become the perfect sacrificial offerings. Within the tomb, Imhotep possessed a supernatural sense that allowed him to precisely track the position of the Americans. Just as he was about to reach them, a figure appeared ahead, blocking his path. Wes stood before Imhotep and greeted him in the ancient tongue of Egypt. "Greetings, High Priest." "Who are you?" Imhotep stammered, his speech halting, as though learning to be alive again. "A wizard," Wes replied calmly, drawing his wand and making the first move. "Avada Kedavra!" A flash of sickly green light shot from the tip of his wand, like a bolt of lightning intent on reaping a soul, straight toward Imhotep. Although Imhotep was now a fragile skeleton, his reflexes were uncanny. In a blink, he dissolved into a whirlwind of yellow sand, scattering and vanishing completely as if he'd never been there. "Wizard, I won't forget you. But now is hardly the time for games." Imhotep's voice echoed from all directions. His body had broken down into grains of sand, carried away by drafts that swept through the tomb, leaving not a single trace behind. Wes hadn't expected Imhotep to flee so quickly. Truly, this was a high priest from 3,000 years ago, a master of survival and combat. Still, Wes didn't care. Armed with his knowledge of the unfolding story, he could anticipate Imhotep's next move with ease. As long as he found the Americans, he would find Imhotep. Just then, a sharp, desperate scream cut through the silence, guiding Wes toward his destination. The anguished cries, rising from somewhere deep within the labyrinth, were filled with torment and despair, as though they told of suffering beyond all endurance. The sound rebounded off the tomb's stone walls, echoing through the winding corridors. Wes wasted no time and sped in the direction from which the cries had come. When Wes followed the sound and found Imhotep, he saw several shriveled corpses lying around him. These corpses had been drained of every drop of life, leaving nothing but withered husks behind. Meanwhile, flesh had begun to grow over Imhotep's skeletal frame. His body was filling out. A faint bluish tint suffused his skin, and the new flesh was slowly healing itself. The moment Imhotep caught sight of Wes, he chanted an incantation. In an instant, a frenzy of scarabs surged from every corner of the tomb, rolling forward like an unstoppable tidal wave toward Wes. The dense mass of scarabs made one's skin crawl, but just as they came within a meter of Wes, they suddenly halted. As if commanded by some unseen will, the entire swarm whirled around and turned on Imhotep instead. Watching the swarm charge toward him, Imhotep stared at Wes with hollow eyes, stricken with disbelief. He had always expected these sacred beetles to be his loyal minions. He could not comprehend why they had betrayed him in an instant. The incantation from the Golden Sun book really does work. Taking control of the scarabs was almost effortless. Wes spoke with a tone both light-hearted and triumphant, making it clear to Imhotep that his grasp of Egypt's ancient mysteries fell far short. Imhotep opened his mouth, his jaw stretched grotesquely wide, as if it might snap loose and hang to his chest. The sight was spine-chilling. From that gaping maw poured forth a torrent of locusts, a black, seething flood that burst from his mouth and rapidly filled every corner of the chamber. The two swarms collided in an instant, erupting into brutal combat. The scarabs tore at the locusts with their powerful jaws, while the locusts retaliated with razor-sharp claws and teeth. Insects rained down the tomb's walls, piling into thick layers beneath, and the air filled with a nauseating stench, a foul mix of insect fluids and the reek of death. Wes raised his wand and chanted, "Engorgo!" With a flash, the leading dozens of scarabs swelled in size, ballooning to the bulk of automobiles. Their colossal shells glimmered coldly in the dim light, polished to a hard metallic luster. With these titanic scarabs at the fore, the battle's balance shifted in an instant. The giant beetles barreled ahead like armored tanks, chomping down on the locusts and swallowing them whole. The other scarabs followed, swiftly enclosing the locust swarm in an inescapable ring. Led by these behemoths, the scarabs soon devoured every last locust, leaving not a single one behind. Scarab beetles swarmed over Imhotep's entire body, yet he showed no sign of panic. Instead, he regarded Wes with a playful, almost taunting gaze, as though daring this formidable opponent to try and stop him. The scarabs abruptly dissolved into wisps of smoky black mist, which streamed rapidly into Imhotep's nostrils. As if drawn by some unseen force, the creatures rushed and tumbled over one another in their haste to enter his body. A look of deep satisfaction appeared on Imhotep's face, as if he had just consumed some potent elixir. In that instant, his form seemed to grow fuller, his strength quietly swelling within him. Wes watched this spectacle unfold, and realization dawned on him. Imhotep was siphoning energy from these very scarabs. Without hesitation, Wes commanded the remaining scarabs to stop. "Inferno curse!" Wes cried aloud, his voice ringing with power. A torrent of wild, black flames erupted from the tip of his wand, blazing with the fury of hell itself, promising utter destruction to all in their path. The fire surged forward like a raging black dragon, twisting and turning as it struck toward Imhotep. The air shimmered with blistering heat. Nearby rocks caught in the blast melted instantly, pooling into searing rivers of molten stone. Wherever the fire swept, everything was reduced to ashes, leaving behind nothing but charred earth. Imhotep was visibly startled by this sudden barrage of flames. He dodged swiftly, but even so, the searing heat stung him. The inferno raged all around, transforming a section of the tomb into a hellish sea of fire. Imhotep's expression grew grim. He could now sense the true threat posed by this overwhelming force. Sweeping up a wave of golden sand, he tried to shield himself from the black flames, but the sand proved hopelessly fragile, withering away in less than 3 seconds, lost to the wind as drifting cinders. Under Wes's control, the infernal fire broke apart, its droplets falling like a torrential rain, engulfing Imhotep in a relentless downpour. Imhotep spat out a dense black mist, which quickly grew and widened, forming a giant umbrella, a desperate shield against the deadly firestorm. But the flames were too fierce. Under their onslaught, the shield of darkness thinned and scattered, unable to withstand the devastating power for long. Each black raindrop struck the earth and burned deep holes into the stone, molten pits that glowed with blistering heat. Barrier, barrier, barrier. Wes cast spell after spell, conjuring invisible walls in quick succession. Suddenly, Imhotep's movements slowed, as if he had sunk into quicksand. Every motion became a struggle, heavy and laborious. Wes leveled his wand at Imhotep. Avada Kedavra! Once more, a surge of green light shot toward Imhotep. Even under Wes's relentless assault, Imhotep did not collapse. Instead, his body unraveled and transformed again, this time into a swirling pile of golden sand. A doppelganger? As expected from the high priest. Rather than anger, Weiss felt a surge of excitement at having been outmaneuvered. He was delighted to have finally encountered a worthy adversary. This is what makes things interesting. Without delay, Weiss cast a detection spell, but interference in the underground palace blunted its effect. Mysterious runes carved throughout the palace still pulsed with enigmatic power, their secrets undiminished even after 3,000 years. This is hardly a challenge for me. From his sleeve, a dozen golden orbs flew out, swiftly scattering in every direction. These were alchemical tracking tools crafted by Weiss to search and pursue targets. The orbs weaved silently through the underground corridors, eager to seize upon any trace or clue. Yet the palace was vast. The golden spheres roamed through shadowy halls and secret corners, but ultimately none returned with a single piece of useful information. Has he hidden himself somewhere, or already left the palace? Carefully, Weiss investigated each and every part of the underground maze. The halls were dark, silent, the only sound the barely audible echo of his own footsteps. Despite his thorough search, he found not the slightest sign of Imhotep. This confirmed it. Imhotep had already departed. So Weiss too left the underground palace, heading straight for Cairo. Piloting his flying car, legends of the 10 plagues kept resurfacing in his mind. He longed to witness these legendary plagues with his own eyes and experience firsthand the awe-inspiring power that defied the natural order. Confidently, Weiss navigated his craft above sprawling cities, the scenery below whipping by in a blur. He arrived at the hotel ahead of O'Connell and the others. Before long, O'Connell, Evelyn, and Jonathan hurried back to the hotel, only to find Weiss already waiting for them, lounging serenely in the lobby. "Aren't you supposed to be in the underground palace?" O'Connell exclaimed, surprise written all over his face. His hair was disheveled, tiny beads of sweat clinging to his brow, a testament to the exhausting journey. But in the very next instant, he shrugged off the question. At that moment, his mind was already consumed by a single thought: leaving Egypt as soon as possible. "We have to get out of here. This place is far too dangerous." Evelyn, however, had a different idea. She wanted to stay. "Are you out of your mind?" Both O'Connell and Jonathan were completely bewildered by her resolve. "You saw that mummy. Guns can't hurt him at all," Jonathan said urgently, his worry for Evelyn clear in his eyes, terrified she might make some reckless decision. But Evelyn was resolute. She saw releasing Imhotep as her own mistake and was determined to set things right, to atone for what she had done. This led to a heated argument. Their voices rose, tempers flared, and emotions soared ever higher. O'Connell tried to persuade Evelyn, hoping she would see that their most urgent priority was to protect themselves and everyone else, rather than risk staying in such a dangerous place. Yet Evelyn's stubbornness left O'Connell utterly at a loss. In the end, their conversation ended on a sour note. Evelyn returned to her room, her mood heavy, as if weighed down by a great stone. O'Connell and Jonathan made their way to the hotel bar, intent on unwinding with a drink or two. They sat in a quiet corner, silently watching the liquid in their glasses. O'Connell's brow creased with worry, while Jonathan wore a blank, bewildered look. The two of them said nothing, each lost in their own troubled thoughts. As for Wessex, he went ignored by both of them once more. Yet Wessex didn't mind in the slightest. He sat calmly to the side, never joining in their arguments, instead quietly observing the shifting moods of everyone present. Meanwhile, the other adventurers who had also survived Hemianaptera were all gathered in the bar, reveling in their miraculous escape from that accursed place. The room rang with boisterous laughter and animated conversation as their glasses clinked together, the sharp note of glass echoing throughout the bar. Each person shared tales of danger and narrow escapes, all eager to prove how fortunate they were to have survived. One man, swept up in the jubilant atmosphere, tossed back his drink in triumph, only to spew it out the very next moment. Suddenly, the bar was alive with startled gasps and the unmistakable sound of people spitting out their drinks, glasses hastily set back on tabletops. "What is this taste?" one man muttered, frowning deeply as he glared at his glass. An odd, unsettling odor rose from the drink in his trembling hand. "Why does it taste like blood?" Another cried in terror, setting his glass down with shaking hands, his face drained of all color. O'Connell's sharp gaze caught the hotel fountain, where the water had turned to blood, crimson liquid shimmering eerily beneath the lamps. Then, from outside, the sound of despairing wails began to rise. The terrified people of Cairo discovered that the river, too, had turned a deep, bloody red. Fish that once darted freely through its waters now floated lifeless, a nauseating stench heavy in the air. The river was foul and unusable. The 10 plagues. The plagues had begun, someone cried out. Without warning, massive hailstones fell from the sky, crashing down amidst peals of thunder and howling wind, like the very hammer of judgment at the world's end. The hailstones battered the earth with the force of cannonballs, mercilessly destroying crops, homes, and livestock. People on the streets ran for shelter and terror, but the storm was too fierce and fell too quickly. Those who couldn't escape in time cowered in corners or pressed beneath eaves, praying desperately for the disaster to pass. Now, even those who had clung to a shred of hope could no longer deny it. The legendary 10 plagues had truly descended upon them. Yet, Wes was keenly aware that something was not quite right. This so-called 10 plagues was confined strictly within the borders of Cairo. According to ancient records, the calamities should have spread across all of Egypt. So far, only the plagues of locusts, hail, and blood had appeared. Everything seemed to remain within a controllable scope, nothing like the all-consuming disaster spoken of in the legends. Through every street and alley of Cairo, people were kneeling everywhere. They prayed devoutly to the gods of Egypt. Some elders knelt on the ground, hands pressed together, muttering earnest supplications. Children clung tightly to their parents as waves of sobbing filled the air. Their chanting grew louder and louder, gradually merging into one continuous tide, wave after wave pounding at people's hearts. With each prayer, something invisible to the naked eye seemed to slowly drift skyward and then vanish, as though drawn away by some mysterious force. Is this faith? Wes stood apart from the crowd, watching everything unfold. What did these unseen forces truly mean? More and more, Wes felt that Imhotep's resurrection was no accident, but a meticulously devised plan. Remembering his earlier experiences at Hamunaptra, he suspected that something far deeper was at play behind all of this. At that time, Egypt was under British colonial rule, its economy, culture, and beliefs devastated by outside powers. The British ironclad ships and powerful cannons had utterly shattered the nation's confidence. In the face of such overwhelming force, the people's prayers seemed to go unanswered. Life grew increasingly difficult for the Egyptian people. Doubt began to gnaw at what they once held sacred, and many came to believe that only the guns in their hands could truly protect them. In such a context, was unleashing Imhotep to bring forth disaster and harvest faith the true purpose of the Egyptian gods? Through these calamities, the gods seemed intent on awakening a long-lost reverence for the ancient faith. As for those who perished in the process, it seemed the gods cared little for their fate. What a spectacular play this is. Imhotep, O'Connell, and Evelyn, they're all just pawns. Wes couldn't help but sigh at the thought. As the prayers rose continuously, the fierce hailstorm gradually lessened, then ceased altogether, leaving only chaos in its wake. The blood-red water began to clear as well, the sickening color fading, replaced by crystalline clarity. The river turned transparent again. People rushed to the banks, cupping handfuls of fresh water, as if the horrors had never happened. It is the gods. They have not abandoned us. People began to cheer, their voices rising as many wept openly, falling to their knees. They praised the Egyptian gods, offering their gratitude and loyalty again and again. It was only natural that the number of those who worshipped the Egyptian gods would surge, for the deities had just performed a miracle. To the people, this was a sign of the gods' favor and protection, a beacon of hope amid their despair. Yet in Weiss's eyes, things were far from so simple. The Egyptian gods must have been hindered by something, he thought, or else this disaster wouldn't have ended so quickly. Their influence on the mortal world is fading. That's why they were forced to put on such a show. He understood that this seemingly wondrous catastrophe and subsequent salvation were nothing more than an elaborate act by the gods to uphold their own authority. Perhaps their divine power was dwindling. They needed to rekindle human faith to strengthen their hold in the mortal realm. At that moment, Imhotep had stealthily slipped into Evelyn's room, his gaze fixed intensely on the woman who had awakened him from his long slumber. To Imhotep, she was without doubt the perfect vessel for Anck-Su-Namun's resurrection. He had already consumed 4 Americans. Only the final, most crucial step remained before his full return. Just as he believed victory was within reach, Weiss's voice cut through the night, shattering the silence. You will not succeed. Standing in the doorway, Weiss held his wand, calmly watching Imhotep. Wizard! Imhotep whirled around, fury blazing in his eyes. You again. Are you here to stop me? Weiss slipped into the room and took a seat on the sofa, saying nothing in response to Imhotep's accusation. Instead, he simply watched him in silence. Imhotep was completely enraged by Weiss's composure and was about to strike when O'Connell burst into the room with a group of people. Each of them gripped their weapons tightly, ready for anything. Evelyn, startled by the sudden commotion, woke with a jolt. Spotting Imhotep standing by her bed, she leapt out and ran behind O'Connell, panic written across her face. The people at the doorway saw Weiss and Imhotep locked in a tense standoff and held their ground, afraid to make any sudden moves. The tension in the room was almost suffocating. When Imhotep noticed the last American had arrived, a new plan formed in his mind. If he could consume this one, he would be fully restored, his long-held wish finally realized. He raised both hands, and a torrent of yellow sand erupted within the room. The sand churned wildly, swirling into a miniature sandstorm. The sandstorm whipped through the room, unleashing a terrifying roar. Furniture was sucked into the vortex and shattered, debris flying everywhere as chaos engulfed the space. The sandstorm surged toward the American, as if determined to swallow him whole. Out of nowhere, a white cat appeared in the room. The cat was undeniably adorable, and with a gentle leap, it landed atop the piano. Yet to Imhotep, its presence was nothing short of terrifying. Imhotep seemed to dread the cat with unspeakable fear. Without hesitation, he transformed into a swirling gust of yellow wind and fled through the open window. The whirlwind of sand within the room instantly dissipated, and with it, Imhotep's figure vanished as well. Wesley immediately cast the levitation charm and gave chase. He moved like a feather, gliding swiftly through the air in pursuit of Imhotep's trail. O'Connell saw the two of them disappear. Not wasting a second, he gathered everyone and hurried them away from this place brimming with sinister energy. Move! It's not safe here. Above Cairo's skyline, Wesley and Imhotep began a breathtaking chase. Wesley trailed closely, weaving spell after spell to try and disrupt Imhotep's path. Imhotep, relying on his superior speed, twisted and turned through the night, always trying to slip from Wesley's pursuit. Suddenly, Imhotep stopped, poised on the pinnacle of a temple's tower. He chanted loudly, and the nearby river surged at his command, rising into a roaring wave as though it would engulf Wesley. Wesley responded in a flash. His wand shot forth a beam of brilliant blue light, slashing through the night like a blade. The moment it struck the river, the water froze solid, creating a magnificent wall of glittering ice. The icy barrier stood transparent and imposing, radiating a piercing chill, and it halted the surging river in its tracks. Well, it seems you have a few tricks up your sleeve, Imhotep sneered coldly. Wesley made no reply. He launched into another incantation, conjuring several black spheres, which streaked through the air like meteors toward Imhotep. The spheres left jet-black trails as they shot through the sky, swift and unstoppable. Seeing this, Imhotep immediately summoned a swarm of locusts. The locusts surged forth in a dense, writhing black mass, blotting out even the moonlight. As the black spheres neared the locust swarm, they exploded in deafening bursts of fire. The blast incinerated a vast number of locusts, sending charred remains raining down. Wesley's wand danced ceaselessly, and one by one, knights sculpted from ice sprang into existence. They rallied around him, preparing to confront Imhotep's summoned horde. Each ice knight stood tall and imposing, clad in armor forged of freezing crystal, wielding swords that gleamed with frost. With swift, determined strides, they charged at Imhotep. But Imhotep seemed fully prepared. With a sweep of both arms, he unleashed a raging gale. The wind howled, tossing the knights high into the air before slamming them earthward, shattering them into pieces. The ice-sculpted knights shattered in midair, fragments tumbling to the ground with a sharp crack, dissolving into countless icy crystals that scattered in all directions. Then, beneath Imhotep's feet, the temple began to disintegrate into sand. Grains of it burst forth from cracks in the floor, spreading rapidly to cover the entire structure. Within the temple, the monks, smothered by the drifting yellow sand, turned into withered mummies, skins shriveled, muscles wasting away, leaving nothing but thin, parchment-like layers stretched over bone. They staggered out from the temple, vacant-eyed and lifeless. Like the walking dead, these desiccated corpses became Imhotep's soldiers. Wes, seeing this, launched his counterattack. Under Wes's command, black flames roared up, menacing as a demon's fury, reducing the sand and the decaying corpses to ash. The fire, as if alive, danced in the air, conjuring giant eagles out of the flames. With a deafening swoop, the eagles plunged toward Imhotep at breakneck speed. Having already suffered from such brutal fire before, Imhotep was reluctant to take it head-on. His sand soldiers formed ranks, crowding in tight, stacking themselves into a towering, impregnable wall to shield him from harm. Imhotep had no desire to waste time entangled in battle with Wes. He had more important matters pressing. Fighting here would only delay him. So he began to chant. Within moments, all the houses, temples, and trees in a vast radius around him turned rapidly to sand, spiraling upward under his control into a towering sandstorm. The raging sand cyclone surged with apocalyptic force, ripping up buildings and trees, sweeping them into a giant, whirling vortex, a furious storm that blocked Wes's pursuit, at least for the moment. When the cyclone finally dissipated, Wes emerged unscathed, but Imhotep had vanished without a trace. I had hoped for a proper conversation with him, but it seems the High Priest is in far too much of a hurry, Wes sighed. Imhotep is after Evelyn. As long as I keep her safe, everything else follows. Finding Evelyn wouldn't be difficult, not when Imhotep's attention was so singularly focused on her. O'Connell, Evelyn, and the rest were trying to escape Cairo, but the entire city had fallen under Imhotep's control. Its citizens had become his puppets, mindless as the undead, endlessly chanting his name. Though O'Connell's group tore down the streets in their car, desperately trying to break through the crowds, the press of bodies eventually forced them to a halt. Damn it, O'Connell cursed, springing from the car as he and the others fired round after round at the encroaching throng. But the controlled people moved like zombies, devoid of fear, advancing relentlessly even as bullets tore into them. The group kept retreating, searching frantically for any opening, but the mob surged toward them like waves on the shore, one after another, unending. Their ammunition running low, and what little remained proving almost useless. O'Connell and his companions realized that the hypnotized masses were beyond pain and unafraid of death. At that very moment, Imhotep absorbed the last of the American's life force. He was now fully resurrected. O'Connell and his companions found themselves in dire straits. Surrounded by people under Imhotep's control, Evelyn made a desperate decision. She threatened to take her own life, using it as leverage to force Imhotep to spare O'Connell and the others. If you dare harm them, I'll kill myself. You'll never be able to bring Manhwaresumen back. Imhotep agreed to her terms, but it was all a stalling tactic. Once he had Evelyn under his control, he immediately ordered his followers to kill O'Connell and the rest. But the ever-resourceful O'Connell had already slipped away through the sewers, successfully escaping Cairo. Wes witnessed the entire scene unfold. When Imhotep sought Wes out to seize the Book of the Dead, Wes revealed himself without hesitation. Imhotep, fully restored, glared menacingly. His threatening voice echoed through the air. "Sorcerer!" As he was about to attack, Wes calmly pulled the Book of the Dead from inside his cloak. "I think we should talk. Give it to me, and I'll let you walk away." It seems being fully resurrected has made the High Priest rather confident. Wes was no pushover. He understood that while Imhotep was powerful, the Book of the Dead in his hands was a bargaining chip not to be underestimated. Imhotep felt sure of his abilities to defeat Wes, but he knew it would cost him precious time. And time was the one thing Imhotep couldn't afford to lose. Every minute mattered now, for he had to perform the spell to resurrect Manhwaresumen within a narrow window. "What do you want?" Imhotep finally relented, unwilling to waste another moment on the sorcerer. "I just want to confirm a few things," Wes replied, leaving Imhotep uneasy, uncertain about the sorcerer's intentions. When Wes turned to leave, Imhotep stopped him. "Whatever your goal is, don't get in my way. I must resurrect animerecommendations. That's one of my goals too." Wes's answer caught Imhotep off guard. Why had the sorcerer, who had tried to thwart him time and again, now cooperated and handed over the book? What was he really after? Still, Imhotep had no time to unravel this mystery now. With Wes, Evelyn, and Benny in tow, Imhotep hurried toward Hamianaptra as dawn crept over the horizon. A faint remnant of night still lingered in the sky. The ruins of Hamianaptra emerged from the desert mist, looming and mysterious. Just then, a sudden, thunderous roar shattered the desert silence. Imhotep looked up to see a plane, a massive steel bird, slicing through the dawn above their heads. Its engines thundered across the vast, empty sands. Amidst the thunderous roar of the airplane, a look of barely concealed joy spread across Evelyn's face, as hope bloomed within her. At last, a chance to escape this forsaken desert. O'Connell, Amir, and Jonathan sat inside that very aircraft. Imhotep noticed the change in Evelyn's expression, a flicker of irritation passing over his features. The appearance of this plane threatened to unravel his carefully laid plans, and he would brook no such surprises. With a sudden, dramatic sweep of his hands, a surge of powerful magic burst forth, rolling in like a relentless tide. Instantly, golden sand erupted with wild fury, swirling into a monstrous sandstorm that blotted out the sun itself. The tempest of sand seemed to swallow the entire sky, leaving the airplane as helpless and insignificant as an ant caught in a cataclysm, battered by winds so furious that it could be torn asunder at any moment. "We have to keep this plane steady," O'Connell shouted, though his words were nearly lost to the deafening drone of the engines and the fierce howl of the storm outside. Gripping the controls with white-knuckled determination, O'Connell fought to keep them aloft, his brow glistening with sweat. Amir and Jonathan clung desperately to their seats, their hearts pounding so violently it felt as if their chests might burst. Evelyn's heart leapt into her throat as she watched the plane struggle against the storm, deep worry etched in her eyes. If the plane crashes, O'Connell and the others will face unimaginable peril. "Winston, help them!" Evelyn pleaded, clutching Winston's arm in desperation, her eyes searching his face with a look of frantic hope, begging him to intervene. "They'll be fine." Winston's answer crushed what little hope she had left. Disbelief and anger flared in her eyes as she stared at him, overwhelmed by frustration. At that perilous moment, acting on instinct alone, Evelyn hurled herself toward Imhotep, pressing her lips urgently to his. It was a reckless decision, a desperate attempt to distract him and break his spell, if only for a moment, to win a sliver of time for O'Connell and the others to escape. Imhotep froze, his magic halting abruptly in the wake of her unexpected act. The plane lurched and teetered through the final waves of the storm, O'Connell, Amir, and Jonathan straining with every ounce of strength left in them. At last, they crashed into the distant sands of the desert. Only then did Imhotep, seeing the wreckage, slowly withdraw his power. Evelyn gazed anxiously toward the site of the crash, her hands clasped tightly as she whispered silent prayers, willing O'Connell and his companions to survive. Afterwards, Winston, Benny, and Evelyn followed Imhotep into the subterranean tomb. Its passageways wound and twisted through the earth, the walls adorned with ancient, intricate carvings, each line and symbol infused with the Egyptians' profound meditations on life, death, and rebirth. Imhotep's fingers traced lightly over the carvings, feeling the power that flowed within them, the same power he once knew so intimately. He navigated the chamber with practiced ease, arriving at the altar, the most sacred place in the entire tomb. Upon its stone surface, the symbols of the sun god were etched, the very emblem of life and the source of all strength. Without an ounce of mercy, Imhotep bound Evelyn tightly to the altar. Evelyn fought desperately, wrists burning raw against the rough ropes, like a trapped bird furiously struggling against its cage. With a strange tenderness, Imhotep placed Ankh-Su-Namen's corpse beside Evelyn. His eyes shimmered with emotion as he leaned close and murmured, "My beloved." Standing behind Imhotep, Wes gave the faintest gesture, and the Book of the Dead seemed to answer, gliding gently into Imhotep's waiting hands as if drawn by invisible strings. Next, Imhotep carefully arranged the 5 sacred canopic jars he had reclaimed from the Americans, laying them out in a neat row upon the altar. His gaze lingered on each jar. Within them, fragments of Ankh-Su-Namen's soul were sealed, the keystones to her resurrection. Deep within the tomb, where ancient walls loomed, torchlight cast leaping shadows that danced across the stone. Imhotep began to chant, his voice low, full of an ancient and mysterious rhythm that seemed to echo through the years. From the 5 canopic jars, black smoke began to seep, curling up as if alive. It drifted slowly toward Ankh-Su-Namen's body, which drank it in hungrily. Evelyn watched in horror, sensing the evil power that lurked in those swirling shadows. She knew that if Ankh-Su-Namen absorbed all of it, her own life would be forfeit. Panic surged through her. She writhed and kicked even harder, a single thought blazing in her mind. She had to escape. She had to stop this. Suddenly, under Evelyn's terrified gaze, Ankh-Su-Namen's corpse began to move. Her fingers trembled, then the rest of her body began to stir with a faint, unnatural motion. Then, with great, gasping breaths, Ankh-Su-Namen inhaled deeply, like someone pulled from the brink of drowning, desperate for air, as if she would devour the world's breath to fill her lungs. Ankh-Su-Namun. Imhotep's urgent voice echoed through the chamber. His eyes never left her, burning with such fervor it seemed the very air around him might ignite. "Kill her," Imhotep urged, voice shaking with longing as he solemnly placed a dagger in Ankh-Su-Namen's hand, "and you will return to life completely." The dagger glittered coldly even in the dim light, a sliver of pure menace. Sumen closed her fingers around the hilt with certainty, then slowly rose to her feet. She lifted both hands high, the gleaming blade poised directly above Evelyn's heart, ready, in the next instant, to plunge it deep and complete her restoration. Bang! Clang! A bullet streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking the dagger in Ansuna's hand with perfect precision. The powerful impact sent the blade flying from her grasp in an instant. Ansuna nearly lost her balance under the force, her body swaying dangerously, but at last she managed to steady herself. Okono, brother. Evelyn looked at the two newcomers with joy and surprise lighting up her face. O'Connell's revolver was still trailing wisps of smoke, tangible proof he had just saved her life. At that moment, Imhotep's expression darkened dramatically. He hastened to steady Ansuna, snarling, "Insufferable meddler!" A surge of energy burst from his body, powerful enough to set the entire tomb trembling. The ground began to quiver, dust swirling into the air. Something buried and ancient was stirring from its long slumber. More than a dozen mummies emerged, crawling up from beneath the earth. They were the priests who had served Imhotep 3,000 years ago, now revived by his command. Their tattered robes, ravaged by the passage of millennia, hung in shreds upon their bodies. Gripped in hand, they brandished ancient weapons. Some carried spears with tips that still glinted coldly. Others held curved swords whose blades were etched with the marks of time. Their eyes were hollow and cold, utterly devoid of emotion. There was nothing but absolute obedience to the order they'd received. "Kill them!" Imhotep's voice thundered out his order. At his command, the mummies lurched into action, swinging their weapons as they surged toward O'Connell and Jonathan. Bang! 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 O'Connell's revolver seemed to come alive in his grip, each pull of the trigger unerringly finding its mark. Yet, to these mummies, the bullets were no more than an irritating sting. Unfazed, the mummies pressed relentlessly closer to O'Connell and Jonathan, their advance as menacing as ever. Just then Jonathan shouted, "Catch!" From the darkness, a golden sword spun through the air, cutting a radiant arc as it flew straight toward O'Connell. As though guided by some instinct, O'Connell's arm shot out and caught the golden sword in one steady hand. The sword flashed brilliantly in the sunlight, awakening with a surge of power in O'Connell's grasp, imbuing him with strength like never before. He swung the sword in smooth, effortless motions, as if he had always been a master of swordplay. Against the sweep of his blade, the mummy's attacks became brittle and futile. Wherever the edge passed, the mummy bodies fell, cleaved cleanly, crumpling to the dusty ground. Did his power just grow even stronger? And suddenly he can wield a sword like a master. What? Is he cheating now? Wes watched O'Connell's silhouette, noticing how the golden light around him grew brighter and brighter. The radiance seemed to resonate with his sword dance. With every flicker of his blade, the golden glow pulsed in harmony, as if revealing some profound and mysterious power. Imhotep, too, had clearly noticed the uncanny transformation occurring on O'Connell. He had never witnessed such energy before, and now resolved to intervene himself to deal with this troublesome complication. The Book of the Sun. Evelyn's voice echoed through the underground chamber. There's a spell in the Book of the Sun that can deal with Imhotep. It's hidden inside the statue of the sun god. Jonathan, on hearing Evelyn shout, immediately turned around, ready to search for this crucial Book of the Sun. But before he could even take a step, Wes's voice cut through the tense atmosphere, startlingly out of place. "Is this the book you're talking about?" He drew from his coat a book bound entirely in gold, its cover etched with the symbol of the sun and radiating a faint, otherworldly glow. "Tonight's moon is full, round, and beautifully bright. Wishing everyone a happy mid-autumn festival, and may your families be joyfully reunited." Every gaze was pulled irresistibly toward the book in Wes's hand, converging on the legendary Book of the Sun. Imhotep's pupils contracted sharply, fear and dread etched deep across his face. To him, the Book of the Sun was the symbol of pharaonic rule, the power bestowed by the sun god himself, and the faith he had once betrayed. He could sense the immense power sealed within that book, a force capable of binding him, perhaps even destroying him completely. Imhotep's fear of the Book of the Sun ran bone deep. Evelyn's attention locked on the book as a surge of irrepressible excitement flooded her chest. This was the sacred artifact her father had spent his whole life seeking. She remembered how many times her father had described its miracles, saying the book contained the sun god's strength and could banish all evil. But when her eyes shifted to Wes, her heart fell heavy. Wes was no longer their friend. Now, he stood as their enemy, a formidable one. "Hand it over to me," Imhotep said, his voice cold and thunderous, as he advanced step by step toward Wes. "Sorcerer, you are not worthy to possess the Book of the Sun." Imhotep's words reverberated with authority and menace, issuing his proclamation of absolute right over the sacred text. And does a traitor condemned to the fate of flesh-eating scarabs deserve it any more than I? Wes shot back, his words cutting straight to Imhotep's most painful, unspoken disgrace, the deepest shame he could never erase. The air crackled with tension, the standoff between them growing so tight it seemed that at any moment, a fierce and violent confrontation might erupt. At that moment, O'Connell seized the opportunity while the two opponents were locked in a standoff. Wielding his greatsword with fierce determination, he pressed Ansuna back. Without hesitation, he sliced through the restraints binding Evelyn's hands and feet, then shouted to Jonathan, "Get her out of here." Jonathan immediately helped Evelyn to her feet, and the two of them broke into a run, heading straight for the exit. Imhotep saw his sacrificial victim attempting to escape. He could no longer afford to engage Wes, and so he summoned magic to create an imposing wall that sealed off the exit completely. "No one is leaving," he intoned gravely. A string of arcane words slipped from his lips, and as he chanted, a skittering sound rose from all around. Swarms of sacred scarabs surged from every corner of the tomb. The beetles swelled like a living tide of darkness, encircling O'Connell and the others, closing in tighter and tighter. The three of them held up their torches desperately, trying to drive the scarabs back. But there were simply too many, writhing, packed so densely the circle shrank with every passing moment. Some of the beetles had already begun to crawl onto their shoes. "Think of something fast," O'Connell shouted, swinging his sword at the nearest scarabs, hacking at them. But the sheer number made his efforts almost futile. "We can't just wait here to die." Jonathan's voice wavered with despair, but he fought to keep calm. Suddenly, there was a thunderous explosion. The barrier wall burst open with a deafening blast, and Amir appeared before their stunned eyes. Amir, his entire body strapped with explosives, charged straight for the scarab hordes. "What are you all waiting for? Run," he roared. He lit a stick of dynamite and hurled it outward, blasting a gap through the circle of beetles. O'Connell grabbed Evelyn and Jonathan, pulling them toward the newly made opening. As they rushed past him, Amir lit the rest of his explosives, and with grim resolve, threw himself full force toward Imhotep, determined to take the sorcerer with him. Suddenly, a massive hand made of swirling sand reached out and snatched Amir up. Imhotep held out his right hand in a grasping gesture, and the sand hand squeezed tighter. A howl of agony cut through the chamber as bright red blood streamed from Amir's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, his body twisting under the terrible pressure. An explosion ripped through the air. Amir detonated, torn to pieces, and the giant sand hand shattered, scattering sand everywhere. O'Connell watched in horror as Amir was blown apart. His eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging out on his neck like writhing earthworms. "No!" he yelled, his voice torn with grief, fists clenched tight as fury threatened to consume him from within. "You're next," Imhotep declared coldly. Floating above the ground, Imhotep surged toward them. Evelyn went pale, panic etched on her face. Jonathan's knees shook so badly he could barely stand. O'Connell hung his head, so no one could see the storm of emotion on his face. The air was thick with a suffocating tension, as though the entire underground palace was holding its breath, awaiting the moment that was about to unfold. Just as Imhotep's right hand was about to seize Evelyn, a brilliant flash of a sword swept through the gloom. So swift its path was almost impossible to track. With a dull, heavy thud, a severed hand struck the ground. Imhotep recoiled in terror, clutching his right arm in agony. The fallen limb, its surface neatly cauterized and charred black, did not shed a single drop of blood. O'Connell lifted his head, his eyes blank and washed white, no trace of pupils to be seen. His hair danced wildly though there was no breeze, and the gilt longsword he gripped blazed with golden fire, pouring out a radiant, searing brilliance. "Ah!" Imhotep stared at O'Connell in disbelief, overwhelmed by a fear he had never known. "At last it was here," Wes whispered inwardly. He had been waiting for this very instant. What possessed O'Connell now was called inviting the spirit in the east and divine descent in the west. Even if it was only a fragment of a deity's consciousness, for Imhotep, it was like facing an untouchable adversary. As for Ansona, she had collapsed, prostrating herself, trembling uncontrollably as though glimpsing her own end. "Sinner," O'Connell's voice drifted, distant yet commanding, as his sword pointed straight at Ansona. From its tip, a lance of golden flame shot forth. Just as the fire was about to strike Ansona, Imhotep threw himself in front of her. He spread both arms wide, and the fire was met by an invisible force, stopped dead in its path. The scorching heat began to warp the air itself, Imhotep gritted his teeth and endured, beads of sweat as large as pearls dotting his brow. Oomph. O'Connell released a sharp, cold snort, clearly dissatisfied. He intensified his assault. The golden blaze grew even fiercer, seething with a might to reduce all things to ash. Imhotep's knees buckled, the relentless fire creeping nearer, scorching his arms and making his flesh sizzle and smoke. Yet still, Imhotep did not falter. Let me see the gap between myself and a god. He steeled himself. Wes acted. He intoned a spell, and the temperature plunged. Frost crept swiftly across the floor, with ice crystallizing into spearheads, javelins, and axes. These blades of ice, under Wes's control, shimmered lethal and cold, launching straight at O'Connell. O'Connell stood his ground, gripping his great sword as its tip pointed toward the earth. As the hail of ice-borne weaponry howled toward him, an unseen power enveloped O'Connell, forming a transparent shield in the air around him. Before any icy weapon even neared O'Connell, they vaporized away under the force of an overwhelming energy, vanishing without a trace. The choking sense of oppression in the air grew even heavier. Outsider, O'Connell intoned, his eyes empty and void, staring straight at Wes. Do you mean to interfere in this matter? His voice seemed to carry a natural authority, as if his every word was law, something no one could dare disobey. Weiss felt his chest tighten. He could sense the power radiating from O'Connor. It was a force that transcended ordinary human limits. O'Connor was no longer the man he used to be. Yet Weiss was not at all surprised that his true identity had been uncovered, nor did he show any fear toward O'Connor, who now stood before him as the vessel of a god. O'Connor's strength had soared since being possessed, but it was still far from enough to make Weiss truly afraid. A thought flashed through Weiss's mind. The power bestowed by the gods always had its limits. This was a rare and precious opportunity to match strength against a being touched by divinity. He resolved to give it his all. Lowering his hand slowly, Weiss seemed almost casual as, with a magician's flourish, 13 glowing orbs of different colors slipped from his sleeves. Each orb shone with its own radiance. They swirled and danced in midair, casting brilliant light throughout the chamber beneath the palace. 8 of the orbs shot beams of energy at O'Connor, launching their assault with relentless fury. One beam radiated a biting, icy chill. Wherever it swept, the air instantly froze, frosting surfaces with a thin, sparkling rim of ice. Another blazed with searing fire, its flames roaring with such intensity it seemed they would reduce everything in their path to ashes. There was even a strange, stony light, capable of petrifying anything it touched, each attack coming hard on the heels of the last in a relentless storm. O'Connor faced the onslaught without flinching. He deflected Weiss's attacks effortlessly, betraying no sign of fear. With a sudden, powerful motion, he drove his great sword into the ground. At once, a tremendous shockwave burst forth from the point of impact, billowing outward like an unstoppable tempest, unraveling all of Weiss's attacks in an instant. The force knocked Weiss backward, forcing him to retreat several steps. The next moment, O'Connor vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Weiss, his sword in hand, driving forward like a bolt of lightning toward Weiss's back. Weiss reacted with equal swiftness. 5 of the glowing orbs rushed together, forming a protective pentagram, and in the blink of an eye a magical shield rose up to catch O'Connor's lethal strike. Then, 6 black chains shot out from every direction, hissing through the air like vipers, coiling around O'Connor's limbs and head. Weiss chanted an incantation, his voice resonating with power, and the chains began to tighten, binding O'Connor more and more fiercely. O'Connor calmly raised his hand, looking at the chains without a trace of concern. The very next instant, flames erupted from his body. The temperature surged, and the chains started to glow, then burned. In only a moment, the 6 chains had been reduced to ashes. Divine blade, unseen, Weiss slashed through the air with his wand, which let out a piercing whistle as a razor-sharp blade of light shot straight for O'Connor. O'Connor raised his sword and, with a sweeping motion, shattered Weiss's attack with a burst of sword energy. At this moment, however, O'Connor seemed to have lost all patience. Golden flames began to blaze around his body, dazzling like the sun itself, radiating immense power. Seeing this, Wes hurriedly cast a freezing spell, hoping to extinguish the flames. Yet, his spell proved utterly useless. The golden fire continued to burn fiercely, utterly invincible. Yet O'Connor did not turn his fury toward Wes. His targets were solely on Suna and Imhotep. With a sweeping motion, he brought down his long sword, wreathed in golden fire. Against them, its force is unstoppable as an avalanche. Imhotep, realizing the danger, threw up his arms high in a desperate attempt to shield himself. But the sword cut through his defense as easily as a hot knife through butter, its trajectory unbroken. Just as it was about to strike Imhoten's head, Ansuna leapt in front of him without hesitation. There was a deep, heavy thud, and Ansuna was cleaved cleanly in two by the long sword, her body falling limply to the ground, divided and motionless. "No!" Imhoten cried out in utter despair. Wild with grief, his hands fluttered anxiously over Ansuna's body, murmuring some strange spell as he tried desperately to piece her together again. But no matter how hard he tried, Ansuna gave no response. She lay quietly on the ground, looking like nothing more than a broken doll. Once again, Ansuna had sacrificed herself to protect Imhoten. Pain and hopelessness warred across Imhoten's face. Clutching Ansuna's lifeless body, his entire world seemed to shatter in that moment. "Ah!" Imhoten threw back his head and let out an anguished, primal cry. "What? Sinner!" O'Connor lifted his sword high, golden flames leaping around its tip. Still cradling Ansuna, Imhoten's body began to dissolve, grain by grain, into drifting sand. In the tomb, the swirling sandstorm he conjured grew ever fiercer, howling winds whipping clouds of dust through the darkness. A scene straight out of the world's end. This was Imhoten's final, desperate gambit, a blow thrown with his very life on the line. Even if he could not kill him, he would at least leave him wounded, snatching back a shred of dignity for himself and his beloved. Yet O'Connor simply opened his palm, the barest of gestures that told of absolute command. As if summoned by some divine force, the sand streamed into his hand, gathering itself into a tiny sphere. Then he closed his fingers, and with that simple, almost careless motion, all of Imhoten's power was snuffed out, the attack gone as if it had never been. Imhoten clung to Ansuna, but that final move had drained every last remnant of his strength. Now he looked like nothing but a skeleton, gaunt, withered, utterly lifeless. "Face your final judgment, sinner." O'Connor's voice rang out, cold and commanding, as his longsword flashed like lightning, its thrust fierce and unstoppable. "No one has the right to judge me." As the words faded, Imhotep and Anksunamen's bodies crumbled into golden sand, swept away on the light breeze, vanishing without a trace. O'Connor's blade pierced only empty air. Although his expression remained impassive, Wes could keenly sense the fury churning within him, the seething anger of a man who has just been defied. O'Connor turned his gaze on Wes. "Here it comes." A wave of imminent danger washed over Wes, his nerves bracing for impact. He immediately marshaled all the magic within him, preparing for the attack he knew was about to strike. Yet reality blindsided him. The golden flames that had engulfed O'Connor vanished in an instant. In a heartbeat, he returned to normal. What's happening to me?" O'Connor seemed to have no recollection of what had just transpired. He felt utterly drained, every ounce of strength evaporating from his body. With a heavy collapse, he crumpled to the ground. Asterisk, has the divine possession ended just like that? Was it simply out of power? Asterisk. Wes had no way of knowing the specifics. All he wanted was to check O'Connor for any lingering changes or side effects. But Evelyn and Jonathan blocked his way, their eyes narrowed with hostility. To them now, Wes was nothing but an enemy. Left with no other choice, Wes immobilized them both with a freezing spell. O'Connor struggled to stand, but the weakness was overwhelming. Every movement was a monumental effort. Wes quickly knelt beside him, examining him carefully, but found no apparent abnormality. At last, Wes withdrew a vial of restorative potion from his sleeve and handed it to O'Connor. "Drink this. It will help you regain your strength." Then, wreathed in a shimmer of magical light, Wes vanished from sight. He had witnessed the 10 plagues and descent of the divine, claimed both the necromancer's Black Codex and the golden gospel of the sun, yet the outcome of this battle with the higher power left him deeply unsatisfied. The anticlimax was a thorn lodged in his heart, nagging and unshakable. Yet, no sooner had he returned to Hogwarts than a piece of even more vexing news awaited him. Peter Pettigrew escaped. Wes was for once at a loss for words. Dumbledore nodded wearily. According to the Aurors escorting him, he created a diversion with a swarm of rats and seized the opportunity to flee. Were they all drunk on bad mead? Wes snapped, the sheer incompetence of the Ministry of Magic leaving him deeply exasperated. How could they let him get away like that? Dumbledore handed Wes a cup of black tea, trying to soothe his mood. Because of the World Cup, the Ministry of Magic shifted most of their best wizards to security detail, so they didn't pay much attention to Pettigrew's escort. Fudge lost his temper over it, and now many inside the Ministry are becoming dissatisfied with his leadership. Wes took the cup, sipping lightly, but clearly uninterested in the politics. Didn't anyone mark Peter Pettigrew so we could track him later? Dumbledore shrugged. Regrettably, no. We considered it, but in the end, we decided to honor the legal process. Wes sighed and shook his head. What a mess. Just as Wes was lamenting, a silvery orb slipped out from his sleeve, gleaming with a quiet light. It was one of a pair of communication devices Wes had made. The other was in Lucius Malfoy's possession. Lucius would only reach out if something urgent had come up. The ministry is your domain. Looks like I have work to do myself now, Wes said to Dumbledore. Do you need any help? Dumbledore asked, adding 3 spoonfuls of honey to Wes's tea. Wes looked at his cup in disbelief, clearly unimpressed, but didn't take another sip. If I ever need your help, you'll be the first to know. Turning, he left the office behind. The peace of Hogwarts seemed to fade with every step, replaced by an ever-growing tangle of trouble. Hogsmeade Village, the 3 broomsticks. Wes had never understood why people always chose to meet here. Maybe it was because the crowds made eavesdropping difficult, or perhaps the lively atmosphere was better at concealing secrets. He found Lucius waiting in the corner of the main hall. Lucius was completely shrouded in a black cloak, only his eyes visible, his hands gloved in matching black. You're here. Lucius's voice came out low and hoarse, altered by some sort of magical device. Wes wasn't surprised. Being undercover was nothing if not dangerous. As for Lucius's dramatic attire, it hardly stood out. There were plenty of patrons here with even stranger outfits. In a place like this, his appearance was almost ordinary. Wes took a seat and cast a muffling charm around them. You can speak freely. No one will be able to hear us. The tension in Lucius's posture eased. He drew a deep breath, as if setting down a weight he'd carried for too long. They found me. The Death Eaters. Wes raised an eyebrow. And what do they want? Though the spell kept their conversation private, Lucius still lowered his voice. The Dark Mark has become more distinct. They suspect the Dark Lord's return is imminent. Fearing his retribution, they plan to make some bold moves to prove their loyalty. Back when Voldemort fell, aside from a handful of die-hard followers who ended up in Azkaban, most Death Eaters managed to avoid prison through various means. Among them was Lucius, who claimed he had only followed Voldemort under the influence of the Imperius Curse, and with the power of his pure-blood family, he escaped punishment. In the eyes of Voldemort and his most loyal supporters, this was nothing short of betrayal. Now, with the Dark Mark resurfacing, these people have begun to panic again, fearing retribution. They're planning to cause a disturbance at the World Cup to prove their loyalty, Lucius said in a low voice. Wes couldn't help but feel speechless. These Death Eaters were fickle as reeds in the wind. Is there anyone among them we might be able to win over? Lucius leaned back, so suddenly he almost toppled his chair. He knew exactly what Wes meant. He wanted Lucius to turn a few of them. Lucius flatly refused without hesitation. Don't even think about it. It's far too risky. Wes understood Lucius's concern. Just stay in line with them. Don't expose yourself. All I need is for you to tell me when and where they plan to attack. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he wouldn't have to get directly involved. They plan to stir up chaos during the World Cup and attack under the cover of the crowd. I'll let you know the exact time and place as soon as possible. Wes saw the anxiety etched on Lucius's face and tried to reassure him. Don't worry, you won't be exposed. We'll make careful arrangements. I certainly hope so. Lucius drained his glass in one go, pushing down his nerves. After a quick glance around to make sure nothing was amiss, he got up and left. A few minutes later, a sacred beetle crawled onto the table, its movements tracing a precise pattern across the surface. No one tailed Lucius. It seems for now he's safe. Confirming that Lucius hadn't been followed, Wes returned to Hogwarts and headed straight for Dumbledore's office to discuss their countermeasures. These are troubled times indeed, Dumbledore sighed, stroking his silver beard thoughtfully. Wes interjected, we already know their plan in advance. They won't be able to make much of a splash. The important thing is to act naturally, so the Death Eaters don't suspect a traitor in their midst. That is indeed the challenge, Dumbledore mused, tapping his finger on the desk. The rhythmic thud resonated in the office. I've got it. Inspiration lit up Dumbledore's face as he grabbed a sheet of parchment and started to write. Once finished, Dumbledore handed the letter to Fawkes, the Phoenix. With a dazzling flutter of crimson gold wings, Fawkes vanished in a flash, performing a flawless disapparition. Are you sure this won't give Lucius away? Wes blurted out, unable to hide his concern. I mentioned nothing in the letter. Just sent along a ticket for the World Cup. Nothing more, Dumbledore replied gently. Tickets? Wes frowned slightly, puzzled as to why Dumbledore would do such a thing. In his eyes, it seemed rather inexplicable. My friend is an outstanding orator. The Death Eaters were able to launch their attack only because they found a security loophole at the World Cup. If my friend were there in person, even just for a round, he'd spot any vulnerabilities and take swift action. Dumbledore placed great trust in his friend. The British Ministry of Magic spared no effort in preparing for this year's Quidditch World Cup. They poured tremendous time and energy into the preparations, and just to keep Muggles from noticing, they spent months meticulously planning every detail. During this period, Ministry officials rushed about organizing strategies and arranging various measures. They not only set up special apparition points so wizards could reach the stadium quickly, but also scattered 200 portkeys throughout the UK, designed to serve more than 100,000 wizards and fans coming from all over the world. These portkeys were cleverly disguised and tucked away in nooks and crannies, masquerading as discarded rubbish or old clothes, to prevent any accidental activation by Muggles. When Wes apparat to the outskirts of the stadium, he found the place teeming with crowds, absolutely packed from edge to edge. An expanse of endless tents stretched across the landscape like a vibrant, multicolored ocean, set up by fans who had been camping here for days on end. Countless fans had gathered from every direction, filling the area to the brim with eager spectators. People surged as far as the eye could see, the crowd seemingly endless, and the air pulsed with excitement and anticipation. Some wizards darted about overhead on broomsticks, cheering wildly and showing off their flying prowess. Yet, to prevent the risk of being spotted by Muggles, Ministry officials bustled around, confiscating brooms and ensuring order. Elsewhere, passionate fans argued themselves red in the face over their favorite teams, and in a few heated moments, even drew their wands. Thankfully, Ministry officials stepped in just in time to prevent these scuffles from escalating into international incidents. The entire ministry had been worked ragged by the demands of the event, dashing from one corner to another in order to guarantee everything ran smoothly. Wes hadn't been there for long before he saw ministry officials break up 3 different conflicts. Some were triggered by disputes among fans, others by small accidents. Ministry personnel struggled to keep up with the endless squabbles, stretched thin by their responsibilities. No wonder the Death Eaters picked this place to act, Wes thought. With so many people and such chaos, the ministry could never hope to handle it all. For a moment, Wes found himself sympathizing with the ministry's predicament. Pressed in by the churning tide of people, he could only inch his way forward, and it took him quite some time to finally locate the spot that Lucius had described. This is the very place where the Death Eaters launched their attack. I must admit, they chose their spot well. With everyone's attention consumed by the World Cup, no one would ever think to notice what's happening here. Professor, are you here to watch the World Cup too? The calls pulled Wes out his thoughts. His gaze swept across the crowded scene, finally settling on Fred and George. What are you two up to? His eyes moved between the twins, quickly picking out the box clutched in their arms and the floating magical adverts above. The box bore an enchanting slogan, spelled out with sparkling firework letters, Twin Brothers Fireworks. Everyone loves them. The letters shimmered with dazzling colors, continually capturing the attention of passers-by. Just as you see, said Fred, giving his box a proud pat, as if showcasing a prized treasure. We're raising funds, George chimed in, his face alight with excitement. Diligent in their study of alchemy, the twins had poured endless hours into their craft. With Wes's guidance, their skills had grown by leaps and bounds. Now, they could reliably produce stable magical products on their own. We want to open a joke shop, selling pranks and novelty goods, Fred explained. But Mom just doesn't support us, George said, shrugging with exaggerated drama, a move that brought a smile to Wes's face. So, we're left selling fireworks here, Fred said, a hint of dejection in his voice, his eyes dropping as the weight of an obstructed dream settled over him. One had to admit, Fred and George truly had a knack for business. Spotting the opportunity, they put their alchemical talents to use and came up with these dazzling magical fireworks. In less than an hour, they'd already made dozens of galleons, more than their father earned in a month. Give me a few to try, Wes said, fishing out 10 galleons. Consider it an investment in your enterprise. That's too much, Fred protested, waving his hands. He hadn't expected Wes to offer so much. There aren't enough fireworks left to be worth that much. Really, Professor, the fireworks aren't worth that, George echoed, hurriedly trying to refuse. Wes paid them no mind, selecting a few different kinds of fireworks and giving them a try. Each one burst in the sky, painting it with a brilliant cascade of color, drawing the excited cheers of nearby children. As the children reveled in the display, Wes handed out the rest of the fireworks, sharing the magic with them. Impressive work. Magical fireworks are a kind of artifact in their own right. You've shown you can craft alchemical items independently now. Wes's praise made the twins beam with pride, their faces aglow with satisfaction. If only Mum supported us the way you do. She's more into the bookish type, like Percy. She just wants us to get a decent job, like Dad. But honestly, that's just too dull. The twins couldn't help but complain to Wes. I think Molly will support you too, Wes comforted them. But he was preoccupied with other matters and, after a few words, sent the twins on their way. By this point, the twins already had nearly 100 galleons in hand, a small fortune. They were eager to use this achievement to persuade their mother to support their ambitions, or at the very least, to stop holding them back. As evening slowly fell, Wes slipped into the packed stadium along with the crowd, trying not to draw attention to himself. To his surprise, Dumbledore had given him a VIP ticket, which meant he could only go up to the highest box, a space reserved mostly for the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, was there, along with Bartemius Crouch, head of International Magical Cooperation, and other departmental officials. They were resplendent in their elegant robes, their rank and power on prominent display. Plenty of pureblood families were also in attendance, including the Malfoys. Wes and Lucius Malfoy didn't speak. They pretended not to know each other, exchanging only the occasional glance, while deliberately keeping their distance. But what truly drew the eye in the VIP box was not the ministry officials, but the gathering of the extended Weasley family, with Harry and Hermione beside them, a lively group of 10. As soon as Arthur Weasley spotted Wes, his face broke into a beaming grin, and he waved him over enthusiastically. Wes, fancy seeing you here. Are you here to watch the match as well? Wes nodded with a smile. Yes, Arthur. It's wonderful to see all of you. Arthur eagerly pulled Wes into the seat beside them and started sharing tales of their recent visit to Harry's aunt and uncle. You wouldn't believe it, you know. Harry's aunt always treats him poorly. When we went to pick him up this time, it was an eye-opener. Those muggles haven't a clue about the wizarding world and treat Harry like some kind of freak. By nightfall, the stands were completely packed. Wes had the impression that there were well over 100,000 people present. On one side, the Bulgarian supporters gathered, and on the other, fans of Ireland. Both camps wore their team's colors, faces painted, waving flags and banners with infectious energy. The match hadn't even begun, but already the fans were locked in a fierce contest, their songs and chants swelling in volume, each determined to outdo the other. As dusk deepened, the stadium lights flickered on, illuminating the pitch as brightly as day. Suddenly, a sweeping melody soared through the air, and the attention of the entire stadium shifted to the entrance. The mascots of the Bulgarian team, the Vila, made their entrance. They were extraordinary beings, strikingly beautiful, with an air of enchantment and allure. Their figures were elegant, their faces remarkably exquisite. Dressed in lavish, flowing gowns, the Vila glided into the arena, dancing with mesmerizing grace. The hems of their dresses swayed gently with each step, and every movement radiated a powerful, captivating charm. Their entrance drew every gaze in the stadium, especially those of the men. Moments before, the pitch had been bursting with noise and excitement, but now it fell into a hush. All eyes were transfixed on the Vila as they danced at the very center, their performance utterly spellbinding. Just as the Vila were about to finish their routine, a sudden wave of cheers and laughter broke the calm. The Irish team's mascots, a troop of leprechauns, burst onto the scene. Though small in stature, these leprechauns were brimming with energy and mischief. Immediately, they began to hurl great showers of gold coins toward the crowds, coins conjured by magic, destined to vanish after a short time. As they tossed the glittering gold, the leprechauns somersaulted and bounced through the air, performing comic stunts and acrobatics that sent the audience roaring with laughter. With both teams' mascots now unveiled, the stadium's atmosphere soared to its peak. At that moment, the players emerged, soaring out of the tunnel astride their flying broomsticks. A thunderous wave of cheers and shouts erupted from the fans, the loudest yet. At the center of this adulation was Victor Krum, seeker for the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. Krum had a vast legion of admirers across the world, and many of the neutral spectators had come specifically to see the dazzling skill of his broomstick flying. The match began swiftly. High overhead, the players engaged in a fierce, fast-paced contest. Every brilliant pass, flawless catch, and spectacular goal drew wild applause from the stands. Yet, just then, Wes found himself unable to concentrate on the thrilling match. His eyes kept sweeping across the crowd, alert for the slightest sign. Death Eaters could strike at any moment. Aside from Wes and Lucius, everyone else in the box was utterly engrossed in the game. Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, and other senior members of the ministry were deep in spirited discussion, animatedly reliving the match's most exciting highlights. As Krum finally caught the golden snitch, the match was decided. Although Bulgaria lost, Krum's performance still won him the admiration of the entire stadium. Fireworks exploded in every corner of the sky, dazzling colors illuminating the night. Gold glittered down in a magical shower, and the arena was swept up in euphoric celebration. the festival reaching its grand conclusion. Yet, amid the thunderous applause and the booming of fireworks, Wes caught a different sound, one that made him instantly alert. He knew it was the cue for the Death Eaters to move. Without a sound, he slipped out of the box. No one noticed his departure, except for Lucius. Wes pushed through the throngs of revelers, hurrying toward the source of that ominous signal. When he arrived at the scene, he saw a man with gray-white hair and a face covered in scars being besieged by more than a dozen Death Eaters. The man was missing a large chunk of flesh from his nose, had a magical eye, and one of his legs was an artificial limb. This appearance was enough to make children burst into tears, and even grown adults would feel a chill run down their spines at the sight of such a person. Yet, this man was none other than a member of the Order of the Phoenix, a former Aura, Mad-Eye Moody. He was once a frontline warrior in the battle against Voldemort, and many of the criminals and Death Eaters locked away in Azkaban had been captured by his own hand. Now, even though surrounded and attacked by so many Death Eaters, he still found moments to fight back, a clear testament to his formidable skills. Seeing this, Wise wasted no time and sprang into action. Bombardment. All the items nearby transformed into projectiles, flying fiercely at the Death Eaters. With all of their attention fixed on Moody, the Death Eaters never anticipated a new threat would appear. Wise's sudden ambush took them completely off guard. Several Death Eaters were struck down where they stood, their lives ended in an instant. Before they even began to recover, Wise cast another spell, Fiery Serpent. A blazing serpent of fire unfurled, snaking its way toward the Death Eaters. The flaming serpent swallowed several Death Eaters whole before the remaining ones could react, but by then, it was already too late. Yet, instead of staying to fight back, the Death Eaters quickly used apparition to escape, snatching up their wounded companions as they vanished. Wise was surprised by how easily they cowered and fled. The commotion quickly drew a crowd. Several Aurors were rushing to the scene. Wise had no desire to be caught up in the aftermath. Nodding to Moody in silent understanding, he too disapparated, vanishing from spot. The explaining could be left to Moody. After all, he had spent most of his life as an Auror and was a well-respected figure in the Ministry of Magic. His words would bear weight, whereas if Wise, an outsider, lingered, he might find himself subject to questioning. Feigning composure, Wise returned to the private box. The Ministry officials had just received news of the attack, and after a few platitudes from Cornelius Fudge, the group hurried off in a flurry. "Professor, where did you go?" The twin brothers, Fred and George, their cheeks flushed with excitement, called out, "You missed the awards ceremony." The twins had accurately predicted the outcome of the match and wagered all their savings with Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Now, they finally had enough money to open their own joke shop. Just as Wise was about to respond, a deafening blast shattered the tranquility of the night. A tremendous explosion echoed through the air. High in the sky, the dark mark blazed forth, spreading fear over the Quidditch Stadium. All eyes turned upward, drawn to that chilling symbol. "That's," someone cried out in terror. "The mysterious man. The mysterious man has returned." A panicked cry erupted from within the crowd. Rumors had long circulated in the magical world, one of which claimed that Voldemort was not truly dead and would eventually rise again. The stadium, which a moment ago was boiling over with excitement, was doused as if with a bucket of cold water. Chaos broke out instantly. People pushed and shoved their way toward the exits, with more than half knocked to the ground. Some scrambled for their flying brooms, and the rest followed suit, until both sky and earth were crammed with frantic witches and wizards. The commentator tried desperately to restore order, but his voice was drowned out by the pandemonium. Among the tumult of 100,000 sorcerers, high and low, good and bad, some took advantage of the bedlam to loot, or even play nasty tricks, adding to the confusion. And at the root of it all was a single dark mark burning in the sky. Voldemort's terror had seeped deep into the bones of the European magical community. When Wes returned to Hogwarts, Dumbledore was already waiting for him in the headmaster's office. The room was filled with a faint, comforting fragrance, and the flames in the fireplace flickered, casting shadows across Dumbledore's silver beard. "How'd it go?" "It was nothing but a rabble," Wes shrugged. "I killed a few Death Eaters. The rest scattered as soon as things started to go badly. Moody's staying behind to handle the aftermath. Then someone set off a dark mark. Whoever it was sparked the chaos." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Do you know who it was?" Wes recalled the scene, but hadn't noticed anyone especially suspicious. It probably wasn't any of that group of Death Eaters. But in the original story, it had been young Barty Crouch Jr. who set off the dark mark. With that in mind, he warned Dumbledore, since Moody stepped in, the Death Eaters won't let it go. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Moody's always been suspicious by nature, and he trusts very few. The one who cast the dark mark is worth watching too. There's no such person on the list Lucius provided. Wes's words left Dumbledore silent. The appearance of this mysterious figure was indeed a thorny issue. Azkaban is hardly impregnable. Didn't Sirius Black escape just last year? Dumbledore looked up, fixing Wes with a penetrating gaze. You're suggesting a Death Eater has broken out? Wes did not answer directly. Don't you have plenty of contacts in the Ministry? It shouldn't be too hard to find out. He turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Dumbledore deep in thought, watching his retreating figure. Wes had little interest in what Dumbledore would do next. With a warning delivered, if Barty Crouch Jr. still managed to slip into Hogwarts, then Dumbledore truly was getting old and muddle-headed. The incident of the dark mark appearing at the Quidditch World Cup never made it into the newspapers. Clearly, the Ministry of Magic managed to suppress it. But there were simply too many eyewitnesses, and rumors spread like wildfire throughout the wizarding world. What was supposed to be a grand celebration for witches and wizards had been completely ruined by a single dark mark, leaving Minister Cornelius Fudge's position teetering on the edge. Anxiety ran high within the Ministry itself. Fortunately, Hogwarts remained untouched by the chaos. The start of term commenced right on schedule. Still, the only thing on the students' minds was the scene from the Quidditch World Cup. Even the sorting ceremony drew little attention. Everyone was preoccupied by memories of that night. When Dumbledore announced that the new defense against the dark arts professor would be Alastor Moody, the entire Great Hall fell silent. Not a single student applauded to welcome him. Moody's fearsome appearance left everyone visibly unsettled. Even some of the professors instinctively distanced themselves. Weiss gazed at Moody in a distracted manner. He couldn't help but wonder, is this truly Moody, or someone else in disguise? Throughout the hall, anyone caught by Moody's magical eye would instinctively look away, unable to meet his gaze. The atmosphere grew tense and uncomfortable. Students, Dumbledore's voice echoed across the hall. Please join me in welcoming our new professor, Alastor Moody. Moody stood by Dumbledore's side, and his presence alone sent a chill through the room. I know my appearance might frighten some of you. Moody's voice was deep and commanding, but you must understand, defense against the dark arts is not a subject for the faint of heart. Here, you'll learn to protect yourselves, to stand against the forces of darkness. Weiss kept a close eye on Moody, searching for any sign of deception. He was well aware that Barty Crouch Jr. might try to sneak into Hogwarts, and Moody would be the perfect target. But if this truly was Moody himself, then his arrival would certainly bolster the school's defenses. After Moody finished his speech, another awkward silence blanketed the room, broken only when Dumbledore began to clap. Gradually, a scattering of applause followed from the rest of the hall. Moody could well become one of the least popular teachers in Hogwarts history, but he didn't seem to mind in the slightest. He plopped himself down right next to Weiss. If it weren't for your warning, I'd probably have been caught off guard by a Death Eater's ambush. And last time, too, if Dumbledore hadn't shown up when he did, I'd likely have lost my life entirely. No need for thanks. You're a powerful wizard. Dumbledore speaks very highly of you, Weiss replied. The two spoke in hushed tones at the staff table, and only then did Weiss confirm that this was indeed the real Moody, and not some imposter. But soon, the rising chatter of the students cut their conversation short. Really, Headmaster? Fred and George, the twin brothers, called out loudly. You're not joking, are you? Dumbledore, momentarily distracted by the twins' question, replied, Since you mentioned jokes, it reminds me of a rather hilarious one. One day, a troll, a banshee, and a leprechaun walked into a bar together. Seeing that Dumbledore had wandered off into unrelated topics, Professor McGonagall, who was seated nearby, cleared her throat, trying to remind him to return to the point. But Dumbledore seemed not to notice, so she resorted to tapping her spoon against her glass, hoping the sound would get his attention. Dumbledore snapped back to the moment and addressed the students. Apologies, my friends. In fact, I have a very important announcement to make. He glanced around the room to make sure everyone was listening before continuing. This year, Hogwarts will be hosting a very special event, the Triwizard Tournament. The students immediately burst into excitement, the hall filling with eager chatter. Even those from non-magical families, who didn't quite know what was happening, joined the merriment upon hearing this was a celebration not held for 100 years. Next, Dumbledore announced that, due to the tournament, all Quidditch matches for the year would be cancelled. Though this news brought a pang of disappointment, the anticipation of something even grander soon swept away any lingering unhappiness. The Ministry of Magic is full of fools. Moody grumbled like a true cynic as he continued to rail against the Ministry. What they should be doing is out hunting Death Eaters. All those people care about is keeping their own jobs. Moody was quite pleased to find Weasley agreed with him, immediately taking a liking to him. Although Moody's own magical power wasn't quite as strong as Weasley's, his combat experience was second to none, and he shared plenty of useful battle tips. When it comes to dark wizards, you can't afford to show any mercy. They won't give you a second chance. Moody had studied the dark arts in great depth and made no secret of being willing to use them himself. In his view, only by being more ruthless, more cunning, and more knowledgeable about dark magic than the dark wizards themselves could you truly defeat them. As the new school year began, what worried the students most was defense against the dark arts. Tales of Mad-Eye Moody had earned him a fierce reputation, leaving everyone uneasy that he might subject them to the same unforgivable curses he used on Death Eaters. But what the students didn't know was that, though Moody was strict, he knew exactly where to draw the line. He would never harm a student. The previous defense against the dark arts teachers were far too gentle, Moody remarked to Weasley during one conversation. We need to make the students truly understand how dangerous the forces of darkness really are. He was very pleased with the dueling exercises Wes had arranged earlier, and decided to keep them as part of the curriculum. Moody's lessons were much stricter than Professor Lupin's, leaving the young wizards grumbling, none more so than the Slytherin students. Most of the criminals Moody had arrested had come from Slytherin House, and some of the children had relatives or even parents whom he'd sent straight to Azkaban. Having grown up hearing tales of his exploits, these children regarded him with a mix of fear and resentment. If you turn out like your parents, Moody once said, I'll toss you into Azkaban to join them. More than one child burst into tears at his words, providing much amusement for students in the other three houses. Time slipped by quickly. Before anyone realized, it was already October. On this day, classes were suspended as the entire school gathered to welcome guests from afar, the students and headmasters of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. The delegates from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute were scheduled to arrive at Hogwarts today. Although Britain's average temperatures in October lingered between 6 and 16 degrees Celsius, a steady drizzle darkened the sky, and students huddled beneath raincoats, already grumbling about the miserable weather. Suddenly, the rhythmic beat of wings echoed overhead. Some sharp-eyed students were the first to spot the enormous flying carriage, a grand, mobile mansion gleaming with golden light and adorned with lavish patterns. Drawn by 8 Abraxans, fantastic magical horses far larger and stronger than any ordinary steed, endowed with tremendous stamina and power. The flying carriage began its gentle descent, bathed in music and magical light, touching down within the Hogwarts grounds. The carriage doors swung open, and a woman stepped out. She was strikingly tall, taller even than Hagrid. Her presence radiated authority, making her an unforgettable sight to behold. This was Madame Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Her students followed closely behind, descending from the carriage. It was clear these students had taken great care with their appearance. Dressed in elegant silk robes, they descended the steps with poise and dignity, a picture of refined grace. One girl in particular drew nearly everyone's eye. Long, silver hair cascaded down her back, her clear blue eyes deep and mesmerizing, and her delicate features seemed taken straight from a fairy tale princess. This was Fleur Delacour. Even amidst the crowd, she stood out, immediately becoming the center of attention. The Hogwarts students gazed at her in admiration, especially the boys, who were completely captivated by her beauty. Wow, the Beauxbatons students are really stunning. While Dumbledore was exchanging pleasantries with Madame Maxime, an ominous rumble suddenly filled the sky. The students of Hogwarts gazed upward, their eyes wide with astonishment, as a massive black ship slowly rose from the depths of the lake, a sight as grand as it was breathtaking. The ship drew up to the shore, and from it strode Igor Karkaroff, leading the Durmstrang students. Swathed in fur cloaks and blood-red robes, they marched off the ship, exuding an air of fierce determination. Beside Karkaroff stood Victor Krum, the seeker for the Bulgarian national Quidditch team, and his presence caused an immediate stir. By Merlin's beard, that's Krum, someone exclaimed, recalling how Krum had dazzled everyone at the recently concluded Quidditch World Cup and become a hero to legions of fans. Now, he had come to Hogwarts as a Durmstrang student, and the entire school erupted with excitement. It's been a while, Dumbledore, Karkaroff said, greeting Dumbledore with an embrace before introducing Krum with evident pride. This is Victor Krum, the world's best seeker and a champion of our school. Krum, in contrast to Karkaroff's exuberance, behaved with humility. He gave a slight nod of greeting to Dumbledore, showing none of the bravado one might expect. Dumbledore smiled warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Krum. Your skills are truly remarkable. He led the visitors into the great hall, with a welcoming warmth quickly coaxed everyone out of their rain-soaked cloaks. The house elves had outdone themselves and prepared a lavish feast, with special dishes from France and Northern Europe laid out to honor the guests. An array of mouth-watering aromas mingled in the hall, and students from every house gathered around the long tables, sampling delicacies from far and wide. Halfway through the feast, Dumbledore rose to his feet and tapped his glass for attention, sending a gentle, crystalline ring through the chatter-filled hall. "My dear students," Dumbledore's voice carried clear and strong. "Tonight, we welcome friends from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, and we prepare for a momentous occasion. Together, we will witness the unveiling of the Goblet of Fire." With every eye upon them, Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, and Karkaroff mounted the dais and removed the black cloth concealing the Goblet of Fire. At first glance, the goblet seemed nothing more than a battered wooden cup, certainly nothing extraordinary. And yet, it was the highest honor that any student in Europe's wizarding schools could hope to attain. Dumbledore explained, "The Goblet of Fire will select the champions for the Triwizard Tournament. Any student who is at least 17 years old may submit their name to the goblet. Tomorrow night, the goblet will choose one champion from each school to represent them in the coming challenges." A buzz of excitement immediately swept through the hall. Students began whispering eagerly, hearts pounding with anticipation, already devising ways to enter their names and seize this golden opportunity to shine. In order to prevent younger students from voting, Dumbledore drew a line on the floor. This is the age line. Students who are not yet 17 years old cannot cross it. Some of the lower year students were already plotting how they might get past Dumbledore's magical barrier. Dumbledore, fully aware of what the students were thinking, had no intention of interfering. After all, if his magic could be broken by students, he would hardly deserve the title of the greatest white wizard. When the time to sign up arrived, a long line formed in front of the Goblet of Fire. Even a few Hogwarts first years joined the queue, and no one bothered to chase them away. So far, not a single person had successfully crossed the age line set by Dumbledore. The Great Hall buzzed with intense excitement. Students whispered about who might become a champion and how anyone could possibly get across that seemingly insurmountable line. Soon, it was the turn of the twin brothers, Fred and George. They pulled a bottle of their carefully brewed, aging potion from their pockets and drank it as if toasting each other. All around, students held their breath, eyes fixed on the moment. A grin of triumph spread across the twins' faces as they strode confidently toward Dumbledore's age line. To everyone's astonishment, they crossed the line successfully. "Whoa, amazing! Go Fred! Go George! Brilliant! Now become champions for us!" Cheered on from all sides, the twins strutted forward like victorious generals, basking in admiring shouts. They marched right up to the Goblet of Fire, ready to throw in their names. Suddenly, a thunderous bang. With a powerful jolt, the twins were hurled out beyond the age line, landing hard on the floor. A collective gasp rose from the watching crowd, quickly followed by peals of laughter. Fred and George scrambled to their feet, brushing dust from their clothes as the hall erupted once more in laughter. Thanks to the age line's magical backlash, the twins' hair and eyebrows had turned a gleaming silver white, and long beards now hung from their chins. They exchanged stupefied glances, then burst into laughter, pointing at each other until they doubled over, helpless with mirth. "I think Madame Pomfrey could help you two return to normal," Dumbledore called from the stairs, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "No need, Headmaster," Fred gasped. "These beards are just too cool." "Exactly, we like them this way," George chimed in from beside him. Copying Dumbledore's manner, the twins began to stroke their new beards with great satisfaction, looking immensely pleased with themselves. "I must admit, your beards are truly splendid," Dumbledore said, with a trace of envy in his voice. In less than half a day, Hogwarts was suddenly filled with a swarm of elderly-looking, white-haired but youthful little old men. These were the young wizards who had bought aging potion from the twins in hopes of crossing the age line. But, as expected, all of them failed. Still, none of them bothered to go to the hospital wing to see Madame Pomfrey. After all, this backlash was harmless and would simply last for a few days. What was even more amusing was that they organized a contest to see whose beard could grow the longest and most magnificent. The twin brothers were not discouraged at all. On the contrary, they seized the opportunity to earn a tidy profit. A few days later, the time came to announce the names of the champions for the Triwizard Tournament, and the Hogwarts Great Hall was packed to the brim. Every student looked forward to the results, each hoping they might be chosen. As the oldest among them, Dumbledore presided over the ceremony. Barty Crouch, there as the Ministry of Magic's representative, participated as well. Standing beside Dumbledore, he scanned the crowd of students below with a solemn expression. Dumbledore raised his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. "Now, let us witness the choosing of the Goblet of Fire." Suddenly, the Goblet of Fire burst into dazzling light. A tongue of flame rose from within, curling around a slip of parchment. Dumbledore caught the slip and called out in a resounding voice, "The champion representing Durmstrang Institute, Victor Krum." A storm of applause and cheers thundered through the entire hall. It was no surprise to anyone that Krum would be chosen as Durmstrang's champion. It was what everyone expected. He had seen it coming himself. There was simply no one at his school qualified to compete with him. Rising calmly, he gave a confident smile and nodded in acknowledgement. The applause gradually subsided, and Dumbledore reached for the second slip the goblet produced. The champion representing Beauxbatons Academy, Fleur Delacour. Among the Beauxbatons students, the most strikingly beautiful girl rose to her feet. With a simple gesture, she captivated a number of the boys in the hall. Unlike Krum, however, quite a few of the Beauxbatons students looked on with disdain, curling their lips in disapproval at Fleur being chosen as champion. She was not particularly well liked at her school. Dumbledore continued to preside over the ceremony, as once again the goblet of fire flared. The champion representing Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Cedric Diggory. The hall erupted in the loudest cheers yet. No matter how famous Krum was, or how incredibly beautiful Fleur appeared, none of it could outweigh the thrill of having Cedric as one of their own. Classmates crowded around, scrambling to congratulate him on becoming Hogwarts representative. The three champions became the center of attention, with everyone circling them, eager to offer their congratulations and hopes. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the goblet of fire spat out another slip of parchment. Everyone was stunned into silence. Even Dumbledore himself froze, holding the slip of paper motionless in his hand. As all eyes turned to him, Dumbledore slowly unfolded the paper and read out the name written on it, Harry Potter. Instantly, the great hall fell into a hush so profound it seemed no one dared to breathe, before erupting into a storm of commotion. Harry Potter, a boy of just 14, had been chosen by the Goblet of Fire as the fourth champion. Now, every gaze in the hall was fixed firmly on Harry Potter. Harry stood rooted to the spot in shock, utterly at a loss for what to do, until Hermione gave him a firm nudge. Only then did he realize he had, indeed, been selected. There had only ever been 3 champions in the history of the Triwizard Tournament, and yet suddenly, a fourth had appeared, something no one could have anticipated. Chaos broke out in the hall. Students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang began jeering, loudly accusing Hogwarts of cheating, while Madame Maxime's and Karkaroff's expressions grew steel-hard with accusation. Dumbledore quickly stepped forward to restore order, instructing Professor McGonagall to take Harry away from the hall for the time being. "May I have your attention, please? We will investigate this matter at once to ensure the absolute fairness of the tournament." After reassuring the students, Dumbledore wasted no time in calling together the 3 headmasters, Barty Crouch, and the Hogwarts professors to consult on this unexpected turn of events. Of all present, Madame Maxime was the most incensed, openly questioning the integrity of the contest. "This is simply not right. The Goblet of Fire should never have chosen a 4th champion." What surprised Weasley was that, contrary to what the original story described, Karkaroff did not rush to protest. Instead, he actively encouraged the idea of Harry participating. "There is a logic to the Goblet's choices," Karkaroff insisted. "We cannot so easily dismiss its decision. And since 4 champions have been named, we must respect that outcome." Weasley couldn't help watching him more closely. Karkaroff's attitude was so different from the book that suspicion began to bud in Weasley's mind about his true intentions. Barty Crouch, on the other hand, maintained that the Goblet of Fire could not be mistaken. The goblet is an ancient magical artifact. It would not make such a choice without reason. According to tradition, those chosen are bound to compete. After an intense discussion, the 3 headmasters eventually reached a consensus. They would accept the goblet's judgment. So it was that, after so many years, the Triwizard Tournament, held once again, now presented the unparalleled situation of having a 4th champion. The Harry Potter storyline is about to conclude in the coming days. The protagonist is to venture into a new world, but before that, the tale here in the world of Harry Potter must be brought to its proper end. Inside the headmaster's office, Wes and Moody were seated across from Dumbledore's desk. 3 steaming cups of tea sat untouched before them, while a palpable tension hung in the air. Moody's electric blue magical eye spun restlessly, as if searching for hidden clues. In his gravelly voice, he was the first to shatter the silence of the office. "Something isn't right. None of this adds up." Dumbledore leaned his head on his left hand, his brow deeply furrowed. "Harry simply doesn't have the ability to put his own name into the Goblet of Fire." "Exactly." Harry himself seemed completely shocked to be chosen. "He couldn't fool my eyes," Moody added. Moody prided himself on his keen powers of observation. He absolutely refused to believe that a student's lie could slip past him. Watching the two men racking their brains, Wes decided to help guide their thoughts. The professors wouldn't bother themselves with such childish pranks either. And if any student really had the skills to pull this off, why would they bother putting down Harry's name? When you rule out every impossibility, only one explanation remains. Someone had a compelling reason to make sure Harry entered the tournament. And who could that be? Moody tapped his left foot impatiently, his magical eye spinning and whirring even faster. Dumbledore fell silent, staring thoughtfully out the window, so quiet that the only sound in the room was the ticking of the clock. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Dumbledore turned back to face Wes and Moody. Entering the Triwizard Tournament might be an honor, but it's also extremely dangerous. So whoever put Harry's name into the goblet couldn't possibly be his friend. Death Eaters, Moody declared, thumping his cane hard against the floor for emphasis. They've been unusually active since the Quidditch World Cup, and they even attacked me. Now that I think about it, that attack on you was extremely odd, Wes added. All these years without vengeance, so why strike this year of all years? Dumbledore and Moody were quick thinkers. With Wes's gentle prompting, they pieced together the Death Eaters' plot in no time. But one point still puzzled Moody. He voiced his question, the Goblet of Fire. Their plan is to have Harry touch it. But to what end? Suddenly, Dumbledore shot to his feet, realization flashing in his eyes. A portkey. They could have turned the goblet into a portkey. That way, it would transport Harry out of Hogwarts, beyond my protection. Moody's reaction was immediate. He sprang from his seat, ready to dash from the office. Wait, Wes stopped him just in time. What are we waiting for? There's no time to lose. If the goblet's been tampered with, we have to halt the tournament. Moody's urgency was unmistakable. And then what? Then we find the blasted Death Eater responsible and lock him in Azkaban, where he belongs. Moody's hatred for Death Eaters was evident in every word, his teeth clenched tight. And then, faced with this follow-up question from Wasey, Moody found himself at a loss for words. Well, catching a single Death Eater won't really solve the root of the problem. They'll have countless opportunities to go after Harry. Wasey tapped his fingers on the table. So why don't we turn their own scheme against them? You mean? Moody's interest was immediately piqued. Dumbledore, too, settled back into his comfortable office chair. Moody especially looked eager, plainly itching to hear what Wasey would propose next. Wasey looked up and gestured for Moody to sit down first. If I recall, the cup only appears in the final task, correct? Yes. The first contestant to reach the cup will be declared the winner. Wasey continued, which means that until then, the students should be safe. The Death Eaters wouldn't dare make a move inside Hogwarts. At these words, both Dumbledore and Moody realized his meaning. The Death Eaters are going through all this trouble to teleport Harry away, clearly for something big. I dare say it's likely a plot set in motion by Voldemort himself. He picked up a cup of tea, blew gently over the surface, and took a slow sip. All we need to do is follow Harry closely, and their plans will be laid bare. Dumbledore, this is a great opportunity, Moody exclaimed, banging the table with excitement. His cane thudded heavily against the floor, filling the room with a deep, echoing sound. Even if Voldemort isn't personally involved, capturing a few more Death Eaters could force information about his whereabouts out of them. Dumbledore was tempted by the plan, though caution still clouded his expression. We can make a portkey and keep it on Harry. The instant he disappears, we follow right after. With the three of us, myself, you, and Moody, at our best, even Voldemort in his prime would have no hope of winning. Wasey's confidence finally tipped Dumbledore's resolve. He rose to his feet, walked to the window, and gazed out at the grounds, now deep in the embrace of night. Very well, we'll go with this plan. But above all, the children's safety must come first. Of course, Wasey replied solemnly. As a Hogwarts professor, it went without saying that he would never risk the students' well-being. To cover all our bases, I think we should have a backup plan. Cedric is a Hogwarts student, too. I doubt you'd want to see him get hurt, either. What about Fleur and Crumb? Moody asked, worry etched across his face. He gripped his cane a little tighter. Do we need to inform the other two schools? I don't trust Karkaroff. He was a Death Eater once, after all. There's no need to tell anyone else. The Death Eater's target is Harry. They wouldn't want any unnecessary complications. I'll ask Severus to gather information on Karkaroff. Dumbledore agreed with Wasey's assessment. All that matters is ensuring that Harry or Cedric is the first to touch the Triwizard Cup. The same goes for the Death Eaters, and right now, we have the advantage of working from the shadows. Moody considered the situation. With proper preparation, this plan would be flawless. Moody, I'll leave Harry to you. At the very least, make sure he has the strength to protect himself before we arrive, Dumbledore said, his gaze full of trust. No problem. I'll make sure Harry stays safe. Let me take care of Cedric. Wes volunteered to take over this task. Dumbledore was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't expected Wes to be so proactive this time. Wes simply wanted to finish things once and for all, to wipe out Voldemort and the Death Eaters in a single stroke. He was thoroughly fed up with these people causing trouble year after year. Knock, knock. Cedric rapped on the door to Wes's office. Come in, came Wes's voice from behind the door. Hearing Wes speak, Cedric straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The office was softly lit, bookshelves lined with all manner of magical tomes, and the air still carried a faint scent of ink and parchment. Professor, Cedric greeted him, then stood awkwardly, feeling a touch uneasy. He had no idea why Wes had summoned him. When he'd gotten the message, he'd been completely in the dark. Wes sat at his desk, looking at Cedric with a gentle expression. Sit down, Cedric, he said, gesturing to a chair across from him. The story of Harry Potter would soon draw to a close. The protagonist would embark on a journey to a new world, but before that, the tale of Harry had to be brought to an end. Cedric obeyed, taking a seat with his hands resting nervously on his knees. Cedric, what do you think about Harry being chosen as the fourth champion? Cedric thought for a moment. Since the Goblet of Fire chose Harry, I suppose he has the right to compete. Maybe there's something about him that made the goblet select him. The answer sounded somewhat formal, but it was truly how Cedric felt. Most students were displeased that Harry had been chosen as a champion, but Cedric trusted his own judgment. He knew Harry couldn't have crossed Dumbledore's age line unaided, but as for who had helped him, Cedric wasn't too concerned. As long as the competition was fair, he was not afraid of anyone. There's something I need your cooperation with. Cedric's attention sharpened immediately, and Wes began to explain their plans in detail. From the possibility that the Goblet of Fire had been tampered with, to the Death Eaters' potential involvement, and finally, to how they intended to respond. Cedric listened in stunned silence. He hadn't imagined there might be Death Eaters at the heart of the Triwizard Tournament's troubles. For a moment, he found it difficult to accept this new reality. I thought they had all been caught by now, and that the mysterious figure was already dead. Why are you telling me all this? Wouldn't it be better for your plan if I didn't know? Wes gave a subtle smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of admiration. You're a clever one, and frankly, you're far more capable than Harry. There's a good chance you'll be the first to reach the Goblet of Fire. The Death Eaters won't spare you, just because you're a student. Now that you know our plan, you're in danger. Their target is Harry, and if you would consider withdrawing from the tournament. No. Cedric clenched his fists. I won't quit. Wes shrugged, looking like he'd expected that answer all along. That's exactly why we need to make sure you can protect yourself. Out of nowhere, putting you through special training would have made you suspicious. Cedric, you're not as easy to fool as Harry is, so I decided to tell you the truth. Think it over carefully. There's no rush to give me your answer. With that, Wes handed him a glass of water. Cedric sat quietly for quite a while, lost in thought, before finally making up his mind. Professor, I'm willing to cooperate. Are you sure? We can't guarantee your safety. Not completely. This isn't a game. You'll be facing Death Eaters, fighting against them. Wes reminded him once again, gently but firmly, that this was no light matter and Cedric had to understand what was at stake. Cedric lifted his wand, confidence shining in his eyes. I was chosen by the Goblet of Fire, wasn't I? Since you've made your choice, remember, this must remain a secret. Wes patted him on the shoulder. With you, there are only 4 people who know about this plan. Cedric promised he would never let the secret slip, even offering to make an unbreakable vow. Wes chuckled and shook his head, assuring him that wasn't necessary. I trust you, Cedric. You understand how important this plan is. That's enough for me. Wes could tell that, despite Cedric's calm expression, the boy was both anxious and excited. It was only natural. A 17-year-old suddenly entrusted with so many secrets and such an important role. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Get a good night's sleep. Starting tomorrow, I'll begin your special training. If you want to survive the Death Eaters, you're not strong enough yet. When Wes was Cedric's age, he too used to dream of being handed a secret mission, swooping in to save the day and become a hero. He understood that feeling well. Understood, Professor. I'll give my all. Once Cedric left the office, Wes sat back down at his desk and returned to preparing the next stage of the plan. From the next day on, Wes began subjecting Cedric to intense special training. The regimen was simple, relentless, non-stop practical combat. Forbidden Forest. In the shadowy, damp depths of the Forbidden Forest, countless doubles of Wes would appear out of nowhere, forcing Cedric to evade and counterattack in the tangled, unpredictable terrain. In the beginning, Cedric would be defeated in less than 5 minutes. Black Lake. Beneath the icy waters of the Black Lake, Cedric had to navigate underwater obstacles while fending off Wes's doubles. The harsh training here dramatically improved his stamina and reflexes. Mountains. On the rugged, treacherous slopes, Cedric learned how to use the uneven ground for cover and to strike from unexpected angles. Day or night, Cedric had to stay on constant alert. Wes's doubles could attack at any moment. Wes had only one demand for Cedric's training: to escape pursuit from his double successfully. At first, Cedric could only hold out for a few minutes, but as time passed, his endurance steadily grew. By the time the first challenge began, Cedric was able to last a full half hour. To reach this level, Cedric sacrificed all his free time, even cutting back on moments with his girlfriend. Every evening after training, he was left battered and bruised. If it hadn't been for Madame Pomfrey's masterful healing skills, he would have never made it this far. Meanwhile, Harry was also undergoing special training under Moody. Moody's methods were far more brutal than Wes's, leaving Harry utterly exhausted. Harry and Cedric would bump into each other in the hospital wing almost daily, and after a while, they became quite familiar with one another. That night, the two young men lay side by side on neighboring beds, both sharing in the aches of training as Madame Pomfrey tended to their wounds. "This is just ridiculous. There's no need to go to such extremes, even if you're chosen as champions," Madame Pomfrey grumbled with disapproval. When her eyes fell on Harry's injuries, her frown deepened even further. "This won't do. I'm going straight to Dumbledore." "Harry, you're still young. Training this hard could affect your growth. Surely you don't want to end up short, do you?" After instructing both boys to get a good rest, Madame Pomfrey hurried off to the headmaster's office to lodge her complaint. Left behind, Harry and Cedric exchanged awkward glances, the sudden silence hanging between them. Harry started. Cedric began at almost the same moment. They caught each other's eye, then burst out together. "You go first." The awkwardness melted away in an instant as they couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like we're in sync," Cedric said with a shrug and a smile. "But go ahead, you first." Harry nodded, deciding to be the first to speak. "The first task is about facing a dragon," he revealed, sharing what he had learned from Hagrid. "I know it sounds insane, but I'm certain it's true." Cedric was taken aback at first. Then, unexpectedly, he erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Harry watched, puzzled and a little worried, wondering if Cedric had suddenly fallen ill, and considered if he should fetch Madame Pomfrey. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Cedric explained, "That's exactly what I was going to say. It seems we're really on the same wavelength." Harry grinned, and a wave of relief washed over him. In that moment, the two rivals felt a genuine sense of camaraderie. November had only just begun, and the first task of the Triwizard Tournament was about to start. The long-awaited tournament had captured everyone's attention. Not only were the students and professors at Hogwarts buzzing with excitement, even the Ministry of Magic was taking it very seriously. Barty Crouch, as the chief organizer, coordinated the various departments of the ministry with great precision to ensure everything went smoothly. After the disappointment of the Quidditch World Cup, the ministry hoped a successful tournament would restore their reputation, so all their hopes were riding on these games. The four champions had already gone through the process of wand inspection and pre-task interviews. The audience, growing slightly impatient during the wait, finally burst into applause as the tournament officially began. The first challenge, a duel with a dragon. Cedric gave a performance far superior to what had been recorded in the original tale. All those extra lessons from Weasley had truly paid off. Using clever tactics and formidable magical skill, he managed to retrieve the golden egg from the dragon's nest, earning wild cheers from the crowd for his remarkable accomplishment. When it was Harry's turn, he too demonstrated extraordinary courage and ingenuity. Though he was visibly nervous at first, Moody's training had fully prepared him. Relying on his superior flying skills, Harry deftly dodged the dragon's attacks and, in the end, successfully claimed the golden egg. When it came time to score, Karkaroff did something surprising. He gave Harry a high mark. This immediately aroused Weasley's suspicion. He thought Karkaroff might already have been replaced by Barty Crouch Jr., or perhaps was under some kind of threat. Still, these were just guesses. The main priority was ensuring the safety of Harry and the other champions. Before long, the final task awaited them. The Quidditch pitch had been transformed into the Showdown's arena, with a mighty maze rising up at its center. Before the last stage, Weasley pulled Cedric aside and handed him 2 items. "This watch will shield you from one fatal attack," he said, and then, with a look of disdain, passed Cedric a battered old glove. "As for this, these were made by Dumbledore. If you find yourself transported out of Hogwarts, don't panic. Just channel a bit of magic into this. We'll come to you right away using a portkey." Cedric accepted the 2 items with utmost seriousness, taking great care to hide them safely. As he was about to leave, Wes called after him. "Cedric, there's no need to force yourself." "About Harry." "Professor, I'm the chosen champion," Cedric replied with a smile. "And didn't you say my skills already surpass those of most adult wizards? You need to have faith in me." With those words, Cedric turned and departed. At the sound of the whistle, the tournament officially began. Harry, Cedric, Crumb, and Fleur entered the maze one after another, in order of their scores from the previous rounds. The stands were silent, every eye fixed and breath held in anticipation. Wes took a seat beside Dumbledore. Moody sat with his eyes closed, conserving his strength, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Only Dumbledore remained vigilant, his gaze never straying from the maze's entrance, tracking every moment of the competition. Inside the labyrinth, the four champions began to move. Crumb and Fleur quickly fell behind. It was clear to any observer that they had lost their shot at the title. All that remained was the showdown between Harry and Cedric. The Triwizard Tournament had turned into an inner Hogwarts duel. As Harry and Cedric drew ever closer to the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore gripped the Elder Wand tightly, while Moody opened his eyes, alert. The tension in the stands reached its peak. Everyone waited, breathless, for the outcome. Finally, Harry and Cedric caught sight of the Goblet of Fire, and both sprinted towards it. The moment their hands touched it, a swirling vortex erupted, snatching them out of Hogwarts. The goblet had been turned into a portkey. Before the astonished eyes of thousands, Harry and Cedric vanished. The stands erupted in uproar. What's going on? Where did they go? Who's the champion? The officials from the Ministry of Magic looked equally confused, completely at a loss. By the rules, the champion should have been decided the instant a competitor touched the goblet, but before all to see, both participants had vanished. Only Wes, Dumbledore, and Moody knew the truth of what happened. Too slow, Moody muttered, glancing repeatedly at his pocket watch. It's already been a minute. Why hasn't the portkey been activated? Don't worry, Dumbledore reassured him gently. With the magical items Wes provided, Harry and Cedric will be able to protect themselves. Another 5 minutes passed, and a sense that something was terribly wrong began to settle over the crowd. Cedric's parents anxiously questioned the Ministry of Magic officials, while the audience in the stands began to grow restless and uneasy, dark thoughts starting to creep into everyone's mind. Professor McGonagall sought out Dumbledore, her voice urgent. What's happened, Dumbledore? Her instincts told her that Dumbledore must know what was going on. Dumbledore was just about to explain when suddenly, the object he was holding grew hot in his arms. He quickly pulled out the worn glove. There's no time to explain, Minerva. I'll leave things here to you. With those hurried words, Dumbledore vanished from sight, taking Wise and Moody with him. At that very moment, Harry and Cedric appeared in a gloomy, desolate place, the graveyard at Little Hangleton. Ancient trees and barren fields stretched out all around them, and the cemetery was littered with time-worn gravestones and wild, tangled weeds, all shrouded in a heavy blanket of mist, with a lingering odor of rot hanging in the air. Voldemort had already been resurrected and was summoning his Death Eaters. The Death Eaters encircled Cedric and Harry, forcing them back to back as they stood, both already wounded. The pocket watch Wise had given Cedric had borne the brunt of a curse from Voldemort, and now lay on the ground, broken and smoldering. A deep gash ran down Cedric's arm, blood flowing steadily from the wound. Don't be afraid, Cedric reassured Harry. Professor Elvin and the headmaster will be here any moment now. Harry swallowed nervously, glancing at the blood seeping from the cut on his arm. Voldemort, apparently surprised that Cedric had survived, fixed his blood-red eyes on him, as though trying to pierce straight through. Cedric felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being stared down by a venomous serpent. What an interesting magical device, Voldemort sneered. I wonder how many of my spells it can withstand. No sooner had he spoken than he leveled his wand and unleashed a pale green beam directly at Cedric. Just as the deadly curse was about to strike Cedric, Wise, Dumbledore, and Moody materialized before them. With a swift gesture, Wise deflected Voldemort's attack. Professor, Cedric cried out in astonished relief. Well done, Cedric. Wise praised him, then lifted his wand and aimed it straight at Voldemort. Leave the rest to us. Dumbledore. Voldemort spat the name, eyes narrowed at the aged wizard. The Death Eaters, upon seeing the headmaster of Hogwarts, spiraled into chaos. Why is Dumbledore here? One Death Eater called out, panic shaking his voice. And Mad-Eye Moody too. Another followed, his fear even more palpable. It's you. Voldemort's gaze shifted, landing on a young man behind Dumbledore. Senior, now is not the time for small talk. As Wes spoke, 5 golden orbs, guided deftly by his hand, shot off in different directions, gradually enclosing the eerie cemetery. Once the orbs had settled into place, a gentle yet impenetrable field of light began to spread between them, eventually forming a massive, translucent dome that trapped all the Death Eaters inside. None of you are getting out now. Without wasting a single word, Wes brandished his wand and unleashed a barrage of powerful attack spells. Blades forged from hardened air poured down like rain, each strike aimed with lethal precision at the Death Eaters below. Desperate to escape, the Death Eaters tried to apparate away, but the barrier Wes had erected served only one purpose: to imprison. No matter how they tried to vanish, none could break free. Realizing there was no hope of fleeing, the Death Eaters threw themselves into a desperate counterattack. With their numbers giving them confidence, they believed that if they could focus their efforts on Wes, they might just turn the tides. Dark wizards all, they cast spells as complex as they were dangerous, weaving layers of magic in hopes of resisting his onslaught. Wes swiftly locked onto every incoming curse, his eyes tracking each threat. He spoke a brief but immensely powerful incantation, Blasting Curse. With every utterance, explosions erupted from the tip of Wes's wand. Each Death Eater caught in his sights was torn apart in an instant, their screams and the boom of detonations echoing through the graveyard in a grisly symphony. Meanwhile, the duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort was reaching its fever pitch. The contest between these two supreme wizards was unpredictable, every move crackling with potential. Yet now Dumbledore held the upper hand, relentlessly pressing Voldemort and leaving him no chance to assist his followers. Mad-Eye Moody stood guard over the two children, ensuring they would not be caught in the crossfire. Even so, his ever-vigilant gaze stayed fixed on the battle, ready to leap into action the moment the tide shifted. "Don't be afraid. He's only one man," a Death Eater shouted, rallying his fellows. "He can't apparate either. Close in around him. Don't give him room to move." With those words, a dozen Death Eaters coordinated their attack, moving with the fluid precision of Voldemort's most trusted supporters. Battle-hardened and well-drilled, they unleashed spell after spell. Rays of every color streaked across the night sky, weaving a brilliant, deadly web that closed in on Wes from all sides. As each furious wave of enchantments crashed toward him, Wes simply lifted his wand with cool precision and intoned, "Protego." A magical shield immediately materialized around him, each oncoming spell striking the barrier and sending out gentle ripples. But not a single incantation could breach its formidable defense. There's plenty of them, but their skills are abysmal. Without missing a beat, Wes aimed his wand at the largest tree in the graveyard. The tree seemed to surge with newfound life. Its gnarled branches writhed and stretched. Stout roots pulled themselves from the earth. In the blink of an eye, the entire tree transformed into a colossal treant. Guided by Wes's will, countless branches cracked through the air like whips, lashing and ensnaring the struggling dark wizards. One Death Eater, desperate to fight back, shouted a fiery incantation and unleashed a surge of flames at the treant. "Inferno!" he roared. Wes, unfazed, merely raised his palm. The flames, as if summoned, twisted toward his hand and smoothly gathered into a glowing sphere of orange fire. "Inferno!" Wes replied, hurling the incantation, his voice laced with power twice as fierce as the last. The Death Eater had no time to dodge. He was engulfed by the fire, left a charred and lifeless husk. The others fared no better. Thick branches twisted about their wrists, and the sharp, sickening sound of bones snapping rang out. Racked with agony, they dropped their wands in defeat, left utterly helpless in the tree's grasp. With merciless efficiency, the treant parted its toothy maw and devoured the incapacitated Death Eaters whole. After this relentless exchange, the once formidable ranks of the Death Eaters were reduced to a mere 5 survivors. Despair set in, and they flailed in panic, aware that without action, every one of them would surely perish here. "Think of something, fast. If we don't act, none of us will make it out alive. Let's reveal who we are. We're all people of status. He wouldn't dare take our lives if he knew that." Yet even as these anxious words echoed between them, the Death Eaters hesitated, unable to reach a consensus. During their wavering, Wes had already begun his next assault. With a subtle wave of his wand, the ground beneath their feet turned soft, melting into a treacherous mire. Then, with a sharp twist of his wrist, Wes invoked a gravity spell. Suddenly, the Death Eaters felt as though a mountain bore down on them, leaving each breath a struggle. One Death Eater, frantic to unmask himself and declare his identity, found Wes pouring yet more power into the spell. The gravity doubled in an instant. Before he could utter a single word, he was ruthlessly dragged down into the blackened swamp, vanishing along with his companions beneath the consuming darkness. Meanwhile, the treant continued its grim work, snapping the wands from the hands of the defenseless Death Eaters, rendering them incapable of further resistance. When the last Death Eater cried out in panic, "Wait, we surrender," it was already far too late. As the battle came to an end, Wes gave his wand a gentle wave, restoring the ground to its original state. The swamp solidified once more into firm earth, and the treant returned to its initial position. Its leaves now looked even more vibrant than before. The whole affair took less than 3 minutes. Yet for these Death Eaters, it felt as if they had lived through a never-ending nightmare. Wes stood there, quietly taking all in. The fight had ended so swiftly that Harry and Cedric were still caught in the lingering tension, unable to recover from the adrenaline. Yet Wes had already dispatched more than a dozen Death Eaters with flawless efficiency. Moody stood nearby, though renowned for his vigilance. Even he was surprised by the swiftness and ruthlessness Wes displayed. He hadn't left a single one alive. There were scarcely any dark wizards capable of such uncompromising resolve. Moody couldn't help but raise his guard toward Wes. Wes turned his attention to the duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Dumbledore appeared to have the upper hand, but it was clear that bringing down Voldemort for good was no simple feat. At that moment, Wes stepped toward the heart of the battlefield. Voldemort's already twisted visage became even more contorted at the sight of Wes. "You again, always ruining my plans." Wes, for his part, remained calm and composed. He nodded to Voldemort, his tone courteous, tinged with a hint of formality. "Senior, we meet again." Voldemort was distracted, and Dumbledore wasted no time seizing the opportunity. A powerful blast of the Fiendfire curse nearly caught him, forcing Voldemort to dodge at the last possible instant. But such a lapse would prove costly, as Wes immediately joined the battle. "Senior, losing focus in battle is never wise." Even as he spoke, his wand was already sweeping through the air. Barrage. Countless magical bolts surged out like a torrential downpour toward Voldemort. He scrambled to conjure a magic shield in defense, but against the combined onslaught of two formidable wizards, his protection quickly shattered. Seizing the moment, Dumbledore unleashed a disarming charm, Expelliarmus. An invisible force struck Voldemort's wand, sending it flying from his grasp and robbing him of his greatest weapon. Wes, however, showed no such mercy. He cast an utterly cruel curse, Cruciatus. The spell struck Voldemort squarely. A violent, searing agony tore through Voldemort's entire being, as though every bone was being pulverized and every muscle ripped apart. The pain was so intense that it shattered his concentration. He could no longer summon the magical strength needed to fight back. Taking advantage of the moment, Wes hurled a specially crafted chain, binding Voldemort tightly. Then, with a powerful gravity spell, he forced Voldemort to the ground, leaving him utterly humiliated and unable to regain his composure. "Damn you!" Voldemort roared in agony and indignation, summoning every ounce of his magic in a desperate attempt to break free. But after struggling in vain, he realized that this was no ordinary chain. It seemed attuned to the flow of magic within his body. The more he fought, the tighter it wound around him, its iron links biting deep into his flesh, until blood began to seep from the wounds. "Don't resist, Senior," Wes said calmly, pulling a peculiar disc from his pocket and pressing it against Voldemort's body. Almost instantly, Voldemort felt his magical power being siphoned away. His skin became even paler, until every last hint of color faded from his face. With both blood and magic draining from him, Voldemort grew faint and dizzy, his eyes losing their focus. Dumbledore gazed at the weakened Voldemort before him and let out a sigh. "Tom!" Voldemort barely managed to raise his head. Mustering the last of his strength, he rasped, "Dumbledore, don't pretend to care." But before he could finish, Wes forced a vial of Veritaserum down his throat. Voldemort's gaze turned even more vacant and unfocused. "This is a special blend. Its effects are 10 times stronger than the usual Veritaserum. If you have questions, ask them quickly. I'm worried it might scramble his wits." Dumbledore took a moment to compose himself, then began pressing for the vital information he so urgently needed. The locations of the Horcruxes, the names of the Death Eaters, the secret to resurrection, and more. Bound by the potion, Voldemort answered every question without hesitation, laying bare every secret he had kept. As the answers unfolded, any lingering trace of pity in Dumbledore vanished. The crimes Voldemort had committed were far beyond redemption. At last, Dumbledore ended Voldemort's life with his own hands, and, out of mercy, buried him in the graveyard of the Riddle family. Elsewhere, Moody led Harry and Cedric as they captured the rat-animagus Peter Pettigrew, who had tried to escape. Peter cried and pleaded, begging Harry to spare him for his father's sake. But Harry had learned from Sirius that it was Pettigrew who had betrayed his parents, bringing about their deaths. Hearing Pettigrew shamelessly invoke his parents' names, a furious rage surged within Harry. He attacked Pettigrew with fists and kicks, unable to contain himself. Peter curled up into a trembling ball, shivering in terror. Dumbledore arrived just in time, halting Harry's assault. That's enough, Harry. We still need Pettigrew to clear Sirius's name. You don't want Sirius trapped in that old black house forever, do you? Harry finally stopped, taking a few deep breaths as he struggled to calm his emotions. Did any of you see a large snake? Wes was referring to Nagini, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Cedric pointed toward a large hole not far away. While you were fighting, I saw a big snake crawl out from that tunnel. Dumbledore strode to the entrance, disappointment tinging his voice. It actually managed to escape. Wes retrieved the 5 golden spheres, and, as he did, the barrier surrounding them faded away. He explained, "There's a flaw with this barrier. It can't extend underground." "Is that snake really important?" Cedric asked, puzzled. As extraordinary as the snake had been, the wizarding world had no shortage of magical creatures bigger and stranger, like the dragon from the Triwizard Tournament. So, when Cedric had glimpsed the snake, he'd paid it little mind, focusing instead on helping Moody and Harry to capture Wormtail. It had to be said, when it came to escaping, Wormtail was second to none. If not for Moody's magical eye tracking his movements, there was a real chance he might have slipped away for good. Wes and Dumbledore chose not to elaborate on the significance of Nagini. They didn't want to burden the two boys with too much weighty knowledge. Afterward, Dumbledore waved his wand and cast a restoration spell, returning the graveyard to impeccable order, so no muggle would stumble across evidence of the battle fought here. Before leaving, Dumbledore reminded Harry and Cedric to keep everything that happened today a closely guarded secret. With that, all 5 of them made their way back to Hogwarts. Upon their return, every eye was drawn to them. Officials from the Ministry of Magic, professors, spectators, and the families of the champions all burned with curiosity about what had just transpired. Wes and Moody quietly slipped away from the crowd, leaving the responsibility of explanation to Dumbledore. As Hogwarts headmaster, he was best suited to handle such delicate situations. The two of them hurried to the Durmstrang quarters, hoping to catch Barty Crouch Jr., still disguised as Karkaroff. But when they arrived, the place was completely deserted. Escaped already? Moody's magical eye spun ceaselessly, sweeping the area for any trace. He can't have gotten far. Apparition isn't possible inside Hogwarts, Wes said calmly, working through the timing in his mind. From the moment Barty Crouch Jr. left, not enough time had passed for him to have escaped the castle's boundaries. Moody handed Wes the cage he was holding. In it, Wormtail had shifted back into his rat form. "I'll handle the tracking. No Death Eater is getting away from me." From the look in his eyes, he'd already found some trail. "Need any help?" Wes asked. "I'm not so old I can't manage a single Death Eater." With that retort, Moody charged off in pursuit. Wes watched Moody's silhouette as he disappeared into the distance. Then he turned and led Peter Pettigrew back to Hogwarts. He got away. That kid's as slippery as an eel. Moody returned to Hogwarts looking thoroughly frustrated. He marched straight to Dumbledore's office, where Wes had already been waiting for some time and couldn't help venting his irritation. Wes didn't tease him. Moody, already at his age, was still fighting on the front lines against the Death Eaters, which in itself was an impressive feat. But Moody took this failure very much to heart. Even when Dumbledore returned to the office, Moody was still brooding quietly, his mood heavy. One glance at Moody's downcast face, and Dumbledore immediately understood the outcome. Knowing Moody's temperament, he didn't try to offer comfort, and instead brought up another matter. Karkaroff's body has been found. He's been dead for some time. It seems Voldemort's people caught up with him long ago. Most likely, it was Karkaroff who put Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire. Killed the moment he outlived his usefulness. Classic Voldemort. Wes sneered, scarcely bothering to hide his disdain for Voldemort's treacherous ways. Barty Crouch has been killed as well, by his own son, Dumbledore continued, pausing as if to gather his thoughts. The mother gave her life for the son in Azkaban. Now the son has murdered his own father. Even someone as world-weary as Dumbledore found it difficult to comment on such a tragic and disturbed family. He could only sigh at the whole sorry business. Looks like the Ministry will be busy cleaning up this mess, Wes said with a note of schadenfreude. The Ministry of Magic was still baffled by the events that had unfolded during the Triwizard Tournament. The competition had been organized to restore their reputation, to present an image of unity and peace within the wizarding world. They'd gone to great lengths to ensure the champion's safety, only for disaster to strike not the competitors, but rather a senior ministry official in Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang. Karkaroff's death was particularly troublesome, as it involved international politics. Minister Cornelius Fudge was almost certainly feeling intense pressure. He'd need to concoct a convincing explanation, quickly, to quell the public's panic and outrage. The priority now is to deal with the Horcruxes, Dumbledore said, his expression growing grave. I never imagined Tom would be so utterly ruthless, creating so many Horcruxes. Moody gave a harsh snort. With someone like him, there's no evil he wouldn't do. The Gaunt family ring, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, Dumbledore's side, listing the priceless treasures. Choosing them as Horcruxes certainly fits Tom's pride and arrogance. Their next task was clear: to destroy these Horcruxes and shatter Voldemort's hopes of a return, once and for all. I'll leave destroying the Horcruxes to you two. I'll take this rat to Azkaban first. Moody picked up the cage containing Peter Pettigrew and left the headmaster's office, leaving only Wes and Dumbledore behind. With a gentle smile, Dumbledore looked at Wes. I didn't expect we could deal with Tom so quickly. Your help made things much easier for me. That's what we agreed on, isn't it? Wes replied lightly. You're too modest, Wes. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Without you, I couldn't have kept Tom here by myself. If he'd escaped, the wizarding world would have been thrown into chaos. Dumbledore rummaged through a drawer in his desk. Although I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, I haven't got anything special to reward you with, except for this. He pulled out a thick notebook and handed it to Wes. What's this? Wes asked. These are some insights I've gained on the path of magic. Wes began leafing through the notebook. It held records of many spells. White magic, certainly, but also a number of dark spells that Wes himself had never encountered before. Dumbledore's eyes grew distant, lost in memory. Once, I traveled the world with a friend. Under his influence, there was a time when I became fascinated by dark magic, and I did many things that now fill me with shame. Wes knew exactly who this friend was, Gellert Grindelwald, who had been Dumbledore's lover in his youth. This story was a well-kept secret in the wizarding world, but Wes had watched the films, after all. Your talent is extraordinary, Dumbledore said seriously, meeting Wes's gaze. If you should ever... But Wes already knew what troubled Dumbledore, and cut him off. I have no interest in ruling the wizarding world or changing it. I stand alone, no followers to my name. Dumbledore nodded, reassured. He knew that Wes harbored no ambition for power. I know your heart belongs to magic, but I hope you will always stay true to the right path and not be drawn toward darkness. Wes answered only with a quiet, knowing smile. What Dumbledore didn't realize was that, for Wes, this world was just a beginning, only the first step into the boundless mysteries of magic. Across the infinite cosmos, countless worlds and forms of magic awaited his exploration. Receiving Dumbledore's magical insights was an unexpected gift. During his years teaching at Hogwarts, Wes had never stopped his search for new magic, and he'd already gathered many priceless spells from distant worlds. Now, with his mind racing, he found himself possessed of powerful knowledge and resources. In his hands, the Philosopher's Stone could not only brew the elixir of life, but also turn base metal into pure gold. Even the profound discipline of alchemy was now at Wes's fingertips. He no longer needed to seek out other worlds and barter for rewards. The voodoo sorcery he gleaned from Blackbeard's memories gave him a versatile arsenal of magical techniques. Aside from a newly acquired Solar Gold Codex, Necromancer's Black Tome, and Dumbledore's magical insights, which he had yet to master, his magical abilities had already taken a leap in quality, bringing him one step closer to his original dream. Once he assimilated the remaining knowledge, it would signal yet another breakthrough. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Wes returned to his own office. A man of swift action, he had already set about devising a new study plan as soon as he got back. In the British Ministry of Magic, Minister Cornelius Fudge sat with a headache, eyeing Moody and the now human again, Peter Pettigrew, who had been brought in under his guard. Moody, you're no longer an Auror. Capturing criminals isn't your responsibility. Fudge attempted to smooth things over with official formality. If you lot hadn't let him escape in the first place, you wouldn't find me meddling around here now. Moody shot back without a hint of deference, showing no restraint just because Fudge was the minister. Fudge, well aware of Moody's temperament, knew better than to argue with this mad-eye. Though Moody was no longer an Auror, he remained a battle-hardened wizard of great renown. Locking horns with him would only complicate matters further. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Fudge said, Moody, I understand how you feel, but we have to follow proper procedure. Pettigrew is a crucial witness. We must do everything by the book. Moody insisted on bringing up Sirius's case right there in Fudge's office, making Fudge more and more agitated. After instructing his aides to escort Pettigrew out, Fudge offered Moody tea and clearly wanted to draw this meeting to a close, but Moody clearly wasn't planning to leave quietly. What about Sirius? Moody said bluntly. Don't play dumb. Now that Pettigrew's been caught, Sirius's name ought to be cleared. Rubbing his forehead wearily, Fudge replied, That's a matter for the ministry. And what about the agreement you made with Dumbledore back then? At the mention of Dumbledore, it was as if Fudge's nerves were struck raw. His composure snapped. I'm a minister for magic around here, he burst out. Thoroughly disappointed with Fudge's attitude, Moody spun on his heel and strode out of the office without a backward glance. Once Moody was gone, Fudge was left alone, the fury inside him surging to its limit. Dumbledore, Dumbledore. His face flushed a livid shade, and all at once he swept everything off his desk onto the floor with a crash. All anyone talks about is Dumbledore. I am a minister of magic. The pent-up frustration of being overshadowed by Dumbledore for so long finally erupted. Fudge felt ignored and belittled, a humiliation that was almost unbearable. He resolved to take action, reassert his authority, and push back against Dumbledore's growing influence. As soon as Moody returned to Hogwarts, he immediately sought out Dumbledore to warn him about Fudge. That fellow's not happy with you. It's quite plain to see he's already plotting something. Dumbledore showed little concern at Moody's warning. Fudge's maneuvers were entirely within his expectations. For now, his focus was on destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes, especially the one that was most within their grasp, Ravenclaw's diadem. Thank you, Moody. I'll be careful. But our top priority right now is to find and destroy these Horcruxes. Only then can we bring a true end to Voldemort's threat. Dumbledore and Weiss made their way to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Following information extracted from Voldemort himself, they concentrated on the space they needed, then walked 3 times past the stretch of wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls. Like magic, a seamless door appeared in the wall. I once took a wrong turn on my way to the bathroom and stumbled upon this room, Dumbledore remarked with a wistful smile. Inside, there were all manner of fancy, luxurious chamber pots. After that, I was never able to find the place again. Even as headmaster, this school keeps many secrets from me, hidden away for discovery. Weiss, visiting the room for the first time, found little time for nostalgia, his attention wholly absorbed by their task. The moment they entered, their eyes fell upon a sparkling crown encrusted with gems. Dumbledore lifted the diadem gently, inspecting its delicate craft. Along its band, the famous words of Ravenclaw were engraved. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. They say it grants wisdom to its wearer, Dumbledore observed with a note of regret. But sadly, apart from Lady Ravenclaw herself, no one knows how it was made. Weiss took the diadem, turning it over in his hands, but saw nothing unusual. Perhaps putting it on would have some special effect. He mused briefly, but dismissed the thought at once. After all, the crown harbored a fragment of Voldemort's soul within, and wearing it would only give the dark magic a chance to strike. A shame, but there's no other way. With a gentle tap of the Elder Wand, Dumbledore summoned a black fire that licked hungrily at the diadem. The crown began to melt under the enchanted flames, and the trapped shard of Voldemort's soul twisted and howled from within, its cries fading as both crown and dark magic crumbled to ashes. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he could be certain that the intelligence he'd received from Voldemort was indeed genuine. Weiss, however, felt a pang of disappointment. In his view, Voldemort had squandered an extraordinary treasure by turning it into a Horcrux. He had hoped to study the diadem himself, but knowing that Voldemort had set safeguards on every Horcrux, he didn't dare risk triggering one. Dumbledore temporarily entrusted the daily running of the school to Professor McGonagall, so he could seek out the remaining Horcruxes. To maintain order and ensure Hogwarts' safety, Dumbledore conferred a portion of the headmaster's authority on Weiss, including the rare privilege of operating within school grounds. This year truly brimmed with excitement and challenges for Harry and Cedric. Not only were they champions in the Triwizard Tournament, but together they'd also confronted Death Eaters and witnessed Voldemort's demise firsthand. These intense experiences forged a deep bond between them, yet their secret forced them to confide only in each other, a burden and a solace all at once. In time, the two became inseparable confidants, sharing everything without reserve. Even Ron started to feel jealous of their friendship. Yet Harry's conscience nagged at him, for he'd long harbored feelings for Cedric's girlfriend, Cho-Chang. That inner conflict left him torn, uncertain how to handle the knot of emotions twisting inside of him. Meanwhile, Weiss too faced a thorny dilemma. Is the Philosopher's Stone really this difficult to manage? He muttered, frustration rising as he struggled to extract energy from the stone. While the sacrificial ritual did work, releasing the stone's pure power through sacrifice, the remaining vengeful spirits within would rebel, lashing out at any living thing nearby. Such a multitude of restless souls could utterly shatter a person's mind and spirit. Not even Weiss could withstand such a furious onslaught. "What should I do?" he murmured, leaning back in his chair, gazing at a table strewn with magical tomes and scribbled notes. Sacrifice Jandy? The grim thought flashed through his mind, but he dismissed it at once. Jandy had served him loyally for years, unwavering and diligent. Weiss couldn't bring himself to harm someone so devoted. But the problem remained. The ritual demanded absolute loyalty to Weiss, and only Jandy possessed that level of devotion. Only Jandy saw Weiss as something close to divine. Who could possibly replace Jandy? He wondered, rubbing his temples, hoping to clear his mind. Replace. Replace. The word echoed in his thoughts over and over. Then suddenly, inspiration struck. He didn't need someone to take Jandy's place entirely. Just someone to bear the brunt of the suffering in Jandy's stead. A voodoo doll. Magic to transfer pain and injury. A sudden clarity struck Wes, and he quickly stood up, pacing back and forth in a room as he began to map out a concrete plan. How long has it been since you last slept? Sirius shot Wes a sidelong glance, noting his bloodshot eyes and wild, disheveled hair. Honestly, you don't look much better than I did right after my escape. Wes ignored Sirius, brushed him aside, and marched straight into the Black family's old house. The first thing that greeted him inside was the dim entry hall, where the furnishings all looked ancient. The sofas and tables were thick with dust from long neglect, and a persistent, musty odor clung to the air. Ever heard of cleaning up a bit? Wes asked, pinching his nose as he looked around the dust-laden, mildew-scented living room. Sirius shrugged, utterly unfazed. It's not necessary. This place is miles better than Azkaban. At least there aren't any Dementors here. Unable to argue with Sirius's reasoning, Wes could only shake his head in resignation. He muttered a simple incantation under his breath, and at once, the entire living room transformed, spotless and shining. All traces of dust and mildew vanished, and the furniture gleamed as if freshly polished. Sirius glanced around the sparkling room. Even though he'd seen Wes perform magic countless times, he couldn't help being awed by Wes's magical prowess. Probably only Dumbledore could cast wandless magic so effortlessly. Wes hadn't quite reached the stairs when a sharp voice pierced the hallway. The good-for-nothings brought outsiders home again. The mistress will be heartbroken if she finds out. Standing in the shadows was a very old house elf, spitting venom with every word. Its skin seemed to hang in folds, far more than it needed, draping loosely over its frail frame and giving it a withered, unhealthy appearance. "Shut it, creature! Get back to your room!" Sirius bellowed. "And don't come out unless I say so." Creature shuffled away reluctantly, still grumbling under his breath. "Sirius is a disgrace to the noble house. Only Master Regulus deserves the name of Black." I said shut up. Creature drooped his head, finally falling silent, though his lips kept moving in silent curses, mouth opening and closing as he mouthed words too quiet to hear. Wes hadn't come to the old Black residence just to wander aimlessly. The Slytherin locket seemed to be in Creature's possession. The house's walls were decorated with portraits of Black family members from generations past, paintings whose subjects could speak and move, and who took an insistent interest in all matters concerning the family. Sirius had found them insufferable, so he draped every frame in black cloth to cover them before leading Wes up to a room he'd prepared in advance. As soon as the door swung open, Wes was greeted by the sight of bookshelves filling the entire room, each one crammed with books of every kind. These books were all meant to be thrown away, actually. Sirius, having been at odds with his family since childhood, had been cast out and taken in by the Potters, so he felt little attachment to the Black household or to anything that belonged there. "You really are a prodigal son," Wes teased, thinking that Creature's grumbling hadn't been wrong. Sirius shrugged, indifferent to the comment. "You'd better get some rest. All these books are yours now. No need to rush sorting through them." With that, Sirius slipped out of the room, not wanting to spend time with someone he saw as a bookworm. Wes truly was exhausted. It took a whole day of rest for him to feel revived. In the days that followed, the Weasley family, Moody, and several other members of the Order of the Phoenix gradually arrived at the old Black residence. Each of them was someone Dumbledore trusted, elite witches and wizards. Although Voldemort himself was gone, the remaining Death Eaters still lingered in the shadows, waiting for their chance. What weighed even heavier on everyone's minds was that Voldemort had created so many Horcruxes, making the plan to destroy him far more complicated and perilous. Arthur Weasley entered the living room, carrying with him a piece of heavy news. "I've heard Fudge is planning to move against Dumbledore." "Is he out his mind?" Sirius blurted out, unable to believe it. Moody snorted, as if he'd seen it coming all along. "I always knew a day like this was bound to come." Everyone began criticizing Fudge, voices overlapping in animated dispute. "What matters now is destroying the rest of the Horcruxes. Everything else can wait," Moody said emphatically, thumping his cane. "Fudge isn't nearly clever enough to bring down Dumbledore." Yet the truth was, they all underestimated Fudge. As Minister for Magic, he commanded immense power and resources. Moreover, the perplexing deaths of Karkaroff and Barty Crouch at Hogwarts had cast suspicion on Dumbledore. Fudge had seized the opportunity, calling for a hearing and pointing the finger directly at Dumbledore. insisting he should be held responsible for both deaths. Dumbledore was left with no choice but to appear at the hearing, where his arguments left Fudge at a loss for words. Dumbledore meticulously detailed the events, offering conclusive evidence to prove that he bore no blame. Even so, Fudge refused to let the matter rest. He sent his most loyal associates to Hogwarts to investigate the deaths of Karkaroff and Barty Crouch. Of course, Dumbledore would not yield easily, though as minister, Fudge did have legitimate grounds for initiating the inquiry. Just as Fudge and his men were celebrating their partial victory at the hearing, something entirely unexpected occurred. The Dementors, who once guarded Azkaban, suddenly abandoned their posts and vanished without a trace. Every prisoner locked away there managed to escape from the fortress. Fudge collapsed into a chair, utterly dismayed. It's over. Everything is finished. Bad news travels fast. Word of the mass breakout from Azkaban swept across the entire wizarding world, spreading panic and fear among all. Even Wes had not expected things to spiral this far out of control. Just a few days later, Lucius Malfoy sent a secret message requesting an urgent meeting with Wes. The rendezvous was set at the Leaky Cauldron. Wes donned a simple disguise, a hat and glasses, before heading to the pub. Lucius Malfoy arrived in his usual fashion, swathed in a low-key black cloak, careful not to attract attention. Since the mass escape, violent attacks had become a daily occurrence. The endless torment within Azkaban had left these prisoners even more vicious and deranged than before. As a result, Diagon Alley had lost its former bustle, and the Leaky Cauldron, once full of lively chatter, now stood nearly empty beneath its dim lights. At times like these, only true drinkers still bothered to come. Wes entered the bar, scanned the room, and quickly spotted Lucius sitting alone in a corner. He walked straight over and took the seat opposite. Taking precautions, Wes cast a few spells. First, a muffly auto-charm to seal their conversation from prying ears, and then a simple glamour to make onlookers see only two drunks guzzling ale. "I thought you said the Dark Lord. You said he was dead," Lucius demanded angrily. "They came for you?" Wes asked. He meant the Death Eaters who had escaped from Azkaban. Lucius rolled up his sleeve, revealing the dark mark etched on his forearm. 3 days ago. Now, Wes understood. Bartemius Crouch Jr. must have promised the Dementors something, persuading them to betray the Ministry of Magic. Most likely, this all stemmed from how, after Dumbledore chastised them, the Ministry neither provided an explanation nor relented, but instead tightened their grip even further. Lucius anxiously glanced around before hastily pulling his sleeve back down, terrified of being discovered. "That lunatic wants to resurrect the Dark Lord. I only managed to contact you while out buying supplies. You didn't blow your cover, did you?" Lucius shook his head, still visibly shaken. "On the day of the Triwizard Tournament, I was at the event. The place was crawling with Ministry officials. That gave me an excuse for not responding to the Dark Lord summons. Crouch Jr. saw me himself. For now, at least, they don't suspect me. Who else is involved? Bellatrix Lestrange, Alecto Caro, Amicus Caro, Antonin Dolohov." Lucius paused for a moment, glanced at Wes, and finally spoke the names of the last two people, Severus Snape. Peter Pettigrew. Wes was not surprised by the rest, but hearing Peter Pettigrew's name, he couldn't help but marvel at how the man's luck never seemed to run out. Time and time again, Pettigrew always managed to slip away from disaster. "What should I do next?" Lucius asked anxiously. If those lunatics discovered he was a traitor, both he and his family would be doomed. "Don't worry," Wes said, using a spell to calm Lucius. "Keep the ring I gave you on at all times. It will help you. No matter what they ask you to do, just agree for now. If things get dangerous, use the portkey immediately, and I'll come to you right away." Wes's words soothed Lucius' nerves considerably. Taking a deep breath, Lucius revealed the Death Eaters' next scheme to Wes. They want to ally with werewolves, giants, vampires, and other dark creatures. Wes scoffed. If those creatures were so formidable, they wouldn't have ended up as reagents and ingredients in wizard alchemy and potions. But the most important thing is Voldemort's hiding place. Have any leads on that? Lucius shook his head so vigorously it was as if he'd turned into a rattle. "Little Barty doesn't trust me. He only has faith in Bella and those who have just escaped Azkaban. My only role is to supply resources and information." He handed Wes a purchase list. Some of the items on the list were ordinary necessities, which warranted no special attention. However, the list also included a number of precious herbs, dragon's blood, phoenix feathers, and other rare ingredients, things that would be almost impossible to gather quickly. "Without Voldemort, they're just a ragtag bunch," Wes remarked, his confidence shining through. It was a confidence that proved infectious, and soon Lucius no longer seemed as anxious as before. Patting Lucius on the shoulder, Wes reassured him. "Don't be afraid. Everything is under our control. When Wes hurried back to the old Black Manor, he found Dumbledore already waiting for him. Entering the drawing room, he saw Dumbledore sitting in an old armchair, cradling a cup of tea in his hands. "I have something to discuss with you," Wes said. Dumbledore smiled. "As it happens, I do too. I suspect we're about to talk about the very same thing." Wes nodded and gestured for Dumbledore to go first. "Things at the Ministry are growing more complicated," Dumbledore began. "Fudge's hostility toward me is now plain for all to see. Not only has he attempted to pin the blame for Karkaroff's and Barty Crouch's deaths on me at the hearing, he's also stationed his most trusted men at Hogwarts to investigate. And, on top of that, the mass breakout at Azkaban has put enormous pressure on the Ministry." Wes listened intently, then relayed the information Lucius had provided. Lucius just passed along some crucial intelligence about the Death Eaters. Young Barty Crouch and the other Death Eaters who escaped from Azkaban are planning a series of actions, including forming alliances with dark creatures like werewolves, giants, and vampires. They've also drawn up a list of supplies they'll need: a great many rare herbs, dragon blood, phoenix feathers, and all sorts of precious items. Dumbledore put his teacup down and stretched with a relaxed air. "It seems we've underestimated young Barty. His mind and cunning are nothing to scoff at. Can Professor Snape get a Voldemort?" "Of course he can, but that must wait until the very last moment," Dumbledore replied. "They'll need Severus to brew potions for Voldemort. That means the initiative is in our hands. Before we destroy all of the Horcruxes, the potion won't be ready." "Indeed. And let me tell you, the potion needed to revive Voldemort isn't so easily made." Dumbledore gave a knowing wink. "How is the task of finding the Horcruxes progressing?" The moment Wes finished speaking, Dumbledore's expression grew serious. From within his robes, he drew out a ring crafted of solid gold, set with a dark gem engraved with the Peveril crest. Wes's gaze was immediately drawn to the stone. This gem was not just the treasured heirloom of Marvolo Gaunt's family. It was also one of the fabled Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. Legends had it that it could bring the dead back to life, a treasure coveted by countless witches and wizards. As the master of the Elder Wand, Dumbledore certainly recognized the Resurrection Stone at a glance. But now the stone was embedded in the ring, and attempting to take it out recklessly could trigger Voldemort's curses. Unlike in the original story, Dumbledore was no longer rushing. He wanted to find a safer way to destroy the Horcrux. "I have good news for you. Slytherin's locket is right here." Truly, even Dumbledore sounded surprised by this, though he didn't doubt Wes. "Right here," Wes replied, pointing at the floor. "You mean the Slytherin locket is in this very house?" Wes stopped teasing him. "I saw it in the hands of the Black family's house elf, Creature, though Creature has gone into hiding. Hadn't Voldemort hidden Slytherin's locket deep in some seaside cave? Hadn't he crafted the most elaborate traps, so only those willing to drink a deadly poison could reach that ancient treasure? Who could have imagined that such a dark and storied relic would end up in the hands of the Black family's own house elf, Creature?" Wes did not intend to explain. He simply affirmed that he had not mistaken it. The Slytherin locket was indeed in Creature's possession. The Black ancestral home, while not as grand or steeped in mystery as Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, also concealed its share of secret rooms. Even the most experienced witches and wizards would have a hard time uncovering them all. One particularly hidden spot had become Creature, the house elf's last place of refuge. A sanctuary so well concealed that even Sirius, the heir to the Black family, could not easily find it. But Sirius had other ways. "Creature, appear before me at once." With a commanding call, Sirius invoked his authority as the head of the Black family. Almost immediately, the air shimmered, and Creature appeared before them. "Creature," Sirius gripped the elf's collar tightly. "Hand over Voldemort's Horcrux." But Creature only hung his head, responding in a voice barely above a whisper, "Don't know what a Horcrux is." Sirius grew even more furious at this evasiveness. He lifted Creature off the ground, forcing the elf to meet his gaze. "Stop pretending. Give it to me now." Just as Sirius's anger threatened to break loose, Dumbledore stepped in, putting a firm stop to his actions. "Calm yourself, Sirius. Violence won't solve anything." After a tense pause, Sirius took a deep breath, struggling to restrain his anger as he spoke again. "Creature, this is your final warning. Hand over the locket. Now." Before his master's uncompromising demand, Creature could not defy Sirius's command. With slow, trembling hands, Creature extended his palm, revealing a finely crafted locket resting in the center. Sirius snatched the locket at once, and Creature's composure shattered. He broke into uncontrollable sobs. He began banging his head against the wall again and again, oblivious to pain or injury. Blood soon started trickling down his forehead, but he did not seem to notice. lost in the need to punish himself. Kreacher is a useless house elf, couldn't even fulfill Master Regulus's final task. The sudden outburst quickly drew the attention of the other Order of the Phoenix members, who gathered around in concern. Sirius stood aside, brow furrowed in deep confusion. Never before had he heard a word about any connection between his brother Regulus and the Horcrux. Regulus? What does Regulus have to do with this? Why do you have the locket? I want the truth. No more secrets. Tell me everything now. Faced with his master's stern questioning, Kreacher became even more agitated. Sirius is the black sheep. Master Regulus is the true heir of the Black family, he cried out in fury, cursing. Why couldn't it have been Sirius who died instead? With all eyes fixed upon him, Kreacher began, through his sobs and stammering, to recount that long-buried chapter of the past. That year, Master Regulus took me to a cave. Kreacher sobbed as he told the story of how Regulus discovered Voldemort's true nature and realized joining the Death Eaters had been a terrible mistake. Determined to make amends and shield his family from harm, Regulus decided to thwart Voldemort's evil plans. With unwavering resolve, Regulus drank the poison guarding the Horcrux, trading his life for Slytherin's locket. In his last moments, he entrusted the important artifact to Kreacher, charging him to destroy the Horcrux by any means possible and, above all, to never reveal this to anyone. On the way back, parched beyond endurance, Regulus was dragged beneath the water by the Inferi lurking below and lost his life there. By the end of the tale, Kreacher was utterly overcome, his cries so choked he could barely go on. I failed to carry out Master Regulus's wishes. I tried everything, but I could never destroy that cursed locket. Sirius stood frozen, clutching the locket of Slytherin in his hand. I never knew. Regulus actually, at that moment, it was as if he was seeing his brother for the first time. Not as the weak, misguided follower of dark magic he had always believed him to be, but as someone entirely new. Dumbledore, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, even a normally stoic Mad-Eye Moody, all looked momentarily lost in their thoughts. Within the ranks of the Death Eaters, it seemed, there had been such a brave soul. Silently, he had resisted Voldemort, willingly sacrificing his own life in the end. Regulus was a good lad, Moody said quietly, giving Sirius a gruff pat on the shoulder, clearly in use to words of comfort. Around them, other members of the Order of the Phoenix were visibly moved by Regulus's story. Sirius's face grew more expressive still, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, overwhelmed by a tangle of emotions. I never knew a thing. His voice was choked with grief. Pride in his brother's actions warred inside him with a deep and searing remorse. As a member of the Order, Sirius had once stood in open opposition to Voldemort, yet a terrible misunderstanding had led to the ruin of his dearest friends, James and Lily, and he himself had languished in Azkaban for years. During all that time, he had been powerless to fight back against the darkness, left only to drown in his own despair and regret. Compared to Regulus, Sirius felt utterly ashamed. Dumbledore noticed the shift in Sirius' emotions and gently reminded him, everyone has their own path, but right now, destroying this locket is what matters most. That's right. Sirius wiped the tears from his face and gripped the locket tightly in his hand. He couldn't let Regulus' sacrifice be in vain. Meanwhile, Kreacher was still mired in guilt, punishing himself relentlessly. Stop it, Kreacher, Sirius said, his voice softer than ever before. Don't punish yourself any longer. We're going to destroy this locket. Really? Kreacher asked, disbelief clear in his voice. I've tried everything, but nothing ever worked. We have Dumbledore and Weasley with us now, Sirius said, nodding toward them. Not just this locket. We're going to wipe out Voldemort completely. We'll avenge Regulus, James, Lily, and everyone who has suffered because of him. You're not lying to me? Kreacher gazed at Sirius with anxious hope. I think you could bear witness to it all, added Weasley. Kreacher nodded eagerly, agreeing without hesitation. In the basement of the old black house, the Order of the Phoenix had gathered together. Weasley had just finished drawing the final intricate lines of the alchemical array, which now glowed softly with a steady light. That should do it, he said. Weasley moved to the edge of the array, took a deep breath, and set the mechanism in motion. A gentle, low hum filled the basement, and the air seemed to thrum with energy. Marvolo Gaunt's ring and Slytherin's locket were placed at the center of the alchemical circle. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the two artifacts began to slowly spin, radiating an eerie, shimmering aura. The power of the array steadily intensified, and cracks began to spiderweb across the surfaces of the Horcruxes, as if invisible hands were tearing them apart. A sinister feeling saturated the air, and faint, sorrowful wails echoed around them. These were the last traces of Voldemort's soul, dissolving in agony as they left the cursed objects. All at once, a surge of dark magic erupted violently from the Horcruxes, a defensive measure Voldemort had woven into them long ago. But Weasley was ready. He had constructed a powerful protective barrier around the array. The force slammed against the barrier, held fast, but its sheer intensity left everyone present suitably astonished. Magic of that magnitude could easily kill a fully grown wizard, Moody observed, measuring the spell's strength with his practiced eye. Arthur Weasley, meanwhile, studied the intricate patterns of the array with fascination. The magic circle Weasley designed is quite special. It seems to draw on some form of alchemy. When the two Horcruxes were finally and utterly destroyed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. None more so than Creature, who at last was free from the heavy burden he had carried in his heart for so many years. Dumbledore carefully put away the Resurrection Stone, a precious artifact they had extracted from Marvolo Gaunt's ring. There are only two Horcruxes left to be destroyed, Arthur said, his voice carrying a note of relief. Don't get complacent, Moody warned, remaining vigilant. The last two won't be easy to find. We still don't have any idea where Bellatrix hid Hufflepuff's cup. Molly looked equally worried. Exactly. Bellatrix is fiercely loyal to Voldemort, and there's no telling where she might be hiding it. Leave these matters to me, Dumbledore declared with confidence. They can't keep those secrets from us for long. Afterwards, the members of the Order of the Phoenix departed one by one, each returning to their respective posts. Since the mass breakout from Azkaban, the workload at the Ministry of Magic had soared, and everyone now faced enormous tasks to complete. Before Dumbledore left, Weasley voiced a concern. Will Professor Snape be able to find out where they're keeping them? Dumbledore shook his head. No, Bellatrix and Barty Crouch Jr. are extremely cautious. Severus hasn't yet gained their full trust. He paused for a moment, then changed tack, a thoughtful gleam in his eye. However, we can always lure them out. Deep in Brocelian Forest, France, a remote place rarely touched by human presence throughout the year, 5 mysterious figures slipped silently into this tranquil woodland. Leading the group was a small, rotund man, his nerves strung tight. He gripped his wand with white-knuckled hands, glancing anxiously about him, ready to respond to any sudden danger. His right hand was a shimmering silver prosthetic, gleaming conspicuously in the moonlight. Suddenly, a dark shape dashed past. Startled beyond measure, Peter cried out, "Avada Kedavra!" A flash of green light shot forth, and a shadow fell. It was only a wild deer. Wormtail breathed a shaky sigh of relief, but was instantly met with Antonin Dolahov's mocking laughter. With nerves like that, you're still serving the Dark Lord? Antonin's face was pale and twisted, his skin swarthy, his build broad and heavy-set. Cruelty seemed woven into his very character. He was Voldemort's loyal henchman, infamous for countless murders. Tisish, Antonin spat with scorn, a little rat like you. Bellatrix Lestrange cut him off sharply. Enough, Antonin. Wormtail's done his part, and we can't carry out this mission without him. At Bellatrix's words, Antonin fell silent, though his eyes still glinted with contempt as he glared at Peter. Peter Pettigrew didn't say a word, but inside, his mind whirled with conflicting thoughts. Damn it, why did it have to be me on this mission? Why was the Dark Lord defeated in the first place? Is it still possible to surrender to Dumbledore at this point? Impossible. That mutt, Sirius, would tear me to pieces if he could. At this moment, Peter Pettigrew was sick with regret, wishing he could turn back time. No matter how cautious these 5 Death Eaters were, none of them noticed that they had stepped straight into the barrier Wasey had set up in advance. When the boundaries of the barrier suddenly flared into view, all 5 felt a jolt of alarm, instantly realizing something was very wrong. Ambush! It's a trap! Retreat! Bellatrix and her companions responded at once, but it was already too late. Apparition failed them, and no message could be sent out. When Wasey appeared before them, dread washed over the 5. All hope sank in their hearts. Facing a wizard on par with Voldemort himself, they knew the odds were stacked hopelessly against them. In despair, Peter Pettigrew transformed back into his rat form, trying to dig his way out in a last-ditch attempt at escape, but Wasey's barrier was flawless. There were no cracks for the rat to slip through. Pettigrew's struggle was in vain. Bellatrix and the other 3 Death Eaters immediately launched an assault, desperate to break through the encirclement. Avada Kedavra! Roared one, a flash of green light streaking toward Wasey. Bullet Barrage! Another unleashed a storm of spells, whistling toward him like a hail of bullets. Fiend Fire! Enormous fireballs erupted from their wands, roaring across the room. Cruciatus! The agony curse lashed out, aiming to break his will. But all these powerful attacks were effortlessly deflected by Wasey's shield charm, his magical barrier unyielding, not a crack showing. Then Wasey raised his own wand, aiming at the struggling rat that was Peter Pettigrew. Stupefied, Pettigrew fell instantly, knocked unconscious. The remaining Death Eaters, seeing this, were thrown into further chaos, but they were already trapped inside the barrier, with no escape route left. Antonin chanted spell after spell, sweat streaming down his forehead, conjuring a thick plume of black smoke from his wand. The black mist quickly began to spread, a potent dark magic. With a flick of his wand, Wacy summoned a torrent of magical fire, Incendio Maxima, burning the noxious cloud to ashes in a heartbeat. Expelliarmus, he commanded, his voice ringing out as 4 quick spells shot forth, disarming Bellatrix, Antonin, and the other 2 Death Eaters in an instant. Their wands flew from their grasp, and before they even touched the ground, Wacy's stunning spells had already struck, knocking them all out cold. The entire confrontation was swift and decisive. Wacy subdued all 5 Death Eaters with scarcely any effort. This time, he didn't resort to lethal force. Instead, he opted to take them alive. With a snap of his fingers, Jandy appeared at once, binding the 5 securely and making them drink draught of living death, sending them into a deep, unbreakable sleep. Watch over them, he directed. Jandy immediately led 4 of the unconscious Death Eaters into the trunk, keeping them under strict guard. Wes personally grabbed Bellatrix and activated the port key. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the Black family's old house. No sooner had they appeared in the cellar than Moody, unable to contain his impatience, asked, "Did it work?" Under the dim, yellow light of the cellar, Wes pushed Bellatrix toward Moody. "She's yours now." Moody caught hold of Bellatrix, a cold gleam in his eyes. "I'll make sure she tells us everything, down to the last detail." His words sent a chill down everyone's spine as he tapped his wand thoughtfully, already planning how to get Bellatrix to talk. "All I meant was to give her some veritaserum," Wes clarified, surprised by Moody's enthusiasm for harsher methods. For a brief moment, disappointment flickered across Moody's face, but he quickly composed himself and pulled a small vial of veritaserum from inside his cloak. He forced Bellatrix to swallow the potion, and as its effects settled in, she began to reveal everything, where Helga Hufflepuff's cup was hidden and the secret location where Voldemort was hiding. "Incredible. It's right here in London." Moody frowned. "Not far from here at all. No wonder we haven't been able to find them." Arthur immediately unfurled the map in his hands, tapping the marked location with his finger. Their hideout is in an abandoned church. There are hardly any residents nearby. This meant their mission could be carried out more covertly, reducing any unnecessary risks. Sirius, no longer able to contain his fiery spirit, clenched his fists. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's give those Death Eaters a lesson they'll never forget." "There's no time to lose. We move at once," Dumbledore commanded decisively. Every single member of the Order of the Phoenix could feel the urgency in the air. They quickly assembled, preparing to set off for the abandoned church. Of course, they wouldn't recklessly head out through the front door. No one could guarantee that Death Eater informants weren't lurking outside. They would use a portkey to transfer to another safe location and then disguise themselves as needed. It was the surest way forward. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a quiet, suburban area. Not far away stood an ancient, silent church. The cross on its roof looked especially lonely beneath the setting sun. An elderly lady with white hair sat on a bench in front of the church. To avoid attracting the attention of any passers-by, Wes approached the bench alone. The old lady, surprisingly familiar with Wes, began chatting warmly. "These days, there aren't many believers left. Nobody comes to services anymore, and little by little, the church fell into disuse." She was a long-time resident, knowing everything about the area inside out. Later, a wealthy man bought the church, planning to convert it into his home. After she finished speaking, the old lady sighed deeply. As a devout believer, she had always seen the church as God's dwelling place on earth. Yet now, it seemed, everything had changed. Nowadays, everything is measured by money. Gold opens every door and stands above all else. Having received the information he needed, Wesley took his leave courteously. Dumbledore and the other members of the Order of the Phoenix were not particularly skilled at dealing with ordinary people, so once Wesley brought the news back, the Order adjusted their plans accordingly. They don't seem to have realized that Bellatrix is already in trouble. Perhaps it's best if we wait until nightfall, once all of them have gathered, before making a move. Meanwhile, Moody had cleverly disguised himself as an elderly man engrossed in a book, though the book was upside down, which, oddly enough, only added to the illusion's authenticity. In the end, they decided to follow Moody's suggestion and encircle the church first, ensuring that none of their enemies could escape. After a brief discussion, everyone agreed to wait until the Death Eaters had fully gathered before taking action. A daytime raid would draw too much attention and was likely to cause unwanted disturbance. As night gradually fell, a hush settled over the abandoned church. The only sound were the occasional gusts of wind and the distant barking of dogs, breaking the stillness from time to time. The order members each took up a strategic position, holding their wands tightly and holding their breath in anticipation. Several Death Eaters returned one after another, among them Fenrir Greyback, the notorious leader of the werewolves, infamous for his cruelty and bloodlust. They're recruiting outcasts now? I thought Voldemort always looked down on werewolves and vampires, regarded them as not quite human, Moody muttered, keeping his voice low. It just goes to show he's running out of manpower. Voldemort's latest move clearly betrayed his desperation, and the revelation gave the Order members a much-needed boost in morale. Night fell fully, blanketing everything in silence. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Nymphadora Tonks, and Hestia Jones each stood at a different corner of the church, raising their wands high. Chanting in unison, they cast a spell that sent an invisible veil unfolding to surround the church. This veil was not meant for defense. Rather, it was an illusion charm, sealing off all sounds and activity inside, so nothing within could be sensed from the outside world. Though it offered little in terms of protection, its concealment was extraordinary, with barely a ripple of magical energy to betray its presence, making discovery by the enemy highly unlikely. As the veil settled into place, the church was completely isolated from surroundings. Wesley, donning an invisibility cloak, avoided the various traps set at the church entrance, swiftly dispatched the guard Death Eater, and slipped inside. The cloak, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, had been borrowed from Harry through Sirius. It rendered its wearer utterly invisible to all who looked. Wes volunteered to scout out the church. He cast a silencing charm to eliminate any sound he might make, and, at the same time, used a special spell to erase his own scent. This way, he moved like a ghost, slipping through the church's interior without a whisper, leaving not a single trace. According to intelligence, the church had 3 floors in total. Young Barty and Nagini were on the top floor, and Barty barely left the giant serpent's side for a single moment. The second floor housed the core Death Eater members, while the first floor had some station guards. Wes didn't want to alert the enemy unnecessarily. If young Barty sensed anything amiss and escaped with Nagini, all their efforts would be for nothing. So, he decided to deal with the guards on the first floor first. These Death Eaters were mostly disposable foot soldiers. Before any of them could react, Wes had already dispatched each with silent stunning spells. To avoid attracting attention from those upstairs, Wes carefully packed the unconscious Death Eaters into a suitcase. Once the ground floor was secure, he crept up the staircase, heading for the second floor. The atmosphere on the second floor was noticeably different. The space was more cramped. Here lived the elite among the Death Eaters, keenly alert and far more dangerous. Standing among them, Wes was invisible beneath his cloak, so insubstantial it was as if he wasn't there at all. Not a single soul sensed his presence. Fenrir Greyback, however, seemed to sense that something was off. Every so often, he lifted his nose and sniffed the air, drawing curious glances from the others. "Did that hound's nose of yours catch something, Fenrir?" Avery sneered, his voice laced with disdain. He had always looked down on werewolves, believed they were only fit to be slaves, and hated that he now had to treat them as equals, a situation that filled him with resentment. Fenrir bared his sharp teeth and let out a low, menacing growl, glaring fiercely at Avery. At once, Avery pointed his wand at Fenrir in challenge. "What's wrong, pup? You want to take a swing at me?" Without warning, Fenrir transformed, fur bristling, muscles swelling, the tension in the room thickening with every passing second. The other Death Eaters, not wanting things to escalate, tried to defuse the situation, but it was too late. A concussive spell shot out with a thunderous blast, striking Fenrir square in the chest and shredding flesh and bone in a grisly spray. Fenrir collapsed to the ground, gasping raggedly, blood gushing from his wounds. Everyone stared at Avery in shocked silence. Even Avery himself stood frozen, glancing at the wand in his hand, as if questioning since when he could cast spells with such deadly reflex. But a moment later, realization dawned. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "There's an intruder!" A piercing cry of a phoenix echoed from above, followed at once by a violent explosion on the third floor. Every Death Eater whipped their gaze upward toward the source of the chaos. Bombarda Maxima. Wes seized upon their moment of confusion. Countless golden orbs shot from the tip of his wand, aimed straight at the Death Eaters surrounding him. The Death Eaters reacted instantly, shouting, "Protego Maxima," as they scrambled to defend themselves against the unexpected onslaught. But their shield charms proved flimsy in the face of Wes' overwhelming assault, shattering almost instantly under the barrage. Glacius Totalis. Before they could mount a counterattack, a thick frost swept over the Death Eaters, locking them in place. unable to move. Wasting no time, Wes swiftly packed the frozen Death Eaters into his magic suitcase. These prisoners would serve a purpose later. As he snapped the case shut, Nagini came slithering down from the third floor. Wes, unhesitating, refused to let her escape. In a flash, he raised his wand, uttering the petrifying curse to pin her in place, but Nagini's lithe body wove around the spell and slipped free. "This won't do," Wes muttered. Adjusting his approach, he flicked his wand again, imbuing the church's second floor with a strange vitality. Suddenly, countless arms stretched from the walls, silent and ghostly, reaching for Nagini from every direction. Nagini initially relied on brute strength and quick reflexes to evade the grasping limbs, but the sheer number and speed overwhelmed her. At last, a hand seized her tail, quickly joined by dozens more, locking her in a relentless grip. Nagini hissed in frustration, writhing desperately, but it was all in vain. Just then, as Wes secured his hold over Nagini, Dumbledore arrived at last, looking disheveled and covered in soot and dust. "Is Barty really that powerful?" Wes asked, eyeing Dumbledore's sorry state. Dumbledore let out a weary sigh, exhaustion written on his face. "I suspect Voldemort has taught him some rather sinister dark magic. Without Fawkes, I might have been done for." He did not elaborate on the nature of this dark magic, and Wes felt little curiosity for spells that required sacrificing one's own soul. As Nagini continued to thrash in vain, a trace of pity flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. He and Nagini shared a certain history, but since she had become a permanent serpent and Voldemort's Horcrux, Nagini's allegiance shifted completely. Cold and venomous, she showed nothing but hostility to others. Wes noticed Dumbledore's hesitation. "Don't want to do it yourself?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment before he finally replied. "I fear there are more than 6 Horcruxes. In fact, I suspect that, without Voldemort's knowledge, Harry himself has become one. This was had known for quite some time. So, I still haven't found a way to remove Voldemort without harming Harry," Dumbledore admitted. Even he found the dilemma taxing. "Nagini is the host of a blood curse. I've seen her human form before. I believe Newt might be able to help, perhaps find a way to restore her." Weiss reminded, "At the very least, don't let her escape. Voldemort could try to resurrect himself using her body." "Of course." Dumbledore nodded, then spoke an incantation that transformed Nagini into a small snake. Fawkes the Phoenix swooped in, gently picking up the tiny serpent in his beak, ready to carry her away from the scene. Just then, the other members of the Order of the Phoenix arrived. They searched the area, but found no trace of any Death Eaters. "Is everything taken care of?" Moody sounded a bit disappointed. He had been hoping to take down a couple of Death Eaters himself and vent some anger. "We should set everything back to normal here, so as not to attract the attention of Muggles," Weiss instructed. "Also, the cup is in Bella's vault at Gringotts. I imagine you'll find a way to retrieve it." With those words, Weiss disapparated, vanishing from sight. Dumbledore, about those Death Eaters in his custody, Moody began, his tone suggesting he had his own ideas for the captured Death Eaters. Dumbledore cut him off. "We've got more pressing matters ahead. Let's set this aside for now." There was still the issue of Fudge's hostility, other dark wizards, and sinister creatures all stirring in the shadows. And most important of all, there was Harry to consider. Now wasn't the time to worry about the fate of a few Death Eaters. Weiss didn't return to 12, Grimmauld Place. Instead, he found himself at the Fountain of Youth among the pirates of the Caribbean. His sudden appearance startled the 5 mermaids gathered there, causing them to cluster together in fright. "Ladies, if fortune smiles on us today, you might just win your freedom." The cave was far too cramped. Weiss made his way to the island's surface, carefully checking the perimeter to ensure no intruders lurked nearby. He then gave simple instructions to the island's undead guardians. Deal mercilessly with any trespasser. With security assured, he began his real work. He sought out a flat expanse of ground, where he first outlined a perfect circle, then set to inscribing complicated magical patterns within it. The task was painstaking and demanded his utmost precision. It took him the better part of 3 hours to finish. When at last the final rune was set, Weiss wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a wry laugh. "Setting up a sacrifice for myself. Only I would come up with something like this." With everything ready, Weiss opened his suitcase. Gently but firmly, Gindi let out 7 Death Eaters shackled together with iron chains, each of them tightly bound. An overwhelming sense of dread gripped them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing Weiss approach, Peter Pettigrew completely lost what little composure remained. He collapsed to the ground, sobbing in utter despair. Jandy conjured a leather whip and struck him mercilessly, but Peter simply refused to get up, having lost all his courage and dignity. Wes walked over and stood by Peter's side, looking down on him. Desperate for a lifeline, Peter clung to Wes's boots, kissing them frantically. "Lord Irwin, please give me one more chance." His voice was thick with despair and pleading. Wes silenced Peter, sealing his mouth so he could no longer speak. "Out of these 7, you're the one I have the highest hopes for," Wes said, and a glimmer of hope appeared in Peter's eyes, as if things might turn around. But Wes's next words poured over him like a bucket of ice water. "You've been lucky enough to survive against all odds. I hope your luck can help me complete the sacrifice." In an instant, Peter's eyes lost their light, filled with nothing but terror and despair. The 7 Death Eaters were positioned along the outermost edge of the magical array, each one standing atop a smaller magic circle. These smaller circles were all linked to the grand array in the center, weaving together a complex whole. Why 7, you might ask? The number 7 itself possesses great magical power and symbolic meaning, holding a place of honor in many ancient magical rituals. Without their wands, the Death Eaters had no means of escape. Wes made his way to the center of the magic circle, ready to begin this pivotal ritual. Jandy also entered the heart of the formation, bearing a philosopher's stone larger than himself. His expression was grave as he knelt on the ground. "When you're ready, begin," Wes commanded. At once, Jandy began to chant in a loud, resonant voice. "O mysterious sovereign, who traverses the endless worlds, seeker of mysteries, all-knowing and omnipotent king of arcana, your humble servant offers this prayer to you." Jandy remained kneeling, holding the philosopher's stone high above his head in total devotion, utterly absorbed in his invocation. As he prayed, fierce winds began to swirl all around. Yet within the bounds of the magic circle the air was eerily still, sealed by an invisible barrier. Overhead, thick storm clouds gathered above the island, plunging the entire landscape into gloom. The magic array glowed with an intense red light, brighter and sharper with each passing second. As Jandy's final word faded away, the philosopher's stone began to dissolve. At first, it melted into a mass of dark red liquid, seeping and swirling slowly. Wes never let the scene out of his sight, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Then, the liquid split into 2, one half a radiant, lively red, the other a disturbing pitch black, as though something inside it was writhing and struggling to break free. That black fluid was made up of thousands upon thousands of tortured souls, each one radiating bitter hatred and unending pain. Those vengeful spirits fixed their fierce gazes on Wacy, for they knew it was he who coveted the power of the philosopher's stone. Their eyes brimmed with hostility. A shiver ran down Wacy's spine. Not daring to delay for even a second, he immediately activated the backup plan he had prepared in advance. The magic circles beneath the 7 Death Eaters flared to life, emitting a blinding brilliance. The spirits' attention was instantly drawn, their festering resentment erupting beyond all restraint. They split into 7 black shadows, each one swooping toward a Death Eater. In a blink, the shadows burrowed into their bodies, gnawing at their flesh and ravenously feeding on their souls. The Death Eaters writhed in agony on the ground, shrieks of anguish tearing through the air. Their fingers raked deep, bloody grooves into the earth, skin shredded and battered, until even the stark white of bone lay exposed. Their torture was not limited to physical torment. The pain of their souls was as excruciating and relentless as that of their bodies. Minutes crawled by. Then, countless little black hands emerged from the magic circles, winding around the Death Eaters, clutching them in an unyielding grip. Wherever those hands touched, the skin began to crack and flake away, turning to drifting ash. Piece by piece, their bodies faded, dissolving into the surrounding air. Soon, the clouds overhead began to thin, rays of sunlight breaking through and spilling over Wacy. Closing his eyes, he welcomed the surge of vital energy flooding his body. Not only did this power make him feel stronger than ever before, it also vastly prolonged his lifespan. Some of the energy hid itself deep within his cells, waiting to be slowly absorbed. "This feels incredible." Wacy tightened his fist. Though he had never trained his body in earnest as a wizard, now he could sense a remarkable boost in his strength, agility, and reflexes. He swung his arm with force, testing this sudden influx of power. "I'll need a little time to get used to it." In the days that followed, Wacy could feel his physical prowess growing stronger with each passing day. Brimming with vitality, he roamed the island, unleashing barges of spells morning and night, eagerly burning off untamed energy, a wild time for the island's unlucky plants and creatures. Once he had finally grown accustomed to the tremendous new strength, something changed within his status panel. Host, Wacy Elvin. Worlds, Marvel, Harry Potter, delicious in dungeon. #@alchemy% Ewan. Pirates of the Caribbean, The Mummy Saga, Fairy Tale. Profession, wizard, pharmacist, alchemist. Level 5. The wizard rank has risen by 1. Although this advancement did not deliver the same qualitative leap in magic power as reaching the 4th level, it brought about a significant improvement in physical strength. Regardless of which path he chose, magic, cultivation, or martial arts, a powerful body was always the foundation upon which everything else was built. Specialization would never take him far. Body, mind, and soul are equally essential. Maybe it's time to study some swordsmanship and martial arts. An image formed in his mind. Amid a fierce battle, the enemy barely managed to dodge his spell and charged in for close combat, while he himself fumbled cluelessly with a giant sword. The sheer absurdity of that scene made him chuckle. "This actually sounds like fun," Wes said, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. For the first time, he found himself looking forward to something new. The next world is the world of Fairy Tale. There, mages blend magic and hand-to-hand combat. I might be able to learn a thing or two from them, he mused. Wes resolved to draw on their experience and hone his own skills in close-quarters combat. It's time to leave Hogwarts. I've copied every book from the library over these past years, more than enough to keep me occupied for a while. Truth be told, the world of Harry Potter is altogether too peaceful. Staying here any longer is pointless. Once he made up his mind, Wes wasted no time putting his plan into action. "You're resigning?" Dumbledore put down his book. He had just been researching possible solutions to Harry's predicament, never expecting Wes would suddenly announce his departure. Though he'd had his suspicions, Dumbledore still felt compelled to try and keep such a valuable colleague. Wes shook his head and declined Dumbledore's offer. Umbridge has been appointed by the Ministry to teach defense against the dark arts, and she even has the authority to evaluate professors. If I stay, I'm bound to clash with her sooner or later. Dumbledore nodded, having heard tales of Umbridge's notorious methods. She wasn't at Hogwarts merely to teach. She'd been sent by Fudge himself with the task of making things difficult for Dumbledore. Ideally, enough to force him out. Of course, all this was just an excuse. Wes had already made up his mind to leave. Seeing Wes was resolute, Dumbledore could only accept his decision. "Dumbledore, when we next meet, I'll have left you far behind," Wes declared. Dumbledore was startled, then smiled faintly. Standing, he offered his hand in farewell. "I understand your decision, Wes. You found your own path. I'm certain you'll go farther than any of us. Oh, and remember, you'll always be welcome back at Hogwarts." They exchanged a knowing smile before Wes turned and left Dumbledore's office behind. Thanks to Tontion's sect leader, Ling Bao, Heavenly Lord, the angler by the riverbank, and all the generous readers. Aslant, Kingdom of Fiori. Wes appeared out of thin air, surrounded by a dense forest on all sides. There was nothing but trees, no way to tell where he was. "First, I need to find a city and ask around about Fairy Tale, figure out where the story is right now." He took out his flying broom, soared into the sky, and scanned the endless green below for any sign of civilization. But as far as the eye could see, it was nothing but an ocean of forest, no trace of human life anywhere. "This landing spot couldn't have been more remote," he muttered. Unfamiliar with the local land and customs, he had no choice but to follow the direction of the river, hoping to find some clue. After flying for over 3 hours, Wes finally spotted curling smoke rising in the distance. It marked a small village not far off. He pressed down on his broomstick and landed in the village's central square, instantly drawing the attention of the residents. People stared at the sudden newcomer with a mix of curiosity and wariness. An elderly man, hair sprinkled with white and leaning on a cane, slowly approached Wes. With cautious politeness, he asked, "Esteemed mage, may I inquire as to your purpose in coming here?" "Hello, I'm lost. Could you tell me which direction the nearest city is?" Sensing the old man's nervousness, Wes quickly reassured him. "I mean no harm. I'm only passing through." The old man let out a gentle sigh of relief and pointed to the west. "Just follow the river in this direction, and you'll reach Erugen. It's the closest city to our village." Wes noticed that the villagers around him all had weapons in hand, their posture tense and vigilant. He asked, "You all seem rather nervous. Why is that?" The old man didn't attempt to conceal the truth. "The Magic Council issued a warning. Lately there have been signs of dark guild activity in these parts. We've all been told to remain extra cautious." "I see," Wes said, realizing that the villagers were hardly welcoming to a stranger with an unclear background. He drew forth a gold coin, flicked it deftly with his thumb, and sent it spinning into the old man's palm, a token of thanks for pointing the way. With that, Wes mounted his flying broomstick and departed from the village. The old man fingered the coin thoughtfully and muttered, "It doesn't seem like a bad sort." Wes flew towards Erugen, gaining a first glimpse into the current affairs of this land. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of powerful magical energy rising from below. With a sharp swerve, he dodged a blast of fire that soared past his ear, hissing with intensity. "Who's down there?" Wes shouted forcefully, dropping lower on his broom in preparation for another possible attack. Looking down, he spotted 5 men with eye-catching hairstyles and flamboyant hair colors, arms crossed and glaring up at him with hostile intent. One of them, sporting a bright rooster comb, shouted, "Hand over everything valuable, unless you're eager for trouble." As he spoke, 2 balls of fire ignited in his hands. It was this rooster-haired man who had launched the earlier attack, trying to intercept Wes. "Don't even think about running. I'm a master of flight magic. You don't stand a chance at escape." The man with the exaggerated pompadour sneered, confidence oozing from every word. "So these are the Dark Guild's mages, and I ran into them by chance? And why would they reveal their magic to an enemy so freely?" As Wes pondered his options, the 5 men mistook his silence for fear and jeered triumphantly. "Kid, now that you know who you're dealing with, come down here, quietly, and maybe we'll spare your life." Wes descended slowly from the air, landing lightly on the ground. The man with the pompadour swaggered toward Wes, a contemptuous grin spreading across his face. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Are you so scared you can't even speak?" Before he could finish a sentence, a surge of tremendous force sent him flying backward. He crashed into a sturdy tree trunk with a heavy thud, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. People in this world seem to be much tougher, Wes mused. Even when taking magic head-on, they only pass out rather than suffer fatal wounds. Though the protagonist in the comics rarely killed anyone with magic, Wes suspected it was less about plot armor and more about the physical constitution of the people here. His swift retaliation stunned the other 4, who hadn't expected Wes would dare fight back. Instantly, they dropped into combat stances, ready to attack together. "Damn it, take this guy out." A rooster-haired man summoned a magic circle before him, spewing flames toward Wes. The other 3 unleashed their own spells, each showcasing a different kind of magical assault. The power of their spells is probably around level 3, Wes estimated quickly. In an instant, a sturdy wall of earth rose up in front of him, blocking the quartet's attacks and shielding Wes from their view. Their combined assault battered down the earth wall, sending clouds of dust billowing through the air. The 4 Dark Guild mages continued to hurl attack after attack, but as the dust cleared, there was no sign of Wes anywhere. "Where did that kid go? Did he run off? That guy's got a magic broom. Maybe he flew away?" The pompadour man squinted skyward. But while they searched the skies for Wes, he had already slipped behind them with a phantom-like movement, suppressing his magical presence. Web snare. A vast net of crackling lightning descended over the 4. They sensed the surge of magic behind them, but it was too late. The lightning net closed off every escape, and though they tried to fight back with spells of their own, Wes's magic was far beyond anything they could muster. The net coiled around them, torrents of electricity turning their skin dark like char, leaving only their teeth gleaming white in the shadows. Remarkably, even after such a shock, the 4 remained full of vigor. These mages were as tough in body as they were in spellcraft. Thanks to the abundant magical energy in Aslant, mages here honed both their magical abilities and their physical skills, making them far hardier than the wizards of the Harry Potter world. "Looks like I'll have to be more forceful." With another incantation, Wes subdued the group for good. He rifled through their belongings, finding only a few coins and some trivial trinkets unworthy of any real notice. Too poor. Wes tossed aside the coins with disdain, not bothering to deal with the bodies. After all, the beasts of the forest would never pass up a free meal. Shortly after Wes's departure, a striking woman appeared at the scene. She had long black hair with blunt bangs, wore a white blouse and a yellow belt around her slender waist, and stood tall and graceful. "The Dark Forest 5 have been eliminated? That won't do. Leon is still short on manpower," she muttered. Examining the traces of battle carefully, she soon picked out a few telling clues. The attacker used some kind of earth and lightning magic, striking with ruthless precision. It doesn't look like the work of a mage from the Guild of Light. Who could have done this? Just then, a crystal ball floated into the air beside her. "Let me see what happened here just moments ago." Inside the orb, the scene of the recent battle took form. She saw an unfamiliar young man, wielding a magic wand, casting a series of powerful spells that effortlessly took down the Dark Forest 5. Meanwhile, Wes arrived in Harujin, a bustling port city that drew ships from every direction. The enormous sails cast shadows over the glimmering water, while the docks swarmed with ceaseless activity. Although Harujin itself was rarely visited by mages and was not a hub of magical activity, magic had quietly permeated everyday life. Magic-powered carriages rumbled through the streets, and children played with magical toys, silent yet clear signatures of Aslan's highly advanced magical civilization. Magic had long since become an indispensable part of people's daily lives. Wes asked a few friendly locals about magic item shops, only to learn that in all this lively city, there was but a single magic shop. Following their directions, he soon came to a narrow doorway. Hanging above was a faded sign engraved with the words Source of Magic. Wes gently pushed open the wooden door, just wide enough for a single person to slip through sideways. A cheerful chime rang out. "Welcome!" With that bright greeting and the sound of the bell still ringing in the air, the shopkeeper emerged from behind the counter, coming forward enthusiastically. Wes glanced around the space. The shop was small, roughly 30 square meters by his guess, but its neat organization was unmistakable. On the shelves were all sorts of magical items. Their magical auras were subtle rather than overwhelming, but each piece was novel and distinctive. Their appearance was quite unlike the magical artifacts of the Harry Potter world. Instead, they exuded the unique and mysterious charm of Aslan. One look at the shopkeeper told Wes he was dealing with a shrewd businessman. The man sized Wes up with practice calm, but immediately recognized that this was no ordinary customer. Usually, customers who walk in and glance around hesitantly are most likely just curious visitors. But someone like Weiss, so calm and purposeful, is clearly here with a plan and very likely to become one of the shop's top clients. The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and smiled obsequiously. "You look unfamiliar, sir. Is this your first time in Erugen?" Weiss nodded. "I heard yours is the only magic shop in town, so I made a special trip to check it out." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's face lit up even more, every muscle working to show the warmest smile possible. "Allow me to introduce our collection. Our shop may seem small, but our selection will surely amaze you. We have everything: magical tents for camping in the wild, lighting devices that automatically adjust the temperature, all sorts of potions to boost mana or heal injuries. Whatever you need, it's all here." Weiss swept his gaze across the shelves. In such a compact shop, the range of goods was truly impressive, evidence that the level of magic in this world surpassed even that of the Harry Potter universe. He chose carefully, finally settling on several dozen items. With each item he picked, the shopkeeper's grin grew wider. "What luck! This customer is a windfall. Just this purchase might match my entire month's profit." Just as Weiss was about to pay, he suddenly realized his wallet held none of the currency used in this world. He paused awkwardly, and the shopkeeper's smile froze on his face. "Sir, did you forget to bring money?" After a brief moment of thought, Weiss reached into his pouch and took out a gleaming gold bar. "Will you accept this?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up in an instant. "Gold? Absolutely." Once he'd confirmed the gold was real, the shopkeeper quickly completed the transaction, handed Weiss a stack of the local currency as change, and respectfully saw him out the door, calling after him, "May you have a wonderful stay in Erugen." Leaving the shop, Weiss walked straight to an elegantly decorated restaurant. He chose a table by the window, and soon a server brought out a selection of dishes: tender lobster, rich seafood risotto, and a decadent dessert. Weiss couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Just as he was about to savor his meal, an oddly dressed, short man in glasses and a peculiar mask appeared out of nowhere and sat down right across from him. Without looking up, Weiss's voice turned an unmistakably chilly shade. "I believe there are plenty of other tables available." "Hey, buddy, don't be so stingy. There's no way you could finish all this on your own." The man's oily, slippery tone instantly put Weiss on edge. "The dark mages of the Black Forest may have been taken care of by you, but they've caused me no small amount of trouble," the man continued, his tone completely unconcerned with the curious looks from those around them. "Are you talking about those 5 I took out in the forest?" Wes admitted it without hesitation, which caught the man off guard. The man responded with a chilling, unsettling laugh. "Even though the council has classified the Black Forest as a dark guild, just killing them outright like that. Really now? Are you threatening me?" Wes raised his head, his eyes cold and sharp as he locked gazes with the man opposite him. "How terrifying," the man said, not the least bit intimidated, even with a hint of provocation in his voice. "Are you really going to cause a scene here?" As soon as those words left his mouth, the other patrons in the restaurant glanced over, their expressions tense. After all, this was the busiest street in Erugen, and the Magic Council had strict rules forbidding any magical fights within the city limits. Especially in such a crowded place, for a fight to break out here could easily put Wes on the council's wanted list, but he wasn't the kind to be pushed around that easily. Suddenly, the wooden chair beneath the man seemed to come alive. Sturdy branches sprouted from the legs, curling tightly around his limbs and securing him in place. The grip tightened, making any movement impossible. The man clearly hadn't expected Wes to act so boldly, especially with so many witnesses. "Oh, reckless, aren't you? You act as if the council's rules mean nothing to you. Honestly, you're even more brazen than the dark guilds themselves." Wes paid the man's cries no mind. "You talk too much. A supple branch silently snaked out from behind the man, wrapped around his head, and sealed his mouth shut, stifling any further noise. Wes then resumed his meal as if nothing had happened. By now, the commotion had drawn attention from other guests and staff alike. With trepidation, a waiter approached to warn him, "Sir, please refrain from causing trouble inside the restaurant." "My apologies," Wes replied, setting down knife and fork, his tone unfailingly polite. Seeing this, the waiter breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away. When the waiter had left, Wes resolved to finish his meal before properly interrogating this mysterious, uninvited guest. But something unexpected happened. The branches restraining the man began to loosen and fade, thanks to some magic of his own, until they vanished altogether and the chair returned to normal. "Mind bringing me a set of tableware?" The man raised his hand with a sly grin. The waiter looked to Wes for approval, clearly uneasy. Wes gave a slight nod, prompting the waiter to deliver the utensils in a hurry before fleeing again. When the meal was finished, Wes stood, settled the bill, and left the restaurant, the man trailing closely behind him. As Wes strolled through the city streets, his gaze lingered on the distinct scenery that made this city unlike any other. At last, they passed through the final row of buildings and arrived at the edge of the dense forest encircling the city. The man followed in silence, keeping close behind Wes. Just as his toe touched the forest floor, a stream of searing flame shot towards him from ahead, aiming straight for his face. His reflexes were sharp. With a deft twist of his body, he evaded the sudden attack. "Dodge my ambush on speed alone? Not bad. You're quick." Wes's voice rang out from directly ahead. "In that case, let's take your speed down a notch," he said, barely finishing the sentence before uttering a spell. "Weaken," Wes intoned. With the word, an invisible force cloaked the man. At once, his body felt oppressively heavy. Every movement turned sluggish and exhausting. A curse spell? Just how many kind of magic does this guy know? He was astonished, but his wariness only grew. But Wes wasn't done. Raising his wand, he unleashed a bolt of crackling lightning straight at the man. Yet right before it could strike, the lightning vanished midair, gone without a trace. So this is his magic, the ability to erase other magic. If he gets close, he might be able to erase even my own magic. Wes realized the danger and promptly widened the gap between them, cautiously testing with different spells. Whether elemental or curses, every attack dissipated the instant it touched the man, nullified by an inexplicable force. Wes's curiosity was now fully piqued. To think I've only just arrived in this world, and already I've met such an intriguing mage. Catch him. Force out the secret of his magic. Wes's eyes were fixed on his opponent, like a hawk locking on a prey. He tried yet another tactic. Calling forth a swarm of locusts that darkened the sky, Wes sent them surging toward the man. This time, the man didn't erase the insects with magic. Instead, he darted and leaped through the trees, evading the cloud of locusts. He's not using that spell now. Has his magic been drained? But the man's nimble movements showed no signs of exhaustion, neither magical nor physical. Is it that his magic can't erase living creatures? Or perhaps only certain forms? A flood of possibilities raced through Wes's mind. No, his magic doesn't erase things. It's some sort of special interference. To be sure, Wes decided to press further. Here in the depths of the forest, flocks of birds soared overhead. He turned them into his next weapon. Barrage. At Wes's command, countless birds became sharp projectiles, whistling through the air as they shot toward the man. It seems my weakness has been exposed. The man now had nowhere left to retreat. I hadn't intended to use this magic. A chill radiated outward from him, sending a shiver through the air as the atmosphere abruptly froze. I smake rose. As he incanted the spell, a magnificent rose bloomed in midair, its breathtaking beauty concealing a deadly frost. Birds and locusts were caught in the wave of cold, instantly frozen and sealed within the crystalline petals of the ice rose. All signs of life paused in that single moment. Ice make magic and the power to erase spells, so that's who she really is. Weiss finally understood. Standing before him was, in fact, Altair Milkovich, daughter of the famed ice-make mage you are. She wore many masks at once, a member of the Magic Council, Jalal's assistant, and yet, her true identity was as the formidable leader of the Seven Kin of Purgatory, the elite strike force commanded directly by Hades, master of the Dark Guild Grimoire Heart. The ability to nullify Weiss's spells came from the legendary lost magic, Arc of Time. Arc of Time could shift an object state to the past or propel it into the future, though it held no effect over living creatures. Such was the nature of this feared magic. She hadn't truly erased Weiss's magic, Rather, she had simply restored the space itself to a moment before magic existed within it. That trick, however, did nothing to touch the locusts and birds Weiss had summoned. A magic that manipulates time. How fascinating. Weiss met Altair's gaze without flinching. Now that her secret was laid bare, he didn't hesitate. He snapped open his suitcase. With a clatter, a tidal wave of sacred beetles surged out, pouring forth like an unstoppable flood, rushing toward Altair. Confronted by the teeming swarm, a chill ran down Altair's spine. "Ice make lotus!" Translucent petals of ice unfurled around her, forming a pristine barrier that encased and shielded her at its heart. The sacred beetles attacked in relentless waves, gnawing at the frozen petals, but the icy lotus's defenses proved extraordinary, impervious even to such a ferocious assault. Explosive flame. A blazing orange fireball struck the lotus, blasting a hole through the frozen petals. Yet in the blink of an eye, the lotus began to restore itself at astonishing speed, the rupture freezing over and trapping several of the sacred beetles within the icy bloom. "So ordinary fire is useless, I see," Weiss said thoughtfully, twirling his wand between his fingers. Dark flames gathered at its tip, melding and coalescing into the form of a majestic black eagle, wings outstretched with destructive might. Altair could sense the overwhelming power behind this spell. By simply using the Arc of Time, she could erase the effects of the cursed fire spell. At her command, time reversed, and the deadly flames vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. This scene gave Weiss a deeper understanding of the wonders of time magic, while his gaze at Altair grew even more intense with admiration. "Let's see where your limits truly lie." Weiss's wand swept through the air again, and suddenly, the sky was filled with countless black arrows, each one forged from blazing fire. Every arrow carried a fierce power, brimming with destructive force. Faced with this overwhelming barrage, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on Altair's forehead. "There are just too many," she cried out inwardly, alarmed. Unleashing the Arc of Time demanded tremendous magical energy. Especially when confronted with such powerful spells, the demand multiplied rapidly. Altair possessed an exceptionally vast reservoir of magic power by birth, which was precisely why she could master the Arc of Time. She didn't fear a contest of magical endurance with Weiss. Meanwhile, Weiss had just absorbed the energy of the Philosopher's Stone, which had doubled his total magic reserves. What's more, an immense, yet unclaimed well of power still slumbered within his body, waiting to be drawn upon. Each time he entered battle, Weiss could feel himself slowly absorbing that dormant energy, growing stronger with every fight. In this world, battles were never in short supply, and each ordeal sharpened Weiss's strength further. With a flick of his hand, the rain of black arrows crashed down like a meteor storm from the sky, each shaft devastating enough to obliterate anything foolish enough to stand in its path. Faced with such a merciless assault, Altair immediately invoked the Arc of Time. For a mage who wielded time magic, this spell was an almost perfect defense, so long as she had magic left in reserve. And Altair happened to be just such a mage, blessed with an extraordinary power reserve. "Arc of Time, rewind." As the words left her lips, the fabric of time twisted, pulling this patch of space back to its state half a minute before. All those black arrows disappeared completely, as though they had never been fired. At the sight, a deep crease furrowed Weiss's brow, a mark of both bewilderment and frustration. "It seems I have only two choices, exhaust her magic or attack so swiftly she can't summon her spells." Weiss quickly hatched two possible strategies for overcoming Altair's formidable defense. Altair, for her part, had only intended to test Weiss's abilities, never expecting to come up against such a powerful opponent. "His magical strength rivals my own. Are we looking at a battle of attrition now?" After several rounds, she was certain Weiss's power was a match for any S-class mage, and from his behavior and bearing, he was clearly not from any official guild. This sparked a desire in Ulysses to win over this formidable warrior. "Hey, what's your name?" she asked. Weiss frowned at her words, displeasure flashing across his face. "It's basic manners to introduce yourself before asking someone else's name." "My apologies," Ulysses replied, offering a slight bow, though her voice held not a trace of sincerity. "My name is Saludi, and I apologize for my rash behavior just now." But still using a false name, Weiss could see right through her insincerity. He readied himself to attack again. "Is this woman some kind of battle maniac? Can't she tell I'm willing to call a truce?" Ulysses felt a tinge of frustration herself. She bit down hard, forcing herself to try communication once more. "Stop. Truly, I hold no ill will toward you." Of course, Weiss didn't believe a word she said. Although irritation began to simmer beneath Eulushia's calm exterior, she knew that if the conflict dragged on, she'd be unable to maintain her transformation magic. If her true identity were revealed, the entire plan could be jeopardized. Well then, farewell, nameless mage. With that, she drew out a playing card and waved it gently. Instantly, the card dissolved into 1,000 sparks, twinkling away and vanishing into the air. As if merging with those lights, Eulushia's body faded as well, disappearing completely from sight. Inwardly, she promised herself that once she had the chance, she would definitely settle this score with Weiss. So, you prepared your spatial magic in advance. Don't think you'll slip through my fingers that easily, Weiss muttered. He had recognized Eulushia's disguise as a middle-aged man. Clearly, at this stage, she was still lurking by Lion's side, plotting to resurrect that terror, Deliora. Deliora, one of the demons crafted by Zeref, the Dark Mage, chronicled within the Book of Zeref. This undying demon of calamity possessed a terrifying power, enough to wipe out a city in moments. Years ago, when Deliora rampaged through Brago, a northern city, it was only through Eulushia's mother Ulu's absolute ice seal that the disaster was stopped. So all I need to do is find Galena Island, and I'll find her. Weiss now had a clear objective in mind. He retrieved his sacred beetle and set off without delay. An hour later, a council reconnaissance squad arrived at the scene. The lead investigator took a look around. Hard to believe such power was unleashed in this forest, he remarked, then began directing his team to start the investigation. Though the battle had ended more than an hour before, the investigators, seasoned as they were, could still gauge the combatant strength from lingering traces of magic energy in the affected environment. Judging from the magical residue left at the scene, both combatants just now possessed power close to S rank. One of the investigators said, studying a crystal orb designed for detection with utmost care. At this moment, a council messenger, a frog walking upright, hurried over, clutching 2 portraits in its webbed hands. Sir, here are drawings of the 2 individuals. It turned out that in the town of Harujan, quite a few residents had witnessed the clash between Weiss and Eulyshia. Their encounter in the restaurant, in particular, had left a vivid impression, allowing the town's artists to sketch remarkably lifelike portraits based on eyewitness accounts. The investigator took the sketches. We can't rule out the possibility that they used transformation magic. Rubbing his chin, the investigator pondered aloud. In any case, send these portraits and the full report back to headquarters. This matter involves S-class mages, after all. After ensuring the battlefield was thoroughly cleared, the investigator led the council task force out of the forest to carry on with their duties. Meanwhile, Weiss was planning his trip to Galena Island. At the small port in town, he tried to gather information about the island, but every time he brought up its name, the townsfolk behaved peculiarly. Some would change the subject instantly. Others would slip away as if he had spoken of something forbidden. Young man, I advise you not to go. An old sea captain, weathered by countless storms, paused ashore and fixed Weiss with a clouded gaze. They say demons dwell on Galena Island, and even the moon shines purple there. Not even the boldest pirates dare sail those waters. Weiss soon realized that finding any sailors willing to take him to Galena Island was nearly impossible. As the old captain had said, no one wanted to risk it, no matter how much he offered. So, he changed his approach. Instead of looking for a crew, he spent some money and purchased a detail map showing the precise route to Galena Island. Armed with this navigational chart, Weiss started up his flying car and set out on the journey alone. As his vehicle drew closer, the unique crescent shape of Galena Island gradually appeared, sharp against the horizon. Rumors of the island's demons were as persistent as ever, but to Weiss, it was all just a veil for something deeper. At the heart of the island stood an ancient, pyramid-like structure. From afar, one could hear the low, resonant chanting emanating from within, mage voices weaving together in a mysterious ritual. Inside, a circle of mages clad in flowing purple robes maintained a complex magic array. Moonlight, captured by the array's enchantment, coalesced, forming shimmering droplets that descended one by one onto a colossal iceberg below. The entire spectacle radiated awe and an air of unfathomable mystery. Within the glacier was Deliora, the demon sealed by Ul with the price of her own life. One of the infamous fiends said to have been created by the black sorcerer Zeref. Ul had probably never imagined that among her own disciples there would be someone who'd try to break this seal and unleash the imprisoned demon. A young man, his face hidden behind a mask, stood before the icy mountain, gazing intently at Deliora. Soon, very soon, this seal will be completely undone. Ul, I'll prove to you that I've surpassed you. Though the mask concealed most of his face, one could still glimpse his piercing, ice-blue eyes, cold and sharp, hinting at a formidable resolve. Master Lion, Suddenly, a shirtless man with the head of a dog appeared before Lion. Some unfamiliar wizards have landed on the island. Lion simply waved him off, unconcerned. Deal with them as you see fit. This is a critical moment. All my attention must stay here. Woof. Understood. Leave everything to us. Toby replied with a respectful nod. Meanwhile, Weiss made his way toward the direction of the pyramid, sharply aware that the magic in this place was far denser than anywhere outside. Is this the effect of the moon drip ritual? He mused inwardly. In the world of mysticism, the moon carried deep symbolic meaning, and for wizards, it held immeasurable power. Still, was it Altair who deliberately leaked details of this ceremony to Lion? Weiss wondered in silence. He found himself quite intrigued by the island's inhabitants. Despite their peculiar appearances, resembling the demons of legend, the people here led ordinary lives as fishermen, no different from people in the outside world. Their customs and language were much the same as any other humans. They didn't possess any extraordinary magical talent. So what caused their strange looks? The result of a mad mage's experiments? Or perhaps the mischief of some demon? Lost in such thoughts, Weiss was caught off guard when Toby suddenly leapt from the nearby undergrowth, blocking his path. Halt, stranger. No trespassing beyond this point. Toby bared his sharp teeth, taking on an intimidating posture. Cobalt, Weiss blurted out, unable to hide his surprise at Toby's unusual appearance. Watch your tongue. Tubi spad. Raturting indignantly. Im no kubo. I simply adore dogs. Dogs are mankind's truest friends. Toby seemed to slip into his own world, rambling on with enthusiasm. Weiss was baffled by his logic. He wondered if you love dogs so much, is turning into one really necessary? But right now, his way forward was already choked with wild grass, and the only open path was now blocked by Toby. Would you mind stepping aside? You're my way. Toby scratched the back of his head in embarrassment when he heard that. Ah, sorry about that. With that, he quickly stepped aside, clearing the way for Wes. Thank you. No need to wait, what? Toby suddenly realized what had happened and bared his sharp teeth. You sly devil. You almost managed to trick the great Toby. Wes watched Toby, unable to keep a straight face, torn between amusement and exasperation. Is this guy actually foolish, or just hopelessly naive? Scoundrel. Anyone who tries to trick the great Toby will pay a terrible price. Toby's face darkened, and his fingernails grew longer, turning a deep green. Just a single scratch from my nails, and you'll be paralyzed, completely unable to move. Wes tried for a peaceful solution. I really don't have time to fight you right now. That's not for you to decide. Toby crossed his arms and lunged at Wes. He moved with such speed and agility that he was almost impossible to track. Yet Wes stood his ground, unmoving as Toby attacked. Huh, looks like I scared you stiff. Toby crowed, claws sinking into Wes's body. Relax, I'm not going to kill you. My magic only paralyzes. I just want you out cold for a while. Oh, you're surprisingly merciful. Of course. The great Toby isn't some mindless killer. Toby beamed with pride at the compliment, only for his expression to twist in shock the next instant. Because the voice had come from behind him. The Wes he'd stabbed suddenly contorted, limbs elongating and morphing into sturdy, flexible vines. In a blink, the vines coiled around Toby, binding him tightly. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free of these tough, unyielding restraints. Damn it! Toby roared in fury, but the vines muffled his protest, rendering his voice weak and powerless. Give up, Wes said calmly. These are my improved devil's vines. Sheer brute force won't get you loose. Toby could only wriggle helplessly on the ground, his body twisted and pinned like a trapped insect. This can't be happening, he shouted angrily. Coward, if you're so great, fight me face to face. What's with the sneaky tricks? Wes paid no attention to Toby's blustering. He regarded him calmly instead. Take me to your boss. Forget it. I'll never betray Leon. Toby snapped, resolute. Oh, so your boss is named Leon, is he? Wes gazed down at him, teasing. Mind telling me more about him? Sneaky bastard. Toby realized too late he'd let something slip. His face blanched with panic, sweat streaming down his cheeks. You'll get nothing out of me. It's all your own wishful thinking, Wes said, his gaze shifting toward the depths of the forest. And it seems your boss has just arrived. A faint rustling came from the underbrush, the sound of fabric brushing against tall grass. A masked figure emerged before them. The moment Leon appeared, Toby cried out, Leon. Ignoring the restraints that bound his body, he strained forward with all his might, crawling until he reached Leon's feet. Wes did nothing to stop him, watching the scene unfold in silence. Leon did not respond to Toby right away. His eyes remained fixed on Wes, not moving until he reached Toby's side. Only then did he reach out, placing his hand on the devil's vine that held Toby fast. A chill spread out from Leon's palm, slowly creeping over the ensnaring vines and coating them in biting cold. Toby felt the restraints stiffen abruptly. The writhing, clutching tendrils froze solid, transformed into icy vines. Thanks to Leon's precise control, none of the freezing cold seeped onto Toby's body. As the grip around him slackened, Toby summoned every ounce of strength he had left. Once Leon's frost had encased the devil's vine completely, Toby sprang with the force of coiled steel, bursting free. With the sharp crack of shattering ice, the frozen vines broke apart and rained down in glittering shards, scattering across the ground like smashed glass. "Bastard," Toby growled, arcs of electricity dancing along his claws. "You dare look down on me? Let me show you what I'm really capable of." But just as Toby readied himself to strike, Leon's hand shot out and blocked his path. "Stand down, Toby," Leon intoned, his voice low and resolute. "You're not his match." Toby clenched his jaw, his fists creaking with frustration. Though resentment churned within him, he knew Leon spoke the truth. So, seething with unwillingness, Toby obediently took a step back. Leon met Wes's gaze directly, wasting no words. "What is your true purpose on Garner Island?" Wes showed no intention of concealing his motives, but neither did he tell the whole truth. "I heard rumors of demons appearing on this island, and came to see for myself. But it seems all I've found are people who are nothing more than empty reputations, hollow in name and spirit." Leon's eyes turned sharp at this, and his voice came cold and steely. "If that's the case, you can leave right now." For Leon, avoiding unnecessary conflict mattered above all. The ritual had reached its most crucial stage, and he could not risk any outside interference. Wes, however, did not so much as flinch at Leon's command to leave. "In fact, I've stumbled across something far more intriguing." He gestured toward the towering pyramid nearby, drawing their eyes to its shadowy silhouette. "A mysterious ritual is underway there, gathering the moon's light." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden chill swept through the air. In the blink of an eye, a giant bird, sculpted entirely from pure ice crystals, descended from the sky and dove straight at Weiss. Almost at the same moment, Leon sprang into action. Weiss swung his wand, shattering the icy bird one after another, each blow accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking glass. He let out a gentle sigh and said, "So impatient, won't even let me finish what I have to say." But Leon had no intention of trusting this stranger whose background was shrouded in mystery. "If I let him get away with this message, and the council finds out, all will be lost." Sensing the urgency of the situation, Leon cast a spell with one hand before Weiss could utter another word. "I shape the wolf pack." With Leon's command, a dozen snow-white wolves materialized out of thin air. Each one was vivid and alive, forming ranks as they charged at Weiss in unison. From his previous battle with Ulu, Weiss knew full well that ordinary flames couldn't destroy the dense ice born from molding magic. So, he chose a far more powerful spell, the Blazing Curse. Chanting incantations, Weiss let tendrils of black fire burst from his fingertips, encircling and devouring the wolves that raced toward him. The black flames burned with a terrifying ferocity, erasing the snow wolves entirely. Not even a trace of ash remained. Seeing this, Leon's face grew grim. "I've never seen black fire like this. You must know that regular flames don't work against my ice. This one's definitely crossed blades with other ice molding mages before." Despite his astonishment, Leon didn't hesitate. Raising a single hand, he called forth new magic, gathering his power once more. "I shape the tiger." This time, a massive tiger, menacing and majestic, materialized before Weiss. Far larger than any of the wolves, it surged with raw strength and searing speed. With a single leap, the ice tiger lunged at Weiss, faster than the eye could normally follow. In the past, an attack like this might have caught Weiss off guard, too fast even for him to track. But ever since his body had been strengthened by that mysterious power, his senses had grown sharper than ever. Now, his vision could keep up with every subtle motion of the ice tiger. Perfect for an experiment, he mused silently. Weiss focused the dark flames into a single, gigantic black sword. His magical control was perfect, leaving not a flicker of power wasted. He raised the massive blade and brought it down squarely on the tiger's forehead, a stroke as smooth and effortless as slicing through silk. The ice tiger split neatly in two, vanishing into a vapor before its body could even hit the ground. Weiss gave the black greatsword another experimental swing, savoring the result. He still wasn't quite used to it. His movements were awkward and stiff. Leon took note of this as well. It seemed physical combat wasn't his strong suit. Ice creation, Great Eagle. Leon, having spotted Weiss's weakness, immediately switched tactics. He summoned a flock of high-mobility eagles made of ice, sending them diving from above. Weiss swung his massive sword again and again, striking down the icy birds as they swooped towards him. Although his physical abilities had improved tremendously, he'd never received real training in martial arts. All he could do now was rely on raw strength and speed to manage, barely holding his ground. Leon controlled the ice eagles, marshaling them into waves of relentless attack. More and more of them slipped through Weiss's defense, closing in with each passing second. Clearly, mastering physical skills wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Just as the eagles were about to strike, Weiss let go of his great sword. The black blade crashed to the ground and, in a swirl of shadow and heat, surged upward and transformed into a sweeping tornado of black fire, devouring every last ice eagle in the sky. Without pause, Weiss flicked his hand, and the dragon-like firestorm barreled straight for Leon. "Leon, get out of the way!" Toby, watching anxiously from the sidelines, could see that this black flame was a devastating counter to Leon's ice magic. He called out in alarm, voice cracking with urgency. "I can't dodge," Leon replied, fully aware his own magic was at a disadvantage. But behind him, not far away, stood the entrance to the pyramid ruins. If he moved aside, the ruins would lie exposed to Weiss's assault. He would never allow the ceremony to be interrupted. Gathering his resolve, Leon drew deeply on his magical power, raising both hands, a rarity for him. "Ice creation, Phoenix!" As his chant echoed, frost spread through the air. A majestic ice phoenix, wings outstretched, soared forward, hurling itself without hesitation into the path of the fire tornado, blocking its advance. Weiss responded by pumping more power into his magic. The firestorm surged in strength, forcing the ice phoenix steadily backward. Sweat trickled down Leon's forehead. Though his magic was not as potent as Weiss's, Leon had no intention of giving up. Drawing forth every last ounce of his power, he strengthened the ice phoenix, and inch by inch, it began to hold its ground against the raging flames. "Now's my chance." Seizing the moment, Toby launched his attack at Weiss, striking with his ultimate move, the lightning claw. Weiss barely glanced his way, sidestepping with effortless grace to dodge the strike. With a simple motion, Weiss hooked Toby's ankle with his right foot. Unable to check his momentum, Toby toppled to the ground in a tumble. "Ice creation, great ape!" Leon seized the opportunity. While Weiss was distracted, he summoned a mighty ape of ice, towering over even Weiss. Pounding its chest, the giant brought down a colossal fist from above. Just as the blow was about to land, Weiss blinked away, slipping free with a shadowy flicker. The great ape's punch smashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, leaving a deep crater where Weiss had stood and driving Weiss even further back. With a sweeping motion, the giant ape scooped up Toby and bounded back to Leon's side. Leon remained on high alert, searching attentively for any sign of Weiss. "I mean no harm." A calm voice suddenly spoke up from behind Leon. At some point, Weiss had silently circled around to his back. "How'd he get behind me?" He must have used spatial magic. Leon found himself at a disadvantage. Not only did the enemy wield the black flames that could neutralize his own strength, but he also commanded spatial magic. That meant Weiss held the upper hand, and Leon was left at a clear disadvantage. Confident though he was, Leon wasn't reckless. He knew that he couldn't possibly keep Weiss here on his own. So, he quickly prepared to send a signal, hoping to summon the rest of his companions for backup. However, his intention was far too obvious. Weiss caught on immediately. To show his sincerity, Weiss gave a slight wave of his hand, and in an instant, the fire tornadoes swirling around him vanished into thin air, evaporating without a trace. The sight left both Leon and Toby visibly shocked. Meeting their wary and puzzled gazes, Weiss only shrugged, a hint of an easy smile playing on his lips. "As I said, I mean you no harm." Leon fixed Weiss with an unwavering stare, trying to catch any slip or hidden intent behind his words. "Who are you, really?" he asked, even more cautious than before. "Just a curious mage, that's all," Weiss replied breezily. Although Weiss had dispelled his magic and demonstrated peaceful intentions, the ever-cautious Leon didn't let down his guard. He kept his magical defenses firmly in place. The two creatures of living ice summoned to his side. A massive ice phoenix and a hulking ice ape still stood by him in silence, each ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of danger. Suspicion remained in Leon's gaze as he watched Weiss closely. He still didn't quite trust this stranger's explanations. If Weiss learned about the plan to break Dilura's seal, the consequences could be disastrous. Weiss seemed to sense his worry. He offered a gentle smile and asked, "You're Ull's disciple, aren't you?" Leon's heart skipped a beat. He immediately shot back. "How do you know that?" "The level of your ice make magic. Only Ull, who once sealed Delura, was skilled enough for that. They say she once had 2 young apprentices. One was Fairy Tale's Gray, and the other would be you, right? Leon hadn't expected Weiss to know that part of his past. For a moment, memories flooded his mind. Images of those warm, yet challenging days, training under all bubbled up, her gentle smile, and the countless hours spent alongside Gray. All of it deeply nostalgic. Oh, Gray. Whispering those familiar names, Leon felt as if he were transported back to those carefree days long ago. Weiss noticed that Leon's gaze had softened considerably, and so he began to make things up as he went along. It seems that after their homes were destroyed by Deliora all those years ago, some people have been searching for a way to completely kill the creature. Even though they've been very discreet, I managed to pick up a few things. I wouldn't want to miss out on such an interesting affair, Weiss said, a trace of mockery curling his lips. Back then, it took Uar, whose power ranked among the 10 wizard saints, sacrificing her life just to seal Deliora when it rampaged through the land. Now, some people actually think they can kill that demon. What a joke. Knowing how the story would unfold, Weiss could only think to himself how laughable these people's plans were. Nothing more than child's play. They planned to unlock the seal using the moon drip, and then, unbelievably, they wanted Leon to take on Deliora solo, because Leon genuinely believed his power now surpassed Uar's. At this, Weiss couldn't help but mutter internally, "If you're sick, go see a doctor. Delusions are a real illness too, you know." Leon heard the underlying implication in Weiss' words, and his anger flared. His fist clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. "Bastard, don't look down on me." At this moment, Leon was every bit the delusional adolescent. He slapped his hand against his chest and proclaimed loudly, "My strength has already surpassed Uar's. The demon Uar couldn't defeat, I will." "That's right, Wolf." Toby chimed in immediately, playing his role as the perfect sidekick. "Leon is really amazing." "Oh, really?" Weiss undercut dryly from the side. "I don't buy it. After all, you still haven't managed to deal with a no-name like me." Toby whipped his head around and snapped, his voice menacing. "You bastard, I'll kill you." His teeth grated audibly, as if he were ready to spring at Weiss in the next instant. But to everyone's surprise, Leon remained calm. "True, I really can't defeat you." "Leon." Toby stared at him in shock, unable to believe that the usually proud Leon would admit such a thing. Then Leon's tone shifted, the edge of sincerity in his words. "I've never heard of you before, but I have to admit your abilities are extraordinary." Weiss shrugged, thinking to himself, "That's just because your experience is too limited. That black flame of yours is the legendary lost magic. That's the only explanation for its overwhelming power," Leon analyzed in all seriousness, as if trying to convince both himself and the others. "So that's how it is," said Toby, always quick to support Leon, never letting his words fall flat. He nodded in agreement. "You're right. That kind of power is rare indeed." Weiss's gaze flickered for a moment. His abilities were certainly enough to draw their attention, but he wasn't keen on explaining any further. "You don't seem like a member of a legal guild," Leon probed carefully. "I haven't joined any guild, nor do I work for the Magic Council," Weiss reiterated. "I'm nothing more than an ordinary wizard, obsessed with magic." "Is that so?" Leon sounded skeptical, only half believing what he'd heard. He studied Weiss closely once again. However, Weiss's gaze was open and calm, betraying no hint of deceit. Suddenly, Weiss put forth a proposal. "You can't do anything to me, and you won't let me go for fear that I'll reveal your secret. Why not let me join you instead?" Toby was the first to object, stepping forward at once. "Are you kidding? Who would want to take in some guy with no clear background? You've already seen what I'm capable of. With my help, your plan could go off without a hitch." Leon fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He knew full well that Weiss was no ordinary opponent. A powerful ally like that would undoubtedly benefit their cause. But on the other hand, the stranger's true intentions remained a mystery. Accepting him on impulse could bring dangers impossible to foresee. "Even without you, our plan is bound for success," Leon finally said after a moment's thought. Still, he couldn't deny the flicker of uncertainty that had crept into his heart. "Are you sure it'll go smoothly? I happen to know the villagers here have already commissioned Fairy Tale to handle the problem. Their request is ranked S." "Is that true?" Leon asked. "There's no reason for me to lie about something like this." Hearing that, Leon found himself believing Weiss all the more. "If Fairy Tale's going to get involved, we'll have to shore up our defenses ahead of time," Leon muttered, worry overtaking his features. Any S-class wizard would be a nightmare to contend with. If their plot to revive Deliora was exposed, the Council's entire forces would come down on them. At that point, failure would be the least of their concerns. They would all be branded as dark mages by the Council. Most people involved in this plan only wanted vengeance. They were victims whose homes had been destroyed by Deliora, and yet they lacked the means to fight back. That was why they'd sought out Leon, trusting that as Uar's disciple, he just might have the power to kill Deliura. Leon couldn't bear to see them all thrown in jail. He especially couldn't stand the thought of their hopes being dashed. Damn it, he was, after all, still just a boy, caught in such a complicated web. He couldn't find a way out. His hesitation was easy for Weiss to detect. Just then, Weiss said, "I really could help you, you know. If we joined forces, not even an S-class wizard would escape us." Leon looked up, locking eyes with Weiss, his thoughts churning. Weiss's words sounded like a solution, and yet, teaming up with someone so formidable and unpredictable felt like dancing on a blade's edge. Still, under current circumstances, what option was truly better? "Leon, maybe he does have a point," Toby said, uncertainty clouding his voice. He knew he lacked the strength to really help Leon. Leon still tried to sound tough. "We don't need any help. With you, Yuka, and Sherry by my side, even if the entire Fairy Tale Guild showed up, I wouldn't be afraid in the slightest." Toby was deeply moved by Leon's bold declaration, tears welling up in his eyes as he choked out, "Leon, you're amazing. I'd risk my life to stop Fairy Tale with you." "Did you hear that? We don't need help from some stranger of unknown origins." Toby blubbered, waving his hand as he wiped away his tears, making a show of trying to shoo Whist away. Whist fixed his gaze on Leon, silently waiting for him to speak. Only Leon had the authority to make the final decision here. "You can stay," Leon said at last, after weighing the pros and cons, "but you'll have to submit to our watchful eyes." "Fine by me," Whist replied cheerfully. To him, being watched meant nothing. If he truly wanted to slip free, it would be child's play. Leon, meanwhile, leaned over as Toby crept up to his ear and whispered, "This guy looks shady to me. Are you sure you want to let him stay?" Leon nodded quietly. "Of course I know that, but trying to keep an eye on a wizard who can manipulate space is nearly impossible. Better to watch him closely under our noses than let him roam free." "Oh, that makes a lot of sense," Toby said, realization dawning on his face as he looked up at Leon in awe. "And besides," Leon added in a hushed tone, "if what he says is true, and Fairy Tale's wizards enter the island, we can push him to the front and use him as a buffer. That'll buy us some time." Though the plan was simple and rather blunt, Leon believed it was the most effective option they had right now. "Leon, you're a genius," Toby praised sincerely, his admiration for Leon growing stronger. Only someone as inexperienced as Leon could come up with such a simple-minded plan, and only someone like Toby would believe it wholeheartedly. Whist paid no mind to the two whispering before him. Whatever schemes they were plotting, as long as they allowed him to move closer to his goal, it didn't matter. "Follow me," Leon called. Together, Leon and Toby led the way toward the ruins, with Whist trailing behind. "Don't try any tricks. I'll be watching you every step of the way." Toby glared fiercely at Whist, fixing his eyes on him and reminding himself to stay on guard. "I can't afford to let my guard down. Who knows what this guy might be plotting?" Whist raised his hands by way of reassurance, silently conveying that he meant no harm. "As long as I can get close to the ruins, the rest will be easy." Toby's distrust was unwavering. He kept close behind Whist, his gaze intense, not daring to blink for fear of missing any suspicious move. Guided by Leon, Whist soon found himself inside the ruins without incident. With every step he took deeper into the heart of the ruins, the magical energy in the air grew more concentrated. A purple mist swirled throughout the corridors, a clear sign that the lunar magic in this place had become overwhelmingly strong. At last, he emerged into an open space. There, a group of sorcerers in violet robes stood in perfect focus, sustaining a complex magic circle with every ounce of their strength. The magic circle was astonishingly intricate, with countless runes and lines entwined into a bewildering pattern. Each rune shimmered faintly, casting a gentle blue glow. At the very core of the circle, moonlight converged, gathering into a single, brilliant beam. All the moonlight above these waters was being drawn together, purified and condensed through layer after layer, until it finally transformed into a single drop of violet liquid. That droplet descended slowly, landing upon an iceberg deep below, releasing a soft, ethereal light. Ripples spread across the ice's surface, accompanied by a faint, crystalline sound. Though the magic circle seemed bewilderingly complicated, the movements of the violet-robed magi were strikingly coordinated. Their hands etched complex paths through the air, constantly tweaking the workings of the circle. Each subtle change of gesture sent a visible shimmer through the runes and lines. The entire formation seemed alive, pulsing as if it were a living, breathing being. Weiss watched intently, his curiosity fully engaged, searching for some hint of how the spell circle functioned. Yet his grasp of this world's magic was still shallow and unfamiliar. He could only discern the faintest outlines. Still, the sheer force contained within the moon's drop was palpable, making it the ideal component for alchemical magic. Weiss locked his gaze on the vortex of runes below, unseen calculations running through his mind as he contemplated how he might one day command such formidable power. If he could master this magic circle, then collecting moon's drops across worlds would be within his grasp, an advantage that could prove invaluable to his future. Yet to Toby, Weiss's rapt attention looked more like absent-minded daydreaming. Well, never seen anything like this, huh? Toby puffed up with pride, shooting Weiss a scornful look, as though he were gawking at some clueless bumpkin from the countryside. Weiss ignored the jibe, his eyes fixed still on the iceberg below. Frosty blooms of ice fringed its surface with delicate patterns. He pointed at the iceberg. What's that? That is the demon Deliora, the terror that once ravaged the north. And that is our goal, Leon replied. Weiss knew their true purpose. But transporting Deliora from the north to this remote island was no simple feat. Dodging the council and all the various guilds along the way would be no easy matter. There was no way Leon and his few allies could have managed it on their own. There had to be manipulation behind the curtain. Altair's intervention, perhaps, or more likely, the intent of the heart of the demon's master, Hades, the second master of the original fairy tale. The heart of the demon had always pursued a single, chilling objective: to awaken the legendary black wizard, Zeref, and harness his peerless power to dominate the world. Hades was utterly convinced of this. He firmly believed their ambitions could be realized through Jelf's power. For this goal, they were willing to do anything, going so far as to attempt the resurrection of the powerful ancient demon, Deliora. Yet this was merely a small step in their grand scheme. Leon, meanwhile, remained almost completely in the dark about it all. From his perspective, he believed himself the mastermind of these events, the one orchestrating everything through his own intelligence and strength. Little did he know, he was nothing more than a pawn used by Hades and the others, utterly clueless to the truth. This naivete and ignorance made the onlooker, Weiss, feel a mixture of amusement and pity. Weiss was not one to meddle in others' affairs. As long as his own goals could be achieved, the fate of others hardly concerned him. Therefore, even knowing the truth, he chose to remain silent. At that moment, Leon's two subordinates, Jelly and Yuka, approached from afar. Jelly was still just a young girl, her face full of childlike innocence. Yuka, on the other hand, was a composed young man with a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. Noticing Weiss standing nearby, Jelly asked immediately in her clear, bright voice, "Who's he?" "Jelly, Yuka, this is Weiss," Leon introduced succinctly. "He's not yet familiar with the place. Show him around, will you?" Jelly pursed her lips, clearly dissatisfied with that arrangement. "I just want to stay by Leon's side," she muttered, completely oblivious to the hint in Leon's words. By contrast, Yuka was much more composed. He nodded, understanding perfectly. "Leave this to me." Over the next few days, Weiss quietly stayed at the ruins, never once venturing out. All his attention was focused on the magic circle. Each day, he spent hours poring over the ancient runes and patterns, trying to decipher their hidden logic. Yuka, meanwhile, grew increasingly frustrated. He had expected Weiss to wander around a bit, making it easier to keep an eye on him. But to his surprise, Weiss was completely engrossed in the study of the magic circle. Left with no other choice, Yuka could only stand by and watch as Weiss worked tirelessly, muttering to himself, "What on earth is this guy up to? Will you two take over for me a while? I'm practically turning to mold here these days." Yuka's outburst echoed through the air, but Jelly and Toby paid him no mind, each busy with their own tasks. Feeding her big pet rat, Jelly replied absent-mindedly, "Just wait for Sarity to come back and take your place." "Why is Sarity taking so long with the supply run this time? We're almost out of snacks." Hearing this, Yuka only grew more irritated. He bared his sharp teeth, almost exploding in frustration. "Can't either of you help me out a little?" Jelly only shrugged, continuing to fuss over her pet, while Toby was completely lost in his own world, showing no interest in Yuka's complaints. As their argument played out, a small boat drifted in silently, docking at a hidden harbor. A middle-aged man stepped ashore, his appearance utterly unremarkable. But this was in fact Altair, cleverly disguised with a transformation spell. Altair stretched languidly, grumbling under her breath. "Honestly, the Tower of Paradise, the Council, Galena Island, so much trouble dumped on me alone. Is the guild master trying to work me to death?" She sighed, muttering her complaints. "I can't clone myself, after all. It's not like I can split in two and handle everything at once. At least Deliora's seal has only the tiniest bit left." Taking a moment to compose herself, Altair's eyes swept the surroundings, making sure no one had noticed her arrival. She drew a deep breath, slipping fully into the persona of Sard. Adjusting her stride and expression, she meticulously matched every detail, ensuring that nothing could give her away before heading toward the ruins. At least everything's proceeding according to plan, she thought, and her mood lightened a bit. Arriving at the center of the ruins, she ordered her subordinates to fetch supplies, then hurried off to check up on the situation with Deliora. Once she confirmed that all remained under control, she turned and made her way towards Jelly, Yuka, and Toby. Jelly, Yuka, Toby, all the things you asked me to buy have arrived. Jelly immediately bounded over, brimming with excitement. Thank you so much, Sard. Toby also hurried over, unable to hide his eagerness, but grumbled. Thanks, this place is so desolate. I've already finished all my magazines. Yuka, for his part, looked as if he'd spotted a savior. Sard, keep an eye on these two for me. I need some air. Without waiting for a reply, he darted out of the ruins. What does he mean by that? Altair had just returned to the heart of the ruins, completely baffled by Yuka's sudden exit. Before she could get her bearings, Weiss's voice rang out. Hello there, Sard. Altair whipped around, pupils dilating in shock. You? What are you doing here? Her hand clenched into a fist, her instincts screaming to strike, but remembering how busy and watchful the area was, she stopped herself just in time. Curious, Toby glanced between them and asked, Do you two know each other? We crossed paths in Harjan, Weiss answered with a counterfeit smile. You could say we caused quite a commotion. Toby stared at Altair in disbelief. Saludii got into a fight with you? But Saludii's not even good at fighting. Is that so? Weiss raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. His ice techniques. Enough. Altair cut him off loudly, a wave of panic rushing through her. She couldn't let Weiss reveal anything else about her true identity. Jelly stopped what she was doing. What are you talking about? Saludii, did you really fight with him? Toby and Jelly both jumped at Altair's sudden outburst. In their eyes, the person impersonating Saludii, Altair herself, had always been a calm and composed middle-aged man who never lost his temper. What I mean is, Altair quickly changed her tone, working to smooth over the tension. I'll take care of this guy. I'll keep a close eye on him. Toby and Jelly exchanged glances. Though Saludii seemed a bit unusual today, they still trusted him completely. Well then, he's yours, Toby said, as Jelly nodded in agreement. Just like that, the two gullible friends were easily taken in by Altair, and they turned back to their tasks as if nothing unusual had happened. Altair let out a quiet sigh of relief, moving beside Weiss to whisper under her breath. You'd better watch what you say. If you run your mouth again, I won't go easy on you. What does not go easy even mean? Weiss replied fearlessly. You want to fight me again? If you do, you might blow your cover. We'd find out you use ice make magic. As far as everyone knows, you're just a weak wizard, right? Want to explain to Lion why you've been hiding your real powers? Altair clenched her teeth in frustration, but couldn't let it show. Damn it. Who are you, really? What do you know? That's none of your concern. I don't care who you are or what you want. Just stay out of my way. If you ruin our plans, the consequences won't be yours to bear, Altair threatened, her patience unraveling. But Weiss wasn't the least bit intimidated. In fact, he turned her threat right back at her. Our plans, huh? So there's someone else behind you. Maybe a whole group. Now you're making me really interested. He feigned sudden realization, continuing, I was just thinking, how could a few kids possibly transport Deliora to this island? This place, and that whole moon-drip ceremony, it must have all been set up long ago by the organization backing you, right? Altair's eyes went wide with shock, her anger instantly overtaken by surprise. Who on earth is this guy? But you don't have to worry, Weiss went on. I'm not one for gossip. Reviving Deliora is way too interesting a show for me to interrupt, but... And here he paused deliberately. A wave of alarm surged through Altair's heart. As she expected, this man had ulterior motives. When we fought, you didn't only use ice make magic. You also used another type of magic. Weiss spoke at an unhurried pace. That was lost magic. Arc of Time, wasn't it? Utterly shocked, Altair stumbled back a few steps, barely managing to keep her balance. How did you find out? Lost magic was given such a name because it was incredibly difficult to master, and those who could pass it on became fewer with each generation. By now, almost no mage had even heard its name, let alone its secret arts. In Altair's eyes, Weiss had grown even more mysterious. Tell me how to train in the Arc of Time, and I'll keep your secret. How about that? Weiss seized the moment to propose a deal. In your dreams. Altair refused without a second's hesitation. I see. In that case, Weiss shrugged and made as if to leave. I suppose I'll just have to tell Lion that you can use ice make magic. I imagine he'd be delighted to discover someone who hails from the same school as him. Bastard, stop right there. Altair's real voice slipped out in her agitation, betraying her usual composure. So you're a young lady after all? Teased Weiss, not slowing his pace in the least. I should hurry and share this wonderful news with Lion. I said stop. Altair lashed out, and in an instant, a towering wall of ice erupted before Weiss, cutting off his exit. The air turned frigid, and a sheen of frost crept over the surrounding foliage. Weiss halted, turning back with a bemused smile. Are you sure this is wise? Using ice make magic here. Aren't you worried Lion will notice something's off? Suddenly realizing her own recklessness, Altair murmured an incantation. With a smooth sweep of her hands, the ice wall melted away, vanishing as if it had never existed. Silently, the power of the Arc of Time erased every trace of the ice wall. No matter how many times I see it, the Arc of Time never fails to astonish, Weiss said, his eyes tracking Altair's every move, secretly wishing he possessed a Sharingan so he could copy what he saw. Yet to Altair, his admiration sounded like open provocation. Rage flared in her chest as she prepared to teach this brazen youth a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Just then, Lion came rushing over, his voice sharp with alarm. What's going on here? Why is there a surge of ice make magic in the area? Altair instantly schooled her expression, feigning nervousness as she answered. It's the power of the moon drip ritual at work. This is a sign that the seal on Deliora is about to break. Master Lion, your long-cherished wish will soon be fulfilled. Hearing this, Lion could barely contain his excitement. That's wonderful. All of this is thanks to your efforts, Altair. No, it's all because of your excellent leadership, my lord, Altair replied with a humble smile. Weiss watched her from the side, impressed by how skillfully she flattered Lion without missing a beat. No wonder she could remain hidden by Lion's side for so long, even deceiving Jalal, one of the 10 wizard saints. If he hadn't known the plot beforehand, perhaps even he might have fallen for this cunning woman's tricks. Keep a close eye on this guy. Don't let him ruin our plans, Lion instructed before leaving, not suspecting Altair's true intentions in the slightest. Once Lion's footsteps faded into the distance, Altair finally let out a relieved sigh, feeling the weight lift from her heart. How cruel. Lion trusts you so completely, Weiss remarked. Shut up. Altair's expression darkened. The Arc of Time will never fall into your hands. You're simply not worthy to control it. Oh, is that so? Weiss knew it was nearly impossible to extract the secret of the Arc of Time right now, so he shifted his aim. Fine then, I want the magic array for the moon drip ritual. Altair felt slightly relieved at this request. This was something she could agree to. Yet, another thought crept in her mind. If this guy is asking for something, maybe I can use this as leverage over him. But Weiss had no intention of playing games. Give it to me, right now. If I find that the magic array you give me is fake or tampered with in any way, we'll fight. Immediately. You bastard. Altair clenched her fists in anger, aching to smash that arrogant face of his. But she couldn't risk it. Altair knew full well the extent of Weiss's power. If they fought, she would have to go all out. Personal safety meant little to her, but the stakes were high. Her current plans were at a critical point. Any misstep could ruin everything. So, Altair could only swallow her anger for now. Here, take it, she said, gritting her teeth and tossing Weiss an ancient book that contained the moon drip magic array. Weiss caught the book and carefully examined its contents. Over the past few days, he had kept close watch on the workings of the magic array and was already familiar with every vital element. After checking several key points, he confirmed it was the genuine article. Altair hadn't had enough time to tamper with the documentation. Once he was certain, Weiss nodded in satisfaction and put the book away. Good. It looks like there won't be any conflict between us, at least for now. Altair had never felt so aggrieved. The anger in her heart nearly overwhelmed her calm. She resolved to report this incident to the guildmaster. Let's hope you keep your word. With those words, Altair turned and left. Weiss did indeed honor his promise. He never revealed Altair's secret to Lion. He turned his full attention to studying the magic circle, observing closely how the people in purple robes operated it. Ulseal was gradually weakening, and the day of Deliora's return drew ever closer. On this day, a single precious moon drop condensed out of the magic circle. Through observation and research, Weiss had discovered that the power of the moon drop went far beyond merely lifting seals. It could also dispel most of the negative side effects caused by magic. When refined into a potion, it became a rare and incomparable elixir for healing wounds. However, gathering moon drops was an arduous task. It demanded precision at every step and required a tremendous investment of time. The island was also known as Moon Island, believed in legend to have once been visited by the moon goddess herself. This made collecting moon drops more efficient here. Yet even so, only a few could be gathered each day. Weiss had now mastered the method of arranging these magic circles. What preoccupied him was deciding in which world he should set one up. The Marvel world's out of the question. Far too many powerful beings there. But maybe in the worlds of Harry Potter or Pirates of the Caribbean, it might just work. Just as Weiss was deep in thought, Yuka appeared by his side without warning. What is it? Weiss, dragged from his contemplation, sounded slightly impatient. Mages from Fairy Tale have landed on the island, Yuka said anxiously. Jubia and Toby have already been defeated. That quickly, Weiss stood up, dusting himself off. Don't worry, I'll keep my end of the deal. Then hurry, they'll be here any moment. Lion told you to stop them. Yuka pressed him anxiously. Relax, I'm not planning to hold back. In fact, I wouldn't mind seeing what the Fairy Tale mages are truly capable of. No tricks, Yuka warned, eyes narrowed. I'll be watching you. Whatever you say. The two hurried away from the ruins, and it wasn't long before they caught sight of two men, a woman, and a cat ahead. That's them. Yuka pointed at the group. They're the mages from Fairy Tale. One of them was a cheerful young man with short cherry pink hair and sharp, upturned eyes. He wore a black short jacket, fitted pants, sandals, a black wrist guard on his left arm, and a white checkered scarf around his neck. He spoke up boldly. You're the ones turning the villagers into demons, aren't you? Hurry up and change them back. As he spoke, a few sparks of flame escaped his mouth. So this is Natsu? No wonder he's the protagonist. He really bursts with energy. That must make the shirtless guy Gray, and the busted blonde girl is Lucy. These three were so distinctive that, despite the inevitable gap between the animated world and reality, Wes instantly recognized them. What are you waiting for? Stop them, urged Yuka. I'll take care of the boy and the girl, Wes said, pointing at Natsu and Lucy. He'd already witnessed ice make magic, but his curiosity was piqued by the legendary dragon slayer magic that ran through the whole story. He wanted to witness its true power for himself. Fine, then I'll handle this exhibitionist. Idiot, I'm not an exhibitionist. Gray's face turned bright red with embarrassment and fury. It's not my fault my clothes keep disappearing. And what would you call that, if not an exhibitionist? You little miscreant. Yuka retorted mercilessly. Is everyone in Fairy Tale as weird as you? Bastard. Gray pressed his right fist into his left palm. Ice make hammer. A gigantic hammer of ice formed in the sky, radiating freezing cold as it hurtled down from above, aimed straight at Yuka. Clearly, Gray wanted to silence this loudmouth guy in one go. A shimmering green barrier appeared above Yuka, thin as a sheet of light, but it effortlessly blocked the massive ice hammer, the impact ringing out with a sharp, ringing sound. You use the same kind of magic as Master Lion? Yuka stared at Gray in surprise. You? The mention of that name made Gray pause for a heartbeat. Lions on this island too? Oomph. Yuka realized he'd spilled too much, his face darkening before he snorted and fell silent. I'll make you talk. You'll answer my questions whether you want to or not. Gray shouted. Keep dreaming. Yuka sneered and, with a nimble twist, vanished into the thicket. Get back here. Gray yelled and tore after him. Gray, don't fall for it. Lucy's voice echoed behind him. We still don't know how many enemies are out there. But Gray had already disappeared into the depths of the woods, leaving only the pounding echo of his footsteps behind. Lucy let out a helpless sigh and turned to face Wes. Little girl, you still have the energy to worry about others? Weiss twirled his wand lightly between his fingers. After all, your opponent is me. Lucy took a deep breath and studied the man in front of her carefully. He was strikingly handsome, so much so that it was hard to look away. His eyes danced with amusement, enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Lucy couldn't help but mumble inwardly, he's really handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. She forced herself to muster a confident smile, hoping her words would intimidate him. Handsome guy, I'd suggest you step aside. This is the renowned salamander Natsu. He's not someone an ordinary person can handle. That's right, Natsu is super strong. Happy piped up, raising his tiny paw in agreement, his wide eyes shining with admiration. With a burst of pride, Natsu threw his hands on his hips and stood up even straighter. You bet. That's just how amazing I am. Weiss leveled his wand at Natsu, his tone openly challenging. I know all about that. In fact, I've been wanting to witness your legendary dragon slayer magic for myself. Hearing this, Natsu mistook the provocation for admiration. He bashfully scratched his head, murmuring, he said I'm famous. But unlike Natsu, Lucy and Happy's expressions had turned grave. Lucy quickly assessed the situation in her mind, watching Weiss's every move with heightened alertness. This guy knows all about Natsu's abilities, and yet he's this confident. There's no way he's easy to deal with. Natsu, you have to be careful, Happy urged, all traces of playfulness gone as he flew to settle on Natsu's shoulder, his voice serious. Don't worry, Natsu replied with unwavering confidence, thumping his chest. I won't lose to anyone. With that, Natsu took a deep breath. His stomach seemed to cave inward, then his chest swelled wide. Within him, the fire of the dragon began to gather. In an instant, a torrent of draconic flames surged from his lungs. This was his signature move, Fire Dragon's Roar. With a mighty bellow, a blaze tinged red and gold erupted from Natsu's mouth, like a true dragon roaring into the skies. The powerful blast howled past, whipping the trees into a frenzy and sending leaves trembling in the windstorm. The air sizzled, at once growing dry and scorching. In a flash, the blazing fireball hurtled straight toward Weiss. Facing the oncoming inferno, Weiss calmly raised his right hand. Astonishingly, the raging flames obediently gathered into his palm, drawing together into a dazzling golden orb, radiant and brilliant like a miniature sun. Lucy and Happy stared in utter disbelief, their breaths caught in their throats. Natsu's ultimate move, he caught it. Lucy stammered, her voice trembling in shock. Happy had grown up by Natsu's side since he was a child, and he had never seen anyone catch that kind of attack in such a manner. For a moment, his round eyes were opened wide in shock, and he forgot to close his mouth. Weiss could feel the power contained in the golden sphere in his hand. The force does surpass ordinary fire magic, I'll admit that. But that's all there is to it. Before his words had even faded, Weiss hurled the fireball forcefully at Natsu. Yet Natsu stood his ground, showing not the slightest intent to retreat. He charged straight into the attack. The fireball exploded mid-air, and flames surged up in an instant, but to everyone's astonishment, Natsu swallowed every last wisp of fire into his stomach. Lucy couldn't help taunting, laughing. "You dummy, Natsu's Dragon Slayer magic lets him devour flames to restore his power." Of course, Weiss knew this well enough, but what he really wanted was to see it happen with his own eyes. After devouring all the flames, Natsu wiped his mouth and exclaimed with excitement, "Interesting. I've never met a wizard quite like you before." His spirits soared, battle lust flaring up, and the slant of his menacing eyes made him look all the fiercer. "So how did it taste?" Weiss suddenly asked. "What?" Natsu blinked, caught off guard. "I'm asking how your own flames taste." Though Weiss's question sounded absurd, and the two were still openly enemies, it genuinely made Natsu pause to think. With all his single-mindedness, Natsu actually considered the question carefully and replied, "Kind of tastes like pumpkin soup, warm and comforting." "You idiot. He's the enemy. Why are you having a conversation with him?" Lucy fumed, baring sharp teeth in frustration. Only then did Natsu snap back. "Oh no, almost got tricked. What a sneaky guy." Weiss said nothing in reply. Refocusing, Natsu unleashed his Fire Dragon's Roar once again, this time even fiercer and faster than before. Facing the oncoming inferno, Weiss swung his wand. Path of the Fire God. A blinding light, sharp as a sword, split the Fire Dragon's Roar in two, leaving Weiss completely unharmed. "Do you really think you can beat me by using the same move again? How naive, kid. Or maybe, is this so-called Dragon Slayer magic only this strong?" That last jab triggered Natsu's fury. "Don't you dare insult Igneel. Dragon Slayer magic is the strongest magic there is." Natsu roared, flames bursting around him, and his hair standing on end as if blown by a supernatural wind. "Natsu, calm down. He's just trying to get under your skin," Lucy called out in alarm, desperately trying to rein him in. "It's no use," Happy interrupted, holding Lucy back. "Once Natsu gets fired up, nothing can stop him. Besides, the other guy's a fire mage too. Natsu won't lose." Happy would always have unshakable faith in Natsu. At the same time, flames coiled around Natsu's limbs, rocketing him backward with a surge of fiery propulsion, lending him astonishing speed. In a flash, he appeared at Weiss's left side. Fire Dragon's Flame Elbow. Using the blast of fire erupting from his elbow to boost his momentum, Natsu drove his right elbow fiercely at Weiss's ribcage. Had the strike landed, Weiss would have lost all ability to fight. Just as Natsu's right elbow was about to connect with Weiss, Weiss suddenly vanished from where he'd been standing. Natsu's attack missed entirely, causing him to nearly stumble to the ground. What just happened? How did that guy suddenly disappear? Lucy shook Happy vigorously, as if trying to shake the answer out of him. Happy flopped about in her grip like a rag doll, yet he managed to stay composed. "Lucy, stop shaking me. If you keep going, I'm really going to be sick," he pleaded helplessly. Lucy immediately let go, though worry still clouded her face. "Happy, do you think Natsu will be all right?" "It's teleportation. That wizard has mastered spatial magic," Happy explained. Although he wasn't a powerhouse himself, growing up in the fairy tale guild meant he'd seen all kinds of magic, giving him a discerning eye. "But don't worry. That guy's still better with fire magic, so there's no way he can outmatch Natsu," Happy added, brimming with confidence. Hearing this, Lucy managed to relax, at least a little, though her gaze remained fixed on the ongoing fight. Natsu sniffed intently at the air, desperately trying to catch Weiss's scent. His sense of smell far surpassed that of ordinary people. Yet in this moment, he couldn't detect a thing. This guy used magic to erase his scent. Right now, Weiss was employing the phantasmal charm, blending himself completely into the drifting air. So long as he made no sound or ripple, even Natsu couldn't easily track his presence. That elbow strike had come dangerously close to landing, but Weiss's quick use of phantom movement had saved him just in time. Now it's my turn. Raising his wand, Weiss seemed to make the very air around him solidify with anticipation. Avada Kedavra, he intoned softly. A jet of green light shot straight for Natsu's back. Natsu, however, wasn't thrown off by the sudden attack. An instinctive sense of danger surged through him. In an instant, his body twisted sharply to the side, narrowly dodging the deadly green ray. The green flash glanced off his cloak, searing a blackened scar into the ground. Realizing his foe was at his back, Natsu spun instantly to face him. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Natsu bellowed, thrusting both palms forward. A scorching torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, forming a massive wave of fire that surged outward in all directions. This time, Natsu deliberately widened his attack range, intent on forcing the hidden enemy out of the shadows. Weiss had no choice but to dodge the surging flames. In the shimmering heat, a faintly transparent, human-shaped outline flickered into view. For the battle-hardened Natsu, that was enough. "Got you, you bastard," he shouted, swinging his flaming fists and preparing to land a devastating blow. Such bestial instincts. Impressive, Weiss remarked. Natsu didn't reply, instead launching another fierce assault. Fire Dragon's Swordhorn. Flames of the Fire Dragon coiled around his entire body, transforming him into a living fire dragon. With blinding speed, he drove his head straight toward Weiss. A shriek of wind split the air. Behind him, fire trailed in a blazing ribbon. Weiss quickly incanted countless barriers. In an instant, 5 invisible walls materialized between them. Natsu immediately felt the air before him thicken with resistance. Even so, he grit his teeth and hurled himself forward with all his might. He barreled through the first 3 barriers, but his speed began to falter. By the 4th barrier, his momentum was spent. He hung suspended in midair, unable to force his way any further. Barrage. Weiss seized the opportunity. The scattered stones strewn across the forest floor, under his control, morphed into deadly projectiles and blasted toward Natsu. Natsu swiftly shifted his stance, battering away the flying debris with his fists and feet. When larger rocks came hurtling at him, he simply melted them to slag with his flames. The wizards here are all skilled in hand-to-hand combat. I really need to learn from them. Can't waste this newly strengthened body, Weiss mused. For now, the priority was to take down Natsu. Dragon Slayer magic was undeniably powerful, but Natsu still couldn't bring out its full force. After several exchanges, Weiss had largely gauged Natsu's abilities and didn't want to drag the fight out any longer. Gravity Crush. As the words fell from Weiss's lips, Natsu felt as if a mountain had been dropped on him. All around, Weiss sent a torrent of stones crashing down like an unending storm. His speed now severely reduced, Natsu couldn't dodge as he had before. Several stones struck him, tearing gashes in his flesh and bringing forth streaks of blood. Damn it. In this state, I can't even budge. Natsu's mind raced with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. Unless he could find a way to break free from the gravity crush, he would only fall further behind. Happy, what should we do? Seeing that Natsu was at a disadvantage, Lucy was growing anxious and worried. Don't worry, a few scratches like that are nothing to Natsu. But just now you're saying he was only a fire wizard. Look at how many different spells he's using now. Lucy began shaking Happy again in distress. Lucy, Happy answered, looking a little green. I'm about to lose my lunch. I don't believe you anymore. Hurry up and find a way to help Natsu. Lucy was nearly in tears. Oh no. Happy's eyes spun in dizzy swirls and, finally unable to hold it in, he threw up. Oh, you really did lose it. Lucy hurriedly sidestepped the mess, but was still nagging. Quick, do something to help Natsu. Lucy. Happy's tongue was still twisted and unsteady. My name is Lucy, she snapped, correcting him in exasperation. Lucy, you're a wizard of fairy tale too, aren't you? Happy reminded her, forcing himself upright. We can't let our friends fight alone. Hearing this, Lucy snapped back to her senses. That's right, I'm a full-fledged wizard now too. Without hesitating, she took out a golden key, a key that symbolized Taurus. Hear my call, Taurus, Lucy called out as she thrust the key forward into the air. In an instant, starlight burst forth, and a gigantic humanoid bull appeared on the battlefield. a huge double-bladed axe strapped across his back with a leather belt. Taurus of the Zodiac, here at your service. Taurus's voice boomed like thunder. With a mighty sweep of his axe, the air around them roared in response. The moment he appeared, Taurus leered at Lucy, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Long time no see, Lucy. Your figure is as stunning as ever. Taurus, help Natsu now. Lucy ignored his antics and issued her command without pause. At your service. Taurus immediately straightened up, gripping his heavy axe tightly with both hands. With a tremendous leap, he soared into the air and brought the weapon crashing down toward Weiss's head. But Taurus's movement was too wide, his intent too obvious. Weiss dodged with ease. A celestial spirit? How fascinating. I'd love a chance to capture one for research, Weiss said, his gaze sharp and predatory, locking onto Taurus. A chill ran down Taurus's spine. What kind of creep is this mage? He's eyeing up my perfect physique. Because of Taurus's sudden intervention, Weiss was forced to break off his attack on Natsu, affording Natsu a precious moment to catch his breath. Natsu quickly wiped the blood from his face and hurried over to Taurus's side. Thanks, bull guy, Natsu said. Idiot. I am Taurus, the golden bull of the Zodiac, not just some ordinary cow. Taurus clearly didn't show the same patience toward other men. All right, let's finish this quickly, Natsu said as he checked his injuries. He might have looked a little battered, but the fire in his eyes showed he hadn't lost his fighting spirit. Be careful with this guy. He knows all kinds of magic. You're really strong, aren't you? Help me keep him busy. You brat. I'm not your celestial spirit, so don't order me. Taurus hadn't even finished complaining before Natsu was already launching his attack from Weiss's left flank. Taurus, please just listen to Natsu. Lucy pleaded with her hands pressed together, desperation clear in her voice. If you help us beat him, I'll buy you the newest issue of Sorceress Girl. With a dramatic snort, Taurus puffed out 2 clouds of white steam from his nostrils and declared loudly, You have a deal. Every muscle in Taurus's legs tensed as he drove a hoof into the ground, carving a deep crater where he stood. In a flash, Taurus unleashed his full speed, moving in sync with Natsu, so they flanked Weiss for both sides. Weiss looked every bit the master conductor, his wand tracing sweeping arcs in the air like a baton commanding an unseen orchestra. The ground heaved and thick tree roots erupted, lashing out as whips aimed at both Natsu and Taurus. Natsu moved with cat-like agility, darting between the roots, nimble as a monkey, dodging each attack with ease. Every time a root whistled towards him, he twisted away just in time, deftly slipping past danger and searching for the perfect moment to strike back. Meanwhile, Taurus fought with relentless brute strength, spinning his double-bladed axe so quickly it became a barrier. Roots meant for restraining them were chopped apart one after another by Taurus's weapon, unable to pose any threat to his overwhelming power. He was nothing like the comic relief he had once seemed. Taurus, watch your back, Natsu shouted, squeezing through a gap in the roots himself, angling for a side attack. Got it. Taurus spun and brought his axe down, cleaving through a root that had crept up from behind to ambush him. These roots are a real pain. Weiss took careful note of Taurus's prowess. After all, in the real world, you wouldn't be chosen as a member of the Celestial Zodiac without proven skill. Galna Island was a tropical rainforest, blanketed so densely in greenery that the sky was all but hidden above. The roots seemed endless, never stopping, striking from every direction at Natsu and Taurus. Despite their best efforts, both realized they were being gradually driven farther from Weiss, not closer. This isn't working, Natsu muttered, eyeing a fresh wave of roots surging ahead. With a determined breath, he wreathed his arms in the flames of the fire dragon, the blaze fanning out like a pair of mighty wings. Fire dragon's wing attack. Natsu swept his burning arms forward, a torrent of flames crashing ahead, clearing branches and roots from their path in a single powerful surge. As the blaze swept through, a clear path finally emerged ahead, and Natsu and Taurus at last caught sight of Weiss's figure. Well done. Taurus brandished his battle axe, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. Looking down, he saw that at some point a strange thorny vine had wrapped itself around his ankle. Its barbs had torn open his skin, and blood was trickling down his leg. Worse still, he felt his magical power being drained away. Damn it! Taurus roared with anger, struggling to break free, but the vines only tightened their grip. After soaking up his magic, the thorns flourished, crawling swiftly up, and in the blink of an eye, they had enveloped the whole lower half of Taurus's body. Nearby, Natsu was facing the same predicament. What the heck is this stuff? Natsu cursed, his palms already shredded and bloody. Ignoring the pain, he kept pulling the thorns from his body. But as the vines consumed more and more of his magic, a deep weakness spread through Natsu, as if every movement drained the last of his strength. Of course, this was all thanks to Weiss. These thorns were specially cultivated by him. Their origin lay in a magical plant from the world of Delicious in Dungeon, and through many generations of careful breeding, he managed to cross it with the Devil's Snare from the world of Harry Potter, creating this new hybrid. The barbs now grew razor-sharp, capable of piercing the toughest monster's hide and feeding on magic to grow ever stronger. Like a parasite, it threatened their very lives if not dealt with quickly. By the time Taurus joined the fray, Weiss had already scattered the seeds. Naturally, careless as they were, neither Natsu nor Taurus had noticed the innocuous-looking seeds scattered throughout the forest. Those seeds landed on their skin, silently siphoning off their magic bit by bit. By the time they sensed something was wrong, it was far too late. Moo! Lucy, I'm sorry, my magic's almost gone, Taurus managed to say before vanishing, returning to the celestial spirit realm. Just like the summoning beasts in Naruto, they'll return on their own in the face of mortal danger. Looks like they signed an equal contract. Lucy had no time to dwell on this. Natsu, however, had no such means of escape. The vines continued sucking away at his magic, slowly creeping up to engulf him completely. Natsu, Happy's eyes brimmed with tears as he cried out, Lucy, do something. Please call out the maid to help Natsu. Lucy couldn't bear to look at Natsu, whose body was now covered in inky black vines, each one greedily leeching away his life force. I don't have any magic left. Summoning Taurus used up everything I had. If I had known it would turn out like this, I never should have broken the rules and taken on this S-rank mission. Lucy felt a pang of heartache. She wished she could do something, anything, to save Natsu, even if it meant risking her own safety. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from nearby. Hey, what are you doing over here? Let go of that fire-breathing idiot, or I'll take your companion's head off, Gray threatened, the blade of ice in his hand gleaming menacingly. Yuka stood frozen solid, with only his head poking out, looking both ridiculous and helpless. Witnessing this, Lucy and Happy were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes as they ran toward Gray. Gray, you finally made it, Lucy exclaimed, her voice trembling with relief. Happy leapt straight on a Gray's shoulder, batting at his face with tiny paws. Ow! Stop it, you idiot! Gray scowled, though there was a trace of laughter in his voice. In truth, he was covered in wounds himself. Subduing Yuka hadn't come cheap. Sweat and blood mingled, trickling down his skin. Let Natsu go, or else. Happy racked his brain for a menacing threat but could only wave his little paws in the air, trying his best to look fierce. His small, adorable act barely registered as threatening. Even Yuka, in his embarrassment, couldn't help but glance over and twitch the corner of his mouth. Yuka hung his head in shame, never expecting he'd end up as a bargaining chip for the enemy. You're all missing something, Weiss remarked with a knowing smile, surveying the group. That guy isn't my ally. In fact, he's been keeping me under surveillance this whole time. What? The three of them, who just moments ago thought they had the upper hand, suddenly found themselves in a far more complicated situation. You're lying, aren't you? We won't be fooled that easily. Lucy retorted, refusing to back down. You just want to grab your buddy back while we let our guard down. Yuka finally spoke up. He's telling the truth. This guy just showed up on the island out of nowhere, just like you did. He's not my partner, and there's no way he cares what happens to me. How could this be? Lucy collapsed to the ground, her face buried in her hands. Her voice trembled in disbelief as she cried out, Natsu, is this really the end for him? As tears streamed down her cheeks, she realized that even though she hadn't known Natsu for long, he already felt like an irreplaceable companion. No matter what, I have to save Natsu, even if it means putting my life on the line. Lucy gripped her celestial spirit key tighter, the key to Aquarius, her strongest spirit. Yet she knew she didn't have nearly enough magic left to summon such a powerful spirit. But for Natsu's sake, she was willing to risk it all and try. Gray and Happy grew tense the moment they saw Lucy take out her golden key, rushing to stop her. Lucy, calm down. You don't have enough magic left to summon a celestial spirit from the Zodiac. You'll only hurt yourself like this. Lucy hesitated, an uncertain look on her face. She gritted her teeth, steeling herself to muster her magic. But just then, the thorns that held Natsu captive suddenly erupted into flames. The fire roared higher and higher, reducing the brambles to ash in an instant. Wobbling and battered, Natsu emerged from the blaze, his body covered in deep, bleeding wounds from the thorns. Even in such a sorry state, a bright smile lit up his face. Lucy, I made it out. Natsu. Lucy and Happy cried together, rushing forward and throwing themselves into Natsu's arms. I thought you were going to die. Happy's eyes filled with tears as he gazed at Natsu. Lucy's shoulders trembled with quiet sobs. She clung to Natsu as tightly as she could, as if afraid to ever let him go again. Natsu gently stroked the top of Happy's fluffy head. "Don't worry, I'm back, aren't I?" "So this is the power of friendship? I can't help but envy it," came Weiss's voice, breaking the spell of that touching moment. Paying no mind to the murderous glares leveled at him, Weiss continued, "Your body's resilience is extraordinary. Is that the result of Dragon Slayer magic?" Natsu puffed out his chest proudly, thumbing at himself. "I'm McNeil's kid. Wounds like these won't slow me down." Dragon Slayer magic wasn't just a set of spells. It transformed the very body of anyone raised by dragon. Those chosen and taught by dragons, like Natsu, could, with enough training, perhaps truly become dragons themselves. We've seen Dragon Slayer magic and Celestial Spirit magic. There's no point in continuing here, Weiss said, turning his back and beginning to walk away. "Hey, what the hell is it you want, anyway?" An unexpected voice called out. It was Yuka. "Why don't you just finish them off?" Yuka demanded. Weiss stopped in his tracks and looked back at Yuka, his gaze as cold and indifferent as a man regarding an ant at his feet. That single look made Yuka's heart skip a beat in terror. He immediately shut his mouth, unable to hold Weiss's stare. Weiss turned away and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Only after he was gone did Lucy breathe a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from her brow. "That dangerous guy's finally gone. I bet he was scared of us," Happy declared confidently, flapping up into the air and mimicking the way Weiss had turned tail and fled. With that, Lucy and Happy's goofy antics resumed. Happy twirled through the air and dove back down to perch on Lucy's shoulder. Just then, Natsu suddenly swayed on his feet, then collapsed face down to the ground. "Natsu!" Lucy cried out, rushing over to Natsu's side with Happy in tow. Her voice brimmed with worry as she called, "Natsu, wake up!" Gray quickly knelt down, examining Natsu with care before reassuring them. "Don't worry, he's just passed out." Lucy gently patted Natsu's cheeks, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. This mission was just too dangerous. We nearly got wiped out before even meeting the enemy boss. We should head back for reinforcements," Lucy suggested nervously. "These enemies really are a handful." Gray pressed a hand to his aching ribs, the bruise they're serving as a memento from Yuka. "But if we just give up now, I can't accept that. And just who is this lion that guy mentioned? Could it really be the one I know?" Gray paused to consider, then put forward his plan. "Let's return to the village first. Both Natsu and I need treatment for our injuries. With Yuka as a hostage, we can force those guys to turn the villagers back to normal." With no better ideas, Happy and Lucy exchanged glances and nodded, agreeing to Gray's lead. Back at the ruins, Weiss had just stepped through the main entrance when Lion's stern voice cut through the air. "Why didn't you rescue Yuka?" Weiss just shrugged, replying lightly, "That wasn't part of our deal." "You." Lion took a step forward, magical energy crackling around him. "You want to fight?" Weiss met Lion's hostility without flinching, unleashing his own magic. The two powers clashed in the air, tension mounting between them like a drawn sword. Altair quickly intervened, slipping between the two. "Lion, please. The seal will break any moment. Now is not the time for distractions. You can rescue Yuka after you've dealt with Deliora." Lion shot Weiss a furious glare, rage burning in his eyes. But in the end, he smothered his anger and stormed away. "Why did you stop him?" "Afraid he can't handle me," Weiss asked. "You'd better watch your mouth. If you wreck our plans, there'll be hell to pay." Altair snapped, her temple throbbing with irritation at Weiss's attitude. "Relax. I'm just as interested in Deliora as you are. I won't mess things up. Just don't be disappointed when the time comes." Weiss' tone was as secretive as ever, as if he held some crucial secret close to his chest. "What exactly do you know?" Altair's voice grew urgent. She struggled to keep her emotions in check, not wanting him to sense her impatience. "If you really want answers, trade me the Arc of Time. I can help you, but the cost? Only you can decide whether it's worth it." Altair bristled with anger. "If you want the Arc of Time, you're dreaming. Well, there's nothing more to discuss. Good luck to you." Wes tossed out the most insincere blessing and turned on his heel to leave, abandoning Altair to stand alone. "One day I'll make you pay for this, you bastard." Altair cursed heatedly, eyes blazing with fury, fists clenched so tight it seemed she might launch herself at him any second. After parting ways, Wes found a quiet corner, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. "I've already witnessed Dragon Slayer magic. Now it's time to see for myself if the fabled fairy queen lives up to her legend. That hot-headed queen should have already landed on the island by now." Elsewhere, Urza, who was currently giving a stern lesson to 3 people and a cat, suddenly turned her head, as if sensing something unusual in the air. Natsu and Gray were sprawled on the ground, their heads covered in goose eggs from her discipline. Happy and Lucy clung to each other, shaking with fear. Urza scanned the area with sharp eyes, but found nothing amiss. Turning back, her expression stern, she ordered, "Natsu, Gray." The two, called out by name, scrambled upright and nervously sat cross-legged, not daring to meet her gaze. "You two are usually reckless enough, but this time you actually had the nerve to accept an S-class mission on your own." "Urza, let me explain," Natsu stammered, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, knowing full well what fate awaited him. Without a shred of mercy, Urza landed a solid punch to the right side of Natsu's face, sending him flying. "Even if the master were to forgive you, I won't. Be ready to accept the consequences." Lucy and Happy could only nod frantically, not daring to utter a word for fear of getting dragged into trouble. "Urza, this is more complicated than you think. Since you're here, why not get to the bottom of it?" Gray spoke up, still unwilling to back down. "That's right." Natsu, who had just been knocked aside, rolled over and sprang to his feet, face alight with determination. "I'm going to take that guy down, no matter what. Are you two even listening to me?" Urza's tone grew colder and more imposing as her patience wore thin. Natsu and Gray met her gaze, stubbornness etched on their faces, clearly unwilling to let this chance slip by. Outside, gathered around the building, the villagers looked on with hopeful eyes, wishing these fairy tale wizards would prove as powerful as the rumors and finally resolve their troubles. Urza let out a heavy sigh before making up her mind. "Since we've taken the job, we'll see it through. We won't bring shame to the guild, and those who harm our comrades will not escape our retribution." "All right, that's what I'm talking about." Natsu leapt high into the air in excitement, instantly revitalized. Deep within the ruins, as the ritual neared its final moments, the ice beneath their feet began to tremble. Deliora was on the verge of breaking free. "At last, the moment I've waited for. This time I'll prove that I've surpassed you." Years of waiting, all the pain and sweat, converged in this very moment into an overwhelming force. There was an almost manic obsession in Lion's gaze. The entire world seemed to fade into irrelevance, leaving only the fierce confrontation between him and all. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced himself to steady the storm of excitement within. Yet, when he opened his eyes again, the blazing fire inside him burned just as intensely as before. "My lord, it's bad. That group from Fairy Tale has broken in." A subordinate burst in, panic written all over his face. Lion's expression darkened instantly. "We absolutely cannot let them ruin our plans." He cut to the chase, issuing commands without hesitation. "Salud, you're coming with me to stop them." As he turned to leave, his gaze unconsciously flickered toward Weiss, laced with undisguised wariness and apprehension. "Don't worry, I'll keep to the promise between us," Weiss said, though his words were actually aimed at Altair. Lion let out a cold snort. "You'd better." With that, he ignored Weiss and led his men forward to confront the intruders. "Remember what you said," Altair threatened in a low voice, fixing Weiss with a stare as if she could extract some reassurance from his eyes. Weiss simply smiled, saying nothing more, but there was a depth to his smile that set everyone on edge. Finally, the members of Fairy Tale stormed into the heart of the ruins. Weiss's eyes immediately caught sight of Urza, her striking crimson hair flowing brilliantly behind her. Clad in gleaming armor that did nothing to restrain her movements, she radiated confidence, strength, and beauty, a presence befitting the title of Queen of the Fairies. An unmistakable look of admiration shone in Weiss's eyes, open enough for Urza to notice without doubt. Sword in hand, she pointed her blade at him. "State your name." "Urza, this guy's mine," Natsu interjected, stepping between them, eyes blazing with fury. "Natsu, is he the mysterious wizard who defeated you?" Urza asked. "That's him." Natsu cracked his knuckles, already itching for a fight. With a hint of provocation, Weiss said, "Frankly, I'm much more interested in the Queen of the Fairies than the Fire Dragon." That remark shattered Natsu's composure. "You bastard! Don't you dare look down on me." Fiery explosions erupted across his body, enveloping him in a torrent of flame, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The awe-inspiring spectacle drew nothing more than a dismissive glance from Weiss. Child's play. Once was enough. To Natsu, Weiss's words were a clear show of contempt for his powers. Natsu felt his blood reach a boiling point. Veins bulged across his forehead and arms in raw, furious response. "Bastard!" he roared, then surged toward Weiss at a staggering speed, the sheer force of his charge cracking the ground underfoot and sending a cloud of dust swirling through the air. Iron fist to the fire dragon. Blazing dragon flames coiled around his right fist, transforming it into a meteor of burning destruction aimed straight for Weiss. Yet no matter how devastating the attack, it means nothing if it doesn't find its mark. Weiss didn't even bother to defend himself. He simply regarded Natsu with eyes that brimmed with a peculiar kind of pity. As Natsu's fist collided with Weiss, it felt as though time itself froze for an instant. Weiss's form dissolved into countless shimmering bubbles. Natsu's punch sliced through empty air, and the floating bubbles drifted away, vanishing without a trace. How can this be? It was nothing more than one of Weiss's avatars. Natsu's blow met only emptiness, and all his power crashed into the wall behind. A thunderous crash echoed out, blasting a massive hole in the wall and sending the entire ruin shuddering. Dust and broken stone filled the air, tumbling in every direction. Damn it, this trick again. Frustration burning in his eyes, Natsu scanned his surroundings, still searching for any sign of Weiss. He breathed in deeply, trying to catch Weiss's scent, but there was nothing, not even a lingering trace in the air. Why can't I smell him? At that moment, the real Weiss appeared before Urza. Please, show me your equipped magic. Faced with Weiss's invitation, Urza didn't so much as hesitate. Natsu isn't his match. I have to lure him away. But Natsu refused to give in, shouting, "Your fight is with me." He lunged toward Weiss, poised to attack once again. Altair quickly intervened, blocking Natsu's advance. Leon may not be strong enough for Urza. If this guy insists on taking her on, so much the better. All I have to do is occupy this hot-headed fool. Very well, I accept your challenge, Urza said, sheathing her sword. But this place is far too cramped for us to fight properly. Without waiting for a reply from Weiss, Urza turned and walked out of the ruins. Urza's plan was simple. According to Lucy's description, this guy's magic affects a wide area. Luring him outside gives Lucy and Happy the chance they need. Weiss himself had no preference about the choice of arena. He saw straight through Urza's intentions, but all he really wanted was to witness her magic firsthand. Let's do it right here, Urza said, surveying the cleared space. They were now plenty far from the ruins. I trust you have no objections? I don't care where we fight, Miss Scarlet. So, you know me. Well, Fairy Tale is rather famous, after all. Then tell me your name. Urza leveled her sword at Weiss. It's the least respect a warrior can offer their opponent. It was my oversight. Wes performed a wizard salute with elegance and said, "My name is Wes." Wes. Urza sifted through her memory for the name, but came up empty. That's a name I've never heard before. Just a nobody, nothing more. To defeat Natsu is not something a nobody could manage. According to Lucy, this guy can use a variety of magic. I can't let him take the initiative. I need to strike first. A glimmer of light flashed over Urza's body, and her knight's armor began to shift, transforming into a tire made from beast hide, with a piece of cloth armor hanging at the side. Her weapon changed to twin blades, and her ears became pointed like those of a wild animal, imbuing her with a raw, untamed energy. Flight armor, Urza whispered, and once again light enveloped her. This time, she reappeared clad in sleek, aerodynamic armor, feather-light and built for speed. This was one of Urza's signature armors, dramatically enhancing her swiftness. How intriguing, summoning different armors for combat, is it? Wes had barely finished his sentence when Urza's figure vanished from sight. With a ring of colliding metal, Urza slashed at Wes with her twin blades, only to be stopped by an invisible barrier. The sound was as clear as a bell. A sneak attack isn't very becoming of a knight. Nonigt, amaja, erjaropia. She unleashed a flurry of blows with astonishing speed, her twin swords weaving a tapestry of afterimages, completely obscuring Wes's vision. The clashing of blades echoed, once, twice, 3 times, resounding through the air. Without hesitation, Wes raised a hand. Wind God's breath. A violent gust erupted from his palm, whipping the dust and fallen leaves into a massive whirlwind. The gale howled as it rolled towards Urza, and she dove back, nimbly dodging the furious winds. Meanwhile, magic gathered at the tip of Wes's wand, rapidly condensing into a fiery sphere. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball streaked forward, trailing a brilliant tail of flame as it shot straight at Urza. But Urza didn't dodge. As a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, she'd faced Natsu's fire countless times since she was a child. She had long since mastered her defense against fire-based magic. She wove a sheath of magic around her sword and brought it down in a precise arc, cleaving the oncoming fireball in two. The halves split apart, whistling past her on either side, before exploding just behind her in a spectacle of color and flame. Wes watched, duly impressed. Beautiful swordsmanship. Urza's movement seemed simple, but it demanded extraordinary skill. Not only was keen dynamic vision required to track the fireball's blinding speed, she also needed to control the flow of magic wrapping her blade with absolute precision. Most importantly, the sword technique that split the fireball in two was undoubtedly the result of countless hours of practice and tempering in real battle. Wesley's physical abilities were now on par with Urza's, but he still couldn't pull off such advanced maneuvers. Seriously, how could someone like that even be called a mage? She must have put her talent points in all the wrong places. Wesley couldn't help but grumble, but his own assault never wavered. One after another, fireballs rapidly formed at the tip of his wand and shot relentlessly toward Urza. Urza parried each attack with masterful swordsmanship, cleaving the fireballs apart as they came. Attacks like that won't work on me. Then how about this? Wesley raised his wand skyward. Meteor fire rain. In an instant, hundreds of blazing fireballs descended from above, blanketing the entire battlefield in a torrential onslaught. Urza's confident smile faltered. She had never encountered such a ferocious barrage before. A thunderous explosion echoed as fireballs slammed into the ground one after another, each impact shaking the earth with overwhelming force. Urza darted nimbly through the inferno, dodging the searing projectiles as best she could. When evasion wasn't possible, she cut them down with precise swings of her sword. But there were simply too many. The room to maneuver grew tighter with each passing second. At last, her silhouette was completely swallowed by the raging flames. Deafening blasts followed, tearing gaping craters into the ground. Flames roared across the forest, sending scores of terrified animals fleeing the inferno. Wesley, however, didn't lower his guard just because the situation seemed his favor. If Urza couldn't withstand an attack of this magnitude, she would hardly be worthy of the title Fairy Queen. As the smoke and dust gradually faded, Urza's figure reemerged, but now she wore a different suit of armor. It was a dazzling set, crimson at its core with black patterns and orange accents, radiating an almost regal splendor. In her hands, her long sword had transformed as well, now a great sword wreathed in fire, the famous Flame Empress armor. It granted her extraordinary resistance to flame. Other than a touch of soot on her face, Urza was completely unharmed. How fascinating, Wesley remarked, his gaze fixed on the Flame Empress armor with keen interest. Her previous armor had never caught his attention, but through the display of this set, he caught a glimpse of just how advanced alchemy and smithing were in this world. Crafting such armor was no simple feat. Urza, meanwhile, thought Wesley was leering at her. "Lecture," she snapped furiously. Wesley couldn't be bothered to explain himself. After all, Urza really was an exceptionally captivating woman. Fuming, Urza charged at him, brandishing her flaming greatsword and intent on teaching him a lesson. Perfect timing. Wesley raised his hand to block, and black flames erupted from his wand, swiftly forming the shape of a long sword. A metallic clang rang out as their blades collided. Although he blocked Urza's blow, he had to retreat a few steps to steady himself. Such strength, but she doesn't know how to use it well. Just from a single clash, she had already gauged Weiss's abilities. In that case, I'll break him with swordsmanship. Clang, clang. The black sword and the crimson blade collided over and over, sparks scattering with each strike. At first, Weiss managed to barely keep up with Urza's rhythm, thanks to his physical strength. But as Urza began to mix up her forms and techniques, Weiss quickly found himself completely overwhelmed. With a sweeping arc, Urza sent Weiss tumbling backwards. She was just about to press her advantage, when the black longsword in Weiss's hand dissolved once again into raging black flames, blocking Urza's path. The Flame Emperor armor is supposed to counter fire magic, Urza insisted, trying to force her way through the fiery barrier. But as her armor touched the black flames, the fire clung to her as if alive, refusing to be shaken off no matter what she did. Urza frowned, realizing these were no ordinary flames. What kind of fire is this? She watched, helpless, as the Flame Emperor armor was slowly devoured by the sinister blaze, forcing her to dismiss the armor entirely. By now, she was standing right in front of Weiss. Purgatory armor. With that, Urza summoned a suit of jet black armor, darker than shadow, and in her hands appeared a massive, serrated blade, larger than she was. It's clever, switching armor for every situation. But what will you do when you have no armor left? Weiss taunted, channeling a surge of magic into his wand. Disarm. The spell shot forth at blinding speed, striking Urza head-on before she could react. Her greatsword was ripped from her grasp, and just as quickly, her armor began to fall away, piece by piece. What's happening? Even the Queen of the Fairies herself was stunned for a moment. But even the briefest distraction in a battle like this could be fatal. Weiss seized the opportunity. Restraining chains. Urza's body stiffened instantly. Not only did it hamper her movements, but even her magic seemed to seize up inside her. 5 glowing rings shot from Weiss's sleeve, whirling through the air to clamp tightly around Urza's wrists, ankles, and neck. Urza made her decision in a split second, summoning a lightweight suit of armor and seizing a long sword, slashing at the bands that bound her. Clang! Her blade struck one of the rings. Though it ricocheted off, she managed to cut a notch into the metal. Once more, Urza readied another strike, but before she could act, the 5 rings suddenly released a surge of electricity. Agony shot through her body, overwhelming her senses and nearly consuming her consciousness. The current didn't just numb her muscles, it scrambled her thoughts as well, making it nearly impossible to focus. MMPH. Even someone as tough as Urza found the violent surge of electricity almost unbearable. Yet, she never once halted what she was doing. Clang! With decisive strength, her second swing sliced through the restraint around her neck. The other 4 rings responded, loosing another blast of electricity. Urza's body convulsed uncontrollably, seized by jolts beyond her command. Ah! A painful cry escaped her lips as the force of the current drove her down, her knee crashing to the ground. She tightened her grip on her sword's hilt, struggling fiercely in an effort to rise again. Gravity spell. Visa's incantation thundered down, and it was as if 1,000 pounds pressed onto Urza's shoulders. She slammed to the ground with a heavy thud. Asterisk top, asterisk. Asterisk top, asterisk. Asterisk top, asterisk. VES watched Urza writhing in agony on the floor, and then approached her with slow, deliberate steps. From this high vantage, his gaze radiated cruel superiority. The Queen of Fairies, an S-class mage. Turns out you're not so special, after all. Huh? Urza spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at VS, her voice defiant. Don't you dare underestimate me. Act. Before she could say another word, 4 rings shot out cords that wrapped around her tightly. The next surge of electricity drove a violent tremor through her frame. Each pulse stabbed into her like 1,000 needles, draining her strength so completely that resistance was impossible. She did everything she could to break free, but it was useless. All she could do was watch herself being bound. Helpless. Quite a stubborn mouth you've got there. With a sneer, VES pulled a small, circular device from his coat and pressed it firmly against Urza's chest. Instantly, she felt 5 icy mechanical claws drive through her armor, digging deep into her flesh. A terrible wave of weakness washed over Urza. Her magic was being sucked away, faster and faster. NNGH. Urza's voice was barely a whisper now, her face drained of all color. VES lifted her chin with the tip of his finger, smirking. I wonder what sort of magic I could trade for you. I imagine your guild master won't be stingy. You bastard. Since joining Fairy Tail, Urza had never felt so powerless. Don't you dare use me to threaten the guild. Each new attempt to fight back sent fresh waves of pain through her, sweat trickling down her forehead. Stop wasting your energy. Brute force won't get you out of this, VES offered with mock friendliness. Urza ignored him, focusing every fiber of resolve on the device, draining her magic at her chest. If you're going to suck the life out of my magic, then I'll let you have it, all at once. She repeated this vow silently to herself, gathering every last bit of her magic and pouring it into the device. With the infusion of magical energy, the device began to billow with black smoke. As thick clouds of smoke burst forth, the little contraption quickly exceeded its designed limit. At the same time, Urza evenly distributed the last trace of her magic throughout her limbs, pushing herself to the brink. With a sharp snap, the ropes broke. Urza leapt backward, rolling away to put distance between herself and Weiss. The entire sequence flowed with the grace of water, taking no more than 3 seconds. Weiss made no move to stop her. Instead, he applauded. Impressive. Refusing to give up even in this situation. You have my admiration. He picked up the broken device, a note of regret in his voice. I didn't even get a chance to upgrade these before you managed to break them. Urza seized the opportunity, quickly turning over her options in her mind. Her magic was nearly depleted, but her strength remained. Retreat was clearly the wisest course now, yet she could not abandon Natsu and the others. Urza was not someone who would leave her friends behind. In a flash, her armor vanished, replaced by a pair of billowing lantern trousers in crimson trimmed with golden flames and white accents. Her upper body was bound tightly with bandages, covering what was necessary. Barefoot, she gripped the scarlet demon blade in her hands. This was her most primal form, forsaking all the protection and enhancements granted by armor. This appearance can hardly be called that of a mage, she remarked. Bullet barrage. Countless bullets tore through the air in a relentless downpour. Relying on her extraordinary agility, Urza weaved through the hail of gunfire, each leap landing with perfect precision. She tightened her grip on the scarlet demon blade, driving straight for Weiss's throat. But with a flash, Weiss teleported behind her. Thunderous explosion. Relying on instinct, Urza rolled sideways, dodging just in time. Before she could catch her breath, Weiss split into 4 copies, now 5 Weiss in total, arranging themselves in the shape of a 5-pointed star to surround her. In unison, they drove their wands into the earth. A vast magic circle burst forth, and Urza found herself at its heart. An onslaught of magical chains surged from every side, lashing at Urza. At first, she dodged the chains with skill, but as their assault quickened, she grew visibly strained. No, at this rate I'll be caught. I have to break out of this circle. Nimbly evading the chains, Urza scanned her surroundings, steeling herself to try a breakout. Her first attempt was toward the left flank, but the Weiss clone stationed there repelled her easily with a single magic blast. Don't even think about escaping, he taunted. I'll wear you down bit by bit. Just give in and become my bargaining chip. Urza was not someone who gave up easily. Once more, she attempted to launch an attack from behind, but met with failure, driven back yet again. Seeing Urza's unwavering tenacity, Weiss summoned multiple clones of himself, each raising a wand and firing magical blasts of various elements. Though these magical projectiles lacked overwhelming power, they were enough to keep forcing Urza back, time after time. As Urza struggled to break through, one of the magic blasts struck her squarely in the stomach, sending her stumbling several steps backward. Damn it, if only I had my armor. Attacks like these would be nothing. Anxiety surged in Urza's heart, but her brief hesitation lasted just a second, long enough for a magical chain to coil around her left wrist. She wasted no time, swinging her blade at the chain. Yet, the chain remained unscathed. It's useless, Weiss said, pointing his wand. All the chains within the magic circle sprang to life, writhing like serpents as they wrapped themselves around Urza's limbs, neck, thighs, and arms. Once again, Urza found herself bound tightly, suspended helplessly in midair. Seizing the moment, Weiss produced a vial, pried open her tightly clenched mouth, and poured the water of life and death down her throat. Watching as Urza's eyes grew hazy and unfocused, he offered a reassuring explanation. Relax. This isn't poison, just a very potent sedative. You bastard! Urza struggled to fight off the heavy drowsiness, but before she could finish speaking, her consciousness slipped away completely. Weiss regarded the unconscious Urza, though the corners of his mouth did not lift in triumph. Urza's power was truly formidable. Had it not been for his carefully laid trap, capturing her would have been anything but easy. However, the look of relief on his face flickered for only a heartbeat before he turned to address a seemingly empty spot nearby. His voice carried a weight of warning. Come out. Have you not seen enough of this little performance? As his words faded, the air shimmered with invisible ripples, and Altair's figure gradually revealed itself. Though she still maintained her disguise as Saruti, the wariness in her eyes was impossible to conceal. I hadn't expected you to deal with the legendary Queen of the Fairies so swiftly. At this rate, you're more than worthy of the 10 Wizard Saints title. As Altair spoke, the 4 clones kept a vigilant eye on her, while the original Weiss retrieved a device from his suitcase, a contraption resembling an Iron Maiden. He locked the unconscious Urza inside, then placed the device back in the case. Don't make the mistake of underestimating Fairy Tail, Altair warned. Their master, Makarov Dreyer, is fiercely protective of his children, and he has close ties to the leaders of other guilds as well. Crossing Fairy Tail is almost the same as crossing most of the light guilds. Altair's words were not entirely born out of goodwill. In truth, she was silently calculating how she might win Weiss over to her own side. This man is powerful, and his actions know no bounds. If we could bring him into the devil's heart, our chances of victory would increase tremendously. Weiss turned his head to look at her. Instantly, his 4 clones adjusted their positions, forming an encirclement. Hey, Altair realized something was wrong. I'm giving you a friendly warning here. What are you trying to pull? I'm quite interested in your archetype magic as well. Weiss made no effort to hide his intentions, unfazed at the thought of diving into another fight. His battle with Urza had allowed the energy from the Philosopher's Stone within him to be partially absorbed, resulting in both his physical strength and magical power surging to new heights. Right now, he was craving combat, especially the kind that would help him burn through the remaining energy in his body faster. You maniac! Altair snapped, unable to believe Weiss was so unhinged, openly showing such hostility right before her eyes. At that moment, a violent surge of magical energy erupted from the direction of the ruins, as if something was about to shatter its confinement. The seal on Deliura has been broken. Altair's delight was barely contained. Without another glance at Weiss, she vanished like a bubble dissolving into the air, rushing off to the true heart of the matter. So it wasn't her real body after all. No wonder she was so fearless. Weiss gazed upward. From within the ruins, a potent magical force surged toward the sky, condensing into something almost tangible. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. Let me witness the final act of Deliora. With a shift of phantom transposition, Weiss vanished from the spot, reappearing within the ruins. His sudden arrival went completely unnoticed, as everyone's attention was fixed on Deliora, now fully freed from its chains. Inside the ruins, Deliora's massive form twisted through the air. Its cold, merciless eyes swept over its surroundings. It raised its head and let loose a roar, thundering across the whole island like distant storm clouds. Countless animals sensed the terror in that sound and scattered, fleeing into the shadows. Its gargantuan size and terrifying magical power pressed down on everyone present, making it hard even to breathe. Lion burst into wild laughter. At last, it's finally here. He staggered forward, body battered and bruised, every step bringing him closer to Deliora. Gray, ignoring his own injuries, tried to stop him, but Lion shrugged him off without mercy, sending Gray tumbling painfully to the ground. Seeing this, Natsu and Lucy both burned with anger. It seemed another fight was about to erupt. Just then, Weiss broke the silence. That creature is already dead. Lion's reaction was the most intense. He practically screamed, "What did you just say?" Even though Weiss had never read the original work, just by looking at the scene before him and Deliora's condition, he could tell that this mighty beast's life was already at its end. Didn't any of you notice? Although its magic seems powerful, it's actually hollow. Its life force is like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Didn't any of you sense that? After Weiss's reminder, everyone present calmed down and took a closer look at Deliora. Just as Weiss had pointed out, they had all been intimidated by Deliora's former reputation, and the surge of magic when the seal was broken had led them to mistakenly believe it was still at its peak. What on earth is going on here? At that moment, Gray shouted the answer. It was Ul. Ul used ice shell to seal Deliora. Not only that, but over all these years, the ice shell has been draining Deliora's life force. The truth is, Ul already killed Deliora long ago. That's incredible. The members of Fairy Tail began to cheer with relief. However, Lion couldn't accept this truth. Impossible. How could that be? Gray looked at his senior, his heart heavy with emotion, but he didn't know how to comfort him. Just then, Natsu, ever the straightforward one, charged straight towards Deliora without hesitation and threw a powerful punch at its body. With Natsu's punch, cracks began to spread across Deliora's form, swiftly growing until they covered its entire body. Then, with a sharp shattering sound, Deliora's body broke apart, splintering into countless fragments of ice that were carried away by the wind, gradually fading into the air and vanishing from the world completely. This dramatic scene caught everyone off guard. Only Weiss and Natsu seemed prepared for the outcome. The others stood frozen in place, as if bewitched. Especially Lion, whose face was etched with confusion and loss, as if he were asking himself, "Where am I? What am I even doing?" At last, Gray broke the silence. "It looks like Master Ul really did it. We should be proud of her." As everyone was still reeling from the shock of Deliora's defeat, Weiss suddenly turned, as if to leave. Yet after taking a few steps, he seemed to recall something important. He turned back to address the members of Fairy Tail. "Oh, by the way, I've captured Urza. Tell your guild master to prepare a ransom." Having said that, he casually tossed over a sheet of paper and walked away without looking back. What did he just say? Natsu could hardly believe his ears. He turned to Gray for confirmation, but Gray wore the same look of disbelief, completely unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. Before they could recover from their shock, Weiss had already vanished without a trace. As the group finally began to snap out of their astonishment, Weiss was soaring above the island in a flying car, rising steadily into the sky. Guiding the vehicle upwards, Weiss ascended until he reached the very peak of the shimmering violet membrane that enveloped all of Galna Island. This shimmering barrier not only separated the island from the outside world, but also, under the refracted moonlight, bathed the moon itself in an otherworldly violet glow. The villagers had no idea of the true cause. To them, this was nothing more than a quirk of nature. In reality, the phenomenon was the result of the lunar magic unleashed by the moon droplet ritual. At the membrane's summit, Weiss touched it gently with his wand and immediately felt its tangible resistance. He knew what he had to do. With an incantation, he began to channel magic, centering the spell right at the crown of the dome. The membrane started to contract inward, slowly drawing tighter and thicker, until all of its energy was condensed into a single point. At last, all the magic gathered into a single droplet, a bead of deep violet liquid saturated with the essence of the moon's magic. Weiss handled this precious droplet with great care, drawing it into a specially crafted vial to make sure not a trace was lost. His task complete, he looked down at Galna Island one last time before restarting the flying car and vanishing into the shadows of the night. After returning to the mainland, Weiss enjoyed a peaceful night's rest, allowing his strength to recover fully. At dawn the next day, he set out on his journey to Magnolia City, home to the legendary mage guild known as Fairy Tail. He traveled aboard an old-fashioned steam train, whose vintage design was powered by modern magic crystals. Not only was this train clean and non-polluting, but it also glided along with remarkable smoothness and speed, making the journey exceptionally comfortable. From his seat by the window, Weiss admired the ever-changing landscape as it swept past. Magnolia City, an ancient magical metropolis with more than 60,000 residents, was not only a gathering place for some of the most outstanding sorcerers, but also the city of dreams for masters of smithing, potion-making, and alchemy. Magic was woven into every corner of this vibrant city, thick in the very air itself. Yet upon his arrival, Weiss sensed an unusual excitement buzzing throughout Magnolia. The entire city seemed swept up in animated discussion. As he listened, the snippets of conversation became clear. People were talking about an attack on the Fairy Tail Guild Hall. Did you hear? Fairy Tail's headquarters was attacked. Really? Is that true? It's true, but thankfully it happened at night. No one was hurt. Who on earth did this? Who would dare stir up trouble right at Fairy Tail's doorstep? The words of the townsfolk carried a hint of sympathy for Fairy Tail. Though the Fairy Tail Guild members often caused quite a bit of mayhem while carrying out their missions, everyone in the city knew that, at heart, these wizards were truly kind. What terrible timing! Weiss gazed at the Fairy Tail Guild headquarters before him, pierced through by several massive iron pillars. Despite such a brutal assault, the building still stood tall and unyielding. After a brief moment of awe, Weiss didn't rush inside to investigate what had happened. Instead, he decided to find a place to settle down first. He went to a nearby inn and took a room for himself. Meanwhile, as Weiss unpacked at the inn, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy returned to their battered guild with even grimmer news. Urza has been captured. The word struck the wizards of Fairy Tail like a lightning bolt. They could hardly believe their ears. Natsu and the others were overwhelmed by shame for failing to protect Urza, and Lucy broke down in tears, her guilt pouring out. "I'm so sorry. If only we," she choked out. They then recounted every detail of the attack to their guildmates, leaving no room for disbelief. At once, all eyes turned to the small, elderly man sitting at the table, Makarov, the master of Fairy Tail. With steady hands, Makarov took a long draught of his beer, then spoke with calm authority. "Show me the note that person left behind." Gray handed him the piece of paper. Makarov first cast a spell to check for traps. Once he was certain it was safe, he studied the letter intently. But to everyone's disappointment, there appeared to be very few clues left on the sheet. If you're a wizard, you ought to handle things a wizard's way. Makarov's resolute voice cut through the silence in the guild hall, and he attempted to channel his magic into the paper, hoping to reveal any hidden message. At that same moment, in his hotel room, Weiss was buried in a mountain of magical tomes, rapidly absorbing knowledge with the aid of a special pair of glasses. These glasses, no ordinary eyewear, were a magical artifact capable of transferring the entire contents of a book directly into the wearer's mind in a matter of moments. Though the process was mentally taxing, it was the perfect solution for Weiss. Pile after pile of finished books stacked up before him. Just as he reached for the next book, a small notebook lying on his desk suddenly glowed with an ethereal light. So quick to get in touch. It seems they truly value their comrades. Wes opened his notebook and wrote a line. "Hello. Urza is safe now. Who is contacting me?" Inside the Fairy Tail Guild, Makarov patiently waited after channeling his magic into the paper. At last, when he saw the words gradually appear on the page, left behind by the other party, he immediately gave an order. "Bring me a pen." Mira Jane, who had already prepared everything in advance, swiftly handed him a pen, which Makarov accepted. "Who are you?" Makarov quickly wrote this question on the paper, waiting for a reply. Wes stated his name directly, then got straight to the point. "If you want Urza back, exchange her for magical books." Through this enchanted sheet, Makarov and Wes struck a deal, confirming the time and place. After setting down the pen, Makarov rose to his feet and surveyed every person in the guild. "Don't worry. I promise I'll bring Urza back safe and sound." Natsu, Gray, and the other members all eagerly volunteered, hoping to join the rescue, but Makarov, wanting to ensure the mission's security, gently declined their requests. "Levy, I'll just need your help. He named the blue-haired girl specifically. Levy McGarden was not only a member of the Shadow Gear trio, but also a lover of literature with a keen interest in magical books and an impressive breadth of knowledge, skills which would prove vital in this task. "Yes, master," she replied at once. Although not skilled in combat, she had long seen every member of Fairy Tail as her family. Noticing her anxiety, Makarov offered a gentle reassurance. "Don't worry. I simply need you to help me sort through some books this time." Then Makarov issued even stricter instructions to everyone. No one is to act alone. We're facing two groups of enemies this time. The situation is complex, so no one can afford to be careless. As for the attack on the guild, we'll deal with that after I've safely brought Urza back. "Yes, sir." The following morning, Wes arrived as promised in the forest beyond town, standing quietly amid the white mist, motionless as a silent statue. As the first light of dawn pierced the fog, his eyes snapped open, gaze fixed toward the east. Before long, two figures, one tall and one short, began to emerge from the haze. The shorter one was Makarov, the master of Fairy Tail. The taller was Poryusica, a formidable healing mage and, in his younger days, one of Makarov's dearest friends. Though she abhorred human conflict and so chose to live reclusively in a small wooden cabin deep in Magnolia's eastern woods, she had never once refused Makarov's requests. She was the classic example of a gruff old woman with a heart of gold. Wes greeted the two with a polite bow and said, "Good morning to you both." Makarov and Polyusica, in turn, scrutinized the young man standing before them. "Today's young people really are something else," Makarov mused. "To think he could capture Urza alive," Polyusica added. Makarov stroked his graying beard, his voice calm and free of anger, though his piercing gaze never left Wes. Faced with this intense scrutiny, Wes responded with composure. "Master Makarov, please rest assured. Urza's life is not in danger. The only reason I did this was to exchange her for something I need. It was never my intention to become an enemy of Fairy Tail." At this, Makarov merely gave a gruff snort, then tossed the box he had been carrying over his shoulder to Wes. Wes caught it easily, opened the box, and examined the books inside with great care. Once he was certain everything was in order, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The books were all works on magical theory, containing no practical spells, exactly the kind of material Wes needed. As expected of Fairy Tail, these theories and research papers on magic are truly priceless treasures, Wes murmured. He carefully stowed away the precious tomes. Standing aside, Makarov, though inwardly anxious, maintained a calm demeanor, neither pressing nor rushing Wes, simply waiting in silence. Wes didn't waste any time. Raising his wand, he pointed it at the empty ground, and with a flash of light, the Iron Maiden device plummeted from above, landing heavily and filling the air with a deep, rolling crash. The iron door slowly creaked open, and Urza tumbled powerlessly to the ground. A moment later, the device vanished as if it had never been there. "Urza!" With all composure forgotten, Makarov dashed forward to catch her, cradling her in his arms. "Master!" Urza's voice was weak. Blood still seeped from her many wounds. "Polyusica, check on Urza, quickly!" Makarov called, his urgency undisguised. Polyusica examined Urza carefully. "She's not in any real danger. She's weak from magical exhaustion and has some superficial wounds. Nothing more," she said, pausing to sniff the lingering scent on Urza, "and she's been given a powerful sedative. A few days of proper rest, and she'll be back to full strength." Wes watched from the side, quietly impressed by Polyusica's professionalism and efficiency. In just a few short seconds, she had diagnosed Urza's condition with complete accuracy. Wes couldn't help but gain new respect for the healer's skill. After hearing Polyusica's diagnosis, Makarov finally allowed his tightly strung nerves to relax, and entrusted Urza to Polyusica with relief. Polyusica let out a gentle sigh, helped Urza up, and turned to leave. "Master, please be careful. That guy isn't simple." Though weak, Urza still managed to remind Makarov to stay safe before departing. Makarov nodded silently, his gaze following the two women until they completely vanished from sight. Only then did he turn around to face Weiss. "I haven't been this angry in a long time." Makarov's face lay hidden in the shadows, masking his exact expression, but the simmering fury in his voice was unmistakable. "Then let it all out. I've always wanted to witness the true power of a wizard saint." Weiss was fully prepared for battle. As Makarov's anger blazed, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. The once short and slight figure began to swell, explosive muscles bulging and surging, until he towered 3 meters high, a giant of pure muscle. This was not merely a change in appearance, but a leap in power itself. With a swing of his fist, larger than a cooking pot, he sliced through the air, raising a violent gust in its wake. Faced with such a devastating strike, Weiss dared not be careless. He cast his teleportation spell, blinking behind Makarov, and instantly unleashed 5 blazing fireballs aimed straight at Makarov's back. Yet Makarov displayed an agility wholly unexpected for his massive size. Twisting his body, he swept a huge palm at the incoming fireballs. With a sharp, resounding smack, the 5 fireballs dissipated the moment they touched his hand, extinguished with effortless ease. Not only had his strength and speed been magnified, but even his defenses had reached a truly astonishing height. This was the magic that had earned him his place among the 10 wizard saints, the formidable power of giantification. He raised his right leg with a battle cry, "Axe strike!" His leg transformed into a giant battle axe, whistling through the air as it cleaved fiercely toward Weiss. Weiss teleported again, narrowly dodging the blow. A flash of sharp cunning sparked in Makarov's eyes. He had already anticipated Weiss's teleportation. Twisting his waist, Makarov sent a thunderous punch crashing backwards, shouting, "Titan's fist!" All of his power and presence surged into that strike. He was certain even the strongest of magical beasts would be shattered if caught in its force. No sooner had Weiss materialized behind Makarov than his vision was filled entirely by that giant fist, leaving him almost nowhere to run. Although Weiss realized that Makarov had anticipated his move, he chose not to use teleportation to evade this direct confrontation. Instead, he decided to rely on his own strength to take on Makarov's overwhelming assault head-on. Barriers, one after another. 10 layers of stony barriers materialized out of thin air, briefly holding back the furious might of Makarov's giant's fist, a blow powerful enough to shatter anything in its path. But that was only the beginning. Weiss stood firm on the ground, and suddenly, a violent tremor erupted beneath his feet. From the earth rose an enormous stone fist, even larger than Makarov's own, shooting upward with astonishing speed. The 2 colossal fists met in midair, colliding with a thunderous crash that shook the battlefield. Weiss, branded as the Rock Fist, possessed astonishing strength. Yet, facing the transcendent power of Makarov's legendary physique, he found himself slightly outmatched. As stone met flesh, the mighty stone fist crumbled, spraying fragments in all directions like a shower of fallen meteors, sending dust billowing into the sky. Makarov allowed his opponent no respite. His hand opened wide, reaching out with the intent to seize Weiss in his grasp. Confronted by such a threat, Weiss refused to surrender. He shouted boldly, "You're no Buddha, and I'm no Monkey King." With a roar, the energy swirling around Weiss was no longer ordinary flames. It became surging black fire, ominous and potent, distorting the air itself with its heat, as though the gates of hell had swung open to unleash a sinister presence. Makarov instantly recognized the peril of this black fire and dared not underestimate it. He quickly altered his tactics. Abandoning his attempt to grab Weiss, Makarov snapped his hand back and struck out with an open palm through the air instead. This palm carried the full force of his life's mastery, stirring a wildly forceful gust, a vortex of wind, howling like a tornado, driving straight into the heart of the black fire and attempting to sweep it away. At the same time, this savage power ripped up swathes of earth, sending sand and stones hurtling skyward, plunging the battlefield into deeper chaos. Their duel had now reached its most intense, fevered pitch, with every move carrying the weight to decide the outcome. Makarov's dominance and Weiss's quick wits were on full display in this moment. The two stood face to face, neither daring to let their guard down. Even in this razor-edge standoff, Makarov could not help but admit to himself that the young man before him was far more complex than he had ever imagined. How many kinds of magic can this kid wield? Despite his earlier preparations, Makarov still found himself awed by the endless tricks Weiss unveiled. Meanwhile, Weiss was inwardly just as impressed. This old man moves nothing like someone in his 70s. Sandstorm. At Wes's low command, the ground beneath their feet seemed to come alive, splitting open with deep cracks. The moisture in the soil was swiftly drained away by some strange, supernatural force, transforming into fine grains of sand. The sand quickly gathered and expanded, and, miraculously, right in the heart of the dense forest, a vast desert patch began to take shape. A wild gale suddenly swept up, carrying sand and grit with it, turning the entire space into a tumultuous tempest. The two faced each other across the rising winds. Surprise flashed in their eyes, but not fear. The true contest had only just begun. The wind howled fiercely, and sand erupted across the battlefield like a barrage of bullets. Makarov shielded his eyes with one hand as the swirling storm all but blinded his vision. Do you think such petty tricks can fool me? Even with my eyes shut, I can sense exactly where you are. Oh, then let's see how you deal with this. Wes's voice echoed out from the swirling winds. No sooner had his words faded than Makarov felt the ground give way beneath him, his left leg plunging straight into the sand. Quicksand, he realized instantly, alarm rising. A powerful suction pulled from beneath the surface, intent on swallowing him whole. His hulking physique only made things worse as the quicksand greedily consumed him, inch by inch. Then, like a storm cloud descending, hordes of sacred scarabs unleashed by Wes surged down upon Makarov, cloaking him in a dense, writhing veil of black. Each scarab gnawed hungrily at his flesh, relentless in their assault. Yet even now, Wes dared not lower his guard. This old brute, could he really be finished off so easily? Suddenly, an explosion of blinding golden light erupted from within the seething mass of scarabs. In a heartbeat, they were all incinerated, leaving behind only the acrid tang of burnt chitin hanging in the air. A deep crater now stood in the middle of the sandy expanse, so hot that the sand inside had melted into glittering glass, shining with golden reflections. Rising slowly from the pit was Makarov, restored to his imposing form, enveloped still in that radiant golden aura. He looked every bit the incarnation of a war god descending to the earth. As such naivete! Makarov's laughter rang out, reverberating through the air. Without pause, his hands began weaving through a complex series of gestures. Rain of light. At his command, a massive magic circle of gold appeared, floating between his hands. From its center, golden arrows of light shot forth in a relentless torrent, each one imbued with destructive power as they hurtled toward Wes. Wes reacted instantly, raising his hand to conjure a towering wall of sand before him. Yet the arrows passed straight through the barrier, as if it were nothing. Mirror reversal. Wes's voice snapped out, and the light arrows, instead of striking, suddenly rebounded in all directions under the force of an unseen power. The surrounding trees were pierced without resistance, leaving the forest devastated, a scene of utter ruin. Wes, however, emerged unscathed, safely sheltered at the center by a pair of enormous hands formed from sand. Quite the bag of tricks for a kid, came the taunt. Same to you, Wes replied coolly. With a gentle flick of his wand, the sandy palms lunged toward Makarov with the force of swatting a fly. With a dull thud, Makarov nimbly dodged the attack. Yet from the sand, countless hands erupted, all closing in on him. Makarov swayed and darted among them like a canoe tossed on stormy seas. But with one misstep, a sandy hand struck him down. Instantly, a torrent of sand cascaded over him, burying him completely. Mysterious runes shimmered to life atop the sand surface as Wes prepared to seal Makarov away in one decisive move. Yet with the appearance of the runes, the ground began to tremble violently, not just beneath their feet, but throughout the entire forest. Beams of golden light blasted up from underground, dispelling the glow of the sealing magic. Makarov's form rose from beneath the earth, radiating waves of overwhelming magical power that shattered everything in the vicinity. Boy, to corner me like this, you've got every right to feel proud, he said. Pressing his hands together, Makarov readied his final strike, the explosion of light. As his voice rang out, a massive wave of light rushed toward Wes, the force within it so dreadful that even the air itself seemed to quiver. Wes summoned every last ounce of magic into his wand, its tip gathering a dazzling orb of white light. When the beam neared, he aimed his wand straight ahead. A streak of white light, bright as a shooting star, shot forth to meet Makarov's lethal blow. Their powers collided midair with a thunderous detonation, unleashing a glare so intense it seemed to tear the battlefield asunder. For a moment, the brilliance outshone the sun, and the mighty shockwave razed the entire forest, leaving behind a bottomless crater where the earth had once been. Dust swirled through the air until stillness returned. Coughing, Makarov swept his arm through the haze, but all around him there was no sign of Wes. Did the boy get away? Makarov sighed, then continued. Well, let him run if he must. The Ghost Dominion is already on the brink of war, and there's no end of trouble waiting back at the guild. With that, he turned and left the ravaged scene behind. But in truth, Wes had not fled. He was only hiding, quietly inspecting his wand, which now bore several deep cracks. This wand had been his companion through more than a decade of storms and countless battles. Now it could no longer withstand such overwhelming magic. Don't worry, I would never abandon you. It's about time you got an upgrade, Wes whispered gently to his wand, as if it could truly hear him. But for now, the more urgent task is to flush out the little rats hiding underground. The words had barely left Wes's lips when a lurker below felt an unprecedented sense of danger and frantically tried to escape. With an earth-shattering boom, Wes blasted open the ground, sending dirt and soil flying everywhere. A figure emerged from beneath the earth. It was none other than Saul, one of the 4 elements from the Phantom Master Guild. "Stop! I mean you no harm," Saul cried out in a quivering voice as he scrambled out of the dirt, his body covered in mud and bits of grass. Wes eyed the man who had just popped out of the ground with keen wariness. Saul had a mop of wild green hair and wore a meticulously tailored brown suit complete with a monocle. A textbook gentleman, at least in attire. Yet paired with his sly, weasel-like face, the outfit seemed wholly out of place. It didn't take Wes long to recognize who he was dealing with. "Did your guild master send you to tail Makarov?" Wes quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. "That can't be. It's not like your skills could trick Makarov. I bet you showed up when you sensed our fight." Saul rubbed his hands together and plastered on a smile, trying his best to seem harmless. "The guild master only instructed me to monitor things in the city, but I never imagined I'd get to witness such a spectacular duel. Watching 2 great powers clash, it's truly a sight to behold." Wes's expression darkened. "Is that so? Did you enjoy the show?" he asked, his tone suddenly cold. "It was beyond comparison." Saul forced out the words, his smile growing stiff as he realized how precarious his situation was. He tried to explain, "I didn't mean to," but Wes clearly had no interest in listening to his excuses. With a wave of his hand, annoyed and impatient, Wes instantly turned Saul to stone, stripping him of any chance to resist. This guy must know quite a bit about the secrets of Phantom Master, Wes mused silently, not inclined to take Saul's life just yet. He resolved instead to dig deeper into Saul's memories, searching for any clues that might prove useful for his next moves. Focusing his mental energy, he directly invaded Saul's mind and began to sift through his memories. Through Saul's recollections, Wes not only came to understand the recent movements of the Phantom Master Guild, but also stumbled upon some unique techniques behind Saul's earth magic practice. Though these tidbits weren't particularly valuable to Wes, they were better than nothing. More importantly, Wes had also learned that Jose Porla, the master of the Phantom Lord Guild, had been secretly amassing a large quantity of rare and precious materials recently. The exact location of the stash was known only to Jose Porla himself, but Weiss believed that if he followed the clues patiently, he would surely uncover some traces. "My own supply of materials has run out. This is just the opportunity to replenish them," Weiss mused, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if already envisioning his future harvest. "He'll end up being defeated by the people from Fairy Tail anyway. All I have to do is wait and reap the benefits at the right moment." A deep curiosity grew inside Weiss about the rare resources Jose Porla had hoarded and the dark magical arts he possessed. Armed with the intelligence he needed, Weiss tossed Soul aside as carelessly as one would discard rubbish, leaving him petrified and helpless. Turning his focus to matters of greater importance, he began to ponder how to enhance the performance of his own magic wand. "A few more days, just enough time to brainstorm some ideas for upgrading my wand. I might as well sketch out some blueprints." Meanwhile, the conflict between the Fairy Tail Guild and the Phantom Lord was raging on with no sign of slowing. Weiss did not involve himself directly in the struggle between the two sides, but instead chose to observe quietly from the sidelines, carefully watching the turn of events. In the end, just as he had predicted, Fairy Tail prevailed over Phantom Lord through sheer teamwork and determination, and their master, Jose Porla, was thoroughly defeated by Fairy Tail's master, Makarov, with the powerful fairy law spell. Throughout the entire ordeal, Weiss paid close attention to every shift in the battlefield, especially marveling at Phantom Lord's mighty war fortress and the spectacular casting of Fairy Law by Makarov. The sights opened his eyes to new possibilities. After the war concluded, the Magic Council intervened promptly, taking the defeated Jose Porla into custody with plans to escort him back to headquarters for trial. As the convoy prepared to depart Magnolia City, Weiss recognized the perfect moment to take action. With the council's procession fading into the distance, a young man with glasses, riding at the very front on horseback, caught everyone's attention. He abruptly raised a hand and ordered halt. Instantly, the entire convoy stopped on command. The council's armed guards immediately shifted formation, encircling the prison wagon with their spears at the ready. At that moment, Weiss emerged calmly from the edge of the forest, stepping into full view of the council's security detail. "If you don't mind, I'll be taking custody of Master Jose Porla now." The captain with glasses swung down from his horse, both hands gripping his wand, leveled directly at Weiss. "Are you one of the Phantom Lord's remnants?" Weiss shook his head. So you intend to refuse? I wanted to keep things civil, but if you insist... Insolent, snapped the captain, launching the first wave of attack. In less than a minute, the once formidable council members lay scattered on the ground, rendered completely incapable of action. West dealt with all the obstacles effortlessly, but he spared the lives of the council members, only temporarily robbing them of their ability to fight. He strode to the prison wagon and, with little effort, opened the cage. At this moment, Joseph Bora was in an utterly wretched state. The backlash from forbidden magic, coupled with the council's seals, had left this once arrogant magus of the Sacred Ten frail and powerless. Who are you? You're not here to rescue me, are you? Wes reached out and directly extracted Joseph's memories. In this way, he not only learned the secrets behind Joseph's mastery of black magic, but also uncovered the location of a hidden treasure. Already suffering from grave injuries, Joseph could not endure the intense spiritual torment. Overwhelmed by agony and humiliation, he finally lost consciousness. Once Wes had confirmed he had acquired everything he needed, he turned to leave. At that moment, the captain with glasses managed to raise himself, leaning heavily on his staff, forcing out the words, "The council will never let you get away with this." Wes did not look back. He left only a single sentence, disappearing from the captain's sight. That's your problem, not mine. A few days later, Wes appeared in another city. Following the address he had obtained from Joseph Bora, he arrived at an ancient and venerable bank. After undergoing a series of strict security checks and entering the correct code, the bank staff led him with the utmost respect to a discreet little vault. "This is Mr. Ace's vault." After a brief explanation, the staff left politely, leaving Wes alone in the room. The name Ace was an alias Joseph Bora used to mask his true identity. A cunning old fox, Joseph believed thoroughly in the wisdom of keeping multiple retreats. This vault was one of the secret contingencies he had arranged for himself. But fate, ever unpredictable, meant this well-laid plan now benefited Wes. The moment he opened the safe, dazzling light spilled forth. He was greeted by piles of gold and silver. Yet these were not the true treasures Wes sought. What truly captivated him were the rare magical materials and an assortment of precious elixirs. As both a member of the Sacred Ten and a master of the Phantom Dominators Guild, Joseph had impeccable taste. Anything worthy of his collection was guaranteed to be of the finest quality. Wes felt deeply satisfied with his haul. After carefully packing everything into boxes, he left the bank with unhurried composure. In high spirits, he strolled along the bustling streets, savoring the peace of a well-earned victory. But that tranquility did not last. He soon sensed a pair of eyes, watching him intently from the shadows. Who could it be? Wes pondered quietly, his face giving nothing away. Outwardly calm, he appeared careless, subtly leading his pursuer toward a more deserted area. Just as he was about to confirm the stalker's intentions, the person revealed themselves of their own accord. "We meet again, Mr. Wes." It was none other than Elucia, a member of the council, who now stood before Wes in her true appearance. "So it's you. What brings you to me?" Elucia was not someone who would seek him out for no reason. "Allow me to introduce myself once again. I am Elucia, a member of the council. You've certainly caused quite a stir in Magnolia City." Twisting a strand of hair between her fingers, Elucia asked, "It seems you're not surprised at all by my true identity. Say what you came to say." Elucia shrugged and continued, "All right then. You're giving the Magic Council quite the headache." In the report Makarov submitted to the council, he mentioned that your strength rivals his own. That gave those old men quite a shock. "A mysterious mage of 10 Saint Wizards caliber," Elucia added with a sly smile. "And with your methods, you resemble someone from the dark side. I bet your wanted posters will cover the continent by tomorrow." And Wes replied coolly, maintaining his composure. "I can help you," Elucia said, her voice carrying a hint of temptation, "if you're willing to pay a small price." Upon hearing this, Wes simply shook his head, unwilling to listen further. He brushed past Elucia without hesitation. "Hey, wait, don't you realize how serious this is?" There was a note of urgency in Elucia's voice. Wes paused, then turned to face her. "I understand perfectly well, but I have no interest in getting tangled up with your council. If you're after a deal, show some sincerity at least." Elucia then revealed the true reason she'd sought him out. "Someone wishes to see you." Wes frowned slightly, clearly unmoved by such an opening. Sensing his indifference, Elucia quickly added, "If you want the Arc of Time, then follow me." With that, Elucia turned and walked in another direction. Wes stood still for a moment, then decided to follow. The two of them moved through the bustling streets, one after the other, until they reached a hotel. Elucia pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Wes close behind. They walked through the lobby, took the elevator straight to the top floor, and entered a sumptuous exquisitely decorated suite. As Wes followed Elucia into the lavish room, silence reigned within, broken only by the dim glow of a single lamp casting shadows on the walls. As the door to the room closed, Wes' eyes gradually adjusted to the dim light, and only then did he clearly see the old man sitting in the shadows. The old man sat on a broad chair, draped in a long robe. A black eye patch concealed his right eye, and his long beard nearly brushed the floor. Even in the faint light, West recognized him instantly. This was the former second master of the Fairy Tale Guild, now transformed into the leader of Grimoire Heart, Hades. He had not only changed his name, but his very nature had undergone a profound transformation. From a kind, respected elder, he had become a mage driven by a pursuit of darkness. The moment West entered, that lone visible eye fixed on him, sharp and scrutinizing. Boy, Makarov has grown weak, hasn't he? Can't even handle a youngster like you. It's not that he's weak. I'm simply strong. West's words were matter of fact, though they carried a certain pride. Hades burst out with a rumbling laugh. It's been ages since I met a young man as interesting as you. But anyone can talk big. His single eye glimmered coldly, and in the next instant, a surge of piercing magical energy pulsed forth from him. Meticulously controlled, this aura was only perceptible to the two people present in the room. West, however, chose not to retaliate with his own power. Instead, he crossed the room unhurriedly, taking the seat opposite Hades. He poured 2 cups of tea, then slowly slid one across to his host. If age teaches anything, it's that tempers don't need to be so short. I know someone about your age whose disposition is far gentler than yours, West said, utterly calm, unfazed by the overwhelming aura filling the room. Hades took the offered cup, sipped quietly, and did not reply immediately. Yet the surge of his magic only grew more intense, thrumming through the room. Even Altair, standing quietly nearby, found herself buckling under the pressure. Fine cracks began to thread the surfaces of various objects in the room. West sampled his tea and commented, unruffled, the taste could be better. A booming laugh erupted from Hades. You're a curious one indeed. With a sweep of his will, Hades withdrew the oppressive magic that had filled the room. Then, with a change in tone, he asked, Altair tells me you're quite intrigued by the arc of time. West nodded in response. Restore to the beginning, he murmured. With a wave of West's hand, a gentle yet powerful surge of magic radiated out, spreading through every corner of the room. Wherever this force touched, the cracks caused by Hades' earlier pressure quietly mended. It was as though time itself had reversed course, and everything was restored to its original state. The arc of time, Altair gasped in awe. Witnessing the scene, she could almost believe that the legendary magic had returned to the world. No, it's not the arc of time. Hades' voice interrupted her gasp of amazement. This is a different magic, a power I've never encountered before. He stroked his long beard, an uncommon glimmer of interest appearing on his face. If you wish, I'm willing to trade this magic for the arc of time. Weiss met Hades' gaze directly as he made his proposal. But Hades merely shook his head lightly, showing little interest in the suggestion. Right now, his priority was to find Zeref. Everything else was secondary to that mission. If you're willing to join our guild, Altair chimed in at just the right moment, keeping her eyes on Weiss to gauge his reaction that might change things. Your guild. Weiss feigned surprise, though the unexpected invitation didn't seem to catch him off guard at all. The Dark Guild, Grimoire Heart, Altair announced proudly. Our ambition isn't just to dominate the continent, but to pursue the ultimate power. You're already on the Magic Council's wanted list. If you don't join a formidable organization, I'm afraid you won't escape their hunt for long. Altair pressed on, trying her best to persuade Weiss. But Weiss was quick to reveal what he thought of the Magic Council's warrants. The Magic Council? Let them try to catch me if they can. Though he brushed it off with bravado, a new idea was quietly forming in his mind. Perhaps he could use Grimoire Heart as a stepping stone. To join Grimoire Heart meant access to the mysterious Tenru Island and, perhaps, a chance to see the legendary black dragon Acnologia with his own eyes, as well as Zeref, the most powerful and evil mage in history. Perhaps joining the Dark Guild isn't such a bad choice after all. Weiss pondered for a moment, weighing the current situation against his own interests. Besides, Hades himself has come to recruit me. Clearly, they're determined to have me on their side. Taking everything into consideration, Weiss finally agreed to their invitation. In that case, I'm willing to join Grimoire Heart. A deep, hearty laugh rumbled from Hades. Ah, welcome to our ranks. With a mage whose power rivaled the 10 wizard saints now aboard, Hades was confident his plans and ambitions would soon come to fruition. I want free access to all of the guild's magical archives. Weiss stated his condition. The world offered no such thing as a free lunch. Hades' smile widened, his tone magnanimous. That's no problem at all. So long as you contribute to the guild, every resource we have is at your disposal. Then, Hades made his terms clear. However, every newcomer must prove their worth. I expect you to make a name for yourself in the guild as soon as possible. Just wait and see, Wes replied with quiet confidence. To Wes, this felt like a fair exchange. Altair poured fresh tea for the two of them, her voice gentle as she said, "The R system is nearing completion. Maybe Wes can offer some help in that regard." "I have no objections," Wes responded. And so, both parties reached a formal agreement. After Wes left, a trace of unease appeared on Altair's face. She turned to Hades and said, "Master, I can't quite figure Wes out. I doubt he's truly sincere about joining us." Hades listened and smiled calmly. "Of course not. He's nobody's lackey. But as long as he's under my watch, he won't cause any real trouble." Hearing this, Altair finally relaxed. "That's true. With you here, nothing is ever a problem. You're the strongest, Master." The next morning at dawn, Altair took Wes to the seaside. There, a luxurious boat driven by magic crystals waited quietly, its presence impossible to ignore. Not only was the boat elegantly designed, but its interior revealed unexpected comfort. It was practically a private suite afloat. Operating the vessel is simple, Altair explained to Wes. You just need to connect with it using your mind. Of course, it's also equipped with the latest autopilot system. Wes let his gaze wander over the console, taking in the various buttons and glowing indicators. With a few deft actions, Altair set the boat in motion. It glided smoothly away from shore, venturing toward uncharted waters. After a day and night of travel, the boat finally arrived at a distant location. Altair watched Wes's expression with a faint, knowing smile. "This is our destination, the Tower of Darkness. The final trial of the R system will take place here." What lay before Wes was a sight to behold. The Tower of Darkness soared into the clouds, its surface pitch black, standing alone in the open sea, a truly awe-inspiring vision. Gazing at the dark spire, Wes couldn't help but marvel. What a spectacle! I can only imagine the manpower and resources it must have taken to build such a tower out here. Altair's lips curled in a proud smile. Just a matter of making the most of what's available. The construction of the Tower of Paradise was, for the most part, her own achievement. And not only that, she had managed to manipulate and brainwash the youngest of the 10 wizard saints, Jalal, turning him into a puppet dancing on her strings. This, without a doubt, was her proudest accomplishment to date. As the boat eased onto the shore, Altair stepped off, pulling on a deep violet cloak and wrapping it tightly around herself. A member of the Magic Council never abandons her title. "Here, you should address me as Grand Magister," Altair reminded Weiss, not forgetting to give him this instruction. "Understood, Miss Chameleon," Weiss teased, unable to resist commenting on Altair's many identities. He figured the nickname suited her, if not very politely. "Idiot, don't you dare give me nicknames." Altair's displeasure was obvious. She clearly didn't like being called that. Weiss simply shrugged, indifferent to her outrage. Grand Magister, Grand Magister." As they passed, the guards greeted Altair with great respect. It was clear her status here was extremely high. No one questioned her, even when she brought along a stranger like Weiss. Without any obstacles, the two made their way up to the tower's highest floor. Just before pushing open the massive doors to the top level, Altair turned and quietly cautioned Weiss. "Remember, speak as little as possible. Leave everything to me." The doors opened, revealing a young man seated upon an elevated throne. Over his right eye was a distinctive tattoo. His eyelids were double-layered, and his upturned eyes glinted with an unusual golden light. His short hair was a striking shade of sky blue, setting him apart in the dim chamber. "Altair, is this the guest you brought?" Jalal's voice carried a note of laziness. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, his right hand propping up his head. From his perch, he peered down at Weiss in a critical, almost predatory fashion, as if sizing up his every hidden layer. Altair gave a slight nod and replied, "Yes, Lord Jalal. This is Weiss, a tremendously powerful mage." Jalal let his gaze rest on Weiss for a while, before looking away, maintaining his serene and leisurely air. Weiss's expression was calm and unreadable, utterly unfazed by Jalal's attitude. To him, Jalal was nothing more than a pawn manipulated by another's will, hardly worth any real consideration. Altair, for her part, seemed to have anticipated Jalal's reaction. With just a few succinct words, she managed to win his approval. "Indeed, the R system's final phase will require a formidable ally," Jalal admitted. He had already hired the assassin trio, the Three Ravens, to support the plan. Now, with Weiss's power as well, the operation would surely proceed even more smoothly. Jalal did not bother asking how Weiss came to know Altair, nor why he was here in the first place. To him, As long as the goal was achieved, nothing else mattered. How pitiable! Weiss couldn't help but sigh as they left the chamber. If the Magic Council ever discovered that their youngest and most promising saint wizard, Seagrain, was merely a puppet force to construct the R system, they would be so mortified they wouldn't know where to hide their faces. Upon hearing this, Altair let out a scornful laugh. Those old geezers have pretty thick skin. They wouldn't feel a shred of shame over something as trivial as this. With that, Altair led Weiss to begin the tour of the enormous structure called the Tower of Paradise. Step by step, the secrets of the tower gradually revealed themselves to Weiss. On each floor, he witnessed incredible spectacles born from the fusion of advanced technology and magic. During the tour, Altair brought Weiss to the observation deck of the Tower of Paradise. From here, one could gaze upon the intricately woven magic circles and the interlocking high-tech apparatuses, a breathtaking harmony of arcane and science. The R system, officially known as the Revive system, was a type of magic designed to resurrect the dead by sacrificing the living. This soul return ritual, as it was called, had been strictly forbidden by the Magic Council for its utter disregard for humanity. 8 years ago, the Dark Mage Order had spared no expense or manpower to secretly construct the R system. Originally, there were supposed to be 7 towers, but one by one, they were destroyed under the Magic Council's relentless pressure. Yet, the Council had no idea about the existence of an 8th tower. "We made some careful moves behind the scenes," Altair said, her face brimming with pride. Master Hades masterfully deflected the Magic Council's attention. "I never expected, though, that this 8th tower would gather so many prodigies. Jalal, Urza, and the 6 demon generals." Altair's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. If only all these talents could join Grimoire Heart, she thought. As they continued the tour, Weiss encountered the childhood friends of Urza and Jalal. However, these people were openly hostile toward Weiss's arrival. "Who in the world is this guy?" A whisper floated through the crowd. "Don't bother with him. Why would Jalal bring a stranger in here?" Weiss paid absolutely no mind to their murmurs and ignored them completely. He had no desire to connect with any of these people. All he cared about was following Altair, trying to unravel the mysteries of the tower. During the tour, Weiss finally caught sight of the legendary assassination squad, known as the 3 Raven Feathers. Although the 3 Raven Feathers dwelled in the underworld, they were not aligned with the Balam Alliance, making their presence all the more enigmatic and unpredictable in the realm of dark powers. The group consisted of 3 members, but the one who commanded all attention was the warrior called Strix. Strix was an unusually tall man, every muscle defined, his bare torso radiating sheer strength. On his back was strapped an actual jet engine. But what amazed Weiss the most was that Strix possessed the head of an owl. Among the crowd, it set him apart as an utterly singular figure. Is that just a mask? Or could it possibly be real? This question circled in Wes's mind, stirring up a deep curiosity within him, a burning desire to uncover the truth behind such an unusual phenomenon. But now was not the moment for that. He gathered his thoughts and returned to the room prepared for him. It was a spacious, well-lit room, more than large enough to meet all of Wes's needs for both living and working. Wes carefully arranged his wand and several magical materials he might need on the desk. Beside them, he set out a blueprint. On the paper, intricate patterns and formulas were sketched, his design for modifying the wand. "I need to reinforce its strength, otherwise it won't withstand my power. And it needs to be more responsive to spells." As Wes pondered, he made precise annotations and adjustments to the blueprint. During the next few days, Wes all but shut himself off in that room, immersing himself in the work of reconstructing the wand, determined not to stop until success was within his grasp. The others in the tower seemed to accept his presence by default, leaving him undisturbed. Then, one morning, after days behind closed doors, the room's door finally swung open, and Wes emerged, holding a wand that looked completely transformed. The once ordinary wand was now longer, its surface shimmering with a silvery light that seemed almost alive. Wes stepped out from the Tower of Paradise and made his way to the seashore. He raised the wand high, pointing it toward the endless sky. At his command, the clear sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds swirling rapidly to block out the sun, with a storm looming on the horizon. Then, as the heavens opened, torrents of rain fell in sheets, drumming steadily against the ground. Wes was thoroughly satisfied with his new wand. Excellent. After a few battles, I'll be perfectly attuned to it. The others by the sea, however, watched him with astonished eyes. They had likely never witnessed such formidable power before, especially in a place so far removed from the outside world. Without a word, Wes calmly stowed his wand and returned to the Tower of Paradise. After witnessing all this, Simon, Wally, and the others regarded the newcomer Wes with a new sense of caution. Though their curiosity was evident, no one approached Wes to ask what magic he had used. News of Wes changing the weather and conjuring a storm spread through the Tower of Paradise in no time. In this isolated, forsaken tower, where there was little entertainment and even less news, nothing could travel faster. Within half a day, everyone knew Wes was a powerful mage, one who could control the very weather. Yet this rumor did not remain in the spotlight for long, as another, even more significant piece of news soon captured everyone's attention. The Tower of Paradise was about to be completed. Just as the Tower of Paradise was nearing completion, it received a most important guest, the Fairy Queen, Urza Scarlet. But Urza was nothing like her usual spirited self. She looked wilted and dispirited, as if she had just suffered a heavy blow. She followed absent-mindedly behind a handsome, dark-skinned man, who greeted her with abundant enthusiasm, eagerly introducing every aspect of the Tower of Paradise. Throughout the stroll, Urza remained distracted and distant, until she caught sight of Weiss. Then, at last, some energy flickered in her gaze. "What are you doing here?" She cried out in surprise, and on instinct, activated her equip magic. In an instant, a long sword manifested in her hand, its gleaming tip leveled straight at Weiss. The handsome stranger, taken aback by her reaction, asked in puzzlement, "You know him?" "Hayu, he's dangerous." Without hesitation, Urza stepped protectively in front of Hayu. The man's expression softened as he gently pressed down Urza's arm, murmuring, "He's a mage hired by Jalal. He won't harm you." At the mention of Jalal's name, a shadow passed over Urza's face. The fire faded from her eyes, the sword lowered. Without another word, she walked past Weiss in silence, head bowed, the spark of confrontation gone. "So, it seems those lively folks from Fairy Tale will arrive soon. They'll make the perfect test subjects for the new magic wands." Just as Weiss had predicted, it wasn't even a full day before news of chaos erupted within the Tower of Paradise. "Hurry! Someone's broken in." Damn, could it be the council at a time like this? The guard were thrown into a scramble, readying themselves for the sudden intrusion. Weiss, hearing the commotion beyond his chamber door, knew at once that the Fairy Tale members had arrived. But instead of taking immediate action, he chose to wait and watch. Flicking his right hand, he sent several floating spheres drifting out the door, his own invention, surveillance devices designed for precisely such occasions. Settling comfortably into his chair, Weiss watched as several virtual screens flickered into existence before him, projecting a clear display of the intruder's movements. Familiar figures appeared: Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and that blue-haired girl. It had to be Juvia. Splitting into separate groups, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Juvia each soon encountered their own foes. Through the floating screens, Weiss observed every detail of the battles with keen interest, relishing the spectacle. The footage showed that, though the fights were fierce, the Fairy Tale Guild members, unyielding in spirit, ultimately triumphed over their opponents. At that moment, a new screen flashed to life, revealing Altair's face, tinged with urgency and impatience. "Wes, 3 Black Crows, and the officers have been defeated. Jalal has no one backing him up. Go help him stall for time," urged Altair. Wes leaned back comfortably in his plush chair, watching Altair's expression closely before offering reassurance. "Relax. Everything's under control. No need to worry so much. Jalal should be able to hold out a little longer. Cut the nonsense and go help now." Altair's impatience was obvious as she kept urging him. At last, Wes rose to his feet, unhurried, and made his way toward the door. As he walked, he remarked, "Still, I'm not sure others would appreciate me getting involved. After all, it's really their personal business." Altair could only roll her eyes, exasperated by Wes's attitude. Without another word, she decisively cut off the communication. When Wes pushed open the heavy doors and stepped out into the expansive area at the top floor, he found the battle between Urza and Jalal had reached its fever pitch. The two clashed violently, their figures weaving through the air, with each collision sending out waves of intense magical energy. Wes, however, made no move to intervene. He simply stood quietly to the side, watching intently, as though waiting for the right moment. At this point, Jalal was holding his own against Urza, using only dark magic, their exchange evenly matched. Catching sight of Wes's arrival, Urza pressed her assault, her attacks gaining speed. But in her haste, she left an opening, which Jalal immediately exploited for a counterattack. Other members of Fairy Tale rushed over, intent on assisting Urza, but Wes stepped in to block their path. "Sorry, everyone, this way is closed." Wes wanted to test out his new magic staff, so he didn't waste any words and went straight into casting. "Thunderous Wrath," he intoned. In an instant, storm clouds gathered overhead, blotting out the sky. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flickered wildly through the clouds. Natsu, ever impatient, made a desperate dash to break through and help. But after only a few steps, suddenly, with a tremendous crash, a brilliant lightning bolt struck the ground right in front of him, sending debris flying. The fairy tale crew felt the air thicken with an intense static charge. Their skin tingled, and their hair stood on end. Above them, Wes raised his staff, tracing a graceful arc through the air before bringing it down with force. Rain began to pour from the heavens. Except, this was not ordinary rain. Instead, it was a cascade of savage lightning bolts, illuminating the entire night sky as if it were broad daylight. Faces grew pale in the fairy tale ranks. The sheer power of the attack left them with no time to figure out how to evade the deadly bolts of lightning. Juvia was the first to gather her wits. She spread a barrier of flowing water to shield everyone. Unfortunately, she neglected a crucial detail. Water conducts electricity. A blinding flash. A bolt of lightning streaked straight for the watery barrier. Ice make magic. Iron fortress. At the critical moment, Gray sprang into action. Solid walls of ice layered up in an instant, forming a sturdy barrier at just the right spot between the lightning and Juvia. The deadly strike was completely cut off, unable to reach her. Gray! Juvia clutched her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling with adoration and gratitude as she gazed at Gray, who had rushed to her rescue. But Gray had no time for Juvia's burning gaze. He focused intently on the sky, where lightning still crashed down relentlessly. Stay sharp. It's not over yet. He shouted a warning to his companions, just as the rush of lightning struck against the fortress of ice. The gap in magical power between Gray and Wall was clear. Even though Gray poured everything he had into his defense, the ice barely lasted 10 seconds before the lightning blasted straight through, shattering the barrier apart. Just as Gray's defense was about to collapse, Natsu barreled forward, coming to stand before everyone. He gathered every ounce of his magic and unleashed his signature move, Fire Dragon's Roar. An explosion of scorching fire burst from Natsu's mouth, meeting the crashing lightning in a head-on collision, the two forces battling furiously in midair. The resulting shockwave rippled outward, threatening to tear apart every structure in the area. Watching Natsu fight back with everything he had, Wall's lips curled into a knowing smile. To have grown this strong in such a short time. Zerif's ultimate creation, Demon E&D, how very interesting. Natsu clenched his teeth, glaring stubbornly in defiance. Every line of his face radiating determination. I'm not going to lose to you again. Huh, big words. Let's see you take this one first. Before his words had finished echoing, the peaceful clouds overhead started churning and swirling, summoned by an overwhelming force. In moments, they gathered into a massive thundercloud, and within it flashed an intense, blinding light, an awe-inspiring spectacle that seemed like the wrath of the heavens themselves. Even Jalal, off to the side, had to admit to himself that without true strength, just standing firm against that onslaught would be impossible. An attack of this scale isn't something an ordinary wizard could endure. Probably only the legendary 10 wizard saints could face it head-on. Get out of the way now. Urza, seeing the threat, threw all caution aside, crying out desperately as she rushed forward, intent on shielding everyone with her own body if needed. But Jalal moved swiftly and decisively. His form flashed forward, putting himself right in Urza's path as he spread his arms wide to block her advance. Urza was forced to stop, halting in surprise at the sudden intervention. Furious, she fixed Jalal with a fierce glare. Jalal! For the first time, her voice bristled with killing intent directed at him. Glaring at this former friend standing before her, Urza radiated anger, the tension between the two now so thick it felt on the verge of erupting. Rather than being intimidated, Jalal became even more exhilarated by Urza's fierce response. That's more like it. Urza, this is the you I've been longing to face. Only a battle this intense can set my blood on fire. As the two stood locked in their confrontation, Wes had already leveled his wand at Natsu and began chanting a spell. A sphere of light high in the sky transformed into a searing pillar of lightning, shooting down from the heavens with staggering force, directly targeting Natsu. Even before the pillar struck, the force of the descending winds tore up the ground all around, pinning everyone in place. They could barely muster the strength to avoid being swept away. Beneath the crashing pillar of lightning, Natsu planted his feet, bracing his body with unwavering resolve, a clear sign that he intended to take the full brunt of this lethal strike head-on. He raised both arms overhead, determined to catch the descending thunderbolt by sheer force of will. With a thunderous boom, the lightning bore down like a ferocious dragon, swallowing Natsu whole. The crackling energy rampaged through his body, streaks of electricity arcing wildly across his frame. His clothes, the instant they touched the bolt, began to burn. Scorch marks spread across his skin, and his hair whipped about in the furious wind. The unrelenting electrical assault made his muscles spasm uncontrollably. He lasted only a few precious moments before his eyes began to roll back, nearly blacking out, but even so, his ironclad will kept him standing. His friends watched this harrowing scene, panic-stricken and helpless. The lightning's ferocity rendered them unable to move even a single step closer to Natsu. Natsu! Wes's attack was certainly deadly, but he felt sure that Natsu would find a way through. After all, in countless battles, Natsu had a way of turning the direst peril into an unexpected comeback. That, after all, was the hallmark of a true protagonist. Just as everyone was convinced that Natsu couldn't possibly endure any longer, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Natsu threw his mouth wide open. He began to swallow the lightning. The entire pillar of lightning was devoured as if it were nothing more than a crisp cracker. Natsu crunched it gleefully, gulping down every last spark. However, the look of pain etched across his face made it abundantly clear. This was far from a pleasant experience. Even Wes was taken aback by Natsu's method of retaliation, finally sighing and muttering, "What a tough set of teeth." Natsu's whole body was still quivering, struggling desperately to keep the wild, lightning energy within him from erupting uncontrollably. Jets of steam burst from his pores. When the charge inside him reached its apex, he could take no more. "Too much. I think I'm going to throw up." "Fire dragon." Gray was the first to call out, but rapidly corrected himself. "No, it's the roar of the lightning fire dragon." As soon as Gray finished speaking, a massive sphere of light, swirling with intertwining flames and lightning, erupted from Natsu's mouth. The fire and lightning merged seamlessly, unleashing an attack of unprecedented ferocity. Wherever the blazing orb passed, the ground split apart like torn parchment, and the entire Tower of Paradise shook so violently it seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Natsu's companions weren't idle either. They shouted at the top of their lungs, calling out and cheering him on. "Take him down!" This was by far the most powerful strike Natsu had ever unleashed. Fire surged within him, and as he released this devastating blow, he poured every last ounce of strength he possessed into the attack. The flames transformed into a colossal fireball, radiating an oppressive heat and accompanied by a thunderous roar, surging straight toward Weiss. Once he let loose this full-force strike, Natsu's strength was completely spent. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, thoroughly exhausted and unable to fight any further. And yet, even in that state, his gaze never wavered. He kept his eyes locked on Weiss. As the sphere of lightning and fire barreled closer, Weiss merely lifted his right hand, holding his wand level before him with calm composure. Miraculously, the massive orb came to a halt right in front of Weiss, as though hitting an invisible barrier. With nothing but a seemingly fragile wand, Weiss brought the enormous sphere to a standstill. Yet the tremendous momentum and impact sent his robe flaring and swirling, the ground behind him splitting into a web of cracks, and even the distant clouds in the sky blasted apart in all directions by the unleashed force. And still, Weiss himself stood immovable, solid as a stone, though his wand bent ever so slightly in his grasp, straining under the extraordinary pressure. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the power gathered at the tip of his wand instantly reversed. Natsu's desperate, all-out attack was effortlessly deflected, sent hurtling into the sky. With an earth-shaking explosion, the fireball erupted in midair, blossoming into a brilliant sea of flames. The shockwave tore through the clouds, ripping them asunder. Golden sunlight burst through the gaps, spilling across the battlefield and bathing it in radiant light. The sun's rays illuminated Weiss, making him appear taller, more imposing, an invincible figure. How is this possible? The members of Fairy Tail could hardly believe their eyes. Natsu's last-ditch attack hadn't even been enough to make Weiss take a single step. Weiss glanced at the wand in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. The new wand had passed its trial by fire. Not bad. To withstand such power without so much as a scratch, truly worth every coin. He lowered his gaze to where Natsu lay on the ground. In that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Should I take Natsu away right now? But the notion scarcely lingered before he dismissed it. There was a strange, inexplicable connection between Natsu and Zeref. If he tried to abduct Natsu now, Zeref would most likely appear in the very next instant. At present, Weiss wasn't nearly strong enough to face Zeref. If Zeref were to make a move, his only choice would be to flee this world entirely. That clearly wasn't in line with Weiss's long-term plans. In the end, Weiss abandoned that tempting idea. Still, perhaps drawing a bit of Natsu's blood as compensation wouldn't be so inappropriate, would it? Weiss strode toward Natsu, who lay sprawled on the ground. Gray, Lucy, and the others immediately stepped forward to block his path. Don't even think about hurting Natsu. Gray moved first, planting himself firmly between Weiss and Natsu. Even Happy, the little blue cat, mustered all his courage and faced down the mighty enemy without flinching. Natsu, we won't let anything happen to you. Confronted by the determined group, Weiss only slammed one foot heavily onto the ground. In an instant, countless earthen spikes erupted from beneath the soil, racing toward his opponents. Ice make hammer. A massive hammer of ice crashed down onto the ground, shattering the earthen spikes to fragments. Without pause, Gray launched into his next round of attacks. Ice make lancer. He conjured a flurry of icy spears, hurling them toward Weiss like a torrential storm. But the spears shattered, dashed apart by an invisible force, splintering into glittering shards that scattered in all directions. Damn it! Gray gritted his teeth in frustration. Gray-sama, Juvia will help you. Juvia's voice rang out from nearby. She gathered the moisture from the air, forming spheres of water that hovered in readiness, waiting to support Gray at any moment. Thanks. Not so long ago, they'd been at odds, but now, their magic seemed almost perfectly synchronized. Juvia's water supply greatly reduced the drain on Gray's own power, sparing him the effort of conjuring ice from nothing. With this, Gray could devote all his focus to amplifying the strength of his spells. He clenched his right fist, slamming it hard into his left palm. Combined magic scattershot. With that shout, the water spheres instantly crystallized into ice bullets, which thundered toward Weiss. Now, that's a little more interesting, but you're still far from enough. The duo's coordinated resistance piqued Weiss's interest at last. He flicked his wand with a delicate motion, and the projectiles suddenly halted in midair. Then, as if obeying a new command, they spun around and shot back, this time even faster than before. What's happening? Gray's expression twisted in shock. There's a fundamental difference between your magic and mine, Weiss offered, almost kindly. When someone's magical power is this overwhelming, seizing control of another's spell is child's play. Such an occurrence was rare in the world of fairy tale, unless both sides practiced the same branch of magic. But Weiss was different. His mastery was vast. He held countless kinds of magic at his command. For him, reflecting an enemy's attack was scarcely a challenge. This blow left the already battered group even more wounded, their bodies collapsing helplessly to the ground as they slipped into unconsciousness. Weiss crouched beside Natsu and took an empty potion vial from his pocket. As if drawn by some invisible force, the blood flowing from Natsu's wounds gathered precisely into the vial. In a short while, the vial was filled to the brim with bright red blood. Natsu, lying on the ground, grew even paler. His breaths became ever more faint and shallow. While I have the chance, I might as well collect more blood samples. These youngsters from Fairy Tale, all of them are exceptionally gifted mages. Moving briskly, Weiss began to draw blood from Gray, Juvia, and the others, methodically collecting samples from each collapsed figure. Not even Happy, the little blue cat, was spared. A vial of fresh blood was taken from him too. Natsu, in spite of his weakness, could sense the pain and helplessness of his companions. Summoning the last scraps of his strength, he pushed himself forward little by little, scraping his chin against the ground as he struggled toward Weiss. Finally, with all the willpower he could muster, he managed to clutch Weiss's ankle, and in a broken, wavering voice, he rasped, "Don't you dare hurt my friends." "I'm not some kind of murderer," Weiss replied absent-mindedly, sitting down comfortably at a nearby spot. "As long as you all behave and stay put, I won't make another move. Truth be told, you're all far too weak." His words cut through the pride of the fairy tale mages like a blade. For a guild known for their strength and unity, this was an unprecedented humiliation. Though they were sprawled on the ground, nearly drained of any will to resist, it was Natsu's determination that stirred something within his companions. Gritting their teeth against the pain, one by one, they began to rise to their feet, trembling but unyielding. "Well, aren't you a bunch of indestructible cockroaches?" Weiss said, his words tinged with a mix of mockery and reluctant admiration. Yet this time, he simply sat there calmly, making no move to interfere, allowing the members of Fairy Tale to surround him from all sides. Why waste your energy? Wouldn't it be easier to just wait here until one of the other side comes out on top? Weiss's suggestion sounded perfectly reasonable, yet the resolve burning in the Fairy Tale mage's eyes made it clear that his words had fallen on deaf ears. "I'll give you a chance. Come at me with your strongest moves," Weiss said, his attitude igniting the fury within every member of Fairy Tail. Lucy called forth her celestial spirit, Taurus. Beside her, magic surged wildly around Gray and Juvia as they prepared their spells. Natsu, bracing himself on unsteady knees, forced himself to stand up. The others, refusing to be outdone, also unleashed their spells, the cavern instantly filling with a cascade of crackling magical light. Yet, as their combined attacks surged toward him like an unstoppable tide, Weiss responded with nothing more than a transparent magical barrier. The force of Fairy Tail's strongest spells struck the shield one after another, but it was as if they'd vanished into thin air. Not a single ripple, not even the faintest tremor, marred its surface. The winds howled, wild and unrestrained. The once calm sky high above was suddenly overtaken by a violent storm. Gales rose in an instant, tearing the clouds to tatters and scattering them across the heavens. The members of Fairy Tail were thrown to the ground by the sudden onslaught. The lightest among them, Happy, as well as Lucy and Juvia, were swept straight off their feet and hurled into the air. Seeing this, Gray and Natsu, despite their exhaustion and wounds, summoned the last of their strength and reached out desperately, managing to grab hold of their friend's hands. But the storm's power was simply overwhelming. Their battered bodies were already spent. All five, for people and one cat, could only struggle in vain before the gale's ferocity. In the end, they were all swept from the heights of the Tower of Paradise, vanishing from sight. The tower's uppermost chamber soared at least 100 meters above the sea. At such a height, without any protection, even the ocean could not break their fall. The impact would be as unyielding as slamming against solid concrete, more than enough to shatter flesh and bone alike. Watching coldly, Weiss thought to himself that if they could not overcome this calamity, then perhaps it was best to let fate take its course. He soon turned his attention back to the fierce battle raging between Jalal and Urza. By now, Urza was gaining the upper hand completely. Each of her strikes forced Jalal to defend with every ounce of his power. Jalal was barely holding on, no longer able to mount any counterattack. So stubborn, aren't you? Even now, you refuse to show your true strength. As a bystander, Weiss alone could see Jalal's real intention. He was deliberately stalling for time, relying solely on dark magic to fend off Urza, never revealing the full extent of his power. When Urza's sword pressed against Jalal's throat, she made one last plea. "It's over, Jalal. Your scheme has been exposed. It's time to stop." Jalal's eyes dimmed. "Still so gentle, just as you always were, Urza. But it's too late for all that now." It's not too late. Urza couldn't bear to abandon the friend from her childhood. She truly believed that, deep down, Jalal was brave and kind. Urza... Suddenly, Jalal lifted his hand and gently brushed her cheek. He whispered in her ear, "It's all over. I've already won." With those final words, Jalal's measured voice broke into maniacal laughter. The once cold and stern lines of his face had twisted into something wild and crazed. Urza froze, and realization dawned too late. She had been duped. "Jalal, I will never forgive you. Of all people, you most of all." Overcome with rage, she raised her sword, ready to strike him down. But Jalal no longer feigned weakness. A simple flick of his finger, and Urza's blade was sent flying. While Urza stood there, stunned, Jalal sat back on the throne with a calm, deliberate air, raising a single hand toward the sky. "Urza, you've grown dull. Haven't you sensed that something is about to descend upon us?" Urza lifted her gaze to the sky, and the sight above made her doubt her own eyes. A colossal magic circle had formed in the heavens, brewing a force of pure terror. What is that? Never before had Urza witnessed such an overwhelming magical presence. Weiss's expression darkened as well. He rose to his feet, his eyes locked on the magic circle above. Only those who have faced the true might of Aetherion could grasp the meaning of that power. Beads of cold sweat formed on Weiss's brow. So this is Aetherion, the power said to be able to annihilate an entire country. Surely, someone must have known this would happen. Jalal lounged on his throne, as if nothing concerned him, ignoring the imminent threat, and casually began to explain Aetherion to Urza. Even as Urza struggled with disbelief, questioning why the council would unleash such cataclysmic force, Weiss abruptly announced, "It's coming." The moment he spoke, both Urza and Jalal turned their eyes skyward. Horror and defiance warred in Urza's gaze, while anticipation flickered across Jalal's face. Weiss, who seemed to know everything, showed not the slightest trace of panic. Suddenly, the magic circle above froze, motionless. The air around them fell utterly still, as if even time itself had stopped. It was a silence as absolute as death. A deafening explosion shattered the stillness, and the attack from the sky engulfed the entirety of the Tower of Heaven. Tidal waves surged in the aftermath, the heavens trembling as the sea roared to life, swallowing every ship nearby. When the assault finally ended and the storm of dust had settled, the Tower of Heaven still stood tall and unbroken. Jalal covered his face and burst into wild laughter, his voice echoing on the wind. At last, now it begins. Zerif shall soon be resurrected. Weiss lowered the magical barrier and stood atop a floor of transparent crystal. The potent magic within was clear to his senses. Though to him it seemed insignificant, the entire Tower of Heaven had been transformed into high-density magic crystal, a dazzling 100-meter-tall gem. Just then, a man identical in appearance to Jalal appeared before them all. But in this man, the mark on his face was mirrored, and his clothes were pure white. A glimmer of hope appeared in Urza's eyes. Seagrain, stop Jalal, please. Idiot. Weiss couldn't help but mutter. Can't you see they're the same person? How laughably naive you are, Jalal taunted, a cold smirk curling his lips. As a brilliant light enveloped him, Seagrain's body began to merge with Jalal's, until at last he had fully become one with him. Jalal's strength and magic had returned to their peak. He stood up, loosening his joints with a gentle stretch, and sharp cracks echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, Jalal vanished from sight, only to reappear instantly in front of Urza. Before Urza could react, Jalal delivered a powerful punch straight to her abdomen. Urza collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Her face turned ghostly pale as cold sweat beaded on her brow. Vi styled Altair. What is it? Altair's voice came through from the other end. Her tone was faint, punctuated by sounds of hurried movement, as if she were evading pursuers. Is this a bad time? My cover's blown. I'm escaping from the council, Altair replied calmly. I don't get why I'm even here. Jalal's plan would have gone just as smoothly without me. Weiss didn't hesitate to voice the real question on his mind. It was just a test, to see if you were the council's secret agent, Altair said honestly. And the result? It's clear. You're not, Altair replied curtly. So what's the real reason for building the R system? There's never been a successful case of constructing the R system in history. Master Hades thought that was a shame. In truth, we didn't have a specific goal behind building the R system. The opportunity arose, so we decided to try it just to see if it could be done. Weiss understood now. They weren't acting out of any strategic necessity. They built the R system simply because the chance presented itself, nothing more than an experiment. After all, Hades was Zerif's disciple, and he revered his master greatly. Perhaps it was out of nostalgia, perhaps as a tribute. There was no higher purpose beyond that. I see. Well then, don't mind if I help myself. What are you planning? Altair's tone sharpened in an instant, wary and alert. You've abandoned Jalal and the R system, haven't you? As Weiss spoke, he rolled his shoulders, getting ready for action. Standing idle just wasn't his style. That's right. I've gathered all the intel I need at the council. This identity's run its course. You'd better get out of there too. Altair's voice had a sense of urgency now, with chaotic footsteps and distant shouts bleeding through the background. Yeah, got it. Weiss replied half-heartedly, his gaze fixed on the massive Tower of Paradise before him. He could feel the powerful energy within churning and fluctuating. Suit yourself, but hurry. The council has dispatched a large force. 2 of the 10 wizard saints are among them. With that, Altair cut the transmission short, leaving only silence in her wake. Wes put away his communicator. The Tower of Paradise had absorbed the magical energy of 2.7 billion concepts, turning the entire tower into a colossal crystal of magic, radiating a soft yet dazzling glow, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wes judged that the Magic Council likely would not deploy the Magitech spirits again. This formidable power was now right before him, waiting to be seized. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Shatter. He plunged his wand deep into the ground. With a muffled roar, the gigantic magic crystal, almost the size of an entire floor, split into countless fragments, each the size of a brick. His suitcase became like a bottomless abyss, swallowing these precious crystals one after another. To the outside observer, it looked as if the top floor of the Tower of Paradise had been sliced off by an invisible blade, exposing a yawning gap. Before Urza and Jalal could even process what was happening, the ground vanished beneath their feet, and they plummeted downward. When they finally regained their footing, they found themselves on another level within the tower, the gravity of the situation dawning on them at last. Stop! Jalal bellowed in fury. Wes acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, completely ignoring Jalal's warning. He had to claim all of the Tower of Paradise before the forces of the Magic Council arrived. Time was of the essence, every second counting. Celestial magic, meteor. Jalal didn't hesitate any longer. He dashed forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake, determined to end Wes's rampage. Armor shield. In a shimmer of shimmering silver, a suit of armor materialized around Wes, cladding him in near impenetrable protection and blocking Jalal's punch. "Do you even know what you're doing?" Jalal's roar echoed again, but Wes paid him no mind, entirely absorbed in his own work. A brilliant bolt of lightning shot from the tip of Wes's wand, lancing straight toward Jalal. Jalal's form vanished in a blur, evading the deadly strike with the speed of a falling star. Snare! The lightning uncoiled midair, transforming into a gigantic net that lunged at Jalal from all directions, sealing off every possible escape. Jalal was trapped at the center of the blazing net. Dark paradise! Jalal crossed his arms above his head. A pitch-black vortex spun into existence overhead. This black hole-like maw unleashed a powerful gravitational pull, devouring even the light itself, let alone the net woven of lightning. Wes's magic was drawn inward, but Wes knew full well that Jalal's technique couldn't last for long. This guy isn't someone I can take out quickly. Wes's true aim was never to fight Jalal head-on, but to reclaim as many magic crystals from the Tower of Paradise as he possibly could. Although I'm not quite proficient yet, holding this guy off shouldn't be a problem. Wes began to cast a new spell. His figure gradually blurred, trembling violently all the while. Another Wes, like a phantom, split away from his original body. This was no ordinary duplication spell. It evenly divided Wes's strength and magical power, granting the clone the same might as the original. No matter how fierce the assault, this double would not fade away easily. The only drawback: any injury inflicted on the duplicate would be mirrored in Wes's true body without exception. Yet for the situation at hand, this kind of support was more than enough. Between the two Wes's, perfect understanding flowed. They needed no words to coordinate. The original Wes moved to confront an enraged Jalal, while the clone sprang into action, racing against time to gather the scattered magic crystals lying all around. This act utterly infuriated Jalal. Veins bulged on his forehead as fiery anger surged within him. "You think such tricks will let you slip from my grasp?" he roared, unleashing a renewed onslaught. His magic surged mightily. Celestial magic, 7-star sword. 7 brilliant points of light blinked into existence above, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, dazzling and bright. A heartbeat later, 7 radiant columns of magical light plummeted from the sky like meteors, swift and devastating. Their force rivaled that of a meteorite crashing to Earth. Faced with such overwhelming destruction, Wes stood ready. If one looked closely, a mysterious flow of water manifested, swirling upward around his true form. The current whirled faster and swelled, defying gravity as it surged high, becoming a mighty column of seawater that pierced the clouds above. Two starkly contrasting forces met in the sky with spectacular violence. Water vaporized under searing heat, and fog enveloped the entire Tower of Paradise. Frozen domain. Wes's voice rang out, magic bursting forth. The environment transformed abruptly. The air temperature plummeted below freezing, and snowflakes began to drift from above. Even the breath that escaped their lips froze instantly into a mist of ice, filling the air. Jalal's movements slowed considerably, hampered by the sudden cold. Wes seized the moment. With a gentle crook of his left index finger, an icy pillar shot up from beneath Jalal, launching him into the air. Thrown off balance with nothing to grasp in midair, Jalal was caught off guard. Avada Kedavra! A deadly curse, crackling with the chill of death, sped unerringly toward Jalal's airborne form. Jalal instantly sensed the lethal force bearing down on him. Triple magic circle, mirror water. 3 magic circles of different colors, black, purple, and red, appeared one after another before him, weaving together into a flawless shield. When Wes's killing curse struck the magic circles, it rebounded at an even swifter speed. Wes had no choice but to use instant movement to dodge, leaving behind a trail of flickering afterimages. Jalal brought his hands together. 9 thunderstars. As his words rang out, 9 powerful orbs of magical energy surged from all directions, converging on Wes in an all-encompassing assault. Wes evaded each one with remarkable agility. His tenacity exceeded all of Jalal's expectations. If I don't stop him from gathering the magic crystals now, everything I've painstakingly planned over the years will be ruined. At this critical moment, he desperately needed a strong ally. Damn it, why isn't Altair here yet? My apologies, only 2 chapters today and tomorrow. Work has kept me too busy to write more. From the day after, I'll make it up with extra updates. Unaware he'd already been cast aside, Jalal still believed all this chaos was simply the result of Weiss acting unpredictably. In the end, you can't rely on anyone. If you want something done, you have to do it yourself. Just as Jalal prepared to launch another attack, a familiar figure burst onto the battlefield. Natsu! Happy! Urza cried out in surprise. They watched as Happy struggled to carry Natsu all the way to the top of the tower. Why do I feel like this tower seems a bit shorter now? Natsu's instincts, as always, were right on the mark. Happy, panting hard with his tongue dangling, protested. You're overthinking it, Natsu. This nearly wore me out. Urza, I'm so glad you're all right. Natsu's grin stretched from ear to ear as he looked at his unharmed friend, as if the recent danger had never occurred. Gray and Lucy, are they safe? Urza asked anxiously, her thoughts with their other companions. Don't worry. With Rain Girl's help, we landed safely. Natsu gave a big thumbs up, brimming with confidence. Urza finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Hearing that everyone was safe at last, an untroubled smile lit up her face for the first time in what felt like ages. But that sense of peace was fleeting, because as soon as Natsu finished reporting their safety, he turned to face Weiss and Jalal, full of fighting spirit. Now it's my turn to take you both on. He bounced back so quickly. What an intriguing kid. Weiss grew increasingly fascinated by Natsu's boldness. One after another, you just keep coming. Jalal sneered with contempt. Fine, I'll take you all down. Natsu, get out of there now. Urza shouted urgently, but deep inside, she knew that Natsu was never one to back down from a fight. Natsu's like this all because of you, isn't he, Jalal? Natsu demanded, his voice trembling with fury as he confronted Jalal. So what if it is? Jalal replied, openly scornful. Do you really think you, of all people, can defeat me? Without an ounce of restraint, Jalal lashed out with biting mockery, ridiculing both Natsu and his guild. You! Natsu's fists tightened, and his rage threatened to erupt straight from his chest. Roar of the fire dragon. A wild storm of fire surged forth, swirling and roaring like a rampaging tornado. But in Jalal's eyes, it was all nothing short of laughable. Just then, Weiss, who'd been observing from the sidelines, saw his chance. Sigh of the wind. A powerful gust exploded forth. Not only did it fail to extinguish Natsu's flames, it whipped them into an even fiercer blaze, the force of Natsu's magic multiplying several times over. Faced with Weiss's intervention, Jalal had no choice but to take things more seriously. I don't need help from a jerk like you. Natsu shouted, turning on Weiss with a glare. Weiss, however, just shot him a cold sideways glance. He had no intention of explaining himself to this hot-headed fool. All that mattered was using Natsu's power to achieve his own aims. After all, at this moment, they shared a common enemy. Natsu, now's not the time for pride. Urza pleaded urgently. We have to stop Jalal from resurrecting Zerif's plan. That stopped Natsu cold. Resurrect? He stared, completely bewildered. This was the first he'd ever heard of such a thing. Seeing his confusion, Urza quickly gave a brief but crucial explanation, revealing Jalal's true intentions. Natsu glanced down at the magic crystals beneath his feet, as if only now realizing how much the surroundings had changed. So that's why this tower looks so different, he muttered. You're just hopelessly slow on the uptake, Happy chimed in nearby, exasperated. Right at that moment, Natsu noticed Weiss's duplicates steadily dismantling the magic crystals around them. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He's an enemy too. I can't let him walk away with all the advantage. Without hesitation, Natsu smashed one of the magic crystals on the ground with a powerful punch. Quick as a flash, he snatched up a shard and popped it straight into his mouth. Urza's eyes went wide in shock as she watched in disbelief. Emerging from the fiercely burning flames, Jalal caught sight of this spectacle just in time. Are you out of your mind? Swallowing a magic crystal like that, you'll burst from the inside for sure. MMPH. Natsu pounded his chest with a fist, forcing himself to gulp down the chunk of magic crystal. Don't forget, I'm the child of Igneal. It'd take more than a crystal or two to take me down. He wiped his lips and grinned. Once I ate it, I could feel the power just flooding in. More and more. Just as Natsu said, his body began to shine with an even brighter light, magic streaming through his veins, melding into a new wellspring of strength within him. At this moment, Weiss could also sense the magic within Natsu growing ever stronger. Dragon Slayer magic truly can restore power and stamina by consuming things of the same element, but directly devouring magic crystals seems a bit over the top. Natsu's recovery and magic resistance can't be explained by Dragon Slayer magic alone. Zerif really is extraordinary to think he could create such a perfect being. Inwardly, Weiss couldn't help but marvel, feeling a genuine admiration for Zerif's abilities. The fact that he could create a life form like Natsu was already treading into the realm of the divine. Zeref's mastery of magical research was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Even Weiss himself found himself humbled in comparison. Yet he did not become discouraged by this. Instead, a new and clear goal took root in his heart: to surpass Zeref. In the fight that followed, Weiss focused entirely on supporting Natsu, helping him suppress Jalal. With every magic crystal Weiss collected, the Tower of Paradise grew steadily shorter. Out on the vast, seemingly endless horizon, the ships of the Council, which had at first appeared only as faint dots, were now clearly visible. That mighty armada, their banners fluttering in the wind, was a clear sign that Jalal's carefully plotted scheme was coming to a catastrophic end. All his efforts, all his planning, were now as fragile as a sandcastle crumbling beneath the onslaught of crashing waves, undone by the inexorable advance of those approaching ships. Jalal's emotions became increasingly unhinged as his plans unraveled. The magic surging from him churned like a raging storm, growing more violent and crazed with each passing moment. Unleashing spells without restraint, the very air around him quivered with the force of his anger. Natsu, however, showed not a trace of fear before Jalal's overwhelming might. He faced the challenge head-on, and with every counterattack, his blows grew more ferocious. No matter how formidable the enemy before him, he would never retreat. With fists wreathed in blazing flame, every punch was a burning meteor crashing toward Jalal. Weiss, meanwhile, remained calmly at Jalal's flank, skillfully employing his magic to continually interfere and keep Jalal from focusing his full strength on Natsu. Whenever Jalal's fury drove him to strike at Weiss, Natsu would seize the opportunity to launch another assault. Like a deft predator, he stayed poised to spring at his prey. He's truly a model tank, Weiss thought. Natsu not only could dish out damage, but could also take hits like iron forged into the shape of a man. No matter how fierce Jalal's attacks became, Natsu withstood them with unrelenting tenacity. Most important of all, even when faced with an opponent stronger than himself, Natsu showed not a trace of fear, fighting with a reckless abandon that risked everything without looking back. His courage and fearlessness successfully drew all of Jalal's attention onto himself, forcing Jalal to devote most of his energy to dealing with his attacks. Teaming up with this guy actually feels pretty good. Weiss's magic rained down in a barrage as dense as a storm of arrows, relentlessly targeting Jalal, a stark contrast to Natsu's direct and forceful assaults. Their offensive came like surging tides, one wave after another, never granting Jalal a moment to catch his breath. Natsu's wild charges paired seamlessly with Weiss's long-range strikes, plunging Jalal into unprecedented peril. He had no choice but to remain fully alert, focusing all his attention on the two of them, completely overlooking a hidden threat. Jalal's gaze darted back and forth between Natsu and Weiss, searching for a chance to counterattack, yet utterly unaware that danger was creeping right at his feet. Just as he took a step, there was a sharp snap, and suddenly he felt something clamp tightly around his ankle. Instinctively, he looked down, only to find several sturdy vines, as tough as forged steel, winding around him like snakes, holding him fast. No matter how hard he struggled, the vines refused to give an inch, locking Jalal's movements and drastically slowing him down. Each step forward demanded all his strength, every movement of battle against the unyielding vines that refused to let go. Then, before he could react, 3 thick iron walls sprang from the ground, rising up to block every escape, sealing off his path completely. Jalal was taken utterly by surprise, left with no choice but to watch as he was trapped within this narrow space. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Natsu launched forward, jets of roaring flame blasting from his feet. The powerful thrust propelled him ahead at breakneck speed, rocketing him toward Jalal like a cannonball. Weiss stood close by, lending sharp and effective support. Levitation spell. Strength surge. With every spell Weiss cast, Natsu's speed soared higher, the trails of fire still swirling in the air as he closed in on Jalal in the blink of an eye. Celestial magic, meteor. Jalal retaliated with his signature move, golden light sparkling around his fists. But thanks to the explosive velocity of Natsu's charge, he had no time to dodge. He was forced to meet the attack head-on. Yet Jalal had overlooked Weiss. Just as he raised his hand, a vine shot out, wrapping perfectly around his wrist. That vine slowed his punch by less than a second. But that split-second delay was all Natsu needed. He deftly dodged Jalal's lethal blow, twisting his head aside, and unleashed the punch he'd been storing up. Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. The blow contained every ounce of Natsu's strength, his iron fist smashing straight into Jalal's stomach. With a howl of agony, Jalal coughed up blood, his body slamming hard into the iron wall behind him. The sturdy wall could not withstand such a tremendous impact and burst apart into countless fragments that scattered in every direction. Jalal was sent hurtling backward by the force, plowing a deep groove into the ground as he crashed, leaving nothing behind but a battlefield strewn with debris and dust swirling in the air. Gasping for breath, Natsu collapsed onto the dirt and rubble-strewn ground, utterly exhausted. Sweat mixed with soot streaked down his face, drawing muddy lines across his cheeks. On the other side, Jalal attempted to struggle to his feet, but the effort was futile. He couldn't rise from where he had fallen. Only now did Weiss approach the fallen Jalal. Nearly every bone in Jalal's body was broken. His internal organs suffered grievous damage, and pieces of them stained the blood he coughed up. Such wounds would have meant instant death for any ordinary warrior. Yet Jalal stubbornly clung to a thread of life, though he had no strength left to resist. Gravity field. Suddenly, the air around them grew oppressively heavy, multiplied several times over. The weight bore down on Jalal, robbing him of even the strength to lift his head, leaving him utterly immobilized and pressed flat to the earth. Weiss raised his wand, pressing its tip against Jalal's temple. Your memories have value. Since your body is useless now, you may as well leave something worth keeping behind. Weiss successfully extracted Jalal's memories. The searing pain made Jalal instinctively open his mouth, but no sound escaped his throat. Only blood-tinged saliva dripped silently onto the ground. At this moment, Jalal appeared utterly defeated, a shadow of his once imposing self. Stop! Urza could not bear to see Jalal treated so mercilessly. Her sword flashed out, a streak of light aimed straight at Weiss's heart. Weiss reached out, seizing Urza by the throat and lifting her bodily into the air. Then, with a brutal motion, he slammed her to the ground. Urza tried desperately to rise, but the crushing force left her unable to move. Don't interfere. In the moment when Weiss's attention was split, Jalal's consciousness flickered back to life. He activated his emergency contingency. Suddenly, the entire Tower of Heaven began to tremble violently. The immense magic power stored inside was on the verge of erupting. Let's all go down together. Jalal had taken control of the tower, setting it on a self-destruct course. The gigantic structure was now a massive magical crystal bomb, ready to annihilate everything in its blast. Weiss moved to prevent Jalal's plan, but his power seemed incapable of containing such overwhelming, destructive energy. What a pity, Weiss murmured, casting a regretful glance at the remaining magic crystal. If he'd been any slower, it might have been too late. But Weiss, too, had prepared an escape. He activated the gate key and vanished from the Tower of Heaven, leaving no trace behind. In the next moment, Weiss appeared at the harbor. His sudden arrival startled the nearby fishermen, who all stopped what they were doing and stared at him in shock. Who is he? No idea, but he's definitely a mage. Obviously, ordinary folks couldn't possibly pull off something like that. Weiss paid no heed to the fishermen's murmurs. His gaze swept past the crowd and fixed on the distant Tower of Paradise, where cataclysmic changes were underway. A blinding flash of light erupted from the location of the tower, swiftly followed by an explosion so loud it seemed to shake the heavens. A powerful shockwave swept through the area, sending waves crashing against the harbor. Even those standing by the docks couldn't miss the terrifying aftershock. What's going on? The fishermen exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. An explosion like that. Surely the council must have suffered catastrophic losses. As for those two Ten Wizard Saints, perhaps thanks to their fearsome strength, they would manage to survive this calamity. Whether any member of Fairy Tail could make it out alive, that would all depend on their luck. But then again, those fairy tale brats were known for their uncanny good fortune. Maybe they'd scrape through unscathed this time, too. Yet, none of this was what truly concerned Weiss. For him, the gains from this operation were of far greater importance. He had plundered a vast quantity of magical power crystals, resources invaluable to any mage in pursuit of power. As the waves gradually calmed, Weiss had no intention of lingering in the area. Altair had already sent him the rendezvous point through a secret channel. After this ordeal, they intended to bring him into the core of Grimoire Heart. How interesting. I suppose I become a dark wizard now. With those words, Weiss left the harbor behind. Cape City, despite the cape in its name, was in fact a city nestled deep within the continent. Why this city bore the name Cape was lost to history, buried beneath the sands of time and impossible to trace. This was the meeting place he and Altair had agreed upon. When Weiss found Altair, she was sitting in a well-known ice cream parlor, a large, colorful parfait spread out in front of her. She looked for all the world like the girl next door. No one would ever suspect she was a member of Grimoire Heart. You seem pretty relaxed. You're the council's most wanted now. You're not afraid someone might recognize you. Weiss ordered a coffee and took the seat across from her. Look who's talking. Altair took off her sunglasses and handed Weiss a newspaper. Seems you're famous now, too. On the front page of the newspaper, Wes's photograph dominated the headlines, accompanied by a bounty so large it defied belief. It seems the council has truly gone all out this time. Wes gazed at the paper, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. He didn't look the least bit surprised by this outcome. Altair stirred her ice cream with delicate motions, blending it into a creamy swirl. The more chaos there is now, the better for us. With those words, she rose from her seat, a trace of amusement on her face. Let's go. Lord Hades has been waiting quite a while. Wes glanced at the nearly untouched coffee before him, quietly suspecting Altair's actions were simply a form of petty revenge. So narrow-minded, he muttered under his breath, then took a tentative sip of his coffee. Mediocre. Leaving a generous stack of bills on the table, he turned and followed Altair's lead. Both were remarkably skilled, and in just a short while, they crossed the distance to an abandoned mining area some 10 kilometers from the city outskirts. Here, jagged rocks jutted skyward, and rugged hills formed a wild, natural labyrinth, an entrance impossible for an ordinary soul to find. Altair wove through the craggy terrain with Wes at her heels, leading him through a twisting, narrow trail. Suddenly, the passage opened up before them. A colossal airship lay still on the earth, its imposing form standing in stark contrast to the wild landscape, much like a slumbering beast awaiting its call. "Welcome to the headquarters of Grimoire Heart," Altair announced with a smile, raising her hand in greeting. As she did, the belly of the airship slowly parted, and a graceful staircase descended from within. Altair took the lead, casting a look back at Wes, her eyes flashing with playful challenge. Wes remained unfazed, following in silence as he climbed the steps. Inside the airship, 2 neat rows of uniformed personnel snapped to attention at the sight of Altair, their voices ringing out as one. "Welcome back, Lady Altair." They bowed deeply in respect. Among them stood a girl with cropped pink hair, headphones perched on her head. She was strikingly pretty, though her expression was cool and aloof. At the sight of Altair, her face blossomed with a fleeting smile, swiftly masked by collected composure. "Altair!" Her voice rang with longing, though joy bubbled beneath the surface, barely contained. "I'm back, Mirdi," Altair replied gently, reaching out to affectionately tousle the girl's hair. Like a gentle kitten, Mirdi basked in Altair's touch, her face lighting up with unguarded happiness. Yet, when she realized Wes was standing nearby, a flush crept across her cheeks. Altair shot Wes a glance of undisguised dislike. Wes simply shrugged, an innocent gesture as if to say he hadn't done anything at all. "Come on, let me introduce you to your companions," Altair said, and took Melody gently by the hand, guiding her forward. At this moment, they were at the very bottom level of the airship, in the area designated for the storage of goods and supplies. The interior of the airship was exceptionally spacious, large enough to accommodate several hundred people. To facilitate movement, the airship was equipped with multiple elevators, including some reserved specifically for senior officers. Wes followed Altair and Melody into one of these officers' elevators. Through the transparent glass of the elevator, they could see the airship's intricate structure and the many busy figures weaving through its corridors. The elevator rose smoothly, carrying them toward the upper levels. Looking out through the clear elevator walls, Wes took in the scene within the airship: a spacious dining hall, pristine dormitories, a fierce dueling arena, and even leisure areas where members could relax and unwind. This airship was nothing short of a fully functioning, mobile little town, complete with every imaginable facility. Unless a member is assigned to a special mission, almost everyone stays aboard the command ship. The ship never stays in one place for more than 3 days. It continues to drift aimlessly through the skies, making it impossible for either the council or official guilds to track us. Altair explained with evident pride in the ship's unique design. "That is indeed quite an effective plan," Wes replied, but his tone was rather indifferent. In his eyes, no matter how remarkable this airship might be, it still didn't compare to Hogwarts. Soon, the elevator arrived at the very top floor, the heart of the Grimoire Heart Guild. This was where the guild master and all the senior officers' rooms were located. Whenever a major situation arose, Hades would summon everyone here for a council to decide their strategy. The decor on this floor was lavish to the extreme. The carpet beneath their feet was soft and richly textured, woven from exceptionally rare materials. Elegant carvings adorned both sides of the hallway, and every detail spoke of exquisite taste. With Altair leading Wes and Melody to the end of the corridor, they came to a heavy set of double doors. Altair knocked softly, After a low, resounding thud, the door swung open to reveal the meeting chamber beyond. As soon as Wes stepped through the threshold, he immediately felt 7 sharp gazes lock onto him in unison. These belonged to the 5 other members of the 7 kin of Purgatory, their expressions a mix of curiosity and careful scrutiny, as if trying to uncover something out of the ordinary about this new recruit. In addition, both Hades, the guild master, and Blue Note Stinger, his deputy, were seated at the head of the table. Hades was clad in black armor, the cold metal radiating a sense of mystery and authority beneath the light. With his staff in hand, every movement he made exuded an air of unimpeachable solemnity. The black armor fit closely against his frame, accentuating his tall and imposing figure, a sight so awe-inspiring it commanded fear and respect. Bernard's long, black braid hung down over his shoulder, his stubble giving him a rugged, weathered appearance. His nose was sharp, and his hair at the temples had grown down to his cheeks, lending his face a stern intensity. Wes and Brunat's gazes clashed in the air, each stare crackling with attention like thunderbolts striking together. Wes could sense the surge of magical energy coming from Bernat Striga. The sheer force of it was rivaled only by Hades himself. Not even Altair could compare. At the same time, Bernat had also detected the vast reserves of magic within Wes, regarding him now with keen, almost amused interest. A worthy opponent, he thought to himself, excitement kindling in his eyes at the prospect of such a challenger. Can you fly, I wonder? Why don't you give it a try and find out? Wes replied with cool, unshakable confidence. He was not one to actively seek out conflict, yet he was well aware that these powerful figures around the table enjoyed testing the strength of every newcomer in their own way. So be it. They'll soon learn I am not one to be trifled with, he resolved. It's not every day we get a new member. No need to be so serious. Rastiros broke in, his tone light. Known as the most talkative among the Hell's 7 favored, he had hoped to ease the tension in the room. But neither Wes nor Brunat paid him any attention, much to Rastiros' chagrin. He prided himself on being the center of attention, his moods unpredictable as the wind. This was the sort of man who could be joking with you one moment and stab you in the back the next. Just as Rastiros was about to teach Wes a lesson, Azuma reached out and stopped him. We're talking about a mage with a record of dueling one of the 10 wizard saints. Her words were a warning, meant to remind Rastiros that this newcomer was not to be underestimated. So you're saying I'm not his match? Rastiros jabbed a finger at Wes, his voice rising with agitation. I'm simply stating the facts. Azuma replied evenly, arms crossed over her chest, utterly unfazed. I've had enough of your stuck-up attitude. Rastiros retorted, his expression so exaggerated it looked as if he might lash out at Azuma any second. The other members of the 7 Scions of Purgatory present simply chose to ignore the situation. It was a familiar routine. Everyone was well used to these kinds of arguments, which erupted every few days without fail. As long as Hades was in the room, no real fight would ever break out. Just as the tension reached its peak, a heavy sound shattered the deadlock. A solemn thud rang out, the echo of Hades' staff rapping against the floor. The deep, resounding note instantly drew everyone's attention back to their leader. Weiss, you're new here. The others aren't familiar with you yet. Hades was reminding Weiss that, as a newcomer, he would need to prove his strength and worth to earn the recognition of the guild. Weiss understood Hades' meaning perfectly, and the thought had occurred to him as well. Without missing a beat, Rustiro stepped forward and eagerly volunteered. Guildmaster, let me be the one to welcome our new member. I'll make sure he feels right at home. He could barely contain his excitement for a friendly exchange with Weiss. He's strong, and I want to fight him too. It was a simple, straightforward reason. Nothing thrilled her more than crossing blades with the powerful. At Asuma's declaration of wanting to battle Weiss, Rastiro's expression twisted in disgust, as if he'd swallowed a fly. Tisich, he sneered, no attempt made to hide his disdain. The other members of the 7 Scions of Purgatory were no less intrigued by Weiss. Each of them was itching to gauge the abilities of the new recruit for themselves. While the two were still embroiled in their dispute, Bernat stepped forward. In that instant, the entire room fell silent. Leave it to me. As soon as Bernat spoke, no one else made any move to compete with him for the opportunity. To prevent an unnecessary brawl and possible damage aboard the airship, the two decided to face off outside. Word of their showdown spread quickly through the guild. Everyone was curious. What was so extraordinary about this newcomer who dared challenge the vice guild master the day he joined? Members flocked to the venue, gathering eagerly to bear witness. Their eyes shone with anticipation and excitement. Not a single member of the 7 Scions was absent, their figures unmistakable amid the throng. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Weiss and Bernat stood a few paces apart, an electric tension in the air as they measured each other in silence. Bernat's voice finally pierced the quiet. "I can sense your strength." He flexed his wrists, preparing for the imminent clash. "I won't hold back. I'll fight at full strength from the start." With that, Bernat unleashed his full magical power. An overwhelming force surged out, making the air itself tremble with pressure. Unwilling to yield, Weiss responded in kind. His magical energy billowed forth in equal measure. The two forces collided in the space between them, the impact held in suspension, the real battle yet to explode. "Is this the full extent of your magic?" Weiss spoke with absolute confidence in his own strength. Their magical energies intertwined in the air, forming visible ripples that shimmered before everyone's eyes. All those present were awestruck by the magnitude of this contest. What terrifying magic power! He's actually keeping pace with the vice president. For a moment, the crowd burst into heated whispers, most of them expressing admiration for Wes's formidable power. The faces of the 7 retainers were etched with grave concern. Wes's depth of magic left them utterly outmatched. Hades fixed his single eye on Wes. His magic has grown since we last met. In fact, he's still holding back a wellspring of power inside him. Hades had already noticed the vast, untapped reserve of energy hiding within Wes. In this clash of magic, it was clear that Bernat was at a disadvantage. Yet Bernat didn't lose heart. On the contrary, the fierceness of the challenge only sharpened his fighting spirit. To him, the strength of one's magic was just a single facet of battle. True victory hinged on mastery of sorcery, a steady mind, and deft combat skill. Gravity suppression. At Bernat's command, the air itself seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and the gravity around them intensified in an instant. Many of the Heart of Demon Guild's mages watching the fight were caught off guard, suddenly pressed flat to the ground by the crushing weight, struggling to move. "This isn't a battle you have any right to observe. All of you withdraw at once." Azuma's voice rang out with authority. In fact, even before his stern warning was finished, the mages had already realized the gravity of the situation. They hastily pulled their immobilized companions to their feet and quickly retreated. Wes felt for himself the devastating force of Bernat's magic. Compared to my own gravity spell, his magic is clearly on another, fiercer level. Not only could Wes cast his own gravity spell, he was also adept at its counterform. Faced with Bernat's gravitational clamp, he appeared nearly untouched. "You can use gravity magic as well." Bernat noticed that Wes was not merely brute-forcing his way through, but unraveling the spell with practiced skill. "I've only mastered a single gravity incantation. When it comes to its applications, I can't compare to you," Wes replied openly. "But of course, magic is not the only discipline I know." "That makes things even more interesting," Bernat replied with a glint in his eye. He promptly shrugged off his flowing white robe and dropped into a fighter's stance. "Come then, show me the extent of your true power." Though Wes's tone remained relaxed on the surface, inwardly he dared not let his guard down. He was facing Bernat at his peak, a man whose strength, skill, and composure in battle left nothing to be desired. Suddenly, Weiss felt the gravity around him lessen dramatically, and his body started to float upward, completely out of his control. "He's lowered the gravity around us." Bernat seized the moment, using the sudden weightlessness to close the distance between himself and Weiss, aiming a straight punch at Weiss's face. Acting without hesitation, Weiss surged with magic power, unleashing roaring black flames that engulfed his entire body, forming a blazing shield of fire around him. A sharp hiss filled the air. The flames forced Bernat to abandon his attack midway. With a swift twist, he leapt aside, narrowly escaping the deadly inferno that could have consumed everything in its path. But Bernat was relentless. Adjusting his posture midair, he launched another assault without missing a beat. Tension hung thick in the air. Gravity strike. He brought his hands together and cast gravity magic horizontally into the air. Ordinary air was given a forceful life of its own, compressing into 2 massive blasts that shot toward Weiss from either side. Every movement flowed with seamless precision. No hesitation, no wasted effort. He has achieved such complete command over his body. Weiss marveled at Bernat's mastery, a level of control utterly beyond his own reach. Yet for all Bernat's prowess, Weiss handled his onslaught with steady composure. With a teleportation spell, Weiss vanished from the spot, evading the twin blasts with ease, and reappeared at Bernat's flank. Summoning his inner magic, Weiss morphed the fierce flames into a wild tiger, which lunged toward Bernat with a thunderous roar. Bernat met the charge head-on, thrusting one hand forward, the force of the air blasts colliding with the fire tiger. Ultimately, The tiger was overwhelmed and dissipated by the oncoming attack. Black flames? Isn't that just like Zankro's fire magic? Not quite, replied Zankro, his tousled golden hair framing his face in unruly waves, a trace of arrogance in his voice. My Godslayer fire magic is far superior. This is fascinating. Just how many kinds of magic has this newcomer mastered? Quantity alone doesn't mean true strength. Voices from the crowd rose in debate, yet the intensity of the exchange between Weiss and Bernat remained undisturbed. Gravity magic is formidable, but can your gravity withstand this next attack? Weiss shouted, Tempest. In an instant, countless razor-sharp wind blades materialized from thin air, encircling Bernat from all directions. Each blade possessed the power to slice through steel, and their sheer number left no room for escape. A piercing whistle sliced through the tension as a wind blade cut the air. Another followed, and another. All the wind blades shot forth in unison with a shrill, slicing sound. Confronted by the storm of deadly blades, Bernat adjusted calmly, left hand raised, right hand lowered. Between his palms, dark magic gathered, coalescing into a pitch-black sphere. Distortion. With these softly uttered words, a powerful whirlwind began to form around Bernat, centering on him. The force of the wind grew stronger and stronger until it transformed into a colossal tornado. The massive tornado deflected every incoming blade of wind, dissolving Weiss's attack right where it stood. The blades, thrown aside by the gale, sliced through the surrounding rocks, cleaving them cleanly in two. The freshly cut surfaces gleamed like mirrors, reflecting dazzling rays of sunlight. Some of the wind blades were even hurled toward the 7 retainers who were watching nearby. Of course, they were far from defenseless. They each displayed their own powers, easily neutralizing the attacks. This man's grasp and manipulation of gravity are on a truly profound level. In that case, I'll shatter him directly with pure magic power. Weiss then began to float slowly into the air, reciting an incantation as he rose. At first, only a few slender streams of water trickled across the ground, weaving together. But as Weiss shifted his hands, those streams gradually grew in volume, swelling until the entire earth began to tremble, as though some unseen hand was stirring the hidden waters deep beneath the surface. The onlookers grew visibly shaken, voices rising in alarm. What's happening? What sort of magic is this? But before they could unravel the mystery, an overwhelming flood erupted, so immense that the sky itself seemed to darken, swallowed by a sprawling gray curtain. The muddy, thunderous surge crashed forward like a rampaging dragon. Its fury shook the very air as it devoured everything in its path with wild, gnashing force. Boulders tumbled within the torrent, their collisions sounding like thunderclaps. At the heart of this chaos, Bernat seemed as small and solitary as a speck of dust caught within a hurricane's eye. Yet he showed no sign of fear. Instead, he was strangely exhilarated. Incredible! Then let me take this head-on. But his shout was drowned by the deafening roar of the oncoming deluge. He clasped both hands into fists, striking a stance reminiscent of unleashing a wave of power. The veins bulged on his forehead as he braced himself. His feet dug so hard into the solid ground that they carved out a deep pit beneath him. Super gravitational sphere. It truly felt as if he was pushing an entire mountain. This was his ultimate move. He condensed gravity into a single point, unleashing a gravitational collapse, the birth of a black hole. This black hole devoured everything, matter, energy, even light itself. None could escape its pull. The endless flood was drawn inexorably into the minuscule black hole and vanished without a trace. The black hole's pull was so intense that even the air and light around it warped, twisting the fabric of space and causing the world to tremble at its core. So long as Bernat had enough magic, the supergravitational sphere could consume anything in existence. But how could his magic truly be infinite? Just as a sheen of pride appeared on Bernat's face, Weiss suddenly materialized behind him. It's over. Bernat immediately sensed danger. If he stopped his magic now, he could still conserve part of his strength to continue fighting Weiss. But Bernat was a proud man. If he couldn't take Weiss's attack head-on, he would be haunted by this regret for the rest of his life, unable to set it down. It's not over yet, Bernat roared, refusing to lose to this newcomer who had only just arrived. His pride simply wouldn't allow it. Determined to prove his own strength, he forced out the last ounce of magic left within him, pushing the supergravity sphere to its absolute limit. The pull of the black hole intensified to its peak. You're stubborn, aren't you? With those words, Weiss raised his wand and aimed it at Bernat. Freeze! A chilling wave shot from the wand's tip, instantly encasing the entire battlefield in ice. Not just Bernat, But even the once raging floodwaters froze solid in that same instant. Where once stood jagged boulders, there now spread a glittering crystal plain. Every shred of chaos was transformed into utter stillness. This battle ended with Brunot frozen, grievously injured. Wes emerged victorious. His strength was now recognized by all present. No one dared to underestimate this newly arrived powerhouse ever again. Even Russ Sturos, who had first provoked him, lowered his banners after witnessing the fight, quietly withdrawing without further action. And yet, though Wes had won the battle, his standing in Demon Heart was somewhat ambiguous. Defeating the vice president demonstrated his power, but because he was a newcomer, few people really knew him or understood his temperament. People kept their distance, both respectful and slightly wary. But none of this mattered to Wes. He hadn't come here to chase after rank or power. It was his longing for the pinnacle of magic that drove him. After seeing the fight, Hades was so impressed that he generously passed on to Wes the complete training method of the Arc of Time. Even so, Wes felt far from satisfied. The seven kin of Purgatory all possessed extraordinarily rare and mighty lost magics, and Wes wanted to master every single one, seeking to perfect his magical repertoire. But to his frustration, Hades refused, still keeping his guard up around Wes. So Wes put forth a bold idea, to trade magic for magic. Initially, Hades gave it no heed. After centuries wandering the continent, there wasn't much magic that could impress him anymore. But when Wes drew out the rune-covered black grimoire of the dead from his cloak, Hades' whole demeanor changed at once. Within this ancient tome were recorded dark magics entirely alien to their world, including terrifying incantations capable of raising the dead. The contents captivated Hades completely. Hades' eyes blazed with fervor, as though he might devour the book before him. Weiss knew better than anyone the unparalleled value of the Necromancer's Codex. If he hadn't been sure he could escape Hades unscathed, he would never have brought it out so lightly. Naturally, Hades sensed this as well, and he was reluctant to let go of this book brimming with temptation. After an intense inner struggle, Hades finally made his decision. He pinched the bridge of his nose, as if making a tremendous concession, and struck a bargain with Weiss. In exchange for the Codex, he handed over 6 other rare and powerful magical arts in his possession. As for whether the terms were fair, both weighed the value on their own scales. Weiss obtained the formidable magic he had dreamed of, while Hades claimed a secret weapon powerful enough to shake the very balance of the continent. Throughout this exchange, each believed they had gained the upper hand and fulfilled their own ambitions. Perhaps, in a world where strength rules over all, the trade of interest holds a far greater allure than simple claims to power. In the days that followed, both Weiss and Hades locked themselves away, each engrossed in exploring the magic they had newly acquired. Weiss, in particular, was fascinated by the study of the Arc of Embodiment, which he deemed the most intriguing among the 7 lost magics. Whenever he flicked his fingers, strange lights shimmered in the empty air, as though he could almost touch a presence from another dimension. One day, as Weiss was completely absorbed in his arcane studies, the airship suddenly began to tremble. He paused, glancing out the window. He watched as the vessel steadily rose, soon soaring high above the ground. White clouds drifted past the window, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell where this giant airship was bound. As Weiss gazed out at the sea of clouds, a rhythmic knocking at his door drew his attention. Thump! 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 Come in. The door swung open, and a messenger hurried in. Master Weiss, the chairman has summoned everyone for a meeting. With that, the messenger gently closed the door and departed. Weiss narrowed his eyes, mentally calculating the time. It seems the assault on Fenrir Island is about to begin. He braced himself, collected his thoughts, and made his way to the conference hall. Upon his arrival, he found the group already assembled, save for Brunot, who was still recovering from injury. Since everyone is here, let's begin at once, Hades declared, bringing his staff down onto the floor with a resounding thud. Our operation this time has 2 objectives, he continued. First, we're to welcome Zeref. Second, we must destroy Fairy Tale. His words sent a ripple through the conference hall, setting off a buzz of lively discussion. Zeref, the legendary greatest wizard. Is he truly still alive? If so, he must be several centuries old by now. This was the first time the ordinary members heard about these matters. The name Zeref had always been like a distant legend to them, but now it had abruptly become a part of their reality. Silence. Hades struck his staff on the ground once more, echoing through the hall and commanding instant silence. Our target is Sirius Island. We set out immediately. With that, Hades announced a precise set of coordinates. To ensure that everyone understood the importance of this mission, Hades produced a detailed map. Everything about Sirius Island was marked on it, its terrain, and even information about the members of Fairy Tail. Indeed, even the tightest security is hard to defend against threats from within. If Hades weren't here, just finding the location of Sirius Island would take who knows how much time and effort. As the secret base of the Fairy Tail Guild, Sirius Island's location was so well hidden that an ordinary person would never discover it. Powerful magic seeped into the land and waters around the island, shielding it from the outside world. But with the second master of Fairy Tail to guide the way, everything became effortlessly simple. Standing at the prow, Hades gave off the air of one who had everything firmly under control. Next, Hades outlined his strategy. He barely regarded Fairy Tail as a threat, so the plan was rough and straightforward. If not for Xerath, there would have been no need for such a grand mobilization. After a day and a night of flight, their airship finally left the mainland behind and sailed into the vast open sea. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting warm rays onto the sparkling ocean. The deep blue sky and white clouds merged with the azure sea, blurring the line between sky and water. It was hard to tell if the ship soared above the waves or floated on the clouds. As everyone was caught up in the beauty unfolding around them, a sudden shout shattered the tranquility. A fleet has been spotted below. Another lookout's voice rang out across the whole airship. It's the Council's fleet. Activate stealth mode. At Hades' swift commands, the airship cloaked itself. Its presence nearly vanished from view. Inside, magical engines hummed quietly, suppressing every magical fluctuation, ensuring they wouldn't draw any unnecessary attention. Zankro peered down at the Council fleet, puzzled. Why would the Council's military be here? Altair shot Zankro a sidelong glance. She knew all too well the temperament of those people. The Councils never liked Fairy Tail. Those folks always managed to stir up trouble for them. Haha, internal strife. Even more ruthless than us dark guilds. Let me go down there and burn them all to ashes. As he spoke, Zankro moved to leap from the airship, but Azuma caught him just in time and restrained him. Zankro halted, turning back to look at Azuma. Sensing Zankro was about to lose his temper, Azuma quickly explained, "Your flames are far too conspicuous. If Fairy Tail notices them, it could interfere with Master's plans. Let me handle the Council's people instead." Though Zankro's face was full of resentment, he recognized the truth in Azuma's words and reluctantly yielded his place. With a graceful leap, Azuma sprung down from the airship. His figure became a shadow as he slipped silently into the sea below. Everyone on the airship remained on high alert, waiting for news from Azuma. The sea was calm, only occasionally disturbed by a few seabirds gliding past. The Council ships had yet to notice the looming danger. The airship swiftly passed over the Council's fleet, drawing ever closer to Tenru Island. Hades' gaze was fixed on the island, its outline growing clearer in the distance. The sight of Tenru Island was nothing short of breathtaking. The island was formed from two adjoining islets. A colossal tree rose above, while below, two forests, one large, one small, layered the land in a striking natural pattern. In this vast stretch of ocean, Tenru Island resembled a solitary flower blooming in isolation, emanating both beauty and mystique. Hades stared down at the island, memories swirling in his mind. How he had once founded Fairy Tail alongside friends who shared his ideals. But as the years passed, he had discovered his own path. Lost in reminiscence, Hades was suddenly jolted by a tremendous sound from the Council's fleet behind them. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air. One after another, the Council's ships burst into violent flames, fire and smoke billowing skyward. Azuma had already begun his mission and achieved swift, decisive results. With the Council's fleet destroyed, only burning wreckage remained adrift, thick black smoke rising to blot out part of the sky. Azuma's actions were not only unexpected, they were efficient and utterly lethal. At that very moment, aboard the airship, once the order to move out was given, the cloak of invisibility lifted. The massive vessel appeared above Tenru Island, the sole outsider looming in the skies. The cargo bay doors swung open. The mages of Grimoire Heart leapt from the heights, scattering across the island's many corners. Of them, the seven kin of Purgatory made straight for Fairy Tail Stronghold. Their objective, to take down the formidable S-class wizards. Nearly all available combatants were deployed for the ground assault, leaving only a small support team behind. Weiss stood at the threshold, ready to join the others in descending onto Tenru Island. Unlike the rest, his motivation wasn't battle. He was drawn by an intense curiosity about the island itself. Just as he was about to jump, Hades' voice called out, "Thinking of joining the fight as well? I just wanted to have a look around. After all, once today is over, this little island may disappear from sight forever." There was a hint of regret in Weiss's reply. With those words, he leaped from the airship. As he neared the ground, he used magic to control his descent, landing lightly on the soft earth below. The moment he set foot on Sirius Island, Weiss felt an unusual flow of magical energy, a unique aura that seemed to blend seamlessly with the entire island, a sense of perfect harmony. This magic originated from Mavis Vermilion, founder of the Fairy Tale Guild. Her tomb stood at the heart of Sirius Island, but in truth, she had not truly passed away. Instead, she existed in a mysterious and peculiar state. A surge of curiosity welled up in Weiss's heart, and he resolved to see for himself what lay at the island's core. He began making his way toward the center of Sirius Island. As he ventured deeper, the natural beauty around him grew ever more abundant. Trees grew denser, flowers brighter and more vivid. Along the way, Weiss even discovered a few stalks of rare medicinal herbs. He picked them with great care, planning to study and perhaps use them later. If it weren't for the occasional sounds of battle and distant explosions that broke the calm, this walk would have felt to him like nothing more than a springtime outing. Weiss had no intention of joining the fight. Battles of this level simply didn't interest him anymore. I wonder if there's a chance I'll run into Xerath. But Weiss did not encounter Xerath. Instead, he crossed paths with Levy, a mage from the Fairy Tale Guild. Levy, with Gajiel's help, had just managed to escape the chaotic battlefield and was now searching for allies. Weiss's sudden appearance set her instantly on edge, filling her with wariness and tension. Best to just pretend I didn't see her, Weiss thought. He ignored Levy entirely, gliding right past her. Conflict was the last thing Weiss wanted, but just as he walked a few steps further, a sudden surge in magical energy behind him made him pause. He sighed softly. I have no wish for needless combat. Let's just pretend we never saw each other. Like hell. Don't look down on us fairy tale mages. With that, Levy raised her magical pen and wrote the word flame in midair. The letters shimmered and transformed in a blazing fire, rushing toward Weiss. Now, this is an interesting kind of magic, he mused. With a quick swat of his hand, the flames vanished in an instant. Levy then conjured solid script, butterflies, flooding Weiss's vision with a swirl of brilliantly colored butterflies, dancing and swirling to obscure his sight. Solid script, snow and ice. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through the area, and the temperature plummeted. At last, the spell dimensional script, thunderclap, surged forth as bolts of lightning, striking straight at Weiss. Levy gasped for breath. She had unleashed 4 spells in one go, hoping desperately that they would have some effect. Did it work? After casting all her magic, she was filled with uneasy anticipation. But when the dust settled, Weiss was still standing in the same spot, completely unharmed. A clever approach, confusion, control, and finally assault. Quite the combination, he remarked. Your magical potential is boundless, he continued. The only flaw is that your magic power is simply too weak. Weiss seemed genuinely intrigued as he offered his critique. Script magic, a power that could manifest written words into reality, was, in truth, almost otherworldly. To Weiss, Levy's magic was like a gateway to infinite possibilities. Every line she penned was a chance to create a new miracle. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Levy, isn't it? Apparently, she had left some impression on him. Levy nodded slightly, confirming her identity while watching and waiting anxiously for what he might say next. Your magic is impressive. Keep building your strength. With that, he turned as if to leave. It wasn't kindness or pity that kept Weiss from attacking her. He simply lacked any desire to fight at that moment. Another reason was that Levy's strength was just too meager. Forget about Weiss himself. Even a mere squad captain within the ranks of Tartaros could have defeated her with ease. The disparity was so great that Weiss saw no point in battling her. Suddenly, a harsh, metallic voice cut through the air not far away. What did you do to Levy, you bastard? Gajiel, battered and bruised, appeared, evidence of a recent, fierce battle written across every injury. From his haggard expression, it was clear that he'd come rushing over, ignoring serious wounds the moment he heard the commotion. Weiss halted, casting a backward glance, his gaze lingering on Gajiel for a moment. Gajiel, you're hurt so badly. Levy was alarmed by the sight of Gajiel covered in wounds. She hurried forward to help, only for Gajiel to brusquely shove her aside, leaving her stumbling to the ground. Though Gajiel's gesture was rough, she could feel the concern hidden within it. Tisich, Gajiel couldn't muster an apology, nor did he know how to voice the tangle of emotions inside him. He simply scowled and urged Levy, you need to get out of here. This guy isn't an ordinary wizard. You're no match for him. I'm not leaving. I want to stay and help you. Idiot. Gajiel was so upset by that reply, he nearly stamped his foot. Who are you calling an idiot? Levy protested indignantly, while Weiss observed the pair. these quarrelsome companions, and found himself oddly out of place in the scene. Maybe I'm just a third wheel here. Weiss turned on his heel and walked away, unwilling to let this quarrelsome couple flood him with their excessive affection. He had barely taken a few steps when Gajil's voice called out from behind, "Stop right there." Weiss couldn't be bothered to respond, refusing even to break stride. But Gajil was relentless, demanding, "You're an intruder as well, aren't you?" The pain racking his body made every word sound labored and strained. Weiss glanced back at Gajil. He nodded slightly, admitting without hesitation, "That's right, but I have no intention of fighting. In your condition, you do better to seek medical attention as soon as possible. Don't underestimate me. I'm Iron Dragon after all." Even gravely injured, Gajil's voice bristled with indomitable will. Weiss, having long since lost interest in Dragon Slayer magic, replied, "If you were a mage of any real skill, you'd have sensed the gulf between us." "That doesn't matter to me," Gajil roared, his right arm in an instant transforming into a gleaming iron blade as he lunged at Weiss. "Fool," Weiss muttered in annoyance, his own staff shifting shape into a razor-sharp long sword, which he swung at Gajil. "You're the fool. I am the Iron Dragon." Gajil bellowed, but his iron sword was cleaved neatly in two by Weiss's blade, which then slashed across his chest. Blood burst forth in a vivid stream. "Gajil!" Levi screamed in terror. She rushed to his side, desperately pressing her hands over the wound to stanch the bleeding, but Gajil's body was unnaturally tough. It was all she could do as blood welled up endlessly. "He's got a body like solid steel. With that last blow, if he were an ordinary man, he'd have been split clean in two." Weiss felt no urge to continue the fight. Whether Gajil survived this ordeal would depend entirely on his own luck. Behind him, Levi's sobs echoed, but Weiss paid them no heed, continuing toward the center of the island. Ascending to the second level, Weiss discovered a trove of rare, medicinal herbs that compelled him to linger longer than he'd planned. He also encountered some extraordinary creatures. Some were massive, moving like walking hills. Others could hold simple conversations with humans, revealing an astonishing level of intelligence. What a marvelous place! Weiss couldn't help but marvel. Just then, an unfamiliar and powerful surge of magic erupted in the distance. It didn't come from anyone in the Grimoire Heart Guild. The strength and signature of this magic instantly reminded Weiss of the fairy tale guild's titan, Gildarts. There's no one but Gildarts who could wield such overwhelming power. That crush magic of his does sound intriguing. He barely had time to ponder when his communicator began to flash and Altair's urgent voice came through. "Hurry and stop Gildarts. Several members of the Seven Kin of Purgatory have already been defeated by him." Unlike in the original story, where Brunot was able to hold Gildarts back, here no one of equal strength stands in his way. Gildarts is absolutely unstoppable, cutting through foes with overwhelming force. The mages of Grimoire Heart retreat step by step, unable to organize any effective counterattack. With just his presence, he single-handedly holds off the onslaught from Grimoire Heart, standing like an invincible war god. It's enough to inspire awe and fear in all who witness him. "Where's the master?" "The master went to take on Makarov." "Enough talking. Hurry and give him support." Yerusha urged Weiss anxiously, her voice sharp as she pressed him to action. Clearly, Gildarts was putting tremendous pressure on Grimoire Heart. "Understood," Weiss replied. With that, he made his way toward the heart of the magical upheaval, where the clash was fiercest. Now that he had joined Grimoire Heart's ranks, he knew he had certain responsibilities to fulfill. He arrived to find a clear standoff. Members of Grimoire Heart and Fairy Tale had each gathered into opposing formations, the air between them taut with tension. The moment Weiss appeared, all eyes zeroed in on him, particularly from the Fairy Tale side. The atmosphere, already charged and bristling, grew even more oppressive. "So you really are one of Grimoire Heart?" Natsu glared at Weiss, eyes blazing with fury, as if faced with a mortal enemy he was ready to leap at and tear apart. Fortunately, Gildarts stepped in and blocked his path. "Natsu, who is he?" "He's the one who took Urza." "So it's him." As Fairy Tale's members exchanged whispers, Weiss calmly assessed the situation on Grimoire Heart's side as well. The battlefield was in a state of chaos. Blood stained the ground, and the air was thick with a metallic tang of violence. Jadil, the formidable mage who fused with the Capricorn celestial spirit. Kawayan, a giant of man whose size was simply astonishing. And Zankro, wild-haired and formidable as ever. All three lay in pools of blood, their fates uncertain. Yerusha and Mirti were nowhere to be seen. Chances are they had gone after Zirif. Elsewhere on the island, Azuma and Urza were locked in intense battle. Urza shifted fluidly from one suit of armor to another, her technique masterful and precise. Azuma showed no signs of faltering, unleashing powerful bursts of magic in a relentless attempt to bring down this queen of the fairies. Among the seven kin of Purgatory, only Rusty Rose remained, holding his ground with a squad of lesser mages against Fairy Tail. As a core member of Grimoire Heart, his presence was supposed to inspire confidence in his comrades. Yet the state of the battlefield was far from reassuring. Even though the members of Fairy Tail were injured, their resolve was unshaken. Not a single one backed down from the fight. In stark contrast, Grimoire Heart's fighters were clearly struggling, with an air of imminent defeat hanging over their ranks. Was this because Hades placed too much faith in you all, or did you simply underestimate your opponents? In the tense atmosphere of the battlefield, Weiss's taunts cut through the air like a chilling wind, sending a shiver through Rusty Rose's heart. Though he was headstrong by nature, faced with overwhelming strength, even he could only choose silence. Confronted by an opponent far more powerful than himself, Rusty Rose's arrogance was utterly crushed. Inwardly, he cursed, but dared not show any sign of defiance on the surface. "I'll take care of Gildarts. The rest of you handle the others," Weiss declared. Weiss's words fell like a calming balm, allowing the members of the Demon's Heart to finally let out a breath of relief. They rushed off to draw away the other wizards from Fairy Tail, leaving the battlefield to Weiss and Gildarts. Yet the members of Fairy Tail were unwilling to leave so easily. They wanted to stay and help Gildarts. But Gildart's magic was wild and overwhelmingly powerful, hardly suited for coordinated team battles. Wendy bit her lip tightly, her small hands nervously clutching the corner of Gildarts' cloak. She hadn't known this uncle for long, but his gentle nature had already struck a chord in her heart. Sensing Wendy's unease, Gildarts bent down, gently ruffling her hair as he offered her a warm, reassuring smile. "Don't worry, kid. I'm a lot tougher than I look." Wendy nodded dutifully, though her heart was still filled with worry. So, she followed her companions as they withdrew, leaving Weiss and Gildarts facing off alone. Once the others had vanished from sight, Gildarts dropped his carefree smile and grew deadly serious. "If possible," Weiss began, "I'd rather have a civilized conversation about magic with you. There's nothing to discuss with someone who hurts my friends. I'm not interested in picking on the disabled, either." Weiss's gaze flicked to Gildarts' left side, quickly noticing something off. Gildarts' left arm and leg looked awkward and stiff as he moved. "You don't need to worry about that," Gildarts replied crisply, leaning forward as he took up a fighting stance. Weiss readied himself as well, silently weighing his options. Getting close is too dangerous. Gildarts' magic, Ultimate Crush, a super high-level destructive spell, was so powerful that even he struggled to fully control it. After a careful analysis, Weiss devised an initial strategy. "I'll keep him pinned down for now." At that moment, countless golden chains surged in from every direction, weaving themselves into a dense net that spread rapidly toward Gildarts. Each chain was reinforced by Weiss's magic, made nearly unbreakable. Yet Gildarts stood rooted to the spot, showing no intention of dodging. A sharp metallic snap rent the air. Accompanied by a crisp, ringing sound, those incredibly tough chains shattered and disintegrated into powder, scattering through the air. Whether for attack or defense, shatter magic is immensely powerful. "No, this isn't defense at all. It completely broke through my spell." Weiss quickly realized the vast gulf between them. The best defense truly is a good offense. What a terrifying magic. Through Weiss's eyes, Gildarts' form blurred, leaving behind afterimages as he charged toward him at an astonishing speed. Had Weiss not strengthened his body with the Philosopher's Stone, he doubted he could have kept up with Gildarts' lightning-fast movements. As Gildarts hurtled closer, Weiss raised his wand with a swift flick. The entire ground heaved beneath them, rippling like a giant carpet being shaken out. Gildarts lost his balance, sent flying into the sky. Awaiting him in midair was a storm of lightning, poised to strike. Weiss had prepared this move long before. The lightning arrowed down, aimed straight at Gildarts. With a deafening crash, the bolt struck, sending Gildarts plummeting to the ground. Thud! The impact sent dust billowing, and the earth shuddered ever so slightly. When the dust finally settled, Gildarts slowly stood. Though his clothes were torn and tattered, he himself seemed entirely unharmed. He can even shatter lightning itself. Things get tricky if he closes the distance. Weiss's gaze grew serious. Gildarts' might was nothing to underestimate. Not willing to risk Gildarts drawing near, Weiss lifted both hands. In response, a colossal labyrinth rose from the earth, entrapping Gildarts within. The maze's walls soared skyward, labyrinthine and complex, with no exits to be found. Gildarts stared up at the towering barriers. Does this kid have endless magic energy? Even as the labyrinth took shape, the skies above turned wild and foreboding. Then, suddenly, hail began to fall. But these were no ordinary hailstones. They plunged from the clouds at staggering speed, each chunk enormous, battering the earth like a barrage of cannonballs. Everywhere they struck, trees were cleaved in half. The once lush forest lay in ruin, utterly devastated. And yet, at the heart of the labyrinth, Gildarts remained unscathed, his stance unbroken. Around him, the air grew bitter and sharp, the temperature plunging rapidly. Huge snowflakes began to flutter down from the heavens, thick and heavy, soon blanketing the ravaged land with a somber, chilling silence. Gildarts furrowed his brow. In no time, a thick layer of snow had piled atop the ground, rising over his ankles. Snowflakes swirled madly as Weiss descended from above, landing lightly in front of Gildarts, the snow crunching beneath his feet. "Well," Weiss said, "in the height of summer, what do you think of a sudden blizzard? Doesn't it bring a certain thrill? This kind of snow is nothing compared to the blizzards I've weathered in the northern mountains." Gildas had endured all manner of extreme environments. The places he'd been to complete his missions were far harsher than anything he faced now. Of course, when your body is still whole, this kind of cold is nothing to worry about. But just look at your prosthetics. Those are cheap models. Do you really think they can withstand this cold? And let's not forget those wounds of yours that haven't even healed yet. Weiss cut straight to the heart of Gildas's predicament, exposing his vulnerability without mercy. You don't need to trouble yourself over something so trivial. Outwardly, Gildas still appeared composed and unflappable, but deep down, anxiety was spreading like wildfire. "Damn it, it's not just the pain from my wounds. My insides are starting to ache from breathing in this cold air." That biting sensation tore through him from the inside, relentless and wild. He endured the pain, determined not to let Weiss notice the slightest hint of weakness. In front of an enemy, even a flicker of hesitation might become a fatal flaw. If that's the case, maybe I'll drop the temperature a little more. Weiss had seen through Gildas's bravado. With a wave of his hand, the temperature plunged sharply again, and the air itself seemed to freeze into dagger-like shards of ice. In such conditions, an ordinary person wouldn't even be able to open their eyes, let alone breathe. Gildas may have been a formidable mage, but in the end, he was still made of flesh and blood. Especially now, after suffering such devastating injuries, losing his left hand and left leg, and even having some internal organs damaged. How could he possibly remain completely unaffected, as he claimed? "Don't call me a coward now." Weiss's voice came swirling through the blizzard, laced with a cold, mocking laughter that seemed to sneer at Gildas's helplessness. A surge of anger rose in Gildas's chest, but there was nothing he could do. He knew better than anyone that in a real fight, you had to use every dirty trick at your disposal. Even so, facing someone like Weiss, it was impossible not to feel a pang of defeat. He looked up at the sky, where a single black cloud hung stark and heavy. The rest of the sky was a clear, cloudless blue, but over this one patch, snow whirled down in thick curtains. All of it, a result of Weiss's magic. Gildas began to plan his next move. If he could just destroy that cloud, the storm would stop. But that black cloud hovered impossibly high. Even with all his strength, Gildas couldn't leap anywhere near it. Still, keeping up a spell like this had to drain an enormous amount of magic power. This thought brought him a measure of relief. When it came to magical stamina, he was ready to bet everything he had. A new plan took shape in his mind. As long as he kept attacking Weiss, forcing him to expend his magic, even the most powerful spell would eventually dissipate. With this realization, Gildarts focused all his attention on Weiss, the flames of battle roaring back to life within him. He spread his right palm and slammed it fiercely onto the ground. A surge of immense power burst forth from his palm, and the earth beneath split open with a deep fissure. A thunderous crash echoed through the air as the labyrinth began to collapse. The entire floor lost its support, steadily caving in from beneath. Seizing the opportunity, Gildarts launched himself forward like an unstoppable arrow, heading straight for Weiss. Weiss instantly brandished his wand. The elements around him, the stones, snow, and tree branches, rose up at his command and combined into a formidable force, surging toward Gildarts. The elements rapidly amassed, swelling into a gigantic, revolving sphere that swallowed Gildarts whole, sealing him inside. But Gildarts was no easy opponent. With another deafening roar, the massive sphere shattered into shards, scattering in all directions, and Gildarts emerged from the swirling clouds of dust. Suddenly, a chilling beam of light shot out from the darkness, aimed straight at Gildarts. "Ice Ray!" Weiss's voice echoed through the storm. But Gildarts had anticipated the move. With a sweep of his right hand, he unleashed his crushing magic, effortlessly neutralizing the freezing ray. It was only the beginning. Dozens of icy rays followed in quick succession, most targeted directly at Gildarts, while others struck the surroundings, scattering across the field. Once more, Gildarts relied on his crushing magic, easily repelling any ray that locked onto him. But a thought flickered through his mind. Why do these attacks feel so feeble and harmless? He quickly realized that Weiss's true intention wasn't simply to strike at him. The purpose behind the barrage was to steadily drag the temperature of the area even lower, turning the environment against Gildarts. The snowstorm intensified, the wind whipped furiously, and snowflakes flew so thickly he could barely keep his eyes open. His breath turned instantly to frost in the bitter wind. With every inhale, icy air seared his lungs, setting them ablaze with pain. He could withstand this pain without issue. But still suffering from serious injuries and missing part of his internal organs, his stamina and magic depleted even faster than before. He had planned to return to the guild for a proper rest, hoping to adapt to his battered body. He never imagined he would face such a formidable foe at a time like this. What shocked him even more was the attack on Sirius Island, and that the enemy was this incredibly powerful. Weiss, fully aware of everything, was merciless. He showed no restraint for Gildarts' wounds. Each strike came at him with full force. Under the cover of the blizzard, several vines silently crept toward Gildarts' ankles, their sharp barbs piercing through his boots. Just as the vines were about to succeed, Gildarts' crushing magic shattered them instantly, breaking them into nothing but dust. Tasting blood only made the vines more frenzied. They spread in all directions, launching wild, relentless attacks. Gildarts concentrated, methodically eradicating every vine that drew near until not a trace remained. As expected, it's useless. These vines were nothing more than a probing maneuver from Weiss. He was trying to use the environment and magical plants to restrict Gildarts' movements. Your little tricks won't work on me. Gildarts knew he couldn't stay on the defensive any longer. He drew a deep breath, channeling every ounce of magical power through his body. As his magic surged, brilliant light flared all around him. Seeing this, Weiss didn't dare let his guard down. He gripped his wand tighter, casting spells in rapid succession, doing everything he could to suppress Gildarts' momentum. With a sudden stomp, Gildarts launched himself into the air, rocketing toward Weiss at blinding speed. As he shot forward, Gildarts weaved skillfully through Weiss' barrage, all the while searching for an opening, a chance to engage at close quarters, which was exactly what he wanted. Once he was close enough, Gildarts gathered his magic in his fist, unleashing a thunderous roar. Soul Breaker, banishing evil. With that punch, he poured his entire strength into the blow. Weiss, well aware of its destructive force, dared not face it directly. Weiss swiftly invoked Phantom Shift, slipping away just in time. Gildarts' fist slammed into the ground with explosive force. Air ripped apart before him, and everything in its path disintegrated, leaving a vacuum stretching hundreds of meters. Torrents of wind whirled. Trees and earth all around were pulverized to dust by the force of the blow. What a terrifying strike! Weiss now witnessed the true power of crushing magic, a chill crawling up his spine. But do you still have enough magic left? Weiss tried to provoke him, hoping to gauge Gildarts' actual condition through words. Why don't you find out for yourself? In truth, a third of his magic was already spent, and on top of that, this opponent wielded space magic, truly troublesome. It had been a long time since Gildarts had faced such a formidable adversary. Anticipation began to spark within him, a look of eagerness lighting up his face. Weiss, on the other hand, watched Gildarts calmly, searching for the slightest detail that might offer a breakthrough. Their gazes clashed fiercely in midair, as if invisible sparks were flying between them. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated across the sky, stunning the entire battlefield. Both were instantly drawn toward the abrupt blast, their attention completely captured. Makarov had already transformed into a gigantic giant at some unknown moment, his fists still raised in a striking pose. Not far away, the heart of Demon's airship was now billowing thick, black smoke. Its frame shuddered and listed precariously in the air, as if about to plummet at any moment. The sudden turn of events caused a brief pause in the tense standoff. Both sides halted their actions, their eyes drawn irresistibly to the looming, faltering vessel above. The lights on the outside of the airship flickered uncertainly, and now and then, sparks shot from the cracks in its hull. Looks like the old man made his move. Your stronghold is about to come crashing down, Gildarts said, his gaze fixed on the wobbling airship, a wicked grin playing on his lips. Contrary to Gildarts' expectations, Weiss showed no sign of panic. The master is up there on the ship at this very moment. Well, here's hoping he doesn't end up falling to his death. Don't celebrate too soon. The master is bound to give Makarov a real surprise. Weiss had barely finished speaking when Gildarts raised an eyebrow. Oh, is he really that formidable? Gildarts clearly doubted Weiss' confidence. It's not about being formidable or not. They go way back, those two. You might have even seen his photo hanging in Makarov's office. Weiss finished with a look that hinted at deeper meanings. What are you getting at? A sense of foreboding crept into Gildarts' heart. It suddenly felt as though things might be far more complicated than he'd imagined. Weiss, however, offered no further explanation. He simply turned and walked away, making his way towards where Hades awaited. The real show is about to begin. Compared to what was coming, even battling Gildarts seemed trivial. Your magic is intriguing, he tossed over his shoulder. Take my advice. You all are in serious trouble. With those words, he vanished from the battlefield, leaving Gildarts standing there alone, lost in thought. Weiss's prophetic words struck Gildarts like a thunderclap, rattling him to his core and leaving him bewildered. When Weiss returned to his room, chaos awaited him. The entire place was a mess, belongings scattered everywhere, the blare of alarms rising and falling in the background. Stepping into the corridor, he found the interior of the airship in complete disarray. Inside the hallway, people rushed frantically back and forth. The cacophony of alarms filled the cramped space with a harsh, grating clamor. Put out that fire now. Activate the auxiliary wings. Don't let this ship go down. It's no use. That last hit threw us off balance. We can't hold it together. Members of Heart of Demon were thrown into disarray, scrambling in confusion. With both Hades and the 7 kin gone from the ship, the crew was left leaderless, floundering in chaos. Don't panic. Master Weiss. For a moment, the panic in the crew's eyes was replaced by hope as they turned to him. Wes waved his hands, gathering streams of mysterious runes into a surge of powerful magic that rushed toward the bottom of the airship. Once Wes cast the levitation spell on the airship, the massive, trembling vessel finally regained its balance and stopped its downward plunge. That's fantastic. Someone cheered, but almost instantly, everyone refocused on their urgent repairs. Hurry up and fix the damaged sections while we have a chance. Every crew member raced against time, hoping to restore the airship's normal operations as quickly as possible. Amidst this hectic scene, Wes's mind began to wander elsewhere. I've done them a huge favor. It's only fair to collect a reward, isn't it? Taking advantage of everyone's distraction with the repairs, Wes slipped away from the crowd and headed straight toward Hades's private library. Standing in front of a door covered in intricate mystical seals, even Wes couldn't help but frown. He could forcefully break the seals, but that would immediately alert Hades, while alternative methods would require far too much time. As Wes pondered his next move, 3 unfamiliar magical presences quietly approached the airship. Members of Fairy Tale have broken in. Perhaps I can make good use of them. Just as he anticipated, before long, the crew on board noticed the 3 unexpected intruders. With most of their strong fighters out on missions, only logistics personnel remained aboard, leaving their defenses woefully lacking. Very quickly, the 3 invaders broke through every line of defense and reached the top level of the ship. Wes stood there, facing the newcomers, a sly, meaningful smile curling on his lips. So it's just 3 little cats, after all. Happy, Carla, and Lily. Idiot. We aren't just cats, we're exceeds. Happy protested angrily, but even in his indignation, his round eyes remained adorably wide. Lily stepped in front of his companions, gripping his magical sword tightly and assuming a battle-ready stance. At the moment, he towered over Wes, every bit the imposing Panther General. You've come for the Guild Master's heart, haven't you? How did you Carla quickly clamped a paw over Happy's mouth, determined to keep him from revealing more. Fool! Carla scolded in a low voice, shooting Wes a wary glare at the same time. Actually, you've arrived at just the perfect moment. How about you help me break the seal on this door? We're not listening to you, Happy muttered through Carla's paw, his protest still perfectly clear. Oh, really? A faint aura of menace spread through the air, making the temperature in the room plummet. In exchange for your help, I'll spare your lives. At these words, the 3 exceeds tensed up instinctively, first standing on end. Ha! Seeing the situation, Weiss suddenly burst out laughing. All right, I'll stop teasing you now. No sooner had he spoken than 3 spells shot from his fingertips, striking Happy, Charles, and Lily with pinpoint accuracy. The 3 brave young exceeds, completely unprepared, were hit by the spells. Their consciousness faded as they collapsed to the ground. Now that I have someone to take the blame, things will go much more smoothly. Weiss turned and strode toward the library's main doors, blowing them apart without a second thought. Standing inside the archive, he looked around at the neatly arranged bookshelves, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, like a cat who'd just helped itself to a plate full of cream. With a casual wave of his hand, he made the precious books fly one after another into his suitcase. I stopped Fairy Tail from destroying the guild master's heart. Consider these books my well-earned reward. Satisfied, Weiss snapped the suitcase shut, now bulging with books. He then effortlessly picked up the 3 unconscious kittens with one hand. In a flash, he vanished from sight, reappearing on Sirius Island. Happy, Charles, Lily, Gajeel, Wendy, and Natsu, the 3 dragon slayers, rushed over at once, anxiously checking their companion's condition. These little rascals nearly destroyed Master Hades' heart. Luckily, I stopped them just in time, though the library's a total mess now. Weiss delivered these words smoothly, as if he'd rehearsed them, blatantly ignoring the actual truth. Hades gave a cold snort, not buying the story for a second. He had already removed his eye patch, and the magical power in his eyes was so intense it felt suffocating. Ordinary wizards could barely stand before Hades, but every member on Sirius Island today was among Fairy Tail's elite. They had all gathered here, together, to face a common enemy, Hades himself. So, it seems you've all managed to deal with the 7 kin. Not bad at all. There was a hint of admiration in Weiss's tone. As he finished, he casually tossed the 3 kittens back to Fairy Tail's members. Keep a better eye on your pets. Don't let them wander off again. When Happy, Charles, and Lily were thrown toward them, the Fairy Tail wizards immediately rushed to catch them. Master, do you need my assistance? Weiss turned to Hades. No need. Fairy Tail, I shall destroy them myself. Weiss nodded and stepped aside. He intended to watch this battle up close. Not only was it a clash between Fairy Tail and Grimoire Heart, but also felt like a fateful civil war. Hades unleashed his magic, the overwhelming pressure bearing down on the Fairy Tail members like quicksand, pinning them in place, and making even the slightest movement seem impossible. Even the S-class wizards could just barely keep their footing, while the younger generation could hardly catch their breath. Under such crushing pressure, the youngest among them, Wendy, was shielded in the center by the others as she struggled with all her strength to heal the injured Makarov. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm everyone, it was Natsu, the hard-headed child, who, without a second thought, charged straight at Hades. His action instantly sparked courage within the younger generation. One by one, they broke free from Hades' oppressive magic and leapt into battle. Hades faced the very best of Fairy Tail's mages alone, yet he did not falter. Instead, he fought back with overwhelming magic, leaving the entire guild helpless before his might. Shatter magic, dragon-slaying arts, whichever it was, in Hades' hands, each spell revealed an extraordinary destructive power. Whether taking on a challenger one-on-one or fending off the entire group, Hades remained relentlessly fierce. From the sidelines, Weiss watched the battle unfold, taking in every detail of each spell cast. Hades wielded not only the devastating Amaterasu, but he also commanded the darkness itself with his sinister magic. Laxus's lightning dragon slayer magic blazed across the battlefield. Though he was a second-generation dragon slayer, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yet what caught Weiss's interest the most was Kana, the woman who was usually seen with a drink in hand. Her card magic seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet she had mastered Fairy Glitter, a legendary magic of extraordinary power. This spell was unique, for only members of Fairy Tail could ever hope to learn it. Protected by her companions who fought with everything they had, Kana finally unleashed Fairy Glitter. Weiss saw it clearly. An expression of shock flickered across Hades' face. A wizard so weak can actually wield Mavis's magic? Fairy Tail truly has fallen. Hades sneered, his voice cold, and for the first time began to take the battle seriously. Grimoire Law. Darkness gathered in his hands as clouds blotted out the sky. The world was plunged into a stifling gloom. The 2 ultimate magics collided above, their forces canceling each other out. No, that's the Founders. Kana cried out in disbelief. Her trump card was so easily defused by Hades. Stunned by the outcome, she faltered, tears gathering in her eyes. Even with Guildarts by her side, offering comfort, Kana could not shake the weight of her failure. It's not your fault. Makarov's voice came from nearby. Thanks to Wendy's healing, he had regained some of his fighting strength. This man was once one of us, the second master of Fairy Tail, the man who possesses every magic of the guild. Makarov's words left every Fairy Tail wizard reeling with shock. The enemy before them was far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. But, Makarov bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead from anger, right now, he is our enemy. Defeat him. No sooner had he spoken than something miraculous happened. The devastated Tenru Island, ravaged by battle, began to heal before their very eyes. The forests burst into life once again, and the frozen wastelands conjured by Weiss's magic slowly thawed, returning to their natural state. It was as if time itself had reversed, and Tenru Island was restored to its former glory, as it was before the invasion of Grimoire Heart. Only one person could have accomplished such a feat, Altair. With this action, she had undoubtedly betrayed Grimoire Heart and betrayed Hades himself. Hades had never imagined that his most trusted subordinate would turn against him at this critical moment. His expression grew even icier, colder than frost, and a murderous aura surged from within, impossible to suppress. On Fairy Tail's side, morale soared as they witnessed Tenru Island's restoration, ready to face the final battle that lay ahead. At that instant, a sound came from the sky, the whoosh of mighty wings slicing through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound grew louder and closer, signaling that something formidable was approaching. A sense of crushing dread seized everyone's hearts, as if an invisible hand was tightening its grip around their chests, making it almost impossible to breathe. It was an instinctive warning, a sign that an overwhelming force was descending upon them. All eyes, as if guided by a single will, turned upwards to the heavens. There, a gigantic black dragon soared overhead, its scales etched with mysterious patterns. With its wings spread wide, it blocked out the sun, casting the entire sky into shadow. A dragon. No one was more thrilled at the dragon's arrival than the 3 first-generation dragon slayers. Natsu instantly recognized what was happening and, flushed with excitement, waved up at the black dragon, shouting, "Hey, do you know where Igneel is?" The only answer was a terrifying roar, a guttural sound brimming with menace and destruction. Its message was unmistakable. Ruin. Annihilation. Gildarts hurried to stop Natsu's reckless outburst. "Natsu, calm down. That's the dragon that attacked me before." Beads of cold sweat gathered on Gildart's brow. He knew all too well the overwhelming power of this black dragon. Yet only Weiss, Hades, and Makarov noticed there was someone seated atop the dragon's back. Hades' voice trembled as he stared up, instantly recognizing the figure astride the black dragon. Zeref. Master Zeref. The name Zeref seemed to hold a mystical power of its own, plunging the entire field into sudden, utter silence. Everyone's gaze was drawn irresistibly to the young man atop the dragon, so much so that, for a moment, they forgot about the beast itself. He had cropped black hair and wore a black robe with a tall, distinctive collar that made him stand out even more. A pendant hung from his chest, its subtle light shimmering under the sunlight. Aside from his long robe, a white sash was wrapped around his waist, and his feet were clad in tall black boots. Even amidst such tense circumstances, his delicate features remained eerily calm. That is Zeref, the origin of all black wizards. The torrent of information left the members of Fairy Tail on the verge of mental collapse. Confronted with the sudden appearance of such a legendary figure, none of them knew how to respond. "Practice it." Zeref's voice was low, imbued with a magnetic resonance, and he spoke as if the name Hades was quite familiar to him. Seeing that Zeref still remembered him, Hades was obviously elated. "Lord Zeref, I come bring you with us. With your power, together we'll create." Zeref's voice turned icy, devoid of any warmth, cutting Hades off mid-sentence. "Boring. You have taken so many lives. Your malice has awakened the Black Dragon. Acnologia, soon, the Black Dragon will destroy this island, burying everyone here." Lord Zeref. Hades stared at Zeref, stunned. This development was nothing like what he had anticipated. With only the briefest glance at Natsu among the crowd, Zeref vanished without a trace. A deafening roar erupted, sweeping across the entire sea, a sound so mighty and fierce, it seemed to echo endlessly. Countless animals, paralyzed with terror at the terrible cry, died where they stood. The Black Dragon circled once through the sky before diving, its sheer force fearsome enough to pierce the entire island. Confronted by such a threat, the master of Fairy Tail, Makarov, did not hesitate for an instant. Transforming into a giant, he spread his massive arms before everyone, shouting, "You won't harm my children." To everyone's surprise, Weiss also joined the fray. He had long awaited this moment, heart pounding as he thought, "Let me witness for myself the greatest power this world can offer." Defensive magic, triple iron gate. At Weiss's command, 3 iron doors rose from the ground, each shining brilliantly with a metallic gleam. They stood strong and firm, sturdy enough, Weiss believed, to withstand even missile strikes. Yet before the Black Dragon, Acnologia, these barriers shattered like brittle biscuits, torn apart in mere moments, though at least they relieved some of the burden from Makarov. A thunderous crash resounded, the collision between Makarov's colossal form and the Black Dragon. Makarov's face burned crimson, and his arms bulged with veins, writhing beneath the skin like serpents, a testament to the strength he exerted to withstand the black dragon's charge. Beneath his feet, the ground, unable to bear such force, collapsed by dozens of meters, sending tremors through the entire island. Weiss sprang into action once more. This time, a colossal magic circle appeared on the ground, unleashing a torrent of golden chains that surged forth and wound themselves tightly around the black dragon, trying desperately to bind it. "What are you all standing there for? Waiting to die?" Weiss's furious shout shattered the paralyzing fear that gripped everyone. At last, the others snapped back to their senses and unleashed their attacks on the black dragon. Only Hades remained in a daze, his expression hollow as if his very soul had slipped away. "Master, now's not the time to lose heart. Worry about survival first. This black dragon intends to kill every last one of us." Weiss's words struck Hades like the tolling of a warning bell, jolting him abruptly back to awareness. "That's right. No matter what, we have to survive. Only then is there hope. When it comes to the struggle between dreams and life itself, it's the instinct to survive that truly awakens one's potential. Everything else pales in comparison." Heavenly Shine, Style 100. 7 layers of violet talisman arrays bloomed around the black dragon, each glyph radiating with a shimmering purple light. "Get back!" Hades' voice rang out, warning the other members of Fairy Tail. It wasn't compassion that made him call out, but the clarity that in this mortal struggle, every ounce of strength mattered. It was a battle for their very lives. Against the black dragon's overwhelming might, he knew he couldn't possibly face it alone. Only by joining forces did they stand chance. Makarov understood all too well the devastating power of Heavenly Shine, Style 100. Not daring to let his guard down, even for a moment, he quickly marshaled the Fairy Tail members, urging them to withdraw from the field and avoid unnecessary harm as the next barrage loomed. A blast shook the air, a deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield, and a towering mushroom cloud rose, blotting out half the sky. The force of the impact churned up waves that soared dozens of meters high, while hurricane winds swept across the war-torn plain, threatening to swallow everything in their path. As the smoke of battle slowly cleared, Makarov, with blood at the corner of his mouth, staggered over to Hades' side. "Who would have thought we'd ever end up fighting side by side?" he said, trying for a wry smile. Hades made no reply to Makarov's sentiment. Their alliance was born of necessity, each man holding fast to his own convictions. Eventually, as the echoes of the explosion quieted, a shocking sight met their eyes. The black dragon stood unscathed amidst the ruin, its scales unmarred. With a small, almost casual movement, it lifted its head, and the golden chains binding its body snapped apart with ease, as if they were nothing more than strands of noodles in the face of its sheer power. The black dragon unleashed an earth-shattering roar, then sprang into the air, soaring higher and higher above the battlefield. When it reached a certain altitude, it suddenly halted, lifting its head proudly toward the heavens. "That posture, is it?" Natsu, Gray, and Lucy, children raised by dragons, felt a strange wave of nostalgia seeing that familiar gesture. But the feeling was fleeting, quickly swept away by a rising tide of terror. "Watch out!" Their warning came too late. Everyone present had already felt the unfathomable surge of magical power emanating from within the black dragon. That aura, capable of destroying everything, set every nerve on edge. Even someone as worldly as Weiss couldn't help but murmur in awe. Now, this is the true face of a monster. Faced with an unprecedented threat, not a single person chose to surrender. Wendy stood among the crowd, her small figure radiating unwavering determination. She gently closed her eyes, lifted her hands, and began to recite an incantation under her breath. As she chanted, a gentle and warm magic began to spread, drifting softly through the air like a comforting breeze, caressing everyone present. This was Wendy's support magic. She cloaked each person in an unbreakable armor, granting them newfound strength and courage. Even Weiss and Hades found themselves bathed in this soothing spell. Weiss gripped his wand tightly. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled every ounce of his magical energy into it, sending surges of power rushing through him like a raging tide. In an instant, the wand blazed with radiant light, and the sheer intensity of the magic made the surrounding air shimmer with heat. Under Weiss's command, 9 enormous magical circles appeared in the sky, weaving a protective net over the entire island. Such an immense release of magic took its toll on Weiss. His face grew pale, a sheen of sweat broke out across his forehead, and he trembled with effort. But then, the latent power of the Philosopher's Stone within his cells awakened. Like a warm, revitalizing spring, it soothed his body. His magic recovered rapidly, allowing him to sustain the colossal array. The others, too, began to unveil their trump cards. Everyone was giving their all to protect Sirius Island. Yet, just as the group braced themselves for the attack they knew was coming, the black dragon arched its massive neck low from the sky. Those deep eyes, cold and unfathomable like mountain lakes, glared down at the people below as though they were nothing but insignificant insects, a flicker of disdain sparkling within their depths. Suddenly, the dragon opened its enormous jaws, aiming directly at Sirius Island. A roar burst forth, a sound so overwhelming it shattered the very air, a torrent of unimaginable power erupting from the dragon's mouth. Compared to this, Natsu's fire dragon's roar was nothing more than a spark, utterly trivial. The black dragon's assault swept across the island like an all-consuming flood of annihilation. Of the 9 magic circles Weiss had conjured, the first 6 shattered instantly under the onslaught, splintering and vanishing like fragile glass. The last 3 managed to hold for a heartbeat before succumbing and collapsing under the terrible force of the dragon's roar. The shockwave from the black dragon's roar erupted from the center of Sirius Island, sending waves soaring hundreds of meters high. Those towering waves surged outward, like furious giants threatening to consume everything in their path. When that violent force finally began to ebb, the once turbulent sea fell into a silence as profound as death. The vibrant Sirius Island had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed in these waters at all. That land, which once carried countless memories and hopes, left not a single mark behind. Only the endless ocean, gently rippling, as though silently recounting the fierce battle that had just taken place. High above, the massive form of the black dragon stirred slightly, its titanic wings beating to conjure a raging gale. The fierce wind howled across the sea, whipping the water into a myriad of shimmering ripples. The black dragon cast a cold, indifferent glance at the now empty stretch of ocean below. Not the slightest emotion flickered in its eyes, as if the devastation moments ago had been nothing more than a trivial occurrence. Then, with a powerful sweep of its wings, the dragon soared higher and drifted away, leaving behind only the silent sky and the churning, boundless sea. "I never imagined it couldn't withstand even a single blow," Wes murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief. He had always known that the black dragon, Acnologia, was powerful, but he had never dreamed its strength could be so utterly overwhelming, so utterly hopeless to resist. That dreadful power seemed capable of destroying everything in existence, leaving anyone who faced it feeling unimaginably small and helpless. "A true monster," Wes whispered, coloring his tone. "I wonder what sort of earth-shattering battle would unfold if Zerif himself were to join the fray." A deep yearning burned in his eyes. He longed for power like that. Just as the black dragon's roar was about to strike Sirius Island, the entire island suddenly blazed with golden light. Wes immediately understood. Mavis had stepped in. Appearing as a spectral figure, she gathered the faith and magic of Natsu Dragneel and his companions to cast Fairy Sphere, an absolute protective spell that shielded every guild member on the island. Wes knew he was Fairy Tail's enemy. That barrier would not protect him. And, in any case, he had no desire to spend 7 years at the bottom of the sea. So, at the very last moment, he made his decision. He tore through dimensions, returning to the Marvel world. Back in his little potion shop, even after being away for a time, the place remained spotless under the lingering effects of his magic. The familiar layout and familiar scent brought him a rare moment of comfort. Suddenly, Wes's stomach growled incessantly. He realized he hadn't eaten in half a day. After several fierce battles, hunger gnawed at him relentlessly. He pushed open the door, and the hubbub of the street spilled inside at once. The moment the door swung wide, the muggle-repelling charm Wes had cast shut off automatically. The passers-by on the street hardly noticed the sudden appearance of a small shop. They continued along their hurried paths, each preoccupied with their own business. Only a handful of those truly attentive took note of the shop's mysterious emergence. "The target has appeared. Keep an eye on him." Those agents who fancied themselves masters of concealment were unaware that Wes had seen through all their efforts from the very beginning. Wes, however, couldn't be bothered to expose them. He strolled along the avenue at his own leisurely pace, scanning the streets for a restaurant that might suit his particular taste. Unhurried, he wove his way through the crowd, unfazed by the agents discreetly tailing him. When he finally slipped inside a restaurant, none dared follow. They knew all too well that being too obvious in a public setting would only bring unnecessary trouble. Inside, Wes picked out a quiet corner and settled in, patiently awaiting his meal. The restaurant was suffused with a warm, welcoming atmosphere. Soft lights bathed the tables, adding a sense of exceptional comfort. Just then, the sky split open with a booming roar, a thunderous, ear-splitting blast that shattered the city's calm in an instant. A moment later came a tremendous crash, as if a colossal metal object had landed from above. "My God, it's Iron Man!" Someone in the crowd cried out, their voice brimming with astonishment and delight. At once, all eyes turned, irresistibly drawn to the metallic figure. The armor gleamed with dazzling brilliance under the sunlight, a spectacle impossible to ignore. Tony, ever the showman, exchanged greetings with the onlookers, his confident smile and grand gestures sending a ripple of excitement through the crowd. He made a beeline for Wes's table, his presence becoming the focal point of the restaurant. Guests paused mid-bite, phones eagerly raised to capture the hero on camera. Dressed in his iconic suit, Tony obligingly struck a few heroic poses, as if strutting down a fashion runway. "All right, folks, let's keep things pleasant for the other diners. As an apology for interrupting your meal, tonight's bill is on me." Tony's voice rang out, rich and self-assured. His generosity was met with waves of cheers, the crowd utterly enchanted by the hero's charm and magnanimity. The atmosphere inside the restaurant was transformed, faces everywhere lit up with excitement and pure joy. Without the slightest hesitation, Tony plopped himself down opposite Wes, a glint of mischief and curiosity in his eyes. Never thought the mysterious magician would turn out to be so young. Honestly, I expected to find a silver-haired old man behind that mask. There was a sly surprise and teasing tone to his words. "If you're interested in white-haired old gentlemen, I could introduce you to a wizard who's lived for 110 years. You're so witty. I think he would appreciate your company." Wes replied, his tone calm and unhurried. The moment Tony heard this, goosebumps prickled all over his skin. His face was a mask of disbelief as he blurted, "You wizards are into that kind of thing too?" Wes simply stared at Tony in silence. That look seemed to see right through him, leaving Tony feeling rather uneasy. "All right," Tony relented, giving an exaggerated French military salute. "I'm here to thank you. The potion you gave me bought me a lot of time, but I've been trapped in nightmares for a month straight. Do you have any more? I'm willing to pay top dollar for it." Tony was full of anticipation. He believed there wasn't a soul in this world who could refuse his offer. But Wes simply shook his head. "Or maybe you'd consider selling me the recipe." Tony pressed on, refusing to give up. "Trust me, you'd never want to know what the main ingredient is," Wes replied in a steady tone, a hint of mystery in his voice. "Worse than palladium poisoning." Tony frowned. 100 times worse. Wes's answer sent a jolt through Tony's heart. If Tony ever learned the true nature of the potion's ingredients, guilt would haunt him for the rest of his life. "Fine." Tony shrugged, dropping the matter. "I promise to repay you. What do you want?" Tony was thoroughly confident. Money, women, status, whatever it was, he could satisfy any of Wes's demands. In his mind, nothing in this world could be beyond his abilities. "There's nothing I need, or rather, what I need isn't something you can provide." Wes's answer was curt and resolute. "What?" Tony's eyebrows shot up in disbelief, as if a giant question mark had appeared above his head. Was there really something in this world he couldn't give? It was as though someone had called his abilities into question. Wes couldn't be bothered to indulge this egomaniac any further. At that moment, the restaurant's waitress brought Wes his meal, though it was obvious her attention was fixed entirely on Tony. Tony gave her a charming smile, and the waitress went weak at the knees, utterly smitten. Wes focused solely on enjoying his lunch. "Well, if you ever run into trouble, you know where to find me." Tony, clad in his armor and full of swagger, sauntered out. He was a very busy man, with no time to waste pampering just one person. Wes, meanwhile, continued eating without so much as glancing up, utterly unfazed by the curious and speculative gazes fixed upon him from all around the restaurant. All eyes were pinned on him, their expressions filled with curiosity and confusion. Everyone found themselves wondering silently, just who was this seemingly ordinary young man? Why would Iron Man himself, a man of such towering influence in America, go out his way to come see him? All kinds of questions swirled in everyone's minds, but Wes seemed to inhabit a world of his own, completely indifferent to the inquisitive stares around him. After finishing lunch, Wes walked out of the restaurant at a measured pace. As soon as he stepped outside, a black SUV rolled up smoothly and halted right in front of him. From the car emerged Coulson, whose hair had grown noticeably thinner, but who wore a kindly smile as he slowly stepped out. "Mr. Elwyn, it's been a long time," Coulson greeted him, his voice gentle and steady. Wes wasn't in the least bit surprised. With his keen senses, he had sensed Coulson's presence long before. "You people really are everywhere," Wes remarked with mild irony in his tone. Under the astonished gazes of Coulson and the other agents, Wes got into the car without hesitation. "All right, take me to your boss," he said, his tone calm and resolute. "Of course, Mr. Elwyn," Coulson replied, immediately signaling everyone to get in and depart. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle sped off, leaving behind a flurry of curious onlookers and lively chatter. The convoy cruised steadily through street after street, tires humming along the pavement. At last, they arrived in the heart of bustling New York City. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers and the unending rush of traffic, the vibrant energy and noise of the city were palpable. The convoy pulled slowly into the Sharafi's building, a grand structure gleaming with modernity and authority under the sunlight. Most people would never suspect that a secret organization would set up its base somewhere so busy and conspicuous, Wes mused. With obvious pride, Coulson introduced, "This is one of SLD's biggest bases." As soon as they entered the underground garage, armed patrols could be seen everywhere. Their expressions were stern, eyes sharp and wary, ever on alert for any sign of trouble. The security here is top tier. This building can withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake, and it even has a nuclear bomb-proof bunker, Coulson explained in detail, his voice brimming with confidence. The vehicle stopped beside an elevator. Coulson, long time no see. Striding over was a man with a thick beard, the physique of a model, and full tactical gear, accompanied by a team of agents. His stride was forceful and self-assured, a fierce aura surrounding him. "Crossbones? What are you doing here?" Coulson asked, clearly surprised. He couldn't recall seeing Crossbones on the patrol roster today. "Oh, Brock had an urgent assignment, so the boss asked me to fill in. So much for my hard-earned vacation," Crossbones said with a hint of resignation. Coulson sympathetically patted him on the shoulder, his eyes warm with understanding. Crossbones glanced at Wes. "And this is?" "A guest," Coulson answered succinctly, revealing nothing of Wes's true identity. "Understood." Crossbones nodded knowingly. "We have to run a routine check." "Crossbones," Coulson tried to intervene. "Coulson, you know the rules. Rules are rules." Crossbones spoke firmly, and the two burly men behind him immediately stepped forward to search Weiss. Weiss gave him a sidelong glance. In an instant, the two men froze where they stood, unable to move a muscle, not even a blink. "What are you waiting for?" Crossbones urged them. Yet when he realized he too was rooted to the spot, unmoving like a statue, shock surged through him. Expressionless, Weiss stepped into the elevator and motioned for Coulson to follow. Coulson hurried inside, deeply awed by Weiss's mysterious powers. The elevator doors slid shut, leaving the hallway full of people frozen like sculptures. "Mr. Irwin, they meant no harm. They're just following protocol." Coulson explained quickly, a hint of apology in his tone. "I know whether they meant harm or not." Weiss replied coolly, and with that, he closed his eyes, ignoring Coulson. Seeing this, Coulson knew there was no point in saying more. A gentle tone chimed as the elevator arrived at the top floor. Coulson led the way. The floor was uncannily quiet and empty, so much so it made one wonder if this was the headquarters of a shell company. But Weiss could sense the intricate defenses woven throughout the place. The firepower arranged here could repel even a team of Navy SEALs. Coulson opened a door and respectfully stepped aside. After Weiss entered, Coulson closed the door softly behind him. Inside, a bald man clad in black leather, Nick Fury, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out over the bustling city of New York. Weiss paid no attention to Fury's theatrical silence, instead making himself comfortable on the sofa and pulling out a book to read. For a time, not a word was spoken. The only sound in that vast room was the rustle of turning pages. 10 minutes passed, and the silence remained unbroken. Half an hour later, Nick Fury finally shattered the quiet. "You know," he began, "you're not the only one in this world who's different." Whether he'd had enough of the cityscape or finally decided to drop the act, Fury spoke. "This world is vast. There are those even stronger than you." "You mean the gods of Asgard from Norse myth, the Skrulls and Kree from across the stars?" Weiss replied without lifting his gaze. Fury's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "How do you know these things? Did you hack into our intelligence database?" The so-called king of agents had thought he could intimidate Wes, seize the upper hand in the conversation. Yet, to his surprise, it was he whose secrets were laid utterly bare. "These are just common sense. Only people like you treat them as classified information." Wes's words dripped with sarcasm. He lifted his chin ever so slightly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "It's like a beggar clutching a hunk of bread, firmly believing it's the tastiest food in the world." His analogy was sharp and direct, showing no mercy as he exposed SLD's narrow-mindedness when it came to knowledge. Luckily for Nick Fury, his skin was dark enough. Otherwise, Wes would have witnessed his expression shift from black to red, then back again, like a master quick-change artist. In that moment, Nick Fury's heart might have surged with shock and anger, but his tough, resolute face remained as calm as ever. "Are you an alien?" Nick Fury fixed his gaze on Wes, trying to read the answer in his expression. Think what you like. I only have one reason for coming here today. Wes snapped his book shut, his movement brisk and decisive. I don't appreciate being surrounded by flies 24 hours a day. It gets old fast. There was no give in Wes's voice, only cold resolve. Call off your people, or you won't ever see them again. Is that a threat? Nick Fury's voice was low and commanding, his presence leaving no room for argument. No, not a threat. A notification. Wes met Nick Fury's gaze head-on, completely unafraid, his stance firm, his eyes unwavering, openly declaring his intent. The tension between them crackled in the air, as if invisible sparks leapt between their locked eyes. Nick Fury struggled to suppress his anger, his dark face a perfect mask, betraying nothing. Do you understand what it is you're doing? You're provoking the strongest intelligence agency on the planet. You're setting yourself against the entire world. His voice was deep and forceful, radiating an undeniable pressure. First, you're in no position to speak for the world. Wes countered without flinching. Second, so what if I end up the enemy of the whole world? Wes knew exactly where he stood. With his panel backing him, it was absurd to fear S.H.I.E.L.D. He might as well smash his head against a wall if that rattled him. You want to stop me? You'd better call your friends up in space. A mocking smile played on Wes's lips, the corners of his mouth curling with derision. Nick Fury involuntarily took 2 steps back, his hand instinctively reaching for the beeper at his waist, his only way to contact Captain Marvel. This world, the universe, is far, far larger than you imagine. S.H.I.E.L.D. Wes scoffed, his laughter cold. That's not even a funny joke. You've never been the ones protecting Earth. His words were laced with utter disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you mean? Is there something else? Nick Fury had barely gotten the words out when Wes vanished. Nick Fury froze, stunned and furious. His mind churned with shock and anger. Seething, he slammed his fist onto the table, producing a heavy, resounding thud. The table shuddered slightly, as if echoing Fury's wrath and helplessness. In a vast, empty room, Fury stood alone, lost in deep thought. After the conversation, those who had been shadowing Wes withdrew one after another in an orderly fashion. Without having a clear grasp of Wes's full power, Nick Fury would never act rashly. The King of Spies knew too well that charging headlong against an unknown and formidable force could lead to unforeseeable consequences. Like a shrewd chess player, he meticulously arranged his pieces, waiting for the perfect moment before making a move. Once he discovered Wes's weakness, that would be the moment war erupted. In his mind, Nick Fury was already certain. Wes was an extremely unstable element. To Fury, the world needed order and stability, and anything capable of disrupting that delicate balance had to be handled with utmost caution. When it came to instability, his tactics were always clear and decisive. Either enforce strict control and surveillance, or if that was impossible, eliminate the threat entirely. Only then, he believed, could the world stay safe and secure. But Wes, guided by his own beliefs and principles, would never accept being monitored. A clash between them was inevitable, and both sides were confident they would emerge victorious in the end. Wes lingered silently in the Marvel Universe, his presence anything but aimless. The might of the Black Dragon, Acnologia, loomed in his thoughts like a heavy, endless thundercloud, filling his heart with a sharp sense of urgency. Whenever Wes recalled the terrifying power of the Black Dragon, he was struck by how small and powerless he seemed in comparison. Desperate to grow stronger, he knew full well that a leap in power could never be achieved overnight. So, he set his sights outward. He was aware that soon, a miraculous artifact would descend upon Earth. This artifact held immense power, exactly what he needed to take a critical step forward. Because of this, Wes displayed uncommon patience. Like a patient hunter, he waited in silence for just the right moment. On this particular day, Wes sat leisurely in a renowned New York cafe, the kind known throughout the city. Sunlight streamed through the window, draping him in a gentle warmth. He savored the desserts here with elegant restraint, letting the delicate texture and sweetness blossom on his palate, allowing him to briefly forget the turmoil of the outside world. The desserts at this cafe, renowned throughout New York for their unique flavors and meticulous craftsmanship, drawing crowds of food lovers eager for a taste. Just as Wes was immersed in this fleeting moment of tranquility and indulgence, Coulson came rushing over, almost in a panic. His face was etched with anxiety and tension, and beads of sweat glistened across his forehead. Coulson's figure stood out awkwardly among the crowd, his footsteps hurried and flustered. "It's time. He's here." The words echoed quietly in Wes's mind. When Coulson finally reached Wes, he blurted out without delay, "Mr. Irwin, Earth is in trouble. We need your help." With genuine concern in his voice, Coulson quickly explained the situation. A formidable alien had launched a sudden assault on the secret base, displaying a shocking level of power. There was no telling if this alien had already summoned an interstellar army, ready at any moment to invade Earth. The planet was on the brink of an unprecedented crisis, and they desperately needed Wes's strength to confront this disaster. While pleading for Wes's aid, Coulson deliberately concealed several crucial details, most notably the existence of the Space Stone. He knew all too well that revealing such information could trigger even greater turmoil and complications. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that Wes knew far more than he let on. Wes certainly hadn't expected S.H.I.E.L.D. to set aside all pride and ask for his help. His previous conversation with Nick Fury had been anything but amicable. Originally, Wes intended to act alone. After all, he had his own plans and goals to pursue. But at this moment, accepting SHLD's invitation didn't seem like such a bad idea after all. "I can agree to help, but I won't do it for nothing," Wes replied, his tone steady and resolute. He was well aware of his own worth, and in this world of constant bargaining, he understood that nothing comes for free. He wouldn't allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to use him so easily. He intended to secure the reward he deserved. Coulson offered a wry smile in response. "Mr. Irwin, this concerns the fate of all humanity." He tried to appeal to Wes's sense of morality, hoping he might help SHIELD out of sense of duty rather than for personal benefit. "Don't flatter yourselves," Wes countered, his words blunt. "You're the ones who caused this mess, and now you want someone else to bail you out without paying the price, hiding behind your so-called moral high ground." In a single glance, he saw through SHLD's little calculus, finding himself thoroughly unimpressed by their selfishness. Coulson awkwardly rubbed his nose. He knew that Wes had a point, but he also had his own difficulties.